In the 40th year since Li Zhoujun traversed to become the master of the celestial sect, he finally acquired a system that could compete evenly with anyone. Are you an ancient being from a hidden realm? I can match you equally. Are you the unparalleled celestial emperor of unmatched grace? I can match you equally. Are you a fearsome demon that instills dread? I can match you equally. In the foremost sect of Qingzhou, the Daotian sect, one of the 108 main mountains, stood Yunju Mountain. 40 years have passed. Do you know how I have survived these 40 years? By a lake on Yunju Mountain, a handsome young man clad in a blue robe gazed excitedly at the water. His name was Li Zhoujun. He was one of the 108 mountain masters of the Daotian sect. At first glance, this identity seemed quite impressive. However, in reality, Li Zhoujun was a thorough cultivation failure, still an ordinary person to this day. His position as the master of Yunju Mountain was solely attributed to the fact that, 40 years ago, his master had only him as a disciple upon passing. Thus, he often found himself relegated to the role of a servant in the Daotian sect, from menial tasks to the casual discussions of the elders. As for how he, despite being such a failure, managed to enter the Daotian sect and become a direct disciple, it must be mentioned that Li Zhoujun, as a transmigrator, had disguised himself as a child prodigy. Once, he spoke at 3 months, recognized characters at 6, walked at 9, and by the age of 1, was already well-versed in knowledge. People referred to him as a reincarnated celestial being. At just 1 year old, he caught the eye of the previous master of Yunju Mountain, who took him on as a disciple. Although the previous master eventually realized that Li Zhoujun was indeed a complete cultivation failure, he said nothing further. The privileges of a direct disciple were still afforded to him. However, he was already contemplating training a secondary disciple in secret. Unfortunately, before he could begin this plan, he perished in a great battle meant to suppress the demonic chaos plaguing the Daotian sect. Seeing that others had sacrificed themselves for the sect, the Daotian sect decided to take care of Li Zhoujun, their only disciple, allowing the 6-year-old Li Zhoujun to inherit the master's position. After all, since Li Zhoujun could not cultivate, Yunju Mountain would be leaderless a century later. At that time, they could plan for Yunju Mountain anew. This way, the Daotian sect would earn a reputation for valuing loyalty, potentially attracting more prodigies to join. Moreover, the fact that Li Zhoujun, at over 40, still appeared youthful was simply due to the use of a beauty-enhancing elixir. However, all of this was about to undergo an epic transformation starting today. For Li Zhoujun's golden finger system, as a transmigrator, had finally awakened today. System, it's been over 40 years. If you had appeared any later, I would have been done for. Tears welled up in Li Zhoujun's eyes. Beep. Host, please remain calm. The system may arrive late, but it never misses an appointment. The sound was akin to a mechanical synthesis ringing in Li Zhoujun's mind. Not missing is good. But system, look at me. I'm over 40, aging and losing my luster. Can I still start cultivating? Li Zhoujun asked eagerly. Beep. Cultivation? Beep. Host, you underestimate the system. With the system, what do you need to cultivate for? Beep. A welcome gift for the host. Open it. Li Zhoujun declared without hesitation. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special ability, equal standing with all things. Equal standing with all things, what does that mean? Li Zhoujun was bewildered. Such a peculiar name. Beep. In simple terms, it means that regardless of what you face, you can achieve an equal standing, meaning neither could defeat the other. I think I understand. Li Zhoujun blinked, then drew a dagger from his boot and asked the system, can I also have equal standing with this? Beep. Yes. Upon hearing the system's reply, Li Zhoujun gritted his teeth, gripped the blade of the dagger, and pulled back. Sizzle. A sound of metal scraping echoed. To his astonishment, Li Zhoujun discovered that his hand, which had been sliced by the dagger's edge, remained unscathed, not even a white mark. This ability seems a bit overpowered. Li Zhoujun gasped and asked the system, if I encounter a true, celestial-level expert, can I still stand equally? Beep. Of course, with all things. This is like a cow stepping on a power line. Incredibly impressive. Li Zhoujun's eyes sparkled with this ability to stand equally. He was essentially invincible in this world, was he not? Beep. This is merely a welcome gift should the host complete system tasks. More unexpected rewards await. System, please don't just dangle promises in front of me. Li Zhoujun nearly drooled. Beep. Absolutely fair. That's good to hear. Li Zhoujun nodded, then seemed to recall something and asked the system, is there a status panel? Beep. That's not difficult at all. Beep. Host, please look at the big screen. As the system spoke, a transparent panel appeared before Li Zhoujun. Host, Li Zhoujun. Identity: Master of Yunju Mountain, Daotian sect. Age: 46, 4 years remaining. Cultivation level: none. Ability: equal standing with all things. Was this remaining 4 years? Li Zhoujun looked at the age section, instantly filled with a sense of foreboding. Beep. It means you have 4 years left to live. Li Zhoujun, am really going to die. So even if he could stand equally with all things, he was still immortal. And to make matters worse, he was short-lived, destined to live only to 50. Beep. Please rest assured, host. Completing system tasks can reward you with cultivation levels in this world, thus naturally extending your lifespan. Didn't you just say that cultivating was pointless? Then why reward me with cultivation? Li Zhoujun retorted. Beep. How about an idle ability? Sure. Li Zhoujun's eyes lit up. Can you give it to me now? Beep. Beep. The system has detected that your sect will hold a disciple recruitment ceremony in 3 days. You are required to recruit. 1 disciple success will yield unexpected rewards. Recruit disciples? Li Zhoujun was suddenly flustered. His reputation preceded him, with titles such as Useless Mountain Master and Parasitic Mountain Master. In simple terms, only a fool would choose him as a master. System, don't you think this task is a bit unreasonable? Li Zhoujun lamented, tears streaming down his face. Beep. A grand spirit should not underestimate oneself. That makes sense, but system, I feel that if I were to take on a disciple, I would only mislead them, as I truly possess no knowledge of cultivation. Wouldn't that harm them? Li Zhoujun was self-aware in this regard. Beep. Host, don't worry. What are you panicking about? Right, what am I panicking about? Li Zhoujun stroked his chin, realizing that the system's abilities were indeed formidable. After all, if he could stand equally with all things, teaching a disciple wouldn't be a challenge at all. Now, all that remained was to wait for the sect's recruitment ceremony in 3 days. Chapter 2. The young girl Sunan 3 days later. Daotian sect. Ascending Immortal Mountain. However, this ascending Immortal Mountain is not truly a place of immortality. Rather, it serves as a site designated by Daotian sect for the recruitment of disciples. At this moment, beneath the mountain, thousands of young boys and girls have gathered. Among them are the offspring of prominent families and royal dynasties from Qizhou. Yet, the expressions on the faces of these noble scions and princes are filled with reverence. The reason is simple. Daotian sect is the foremost sect in Qingzhou, to which countless dynasties and noble families yield. Here, one cannot indulge in the whims of a spoiled child. At this juncture, an elder clad in gray emerged. His voice modest, yet resonating like the sound of spring thunder throughout the crowd. I am the elder responsible for your trials. Pay close attention to what I am about to say. The first task for disciples of Daotian sect is the awakening test of spiritual roots. The grades of spiritual roots are classified as waste, ordinary, inferior, medium, good, superior, exceptional, and sacred. Only those who awaken to a medium-grade spiritual root or higher are eligible to proceed to the next round of tests. Do you all understand? We understand. The multitude of young boys and girls responded in unison, their faces aglow with excitement. Then let us begin. With a grand flourish of his sleeve, the gray-clad elder declared the recruitment of disciples officially commenced. Following this announcement, the throng of youths formed long lines, awaiting their turn to undergo the spiritual root awakening test. Half an hour later, of the thousands present, only 5,210 young individuals successfully awakened their spiritual roots to a medium grade or higher. Merely at this stage, nearly half had been eliminated. Those who passed beamed with elation, while those who did not left dejectedly, heads hung low. What a close call. I am fortunate to have awakened a medium grade with spiritual root. Otherwise, if I had to return home like this, my father would surely be utterly disappointed. Among the successful candidates was a girl with large, sparkling eyes and delicate features, dressed simply yet neatly in green, who murmured to herself while patting her chest. Miss Sunan, I have awakened a superior grade fire spiritual root. If I pass all trials, I shall undoubtedly become an inner sect disciple, and perhaps even catch the attention of the elders to become a direct disciple. Why not form a partnership with me? I will surely assist you in your cultivation in the future. Suddenly, a young man dressed in fine garments, with a handsome visage, smiled at the fair girl. Sunan paused momentarily before replying with a smile. Young Master Chun, congratulations on awakening a superior grade fire spiritual root. Your future is indeed boundless. However, I must decline the partnership, as I am still quite young. Young Master Chen donned a seemingly helpless smile. Miss Sunan, your Su family and my Chen family are both prominent in Pingyu City. I believe you shall change your mind in the future. Sunan nodded in agreement. Young Master Chen turned away, his expression darkening instantly. This insufferable girl was being ungrateful. He, Qin Xiaohua, had never failed to win over a woman he desired. Even though the Su and Qin families were equally esteemed in Pingyu City, now that he had awakened a superior-grade fire spiritual root, entering the inner sect was a given. And he was likely to be noticed by the elders, potentially becoming a direct disciple. At that point, would the Su family dare to refuse his request? Meanwhile, the gray-clad elder reappeared before the youths who had passed the spiritual root awakening test, saying, "Congratulations on your successful awakening. Next, you shall depart from this place and, relying on your own strength, ascend to the ascending platform at the summit of ascending immortal mountain. Those who reach it shall become disciples of Dao Tian's sect, with a time limit of 1 day. Along the way, you will encounter various illusions and fierce beasts. This is to test your character and to identify any infiltrators from the demonic path among you. Should you encounter danger and wish to abandon the trial, shout 'give up,' and you will be automatically transported back here. After the trial concludes, those who do not pass will also be returned to this location." As he spoke, the elder's voice grew increasingly cold, causing a chill to sweep through the crowd. "Now let us begin." With another wave of his sleeve, the elder set the young men and women on their journey up the mountain. The following morning, at the peak of ascending immortal mountain, ascending platform. The so-called ascending platform is, in fact, a vast square capable of accommodating thousands. In front of the platform, over 100 imposing seats were arranged, each occupied by powerful figures whose auras were restrained yet still exuded strength akin to mountains and deities. They were the various mountain masters of Dao Tian's sect, or those of equal standing, the pillars of the sect, each name capable of instilling awe throughout Qizhou. Of course, one person stood out among them, our protagonist, Li Zhoujun. At this moment, seated among these formidable figures, Li Zhoujun resembled a husky that had inadvertently wandered into a pack of wolves. "Li Mountain Master, have you been climbing the mountain since yesterday?" A man in a red robe seated beside Li Zhoujun inquired with a grin. This individual was named Lu Yan, the master of Fire Maple Mountain, who, 10 years prior, in a fit of rage, had scorched an entire river, truly a man capable of burning mountains and boiling seas. "Actually, it was yesterday," Li Zhoujun replied with a cheerful demeanor. Li Zhoujun felt a tinge of frustration. Even though he could now hold his own against anyone, he remained fundamentally immortal. Thus, the ascent to the summit truly began yesterday morning. While various illusions and fierce beasts awaited on the mountain, Li Zhoujun had climbed to the peak countless times over the past 40 years, naturally mastering a safe route. Lu Yan nodded, expressing his admiration. "Indeed, practice makes perfect, right?" Li Zhoujun responded, internally rolling his eyes. This fellow was clearly mocking him. Perhaps he should seize an opportunity to test his own abilities against Lu Yan? Yet, he wondered if the system could be trusted. If it proved unreliable, he would be utterly doomed, left with nothing but ashes. "Beep, host, could you please trust the system? If you continue to question its reliability, the system will punish you by making you play the guitar in public with your little buddy." "Goodness, that's outrageous. You even know about the guitar," Li Zhoujun exclaimed internally upon hearing the system's words. "Beep, of course, the system is all-knowing and all-powerful." "All-knowing and all-powerful? What is the 1/891st digit of pi?" Li Zhoujun asked, defying the odds. "Beep, it is the 1/891st digit of pi." Li Zhoujun was left speechless. What kind of answer is that? That's utterly pointless. I feel like I've been away for a day. "Beep, host, please refrain from unnecessary chatter. Is there anything wrong with the system's response?" Actually, there was nothing wrong. Li Zhoujun's lips twitched. It seemed this was simply a rogue system. At that moment, as Li Zhoujun engaged in verbal sparring with the system, at the entrance of the ascending platform, a girl dressed in white, with eyes resembling autumn rivers yet carrying a hint of frost, and skin as smooth as fine jade, gracefully stepped in. Chapter 3. You rascal, if I am not mistaken. This girl must be Princess Shui Nianyao of the Water Moon Dynasty, a talent of remarkable promise, with an exceptional water spiritual root. She is destined to join my Mirror Moon Mountain. The master of this mountain intends to personally accept her as a disciple. Your Mirror Moon Mountain specializes in inconspicuous assassination techniques. Isn't it a waste for someone with Shui Nianyao's exceptional water spiritual root to go there? Wouldn't it be better for her to join my Kanglan Mountain? Joining my Fire Maple Mountain would also be splendid. Go to hell, Lu Yan. With that volcanic inferno of yours, anyone with a water attribute spiritual root would be fortunate to survive, let alone enjoy themselves. What a pointless endeavor. Indeed, among all present, you, Lu Yan, are the least deserving to accept Nianyao as a disciple. At this moment, many of the mountain masters began vying for the attention of the girl in white. Even the fire-affiliated powerhouse Lu Yan joined in the fray. In stark contrast to the excitement of these esteemed masters, Li Zhoujun appeared out of place. "Ah, the exquisite water spiritual root. I still recall the moment I awakened my own spiritual root, only to discover the absence of any within me. Li Zhoujun gazed at the scene before him, his mind drifting back to many years prior when his master conducted the awakening test and found him devoid of a spiritual root. The disappointment reflected in his master's eyes was truly heart-wrenching. Ding, an exquisite water spiritual root is nothing remarkable. It hardly qualifies one to be a disciple of the host. Your words imply that others would willingly seek me as their master, Li Zhoujun retorted, somewhat speechless. Ding, host, do you truly understand? Soon, you shall realize that those who wish to be your disciples are akin to stepping into a great pile of dog feces, all right? Li Zhoujun's lips twitched. System, if you can speak, do say more. I am all ears. At that moment, Shui Ninyao's gaze fell upon Li Zhoujun, who seemed out of place compared to the many mountain lords present. Li Zhoujun offered her a warm smile, yet internally, he was quite surprised. Did this young lady perceive him as an ordinary person, mistaking him for a reclusive, formidable master hoping to be sought as a mentor? Oh dear. How could he accept such an honor? However, in the next instant, Shui Ninyao's attention swiftly shifted past him to the master of Kanglan Mountain, her eyes revealing a hint of certainty, as she made her way to Daotian sect to partake in the trials. Her father had specifically warned her that should she encounter a seemingly ordinary mountain lord atop the ascension platform, she must refrain from seeking him as a master, for he would lead her nowhere. As for the other mountain lords, she would assess their merits herself. The master of Kanglan Mountain was a striking young woman, and upon noticing Shui Ninyao's gaze directed towards her, a gentle smile graced her features as she addressed her. Ninyao, would you consider taking me as your master? The Kanglan sword technique is something all water attribute spiritual root practitioners yearn for. Disciple Shui Ninyao pays her respects to the master. Shui Ninyao, resolute and concise, sought her master without hesitation. Good, good, good. Ninyao, please come stand by my side. The master of Kanglan Mountain beamed. The other mountain lords observed the scene, pounding their chests in frustration. Yet, it was undeniable that an exquisite water spiritual root was indeed well suited for Kanglan Mountain. Congratulations to the master of Kanglan Mountain for acquiring such a promising disciple. The future of Kanglan Mountain is assured. Before the seats of the various mountain lords stood a middle-aged man clad in celestial robes, his demeanor commanding respect. He smiled at the master of Kanglan Mountain. This individual was none other than the sect leader of Daotian sect, Mu Taiyu. At this moment, the master of Kanglan Mountain addressed Mu Taiyu with utmost reverence. Leader, you flatter me. Mu Taiyu smiled in silence. Just then, several more young individuals entered the ascension platform. However, they possessed only medium-grade spiritual roots and were overlooked by the mountain lords, standing there in awkward silence, respecting the process. If they remained unchosen by the mountain lords by the end of the trials, they would become outer disciples of Daotian sect, and any hopes of entering the inner circle would require arduous training and subsequent trials at the various mountains. The hierarchy of disciples within Daotian sect ranged from the esteemed Holy Sun, true disciples under the sect leader, true disciples under mountain lords, true disciples under elders, inner disciples, to outer disciples. Moments later, dozens more entered, yet none possessed exquisite spiritual roots. Thus, the mountain lords refrained from hastily claiming them, waiting for all disciples to gather before making their selections. Suddenly, a youth clad in black, surrounded by blazing flames, strode confidently onto the ascension platform. This boy possessed an exquisite fire spiritual root. He was likely the talented youth from the Yi family of Longyan City. Yiyu. No need to say more. An exquisite fire spiritual root is certainly aimed towards the reputation of the master of Huofeng Mountain, Lu Yan. The mountain lords murmured in admiration. As expected, the prodigy known as Yiyu directly pledged himself to Lu Yan, standing beside him. Witnessing this scene, Li Zhoujun couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Is this the master of Yunju Mountain? Hurry and pay your respects. Lu Yan reprimanded Yiyu, pointing at Li Zhoujun. Disciple Yiyu pays his respects to the master of Yunju Mountain. Yiyu cupped his fist in greeting, yet a flash of disdain flickered in his eyes. The master of Yunju Mountain? Isn't that the so-called useless mountain lord of Daotian sect? Truly, a case of occupying a prime spot without contributing anything. At that moment, Li Zhoujun noticed the fleeting contempt in Yiyu's gaze, but he brushed it off. No need for such formalities, Li Zhoujun replied with a light chuckle, unfazed by Yiyu's scrutiny. A full hour passed, and the trials approached their conclusion. Just as the final moments ticked away, a youth clad in simple garments, with an ordinary appearance, ambled slowly onto the ascension platform. As this unassuming youth stepped forward, the mountain lords collectively gasped in astonishment. Heavens! A holy grade with spiritual root. Disciple, look over here. Nonsense. Who is your disciple? That one is mine. Disciple. Most of my true disciples and inner disciples are female. Come to me quickly. No. Come to the mountain. With the appearance of the simple-clothed youth, the mountain lords erupted in excitement. Would you care to take me as your master? A voice resounded like spring thunder, silencing the crowd. All eyes turned to the speaker, none other than Mu Taiyu, the sect leader of Daotian's sect. With Mu Taiyu's words, the mountain lords fell silent, refraining from further disputes over disciples. It was well understood that even the arrogant and reckless Lu Yin would show utmost respect before the sect leader, behaving like a dutiful grandson. Disciple Ku Fengshan pays his respects to the master. The simple-clothed youth greeted Mu Taiyu with a cupped fist. Come forth, Mu Taiyu replied with a gentle smile. Ku Fengshan approached Mu Taiyu with an air of calm and dignity. A holy grade spiritual root, how remarkable. Li Zhoujun observed the scene with envy. Ding, what is there to envy? There is not just one holy grade spiritual root present. This would attribute holy grade spiritual root is not to my liking. You even disdain someone with a holy grade spiritual root? Li Zhoujun rolled his eyes. If there were other holy grade spiritual roots, how could the sect leader and the mountain lords remain composed? At this moment, he simply wished to entice a fortunate individual with a medium grade spiritual root and lead them to his Yunju mountain. Ding, hidden holy grade ice spiritual root detected. Ding, post-disciple collecting mission has identified a target. Ding, the mission has been updated from collecting disciples to recruiting the owner of the holy grade ice spiritual root. Upon completion, the host shall receive substantial rewards. What the hell? You changed the mission, you scoundrel. You can play like this? Li Zhoujun's eyes widened. However, following the system's prompt, his gaze abruptly shifted to a young girl clad in green among the newly inducted disciples of Daotian's sect atop the ascension platform. This girl was quite charming, though not strikingly beautiful at first glance. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could not help but marvel at how such a lovely maiden could exist in this world. At this moment, a translucent panel appeared above the green-clad girl's head in Li Zhoujun's vision. Target, Su Nan age, 16, cultivation level, none talent, medium grade with spiritual root. Holy grade ice spiritual root, hidden. Indeed, a holy grade ice spiritual root. However, could such a gifted prodigy truly be enticed to become my disciple? Li Zhoujun felt a pang of uncertainty. Ding, you can do it, host. After all, you have me, this magnificent system. Chapter 4. Recruiting disciples just as the system was making its cheeky comments. The various mountain lords began to focus their attention on those who had successfully passed the trials and possessed good or superior spiritual roots. What is your name? Lu Yin. Sitting beside Li Zhoujun was the first to fixate on a boy named Chen Xiaohua standing near Su Nan. Disciple Chen Xiaohua. Chen Xiaohua responded respectfully. Lu Yin smiled. With superior talent, would you be willing to join my Huofeng mountain as an inner disciple? With your qualifications? It won't be long before an elder seeks to take you as a true disciple. I am willing. Chen Xiaohua exclaimed excitedly. Excellent. Please wait here for a moment. And shortly we shall return to Huofeng mountain together. Lu Yin nodded. Then, Lu Yan's gaze began to traverse the crowd on the ascension platform, searching for individuals with good or superior fire spiritual roots. Within the hallowed halls of the Dao Heaven sect, individuals possessing superior or excellent spiritual roots were typically handpicked by the mountain lords to become inner disciples. Those with excellent roots, upon returning to their respective mountains, were often sought after by the elders as disciples, much like the mountain lords vying for those with supreme spiritual roots. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaohua, having successfully entered Fire Maple Mountain, turned to Su Nan with a smug grin. Miss Su Nan, he said, you heard Lord Lu's words. With my aptitude, I'll surely be accepted as a true disciple upon arriving at Fire Maple Mountain. Becoming my Dao companion is far more advantageous than remaining an outer disciple. Young Master Chen. Su Nan replied earnestly, with your talents, you're bound to find a more suitable partner. You're a kind person, but I'm still young. Inwardly, Su Nan felt a sense of unease, recalling Chen Xiaohua's notorious reputation as in Peace Jade City, known for his bullying and oppression under the protection of his family's influence. Now that he had entered Fire Maple Mountain and was likely to become a true disciple, she worried about potential repercussions for her family. Despite Su Nan's rejection, Chen Xiaohua maintained his smile, though inwardly he scoffed, incorrigible. At that moment, on the ascension platform, the mountain lords had already selected disciples with superior and average spiritual roots from the 1,000 new recruits. Lu Yin turned to Li Zhoujun, jesting. It seems Lord Li hasn't found any disciples to his liking today. In truth, Lu Yin held the ordinary Li Zhoujun in contempt, and knowing his inability to accept disciples, he couldn't resist mocking him. Hearing the system's task, Li Zhoujun smiled faintly, ignoring Lu Yan's insincere words. He rose slowly and approached Su Nan. who stood among the new disciples on the ascension platform. What's Li Zhoujun up to? The mountain lords wondered, their expressions shifting from surprise to mockery. Surely he's not thinking of accepting a disciple? What a joke, a useless individual without spiritual roots accepting a disciple. Unfazed by the gazes, Li Zhoujun approached Su Nan and asked with a smile, "Would you be willing to become my disciple?" "Ah, really?" Su Nan stammered, her eyes filled with excitement. "Is this a dream? A mountain lord personally asking to accept me as a disciple?" Overwhelmed by surprise, Su Nan failed to notice the subtle expressions of the mountain lords. At that moment, Chen Xiaohua, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. He couldn't fathom why a mountain lord would accept someone with average spiritual roots as a true disciple. It was utterly perplexing. Li Zhoujun smiled at Su Nan. "If you're willing to become my disciple, address me as master." "Greetings, master," Su Nan exclaimed, overjoyed. With the system's notification, Li Zhoujun was taken aback by the series of rewards. A supreme ice spiritual root. He now possessed spiritual roots, and of the highest caliber. Moreover, that had suddenly appeared in his mind was the ice-attributed cultivation technique practiced by the immortal emperor, who had ascended to the immortal realm millennia ago. Given this, there was undoubtedly a top-tier cultivation art. Furthermore, the system had directly granted him golden core cultivation. This meant an extended lifespan, as golden core cultivators typically lived for 5 centuries. Li Zhoujun was now overwhelmed with gratitude towards the system. What a pity for such a young girl. The mountain lords lamented. Well, she'll soon realize her master is a useless individual and regret her decision. Meanwhile, the disciples on the ascension platform, observing the mountain lord's expressions, speculated in hushed tones. Could that mountain lord be the useless cloud-dwelling mountain lord of the Tao Heaven sect? Su Nan, who had been overjoyed at becoming a true disciple, froze upon hearing these words. She blinked and asked Li Zhoujun weakly, "Master, are you really?" "Indeed. I'm the cloud-dwelling mountain lord," Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Nan clutched her chest, nearly fainting on the spot. She had heard of the useless cloud-dwelling mountain lord who couldn't cultivate, but she never imagined she would become his true disciple. "Can I still regret my decision?" Su Nan asked Li Zhoujun with a forced smile. "No," Li Zhoujun replied, shaking his head. Su Nan, suppressing her urge to cry, comforted herself and Li Zhoujun. "It's all right. Master, I believe in you. My father always said that the more ordinary someone appears, the more powerful they are. Perhaps you are such a person?" Li Zhoujun smiled without responding. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaohua smirked. He had been worried about offending a true disciple of a mountain lord, but now it seemed his concerns were unfounded. A useless mountain lord who couldn't even cultivate was probably inferior in status to an outer disciple. There was nothing to fear. Seeing this task, Li Zhoujun was taken aback, thinking, "System, you're up to no good. If Su Nan awakens the supreme ice spiritual root now, won't I become the target of everyone's envy?" Li Zhoujun, you make a valid point. I hereby acknowledge you as the supreme system. Little girl, do you truly believe you only possess average spiritual roots? Li Zhoujun asked Su Nan with a profound smile. Su Nan was stunned. As Su Nan was still in a daze, Li Zhoujun extended a forefinger and touched her forehead. In an instant, Su Nan's body emanated an aura of intense cold. It's a supreme ice spiritual root. This little girl possesses hidden dual spiritual roots. Not only does she have an average wood spiritual root, but she also has a supreme ice spiritual root. How can we allow such a genius to become a disciple of this uselessly? As Li Zhoujun assisted Su Nan in awakening her extraordinary ice spiritual root, astonishment spread across the faces of the mountain lords. Even Mu Taiyu, the leader of the Daotian sect, squinted slightly. Although he wished to take Su Nan as his direct disciple, it would be inappropriate for him, as a sect leader, to snatch a student who had already chosen a master. However, this Master Li was indeed shrouded in mystery. One might wonder how an ordinary person, devoid of any spiritual root and thus unable to cultivate, could assist another in awakening their spiritual root. Furthermore, he could discern that the girl named Su Nan possessed a hidden spiritual root. More perplexing was Master Li's audacity to help his disciple awaken in public. As the pride of the mountain lords was notoriously thick-skinned, one could not entirely rule out the possibility of attempting to seize a disciple. After pondering for a moment, Mu Taiyu chose to remain silent, opting instead to observe. He intended to gauge just how deep Master Li had concealed his capabilities over the years. Should he prove worthy of recognition, accepting the disciple would not be an issue. Conversely, if he were still a wastrel, a disciple with such an extraordinary spiritual root could not be entrusted to him, even if he was not to be under Mu Taiyu's tutelage. Other mountain lords could take her. Otherwise, the Daotian sect would suffer the loss of a future cornerstone. Master Yunjiu, with your abilities, It seems inappropriate for a disciple with such an extraordinary spiritual root to be under your guidance, remarked the mountain lord of Huifeng, Lu Yan. Observing Li Zhoujun with a grin, Li Zhoujun narrowed his eyes slightly. Though Lu Yan appeared jovial, his words struck with piercing bluntness. Lu Yan was correct. Li Zhoujun's qualifications were insufficient to accept her as a disciple. At this moment, a striking woman clad in white, with a hint of red between her brows, slowly spoke. Her beauty was unparalleled, akin to flowers blossoming from water, perfectly embodying the phrase water as bone and jade as skin. As she spoke, a flicker of caution passed over the faces of the mountain lords, and they collectively fell silent. Even Lu Yan, after witnessing her speak, merely moved his lips before dejectedly closing them. Li Zhoujun turned his gaze towards this captivating woman, the mountain lord of Lingxue, named Murong Shui, whose reputation had soared a decade prior after defeating Lu Yan decisively. This incident had stirred considerable gossip within the Daotian sect, and Li Zhoujun was certainly aware of it. Please no? Chen Xiaohua thought fervently, for he was perhaps the least eager to see Su Nan switch allegiance to another mountain lord. If that were to happen, how could he dare to implement his plan and exert pressure on the Su family? How could he ever hope to obtain the enchanting Su Nan? Meanwhile, Murong Shui, noticing Li Zhoujun's silence, continued, to assign the guidance of a disciple with such extraordinary spiritual root to you would be a loss for the entire Daotian sect. Can you bear to see a potential new star extinguished under your tutelage? Master Murong, your reasoning is sound. However, this girl has already pledged herself as my disciple. It would be inappropriate for her to transfer to your tutelage, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Murong Shui countered, if you are so concerned with others' opinions, why pursue immortality at all? Girl, what do you think? This Master Murong is quite eager to take you under her wing. Li Zhoujun turned to the now flustered Su Nan, who appeared momentarily bewildered. I. Su Nan stammered, her cheeks flushed with anxiety. She had not anticipated becoming the object of such contention, and the thought that without this seemingly inept master, she would not have awakened her extraordinary spiritual root only added to her turmoil. How was she to choose? Su Nan felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Suddenly, the gentle visage of her father appeared in her mind. As he often advised her with a smile, in life, it is paramount to possess a sense of responsibility. Once you choose a path or a person, you must persist, even when faced with difficulties. For if you abandon one choice, you may never know if the next will be any better. Sometimes, a little perseverance can yield unexpected results. Reflecting on her father's words, Su Nan's gaze grew resolute. She turned to Li Zhoujun and declared, wait, I should say something cultured and meaningful, perhaps about loyalty? Once a master, always a father. After considerable thought, she uttered these words. Li Zhoujun was taken aback. Girl, your response is utterly off topic. Simply state whether you wish to return with me to Yunju Mountain. I do. Su Nan's face turned crimson, yet she nodded affirmatively. Excellent. Li Zhoujun bellowed with laughter, then turned his gaze to Murong Shui, narrowing his eyes as he proclaimed, no one shall take my disciple from me, not even the King of Heaven. Upon hearing this, Mu Taiyu smirked, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Chen Xiaohua chuckled inwardly, thinking, oh, Su Nan, my foolish girl, how can you possibly compete with me now? Meanwhile, the other mountain lords gaped in disbelief, astonished at Li Zhoujun's audacity in challenging Murong Shui, a woman known for having humbled even the arrogant Lu Yan. Chapter 6. The astonishment of Li Zhoujun. Murong Shui narrowed her eyes, disregarding the proudly defiant Li Zhoujun, and instead turned her attention to Su Nan, speaking softly. Have you thought this through? If you choose to follow the mountain lord of Yunju, your life will be irrevocably altered. My father always said, one must walk the path they choose, even if it means kneeling, Su Nan replied. Foolish girl, while your father's words carry some truth, circumstances require adaptability, Murong Shui sighed. Feeling vexed yet increasingly fond of the girl, for most would have already abandoned their master at Su Nan's stage. Li Zhoujun, observing the exchange, was at a loss for words. How audacious for this woman to openly attempt to poach his disciple. Ding. Host detected that Murong Shui holds you in complete contempt. It is time to demonstrate your strength. Ding. System tasks you to engage Murong Shui in battle to intimidate lesser foes. Completing this task will yield significant rewards. Staring at the system's task, Li Zhoujun was dumbfounded. System, can you be reliable? Murong Shui is a formidable opponent. Ding. Whether the system is reliable is for the host to discover. Li Zhoujun lamented, I fear that discovering may lead to my demise. Nevertheless, he fixed his gaze upon Murong Shui and smiled. Murong Shui, if you truly wish to undermine me, defeat me first. Should I fall, it would prove my inferiority, and soon it may naturally transfer to your tutelage. However, should you lose, you must cease your attempts to poach. What? Is this real? Did I hear that right? This wastrel dares to challenge the Mountain Lord Morong? How audacious. Liu Yin possesses the pinnacle of the returning Void Realm. Yet he finds himself utterly overwhelmed by the formidable Morong Mountain Lord. If my conjecture is correct, Morong Mountain Lord has transcended the returning void and achieved the fusion realm. Indeed, Li Feichai, a mere mortal devoid of any cultivation, dares to challenge a being of the fusion realm. Is this not mere folly? Upon uttering these words, Li Zhoujun's declaration shocked the assembly of mountain lords, prompting a lively discussion. Only Liu Yin remained exceedingly vexed. You may extol Morong Shue's prowess, but must you always use me as a benchmark? This truly undermines my dignity. At that moment, Morong Shue narrowed her beautiful eyes and inquired of Li Zhoujun. Is this true? Indeed, Li Zhoujun affirmed with a nod. Surely, master, you just proclaimed that no one could take away your disciple. Now you are wagering me in battle. Is this truly wise? Sun In covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun grinned. I have remained understated for far too long. Today marks the moment when others shall realize that Yunjishan is not to be trifled with. Sun In was momentarily taken aback. Stuttering, Master, are you truly a hidden powerhouse? You are not deceiving me, are you? Li Zhoujun merely smiled enigmatically, and the mountain lords, upon hearing his words, were expressions akin to that of spectators regarding a jester. They were eager to witness how Morong Mountain Lord would deal with this obstinate individual. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun turned his gaze toward Morong Shue, smiling. Please proceed. Very well. Morong Shue thought it perplexing how Li Zhoujun, who lacked any cultivation, summoned the audacity to provoke her. Yet, since he sought to be challenged, she would indulge him. Without further ado, she, seated in the Mountain Lord's position, raised a delicate white hand and lightly tapped the air before her. In the next instant, crystalline ice spikes began to coalesce before her. Go, Morong Shue commanded. And as her words fell, the ice spikes, akin to a torrential downpour, surged towards Li Zhoujun. Seeing the multitude of ice spikes hurtling toward him, Li Zhoujun felt a twinge of trepidation. Yet, he gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and unleashed a powerful strike. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted as Li Zhoujun's seemingly ordinary punch shattered the void, producing a deafening noise, and in that moment, all of Morong Shue's ice spikes vanished without a trace. How is this possible? The mountain lords gasped in disbelief as they rose from their seats, astonished by the sight of Li Zhoujun, still in his striking pose. Mu Taiyu, observing the scene, nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Li Zhoujun's strength. Wasn't this Yunjishan Lord a mere cultivation wastrel? Indeed, that was the prevalent belief. Moreover, Morong Mountain Lord's seemingly casual attack was not one that could be withstood without returning to the Void Realm. This Yunjishan Lord certainly harbored profound secrets. Not only that, but when Yunjishan made his move, there was not a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation. Could it be that he follows the path of ancient physical cultivators? Quite possibly. At this moment, the various mountain lords began to discuss amongst themselves, while the newly initiated disciples held their breath in awe. The residual pressure from a mountain lord's attack, even if countered by a sect's expert, was overwhelming, leaving them in a state of shock at the sheer power displayed. As Li Zhoujun gradually withdrew his force, he remained somewhat astonished. The system's 50-50 ability is indeed remarkable. You were able to withstand my strike. It seems you have been concealing your true power all these years. Morong Shue regarded Li Zhoujun, who had merely intended to intimidate him. But the situation had exceeded her expectations. This fellow was indeed a master of concealment. Well played, Li Zhoujun smiled. It appears I need not hold back any longer. Let us determine the victor with one decisive strike. I wholeheartedly agree, Morong Shue replied. Li Zhoujun, filled with confidence, knew that with the 50-50 ability in hand, he could not lose. Hence, even if Morong Shue matched him, she could not best him. Heaven falls, snowflakes dance, the sword leaves no trace. Morong Shue called out. An array of sword light shot forth from her fingertip, heading straight for Li Zhoujun. As this sword light manifested, snowflakes began to swirl around the immortal ascension platform. Morong Mountain Lord's sword technique. What incredible speed. Morong Mountain Lord had indeed reached the fusion realm. If this sword were aimed at me, I fear I would be decapitated before I could react. The mountain lords, astonished by the snowstorm, turned their attention to Li Zhoujun, wondering if this enigmatic Yunjishan Lord could withstand Morong Mountain Lord's sword technique. Then, they beheld Li Zhoujun extend a hand in front of him, slowly forming a gesture. And Morong Shue's dazzling sword was effortlessly caught between his fingers. How is this even possible? He caught it just like that. The mountain lords were engulfed in waves of shock. At that moment, Li Zhoujun, beaming with delight, waved his hand, returning the sword to Morong Shue. Morong Mountain Lord. What do you say? I concede, Morong Shue replied, her expression complex. Though Li Zhoujun had not struck, the ease with which he had caught her most powerful sword technique indicated that he surpassed her in strength. Child, train diligently under your master. I was mistaken. Your master indeed possesses the capability to guide his disciples. Should he dare to bully you in the future, come to Lingshu Mountain and I shall assist you. At that moment, Murong Shui turned to Su Nan, who remained in a daze, and smiled. Do not forget to express your gratitude to Murong Mountain Lord. Li Zhoujun chuckled, observing the genuine affection Murong Shui held for the young girl. Ah, thank you, Murong Mountain Lord. Su Nan, prompted by her master, hurriedly bowed to Murong Shui. Simultaneously, she felt immense joy, realizing that her master was indeed an extraordinary powerhouse. Do not be so formal, little one, Murong Shui replied with a smile. Subsequently, Li Zhoujun reclaimed his seat as Mountain Lord, while Su Nan stood respectfully to the side. At this moment, the Mountain Lords regarded Li Zhoujun with newfound respect. After all, this individual had bested one as formidable as Murong Mountain Lord. From this day forth, do not provoke the master and disciple of Yunjishan. Or do not blame me for not intervening, Li Zhoujun warned, glancing at Lu Yin, who was transmitting to the newly inducted disciples of Wufing Mountain. How can this be? Qin Xiaohua, upon hearing Lu Yan's transmission, felt a bitter pang in his heart. He had initially thought Yunjishan Lord was a waste, someone he could easily manipulate Su Nan. Little did he realize that this Yunjishan Lord was a hidden gem within Daotian's sect. His strength so formidable that even Wufing Mountain Lord held reservations. With lingering trepidation, he cast a glance at Li Zhoujun, who was now awaiting the system's rewards. Beep, congratulations, host, for completing the task and successfully engaging with Murong Shui, thereby refreshing the Mountain Lord's perception of you. Beep, the system bestows the reward, 7th grade flying sword. Aoshiwei. Beep, the system grants the reward, initial stage of the nascent soul realm. Beep, the system awards the premium chi condensing pill. Aoshiwei sword, a flying sword tailored for the host. Imbued with intelligence and the ability to transform, capable of slaying foes from a distance, now residing within the host's dantian. Note, in this world, magical artifacts and elixirs are categorized from 1 to 9 grades, corresponding to cultivation levels from chi refinement to great ascension. In the early stages of the Yuan in cultivation, one could live for a millennium, soar through the skies, and traverse the void with ease. The exquisite condensing chi pill assists those about to refine their chi, allowing them to harness the purest essence of heaven and earth at will. System, how about issuing a quest for me to spar with the sect leader? Li Zhoujun gazed at the rewards distributed by the system, his eyes gleaming with excitement, almost drooling at the prospect. Ding! Does the host aspire to become a formidable figure, always either battling or on the path to battle? Ding! It is recommended that the host embody the demeanor of a master. The system has graciously bestowed upon the host the self-cultivation of masters free of charge. Is this a compendium of pretentiousness? Li Zhoujun's mouth twitched at the sudden emergence of 1,800 methods of ostentation in his mind. These methods, though varied and profound, ultimately revolved around the concept of showing off. Just as Li Zhoujun was engrossed in the self-cultivation of masters, the Mountain Lords had nearly concluded their selection of disciples. This signified that the recruitment event of the Daotian sect was drawing to a close. On the Ascension platform, those disciples overlooked by the Mountain Lords felt a bitter pang in their hearts. Some disciples, despite possessing only mid-grade spiritual roots, were still chosen as inner disciples due to their striking appearances. Thus, it is evident that looks hold significant weight, for even a lackluster appearance would fail to attract the attention of esteemed figures, let alone create any affinity. At this moment, the sect leader, Mu Taiyu, rose slowly and addressed the young disciples on the Ascension platform. That you have not been chosen by the Mountain Lords, do not lose heart. Your presence here is testament to your considerable talents among the youth of Qizhou. Once you enter the Qianlong Valley, devote yourselves to your training, and you may still have the opportunity to become inner disciples. Do you understand? We understand. The youthful disciples chorused energetically, filled with renewed hope. The Qianlong Valley is where the outer disciples of the Daotian sect cultivate. Valley Master, please lead them back. Mu Taiyu smiled at an elder. I understand. The Valley Master responded, and with a wave of his hand, a powerful gust of wind swept up the hundreds of disciples from the Ascension platform, and he vanished into the horizon. What a terrifying display of power, remarked the newly selected inner disciples, their eyes sparkling with hope, envisioning a future where they too might become such formidable beings. Farewell, sect leader, a Mountain Lord bid Mu Taiyu. He nodded in response, and the Mountain Lords, with a flourish of their sleeves, departed with their chosen disciples back to their respective abodes. Farewell, sect leader. Li Zhoujun also took his leave. Mu Taiyu smiled. Yunju Mountain Lord, will you not descend the mountain this time? Of course not. Li Zhoujun chuckled. Having accepted disciples, I cannot have my disciple accompany me down the mountain. As his words fell, Li Zhoujun focused his thoughts, and instantly, his proud snow sword emerged, hovering before him. A 7th grade innate flying sword. Gasp. The Yunju Mountain Lord is indeed a sword immortal of the integration realm. Only a sword immortal at that level could forge a 7th grade innate flying sword. The mountain lords marveled at the sight. Morong Shui, witnessing this, felt a pang of bitterness. As a fellow sword cultivator, she realized that Li Zhoujun had yet to activate his innate flying sword, yet he could withstand her strongest strike. Moreover, at 200 years of age, the disparity was stark, for Li Zhoujun was merely in his 40s. Mu Taiyu, observing Li Zhoujun's snow sword, could not help but express his admiration. At 40 years of age, possessing the cultivation of the integration realm, Yunju Mountain Lord, your talents are unparalleled. Even I feel a tinge of embarrassment. You're too kind, sect leader, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Su Nan, watching her master converse amiably with the esteemed Mu Taiyu, puffed up with pride. Indeed, her father's words rang true. The more unassuming a person appears, the more likely they are to be a powerful figure. I must find an opportunity to share a drink with Yunju Mountain Lord, and he must not refuse. Mu Taiyu smiled. How could I refuse such an invitation? I would be honored to visit Yunju Mountain. Very well, it is settled, Mu Taiyu affirmed. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, who had yet to depart, noticed Li Zhoujun revealing his 7th grade innate flying sword, and his expression shifted. He thought, this old six. Surely he won't hold a grudge against me later for all the teasing? With that thought, Lu Yin hurriedly gathered his newly accepted disciples and left the scene without further ado. Ding! The system has detected that the Fire Maple Mountain Lord, who previously mocked the host, has fled. Following the principle of those who offend my host will be pursued, regardless of distance, a task has been issued. Within 3 days, the host must confront the Fire Maple Mountain Lord. Completing this task will yield a dazzling reward. Upon hearing the system's task announcement, Li Zhoujun cast a penetrating glance in the direction Lu Yin had departed. Mu Taiyu, witnessing this, chuckled. The Fire Maple Mountain Lord, Lu Yin, possesses a volatile temperament. It would be beneficial to have someone to temper him, lest he creates significant mischief in the future. Chapter 8. The Old Six Sect Leader. I shall take my leave. Li Zhoujun addressed Mu Taiyu. Safe travels, Mountain Lordly, Mu Taiyu smiled. Afterward, Li Zhoujun and Su Nan mounted the snow sword, soaring towards Yunju Mountain amid the contemplative gazes of the mountain lords. In the clouds, after a brief moment of fear, Su Nan, flying for the first time at such heights, marveled at the breathtaking scenery of the Daotian sect below and turned to her master, the elegantly attired Li Zhoujun, asking, Master, when will I be able to fly on a sword? Li Zhoujun smiled. Once your cultivation reaches the 6th layer of qi refinement, you will be capable of brief sword flight. Great. The girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation. In no time, Li Zhoujun guided the snow sword to land in the courtyard of the Grand Yunju Palace atop Yunju Mountain. Wow, Master, such a vast palace. Did you live here all alone before? Su Nan gazed at the magnificent, empty palace with curiosity. Indeed, but now there will be one more occupant, Li Zhoujun nodded. Master, where will I sleep tonight? Su Nan blinked her large, sparkling eyes. Haha, sleep wherever you like, Li Zhoujun chuckled at her adorable demeanor. Wonderful. Su Nan beamed with delight. Rest well today. I shall prepare dinner, and we will commence your training tomorrow, Li Zhoujun announced. Su Nan's eyes widened in surprise. Master, someone as powerful as you still cooks? Perhaps I should cook instead, and you can taste my culinary skills. Li Zhoujun grinned. It is rare to see such enthusiasm. Go ahead. Su Nan's face fell momentarily. Is he not following the usual script? An hour later, in the side hall of Yunju Palace, Li Zhoujun stared at the pitch-black delicacies before him, lost in contemplation. Su Nan stood beside him, her face flushed. Are you sure this is edible? Li Zhoujun asked, his mouth twitching. You, on your first day on the mountain, aim to poison your master? What? Although it's my first attempt at cooking, I put my heart into it. Su Nan retorted, her expression slightly indignant as she picked up her chopsticks to sample her creation. The next moment, her complexion changed dramatically as she paled. Is it delicious? Li Zhoujun inquired curiously. Su Nan nodded with great difficulty, only to turn away and vomit. Li Zhoujun, Master, why don't you try it? It's actually quite good. Ugh, Su Nan said, turning her head to retch again. Li Zhoujun, wearing a skeptical expression, stood up and headed towards the side hall's exit. Li Zhoujun swiftly stepped into the depths of the Yunju mountain forest. After traversing through the woods for a while, he stumbled upon an old hen clucking beneath a tree. Cluck, cluck. You useless mountain lord, are you here to covet my body again? Upon seeing Li Zhoujun, the hen's face was filled with mockery. Hearing her words, Li Zhoujun's expression darkened. It had been 40 years. This old hen was indeed audacious. She was originally captured by his master before the latter's demise in battle, intended to nourish Li Zhoujun's health. However, the hen later escaped into the woods filled with spiritual herbs of Yunju Mountain. Years later, when Li Zhoujun encountered her again, he attempted to capture her for soup, only to find that she had attained the third level of qi refinement. Unsurprisingly, the once mortal Li Zhoujun was sent fleeing in terror. Even more infuriating was that whenever other creatures bullied the hen, she would seek Li Zhoujun to vent her frustrations, treating him as her punching bag. Astonishingly, the hen's cultivation had now surpassed the foundation establishment stage, allowing her to speak human language. Li Zhoujun understood that if it weren't for her consideration of his identity as the Mountain Lord, she would have long since eliminated him. Although the Dao Tian sect might find it embarrassing for their Mountain Lord to be killed by a hen, they would undoubtedly punish her. Clearly, the hen was aware of this and limited herself to bullying and robbing Li Zhoujun instead. Ding. System detects the bully hen. Task released. Host must bring the hen to justice. Reward: a portion of alien roasted chicken seasoning. Upon hearing the system's words, Li Zhoujun's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the hen. Alien roasted chicken. That flavor was a distant memory. Meanwhile, the hen was incensed by the way Li Zhoujun looked at her. You useless fool. What kind of gaze are you giving me? Are you seeking death? As her words escalated, her feathers stood on end, displaying a riot of colors. Li Zhoujun suddenly pointed behind her. The hen's eyes lit up as she swiftly turned to look in the direction he indicated. Bang! A dull thud resounded as the hen felt a blow to her neck. Turning back, she discovered Li Zhoujun triumphantly holding a wooden stick, a smile of victory on his face. You old rascal. The hen managed to utter before darkness enveloped her, collapsing onto the ground. Ding! How embarrassing for the host. You have at least reached the nascent soul stage. Do you enjoy being a fool? This system has transmitted the self-cultivation of experts to you. Where has it gone? The joy of being a fool is beyond your understanding. Haha. Li Zhoujun chuckled as he dropped the stick and seized the hen's feet, saying, System, where's my seasoning? Ding! System rewards issued. 1 portion of alien roasted chicken seasoning. Alien roasted chicken seasoning, an exceptionally delicious item, available for the host to extract at any time. Ding! Although the host was previously an ordinary person and could not utilize storage treasures, now that the host possesses cultivation, it is recommended to acquire a storage artifact. Future rewards can be directly deposited into that space. Isn't that simple? Li Zhoujun immediately pulled out 5 storage rings from his pocket, refining them all. And then donned one adorned with a blue gem on his right hand. He then gazed at the unconscious hen. A hint of reluctance in his expression. Although you have bullied this mountain lord for 40 years, we have developed a bond. Perhaps I should add a bit more fire later. If the hen were to awaken and hear this, she might just leap up and sing. Listen to me say thank you. Half an hour later, Li Zhoujun appeared in the side hall, holding the alien roasted chicken skewered on a wooden stick. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped in a warm embrace. What are you doing, girl? Li Zhoujun looked in surprise at the little girl in his arms. Whoa. I thought, master, you were upset by the dish I made and were ignoring me. The little girl cried, her face a picture of sorrow. Li Zhoujun's lips twitched. Although your culinary skills are indeed frightening, I am not that kind of person. I would only tease you a little for your cooking. How could I possibly ignore you? Sunan. Chapter 9. Let me handle those rice grains after a brief moment of silence. Sunan's gaze fell upon the alien roasted chicken in Li Zhoujun's hands, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow. Master, it smells so good. Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Of course. Once I take action, you can tell the quality. This is a foundation establishment stage chicken. Just a chicken leg will suffice. Overindulgence is not good for your health. With that, Li Zhoujun tore off a chicken leg for Sunan and then sat down at the table to feast. The alien roasted chicken, upon entering his mouth, flooded his palate with a long-lost flavor. He recalled the last time he had alien roasted chicken was back, when he was still on Earth, before his journey here. Meanwhile, Sunan, gazing at the chicken leg in her hand and then at the substantial portion of chicken held by Li Zhoujun, silently thought, indeed, he is my master. She took a bite of the chicken leg, only to be momentarily stunned by the exquisite taste. It was not just delicious. She could distinctly feel a gentle energy permeating her limbs, as if she were enveloped in a warm spring. A foundation establishment stage chicken, is it a chicken demon? Sunan had previously learned about the realms of cultivators and demons from a book. It was said that foundation establishment stage demons could speak human language and were sometimes revered as mountain deities. Yet here was her master, roasting a foundation establishment stage chicken as if it were an ordinary bird, clearly showcasing his prowess. Unbeknownst to Sunan, the chicken she was enjoying was the result of Li Zhoujun's earlier antics. However, as she savored the chicken leg, blood unexpectedly began to flow from her nose. And soon after, she fainted. Li Zhoujun, caught off guard by this scene, froze in shock. Goodness, perhaps a chicken leg was too nourishing. Next time, I should just let her have a chicken's backside instead. Though he thought so, Li Zhoujun still carried Su Nin into her room to let her rest. The following morning, Su Nin slowly opened her eyes, awakening in one of the rooms of the Yunju Palace. Ah, it smells so good. Just as she regained her senses, the delightful aroma enveloped her, causing her to bolt upright, leap from the bed, and rush out of the room. Following the scent, she arrived at the kitchen, where Li Zhoujun was diligently tending to the fire. Seeing the flickering orange glow illuminating his face, Su Nin felt a warmth in her heart. Her master, a formidable figure in the present age, surely had reached the state of fasting, yet he willingly lowered himself to cook for his newly initiated disciple. How could this not be touching? Simultaneously, she felt fortunate for her resolute choice in Li Zhoujun. Otherwise, she would have missed out on such an extraordinary master. Oh, little girl, you're awake. Li Zhoujun smiled at the suddenly appearing Su Nin, saying that chicken leg was too nourishing. You fainted after just a couple of bites. After pondering all night, I've decided that next time we have chicken, I can only shed tears and leave you with a chicken's backside. Su Nin. Thank you, master. After a moment of speechlessness, she sincerely expressed her gratitude, feeling that her master genuinely cared for her. Li Zhoujun was taken aback. Little girl. Do you really enjoy chicken backs that much? Su Nin remarked, Master, I think I understand why you are so handsome while I do not have a mistress. She grinned. Li Zhoujun raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why is that? Because you have a mouth, Su Nin replied with utmost seriousness. Li Zhoujun smirked. But you also have a mouth. Do you not? Are you suggesting you possess two? Su Nin was left speechless. She vowed that she had never felt so lost for words in her entire life. She then shifted her gaze to the earthen pot on the stove and changed the subject. Master, what are you cooking? It smells delightful. I was merely concerned you would rise to prepare breakfast, so I took the liberty of making a pot of lean meat and vegetable congee. Li Zhoujun explained with a smile. Su Nin exclaimed, this is madness. Is my cooking truly that unpalatable? At that moment, Su Nin felt deeply wronged, and she resolved to finish the pot of congee in tears, leaving none for her master. After a while, the congee was ready. Su Nin held a bowl and spooned out a generous serving. However, halfway through, blood began to trickle from her nose, and feeling dizzy, she looked at Li Zhoujun and asked, Master, this lean meat, it isn't leftover chicken from yesterday, is it? Li Zhoujun nodded. Indeed, we must not waste food. Oh dear. Su Nin's lips twitched. After saying that, she fainted and collapsed onto the table. Li Zhoujun shook his head with a sigh. Goodness. This girl is destined to eat chicken rear ends. He quietly finished the congee himself before carrying Su Nin back to her room. It wasn't until afternoon that Su Nin finally regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, her first thought was to set a small goal for herself, to learn how to cook. There was no way she could keep fainting from her master's generous meals, otherwise she might become the first person in the history of the Dao Tian sect to die from overindulgence. What a disgrace that would be. Creak. The door to her room opened, and Li Zhoujun entered, smiling at the awake Su Nin. You've been sleeping all day? Are you hungry? If you are, I can cook for you. No, master, I'm not hungry at all. Su Nin's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. Although her master's cooking was exquisite, she could not endure fainting each time she ate. What a pity. I caught a rabbit today and was preparing to make braised rabbit, Li Zhoujun said regretfully. Does that rabbit have any cultivation? Su Nin thought of her master's culinary skills and couldn't help but swallow. Rest assured, it only has the cultivation of the 9th level of qi refinement. Li Zhoujun assured her with a smile. I'll control the portion. You certainly won't faint this time. Master, please add more spice. Su Nin wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. Of course, Li Zhoujun chuckled. An hour later, after eating a few bites of rabbit meat, Su Nin fell into a deep slumber until the next morning. When she awoke, her first action was to rush to the kitchen, where she found Li Zhoujun preparing congee. Her expression changed dramatically. Master, put down that rice. Let me do it. All right. Li Zhoujun was taken aback, but complied with Su Nin's request. Surprisingly, despite it being her first attempt, the congee she made looked remarkably appealing. After tasting a spoonful, she found it quite delicious, and tears welled up in her eyes. Oh, this insatiable desire to survive. After a short while, once Li Zhoujun finished his congee and set down his utensils, he smiled at Su Nin. The congee tastes good. You've made progress. Woo-woo. It's all thanks to your excellent teachings, master. Su Nin felt overwhelmed, realizing how challenging it was to prepare that pot of congee. She had been exceedingly cautious every step of the way. Li Zhoujun chuckled. All right, stop flattering me. I intended to teach you the cultivation method yesterday, but you slept the entire day. Come to the cloud-dwelling hall later. I will impart the cultivation method to you. Thank you, master. Upon hearing that her master was going to begin her training, Su Nin's previously melancholic expression transformed into one of excitement. Chapter 10. Visiting Hufeng Mountain in the cloud-dwelling hall, Li Zhoujun presented her with a storage ring. This is a storage ring. Your true disciple robe and jade pendant are all inside. Sunan stared at the ring in her hand, her face suddenly turning bitter. But master, without cultivation or spiritual awareness, I cannot access what is inside. No need to worry. As my disciple, I can guarantee that your first cultivation session will allow you to break through to the first layer of qi refinement and gain spiritual awareness, Li Zhoujun declared proudly. With that, he pressed his finger to Sunan's forehead, transmitting the Xianming Heart Sutra into her mind. At that moment, Sunan felt a wave of dizziness, and a text titled Xianming Heart Sutra appeared in her consciousness. This technique is undoubtedly a top-tier cultivation method in the world, perfectly complementing your exceptional eye spirit root. Li Zhoujun explained. Thank you, master. Sunan expressed her excitement. Li Zhoujun waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. As the saying goes, one day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. Consider me your father, so there's no need for such politeness. Sunan remained silent. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun produced a high-grade qi condensing pill from his pocket and handed it to Sunan. When you begin your cultivation, take this pill along with the nourishing food you consumed yesterday, and it will suffice for you to break through to the first layer of qi refinement. Thank you, master. Sunan accepted the pill, her curiosity piqued. But what if I don't break through to the first layer today? Should you fail to break through to the first layer? Li Zhoujun stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then it means you haven't consumed enough. I shall prepare more nourishing food for you. Upon hearing this, Sunan's expression changed dramatically. Master, rest assured, I will definitely break through to the first layer today. Excellent, excellent. As expected of my disciple, you possess great ambition. Li Zhoujun nodded in satisfaction. Sunan felt like crying. What ambition was she speaking of? She was merely being compelled by her master, eating until fainting. Who could endure such a fate? All right, let us commence your first cultivation here. I will protect you. Li Zhoujun pointed to a nearby mat with a smile. Okay. Sunan nodded, then sat cross-legged on the mat, consumed the qi condensing pill, and began her cultivation according to the Xianming Heart Sutra. Within half an instant's time, the invisible spiritual energy around Sunan began to gather, enveloping her in a misty aura, making her appear ethereal, as if she had descended from the heavens. Li Zhoujun observed this and nodded. This girl is indeed worthy of her exceptional eye spirit root. The commotion she is causing suggests she will not merely reach the first layer of qi refinement. Finally, after 2 hours, Sunan slowly opened her eyes, the spiritual energy surrounding her gradually dissipating. What a marvelous sensation. Upon opening her eyes, Sunan could distinctly feel a warm energy gathering in her dantian. Surely, this was the spiritual power that cultivators condensed within their bodies. Moreover, she noticed that compared to 2 hours ago, she felt much lighter and stronger. Remarkable. You have broken through to the third layer of qi refinement on your first attempt. At this moment, Li Zhoujun spoke. You have done well. Sunan beamed with joy. Li Zhoujun, observing her delight, affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. All right, stabilize your cultivation here. I must step out for some matters. The matters Li Zhoujun referred to were tasks assigned by the system to visit the Hufeng Mountain Master, Lu Yin, to discuss life and engage in a friendly contest. Very well, Master, you may go with peace of mind. Sunan nodded obediently. Indeed, Li Zhoujun acknowledged, and in an instant, his figure vanished from her sight. When he reappeared, he was already at the foot of Hufeng Mountain. Upon arriving at the location, Li Zhoujun noticed that even at the foot of Mount Fire Maple, the temperature was alarmingly high. He surveyed the mountain, his gaze met by the crimson foliage of maple trees. Simultaneously, the inner disciples responsible for guarding the mountain gate that day, the gatekeepers, noticed Li Zhoujun. Who is that senior? I don't know. But to appear here out of thin air, they must have at least a nascent soul realm cultivation. Are you blind? Didn't you see the Mountain Lord's jade token on the cloud-dwelling Mountain Lord's waist? What? The cloud-dwelling Mountain Lord? That good for nothing? You simpleton. All you do is hole up in your room playing cards, and now you're ignorant. I'm telling you, just the other day, the cloud-dwelling Mountain Lord defeated Mountain Lord Murung, whom even our Mountain Lord couldn't defeat. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're lying to me, right? No. They're not lying to you. The cloud-dwelling Mountain Lord is indeed a supreme expert. We were all deceived by the cloud-dwelling Mountain Lord's disguise. Heavens! What are we still chatting about here? Shouldn't we be paying respects to the cloud-dwelling Mountain Lord? Realizing this, the Fire Maple Mountain gatekeepers immediately bowed to Li Zhoujun and said, We greet the cloud-dwelling Mountain Lord. You may dispense with the formalities. Li Zhoujun said with a smile. He had heard every word of their previous conversation. However, as a Mountain Lord, he wouldn't bother with these gatekeepers. Could you trouble you to inform your Mountain Lord that the cloud-dwelling Mountain Lord is visiting? Li Zhoujun said with a smile. This disciple will report at once. One of the gatekeepers said respectfully to Li Zhoujun. Thank you, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. He then stood by the gate of Mount Fire Maple, which made the other gatekeepers break out in cold sweats. Inside Fire Maple Hall on Mount Fire Maple, Lu Yin was imparting knowledge of cultivation to his newly accepted direct disciple, Yi Yu. Suddenly, the voice of the arriving gatekeeper echoed from outside the hall, Mountain Lord. The cloud-dwelling Mountain Lord is visiting. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan's expression changed instantly. That old rascal Li has come to settle scores. Thinking this, Lu Yin felt a bit flustered. He had been utterly defeated by Murong Shui, who had then been defeated by Li Zhoujun. Didn't that mean he was no match for Li Zhoujun? With this in mind, Lu Yin quickly instructed the gatekeeper waiting outside the hall. Go tell the cloud-dwelling Mountain Lord that I am currently. Oh, Mountain Lord Lu, the sun is too strong down the mountain, so I came up myself. You wouldn't blame me, would you? Suddenly, Li Zhoujun's voice rang out from outside the hall, interrupting Lu Yan's words. Then, Li Zhoujun, dressed in a green robe and wearing a refined and amiable smile, walked into Fire Maple Hall. When Lu Yin saw the smiling Li Zhoujun, his mind went blank. And he thought, damn it, that old rascal is here. I'm done for. Chapter 11. A sword falls, a Dharma body shatters. Ha ha ha. Mountain Lord Li, welcome. Of course, I welcome you. How could I blame you? Lu Yin said with a forced smile. In his heart, however, he was in complete turmoil. Damn. You're stronger than me, you're the boss. I can be flexible. You can't possibly hit a smiling face, right? Ha ha, Mountain Lord Lu. The way you say that makes it sound like we have a great relationship, Li Zhoujun said with a smile. He hadn't realized that Lu Yin was such a bully. Back when Li Zhoujun couldn't cultivate. This guy would always make sarcastic remarks whenever Li Zhoujun went through the motions at the Ascension platform during the Tao Heaven sect's disciple recruitment. Li Zhoujun still remembered the even more excessive things he had said. It seemed like it was during the disciple recruitment more than a decade ago. Lu Yin had openly smiled at Li Zhoujun, who was sitting next to him on the Mountain Lord seats at the Ascension platform, and said, Mountain Lord Li. We sit so close every time, so our relationship is pretty good. In a few decades, when you're gone, why not entrust Cloud-Dwelling Mountain to me to take care of your lineage? At the time, Li Zhoujun had been angry but dared not speak out, only able to smile and brush it off. Now, Lu Yin assumed that Li Zhoujun was a composite body realm cultivator and immediately yielded. But for the sake of the system mission, how could Li Zhoujun let this kid off so easily? At the same time, upon hearing Li Zhoujun's words, Lu Yin's expression changed. He turned to Yi Yu and said, Yi Yu, go cultivate in your own residence. Yes, master, Yi Yu replied. He was also feeling very nervous at this moment. Fortunately, although he had looked down on the cloud-dwelling Mountain Lord, he hadn't offended him. Hearing Lu Yin tell him to leave, Yi Yu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly excused himself. Li Zhoujun didn't stop Yi Yu from leaving. After Yi Yu's figure disappeared, Lu Yin looked at Li Zhoujun with a solemn expression and asked, Mountain Lord Li, what exactly do you want? I admit, I used to look down on you and often make sarcastic remarks, but the root cause of the problem lies with you. If you hadn't concealed your cultivation, how would I have ridiculed you for being just immortal? Besides, in this world, the strong are kings, and the weak can only obey. I thought I was stronger than you back then, so there was no problem with me mocking and ridiculing you, right? Now that you're stronger than me. If you want to do anything to me, then go ahead, I'll take it. Hee, I, Li Zhoujun, am not the same kind of person as you. A true expert is willing to take the boundaries of the weak as their own freedom. No expert has ever become strong by trampling on the weak. True strength comes from defeating those who are equal to you, or even stronger, Li Zhoujun said with a smile. Lu Yin frowned upon hearing this. According to what you're saying, Mountain Lord Li, you're not here to settle scores with me today? After all, I'm weaker than you. One thing is one thing. I'm here to settle scores with you today. Let's spar, Li Zhoujun said with a smile. Lu Yin, you came here to settle scores with me. So was everything you just said nonsense? But don't worry, this Mountain Lord will suppress my cultivation to be the same as yours, Li Zhoujun then added. Are you sure? Lu Yan's expression faltered upon hearing Li Zhoujun's words, and then he sneered inwardly. Since his debut, no one of the same realm had ever been able to defeat him. He didn't expect Li Zhoujun to be so arrogant. He could have used his realm to suppress him, but instead, he wanted to suppress his realm and fight him. He was truly overestimating himself. Of course, Li Zhoujun said with a smile. Good. Lu Yin agreed readily. Then, the two of them transformed into two beams of light, one after the other, heading straight for the sky above Mount Fire Maple. At the same time, the divine senses of the Tao Heaven sect's various experts were gleefully conversing in the air. The cloud-dwelling Mountain Lord has gone to find Lu Yin. Yeah, it looks like Lu Yin is in for a rough day. After all, even Murong Shui was defeated by Li Zhoujun. Let's watch the show. I love seeing Lu Yin embarrassed. Who told him to always be so arrogant? The scene shifted. Li Zhoujun and Lu Yin were already standing tens of thousands of feet in the air, facing each other. "Mountain Lordly, please," Lu Yin said. Looking at Li Zhoujun and displaying his cultivated true yang dharma body, Lu Yan's eyes turned into two burning suns, and behind him was a 10,000-foot-tall phantom formed from flames. A sun also floated behind the phantom's head, making it seem incredibly majestic. Moreover, with the appearance of Lu Yan's true yang dharma body, it was as if a second sun had appeared between heaven and earth, and the temperature within a radius of 10,000 miles soared. "Then I won't be polite." At the same time, Li Zhoujun, who seemed as small as dust beneath Lu Yan's 10,000-foot dharma body, said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zhoujun's mind moved, and his 7th-grade natal flying sword, Proud Snow, flew out of Li Zhoujun's body. Lu Yan's eyes widened instantly upon seeing this, and his voice thundered out, "Mountain Lordly, what do you mean by this? Didn't you say you would suppress your cultivation to the same realm as me? Why are you using a 7th-grade flying sword?" A 7th-grade natal flying sword of a composite body realm cultivator was not something a celestial could contend with. This is akin to an ordinary individual confronting a Gatling gun that fires automatically. How can one possibly contend with such a weapon? Should one stake their life on it? The term virtual immortal merely refers to practitioners of the void return realm and does not denote true immortals. Indeed, I did mention suppressing my cultivation to match yours, but I never stated that I could not utilize magical artifacts. If you find this unacceptable, you are free to employ your own artifacts as well," Li Zhoujun remarked with a smile. Lu Yan's expression darkened immediately, and he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "You, old rascal, are utterly devoid of martial ethics. With your demeanor, how dare you speak of the boundaries between the strong and the weak? Do you not feel any shame in uttering such words?" Li Zhoujun paused in surprise. "When did I ever admit to being a strong one?" Lu Yin retorted. "Enough with the talk. Prepare to receive my sword." Li Zhoujun grinned widely and effortlessly controlled the Aoshua, flying sword from a distance, aiming it at Lu Yan's colossal form. Seeing this, Lu Yan's countenance shifted in alarm, and he hastily raised both massive arms of his true form to fend off the Aoshua flying sword. A resounding crash echoed through the air. Under Li Zhoujun's strike, Lu Yan's form shattered piece by piece, dispersing into a myriad of spiritual lights. One strike, and the true form is broken. The sword of Li Shan Master is truly terrifying. Indeed, the so-called sword immortals are merely this formidable. Meanwhile, the other mountain masters watched as Li Zhoujun cleaved through Lu Yan's true yang form, expressing their astonishment. "This strike serves as a lesson for you." In the sky, Li Zhoujun gazed at the fragmented form of Lu Yan, his expression indifferent. Coughing, Lu Yan clutched his chest, his visage far from pleasant. "Outmatched, I concede defeat." However, inwardly, Lu Yin began to curse. "You vile Li Zhoujun, your words are no better than flatulence. If I ever trust you again, I might as well be a dog." With Lu Yan's concession, the system began to issue rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Ding! The system grants a reward, the 9 Dragons Carriage. The 9 Dragons Carriage, a palanquin drawn by 9 virtual immortal-level dragons, completely obedient to the host. Chapter 12, The Banquet Invitation from the Aristocratic Family, a palanquin drawn by 9 virtual immortal-level dragons? Upon reading the system's description, Li Zhoujun was taken aback. This contraption in this world is akin to a Lamborghini or Ferrari on Earth. Setting aside the 9 Dragons Carriage for now, Li Zhoujun turned to the conceding Lu Yin and said, "I shall not intrude on Mountain Master Lu any longer. Farewell." On his way away from Hoofing Mountain, Li Zhoujun eagerly inquired of the system, "How do I summon this 9 Dragons Carriage?" Ding! The host may summon it whenever needed, and 9 dragons will fly in from various locations to draw the carriage. "I see." Li Zhoujun nodded, feeling a surge of excitement. A virtual immortal-level powerhouse, even within Daotian sect, would be a person of Mountain Master caliber. In the outside world, they would be an ancient figure, capable of dominating the entire Qizhou. Now, with 9 virtual immortal-level dragons at his command, it was beyond what others could even dare to imagine. At that moment, a voice reached Li Zhoujun's ears. "Mountain Master Yunju, please proceed to the Daotian Hall for a discussion." "Very well," Li Zhoujun replied. The Daotian Hall is where the higher echelons of Daotian sect convene. Upon his arrival, Li Zhoujun discovered not only Mu Taiyu present, but also Morong Shui. "Zong Master, Mountain Master Morong." Li Zhoujun greeted them politely. "Mountain Master Yunju, please take a seat," Mu Taiyu said with a cheerful demeanor. Li Zhoujun, not one to stand on ceremony, sat beside Morong Shui. "May I inquire why you have summoned me, Zong Master?" Li Zhoujun asked directly. Mu Taiyu chuckled. "It is not a significant matter. As both of you are aware, although Daotian sect is recognized as the foremost sect in Qingzhou, this is merely superficial. In the shadows, there exist some hidden families and sects whose strength is slightly inferior to ours, and a few that are nearly comparable. Li Zhoujun and Murong Shui did not refute this statement, for it was indeed true. After all, Qingzhou is vast, and many forces have produced true immortals, far beyond just Daotian's sect. Even if these families are weaker than Daotian's sect, they possess unknown trump cards and are significantly stronger than many other factions. As the saying goes, even a dead camel is larger than a horse. At this juncture, Mu Taiyu continued, I have called you both here to represent Daotian sect at a banquet invitation from one of these families. After much consideration, I believe you two are the most suitable candidates. Do you both have the time? I do, Murong Shui replied. Subsequently, both Mu Taiyu and Murong Shui turned their gazes toward Li Zhoujun. Ding, system has issued a task upon signing in at the family banquet. The host will receive unexpected benefits. Simultaneously, the system issued a task. Observing this, Li Zhoujun naturally did not decline Mu Taiyu's request, smiling. It would be a pleasure to witness the grandeur of the family. Mu Taiyu responded with a smile. Excellent. This matter is settled then. The family in question is the Shui family of Dajia Mountain, celebrating the breakthrough of their ancestor into the integration realm. Upon hearing this, Li Zhoujun and Murong Shui instantly grasped Mu Taiyu's intentions, while it appeared that he was sending them to congratulate the Shui family's ancestor on their breakthrough. The underlying message was to showcase Daotian's sect's might, and to remind the Shui family that having an ancestor in the integration realm does not grant them the liberty to act recklessly. Look, Daotian sect has dispatched 2 integration realm powerhouses to attend your banquet. The title of Qingzhou's foremost sect is not to be taken lightly. When does the banquet commence? Li Zhoujun inquired. 10 days hence, Mu Taiyu replied with a smile. You both may decide your departure time. Very well, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave, Li Zhoujun and Murong Shui stated. Safe travels, Mu Taiyu nodded in response. Outside the Daotian hall, Murong Shui proposed to Li Zhoujun. Shall we set off 7 days from now? That is agreeable, Li Zhoujun replied. After a moment's thought, Murong Shui asked, how is that girl who joined your sect? Li Zhoujun chuckled softly. The young girl has exceptional talent. Under my careful guidance, she broke through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement during her first training session. Truly worthy of her saintly root. Mountain Masterly, you must diligently teach this girl. Do not squander such a promising seedling, Murong Shui remarked with admiration. Of course. Li Zhoujun smiled, then bid farewell. Mountain Master Murong, see you in 7 days. See you in 7 days, Murong Shui replied. After their farewells, Li Zhoujun returned to Yunju Mountain. Upon arrival, he noticed that Su Nan appeared somewhat dejected. What troubles you? Li Zhoujun inquired, observing her glum expression. Su Nan suddenly reddened her eyes and said, Master, I just received a letter from home. A demonic force has emerged near our family's location in Pingyu City, known as the Blood Refining Sect. They are coercing the nearby townsfolk into providing 100 young boys and girls daily for their cultivation. One of my cousins has already been sent to them. Ding, task issued. Exterminate the Blood Refining Sect within 3 days. The host will receive generous rewards. Seeing the system's issued task, Li Zhoujun patted Su Nan's little head. Do not worry, my dear. I am indeed attending a banquet and will be passing through Pingyu City. I can conveniently deal with the Blood Refining Sect. You may accompany me and visit your family as well. Thank you, Master. Su Nan exclaimed with joy. She knew that her master was among the top tier of individuals in the world, with such a formidable ally. The Blood Refining Sect would be reduced to ashes with but a thought. Do not mention it. You are my disciple. No one shall allow you to suffer injustice. Li Zhoujun said confidently with a smile. Li Zhoujun took out a piece of paper and a pen, composing a letter to Murong Shui, requesting her to meet him in Pingyu City 7 days hence. Upon completion, he summoned the Aoshiwei flying sword to deliver the message. The sword, upon receiving its task, darted away with remarkable speed, only to return just as swiftly. So quickly accomplished? Li Zhoujun mused in astonishment. The Aoshiwei flying sword, as if responding to his words, bent slightly, resembling a person nodding in agreement. Well done, indeed. Li Zhoujun chuckled, patting the sword's hilt before unexpectedly placing the seemingly motionless Aoshiwei flying sword back into his dantian. Su Nan, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming sense of wonder. When a magical artifact reaches a certain level, it can develop sentience. This sword of mine can even transform into human form, Li Zhoujun remarked. Su Nan, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless, her small face reflecting her astonishment. Simultaneously, Li Zhoujun contemplated the next opportunity to see the Aoshiwei flying sword take human form. Curious about its appearance and gender. Chapter 13. The fat and thin messengers, let us embark for Pingyu City now, Li Zhoujun instructed Su Nan. Thank you, Master. Su Nan was momentarily taken aback, then felt her eyes well up with emotion. She had not anticipated her master to be so considerate of her feelings. Hastening to act upon learning of the danger facing her family. System, summon the 9 Dragons' chariot. I can hardly contain my eagerness to experience this. Li Zhoujun suddenly grinned. As his words fell, the lake at Yunju Mountain began to roil, forming a whirlpool at its center. Roars echoed from within the vortex, followed by the emergence of 9 ferocious, black-scaled dragons pulling a chariot, soaring skyward with a wall of water in their wake. The appearance of the 9 dragons left the leaders of the Daotian sect in shock. 9 dragons at the virtual, immortal level. This aura seems to emanate from Yunju Mountain. Could these dragons be raised by the master of Yunju Mountain? As the powerful figures of the Daotian sect pondered, the 9 dragons circled above Yunju Mountain. Their presence overwhelming enough to force the spirit beasts of the sect to prostrate in fear. By heavens, the master of Yunju Mountain possesses incredible prestige. He has kept his capabilities hidden and is now openly flaunting riches with the 9 dragons' chariot. I admit, I envy him. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Daotian sect gazed intently at the sky above Yunju Mountain, their astonished hearts whispering incredulously. Mu Taiyu stepped out of the Daotian hall, gazing upward as well. Upon spotting the 9 dragons' chariot, he silently lamented that it might be better to walk next time. His own steed, the immortal jade crane, paled in comparison to these magnificent dragons. At Huofeng Mountain, Lu Yin stared at the 9 dragons' chariot hovering above Yunju Mountain, falling into an immediate silence. Why did I boast earlier? Not only did Li Zhoujun shatter my physical form today, but I would struggle against the 9 dragons he commands. Of course, if they came one by one, it would be manageable, but it must be. This was Lu Yin's final stubborn thought. At Yunju Mountain, is this the legendary dragon? Su Ning gazed upward at the 9 fearsome dragons, utterly speechless. They are merely dragons, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, he summoned spiritual energy to lift Su Nan, placing her on the chariot drawn by the 9 dragons. Subsequently, he guided the chariot away from the envious gazes of the sect leaders, heading toward Pingyu City. At that moment, in Pingyu City, the bustling streets were filled with pedestrians. Yet their faces bore expressions of sorrow and numbness, casting a pall over the entire city. Suddenly, 2 figures clad in black robes, one stout and one thin, swaggered through the gates of Pingyu City. The sight of their garb sent the crowd scattering in panic, for these were the infamous messengers of the blood-refining sect. The stout messenger, noticing the fleeing citizens, revealed a cruel smile and unleashed a burst of blood-red spiritual power, obliterating a fleeing individual into a gruesome spray of flesh. A life extinguished in an instant. Run again, and your fate shall be the same, the stout messenger coldly threatened, forcing the onlookers to halt in their tracks. Master Messenger, we provided 50 boys and girls to your sect yesterday. A woman cried out, her voice trembling with fear. In the next instant, a dull thud resounded as the woman was reduced to a mist of blood, her remains scattering like confetti. To the stout messenger, human lives seemed as insignificant as weeds. Have you forgotten what I said during my first visit? You and the nearby cities must supply 100 boys and girls daily to our blood-refining sect, he sneered, his hand slowly retracting. Enough of the theatrics. The thin messenger chimed in, smiling amiably at the crowd. The nearby cities have already provided 50. The remaining 50 must come from Pingyu City. If they are not delivered by tonight, we shall have no choice but to raise your city. The citizens seethed with anger yet dared not voice their outrage, acutely aware that in the eyes of the blood-refining sect's messengers, their lives were as expendable as insects. Easily snuffed out. To speak up would mean meeting the same grim fate as the woman. Old Qin, we visited the Chun family in Pingyu City yesterday. Today, let us proceed to the Su family. Our sect master praised the boys we brought from the Su family, the stout messenger remarked with a grin. Agreed. The thin messenger replied. The two then set off toward the Su family estate. Meanwhile, at the Su family estate, a gathering of the family's high-ranking members convened in the conference hall. Patriarch, the fiends from the blood-refining sect are heading toward our Su family, the eldest elder exclaimed, his expression filled with fury as he addressed the middle-aged man with graying temples. What can we do? In the eyes of these cultivators, we mortals are no different from sheep awaiting slaughter, the patriarch, Su Hong, replied bitterly. At that moment, Su Heng was unaware that his daughter had already joined the Daotian sect. He could only hope she had succeeded and would not return to Pingyu City. As the elders of the Su family absorbed Su Heng's words, their spirits deflated like punctured balloons. Indeed, against the cultivators, they felt utterly powerless to resist. Just half a month prior, shortly after Su Nin had left, a group from the blood-refining sect had arrived in Pingyu City. One black-robed elder had effortlessly destroyed the city lord's mansion with a single palm strike, instilling such terror that the citizens felt no desire to resist, overwhelmed by despair. Ah, you all are gathered here. Have you decided which boys and girls to offer us? A mocking cackle echoed from outside the hall. Moments later, the stout and thin figures, cloaked in black, entered the Su family's conference hall, met with the terrified gazes of those present. Chapter 14. Arrival at the Su family honorable emissaries. Did you not take a young boy from the Su family just the day before yesterday? The elder of the Su family exclaimed with a hint of agitation upon seeing the two figures clad in black robes. Seeking death. The portly emissary snorted coldly. And with a single palm strike, the elder of the Su family transformed into a mist of blood amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers. Su Heng's expression turned furious at the sight, yet the words he nearly uttered were swallowed back. For speaking out would likely doom the entire Su family to annihilation at the hands of these two. Observing Su Heng's silent fury, the stout emissary sneered. You mortals are full of faults. Without killing a chicken to scare the monkey, you will not heed our warnings. By tonight, you must surrender one boy and one girl, or face total destruction. The senior members of the Su family were incensed, their faces flushed with rage, yet they dared not utter a word of defiance. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Above Pingyu City, dark clouds began to gather, and the sound of dragon roars reverberated throughout the city. The pedestrians below, stirred by the dragon roars, gazed upward in astonishment. The wind from the tiger, the clouds from the dragon. Could it be 9 dragons? What? The legendary dragons? Could it be that the dragon lords are displeased with the vile blood-refining sect and are coming to obliterate them? No, look. Behind the 9 dragons, there is a palanquin being drawn, with 2 figures standing atop it. What? The dragon lords are pulling a palanquin. Could they be celestial beings? Wonderful. Our Pingyu City is saved. Thus, the citizens of Pingyu City fell to their knees, earnestly worshipping the palanquin suspended in the sky. Meanwhile, within the Su family's conference hall, the stout and slender emissaries of the blood-refining sect sensed an inexplicable dread rising within them. Exchanging glances, they exited the Su family residence, only to behold the 9 awe-inspiring dragons racing towards the Su family's courtyard, drawing the palanquin. If my guess is correct, those are 9 virtual celestial dragons. The stout emissary gulped nervously. You are indeed correct. They are virtual celestial dragons. I wonder if the powerful being able to command them is merely passing through. The slender emissary remarked darkly. Such a formidable entity, should they intervene to right the wrongs, would surely obliterate the blood-refining sect without breaking a sweat. Let alone these 2 golden core emissaries. The stout emissary chuckled, fear not. A being of such caliber would hardly concern themselves with the insignificant ants of Pingyu City. Even if thousands were to perish before them, they would remain unfazed. Master, look, the young lady has returned. Suddenly, an elder of the Su family pointed excitedly at the figure atop the palanquin. Nanner? Why has she come back? Su Heng exclaimed, rushing to see the figure in the palanquin. Indeed, it was his daughter. However, upon noticing the young man beside Su Nan, he was momentarily stunned. Could it be that his daughter had joined the Dao Tian sect and returned with a companion? At that moment, Li Zhoujun controlled the 9 dragons, hovering above the Su family courtyard. As they drew closer to the 9 dragons, the members of the Su family felt an overwhelming sense of dread, their legs trembling beneath them. It was truly terrifying. The stout and slender emissaries appeared utterly ridiculous before the might of the 9 dragons. I, the slender emissary of the blood-refining sect, Qin Kai, pay my respects to the esteemed one. I, the stout emissary, Chu He, also pay my respects. In unison, the 2 emissaries, terrified, knelt before Li Zhoujun atop the 9 dragons. At this moment, they were in a state of panic. Having heard from the Su family that the young lady beside the esteemed figure was the Su family's precious daughter. Tell me, where is the blood-refining sect? Li Zhoujun inquired with a gentle smile directed at the stout emissary. The esteemed one, we cannot disclose that. The stout emissary's face contorted into a grimace, more pitiful than tears, as he spoke. This was because the blood-refining sect had placed a curse upon them. Mentioning the location of the sect would lead to their demise. The members of the Su family, witnessing the once arrogant emissaries now reduced to the demeanor of a mouse before a cat, felt a surge of satisfaction. Since you refused to speak, do not blame me for being impolite. At this moment, Li Zhoujun ceased his inquiries. With a flick of his sleeve, he summoned the stout emissary, lifting him before himself. Then, with a firm hand, he initiated the soul-searching technique. As he glimpsed the sanguine scenes within the stout emissary's memories, Li Zhoujun's brow furrowed deeply. Upon obtaining the information he sought, he disdainfully tossed the now mindless stout emissary back into the Su family courtyard with a thud. The slender emissary, witnessing this scene, was petrified. He wished to flee, but under the watchful gaze of the 9 dragons, his legs turned to jelly, making escape impossible. Li Zhoujun pointed from a distance, sending a beam of spiritual light into the slender emissary's body. The next moment, that light shattered the slender emissary's golden core. The 2 emissaries were rendered utterly powerless. Feel free to dispose of them as you see fit. Consider it a gift from me to the Su family. Li Zhoujun said with a light smile to the Su family members. As his words fell, a couple burst forth from the crowd, dragging the stout and slender emissaries away. The members of the Su family did not intervene, for it was their child whom the emissaries had taken the day prior. Before long, the Su family residence echoed with the heart-wrenching cries of anguish. "Thank you, immortal, for your timely rescue." The members of the Su family bowed deeply to Li Zhoujun, who stood with hands clasped behind his back atop the 9 dragons. "No need for thanks," Li Zhoujun waved his hand dismissively, then leaped down from the 9 dragons with Su Nan, landing in the Su family courtyard. "Go greet your father," Li Zhoujun smiled. "Thank you, master." Su Nan gazed gratefully at Li Zhoujun. "Indeed," Li Zhoujun smiled back. "Dad." Su Nan rushed into Su Heng's embrace. Upon noticing the streaks of white in his hair, her heart ached for her father. "Your hair has turned white." "Not to worry. By the way, have you joined the Daotian sect?" Su Heng gently patted Su Nan's back, inquiring softly. "Yes, father. It was my master who just saved our Su family." Su Nan replied, her mood brightening with a smile. "Your master is incredibly young, isn't he?" Su Heng exclaimed in surprise. Then his expression turned to concern. "Your master has crippled the blood-refining sect's emissaries. Your 7th uncle and aunt have also tormented them. The blood-refining sect will surely retaliate." Su Nan whispered to Su Heng, "Do not worry, father. I will quietly inform you that my master is the mountain lord of the Daotian sect." "What?" Upon hearing Su Nan's words, Su Heng lost his composure, exclaiming in shock. Though he did not practice cultivation himself, he had heard of the 108 mountain lords of the Daotian sect. It was said that each mountain lord possessed the power to scorch mountains and boil seas. They were true celestial beings. Before such individuals, the blood-refining sect would not even have the qualifications to carry their shoes. Chapter 15, The Nangong Three Sisters Mountain Lord. I am Su Heng, the head of the Su family. My daughter has a mischievous temperament. If she has offended you in any way, please feel free to reprimand her. She is tough-skinned and can take it. Su Heng hastily bowed towards Li Zhoujun upon learning of his esteemed title. Hearing this, Su Nan stuck out her pink tongue, thinking to herself, "What a true father. Su family head, you jest. You have raised a fine daughter." Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly, his words genuine. Li Zhoujun truly meant it. Had Su Nan chosen to join another mountain lord, he would not have objected, for he had already received the system rewards and had no further stake in it. "You flatter me, mountain lord," Su Heng replied, somewhat taken aback. It seemed his daughter was quite favored by this mountain lord. Thus, the astute Su Heng, ever the flatterer, offered a compliment. The mountain master, capable of commanding the 9 dragons, must surely be a celestial being. I entrust my daughter to your guidance, and as her father, I find solace in this. This flattery struck a chord with Li Zhoujun, who appreciated the remark. After all, what was the purpose of commanding the 9 dragons? Was it merely for the sake of speed? Certainly not. If speed were the aim, one could simply employ the proud snow-flying sword. It was all about making an impression. Su Heng's words were well received, prompting Li Zhoujun to respond humbly. At that moment, Su Heng inquired, "Mountain Master, may I ask about the blood refinement sect?" Li Zhoujun waved his hand, interrupting Su Heng. "The blood refinement sect engages in nefarious activities under the very eyes of my Daotian sect. As the Mountain Master, I cannot allow them to proceed unchallenged." Hearing this, Su Heng felt a weight lift from his heart, for he feared that Li Zhoujun might simply depart, leaving Pingyu City vulnerable to the blood refinement sect's wrath. Li Zhoujun then advised Su Nan, "Spend time with your father. As you delve deeper into your cultivation, you may find yourself in seclusion for many years." "Yes, master," Su Nan replied, though a hint of sadness lingered in her heart. Su Heng, however, remained optimistic, gently ruffling Su Nan's hair. "My dear, while it is wonderful to have you by my side, your growth brings me even greater joy." The head of the Su family took this view with grace. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly, his form shimmering as he reappeared on the 9 dragons' chariot. Addressing Su Nan, "I shall return for you in 7 days." With that, Li Zhoujun steered the 9 dragons' chariot towards the blood refinement sect's location. Su Nan watched as he gradually became a distant black dot against the sky, reflecting on her experiences at Cloud Residence Mountain, which felt surreal, as if she were caught in a dream. "Child, have you come to your senses? Do you miss your master?" Su Heng waved his hand in front of her. "Father." Su Nan playfully punched her father's chest, feigning indignation. Observing this tender moment, Su Heng felt a pang of nostalgia, realizing that such displays of affection from his daughter might soon be a rarity. Yet, he also brimmed with pride, for his daughter had joined the ranks of the Daotian sect, promising a future of limitless potential. "Master, you have raised a remarkable daughter," an elder from the Su family remarked enviously. Not long prior, several of their own children had sought their fortunes at the Daotian sect, uncertain of their success. If unsuccessful, they might still be on the way back to the family. How fortunate was Su Nan, who returned on the 9 dragons' chariot. Yet, with the mountain master of Dao Tian's sect poised to obliterate the blood refinement sect, any returning offspring would surely be safe. At this moment, within the shadowy, rain-soaked mountains of the blood refinement sect, a perpetual gloom hung over the area. The sect's stronghold was situated halfway up a mountain, ominously named Blood Refinement Mountain by its inhabitants. Below this mountain, 3 women clad in white garments gathered. To any observing eye, it would be evident that these 3 resembled blossoming lotus flowers, strikingly similar in appearance. They were triplets. Upon further contemplation, one could deduce that they were the recently renowned Nangong sisters of the cultivation world. The eldest, Nangong Anren, the second, Nangong Shinran, and the youngest, Nangong Yuran. Eldest sister. The blood refinement sect's ancestor possesses the perfected nascent soul cultivation, only a step away from transcendence. While we may not fear him together, we risk serious injury. Is it worth it for that Lin Shang fellow? After all, our suitors in the cultivation realm could encircle this blood refinement mountain thrice over. The second sister, Nangong Shinran, remarked with a furrowed brow. Nangong Anren replied, he possesses a jade pendant that grants entry to the void immortal tomb, that makes it worthwhile. The youngest, Nangong Yuran, pouted. Come now, eldest sister, it seems you've taken a liking to him, considering he saved your life when you were gravely injured. Besides, even if we obtain the pendant, we must survive to use it. You 2 little girls, refrain from such wild talk. If you are fearful, stay here and wait for me, Nangong Anren instructed. Nangong Shinran frowned. Eldest sister, what nonsense are you speaking? If we were afraid, we would not have quietly followed you when you slipped away. You 2 little girls. Nangong Anren sighed with a wry smile. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The clouds above coalesced, resonating with the roar of dragons. In an instant, the spectacle of the 9 dragons' chariot appeared before the Nangong sisters. Someone dared to utilize 9 dragons of the void immortal realm to pull a chariot. The youngest, Nangong Yuran, was taken aback, her face etched with shock. She pondered whether this formidable being was friend or foe. The eldest, Nangong Anren, frowned deeply, her expression laden with concern. The youth upon the 9 dragons' chariot appeared strikingly handsome, seemingly incompatible with the nefarious ways of the blood refinement sect. Perhaps he was there to annihilate them. The second sister, Nangong Shinran, adopted a spectator's demeanor. You foolish girl, relying on looks to judge others will lead to great misfortune, Nangong Anren chided, tapping her sister's forehead. Just as the Nangong sisters conversed, Li Zhoujun's gaze pierced through the veil, landing upon their direction. Upon receiving his glance, the sisters felt an invisible pressure akin to a mountain descend upon them. Fortunately, this pressure was fleeting. This powerful being has noticed us but refrains from acting. It seems he harbors ill intentions towards the blood refinement sect, Nangong Yuran said, her face pale. Her sisters nodded in agreement, puzzled about the identity of this formidable individual. Nangong Shinran observed the regal Li Zhoujun atop the 9 dragons' chariot. Her brow furrowed. Such a powerful figure should be well known throughout Qizhou. Like the flamboyant Lu Yin in his crimson robes, one would instantly recognize him as the mountain master of Fire Maple Mountain from Dao Tian's sect. The mountain master of Cloud residents from Dao Tian's sect, demand the blood refinement ancestor to emerge and face justice. Li Zhoujun's voice boomed like thunder, echoing throughout Blood Refinement Mountain. The Nangong sisters were taken aback, their minds swirling with tumultuous emotions. I never expected the mountain master of Dao Tian's sect to appear here. Second sister Nangong Shinran stammered, disbelief coloring her tone. Given the might of Dao Tian's sect's leaders, their reputation was formidable and for common cultivators. Merely hearing tales of them was a lifetime's fortune. Yet, with this mountain master present, the sight of 9 dragons pulling a chariot became less surprising. The youngest, Nangong Yuran, nodded in agreement. However, the eldest, Nangong Anren, remained troubled. Although the Cloud Residence Mountain Master is indeed renowned in Qingzhou, I recall that he became famous not for his strength, but rather as a cultivation failure. Yet, it seems those rumors may no longer hold true. Perhaps this Cloud Residence Mountain Master has been biding his time, and now that he has achieved greatness, he no longer conceals his prowess? At that moment, admiration filled Nangong Shinran's gaze as she looked at Li Zhoujun. Wow, second sister, I feel like you might just emulate this Cloud Residence Mountain Master. At this moment, Nangong Yuran jested, only to immediately douse her sister's enthusiasm with cold water. But, dear second sister, don't get your hopes up. The master of Yunjiu Mountain possesses the power to tame 9-headed virtual immortals. His cultivation has surely reached a more profound realm. Even if he were to seek a partner, he would never consider you. Bah, you little girl, don't curse me. As the saying goes, one must dare to dream and act. Nangong Shinran replied cheerfully. Meanwhile, an elderly voice echoed from Blood Refinement Mountain. I, the old man Blood Refinement, pay my respects to the master of Yunjiu Mountain. As the words fell, a crimson mist rose above Blood Refinement Mountain, eventually taking the form of an old man in a red robe, who bowed respectfully to Li Zhoujun. Embrace your demise. Li Zhoujun grinned. Roar, roar, roar. As Li Zhoujun's voice faded, the 9 dragons let out deafening roars. Faced with 9 virtual, immortal-level dragons, the old ancestor of blood refinement, at the nascent soul stage, was utterly terrified. He stammered, Master of Yunju Mountain, if you dare to kill me, my backers will surely not let you go. No wonder you dared to come before me. It appears you have someone backing you. Nevertheless, I shall see who dares to challenge me, Li Zhoujun sneered, commanding the 9 dragons to attack. Upon receiving the order, the 9 dragons opened their mouths wide, releasing 9 streams of almost tangible white mist that surged towards the old ancestor of blood refinement. This white mist emanated an intensely frigid aura, causing the 3 Nagong sisters at the foot of the mountain to tremble, even as they exerted all their cultivation to resist it. Just as the white mist was about to reach the old ancestor of blood refinement, an unexpected change occurred. The old ancestor's eyes turned crimson, and a stream of blood energy erupted from every pore of his body, condensing behind him into a massive scarlet phantom, towering like a small mountain. The faceless blood-red phantom effortlessly dispersed the white mist released by the 9 dragons with a mere gesture. What? The Nangong sisters, witnessing the 9 virtual immortal-level dragons' combined icy breath being easily shattered by this blood-red phantom, widened their eyes in disbelief. This was a 9-headed virtual immortal-level dragon, a force that belonged to the pinnacle of combat prowess in the current era. At that moment, as the blood-red phantom acted, in an unknown village, an old beggar who had been sound asleep by the roadside slowly opened his murky eyes, gazing towards the location of the blood-red phantom. Well, that old wretch has reappeared. The old beggar yawned, and then his figure gradually faded from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already hovering above the blood-red phantom and Li Zhoujun. Oh, I cannot see through this young lad, the old beggar exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Li Zhoujun. However, at this moment, Li Zhoujun was oblivious to the sudden appearance of the old beggar. The blood-red phantom also seemed unaware of the old man's presence. Li Zhoujun's gaze was sharp as he looked at the blood-red phantom behind the old ancestor of blood refinement, sneering. What kind of foul creature dares to act recklessly within the territory of my Daodian sect? Youngster, you possess quite the audacity to even move my pieces. The blood-red phantom replied with a chuckle, then shifted its tone. A 9-headed virtual immortal-level dragon? It would indeed be a delightful feast for me. Such grandiose claims. Who is this person? The Nagong sisters gasped, astonished by how casually the blood-red phantom spoke of the 9-headed virtual immortal-level dragon, as if it were a simple dish. Simultaneously, they felt relieved that the master of Yunju Mountain had arrived. Otherwise, if it were just the 3 of them, would the blood-red phantom not have easily dealt with them? Do you think the master of Yunju Mountain can match this suddenly appeared entity? Nagong Shinran asked anxiously. Second sister, you haven't even recovered yet and are already preparing to fulfill your duties as a wife? Nagong Yuren teased her sister, maintaining her cheerful demeanor even in the face of danger. Nangong Shinran rolled her eyes in response. If the master of Yunju Mountain cannot withstand this, we shall all perish. Oh, Nangong Yuran replied, completely unconvinced by her sister's explanation. At that moment, Nangong Anren suddenly spoke. This blood-red phantom reminds me of a legend. What legend? Nangong Shinran inquired. Nangong Anren elaborated. I once read an account in the unofficial history of Qizhou, stating that a blood ancestor descended from beyond the heavens 10,000 years ago, bringing forth a vast sea of blood that ravaged Qizhou, resulting in the suffering of countless beings. Eventually, a true immortal, Zai Lu, intervened and sealed the blood ancestor on Blood God Island, which lies 80,000 miles from Qizhou. Elder sister, are you suggesting that this blood-red phantom is that blood ancestor? Nagong Shinran gasped in shock. That is a being capable of rivaling true immortals, even if it is merely an embodiment. It surely cannot be matched by the master of Yunju Mountain, right? At this thought, she glanced worriedly at Li Zhoujun. Though it was her first encounter with the master of Yunju Mountain, she was profoundly captivated by his presence. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun chuckled. Are you so certain you can defeat me? The blood-red phantom, upon hearing this, laughed. Young man, even this fragment of my being is invincible in this realm. Prepare to meet your end. As the words fell, the blood-red phantom struck, its enormous hand resembling a mountain as it reached for Li Zhoujun. Wait, Li Zhoujun suddenly interjected. Oh, are you afraid? The blood-red phantom paused, surprised. Certainly not. Seeing your impressive strength, why not engage in something entertaining, a wager? Li Zhoujun proposed with a smile. Oh, what wager? The blood-red phantom's interest was piqued. If you cannot defeat me, you must call me father. Oh, and if you perish at my hands? The blood-red phantom inquired. Li Zhoujun looked at him as if he were foolish. Are you really that dim? If I were dead, wouldn't you do as you pleased? The blood-red phantom. One of the Nangong sisters below couldn't contain herself and burst into laughter. The old beggar above, witnessing this, also smiled. This lad is quite amusing. It's my first time seeing someone so bold as to jest with this old blood dog. Chapter 17. You are already old, young man. Are you toying with me? The voice of the blood ancestor's phantom grew somewhat irate. Li Zhoujun replied, Did you not claim that even this fragment of yours is unrivaled in this world? Why are you now faltering? Humph, loquacious brat, prepare to die? The blood-red phantom coldly snorted, forming a massive crimson fist and bringing it down with overwhelming force toward Li Zhoujun. At that moment, the system issued a task. Ding. Detecting that the blood ancestor regards the host with utter disdain, the system has issued a task. The host must astonish the blood ancestor to receive incredible rewards. Upon hearing the system's task, Li Zhoujun instantly understood that it was time to showcase his prowess. With a cold smile, he declared, Little blood ancestor, do you truly believe yourself to be unparalleled? Today, I shall educate you on the principle that the waves of the Yangtze River drive the waves before them, while the previous waves crash upon the shore. As Li Zhoujun spoke, the blood-red phantom was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Li Zhoujun would be aware of him, let alone hold such contempt for him. Enraged, he retorted, You little brat, knowing who I am yet remaining so arrogant. I shall see whether you possess the strength to back that up. With the blood ancestor's furious voice ringing out, the descending giant fist intensified its power, unleashing a terrifying aura that rendered the heavens and earth dim, causing the hearts of the Nangong sisters below to race, as if they were about to leap from their throats. The old beggar above, observing Li Zhoujun's confidence, also grew intrigued. This youth seemed extraordinary. Just as the Nangong sisters and the old beggar watched the blood ancestor's giant fist descend, Li Zhoujun made his move, launching a counterattack with a punch aimed directly at the descending fist of the blood ancestor. This punch, unadorned and unpretentious, seemed like a mere strike from an ordinary individual. Yet, this seemingly mundane blow produced a thunderous sound upon colliding with the colossal fist of the blood ancestor. A tempest erupted, centering around the two combatants, Li Zhoujun and the blood ancestor, sweeping outward in all directions, shattering the void, and creating numerous black fissures. Their encounter was evenly matched. However, at this moment, Li Zhoujun's expression remained calm and composed. What? The blood ancestor, astonished at Li Zhoujun's ability to effortlessly withstand his strike, felt a profound shock within. Even though this was merely a projection of his being, it possessed the strength of a perfected tribulation stage. Could it be that this young man had attained the realm of a great ascension, true immortal? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, successfully astonishing the blood ancestor. Ding! The system issues a reward, activating automatic cultivation. Automatic cultivation. The host's cultivation method can be practiced autonomously. Automatic cultivation. Li Zhoujun's eyes gleamed at the rewards bestowed by the system. However, he needed to address the issue of the blood ancestor first. He turned to the blood ancestor with a cold smile and said, You have grown old. This world now belongs to the youth. It would be best for you to refrain from embarrassing yourself. Arrogance. Even though they both shared the same level of great ascension, there was still a disparity. The ancestor had reached this stage countless years earlier. When the ancestor's true form descends, he shall surely tear you, this audacious brat, to shreds. The blood ancestor snorted coldly, and his projection, having expended immense power, could no longer sustain itself, gradually dissipating. Yet, in the final moments of its existence, he heard Li Zhoujun say, When your true form descends, remember to call me father. Blood ancestor, seeking death. Before he could finish his words, the projection of the blood ancestor vanished entirely. On Blood God Island, within a cave, an elder clad in a crimson robe suddenly opened his eyes wide. Gritting his teeth, he said, This audacious lad dares to look down upon the ancestor. Once I emerge, I swear I shall not rest until I have incapacitated you. With the elder's furious roar, the entire Blood God Island trembled. Returning to Blood Refinement Mountain, after the complete dissolution of the blood ancestor's projection, the old beggar hovering above Li Zhoujun's side. When did such a young great ascension true immortal emerge in Qizhou? It seems I have truly aged. Perhaps it is time for me to wander the mountains and rivers. As he spoke, the old beggar slightly bowed to Li Zhoujun before gradually fading away. The old beggar's gesture of respect stemmed from his belief that, unlike the blood ancestor's projection, he could not detect Li Zhoujun's arrival due to its insufficient strength. With Li Zhoujun's cultivation as a great ascension true immortal, he must have sensed his presence, hence the farewell gesture. Unbeknownst to him, Li Zhoujun had no awareness of the figure that had suddenly appeared above him. The master of Yunju Mountain was, in fact, a great ascension true immortal. At this moment, the Nangong sisters gazed at Li Zhoujun on the Nine Dragons' chariot with astonished expressions. After all, the blood ancestor had openly acknowledged Li Zhoujun's cultivation. This was indeed a great ascension, true immortal. If he were to establish his own sect, it would undoubtedly rival Dao Tian's sect, if not surpass it. For he was a living great ascension, true immortal. Spare us, Mountain Master. Meanwhile, the blood refinement ancestor looked at Li Zhoujun with a face full of terror. He had been unable to control his body when the blood ancestor appeared, but the scene of Li Zhoujun battling the blood ancestor was vividly imprinted in his mind. Die. Li Zhoujun scoffed, as the 9 dragons beneath him exhaled 9 streams of frost. In an instant, the blood refinement ancestor and his primordial spirit were frozen into ice sculptures, followed by a series of cracking sounds, shattering into icy shards. The blood refinement ancestor had thus perished. However, the system had yet to issue the reward for obliterating the blood refinement sect, indicating that his task was not yet complete. Therefore, Li Zhoujun pointed his fingertip into the void. A beam of sword light shot forth from his index finger, transforming into the proud snow-flying sword. Go and eliminate everyone from the blood refinement sect. Li Zhoujun commanded the proud snow sword. The proud snow-flying sword, eager to comply, surged into the blood refinement sect, commencing a spree of slaughter. We, the Nangong sisters, have met the master of Yunju Mountain. Thank you for your timely assistance. At this moment, the Nangong sisters flew a short distance before Li Zhoujun, simultaneously clasping their fists in gratitude. In close proximity, the Nangong sisters could distinctly feel the immense pressure emanating from the 9-headed virtual dragon, realizing just how formidable it truly was. Just then, the proud snow-flying sword emerged from the blood refinement sect, transforming into a woman clad in a blue and white gown adorned with intricate plum blossom embroidery. This lady, with a glance, possessed a charm that could outshine the beauty of myriad courtesans, making the Nangong sisters feel somewhat inadequate simply by standing before her. Master. The members of the blood refinement sect have all been dealt with by the proud snow. However, I discovered some surviving ordinary individuals and cultivators in the dungeon. The woman, formed from the proud snow-flying sword, reported. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, obliterating the blood refinement sect. Ding. The system issues rewards. First grade Ice Frost Sword. Ding. The system issues rewards. Ice Frost Sword Technique. Ding. The system issues rewards. Mid-stage Primordial Spirit Cultivation. As the proud snow announced the annihilation of the blood refinement sect, the system dispensed its rewards. Li Zhoujun contemplated these rewards and thought the Ice Frost Sword and the Ice Frost Sword technique could be taught to Su Nan. Subsequently, he addressed the woman transformed from the proud snow flying sword. Very well, return. Yes, master, replied the proud snow, before transforming into a stream of spiritual light and merging into Li Zhoujun's being. Meanwhile, the Nangong sisters mused, is this what is meant by a sword immortal? Able to summon their sword to slay from 1,000 miles away. Just a single thought could lead to the obliteration of an entire sect. Chapter 18, Dajia Mountain, Shui Family U3. What brings you here? At this moment, Li Zhoujun inquired of the Nangong sisters, reporting to the Mountain Master. The blood refinement sect has captured our benefactor. My sisters and I have come to rescue him, Nangong Anren replied. Ah, I see. The blood refinement sect has been destroyed. You may handle the rest as you see fit. Li Zhoujun nodded, then ascended the 9 dragons' chariot, departing as the Nangong sisters watched with respect. Wow, second sister. Weren't you bold and daring? Why didn't you chat more with the master of Yunju Mountain just now? If it had gone well, both I and the eldest sister could have benefited. Nangong Yiran teased Nangong Shinran at that moment. Nangong Shinran rolled her eyes and remained silent. She had indeed wished to engage in conversation, but the closer proximity to the master of Yunju Mountain intensified her sense of invisible pressure. Forget about flirting. She could hardly muster the courage to speak. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Little girl, how have you found your time at home these past few days? In the guest hall of the Su family, Li Zhoujun smiled at Su Nan. Not bad, not bad. Su Nan replied, her eyes brimming with tears. She felt a bittersweet pang in her heart. On the first day back, her father was indeed very warm, offering her all sorts of delicious foods and fun activities. By the 3rd day, however, her father had calmed down, and upon learning that she could cook, he insisted she prepare her own meals. By the 5th day, it escalated further, with her father entering training mode. If she overslept in the morning, he would come running to say, you wretched girl, sleeping away the day while your master is waiting for you. How can you face your master and your father? With no choice, Su Nan had to silently rise from her bed and begin her training. Mountain Master, my daughter hopes you will take good care of her in the future. Knowing his daughter was about to leave home again, Su Heng spoke to Li Zhoujun with a hint of sadness. Li Zhoujun smiled. Rest assured, Su family head. This girl is my disciple. Naturally, no one will bully her. That's good, Su Heng nodded repeatedly. All right, Su family head, I shall not linger any longer. Farewell. Li Zhoujun rose to take his leave. Mountain Master, please take care. Su Hong stood to see him off, then turned to Su Nan, who was following behind Li Zhoujun, and reminded her, Girl, be sure to listen to your master and don't make him angry, understand? Don't worry, Dad, I understand. You take care of yourself too. With the impending farewell, Su Nan's eyes turned slightly red. She then followed Li Zhoujun out of the Su family estate. Master, what shall we do now? After Su Nan composed herself, she inquired of Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun smiled, waiting for someone. No need to wait. I have already arrived, came a woman's voice. Su Nan greeted the newcomer, who was none other than Murong Shui. So soon? Li Zhoujun expressed his surprise to Murong Shui. Murong Shui's lips twitched as she looked up at the dark spot in the sky and said, Your 9-dragon sedan is quite conspicuous. It would be difficult not to find it. Then let us set off, Li Zhoujun replied with a grin. On the 9-dragon sedan, Li Zhoujun was flanked by 2 beautiful women, one tall and one petite, as they made their way to the Shui family at Dajia Mountain. 3 days later, upon reaching the Shui family estate, which was built against the mountainside, it resembled a small city in scale. The Shui family was currently enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere, with guests continuously arriving at the entrance. Congratulations! The ancestor of the Shui family has broken through to the fusion realm. The Shui family is now considered a top-tier family in Qizhou. A middle-aged man at the gate, who was the head of the Shui family, Shui Zhan, a powerful figure in the void immortal realm, graciously welcomed the guests. Beside him stood a handsome and proud youth, the Shui family's young master, Shui Wenyin, who was also Shui Zhan's son. Shui Wenyin felt immense joy at the breakthrough of the family ancestor. Having a formidable being in the fusion realm meant that no one would dare to look down upon him in Qingzhou. Haha, my friend, you are too kind. Please, come inside, Shui Zhan said warmly, though his expression revealed a persistent air of pride. At that moment, dark clouds gathered above the Shui family, revealing 9 void immortal level dragons pulling a sedan from the sky. What powerful being dares to use 9 void immortal dragons to pull a sedan? It's terrifying. As they approach, I feel my own blood and energy surge. The onlookers were utterly astonished, and even Shui Zhan's expression shifted from pride to grave seriousness. Hey, the woman in white on that sedan. I have seen her before. She is the mountain master of Daotian's sect, Murong Shanju. One of the cultivators exclaimed, stunned. What beauty! The young master of the Shui family, Shui Wenyin, was captivated upon seeing Su Nan. Unlike ordinary girls, this young lady in green initially seemed merely above average in appearance. But the longer one looked, the more entranced one became. Li Zhoujun, the mountain master of Daotian's sect, along with his disciple Su Nan, has come to congratulate the Shui family ancestor on his successful breakthrough to the fusion realm, placing him at the pinnacle of Qingzhou. Murong Shui, the mountain master of Lingxua Mountain, also extends her congratulations to the Shui family ancestor. As the 9 dragons sedan slowly came to a halt in midair, Li Zhoujun and Murong Shui spoke. Cloud-dwelling mountain master? Is he the so-called useless mountain master of Daotian's sect? He has taken on a disciple? Some cultivators whispered among themselves, puzzled by the incongruity of Li Zhoujun's presence. Upon realizing that the girl was indeed the disciple of the so-called useless mountain master, Shui Wenyin turned to his father and transmitted his thoughts. Father, could it be that Daotian's sect intends for this disciple to marry into our Shui family? Shui Zhan, surprised by his son's reasoning, considered the possibility as well. After all, with a formidable being in the fusion realm emerging from their family, it would not be strange for Daotian's sect to seek to ally with them. If that is the case, we should agree, after all. My son seems quite taken with the disciple of cloud-dwelling mountain master, Shui Wenyin said confidently. However, upon observing Su Nan more closely, Shui Zhan's expression turned serious when he discovered that she possessed a sacred eye spirit root. You should not harbor such thoughts. The disciple of the cloud-dwelling mountain master possesses a sacred eye spirit root. If he were truly useless, Daotian's sect would not allow someone of such caliber to enter his tutelage. This cloud-dwelling mountain master is certainly not as simple as we perceive. Just then, a terrifying aura erupted from within the Shui family estate, coalescing into the form of an elderly man clad in a black and gold robe. His hair is white as snow, traversing the void. We welcome our ancestor. Shui Zhan and the Shui family members knelt in reverence upon seeing the old man. I am Shui Wuliang. It is an honor to meet the 2 mountain masters of Daotian's sect. Your presence at my humble banquet is truly a great honor. The Shui family ancestor said, addressing Li Zhoujun and Murong Shui with respect, ignoring the kneeling crowd. No need for such formality, Shui ancestor, Li Zhoujun replied cheerfully. Please. Both mountain masters, come inside for a discussion, Shui Wuliang invited. Thank you, Shui ancestor, Li Zhoujun responded. As they spoke, Li Zhoujun, Su Nan, and Murong Shui gracefully descended from the 9 dragon sedan. You all take good care of the 9 dragons of Daotian's sect. Any neglect will be dealt with according to family law, Shui Wuliang instructed the Shui family members. Understood. They replied hastily. Following Shui Wuliang, Li Zhoujun and his companions entered the Shui family estate. Only a sect as esteemed as Daotian sect could warrant such a personal welcome from the Shui family ancestor. The other cultivators, still in line, observed as the group was led into the estate, filled with admiration. Meanwhile, Shui Wuliang guided Li Zhoujun, Sunan, and Murong Shui through the expansive, city-like estate. System, check in, Li Zhoujun commanded. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed the check-in task. Beep. The system rewards you with a powerful technique, One Punch to Annihilate Fusion. One Punch to Annihilate Fusion. The host's physical form can condense into an overwhelmingly powerful punch capable of slaying any cultivator below the Tribulation Realm. Note, this punch may only be used once. How astonishing. Li Zhoujun gasped, taken aback by the system's reward. The Fusion Realm is undoubtedly among the pinnacle levels of combat power in Qizhou, as Li Zhoujun reveled in the system's offerings. Sunan was busy surveying the Shui family estate. Despite her noble upbringing, she had only known the wealth of mundane society, making her first encounter with a cultivation family of such grandeur somewhat overwhelming. Seeing her astonishment, Shui Wuliang chuckled. The disciple of cloud-dwelling mountain master is quite perceptive. Shui ancestor, you flatter me, Li Zhoujun replied with a modest smile. Indeed, your esteemed disciple possesses a sacred ice spirit root. To have such a disciple reflects well on cloud-dwelling mountain master, Shui Wuliang remarked with a smile. Perhaps I have been overly humble, Li Zhoujun laughed heartily. As their conversation continued, they arrived at a vast square filled with tables and seats. We pay our respects to Shui ancestor. The gathered crowd stood and bowed upon seeing Shui Wuliang. Guests are to be treated as such. There is no need for excessive courtesy, Shui Wuliang said with a smile, introducing Li Zhoujun and his companions to the attendees. These two are the mountain masters of Daotian sect. We honor the Lingshui mountain master and cloud-dwelling mountain master. The cultivators responded respectfully. However, upon realizing the youth was the cloud-dwelling mountain master, some could not suppress their amusement, having heard tales of his incompetence in cultivation. Despite this, out of respect for Daotian sect, they still addressed him as mountain master. Boom. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The sudden roar of the Shui family gate reverberated through the air, and the protective formation of the Shui family trembled violently. Countless golden runes illuminated the void, flickering ominously as if they were about to shatter at any moment. Who dared to intrude upon the Shui family's domain? Knowing full well that the ancestral elder had just achieved the integration realm, were they courting death? Just as the cultivators were engulfed in astonishment, the multitude of runes erupted in a thunderous explosion. A dark mist streaked across the sky like a meteor, ultimately halting above the plaza where the Shui family was hosting a banquet. From this mist emerged a figure clad in a black robe, adorned with a white mask. Through the eye holes of the mask, a pair of crimson pupils glinted menacingly. Could this be the red-eyed demon lord, who had stirred up a tempest in the Qingzhou region thousands of years ago? The red-eyed demon lord? Was he not already slain by the transcendent experts of the Daotian sect? Yet, as they beheld his cultivation, it appeared he had reached the integration realm. Upon recognizing the newcomer, some cultivators gasped in shock. Who dares to invade the Shui family estate? Shui Wuliang, upon seeing the visitor, let out a cold snort. What? Old dog, do you not recognize me? The red-eyed demon lord chuckled with a sinister mirth, removing his mask to reveal an unremarkable youthful face. It's you, Shui Wuliang exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of surprise, quickly followed by a mocking smile. I never expected you to be alive. Huh, old dog, if you haven't died. How could I bear to perish? The red-eyed demon lord scoffed. Since you have broken through to the integration realm, I have no gifts to present. So I shall offer you these two little dog heads instead. As his words fell, two bloody heads tumbled from beneath his cloak, rolling to the ground and stopping at Shui Wuliang's feet. These were the decapitated heads of Shui Zhan, the Shui family patriarch of the void immortal realm, and his son, Shui Wenin. The demise of these void immortal cultivators was a shocking sight. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Li Zhoujun glanced anxiously at Su Nan, only to find her pale but composed. Realizing the grim reality of the world where deaths from cold and street vendettas were commonplace, he understood her demeanor. Impudent. Shui Wuliang's countenance darkened upon seeing the heads at his feet, his aura erupting with an overwhelming power that rendered the cultivators in the plaza pale with fear. Oh, are you angry? The red-eyed demon lord taunted. When you forced your own daughter to her death, I did not see you this incensed. Your current wicked appearance only confirms that I was right not to hand her over to you. Upon hearing the demon lord's words, Shui Wuliang emitted a cold snort. Humph. The red-eyed demon lord, whose true name was Chu Fan, had once been a mere mortal, a destitute fool who inadvertently fell in love with Shui Wuliang's daughter. Shuang, Before she was even born, Shui Wuliang had already arranged a betrothal for her to another family. Furious upon learning that his daughter had fallen for a mortal, he swiftly married her off that very night. Shui Ying, fiery by nature, took her own life in the bridal chamber the following day. Devastated by this news, Chu Fan contemplated death, but fate led him to a demonic cultivator who took him as a disciple. From that moment, he vowed to exact vengeance on Shui Wuliang for his beloved Inger. Yet, Shui Wuliang had already attained the void immortal level. To seek revenge, Chu Fan needed to improve his own cultivation, resorting to killing and alchemy. Eventually, he reached the nascent soul level, but while slaughtering an entire city, he was subdued by a passing expert from the Daotian sect. Fortunately, he had hidden a fragment of his nascent soul within a stone, ensuring that upon his death, it would grant him a second life. With this rebirth, Chu Fan adopted a low profile for millennia, only breaking through to the integration realm a century ago, before finally seeking retribution today. Chapter 20. A single blow to subdue him. None of you present shall leave today. Do not blame me, for you are simply collateral in my ascent to the tribulation realm. With this declaration, a bloodthirsty smile graced Chu Fan's face as a towering pillar of blood erupted from him. A crimson barrier expanded from the top of the pillar, ultimately enveloping the entire Shui family in its sanguine embrace. The onlookers were struck with astonishment. The red-eyed demon lord, Chu Fan, had attained the peak of the integration realm. Moreover, the summoning of the blood ritual formation indicated his intent to sacrifice everyone present for his alchemical pursuits. Could it be that this youth is a pawn of the blood ancestor, similar to the blood-refining old ancestor? Li Zhoujun pondered as he registered the term blood ritual formation. Shui Wuliang's expression shifted from furious to terrified upon sensing Chu Fan's overwhelming presence. Yunju Mountain Master, do you have confidence against this fiend? Morong Shui's voice was heavy with concern as she addressed Li Zhoujun. Though she was in the mid-integration realm, she was no match for Chu Fan, who had achieved the pinnacle of that realm. Even with Shui Wuliang, who had just broken through to the early integration realm, they stood no chance unless Li Zhoujun himself had reached the same pinnacle. Do not underestimate the difference between the minor realms within the integration realm. Even a single small realm can render numbers futile. Picture it, a newly birthed infant versus a full-grown adult. Despite both being human, the disparity is insurmountable. 100 infants could hardly rival a single adult. As for the differences between the mid and late integration realm, and then to the peak, those were even more pronounced. One punch. Li Zhoujun's voice was lighthearted. You can only throw one punch. Morong Shui replied, her expression sour. To subdue a master at the peak of the integration realm with a single strike? Your strength must be at the tribulation realm, then? Certainly not boasting, Li Zhoujun stated, patting the trembling Su Nan reassuringly. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. I even plan to gift you a sword technique and a flying sword tomorrow. Su Nan nodded, her previously trembling form gradually stabilizing, reflecting her trust in Li Zhoujun. Chu Fan, do not be so arrogant. Even if I am not your match now. Do you realize that among those present are 2 mountain masters of the Daotian sect? Shui Wuliang summoned his courage to declare. Ah, the mountain masters of the Daotian sect are here? Perfect. I can finally seek vengeance for that previous slap. Once I break through the tribulation realm, I will pay them a visit to see what qualifies them as the foremost sect in Qingzhou. Chu Fan grinned, his demeanor audacious. Arrogance. Morong Shui frowned, rebuking him. You are one of the mountain masters from the Daotian sect, are you not? Chu Fan gazed at Morong Shui, who was speaking, and a curious smile crept across his face. What a fine visage you possess. It almost dissuades me from ending your life. How about this? Would you willingly become my cultivation furnace? It would indeed be a splendid affair to have the master of Daotian sect as my alchemical vessel. You seek death. Unable to endure Chu Fan's taunts any longer, Morong Shui unleashed a streak of sword light from her fingertips, aimed directly at him. As snow began to fall from the heavens. What a swift flying sword. What a heavy aura of murder. The surrounding cultivators collectively gasped at the sight. If that sword were directed at them, they feared they would not even have time to draw breath before meeting their demise. Yet, in the face of the incoming sword, Chu Fan merely chuckled coldly. He slowly raised his hand, and a massive crimson hand materialized before him, effortlessly capturing Morong Shui's sword within its grasp. Is this the pinnacle of the harmonization stage? The mighty strike of the mountain master Morong was so easily thwarted? A sense of despair rose within the hearts of the onlookers. If even Morong Shui posed no threat, what hope did they have for survival? As for that Li Zhoujun of Yunju Mountain, it would be better to dismiss him. He seemed no more formidable than a novice at the Qi refinement stage, easily bested with a mere hand. The disparity was monumental. Seeing this, Morong Shui felt a bitter pang in her heart. I was inclined to spare your life due to your appearance, but since you court death, you cannot blame me. Chu Fan scoffed, commanding the crimson hand that held the sword to throw it back at Morong Shui. With a whoosh, the sword sped toward its owner with incredible velocity. Murong Xue's eyes widened in despair. It was too fast for her to deflect. Just then, a slender hand appeared before her, gently catching the sword by its tip. Unscathed. The owner of that hand was none other than Li Zhoujun. This so-called waste of a mountain master managed to withstand that strike? Who dares to call the master of Yunju a waste? I would gladly twist their head off and use it as a ball. The cultivators present were left in utter shock. Li Zhoujun, with bare hands, had effortlessly caught a strike from the crimson-eyed demon lord at the pinnacle of the harmonization stage, emerging completely unscathed. If he was a waste, then what did that make them? Utter wastes? Some individuals mistakenly believe that their long lives and vast experiences rendered them invincible. Li Zhoujun tossed the sword to the still-dazed Murong Xue and, with hands clasped behind his back, addressed the soaring figure of the crimson-eyed demon lord with a faint smile. Do not doubt. This message is meant for your ears. Who are you? Chu Fan narrowed his eyes at the youth who had effortlessly deflected his strike. This individual, seemingly ordinary save for his handsome appearance, now emanated a formidable pressure that unsettled even Chu Fan, a master of the harmonization stage. Li Zhoujun, mountain master of Yunju. He replied with a grin. And the one destined to end your life today. Today you intend to kill me? Chu Fan muttered, seemingly to himself, before bursting into laughter. How arrogant. Do you truly believe that merely withstanding my strike grants you the power to slay me? But before he could finish speaking, Chu Fan's eyes widened in horror as Li Zhoujun made his move. A fist, the size of a cooking pot, loomed larger in Chu Fan's vision, overwhelming him with its unstoppable force. He attempted to retaliate, only to find himself bound by an invisible chain, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as Li Zhoujun's fist crashed into his face. Boom. With a thunderous roar, Chu Fan was obliterated before the eyes of the gathered cultivators, his body erupting into a cloud of blood mist. Even in death, he could not fathom that after enduring for thousands of years, he would meet such an abrupt end. He felt an overwhelming sense of resentment. With Chu Fan's demise, the blood-red barrier that had loomed over the Xue family dissipated quietly. Is it possible that a cultivator at the pinnacle of the harmonization stage has perished just like that? Hiss. If the mountain master of Yunju could annihilate a harmonization stage master with a single blow, what level of power did he possess? Could it be that he had transcended to the next realm? The onlookers regarded the figure standing in the void with a mixture of awe and reverence, as if a celestial being had descended. Murong Xue scrutinized Li Zhoujun's silhouette in the sky, her expression a tumult of emotions. A 40-year-old who had crossed over? Such individuals have been exceedingly rare throughout history. When I fought Li Zhoujun before, it was evident he had been holding back. Meanwhile, Sunin gazed at her master's unparalleled form, her heart swelling with pride. Had the circumstances allowed, she would have danced with joy. Xue Wuliang, who had only recently broken through to the harmonization stage, looked at Li Zhoujun, a wry smile on his face. He had thought himself at the pinnacle of Qingzhou after his recent breakthrough, only to realize how laughable that notion was. In this vast expanse of Qingzhou, harmonization stage cultivators were merely at the starting line. Old man, I thank you for saving my life, Master Li. Xue Wuliang bowed deeply to Li Zhoujun. We are all grateful to the mountain master of Yunju for your protection. The other cultivators echoed, bowing in acknowledgement. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly, descending from the air with hands clasped behind his back. There is no need for such formalities. As the mountain master of the foremost righteous sect in Qingzhou, it is merely my duty to eradicate such fiends. Master Li's righteousness, Xue Wuliang expressed with reverence. He then turned to the gathered cultivators. You all have been startled in my Xue family's domain. It is a failing on our part. If you do not mind, I would like to extend our banquet for an additional 10 days to ease your nerves, during which we shall provide the finest wines to accommodate you. While the Xue family had indeed been victims, having lost their patriarch, it would seem inappropriate to hastily conduct a funeral with so many cultivators present, as it would portray the Xue family as fragile and incapable of handling adversity. As for the vacant patriarchal position, as long as Xue Wuliang was present, the family would not falter. Master of the Xue family is too courteous. The cultivators responded with smiles. They welcomed the prospect of feasting on exquisite delicacies for a few more days, knowing that the Xue family's resources were substantial and would undoubtedly aid their cultivation, thus alleviating their arduous training. As the Xue family members began to tidy the premises, the banquet continued. Meanwhile, at a grand hall, a beautiful girl with golden pupils and bare feet leaned against a throne, staring at the shattered bracelet on her right wrist, disbelief etched in her expression. Brother Chu Fan, murmured the girl, tears streaming down her cheeks. After an indeterminate time, her gaze turned cold, and she addressed the empty hall with a chilling tone. Elder Wu, an old man, emerged from the void upon hearing her voice. Investigate who killed Chu Fan, the girl commanded. Why concern yourself with the fate of a mortal from the lower realms? He is no blood relation to you. Elder Wu furrowed his brow in response. As he spoke, his thoughts drifted back thousands of years to when he was sent to the lower realms by the master of the Taishu Palace to seek out seeds for the Taishu Palace. Those chosen to descend were all top-tier cultivators below the level of true immortal. As for why true immortals were not sent, it is quite simple. It is entirely due to the limitations of the secret arts that one cannot transport true immortals from the celestial realm to the mortal world. The threshold for the tribulation stage practitioners, those beneath the great ascension, is the utmost limit. Nevertheless, even so, those in the tribulation stage are undoubtedly the preeminent powerhouses in the mortal realm, capable of fulfilling the tasks assigned by the Taishu Palace. Upon his arrival in the mortal world, he fortuitously encountered a young girl endowed with the golden spirit immortal body. Her name was Chu Ro, who had an older brother named Chu Fan and a pair of parents struggling to make ends meet. Through subsequent inquiries, he learned that Chu Ro was merely an abandoned infant taken in by this ordinary family. Without hesitation, he became the protector of the girl named Chu Ro. However, Chu Ro was reluctant to leave, for she could not bear to part with her brother, Chu Fan. In his helplessness, he resorted to a secret technique to draw a fragment of Chu Fan's soul into a jade bracelet, informing Chu Ro that if Chu Fan were to perish completely, the bracelet would shatter. Thus, Chu Ro finally chose to accompany him, leaving her mundane family behind. This girl named Chu Ro was indeed the one with golden eyes and bare feet. Unexpectedly, after several millennia, today Chu Fan suddenly passed away, leading to the inevitable shattering of the jade bracelet on Chu Ro's wrist. Old Wu, if you do not go, I shall go myself, she said coldly, observing Old Wu's indifference to her brother's fate. As you command, Old Wu replied with resignation, and his figure vanished into the shadows once more. As Old Wu departed, Chu Ro slowly rose and murmured, Brother Chu Fan, I shall ensure that the one who took your life will accompany you in death. Night fell over Dezhou Mountain, where the Su family's estate was lit up like a small city. After exchanging pleasantries with several practitioners, Li Zhoujun rested in a small courtyard. Su Nan and Murong Shui took residence in the adjacent courtyards. Earlier, Su Wuliang had mentioned Chu Fan several times, and for some reason, Li Zhoujun felt an uncanny resemblance between Chu Fan's life experiences and the protagonists of those demonic cultivation novels. Would there be someone seeking revenge soon? A gentle breeze wafted as Li Zhoujun, clad in a green robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the crescent moon in contemplation. Regardless of whether Chu Fan resembled a protagonist or not, the fact remained that today, he had intended to kill everyone present, including himself and Su Nan. Such a transgression warranted death. Chapter 22. A mosquito not wishing to dwell on Chu Fan's affairs. Li Zhoujun stepped out of the courtyard and made his way to Su Nan's residence. In the small courtyard, Su Nan sat at a stone table, her chin resting in her hands, her delicate face vacantly staring at the moon above. What are you looking at? Li Zhoujun asked with a smile as he entered the courtyard and noticed Su Nan lost in thought. Master, Su Nan exclaimed, quickly rising upon seeing him. There is no need to be so formal. Sit down and share your thoughts with me, Li Zhoujun said, taking a seat across from her. Su Nan's expression turned melancholic as she replied, I haven't been thinking of much. It's just that during this period, I feel that the cultivation world is not as wonderful as I had previously imagined. Li Zhoujun chuckled. Your ability to see things this way indicates your growth. As the saying goes, everyone praises immortals, yet who would have thought that even they experience troubles? Practitioners, in essence, are not much different from ordinary folk. As mortals, they toil for wealth, and as cultivators, they worry about various resources for their training. Many cultivators devise countless methods to outsmart their opponents over a single elixir. Rest assured, with me around, you will not suffer harm until you are capable of standing on your own. Thank you, Master, Su Nan said, feeling touched. Enough of this sentimental talk. Li Zhoujun laughed, then produced the Bai Shuang sword, presenting it to Su Nan. This sword is named Bai Shuang, a first-grade flying sword. Although its rank is not high, its quality is exceptional, matching that of a third-grade flying sword. As it is a first-grade sword, it should not be difficult for you to refine it as your life sword. Thank you, Master. I will not disappoint your expectations. Su Nan replied firmly as she accepted the sword from Li Zhoujun's hands. Having that intention is sufficient, Li Zhoujun smiled, then placed his fingertip on Su Nan's forehead, imparting the Bai Shuang sword technique to her. Once completed, he withdrew his hand, while Su Nan immersed herself in the teachings of the technique. Suddenly, Li Zhoujun's brow furrowed, his gaze piercing through the void above. Has he discovered me? In the sky, an elderly man stood amidst the clouds, watching as Li Zhoujun turned his attention towards him with a look of surprise. This man was none other than Old Wu, dispatched by Chu Ro to investigate the identity of Chu Fan's killer. Following the shattering of the jade bracelet, Old Wu deduced the approximate location and traced it to the Su family. Through the flattery of those still present at the banquet, he learned that it was none other than Li Zhoujun, the master of Yunjishin from the Daotian sect, who had slain Chu Fan with a single punch. This led Old Wu to suspect that perhaps Li Zhoujun had reached the tribulation stage. As Old Wu pondered this, Li Zhoujun extended his hand into the void. Sensing this, Old Wu's expression grew serious, his body poised for battle. However, he soon witnessed Li Zhoujun opening his palm to reveal a dead mosquito. A mere mosquito dares to disturb my beloved disciple's training? Li Zhoujun sneered at the insect in his hand. Old Wu was taken aback. A mosquito? Is this truly worth such a commotion? I thought I had been discovered. Yet, unable to discern Li Zhoujun's cultivation level, Old Wu refrained from acting hastily and chose to depart from the location. In the grand hall, Old Wu humbly reported to the seated Chu Ro, Saintess. I have discovered the identity of Chu Fan's killer. Who is it? Chu Ro inquired. It is Li Zhoujun, the master of Yunjishin from the Daotian sect. Old Wu replied. People of the Daotian sect? Chu Ro's expression turned icy, followed by a cold huff. If I recall correctly, a member of the Daotian sect severely injured Chu Fan previously. I chose not to pursue the matter, but now they have directly killed him. What great audacity the Daotian sect possesses. Old Wu frowned. Saintess, I believe this matter is not entirely the fault of the Daotian sect. After all, Chu Fan had already strayed onto the path of darkness, becoming a ruthless fiend. It is only reasonable for the foremost righteous sect of Qingzhou to take action against him. Regardless, Chu Fan is my brother. Whoever killed him must pay the price. Chu Ro retorted with a cold snort. Old Wu, allow me to prepare, and I shall pay a visit to the Daotian sect. Sighing, Old Wu noted Chu Ro's determination and cautioned, Saintess, it is highly likely that Li Zhoujun's strength has reached the tribulation stage. We must be adequately prepared before taking action against him. Tribulation stage? Chu Ro scoffed. Do not worry, Old Wu. I have my own measures. Returning to the Su family in the small courtyard, after Su Nan regained consciousness, Li Zhoujun instructed her, rest well tonight. There is no rush in refining your life sword. We shall set off for the Daotian sect tomorrow. Yes, yes. The young girl nodded repeatedly. Li Zhoujun smiled, then left the courtyard, returning to his own quarters to study the system's automatic shutdown capability. Lying on his bed without any particular thoughts, the Xianming Heart Sutra operated autonomously, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Li Zhoujun's mid-stage nascent soul strength steadily ascended. The following morning, Morong Shui sought out Li Zhoujun, who had yet to rise from his slumber. What is the matter? What do you need from me? I haven't even dressed yet. Don't think of taking advantage of me. I am only 40. Seeing Morong Shui enter the bedroom and sit silently, Li Zhoujun instinctively covered himself with the blanket, curling up in the corner with a wary expression. Morong Shui's mouth twitched. A multitude of suitors pursues me, yet you, my dear, express disdain. Are you likening yourself to an old cow grazing on tinder grass? Why not ascend to the heavens instead? It is nothing, merely a reflection from last night. I pondered for quite some time and ultimately resolved to express my gratitude for saving me in person, said Morong Shui. Li Zhoujun, contemplating, grinned and replied, very well. If you wish to offer yourself to me, let us commence at once. With that, he made to lift the covers. You scoundrel! Morong Shui, upon witnessing this, blushed furiously and hastily fled the room. Li Zhoujun was left bewildered. What does this mean? I had steeled myself to accept this woman, who was over a century my senior, and yet she ran away. However, I must admit, the sight of Morong Shui dashing out in a flurry was rather endearing. Meanwhile, outside Li Zhoujun's chamber, Morong Shui touched her flushed cheek and muttered under her breath. This Li Zhoujun possesses no semblance of authority. Even if we were to conceive a child, it must wait until after marriage. Chapter 23. Those of Daotian sect shall not be bullied by outsiders. Why the haste? It's as if I would devour you. Just as Morong Shui's cheeks reddened, Li Zhoujun emerged from his quarters clad in a green robe. Who would consume whom, I wonder? Morong Shui retorted defiantly. Then why did you run? Li Zhoujun scoffed. Good morning, master. Suddenly, a voice from outside the courtyard called out, and Su Nan entered. Upon seeing Morong Shui, she paused momentarily. Morong Mountain Master, you are here as well. Am I interrupting something? Shall I take my leave? Morong Shui, flustered by the young girl's unintended assistance, replied, You silly girl, do not speak nonsense. My relationship with your master is entirely innocent. Oh, I see, Su Nan responded, her face illuminating with understanding. Morong Shui felt a wave of despair. The young girl had clearly misunderstood. All right, now that everyone is present, let us prepare to depart. Li Zhoujun declared with a smile. Naturally, Both Morong Shui and Su Nin had no objections. At the Shui family square, Shui Wuliang gazed skyward at the trio of Li Zhoujun, Morong Shui, and Su Nin aboard the Nine Dragons' chariot, his expression filled with reverence. I humbly bid farewell to the two mountain masters. We bid farewell to the two mountain masters, echoed the gathered cultivators. Please, do not make a fuss. Li Zhoujun replied with a smile, before steering the Nine Dragons' chariot away amidst the sound of dragon roars, departing from the Shui family. This master of Yunju Mountain, after yesterday's battle, is bound to astonish the entire Qingzhou continent once more. Indeed, to annihilate a consummate cultivator of the harmonization realm with a single punch is a display of unparalleled prowess. If I am not mistaken, this master of Yunju Mountain is barely in his 40s? Hiss, I have lived for 700 years to reach the nascent soul stage. And he is already facing tribulations at 40. How terrifying. The following day, at Daotian sect, the news spread like wildfire. Have you heard? Our master of Yunju Mountain obliterated the consummate red-eyed demon lord with a single punch. What? The master of Yunju Mountain killed a consummate cultivator with his bare hands? What? Our master of Yunju Mountain defeated a consummate cultivator with a mere fart? The rumors surrounding Li Zhoujun's annihilation of a consummate cultivator had escalated absurdly within Daotian sect. Just then, two formidable presences descended upon the gates of Daotian sect, causing all disciples, elders, and mountain masters within to change their countenance. Soon, powerful auras surged from the mountain peaks, materializing into figures above the gates. Who dares to act so recklessly before Daotian sect? In the air above, Lu Yan, who had hurried from Huofeng Mountain, regarded the elderly and youthful duo with a grave expression. The elder radiated a tremendous aura, undoubtedly at the tribulation stage, and the golden-eyed girl was equally formidable. You wretched creatures dare speak? The girl, golden-eyed and barefoot, dismissed Lu Yan with a glance. This duo was none other than Elder Wu and Chu Rou. Impudence. Lu Yan's face flushed with anger. Ever since breaking through to the virtual immortal stage, few dared to speak to him in such a manner. Enduring the bullying from Li Zhoujun and Morong Shui was one thing. But now even outsiders dared to act with such arrogance. Do you truly believe that, just because you are at the tribulation stage, Daotian sect fears you? Indeed. Do you think Daotian sect has no one to contend with you? At this moment, the mountain masters rallied behind Lu Yan. Despite their differing lineages and peaks, they shared a common identity as the mountain masters of Daotian sect. Guests should not be so brazen, one of the mountain masters began, as they prepared to confront the elder and the girl. At that moment, Mu Taiyu emerged slowly from the main gate of Daotian sect. Upon spotting Mu Taiyu, Elder Wu's expression tightened, and he quickly sent a message to Chu Rou. Holy maiden, this sect's master, Mu Taiyu, is no weakling. Do not act rashly. Chu Rou disregarded Elder Wu's warning, fixing her gaze on Mu Taiyu. Are you the master of Daotian sect, Mu Taiyu? Indeed, Mu Taiyu replied with a smile. What brings you to Daotian sect? I come seeking a person from your sect, Chu Rou stated directly. Who? Mu Taiyu inquired. The master of Yunju Mountain, Li Zhoujun. Chu Rou declared without hesitation. Oh, Mu Taiyu responded with surprise. May I ask why? An eye for an eye. Chu Rou's gaze turned frigid. Whom did the master of Yunju Mountain kill? Mu Taiyu's eyes narrowed. Chu Fan, Chu Rou replied. The red-eyed demon lord, Chu Fan? Such a heinous villain deserves death. Does he not? Indeed, this woman must be out of her mind. If the master of Yunju Mountain had slain an innocent, I would not defend him. However, he eliminated a man who deserved to die. I stand by his actions. Absolutely well done. The mountain masters echoed in unison. Master, this woman is linked to the red-eyed demon lord. She is likely a demon herself. We ought to apprehend her and restore peace to Qingzhou, Lu Yan declared. His eyes fixed on Chu Rou, displeasure evident, yet his words remained resolute. True, I may not be able to contend with your formidable tribulation stage prowess. However, my sect is not one to be trifled with. As Chu Rou listened to the mountain masters and Lu Yan, her expression darkened. She had not expected Daotian sect to be so united, unlike the disjointed sects she had encountered before. You, a woman of decent appearance, yet devoid of wit, cannot comprehend the master's intent? Daotian sect is the foremost sect in Qingzhou. Even if the master of Yunju Mountain has erred, it is not for you to dictate terms. Daotian sect will deal with the demons in our own way. Lu Yan scoffed. Although he had conflicts with Li Zhoujun, he stood by his allies against outsiders, seeking death. Chu Rou, incensed by Lu Yan's repeated provocations, raised her hand to unleash a devastating strike. The terrifying aura she conjured sent shivers down the spines of the mountain masters present. Lu Yan instinctively recoiled, sensing the danger, and prepared to retreat. Mu Taiyu snorted coldly, ready to intervene. However, an unexpected change abruptly occurred. The members of the Dao Tian sect were not to be bullied by outsiders. A calm voice resonated through the air. The mountain lords turned towards the source of the voice, and there stood Li Zhoujun, returning to Dao Tian sect aboard the nine-serpent chariot. Are you Li Zhoujun? Upon seeing him, Chu Ruo, who was about to strike Lu Yen, halted her actions, fury igniting in her eyes. Indeed, I am Li Zhoujun, he replied. Observing the seething anger within Chu Ruo, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Before she could utter a word, Mu Rongshiweb beside him sneered, my dear lady. Are you aware that the crimson-eyed demon lord, Chu Fan, intended to blood sacrifice everyone present at the Shui family, including innocents? Was it not justified for the Yunju mountain lord to slay him? Chu Ruo retorted coldly, I do not know his motives, but I understand him. He is not a senseless butcher. Huh. Mu Rongshiwa laughed derisively. Perhaps the crimson-eyed demon lord was once virtuous, but people can change. And what of it? No matter how he is transformed, he will always be my brother. Should I not seek vengeance for him? Chu Ruo countered. Mu Rongshiwa attempted to speak again, but was interrupted by Li Zhoujun. Mu Rong mountain lord, what are you debating with someone deranged? Turning to Chu Ruo, he inquired, what is it? Do you wish to kill me? Indeed, you should take your own life, thus sparing me the trouble, Chu Ruo scoffed. In the territory of Dao Tian sect, you dare to lay a hand on one of our mountain lords? How much do you underestimate our sect? Lu Yen interjected loudly. Silence. Chu Ruo's golden pupils turned cold as she glared at Lu Yen. If you dare utter another word, I shall tear your mouth apart. Ding. The system detects someone's disdain towards the host. Ding. The system issues a task to teach the holy maiden of Tai Su Immortal Palace, Chu Ruo, a lesson. The host will receive unexpected rewards. Tai Su Immortal Palace's holy maiden, Chu Ruo? Upon hearing this, Li Zhoujun gazed at her with astonishment. Realizing why she dared to be so arrogant, she had the backing of a celestial force. Meanwhile, Lu Yen shrank back, but still spoke defiantly, if you have the capability, come forth and see if our sect's master and elder will allow you to act recklessly here. Indeed, on the territory of Dao Tian sect, whether a dragon or a tiger, they must lie low. The mountain lords of Dao Tian sect echoed in agreement. Well done, Yunju mountain lord. The crimson-eyed demon lord deserved to die. Had I been present, I would have cheered you on. At this moment, Mu Taiyu finally spoke, addressing Chu Ruo and Elder Wu. Ladies, please depart. Even if my people err, it is my duty as the sect leader to handle it, and we do not require outsiders to intervene. Seeing that Dao Tian sect continued to defend Li Zhoujun, Chu Ruo's fury peaked, though her face suddenly broke into a smile. You are merely a larger ant sect from the lower realms. Do you realize the power behind me is the Tai Su Immortal Palace? I am its holy maiden. Do you truly intend to offend a celestial force for a mere mountain lord? Leave. Mu Taiyu's eyes turned icy. Do not overstep your bounds. I have stated that outsiders shall not lay a finger on the people of Dao Tian sect. If you depart now, we can part peacefully. Persist in your folly. And do not blame me for being ruthless. As his words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from him, as if a true god was rising behind him, casting a formidable presence. Such arrogance caused even Elder Wu's heart to race. How could such a formidable being exist in this lower realm? Could this aura belong to a great ascension true immortal? The master was enraged. Huh, now the show begins. Do they truly believe Dao Tian sect lacks a background in the celestial realm? I haven't seen the master act in a long time. The last time was when he sent Lu Yen flying with a single slap. At the same moment, the mountain lords, witnessing Mu Taiyu's fury, looked towards Chu Ruo and Elder Wu with a sense of schadenfreude. Only Lu Yan's lips twitched. Chu Ruo was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that invoking her background would lead Dao Tian's sect to remain so arrogant. Meanwhile, Elder Wu's expression shifted as he recalled a force in the celestial realm known as Dao Tian Immortal Palace, led by an immortal emperor. Could it be that Dao Tian's sect had some connection with them? Reflecting on this, Elder Wu prepared to persuade Chu Ruo to retreat. At this moment, Li Zhoujun, feeling a sense of belonging as the members of Dao Tian sect protected him despite knowing Chu Ruo's celestial backing, clasped his fists toward Mu Taiyu and the mountain lords. I thank the sect leader and esteemed colleagues for your support. However, as this matter arose because of me, it is only fitting that I bring it to an end. Chu Ruo desires my life, but it shall not be so simple. Li Mountain Lord, do not be reckless. As the Mountain Lord of Dao Tian sect, you have our backing. There is no need to reason with this obstinate woman. Indeed, even if reason must be discussed, it should be with someone capable of understanding. This woman is evidently unreasonable, seeking vengeance for a demon lord burdened with heinous crimes. It is utterly laughable. If I were the celestial palace behind her, I would have ended her life with a single slap. A mountain lord chuckled at Li Zhoujun. Do not be reckless. Dao Tian sect can resolve this matter. Mu Taiyu added. Rest assured, Master, Li Zhoujun replied with a slight bow. Then, his gaze sharpened as he looked at Chu Ruo, a smile breaking across his face. Do you know how Chu Fan met his demise? You likely do not, so allow me to enlighten you. He was far too weak, obliterated by a single punch. His soul extinguished, seeking death. Li Zhoujun's words pierced Chu Ruo's heart like a dagger, inciting her already simmering anger into a full-blown rage. Without hesitation, she raised her hand, condensing a golden seal that shot towards Li Zhoujun. Hiss. This woman may be reckless, but her cultivation is indeed formidable. Indeed, her strength must have reached the late stage of tribulation crossing. Could Yunju Mountain Lord be her match? It seems unlikely, though he has slain a perfected integration realm cultivator. He is only in his 40s. I once visited the previous Yunju Mountain Lord and saw him playing in the river as a child. The Mountain Lords of Dao Tian sect speculated as they observed the scene. Mu Taiyu, seeing Li Zhoujun's calm demeanor, as though victory was assured, refrained from intervening immediately. With a thunderous crash, Li Zhoujun raised a slender hand, and as his sleeve fell away, he effortlessly intercepted the golden seal with the astonished gazes of the Mountain Lords upon him. Hiss. Impossible. The Mountain Lords thought in unison. How could this be? Chu Ruo's expression shifted as she witnessed Li Zhoujun easily deflect her attack, disbelief flooding her eyes. However, she soon let out a fierce cry, and the golden seal in Li Zhoujun's grasp blazed even brighter, making him feel as though he was gripping a massive mountain. Merely a trifling technique, Li Zhoujun scoffed, his hand suddenly exerting force, causing the golden seal to shatter into a myriad of spiritual fragments. As the golden seal disintegrated, Chu Ruo's complexion paled, and she let out a muffled groan. Li Zhoujun slowly withdrew his hand behind his back, clenching it tightly. Despite being able to contend evenly with her, it had taken its toll, and he felt a tingling in his palm. While he could easily deflect the seal, it appeared that their strengths were evenly matched. It was a far cry from merely sustaining a minor injury to inflict significant harm. At least one can conceal their aura, leaving others oblivious to their true strength, merely believing that they have effortlessly broken the barrier while maintaining a steady presence. This is akin to the saying about putting on a facade. Indeed, as Li Zhoujun had surmised, when the various mountain masters witnessed him shatter the seal, their expressions were unchanged, and his aura showed no signs of disturbance. They could not help but exclaim, has the master of Yunju Mountain maintained such composure while breaking this seal? Could it be that he has achieved the pinnacle of his tribulation? Unthinkable. He is only 40 years old. Could it be that our Daotian sect is about to give birth to a true immortal of a century? Such talent? If the master of Yunju Mountain ascended to the celestial realm, would surely make him a direct disciple. As the mountain masters deliberated, Chu Ruo's face turned a deep shade of distress. She had not anticipated the overwhelming strength of Li Zhoujun. Just as she was about to make another move against him, Old Wu extended his hand to stop her. Why was Old Wu intervening? Chu Ruo was momentarily taken aback. Holy maiden, that is enough. Old Wu's voice was cold. It was the first time Chu Ruo had seen Old Wu so serious, leaving her momentarily stunned. After admonishing Chu Ruo, Old Wu turned to Li Zhoujun and slightly bowed, saying, I sincerely apologize, Master of Yunju Mountain. My holy maiden has been secluded since her youth and still possesses the temperament of a little girl. I hope you will not hold her transgressions against her. I offer my apologies to all present from the Daotian sect. Having said this, Old Wu directly bowed to the members of the Daotian sect. Chu Ruo stared blankly at the scene, her thoughts a whirlwind. Li Zhoujun waved his hand and chuckled. Since the elder has spoken, it would be petty of me to pursue this matter further. However, if your holy maiden remains unsatisfied, she is welcome to seek me out again. But let it be known, next time, I may not be so accommodating. In truth, Li Zhoujun harbored a desire to eliminate both Chu Ruo and the old man, yet he recognized that his current strength was insufficient for such a task. After all, both were tribulation cultivators and had ties to the celestial palace, making it unlikely that they lacked means for self-preservation. Even if the Daotian sect sought their demise, if they were to escape at full strength, it would not be a certainty that they could be captured. Thus, he opted to bide his time. Thank you, Master of Yunju Mountain, for your leniency, Old Wu said, visibly relieved. If the Daotian sect had insisted on taking action, he would have had no choice but to resort to forbidden techniques, risking his own cultivation level to ensure Chu Ruo's safety. He then swiftly led the still-dazed Chu Ruo away from the scene. What is your cultivation level? You seem to hold your ground against anyone. Morong Shui asked Li Zhoujun earnestly. To be frank, even if the immortal emperor were to confront me, I could hold my own, Li Zhoujun replied with a grin. Haha. Morong Shui smiled, though her laughter did not reach her eyes. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Beep. The system rewards you with Huan Yuan Runji Dan. Hunyuan Runji Dan aids high-level cultivators in refining their foundational skills, enhancing their capabilities significantly. This elixir is quite suited for me, thought Li Zhoujun, his eyes glinting with excitement upon seeing the system's reward. Truth be told, while the rewards from the system were purifying in nature, their frequency had become overwhelming, necessitating a period of refinement. All right, the spectacle has concluded. You may disperse now, Mu Taiyu announced, waving his hand to dismiss the mountain masters. He then fixed his gaze intently on Li Zhoujun, saying, Master of Yunju Mountain, regardless of what transpires, I hope you remember that you are a part of the Daotian sect. Rest assured, the Daotian sect has treated me well, though I have faced scorn in the past. Such is the nature of humanity. However, that aside, the Daotian sect has entrusted Yunju Mountain to me, and I have received ample resources for cultivation. I will not forget this kindness, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. That's good to hear, Mu Taiyu said, glancing at the impressive nine-dragon carriage beneath Li Zhoujun. Your nine-dragon carriage is quite a sight to behold. It is merely ordinary, Li Zhoujun answered with a grin. Ordinary, you say? Mu Taiyu mused, then continued. You and Murong Mountain Master have had a long journey. Return and rest well. After giving his farewells, Mu Taiyu departed. Once the mountain masters had left, Li Zhoujun reflected, I never expected the Daotian sect to unite so cohesively at a critical moment. No wonder it is regarded as the foremost sect in Qizhou. If the Daotian sect were like any other, I would never have become the master of Yunju Mountain, nor would I have lived to see the emergence of the system. Li Zhoujun, I have been away from Lingxua Mountain for some time. It is time for me to return, Morong Shui said as she took her leave. Li Zhoujun looked at her in surprise and remarked, From your words, it seems you wish to accompany me back to Yunju Mountain? That would not be an issue. Bah. Morong Shui scoffed before vanishing. The ease with which a cultivator at the integration stage can tear through the void is remarkable. Yet, Li Zhoujun failed to notice the hint of worry that shadowed Morong Shui's face as she turned to leave. Master, it seems I truly may be gaining another master mother. Sunan remarked with a sigh. Focus on your cultivation, Li Zhoujun said, promptly delivering a playful flick to Sunan's forehead. Ouch! Sunan yelped in surprise from the sudden gesture. Li Zhoujun smiled gently and commanded the nine-dragon carriage to soar above the mountain gates, heading towards Yunju Mountain. As the nine-dragon carriage glided through the wind, clad in a flowing blue robe, one might inquire as to the identity of the individual, the immortal atop Yunju Mountain. Disciples of the Daotian sect gazed up at the sky, awed by the shadow of the nine dragons. Some murmured. And soon this phrase would spread far and wide across Qizhou, accompanied by tales of Li Zhoujun's triumph in vanquishing an integration stage demon cultivator. The name of the master of Yunju Mountain would resonate throughout the realm. In a swift transition, Li Zhoujun had returned to Yunju Mountain with Sunan. You may wait by the lake, he instructed the 9 ethereal dragon-like beings as they disembarked from the nine-dragon carriage. After the 9 dragons took to the skies, Li Zhoujun turned to Sunan with a smile. Now, you should rest. Tomorrow, I will personally teach you the Bisha sword technique. All right. Thank you, master, Sunan exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement. Li Zhoujun chuckled softly, hands clasped behind his back, as he entered the Yunju Hall. Chapter 26. Granny Jinhua the following morning. Sunan arrived early at Yunju Hall, clutching the Bisha sword gifted by Li Zhoujun. Upon her arrival, she discovered that Li Zhoujun was already seated within the grand hall. Good morning, master. Sunan greeted him cheerfully. Li Zhoujun nodded with a smile. Good morning. Let us begin. Demonstrate your sword technique so I may assess your progress. Of course, master. Watch closely, Sunan declared, drawing her flying sword and showcasing her technique within the hall. As Sunan's swordplay accelerated, the temperature within the Yunju Hall dropped noticeably. It must be said, the young girl possessed remarkable talent and a profound comprehension of the Bisha sword technique. After observing, Li Zhoujun realized there was little to critique. Master, how did I perform? After completing her demonstration, Sunan eagerly looked to Li Zhoujun for feedback. Quite well, he replied with a smile. It is evident that you have developed your unique understanding of the Bisha sword technique, which is commendable. As the saying goes, a teacher opens the door, but the student must walk through it. If you merely follow my footsteps, you may only reach my level. However, I hope you will surpass me. Upon hearing Li Zhoujun's words, Sunan nodded earnestly. I understand, master. Good, Li Zhoujun affirmed with a smile. Is the master of Yunju Mountain present? Suddenly, a mysterious voice belonging to an elder resonated from outside the hall. Li Zhoujun paused, surprised by the unexpected visitor. Meanwhile, in another part of the Daotian Hall, Mu Taiyu continued to sip his tea. In the next moment, he seemed to sense something, and his figure appeared in a grand hall known as the Tiling Hall. In the center of this hall stood a massive stone tablet, adorned with countless names, radiating a golden glow, while some had already dimmed. This was the fate tablet of the Dao Tian sect. The fate tablet signifies that upon officially becoming a member of the Dao Tian sect, one's name is inscribed by designated personnel. Those names gleaming with golden light indicate the living, while the faded names signify those who have fallen. At that moment, one name flickered erratically, a name belonging to Murong Shui. The sect master, Ling Shui Mountain Master, seemed to be in trouble. As Mu Taiyu appeared in the hall's master, the guardian of the fate tablet, the Tailing Hall Master, suddenly manifested. The Tailing Hall Master was an elderly man, his hair white as snow, resembling an ordinary person. Can you check her whereabouts? Mu Taiyu inquired of the Tailing Hall Master. In the area between Qingzhou and Yunzhou, Jinhua Island, the Tailing Hall Master replied somberly. Why has she gone there? Mu Taiyu's expression turned grave. On Jinhua Island resides Granny Jinhua, whose strength is unparalleled. Even I, Mu Taiyu, cannot claim certainty of victory against her. Thus, over the years, a tacit understanding was reached between Jinhua Island and the Dao Tian sect. Each would mind their own business. It was unexpected that Murong Shui would venture to Jinhua Island. Sect Master, you must not go to Jinhua Island, the Tailing Hall Master warned. Why? Are you suggesting I abandon Murong Shui's fate? Mu Taiyu frowned. Not at all, the Tailing Hall Master sighed. You are aware that numerous forces overseas covet Qizhou, eager to seize a share of its vast resources. If you were to encounter trouble on Jinhua Island, those forces would undoubtedly seize the opportunity, likely plunging Qingzhou into chaos and bloodshed. What should we do then? Mu Taiyu asked. I recommend sending someone to Jinhua Island to rescue Mountain Master Moro. The Tailing Hall Master suggested. Yunzhou Mountain Master? Mu Taiyu questioned, puzzled. Indeed, the Tailing Hall Master nodded. If my assessment is correct, Yunzhou Mountain Master possesses the most outstanding strength among all the Mountain Masters of our Dao Tian sect, even surpassing those old Mountain Masters who have long since crossed the tribulation and concealed their abilities. Mu Taiyu shook his head. No, Yunzhou Mountain Master has extraordinary talent. At just 40 years old, he has crossed the tribulation with limitless potential ahead. He must not take this risk. However, Sect Master, before your arrival, I had already sent my avatar to inform him, the Tailing Hall Master replied helplessly. Mu Taiyu? Just now, at Yunzhou Hall. The Tailing Hall Master addressed the one who called for him, which was indeed the Tailing Hall Master. However, at that moment, the Tailing Hall Master appeared ethereal, seemingly just a projection of spiritual energy. Might I trouble Yunzhou Mountain Master to journey to Jinhua Island? The Ling Shui Mountain Master has encountered difficulties there. After much consideration, I believe it is safest to entrust this matter to Yunzhou Mountain Master. The Tailing Hall Master said with a smile. System notification. The future fiancé of the host is in danger. Task issued to proceed to Jinhua Island and rescue Murong Shui. The host will receive substantial rewards. What nonsense is this about a future fiancé? Li Zhoujun remarked, bemused by the system's notification. Nonetheless, he resolutely replied to the Tailing Hall Master. Leave this matter to me. But given the urgency, do you have a way to expedite my journey? Of course, the Tailing Hall Master responded, producing a jade cicada. This is a spatial jade cicada, shatter it, and it will directly transport the Mountain Master to Murong Shui's side. Excellent. Li Zhoujun accepted the jade cicada from the Tailing Hall Master. Yunzhou Mountain Master. Be cautious. Granny Jinhua is not an easy opponent to deal with. The Tailing Hall Master cautioned, and with that, his figure dissipated. At that moment, Li Zhoujun turned to Su Nan and instructed, I will be stepping out for a while. Stay safe in Yunzhou Mountain until I return. Master, be careful on your journey, and do save Mother. Su Nan smiled. You little girl, don't speak carelessly, Li Zhoujun replied with a furrowed brow, then promptly shattered the spatial jade cicada. In the next instant, a sensation of whirling chaos engulfed him. As the scenery shifted dramatically, when it finally stilled, a golden serpent-headed staff came hurtling towards him, striking him squarely on the head with a resounding thud. Dazed, Li Zhoujun exclaimed, Damn it, who dares to ambush me? Who are you? Simultaneously, a startled voice from an old woman echoed. Li Zhoujun. Moments later, a voice filled with surprise and concern reached him from behind. It was Murong Shui. Upon focusing his gaze, he discovered the one who had struck him was an elderly woman clad in golden robes, wielding a golden staff, her hair a mix of white and gray. At that moment, disbelief filled her eyes as she stared at Li Zhoujun, who sported a large bump on his head. You hit me, Li Zhoujun exclaimed, one hand clutching his head, glaring angrily at the old woman. Indeed, it was I who struck, the elderly woman responded, her demeanor cautious as she regarded Li Zhoujun. This strike was meant to be lethal. Even a fellow tribulation survivor would have met their end. Yet, this sudden appearance of a youth, who merely suffered a bump, suggests an extraordinary resilience. Has he perhaps achieved a saintly physique? As this thought crossed her mind, the old woman felt a surge of trepidation, especially since the Ling Shui mountain master had invoked this person's name. They were evidently acquainted. You are Granny Jinhua? Li Zhoujun inquired of the old woman. Indeed, she confirmed. Have you come to rescue the Ling Shui mountain master of the Daotian sect? Precisely, Li Zhoujun affirmed, then turned to Murong Shui, questioning. Why did you suddenly appear here and provoke her wrath? Murong Shui's expression grew serious. Yesterday, I received news that a disciple from my mountain accidentally trespassed onto Jinhua Island and was detained by Granny Jinhua. I came to negotiate for their release. Initially, the conversation was amicable, but when I overheard commotion from within a nearby room, I seized the opportunity to open the door, only to find it filled with the remains of cultivators and a vile creature in a cocoon. Humph. Those remains were merely the owners of bones who coveted the treasures of Jinhua Island. Was it not justifiable to eliminate them? Granny Jinhua scoffed. Murong Shui countered. If I am not mistaken, the rumors of treasures that grant immortality on Jinhua Island originated from you, intended to lure cultivators here, so you could feed them to that vile creature. Correct, little girl, your mind is quite sharp. If this person had not appeared, you would have become nourishment for my child, Granny Jinhua sneered. Thus, your implication is that my disciple from Ling Shui Mountain has already been killed by you. Murong Shui's expression darkened at her words. Why spare them for the new year? Granny Jinhua laughed mockingly. You are quite the arrogant old hag, Li Zhoujun remarked. Taken aback. I advise you not to meddle in affairs beyond your reach, while your strength may not be insignificant. The figures standing behind this old woman are beyond your capacity to offend. Granny Jinhua shot a cold smile at Li Zhoujun. Who stands behind you? I am quite curious, Li Zhoujun replied lightly. Since you wish to know, I shall enlighten you, Granny Jinhua retorted, her lips forming a grimace as she silently chanted incantations. Blood sea roiling, surging to the heavens, with my blood, I summoned the blood ancestor. The blood ancestor? Li Zhoujun's expression shifted in surprise upon hearing her incantation, and a mocking glint flickered in his eyes. In the next moment, a surge of blood energy erupted from Granny Jane, coalescing into a crimson phantom above her. The blood ancestor. Could it be the same one that descended upon Qingzhou from the outside world eons ago? Upon hearing this, Murong Shui's expression turned grave. Meanwhile, Granny Jean, upon witnessing the formation of the blood-colored apparition, respectfully bowed and addressed it. Granny Jean pays her respects to the blood ancestor. However, the blood ancestor remained silent for an extended period. When she lifted her gaze, she found the blood ancestor glaring furiously at Li Zhoujun. Granny Jean was taken aback. She hadn't even revealed who the enemy was, yet the blood ancestor seemed to have fixated on Li Zhoujun. What was going on? It's you again. The blood ancestor slowly spoke to Li Zhoujun. Call me father. Li Zhoujun grinned widely. Kid, don't get carried away, the blood ancestor snorted coldly. When my true form. Boom. Before the blood ancestor could finish, Li Zhoujun launched a punch toward him, producing a thunderous sound that shattered the air. The blood ancestor, incensed, shouted, You insolent brat. As he spoke, he retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom. The two strikes collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept in all directions. The ground beneath the onlookers cracked, forming fissures resembling a spider's web. How is it possible that this person can withstand a blow from the blood ancestor? Granny Jean was utterly astonished. The blood ancestor was a formidable being of the great ascension stage. Even if it were merely a fragment of his power, it still bore the might of an immortal. How could a mere tribulation-transcending cultivator endure such force? There could only be one explanation. This youth was also a powerhouse of the great ascension stage. However, he appeared comparatively weaker, only able to match the blood ancestor's avatar blow for blow. Yet even so, it would be effortless for this youth to deal with her. Realizing this, Granny Jean felt a surge of panic. After all, the blood ancestor's avatar could not be maintained for long. Once it dissipated, she would become a lamb awaiting slaughter. At that moment, Murong Shui also regarded Li Zhoujun with incredulity. Li Zhoujun is actually of the great ascension stage? Kid, you merely managed to hold your ground against my avatar. If my true self were here, how many rounds could you withstand? While Granny Jean and Murong Shui were astonished at Li Zhoujun's strength, the blood ancestor coldly addressed him. Then why not bring your true self here? You merely talk the talk. You're nothing but a braggart. Li Zhoujun taunted. Just wait. One day, I will tear you limb from limb. The blood ancestor uttered a threatening remark before vanishing, having realized that if this avatar were to be consumed by Li Zhoujun, it would be a significant loss. As the blood ancestor fled, Li Zhoujun made no attempt to pursue him, knowing he would not catch up. He just left like that? Granny Jean was stunned by this development. When you wanted me to submit, what did you promise? As long as I helped raise that blood demon, you would ensure my ascension to the great ascension stage. I have treated that blood demon like my own son all these years. Is this how you repay me? Spare my life, immortal. Granny Jean, dropping her cane, knelt before Li Zhoujun. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing Morong Shui. Ding. The system rewards you with prideful snow flying sword upgraded to 9th grade. Ding. The system rewards you with oath great formation. 9th grade flying sword. A true immortal's treasured sword. Oath great formation can inscribe in the hearts of swearing cultivators. If a swearing cultivator betrays their oath, the formation will summon heavenly thunder. Li Zhoujun was inspecting the rewards issued by the system when Granny Jean, noticing his silence, suddenly panicked. Immortal? She tentatively inquired. Li Zhoujun snapped back to reality, looking at the anxious Granny Jean kneeling before him. Get up and perform a dance. I shall consider whether to spare you. With a grin, Li Zhoujun addressed Granny Jean. Morong Shui. Granny Jean. Chapter 28. Young man, do you wish to turn the tide? To think an immortal would have such peculiar tastes. Granny Jean's face flushed as she spoke. She then stood up and began to perform a rather embarrassing dance. Li Zhoujun, do you like this? Morong Shui asked, her mouth twitching. Not really, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Immortal, how did I perform? Granny Jean, her face flushed, inquired after finishing her dance. Not bad. Li Zhoujun mused, stroking his chin. How did you come to know the blood ancestor? Granny Jean replied, to answer the immortal. It was the blood ancestor's avatar that found me and forcibly made me submit through sheer force, compelling me to assist in raising a demon beast. I suspect this beast is the body he intends to prepare. Once it takes form, his avatar can attach itself to the beast, allowing him to roam the mortal realm for an extended period, wreaking havoc. I see. Here is your chance. Submit to me. Li Zhoujun grinned. Though Granny Jean had committed numerous heinous acts, she truly deserved death. Yet, rather than kill her, Li Zhoujun preferred to leverage the residual power from his encounter with the blood ancestor, compelling Granny Jean to serve him, while also testing the efficacy of the system's oath great formation. Upon sensing Li Zhoujun's intent not to kill her, Granny Jean felt a wave of relief. Surviving was paramount. The higher the cultivation, the more one valued their life, for everything they had was hard-won. If they died, everything would be lost. Thus, Granny Jean readily declared to Li Zhoujun, I, Granny Jean, am willing to submit to the immortal and serve you diligently. Wait, Li Zhoujun interrupted, summoning the formation with a wave of his hand, which then embedded itself into Granny Jean's chest. Now swear an oath. This is the oath great formation. If you dare to betray your vow, you shall face the wrath of heavenly lightning. Li Zhoujun smiled, though Granny Jean felt displeased internally. She dared not counter the words of a true immortal and quickly swore, I, Granny Jean, vow here to serve the immortal wholeheartedly, if I betray my oath. May the heavens strike me with 5 bolts of lightning. Very well, Li Zhoujun nodded approvingly. Now, tell me, the disciple of the Dao Tian sect. Are you certain you have killed him? Actually, I have not. When that esteemed disciple intruded, the demon beast had already cocooned itself, so I merely detained him. Granny Jean replied awkwardly. That is acceptable. Li Zhoujun nodded, then turned to Morong Shui and said, next time, do not roam about alone. Not every time will someone come to your rescue. Morong Shui was taken aback by Li Zhoujun's admonishing tone. However, upon reflection, she realized he had a point. Thus, she nodded, saying, I understand, it won't happen again. Good, obedient, Li Zhoujun smiled. Ding. Detecting a person defying fate 300,000 miles away, the system issues a task for the host to lend assistance. Rewards await. Defying fate. Villain. Seeing the system's message, Li Zhoujun was momentarily stunned. Good heavens, does the system want me to become the villain's grandfather? Isn't this pushing me into a pit of fire? Without a second thought, he declined. I dare not. I wouldn't even if you killed me. The protagonist's rivals always meet a tragic end. Ding. Detecting the host's refusal of the system task, the system is saddened and plans to abandon the host. Running away from home. Whoa, don't do that. I accept, alright. Hearing the system sound like a wronged little wife, Li Zhoujun could only respond helplessly. Of course, he genuinely feared the system might actually abandon him, which would be quite embarrassing. Ding. Please hurry to assist. Otherwise, this person will jump off a cliff, resulting in a failed task for the host. But don't be timid. Even if the protagonist develops, it will be a 50-50 chance for you. Li Zhoujun. The unpredictability of life is astonishing. It seems I must traverse this dark path. Li Zhoujun then turned to Morong Shui and instructed. You and Granny Jean should go find your disciple. I have some matters to attend to. By the way, that demon beast is now in your care. It must not survive for long. Okay, rest assured. Morong Shui agreed. As Li Zhoujun prepared to turn and leave, Morong Shui called out to him. Be careful on your journey. All right, understood, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. He then summoned the Aoshue flying sword. Upon seeing the sword, Both Granny Jinhua and Murong Shui were taken aback. A ninth-grade flying sword. Li Zhoujun truly possesses the cultivation of a true immortal. It became clear that Li Zhoujun had been concealing his prowess all along. Murong Shui smiled wryly, resolving to keep this secret for him. At that moment, Granny Jinhua, noticing Li Zhoujun was about to depart, hurriedly asked, "Senior, what should I do from now on?" Li Zhoujun glanced at her and replied, "Do what you must. But should you dare to commit any heinous acts, I shall strike you down with my sword." The old woman understood and quickly assured him, not daring to show any negligence. Li Zhoujun then took to the skies on his flying sword, departing the location with remarkable speed, covering the 30,000 miles in mere moments. Upon arriving at the designated coordinates, Li Zhoujun saw a young man standing at the edge of a cliff, sitting alone and speaking to himself while drinking. "I never expected that as the heir of the Yin family, I would end up in such a tragic fate. That Yu Tianming not only annihilated my family but also ruined my very essence. Even my sister has wholeheartedly followed him. He has joined the Kaishan sect and become a true disciple. I have no chance of turning the tables. It is utterly laughable. I merely mocked him a few times. And now I wonder if there is any meaning left in my life. Young man, do you wish to turn the tide?" At that moment, as the Yin youth contemplated ending his life, Li Zhoujun's voice resonated from above. Who is speaking?" The young man was startled and stood up, only to quickly wear a bitter smile. "Forget it. No matter who it is, I am destined to die. What is there to fear? Do you truly wish to leave this world bearing such humiliation, allowing your sister to live next to the murderer of your father as a docile wife?" Li Zhoujun continued. "No, I do not wish for that." The young man, Yin Zhihong, clenched his fists, his face filled with resentment. Suddenly, he fell to his knees before Li Zhoujun, pleading earnestly, "Yin Zhihong begs you, senior, to teach me how to exact my revenge." "Ah, having such thoughts is commendable." Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly. Then, before Yin Zhihong, a sword immortal descended gracefully from the sky on a flying sword. "Please, senior, accept me as your disciple," Yin Zhihong exclaimed, his expression filled with excitement. This young man before him was undoubtedly a being of immense strength, far surpassing even the elders of the Kaishan sect, as he had never felt such overwhelming pressure before. "This is a tremendous opportunity. I must seize it," Li Zhoujun remarked. "I do not take disciples at present, but you appear quite compatible, so I can impart a technique to you. Please, senior, impart your teachings so that I may seek revenge." Yin Zhihong responded eagerly, knowing that even if he could not become a disciple, the techniques shared by such a powerful figure would be invaluable. "Do not rush," Li Zhoujun said, observing the urgency in Yin Zhihong's demeanor. He then examined him closely, exclaiming, "Your meridians are shattered. The one who harmed you was quite ruthless." Upon hearing this, Yin Zhihong's eyes turned red as he expressed his grievance. "Yi Tianming was merely the son of a butcher, yet my sister fell for him. My family, the Yin clan, has a respectable standing in Beiyang City. How could I allow my sister to stoop to the son of a butcher? I warned Yu Tianming to stay away from her. For many young masters from illustrious families also pursued her. If he sought her affection, they would not spare him. Yet, he insulted me, saying I looked down on him. How could I endure that? I confronted him, but who knew he would rise to power and annihilate my family? He deceived my sister, claiming I colluded with evil sects to covet the family headship. The evil sect coveted our family treasures. That is why the Yin clan perished. The position of family head was destined for me. What could I possibly covet? He truly is a tragic antagonist." Li Zhoujun thought as he observed Yin Zhihong's tear-filled eyes, feeling a pang of sympathy for the boy's plight. "This pill is a spirit rejuvenation pill. It can help you reconstruct your meridians." Li Zhoujun produced a pill and offered it to Yin Zhihong. "Thank you, senior, for this gift," Yin Zhihong exclaimed, raising his hands in reverence as he accepted the pill. Simultaneously, Li Zhoujun placed a finger on Yin Zhihong's forehead, imprinting a technique titled Kuaijuan True Scripture into his mind. This powerful technique was discovered by Li Zhoujun during his time in the Daotian sect's library when he was unable to cultivate. It was akin to the legendary Kuaijuan secret, necessitating self-castration for mastery. To master this technique, one must first sacrifice oneself. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise, young man. "I am curious to see how far you can go," Li Zhoujun chuckled. At that moment, as Yin Zhihong contemplated the technique in his mind, he found it to be extraordinarily powerful and tailor-made for him. As for the matter of his essence, he no longer cared. Avenging his family was worth any sacrifice. "Thank you, senior," Yin Zhihong declared, kneeling before Li Zhoujun and bowing deeply. Li Zhoujun smiled slightly, allowing the gesture to pass unimpeded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of aiding the fated one. Ding! The system rewards you with full-stage nascent soul cultivation. Full-stage nascent soul cultivation, quite impressive. Li Zhoujun mused as he regarded the system's reward. In Qizhou, such a level would place one among the ancestors, capable of founding sects without issue. Even within the Daotian sect, one would rank as an elder. Ding. The system continues to issue tasks. The host must assist Yin Zhihong in avenging his family. The host will receive true immortal effects. The system is being excessive. Are you suggesting I directly confront the protagonist? Li Zhoujun was taken aback by the system's task. He had no desire to face the destined child head-on. After all, these fated individuals were akin to resilient cockroaches, nearly impossible to eradicate. They could stumble upon opportunities even when falling off a cliff or charm their way into the hearts of beautiful women. Even death was often not the end for them, as they would find ways to return stronger. Ding. Do not be timid, host. With the system's balanced capabilities, even the heavenly Tao would be a fair match. Furthermore, this true immortal effect is an invaluable asset, allowing you to shine effortlessly. You only know how to make me show off. Li Zhoujun's lips twitched. Having such a system was a mix of love and hate. After all, he was a refined and amiable person, yet he was constantly urged to flaunt his power. I have suddenly changed my mind and decided to help you seek revenge, Li Zhoujun said, turning his gaze toward the kneeling Yin Zhihong with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhihong's expression lit up with joy. Thank you, senior. He bowed once more, but suddenly felt something amiss. After all, he was merely an insignificant ant. Why would such a powerful being willingly help him in his quest for revenge? Was it merely because he found him pleasing to the eye? That reasoning seemed too far-fetched. Did this senior have ulterior motives? But what could he possibly desire from a penniless individual? Could it be that the senior had an interest in him? The thought sent a chill down Yin Zhihong's spine, causing him to instinctively tighten his grip. Looking at Li Zhoujun, he perceived a gentle smile that concealed a lurking shadow, one that grinned wickedly at him. Yet, with the thought of his impending revenge, Yin Zhihong gritted his teeth. What was a little discomfort compared to avenging his family? Senior, if you wish to do something to me, then go ahead. I will not resist, Yin Zhihong declared, lying down on the ground, presenting himself as a willing sacrifice. Li Zhoujun, what are you thinking? I am not the person you imagine, so stand up. Suddenly realizing, Li Zhoujun found it amusing that this young man thought he was being helped for ulterior motives. Yin Zhihong, feeling embarrassed for misunderstanding, awkwardly stood up, scratching his nose and saying, but I truly do not understand what is there about me that merits your attention. Li Zhoujun replied with exasperation. I assist you merely out of goodwill. If you truly wish to repay me, then focus on your cultivation and serve me in the future. I understand. Yin Zhihong responded earnestly. He had heard tales of great cultivators intervening in worldly matters to uphold their ideals. To encounter such a formidable figure today was unexpected. Now, let us discuss the particulars of Yi Tianming, Li Zhoujun inquired. Very well, Yin Zhihong began to recount. Yi Tianming was once an ordinary mortal, but for some unknown reason, he suddenly attained the ability to cultivate qi. At that time, my sister had already joined the ranks of Elder Zhao of the Kaishan sect, with an unlimited future ahead. Naturally, my family could not allow Yi Tianming to be with her. Thus, my father invited him to our home, hoping to provide him with some resources for cultivation, distancing him from my sister. Unexpectedly, Yi Tianming was unyielding, insisting that he would marry no one but my sister. My father, enraged, sought to kill him. But to our shock, Yi Tianming erupted with the complete foundational cultivation, decimating my family. My father, the head of the Yin family, had only just broken through to the foundational realm, making him no match for him. As a result, my family was annihilated, and he deliberately spared me to endure the pain of survival. Moreover, he spread rumors that I had brought the wolf into the fold, leading to our family's demise. Only recently did I learn that he had joined the Kaishan sect, backed by a golden core powerhouse, and was now with my sister. My heart sank in despair, prompting thoughts of suicide. Chapter 30. The Ice Water Secret Realm suddenly attaining the ability to cultivate qi, and then erupting with full foundational power. Li Zhoujun pondered Yin Zhihong's account. It seemed that this protagonist, Yi Tianming, was not only supported by the Kaishan sect but also had a formidable master behind him. Senior, if you are willing to assist me, simply obstruct the forces backing him. I desire to confront Yi Tianming myself. Yin Zhihong exclaimed passionately. It is likely that Yi Tianming's sudden outburst of foundational power was due to some secret technique, which he should not be able to use again. His original cultivation should still be at the qi refining stage. Li Zhoujun chuckled in response. Subsequently, Yin Zhihong found a cave and began consuming a pulse refining pill. Li Zhoujun did not depart, but stood outside the cave, contemplating that he would likely be away from the Daotian sect for some time. After all, he needed to assist Yin Zhihong in exacting revenge. Once he had recovered and cultivated the true scripture of the sunflower, it would take at least 10 to 15 days. He mused. With that thought, Li Zhoujun took out a piece of white paper and wrote a letter. I am occupied with matters outside and will return in due time. You should continue your cultivation at Yanzhishan. If you have any questions, you may seek answers from Master Moreau. After finishing, Li Zhoujun deftly folded the white paper into a paper crane, leaving a trace of his consciousness upon it before tossing it into the air. In an instant, the paper crane transformed into a vivid white crane, soaring towards Daotian's sect. The crane carried his essence, ensuring that Daotian's sect's disciples would not impede its passage. Having completed this task, Li Zhoujun clapped his hands and leaped onto a tree outside the cave, leisurely dozing off. He harbored no fear of danger, for he was invincible. No one could defeat him, and no weapon could penetrate his flesh. Moreover, Li Zhoujun did not need to cultivate, as the system would automatically assist him in his training. The following morning, at Daotian's sect, Yunjishan, Su Nan was practicing the Bixiang sword technique in the courtyard. Suddenly, a white crane descended from the sky, transforming into a paper crane that landed in Su Nan's small hand. At the same time, Li Zhoujun's consciousness merged with her. This consciousness would only activate in times of crisis, transforming into Li Zhoujun's avatar. Thus, Su Nan's safety was assured, as he had confirmed with the system that his avatar possessed half of his abilities. However, the avatar could not sustain this power for long, at most for 3 minutes, yet that was sufficient for Li Zhoujun to navigate a flying sword to the scene. Meanwhile, Su Nan carefully read Li Zhoujun's letter, tucking it away in her bosom before resuming her sword practice. At that moment, a figure entered. "Sister Xue?" Su Nan exclaimed. Momentarily startled, the newcomer was Xue Nianyao, who had joined the ranks of Master Kanglan. "Sister Su, the last time we met was on Ascension Mountain. I can't believe so much time has passed, and you still remember me," Xue Nianyao said with a gentle smile. "Of course I remember. After all, you are so beautiful and outstanding," Su Nan replied sincerely. "But you are even more remarkable, having joined Daotian's sect, the youngest disciple of a tribulation-level powerhouse. Surely you will surpass your predecessors," Xue Nianyao remarked with a wry smile. Who could have imagined that the former Yunju mountain master, who had been a cultivation failure for 40 years, would transform into Daotian's sect's youngest tribulation-level cultivator? "Ha ha ha, Sister Xue, what brings you here today?" Su Nan inquired curiously. "To be honest, I thought joining my master would lead to my downfall, but little did I know he is indeed a formidable figure." "Indeed. There is a matter at hand," Xue Nianyao nodded. "You must know that I am a princess of the Shuiwei dynasty. Recently, a secret realm of ice water has emerged in our territory, a remnant of an ancient great sect, filled with countless opportunities. It will open in 10 days. But only cultivators with exceptional ice and water attributes, or higher, can enter, specifically, 2 female practitioners of qi refining. So, sister, you wish for me to accompany you to this secret realm?" Su Nan asked, her small face puzzled. Xue Nianyao smiled and nodded. "Precisely. I possess a superior water attribute, making me one of the candidates. The other candidate, with an exceptional ice attribute, can only be you, sister, as you possess a saintly ice spirit root." Noticing Su Nan's hesitation, Xue Nianyao added playfully, "Sister, are you wondering how such fortunate circumstances could fall upon you?" "Yes," Su Nan nodded. "For there are no free lunches in this world." Xue Nianyao, noticing her thoughts, smiled lightly. "Do not think that way, sister. Our Shuiwei dynasty has no one with an exceptional ice spirit root, and within Daotian's sect, all those with such roots have already reached the foundational stage. You are the only one who meets the criteria. If you do not go, I cannot enter the secret realm either, so I am earnestly seeking your assistance. Of course, I would never harm you. The sect rules are stringent, and any harm among fellow disciples is punishable by death. Furthermore, I would not dare to offend your master." "Very well." Su Nan, seeing Xue Nianyao's earnestness, eventually agreed. "Sister, when do we depart?" "I have already informed my master. We can set out immediately. The Shuiwei dynasty's caravan is waiting at the designated guest location, Yiyuan Mountain," Xue Nianyao replied. "All right, sister, please wait for me," Su Nan said, leaving a letter on the table in Yunju Hall that read, "To Master, with utmost respect," before departing with Xue Nianyao towards Yiyuan Mountain. Meanwhile, back in the cave, a sudden surge of qi from the 9th layer of qi refining erupted, indicating a breakthrough to the foundational stage. Li Zhoujun, reclining on the tree, lazily opened his eyes and floated down. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for the bestowed elixir. Tonight, I can distinctly feel that the spiritual energy within me has drawn significantly closer to the foundation establishment stage. Given some time, I shall surely transcend this realm." Just as Li Zhoujun touched down, Yin Jihong emerged from the cave and bowed respectfully to him. Li Zhoujun appraised Yin Jihong from head to toe, nodded with a smile, and remarked, "Not bad. Have you been practicing the sunflower scripture?" "Please observe, senior," Yin Jihong replied. Upon hearing this, he elegantly gestured towards a nearby stone, and in an instant, it exploded with a resounding crack. "Quite interesting. Spend the next few days honing your skills, stabilizing your realm, and familiarizing yourself with the techniques. I will accompany you to the Kaishanzong, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Excellent, Yin Jihong exclaimed. At that moment, he had already regarded Li Zhoujun as his master in his heart. After all, Li Zhoujun had granted him a second chance at life and imparted formidable techniques. Thus, though they bore no formal title of master and disciple, their bond was indeed that of one. Chapter 31. A visit to Kaishanzong 5 days later. An aura of the Foundation establishment stage suddenly enveloped the cave. Outside, Li Zhoujun expressed his astonishment. This young man is practicing the sunflower scripture, and he has broken through to the Foundation establishment stage so quickly. Senior, Yin Jihong emerged from the cave, his expression brimming with joy. Indeed, Li Zhoujun nodded and smiled. Let us proceed to Kaishanzong now. Very well. Yin Jihong's heart raced with excitement. Soon, he would have his chance for revenge. He felt an odd sharpness in his voice, but he dismissed it. He would sacrifice anything for vengeance. In the meantime, Li Zhoujun waved his sleeve, enveloping Yin Jihong. In the next moment, Yin Jihong felt the surroundings shift dramatically, and they found themselves hovering above Kaishanzong. This must be Kaishanzong, Li Zhoujun mused, gazing down at the magnificent architecture. Indeed, Yin Jihong affirmed. Simultaneously, an imposing presence rose from within Kaishanzong, taking the form of an elderly man. Greetings, fellow Taoist, the suddenly appearing elder, Duan Wuyo, said respectfully as he clasped his hands in greeting to Li Zhoujun. Duan Wuyo, the ancestor of Kaishanzong. Yin Jihong's expression shifted in surprise. It was said that this ancestor had attained the nascent soul stage, and to see such a powerful figure displaying such courtesy towards the one who aided him was remarkable. One could only imagine the strength of this great cultivator, who surely had also attained the nascent soul realm. Is there a matter that brings you to Kaishanzong, fellow Taoist? Duan Wuyo, unfazed by Yin Jihong's astonishment, addressed the seemingly ordinary yet transcendent young man with utmost respect. In his eyes, this youth appeared no different from an average person, which left him contemplating two possibilities. Either his cultivation was inferior to that of the youth, or the youth was indeed just an ordinary individual. Yet, the ability to traverse the void clearly indicated the former. Thus, Duan Wuyo disregarded Li Zhoujun's youthful appearance and treated him as an equal. After all, in the realm of cultivation, judging a person by their looks was the most unreliable method, as appearances could easily change for powerful practitioners. Li Zhoujun then chuckled lightly. I seek justice. Oh, Duan Wuyo's expression faltered. Has one of my disciples offended you? Not at all. Li Zhoujun shook his head, gesturing towards Yin Jihong. I am here to seek justice for him. I see. Duan Wuyo glanced at Yin Jihong, comprehending the situation. Please, follow me into the sect to discuss this matter. Kaishanzong is a reputable sect, and if any of my disciples have committed an egregious act, I shall not shield them. Very well, Li Zhoujun responded. Thus, Li Zhoujun, accompanied by Yin Jihong, descended onto a plaza within Kaishanzong with Duan Wuyo. We pay our respects to the ancestor. The disciples and elders of Kaishanzong bowed upon seeing Duan Wuyo. Please, rise. Duan Wuyo waved his hand, and then turned to Li Zhoujun, saying, Fellow Taoist, please follow me. After you, Li Zhoujun replied. Who is this young man that the ancestor treats with such reverence? Indeed, the ancestor is a nascent soul cultivator. Such courtesy towards this youth can only imply one thing. He too must be a nascent soul practitioner. How youthful for a nascent soul cultivator. And he appears so cultured. Junior sister, do not harbor such thoughts. You are not worthy. Humph. By the way, the individual accompanying this young master seems somewhat familiar. Is he not the brother of Sisterine? But was he associated with a sinister cult that led to the ruin of the Yin family? Why is he here? Things seem complicated. I shall await developments. At that moment, the disciples in the plaza whispered among themselves, observing the retreating figures of Li Zhoujun, Yin Jihong, and their esteemed ancestor. Before long, Li Zhoujun, accompanied by Duan Wuyo, took a seat in a grand hall. Initially, Yin Jihong felt somewhat ill at ease. But Duan Wuyo smiled and reassured him. Young friend, you are a guest. Please make yourself comfortable and do not be overly formal. With that, Yin Jihong found a chair to sit in. Subsequently, Duan Wuyo personally poured tea for Li Zhoujun, saying, Your visit was unexpected, and I have not prepared anything. I hope you will not find this tea lacking. You are too kind, Li Zhoujun replied, observing the rising steam from his cup with a gentle smile. This tea is aromatic and flavorful. It is evidently of fine quality. You flatter me, Duan Wuyo chuckled. Might I inquire if you could elaborate on your intentions? Li Zhoujun took a sip of tea and smiled. Please summon Yi Tianming and Yin Miao Miao. The origins of this matter will soon be revealed. Very well. Duan Wuyo nodded and softly called out, Li I apologize for not greeting you personally upon your return from seclusion. Father, please do not hold it against me. A young man in white entered the hall. Upon seeing Li Zhoujun, he clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "I am Duan Li, the sect leader of Kaishanzong. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed senior." No need for formality, Li Zhoujun smiled. At least for now, he held a favorable impression of this father-son duo, undoubtedly aided by his own prowess. Otherwise, if Yin Jihong had come alone, he might not have even had the chance to meet them. "Go and summon Yi Tianming and Yin Miao Miao," Duan Wuyo instructed his son. "Please wait. Father, I shall return shortly," Duan Li replied and exited. Before long, 5 individuals approached the hall. "May I ask, sect leader, why have you summoned my disciple to this meeting hall?" One elder inquired. "Elder He, your disciple is Yu Tianming, correct?" Duan Li responded. "Indeed," Elder He confirmed. "Then that is settled," Duan Li replied. "Fine," Elder He muttered, feeling vexed. He was Yi Xingho, Yi Tianming's master, and had been diligently instructing his disciple when the sect leader's unexpected visit prompted him to follow. Another woman in the group furrowed her brow and asked, "And why have you summoned my disciple to the meeting hall?" This woman was Zhao Hui, the master of Yin Miao Miao, and like Elder He, she had followed out of concern for her student. "Actually, it was the ancestor who requested the 2 of you to bring your beloved disciples. I have merely come to relay the message," Duan Li stated, growing weary of the explanations. Upon hearing this, He Xinghu and Zhao Hui promptly fell silent, realizing the weight of the ancestor's authority. After all, the ancestor was a genuine nascent soul cultivator, a force not to be trifled with. Among the group were 2 more individuals, a youth and a maiden, both donned in the brown and white robes of Kaishanzong disciples. The boy appeared rather ordinary, easily lost in a crowd, while the girl, though strikingly beautiful, bore a hint of weariness. These 2 were none other than Yi Tianming and Yin Miao Miao. Chapter 32, Confrontation. Tianming, why has the ancestor suddenly summoned us? At this moment, Yin Miao Miao glanced at Yu Tianming with a hint of unease. Yu Tianming smiled gently, took her small hand, and comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, silly girl. It might just be that the ancestor wishes to arrange a marriage for us." Yin Miao Miao nodded, though a shadow of worry lingered on her face. Noticing her distress, Yu Tianming felt a pang of sympathy and said, "I know your brother has done some despicable things, but that is all in the past. We must look forward. I believe your father would not want to see you like this, would he?" "All right," Yin Miao Miao replied. As they spoke, they followed Duan Li into the grand hall. Upon seeing Yin Jihong seated within, Yi Tianming's pupils contracted in surprise, unable to comprehend how Yin Jihong could have suddenly appeared there. Similarly, when Yin Miao Miao spotted her brother, her expression faltered, revealing a tumult of hatred and grievance. "We pay our respects to the ancestor." At that moment, both Yi Tianming and Yin Miao Miao suppressed their emotions and bowed to their master, Duan Wuyo. Duan Wuyo nodded, assessing Yi Tianming and Yin Miao Miao, and remarked, "These 2 are my true disciples of the Kaishan sect, possessing considerable talent. However, talent alone is insufficient. One must learn to be a good person, or in the end, it will all be in vain." Disciple Yi Tianming respectfully heeds the ancestor's teachings. Disciple Yin Miao Miao respectfully heeds the ancestor's teachings. They both replied in unison. Meanwhile, an elderly voice echoed in Yi Tianming's mind. "Young man, that youth seated in the hall is unfathomable. He may very well be a celestial being. I must keep myself hidden during my slumber. He must not discover me." Celestial being? Yi Tianming gasped at the thought. A celestial being is a formidable entity. The ancestor of the Kaishan sect would not even be worthy to carry his shoes. After all, the elder, known as Grey Elder, was merely at the level of spirit transformation in his corporeal form. The voice belonged to the true master of Yi Tianming, Grey Elder. Although He Xingho was also his master, it was evident that Yi Tianming sought to leverage his status as a true disciple of the Kaishan sect to swiftly acquire resources for cultivation. "Young friend, if you have grievances, please, begin," Duan Wuyo addressed Yin Jihong. Yi Tianming's heart sank. Could it be that the ancestor of the Kaishan sect intended to assist Yin Jihong? This realization filled him with alarm, especially since his own ally, Grey Elder, was currently concealed. Yet, Yin Jihong did not immediately approach Yi Tianming. Instead, he turned towards his sister, Yin Miao Miao, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Miao Miao, you've lost weight." As he spoke, he stepped toward her, wishing to embrace her. However, Yin Miao Miao took a step back, her demeanor icy. "I have no brother like you." Yin Jihong, witnessing his sister's rejection, felt a surge of sorrow. He stood there, hand raised, burdened with countless words yet unsure of how to express them. Li Zhoujun silently observed the scene, saying nothing, merely watching. "You ungrateful wretch. What more is there to say at this point? It's too late to awaken to the truth. Your actions were worse than those of beasts." Yi Tianming, standing beside Yin Miao Miao, scolded Yin Jihong with composure. "What a villain to cry foul first." Yin Jihong retorted with a bitter laugh. "What were you doing the night my family was exterminated?" I was on my way to join the Kaishan sect, preparing to become a disciple. What is it to you? Surely, you do not mean to suggest that I, a mere qi refining practitioner, could annihilate your entire family, do you? Yi Tianming, firm in his belief that no one would be foolish enough to think a qi refining practitioner could destroy a family of foundation establishment cultivators, especially when many qi refining practitioners were present, spoke with confidence. Leave me be, and do not seek me out again. From this moment forward, we sever our blood ties. In Miao Miao echoed Yi Tianming's sentiment. Miao Miao, seeing is believing. Are you truly going to listen to this scoundrel's nonsense? In Zhihong exclaimed, irritation creeping into his voice. I, your elder brother, am the heir of the family. Why would I conspire with cultists to kill our father and seize power? Do you not find that absurd? Moreover, I have never been fond of such matters. I would have preferred for our father to pass the position to you. I only wish to receive my share of the family provisions, to live a life of leisure. Have you forgotten all of this? Upon hearing this, Miao Miao's expression shifted. Yi Tianming, sensing the change, quickly interjected with a cold smirk. In Zhihong, spare us your empty words. Who knows if you were merely pretending all along? It was only recently that your true ambitions surfaced. Your words truly amuse me. To each their own perspective. I am merely a qi refining practitioner. Even if I harbored ulterior motives, it would be impossible for me to destroy my father, the pillar of our family. Without a foundation establishment cultivator to support us, the Yin family, no matter how strong it appears, would merely be a paper tiger. In Zhihong retorted with a disdainful snort. Yi Tianming felt a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated that In Zhihong would not only be clever, but also articulate. Had he known earlier, he would have eliminated him to prevent future troubles rather than merely crippling his cultivation. Yet, Yi Tianming maintained his composure, saying, after successfully usurping your father, you still had the cultists to back you, did you not? All you had to do was offer them tributes every year. Are you out of your mind? Even I, In Zhihong, am not foolish enough to conspire with a tiger. You claim I colluded with cultists? Where is your evidence? Present it. In Zhihong laughed coldly. Your very existence is the best evidence. Yi Tianming countered. So, you are saying that you cannot produce any evidence? In Zhihong chuckled. But his expression suddenly shifted to one of malice as he glared at Yi Tianming. However, I do have evidence to prove that it was you who wiped out my family. You unleashed a secret technique, reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and not only killed my entire family, but also seized countless treasures from us. Are you brave enough to open your storage treasure and reveal if it contains any items belonging to the Yin family? On what grounds? Just because of your mere words? Why should I open my storage treasure for you? Who do you think you are? Yi Tianming's face flickered with a hint of anxiety. He indeed had several items from the Yin family that he had yet to process in his storage ring, but he quickly regained his composure. Do you not know that prying into the secrets of other cultivators is a grave taboo? Haha, I see you are merely afraid, In Zhihong sneered. Yi Tianming, did you truly annihilate the Yin family? Zhao Huijun, with a scowl, fixed her gaze on Yi Tianming. When her disciple, Yin Miao Miao, learned of the Yin family's destruction, she had suffered greatly, which had caused her own distress as a master. Elder Zhao, how could that be? I am merely a qi refining practitioner. Even if I possessed secret techniques, it would be impossible for me to suddenly break through to foundation establishment. Yi Tianming lamented. He then turned to Yin Miao Miao. His expression filled with grievance. Miao Miao, do you believe in me? As long as you believe in me, I fear no one's doubts. After all, the innocent shall always be vindicated. Chapter 33. Duan Wuyo's change of heart. Yin Miao Miao, moved by Yi Tianming's earnestness, found herself at a loss. Observing her hesitation, In Zhihong scoffed. What? Are you now begging for mercy? But Yi Tianming paid him no mind, fixing his sincere gaze on Yin Miao Miao. Yet, when he noticed her silence, frustration welled up within him. Miao Miao, do you not trust me? Why did I come to the Kaishan sect if not for you? I would give everything for you. Why do you not believe me? Yi Tianming, allow me to interject, finally spoke Li Zhoujun. Realizing that the speaker was likely the powerful figure whom his master had referred to as a celestial being, Yi Tianming regarded him with respect. Senior, I am all ears. Li Zhoujun smiled lightly and said, very well. You have expressed your willingness to sacrifice everything for Yin Miao Miao. Therefore, why not open your storage treasure and allow her to inspect it alone? You are willing to give everything for Yin Miao Miao. So this trivial matter should be within your capabilities, correct? This. Yi Tianming was instantly taken aback, cold sweat pouring from his brow. It was evident that this celestial visitor harbored ill intentions, likely siding with In Zhihong. This thought rendered Yi Tianming's expression grim. The formidable presence of a celestial being standing against a mere qi refinement practitioner filled him with despair. Moreover, the celestial being's words struck at his vulnerabilities. If he refused, would it not imply guilt? Yet, if he consented, Wu Ti Miao Miao immediately deduced that he was responsible for her family's demise upon seeing the contents of his storage ring. Thus, he found himself in a predicament. Yi Tianming, you profess to hold sincere feelings for my sister, yet now you begin to shirk responsibility? Yin Jihong scoffed, glancing towards Yin Miao Miao, continuing, Miao Miao, do you not see the truth? Indeed, it was I who annihilated the Yin family. What will you do about it? Had your family not sought to kill me, I would never have taken such action. Eventually, Yi Tianming, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, openly admitted, a cold smile gracing his lips as he regarded Yin Jihong. What is this? You've been crippled by me, and now your words have taken on a feminine tone? I had expected you would choose to end your own life in disgrace, yet here you stand, shamelessly arrogant, even in your current state. It matters not what I have become. As long as I can eliminate you, it is all worthwhile, Yin Jihong retorted with a laugh. At that moment, Yin Miao Miao gazed at Yi Tianming in disbelief. How could the one who professed love for her also be the one responsible for her family's destruction? Noticing her expression, Yi Tianming sighed. I had no desire to act against you, but your father sought my life, and thus I was compelled to respond. Yet, Yin Miao Miao offered no reply. Standing there in stunned silence, deeply wounded by the revelation that the one she loved had been the architect of her family's ruin. Do you not understand why my father sought your death? Yin Jihong exclaimed, his agitation palpable. Initially, our family attempted to dissuade you from pursuing my sister. But you disregarded our warnings and provoked my father, calling the Yin family a pack of lowly curs. Who else would he target but you? Alas, it was your family that ultimately faced destruction. Yi Tianming shrugged indifferently. Yes, it was your family that acted first. I acknowledge our fault. You deserved your fate. But why did you deceive my sister and pin the blame on me? Why not own up to it? Yin Jihong gritted his teeth. Master, ancestor. This is not solely my disciple's fault. The Yin family was in the wrong first. Otherwise, my disciple would not have been driven to destroy your family. He is still just a child, and one must expect recklessness in youth. I hope for your leniency in guiding him. At this moment, He Xingho, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, hurriedly addressed Duan Waya, clearly concerned for Yi Tianming. Duan Waya frowned. Let the younger generation settle their own affairs. It is best if we elders do not intervene. Wouldn't you agree, my friend? He then turned to Li Zhoujun with a smile, indicating that he wished for Yin Jihong and Yi Tianming to resolve their conflict independently, while also showing a desire to protect Yi Tianming. After all, a Qi refinement practitioner capable of toppling a foundational family must harbor significant secrets. If he could uncover these secrets, it might enable him to transcend his limitations. Li Zhoujun, understanding Duan Waya's intentions, chose not to expose them, merely responding with a smile that sounds splendid. Inwardly, Li Zhoujun marveled at Yi Tianming, acknowledging his protagonist aura, which had so swiftly swayed Duan Waya's stance in his favor. Yet today, amidst the unfolding chaos, Yi Tianming's fate appeared sealed. For if Yi Tianming survived, it would be Yin Jihong who suffered. In the future, it would be Li Zhoujun, the one aiding Yin Jihong, who would bear the brunt of the consequences. Humph. Yi Tianming, do you dare to face me again after crippling my meridians? Yin Jihong challenged, having overheard the exchange between Duan Waya and Li Zhoujun. He issued a formal challenge to Yi Tianming, unleashing the aura of an early foundational practitioner. Yi Tianming's face darkened. Being merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, it was impossible for him to confront a foe of a higher realm without the assistance of Grey Elder, who had now succumbed to slumber in the presence of a celestial being. What could he possibly use to contend with Yin Jihong? Duan Waya, however, fixated his gaze upon Yi Tianming, eager to witness whether he would break through to the perfected foundational realm. Should he achieve this, it would be imperative that Yi Tianming did not perish here today. If death were to come, it must wait until the secrets were unearthed. Tianming, I can assist you no further. The rest is up to you. The ancestor has decreed that you must resolve your grievances without further bloodshed against Yin Jihong. Spare him. It will earn you some favor in the eyes of the ancestor. Remember this. He Xingho conveyed through thought. Yi Tianming felt a tumult of emotions, yet he understood that he could not shy away from battle. Facing Yin Jihong was preferable to confronting a celestial being. Power. Yi Tianming yearned for strength. Had he possessed it, none of this would have transpired, and the celestial aiding Yin Jihong posed a significant threat to his potential for a resurgence. He could not afford to be trampled underfoot. Let us fight, Yi Tianming declared with a cold huff, accepting the challenge with resolve. Chapter 34. The Death of Yi Tianming, Let Us Fight. With those words, Yi Tianming's challenge hung in the air. Yin Jihong wasted no time in retorting, conjuring several blasts of magical energy, concentrated power drawn from the depths of a cultivator's being aimed directly at Yi Tianming with a piercing sound. Yi Tianming, being merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, was utterly unequipped to withstand such an onslaught. The magical blast struck his chest, sending him hurtling backward onto the ground, blood spilling from his lips. From the sidelines, Miao Miao watched in despair, her heart heavy as she witnessed this turn of events. Is this all you can do? Use your forbidden techniques to end me. Seeing Yu Tianming unable to defend himself, Yin Zhihong laughed derisively, stepping toward him with triumphant strides. He seized Yu Tianming's leg and began to swing him around mercilessly. With a resounding crash, Yu Tianming was hurled to the ground, his head bloodied and broken, appearing as though he were on the brink of death. Tianming, He Xingho exclaimed, shocked by the sight. Coughing up blood, Yi Tianming struggled to rise, his gaze fixed with ferocity upon Yin Zhihong, as though he intended to devour him whole. Do not glare at me like that. You shall join my father in the grave. Yin Zhihong taunted, unfazed by Yi Tianming's fierce glare. In a blink, he appeared before Yi Tianming, raising his hand to deliver a fatal blow to his head. Should this strike land, Yi Tianming would undoubtedly meet a gruesome fate. Yi Tianming's pupils constricted at the sight, but then an unexpected voice echoed in his mind. Ah, young one, it seems you cannot evade your fate. Thus, we must give it our all. Surrender your body to me. Grey Elder's voice resonated within him. With Grey Elder's words, Yi Tianming's aura surged dramatically, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, nearing the threshold of divine transformation, before it gradually stabilized. Boom. At that moment, as Yi Tianming's power erupted, Yin Zhihong was swept away, crashing against the wall like a marionette with severed strings, leaving a web of cracks in its wake. Coughing up blood, Yin Zhihong felt his insides roil violently as darkness enveloped him, and he fell unconscious. Brother! Yin Miao Miao cried out in panic, rushing to the fallen Yin Zhihong. In the midst of the gathering, a palpable gasp echoed as the onlookers beheld the astonishing scene. What kind of secret technique was this? It enabled a mere qi refinement cultivator to ascend directly to the Yuaning realm? In the eyes of Duan Wui, an insatiable greed glimmered. He was determined to possess such a technique for himself. At that moment, Li Zhoujun narrowed his eyes slightly. His previous hesitation to act was a calculated wait for Yi Tianming's grandfather to make a move. Yet, the elder controlling Yi Tianming's body, the gray-haired old man, had no intention of staying. He turned to tear through the void and escape. However, in the next instant, a flying sword erupted from within Li Zhoujun, emanating a formidable aura that pressed down upon all present like a mountain, rendering them immobile. This included the elder manipulating Yi Tianming's form. A ninth-grade flying sword. A true immortal? Suddenly, a hoarse voice, reminiscent of an old man, emerged from Yi Tianming. What? A true immortal? As Yi Tianming spoke, the crowd's incredulous gazes converged upon Li Zhoujun, especially Duan Wui, who felt an icy sweat trickle down his spine. After all, they had agreed that the sect would not shield any traitors. Yet he had just reversed his stance. At this thought, Duan Wui felt a sinking dread. Immortal, I hold no grievance against you. Why do you seek to trouble me? He implored the elder controlling Yi Tianming's body, who was now visibly shaken by Li Zhoujun's presence. Ah, some matters are better left unexplained, Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly. Well aware of the fateful folly that befalls those who speak too much, he swiftly controlled the Aoshua's sword, piercing through the body of Yi Tianming, leading to its swift disintegration from the lower half. Being struck by a ninth-grade celestial sword meant utter annihilation. No. I refuse to accept this. Yi Tianming roared in fury just before vanishing into nothingness. The power of the ninth-grade celestial sword was beyond the endurance of a mere transformation realm cultivator, let alone any who had faced death before. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving the reward True Immortal Effect. True Immortal Effect. The host's thoughts resonate with heaven and earth, with the system's notification confirming the task's completion. Li Zhoujun finally exhaled in relief. It seemed that even a protagonist blessed with astounding fortune could find no opportunity against a determined adversary intent on their demise. As the saying goes, all fear stems from insufficient firepower, a truth Li Zhoujun had come to understand deeply. We have witnessed an immortal. At that moment, the gathered crowd knelt before Li Zhoujun in reverence, with Duan Wui's voice ringing the loudest. Meanwhile, Zhao Hui, noticing her disciple lost in thought while holding her brother, felt an anxious flutter in her heart. Nonetheless, Li Zhoujun paid no mind to such trivialities, merely observing the kneeling figures with indifference. Junior has always regarded himself as an equal to the immortal. I ask for your forgiveness. Duan Wui hastily addressed Li Zhoujun. Rise, there is no need for excessive formality. Li Zhoujun responded with a gentle smile. The crowd, upon hearing this, quickly stood up, their demeanor akin to that of children before their parents, hesitant to speak. As for the matter concerning Yi Tianming, they wisely chose to remain silent. Having discerned that the reason for Yi Tianming's newfound strength was not some secret technique, but rather the dormant presence of an ancient being within him. This ancient entity had likely offended the immortal, prompting the current deadly pursuit. To bring this up now would only invite disaster. Even He Xinghu, who had recently lost a disciple to Li Zhoujun, dared not utter a word. To provoke a true immortal over a disciple who had barely been taken in and was already deceased would be sheer folly. At that moment, Li Zhoujun waved his hand, summoning the Aoshue's sword back to his dantian for nurturing. Before approaching Yin Miao Miao, he crouched down and placed a healing pill into the mouth of Yin Jihong, her brother. Only then did Yin Miao Miao regain her senses. She carefully set her brother on the ground and respectfully bowed to Li Zhoujun, saying, "Miao Miao thanks the immortal for your assistance." Li Zhoujun smiled. "Take good care of your brother. He has treated you well." With that, he made no further delay and, amidst the awe-filled gazes of those present, strode out of the grand hall with his hands clasped behind his back. We bid farewell to the immortal. The disciples of the Kaishan sect watched Li Zhoujun's departing figure, their hearts filled with wonder. As for Li Zhoujun's true name or his destination, they remained oblivious, only aware that a true immortal, carefree and full of vigor, had once graced their grand hall. Chapter 35. An encounter in the rain. After departing from the Kaishan sect, Li Zhoujun found himself on a tranquil official road. He was in no rush to return to the heavenly sect, having spent over 40 years in this world without truly exploring it. This was the perfect opportunity for a leisurely stroll. However, the weather took an unexpected turn. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and a gentle rain began to fall. As the raindrops threatened to touch Li Zhoujun, they miraculously veered away, as if an invisible barrier surrounded him, keeping the rain at bay. Not only that, but the rain made the already muddy path even more treacherous, yet strangely, Li Zhoujun walked through the muck without soiling his feet. Why do these raindrops avoid me despite my lack of exerting any power? Li Zhoujun pondered in astonishment. Ding! The true immortal body is untainted, naturally repelling earthly impurities. So I am a true immortal? How was I unaware of this? Li Zhoujun's expression was one of bewilderment. Ding! You are certainly not a true immortal. This is all thanks to the true immortal effect. Understanding dawned upon him. As he continued, Li Zhoujun's attention was drawn to a small grass sprout struggling beneath the weight of a stone. Remarkably, it seemed to possess a hint of spiritual awareness. Pushing against the stone with all its might, Li Zhoujun, intrigued, approached the resilient grass and knelt beside it, saying, "Our meeting is fated. Allow me to assist you in removing this stone." With that, he effortlessly lifted the stone away, and the grass sprang up with newfound vigor. Ding! The host's kindness has been noted. The system rewards you with spirit gathering array. Is this truly possible? Li Zhoujun was taken aback. Ding! The system detected the grass's potential. A task has been issued. Assist the grass in inscribing the spirit gathering array to aid its cultivation, thus sowing the seeds of virtue. Reward. Should this grass successfully cultivate, it will seek to repay you in the future. So you want me to acquire a pawn, do you? Li Zhoujun mused, bemused by the casual nature of the reward. Nevertheless, he smiled at the grass, saying, "Let me offer you one more gift." With a flick of his finger, he inscribed an intricate spirit-gathering array in the air above the grass. After completing the array, he clapped his hands and warned, "Little one, should you succeed in your cultivation, do not cause mischief, or I shall personally deal with you." To his surprise, the grass seemed to understand. Swaying slightly as if expressing gratitude to Li Zhoujun, displaying an unusual degree of sentience. Meanwhile, two figures approached from behind Li Zhoujun. One was a stout youth with a tuft of hair at the corner of his mouth, and the other was a white-haired elder. The youth held an umbrella over both himself and the elder as they sought shelter from the rain. Upon spotting Li Zhoujun squatting beneath the tree, the youth took a moment to assess him. The young man, clad in a blue robe, possessed an elegant and refined visage reminiscent of a distinguished scholar, albeit one far younger than the aged sage he had recently visited with his master. "Are you seeking refuge from the rain, sir?" the youth inquired with a friendly smile. "Indeed," Li Zhoujun replied, turning in surprise at the voice behind him, and smiled in response upon recognizing the duo. Just then, a sturdy young man offered an extra umbrella that he had on his back, saying, "Sir, if it doesn't bother you, you may use it." With that, the earnest youth removed the umbrella from his back and handed it to Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, saying, "Thank you very much. However, I shall remember your kindness in offering this umbrella." After saying this, Li Zhoujun accepted the paper umbrella from the young man's hand. At the same time, he scrutinized the elderly man and the youth. The old man had graying hair and an ethereal demeanor, which made Li Zhoujun realize that he was not an ordinary person. Yet, he could not discern the old man's level of cultivation, fearing that it had already surpassed the nascent soul stage and reached the transformation stage. As for the earnest young man who offered the umbrella, Li Zhoujun saw through him. He was at the foundation establishment level and appeared to be just over 16 years of age. A 16-year-old with foundation establishment cultivation indicated that the old man beside him was certainly not an ordinary person. While Li Zhoujun was observing the pair, the old man was also sizing him up. Knowing that this route was notorious for monsters, the old man thought it unusual for a young man to appear here alone. Moreover, the man's ethereal aura suggested that, while he seemed unremarkable, he held profound wisdom within his gestures. The old man then smiled and inquired, "May I ask, Mr. Li, are you headed to Jiang City?" "To enjoy the scenery along the way. As for where this road leads, I cannot say," replied Li Zhoujun after a moment of contemplation. He was unsure of the destination, merely wishing to take a break from flying to walk and appreciate the views, indifferent to where he would end up. "You are quite carefree, Mr. Li," the old man chuckled. "I have heard that there are bandits and malevolent beings in this area. If you do not mind, how about accompanying me to Jiang City? The city is built beside a river, and it is quite captivating. I believe you would enjoy it." "No, thank you." Li Zhoujun gently declined, shaking his head with a smile. "I am accustomed to traveling alone. Please take care, both of you." With that, he opened the paper umbrella, holding it in one hand while the other rested behind him, and slowly walked into the rain. The old man and the youth watched as he gradually faded from view, until he turned onto a small path and disappeared. "Master, look at that grass." Suddenly, the earnest young man pointed to a rather spirited weed and exclaimed, "What an exquisite formation!" Upon seeing the spirit-gathering formation on the weed, the old man's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "This must have been laid down by that gentleman we just met," the earnest youth said. The old man nodded in agreement, saying, "To craft such a refined spirit-gathering formation, that gentleman's skill in formations is likely unparalleled in the world." The earnest young man gaped in awe, knowing his master was highly skilled in formations, certainly above a fifth-grade formation master. To receive such praise from his master indicated that the gentleman they encountered was truly remarkable. Unfortunately, that gentleman had not taken the road to Jiang City, and they could not behold his true form again. "You have attracted the attention of a remarkable person. This is your fortune. However, we arrived unexpectedly, and it seems that gentleman forgot to conceal this formation. Allow me to add a finishing touch." With a slight smile, the old man concealed the formation laid by Li Zhoujun. "All right. Asher, we should be on our way," the old man instructed the earnest youth. "Yes, master," Asher replied solemnly. Nodding, the two of them were heading to Jiang City to tend to the illness of the old man's friend's cherished granddaughter. It was said that the granddaughter fell ill after entering a mystical cave and had not recovered since her return. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun had been walking in the rain for quite some time when he suddenly smacked his forehead, realizing, "Oh dear. I laid a formation on that weed but forgot to conceal it. If this formation attracts other monsters or cultivators, wouldn't I be putting it in danger?" With that thought, he retraced his steps. Upon returning to the tree, he found that the elderly man and the youth had already departed, and the spirit-gathering formation on the weed had been hidden. The weed swayed joyfully upon seeing Li Zhoujun's return. "It seems the old man has taken care of it," Li Zhoujun mused. "Do well and cultivate here," he instructed the weed before setting off towards Jiang City. After all, he had already traversed another path without encountering anything of interest. When Li Zhoujun arrived at Jiang City, the elderly man and the youth he had met earlier were already outside a mansion. "Lu Wuhan, my disciple Yue has arrived. Aren't you going to come out and greet us?" The old man called to the mansion's entrance with a light chuckle. "Ha ha ha, Yue. I have finally awaited your arrival." Just as Yue finished speaking, an elderly man dressed in luxurious robes emerged from the door, laughing heartily. Upon seeing Asher, he paused for a moment, saying, Yue, you have taken on a disciple?" "Indeed, this lad is named Xiao, Yue replied with a slight smile. "Asher, quickly pay your respects to Uncle Lu." Originally, Yue intended for Xiao to greet Lu as Grandpa Lu, but he realized that would inadvertently make Lu Wuhan much older than himself. Asher pays his respects to Uncle Lu. Xiao then greeted Lu Wuhan. "No need for formality, young lad. A 16-year-old at Foundation Establishment. Tut, tut. Yue, you have taken on a fine disciple. One who rivals the top prodigies of Daotian's sect," Lu Wuhan remarked with a smile. He then sighed, reminiscing, "I recall when you and I were young and reckless. Now we stand here with white hair, one with a family and the other with a disciple. How time changes everything." "Indeed," Yue responded with a sense of nostalgia. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he looked at Lu Wuhan's chest, solemnly saying, "What happened to your injury?" "It's nothing," Lu Wuhan replied with a faint smile. "I've lived long enough. If I can see an old friend before I depart this world, I will have no regrets. However, before I pass, I wish to see my dear granddaughter recover from her illness. Take me to see the girl." Yue spoke earnestly. The wound on Lu Wuhan's chest was an unresolved ailment from his youth, sustained while pursuing a demon cultivator. As Yu Yue felt a pang of sorrow, he wished to fulfill his friend's final wish before his passing. Of course, Lu Wuhan nodded and led the master and disciple to his side room. Upon opening the door, they found a beautiful girl lying on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, resembling a celestial being. This girl was Lu Wuhan's granddaughter, Lu Zhoujun. Xiao, being a young man, felt his cheeks flush upon seeing such beauty, but he quickly composed himself, reminding himself that their purpose was to heal her. The last time I saw her, she was still in swaddling clothes. I never expected her to grow into such a graceful figure so quickly, Yu Yue remarked. Lu Wuhan chuckled wryly, saying, this girl has a wild temperament. After I am gone, Yu Yue, you must look after her. Naturally, Yu Yue assured him solemnly. He then opened his mystical eye to discern the girl's condition. Yu Yue, have you figured out what is wrong with my granddaughter? Lu Wuhan inquired. Yes. The girl recently entered a mystical cave. Although she returned, she likely triggered a formation inside, leaving 3 of her souls trapped there, Yu Yue said with a frown. Just as I expected from you, Yu Yue, you discerned her predicament at a glance. But what can be done to rescue her 3 souls? Lu Wuhan asked, his expression growing anxious. If it comes to it, I could charge into that mystical cave myself. After all, I am nearing the end of my days. That is out of the question, Yu Yue replied resolutely. I have heard of that mystical cave near Jiang City. It is a place left by ancient powers for chi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators. If a golden core or higher cultivator enters, they would face a life or death situation unless their cultivation reaches the realm of the virtual immortal. What then? Lu Wuhan asked. Knowing that his own cultivation was merely at the early stage of transformation, fearing that he would perish the moment he stepped into the cave. Though I am only at the early stage of transformation, I am also a 5th grade formation master. I should be able to retrieve the girl's 3 souls without issue. Yu Yue proclaimed with pride, that's good. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuhan breathed a sigh of relief. In the next moment, Yu Yue took action. He bit his index finger, and in an instant, began to sketch a formation in the void. After an hour had passed, Yu Yue slowly withdrew his hand, his face glistening with sweat. Seeing his master in such a state, Xiao felt a surge of heartache. The formation was complete. At this moment, Yu Yue gazed at the floating crimson light and declared, next. We simply need to place a strand of the girl's hair within the formation to summon her 3 souls back. Ziyue, I cannot express my gratitude sufficiently. Lu Wuhan responded with a cupped fist. Yu Yue quickly interjected with a wry smile. Wuhan, what are you doing? If you had not blocked that palm for me back then, how could I stand here conversing with you now? This is what I ought to do. If you continue to insist, do not blame me for turning my back on you. Haha, I have indeed been too polite, Lu Wuhan laughed heartily. To have such a dear friend in life, there are no regrets. Seeing this, Yu Yue smiled in return. However, just as he was about to proceed to the next step, a voice of immense authority resonated from above the Lu family. Lu Wuhan. Surrender the treasured item stolen from my imperial dynasty, and I shall spare your entire family. An immortal? Yu Yue sensed the overwhelming aura from above and gasped, Wuhan. What have you done? Cough, cough, my granddaughter was not waking up. And I heard there was a Tianyu Dan within the divine feather dynasty that could bring someone back to life. So, I took the Tianyu Dan they were displaying in the Great Hall, thinking my actions were flawless, but I did not expect to be discovered, Lu Wuhan replied. His face filled with embarrassment. You are indeed formidable to have committed such an act under the nose of an immortal, Yu Yue remarked, torn between laughter and tears. After all, while Lu Wuhan spoke lightly, it was no small feat for a transformation god practitioner to steal from beneath the gaze of an immortal of the divine feather dynasty. Yu Yue then inquired, where is the Tianyu Dan? It must have been consumed by my granddaughter. There's no point in keeping it, is there? Lu Wuhan replied with a bitter smile. You have truly created a grave situation. The immortal pursuing us is likely the mysterious supreme emperor of the divine feather dynasty, Yu Yue said helplessly. One must face the consequences of their actions. I will not let you and Xiao bear the burden, Lu Wuhan insisted. Nonsense. We grew up in the same trousers. We share our fortunes and misfortunes. Come, let us confront this supreme emperor of the divine feather dynasty together. Yu Yue declared resolutely. Very well. Recognizing Yu Yue's determination, Lu Wuhan conceded, but he secretly vowed not to involve Yu Yue and his disciple in this predicament. As the immortal of the divine feather dynasty descended, the citizens and cultivators of Jiang City were overwhelmed by the terrifying aura, causing them to kneel. Newly arrived in Jiang City, Li Zhoujun stood in place, astonished, looking up at the immortal above. Subsequently, 2 elder figures ascended, one of whom was the elder who had given him an umbrella. Yu Yue and Lu Wuhan had both encountered the supreme emperor before. With spirits high, they soared into the air, but upon facing the oppressive presence of the immortal, their expressions changed, and they bowed to the elder clad in a dragon robe, the supreme emperor of the divine feather dynasty, Yu Huaji. Yuziyue? Yu Huaji regarded him with mild surprise before nodding. I have heard of you, a fifth-tier formation master, indeed a talent. But given the circumstances, are you prepared to assist Lu Wuhan in confronting me? I advise you to reconsider. Naturally, I do not wish to be adversarial with the Supreme Emperor, Yuziyue said with a bitter smile. However, the Tianyu Dan has already been consumed. What? Yu Huaji exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Who did you give it to? My granddaughter, Lu Wuhan replied in a low voice. Damn it. Yu Huaji's expression soured. The Tianyu Dan indeed possessed the power to bring one back to life, but it could only be effective for those of their feathered lineage, while the elixir could revive. There were conditions. The cultivator's level could not exceed the nascent soul stage. Upon revival, they would possess no cultivation. Death could not have occurred more than 3 days prior, and one could only use it once in a lifetime, with a mere 1% success rate. Nonetheless, this elixir held great significance for the divine feather dynasty, as it was a treasured heirloom passed down to ensure that extraordinary talents of the Yu clan could be resurrected should they die young. Hand over your granddaughter, and I shall spare your family, Yu Huaji said calmly to Lu Wuhan. Impossible, Lu Wuhan retorted defiantly. As a transformation god practitioner, he understood Yu Huaji's intentions, which were to refine his granddaughter into a pill. He would never agree to such a thing. So, must I take action myself? Yu Huaji scoffed, the oppressive aura of an immortal bearing down like a mountain upon Lu Wuhan, causing his complexion to pale instantly. Supreme Emperor, is there no other remedy? Yuziyue inquired. None. If you have any sense, you will step aside. This matter does not concern you, Yu Huaji retorted coldly. I have already given you ample opportunity. You should cherish it. Upon hearing this, Yuziyue's face paled, yet he gritted his teeth. Had it not been for Lu Wuhan taking a blow for me back then, I would have long since perished. Stubborn fool, Yu Huaji scoffed. At that moment, both Yuziyue and Lu Wuhan felt a wave of nausea, a metallic taste rising in their throats. Meanwhile, in Jiang City, Li Zhoujun, who was observing the scene, noticed that the immortal from the divine feather dynasty regarded the elder who had gifted him an umbrella with disdain. Ding, the system has issued a task. The host may repay the favor of the umbrella and receive generous rewards. Upon hearing this, Li Zhoujun realized he could no longer remain a mere observer. He dusted himself off, stepped into the air, and approached the conflict unfolding above. At that moment, the atmosphere was charged with tension, when suddenly, a young man clad in a green robe appeared beside them, his demeanor calm. Mr. Li? Yuziyue was taken aback upon seeing Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun smiled faintly. It seems you have encountered some trouble, Mr. Yu. Fortunately, I can repay your kindness with the umbrella. The previous conversation among the three had not escaped Li Zhoujun's ears. Thus, he was well aware of Yuziyue's name. Who is this? Lu Wuhan inquired, looking at the suddenly arrived Li Zhoujun with curiosity. A gentleman of exceptional skill in formations, Yuziyue replied with a light smile. His expression relaxed. We are saved. However, Yuziyue chuckled inwardly, realizing that the one who initially gifted the umbrella to Li Zhoujun was his own disciple, and he was merely reaping the benefits. Friend, it would be best not to interfere, as it was Lu Wuhan who first stole the Tianyu Dan from my divine feather dynasty, Yu Huaji remarked, his tone less haughty and tinged with respect, for he found this young man inscrutable. Li Zhoujun smiled. I have read in the records of Qi show that the Tianyu Dan can indeed bring one back to life. Indeed. But it can only revive those of the Yu clan's bloodline, Yu Huaji stated. It would be wise for you not to meddle in this matter. Lu Wuhan dared to steal our elixir, and thus I cannot spare him. Yuziyue stands with him, and I cannot let him go either. As he spoke, Yu Huaji's voice turned frigid. I do not wish to intervene, yet alas, Mr. Yu has shown me kindness with the umbrella. How about this? I offer you a promise. I shall intervene once your divine feather dynasty faces imminent destruction. What say you? Li Zhoujun suggested with a smile. The matter began with Lu Wuhan, a friend of Yuziyue, who was at fault from the start. When the supreme emperor of the divine feather dynasty came to seek an explanation, it was unreasonable to allow Li Zhoujun to strike again. Such actions would be indistinguishable from those of a malevolent cultivator. When the divine feather dynasty faced its downfall, you intervened once. Yu Hualong chuckled at those words, but soon sneered. My friend, do not speak so lightly. I fear that before the divine feather dynasty meets its end, you may perish first. Do not be ungrateful. Li Zhoujun narrowed his eyes, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, the entire realm shifted. The skies darkened, and thunder roared as if heralding the end of the world. Is that a true immortal? Yu Hualong, Yuziyue, and Lu Wuhan widened their eyes in astonishment. It was said that when a true immortal was enraged, the heavens would change color. And this was precisely what unfolded before them. Under the pressure emanating from Li Zhoujun, Yu Hualong felt as if he were a small boat adrift on a vast sea, with the waves threatening to engulf him completely. The old man, wishing to forego the Tianyu Dan, pleaded for forgiveness, acknowledging his earlier transgressions against the immortal. Though both virtual immortals and true immortals share the title of immortal, the former are merely cultivators seeking the path, fundamentally still mortals. In contrast, true immortals have genuinely survived the tribulation and achieved great enlightenment. Even 100 or 1,000 virtual immortals would be insignificant compared to a true immortal. Might a single action of mine suffice to compensate for that, Tianyu Dan? Li Zhoujun inquired with a smile, retracting his aura. Of course. Absolutely. Yu Hualong hurriedly responded. Realizing what great fortune it would be to exchange a single Tianyu Dan for the assistance of a true immortal for the Divine Feather Dynasty. One Tianyu Dan was worth far more than a mere action from a true immortal. After all, while the Tianyu Dan could indeed resurrect members of the Yu clan, it came with various conditions and a mere 1% success rate. Chapter 38. The Grand Master of Spiritual Arrays. Then it is settled. Should the Divine Feather Dynasty encounter peril, ignite this incense, and I shall sense it. Li Zhoujun stated, producing a stick of incense and handing it to Yu Hualong. Thank you, esteemed immortal. Yu Hualong accepted the incense, unable to hide his joy. With the promise of this true immortal, the rest of Daling Dynasty would likely refrain from causing any disturbances. The Daling Dynasty, neighboring the Divine Feather Dynasty, was filled with formidable experts, and it was rumored that its ancestor had already broken through to the combined body realm, seeking to sweep away surrounding dynasties and expand its territory. This was why Yu Hualong was so concerned about the Tianyu Dan. He feared that his proud descendants might fall victim to the treachery of the Daling Dynasty. Meanwhile, Yu Ziyue and Lu Wuhan looked on with envy. What a stroke of luck for the Divine Feather Dynasty to receive a true immortal's promise. If you have no further matters, you may take your leave. Li Zhoujun smiled at Yu Hualong. Indeed, esteemed immortal. Should you ever visit the Divine Feather Dynasty, please do inform this old man, so I may prepare to welcome you. Yu Hualong quickly replied. Very well, Li Zhoujun nodded. With that, Yu Hualong took his leave, carefully storing the incense, and then returned to the Divine Feather Dynasty with a look of triumph. Securing a promise from a true immortal was indeed a tremendous fortune. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of repaying a favor. Ding! The system grants rewards. Initial stage of spirit transformation. Ding! The system grants rewards. Return to Void Pill. Return to Void Pill. When consumed by a cultivator at the pinnacle of spirit transformation, it allows them to break through to the Return to Void realm. Looking at the two rewards presented by the system, Li Zhoujun felt little stir within him. For his abilities were already formidable, nearly invincible. With diligent practice, ascension to the celestial realm was but a matter of time. However, the Return to Void Pill was of no use to him at present, as he had only just reached the initial stage of spirit transformation. Esteemed immortal. Yu Ziyue and Lu Wuhan respectfully addressed Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun turned to Yu Ziyue and said with a smile, Old gentleman Yu, your willingness to defend your friend is admirable. Hearing this, Yu Ziyue forced a bitter smile. Before an esteemed immortal, I cannot claim to be an old gentleman. Such a title would be a disservice to myself. To be honest, Yu Ziyue could scarcely believe that in his lifetime, he had encountered a true immortal of such stature, especially one who had saved him. There is no need to concern yourself with such details. The kindness of providing an umbrella has been repaid. And now I must take my leave. There are many wonders in this world awaiting my exploration, Li Zhoujun remarked with a smile. The esteemed immortal possesses a splendid temperament. I am envious, Yu Ziyue replied with a smile. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed immortal. If it would not be too much trouble, might you honor my humble abode with your presence for a cup of tea, so that I may express my gratitude? Lu Wuhan eagerly suggested. Noticing his friend's eagerness, Yu Ziyue had already surmised Lu Wuhan's intentions. Though Lu Jining, Lu Wuhan's granddaughter, possessed only a superior water spiritual root, she had awakened a body known as the Tying Body, which conferred exceptional talent upon its bearer. It was said that the ancient Tying Fairy was one such individual. Lu Wuhan's invitation to the true immortal was likely an attempt to have him take his granddaughter as a disciple. Of course, Lu Wuhan had only shared this information with Yu Ziyue. Very well, Li Zhoujun mused, considering Lu Wuhan's invitation for tea, and smiled in agreement. Seeing Li Zhoujun's acceptance, Lu Wuhan's face lit up with joy, for the arrival of a true immortal at the Lu family would indeed bring great honor. Furthermore, if this true immortal were to take his granddaughter as a disciple, the Lu family would gain immense prestige across Qizhou and beyond. Then, he could depart from this world with peace of mind. Esteemed immortal, please follow me. Lu Wuhan gestured invitingly and led Li Zhoujun, along with Yu Ziyue, back to the Lu residence. Master, are you all right? As soon as they landed, Xiao Shi rushed forward. Upon seeing Li Zhoujun, Xiao Shi was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Li. Just as Yu Ziyue was about to reprimand Xiao Shi for addressing Li Zhoujun improperly, Li Zhoujun waved his hand to stop him and smiled at Xiao Shi. Young friend, we meet again. At this, Yu Ziyue breathed a sigh of relief. The shrewd elder understood that Li Zhoujun wished to keep his immortal identity from becoming widely known. Indeed, Xiao Shi replied with a simple smile. Your disciple is quite fortunate. It appears that this true immortal holds a favorable impression of him, which is an extraordinary opportunity. Lu Wuhan conveyed to Yu Ziyue through sound transmission. Yu Ziyue smiled slightly. Suddenly, Li Zhoujun seemed to sense something and remarked, there appears to be some sort of formation here. Mr. Li has keen eyesight. It is indeed a formation set up by old man Yu earlier. Yu Ziyue chuckled. It concerns my granddaughter. Her 3 souls have been left in a cave of a virtual immortal, which is why old man Lu asked Ziyue for assistance. Lu Wuhan explained. I see. What is the current situation of old man Lu's granddaughter? Li Zhoujun inquired. We were just one step away, but then the supreme emperor of the divine feather dynasty arrived. Yu Ziyue replied. I understand. It seems that my arrival may have interrupted your efforts, Li Zhoujun remarked. Nonsense, Mr. Li. Your presence at my Lu family is an honor. Lu Wuhan quickly assured him. At this moment, Xiao Shi observed the respect his master and Lu Wuhan, both spirit transformation cultivators, showed towards Mr. Li, leading him to wonder if Mr. Li's cultivation had indeed reached the realm of virtual immortality. This thought filled Xiao Shi with astonishment, for his master had previously mentioned that the chasm between a spirit transformation cultivator and a virtual immortal was as vast as heaven and earth. A virtual immortal was regarded as a terrestrial deity within Qingzhou, a figure of legend. Please, you both carry on with your tasks. I shall take my time to observe here, Li Zhoujun remarked with a smile. Huh? Lu Wuhan was taken aback. If Li Zhoujun did not leave, how could he showcase his granddaughter's talent to this true immortal? And how would this true immortal take on disciples? Noticing his old friend's predicament, Yu Ziyue pondered for a moment and respectfully addressed Li Zhoujun. I hope you can forgive my old friend for his boldness. I am not well versed in this matter, and I would greatly appreciate your guidance. Ding. The system has issued a task. Observing Yu Ziyue's actions will grant the host the title of Grandmaster of 9th rank spirit arrays. Then I shall witness the techniques of Mr. Yu, Li Zhoujun replied. Initially, he intended to decline, as he had little understanding of formations, having only recently learned a basic gathering spirit array. However, the system indicated that merely watching Yu Ziyue would elevate him to the rank of 9th rank Grandmaster of spirit arrays. How could he refuse? After all, a 9th rank Grandmaster corresponds to a true immortal. As Li Zhoujun agreed, Lu Wuhan cast a grateful glance at Yu Ziyue. Chapter 39. Temporary residence at the Lu family. When Li Zhoujun entered the guest room where Lu Jining rested, he immediately noticed that the girl lying on the bed possessed an extraordinary physique. Mr. Lu, is your granddaughter of the Taiyan constitution? Li Zhoujun inquired, astonished. Indeed. You are correct, Lu Wuhan replied, his expression somewhat anxious. He understood that by now, he could no longer hide his intentions from this true immortal. As expected, Li Zhoujun soon chuckled. It appears that Mr. Lu's intentions extend beyond mere hospitality. You wish for me to take this young lady as my disciple, do you not? Upon hearing Li Zhoujun's direct assertion, Lu Wuhan awkwardly scratched his nose. Mr. Li, I have little time left. I merely wish for my granddaughter to have a solid foundation after I am gone. Ah, I see, Li Zhoujun nodded. At that moment, the system chimed in again. Ding. Presence of a Taiyan constitution detected. It is recommended that the host take her as a disciple, which will yield substantial rewards. Upon hearing the system, Li Zhoujun paused momentarily, then turned to Lu Wuhan with a smile. In that case, I cannot refuse. Therefore, Mr. Li, do you wish to accept my granddaughter as a disciple? Lu Wuhan's breath quickened at the prospect. If his granddaughter could indeed become a disciple of a true immortal, her safety would be assured in the future. Indeed, Li Zhoujun affirmed with a smile. Thank you, esteemed sir. Lu Wuhan bowed respectfully to Li Zhoujun. At this moment, Yu Ziyue also appeared moved, recognizing the incredible fortune bestowed upon the Lu family girl for having the opportunity to become a disciple of a true immortal. Mr. Yu, please proceed to summon her 3 souls, Li Zhoujun instructed. The system had not indicated that the disciple acceptance was successful, suggesting that it required the individual's consent. Please wait a moment, Yu Ziyue replied with a smile. He then used his fingertip like a blade to gently slice at Lu Jining's ear, swiftly taking a strand of her hair. Subsequently, he placed the hair in the air. In an instant, the entire room was illuminated by a crimson glow. As the light brightened and then descended, Li Zhoujun looked at Lu Jining and saw her complexion returning to a healthy hue. Meanwhile, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Host has successfully observed and completed the task. Ding. System rewards issued. The host has attained the realm of Spirit Arrays, 9th rank Grandmaster of Spirit Arrays. As the system's voice concluded, Li Zhoujun felt an influx of knowledge within his mind. When he glanced at the remaining formation in the air, he easily deciphered its structure and could, with a mere thought, arrange this formation. Ah, how fortunate that Mr. Yu's soul summoning array was successful. Yu Ziyue exhaled in relief. Ziyue, does this imply that my granddaughter has recovered? Lu Wuhan asked with elation. Indeed, Yu Ziyue chuckled softly. Even if my abilities were lacking, Mr. Li was present, so there was no need for concern. Quite right, Lu Wuhan laughed. With Mr. Li here, everything is fine. I was overly anxious. At this moment, Li Zhoujun smiled slightly and turned to Yu Ziyue. Mr. Yu, it seems you struggled a bit with the formation. Mr. Li, your keen insight is appreciated, but my abilities have their limitations, Yu Ziyue replied with a wry smile. In that case, allow me to share a few modifications that could improve the formation, as a way to repay your kindness in assisting me with that herb, Li Zhoujun suggested. Now that he had become a 9th rank Grandmaster of Spirit Arrays, identifying the flaws in the previous soul summoning array and providing corrective measures was a trivial matter. Thank you. Mr. Li, Yu Ziyue exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. The guidance of a true immortal was worth more than a century of arduous cultivation. After a brief discussion on the improvements, Yu Ziyue expressed his gratitude, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the assistance he received. Mr. Yu, there is no need for such formality. I hope to witness the emergence of a new 9th rank Grandmaster of Spirit Arrays in the near future, Li Zhoujun remarked with a smile. You flatter me. Yu Ziyue replied with a bitter smile. Becoming a 9th rank Grandmaster is no simple feat. Many dedicate their entire lives without ever touching the threshold of Spirit Arrays. Life is about daring to dream and act, Li Zhoujun replied, then glanced at Lu Jining on the bed before inquiring. What is the name of this young lady? Her name is Lu Jining, Lu Wuhan answered respectfully. Very well, let us step outside and allow her to rest peacefully, Li Zhoujun said. Of course, Lu Wuhan quickly agreed. The group exited the room and proceeded to a grand hall for tea. However, since Li Zhoujun had come to Jiang City for leisure, he set his teacup down and asked Lu Wuhan, Mr. Lu, are there any beautiful sights in Jiang City? Lu Wuhan pondered for a moment and replied, 3 days from now, there will be a lantern festival in the evening. Many people will gather by the river to release lanterns, creating a breathtaking sea of lights. Oh, Li Zhoujun's interest was piqued. If you wish to attend the festival, I will ensure that my granddaughter personally guides you once she awakens, Lu Wuhan continued. That sounds splendid. Li Zhoujun smiled. That evening, after bidding farewell to Lu Wuhan and Li Zhoujun, Yu Ziyue prepared to travel the world with his disciple, Xiao Shi, ready to aid those in need. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun chose to stay at the Lu residence. Ah, sure. Answer me honestly, have you developed feelings for the Lu family girl? Yu Ziyue asked Xiao Shi on the way. At this inquiry from his master, Xiao Shi's innocent face flushed with embarrassment. Seeing this, Yu Ziyue spoke earnestly. It seems you truly have feelings for the Lu girl. I support you, but you must work even harder in your cultivation. After all, if you wish to marry her, you must at least possess the strength to protect her. How can you expect to take her as your wife otherwise? I must remind you, that girl is now under Mr. Li's tutelage, and her future prospects are bound to be extraordinary. I understand, Master, Xiao Shi replied solemnly. Although a hint of bitterness lingered in his heart, for with his innate talent, achieving the level of an immortal was no easy task. Chapter 40. The spirit of the array emerges master. Who is that Mr. Li? Why do you and Uncle Lu hold him in such high regard? Xiao Shi inquired of his master. Yu Ziyue chuckled, that Mr. Li is an existence of great freedom in this world. Great freedom? Does that mean he can go anywhere? Even to those forbidden places? Xiao Shi asked. Yu Ziyue merely smiled in response. Understanding his master's implication, Xiao Shi was left in awe, murmuring to himself. If he can even venture into forbidden zones, could it be that this Mr. Li is a grand cultivator at the pinnacle of tribulation? The next morning, Lu Jiqing awakened. Her 3 souls returning. The first sight that met her eyes was her grandfather, accompanied by a young man in a green robe, his countenance radiating warmth. Child, you've finally awakened. I've been so worried, Lu Wuhan said with a bittersweet smile. Grandfather, who is this? Lu Jiqing asked, holding her throbbing forehead as she glanced at Li Zhoujun. This gentleman will be your future master, Lu Wuhan replied. What? Lu Jiqing exclaimed, bewildered. How had she suddenly acquired a master upon waking? Get up and pay your respects to your master, Lu Wuhan urged, exasperated. Li Zhoujun waved his hand and said with a smile, there's no rush. Let her rest well for now. Indeed, Lu Wuhan quickly affirmed, please do not take offense. It is my impatience. Observing her grandfather's courtesy towards the young man filled Lu Zhoujun with astonishment. She knew that her grandfather, as a transformation stage cultivator, was typically very proud. Anyone who could command such respect from him must certainly be a practitioner above the transformation stage. This thought made Lu Zhoujun regard the young man with newfound respect. Very well, I shall not intrude upon your reunion, Li Zhoujun said with a light laugh as he exited the room. Take care, sir. Lu Wuhan called after him. Grandfather, where are my parents? Lu Zhoujun asked. Since you fell into a coma after leaving the Void Immortal Cave, your parents have set out to seek renowned masters across Qizhou. However, I summoned your grandfather, a fifth-grade array master, to come here. I've already informed your parents of your awakening, and they should return in a couple of days. The Void Immortal Cave. Lu Zhoujun's expression suddenly paled. Tell me, what transpired while you were in the Void Immortal Cave? Lu Wuhan pressed. It was the spirit of the array. It recognized that I am of the Yin body and sought to keep me within the cave, attempting to seize my body. However, a white-clad sister intervened and brought me out. Yet, as soon as I exited the cave, I collapsed and awakened to what just transpired, Lu Zhoujun recounted. Damn that spirit of the array. Lu Wuhan clenched his teeth in anger. Had it not been for the mysterious woman in white, his granddaughter would have been possessed. Grandfather. That spirit possesses at least the cultivation of the perfected transformation stage. Do not seek trouble with it. We cannot afford to provoke it, Lu Zhoujun urged. Do not worry. I know my limits, Lu Wuhan replied with a wry smile. How could I seek trouble when I cannot even enter the Void Immortal Cave? By the way, grandfather, who was that gentleman earlier? Why do you hold him in such esteem? Lu Zhoujun asked. As for Mr. Li, I do not know his name. But your apprenticeship to him is a tremendous fortune, Lu Wuhan said with a smile. Remember my words. Once you enter Mr. Li's tutelage, you must dedicate yourself to your cultivation. Grandfather, you didn't even know this Mr. Li before, yet you want me to become his disciple? Lu Zhoujun said helplessly. He is indeed a fine individual. As you well know, Lu Wuhan replied with a slight smile. Can I not become his disciple? I wish to stay at home. And having you teach me is sufficient, Lu Zhoujun said, resolutely. She understood that her grandfather's intention in urging her to apprentice under Mr. Li was for her own good, but the thought of becoming a disciple of someone she had never met was somewhat disconcerting. She simply wished to remain at home with her parents and grandfather. Do not be foolish, child. Do you not realize that if Mr. Li were to seek disciples, there would be a line stretching throughout Qingzhou? Lu Wuhan said, somewhat irritated by his granddaughter's words. But I just want to stay at home and honor you. Grandfather Lu Zhoujun replied, feeling a bit wronged. Seeing her pitiable expression, Lu Wuhan could not maintain his anger and gave a helpless smile. Child, life is full of partings. Your parents and I cannot protect you forever. Only by becoming strong can we be at ease. Besides, once your cultivation strengthens, you can honor me in any way you desire. Ah, grandfather, are you driving me away? Lu Zhoujun's eyes reddened, on the verge of tears. How could I bear to send you away? Lu Wuhan responded, I only hope that you can grow strong enough to protect me. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhoujun pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Very well, I shall cultivate diligently to protect you and our Lu family in the future. Indeed. My little girl has ambition. Lu Wuhan grinned broadly, giving her a thumbs up, though his heart felt a tinge of sadness. The old man feared he might not witness the day when this little girl could safeguard the Lu family. With that thought, Lu Wuhan took out a small straw dog and handed it to Lu Zhoujun. Do you remember this? Of course I remember. You gave this to me when I was little, but I lost it at that time and was heartbroken for a long time. So it was with you all along. Lu Zhoujun's eyes sparkled with delight. You left it on the road, and seeing you cry so hard, I turned back to search for it. I did find it, but it was a bit damaged. I intended to repair it, but I ended up forgetting about it until today. Lu Wuhan laughed. This time, you must take good care of it. Otherwise, I can no longer help you find it. I understand, grandfather. Lu Zhoujun beamed as she accepted the straw dog, her joy akin to that of a child. Now rest well. Tomorrow, you shall perform your formal apprenticeship, Lu Wuhan said before leaving the room. That night, as darkness fell, Li Zhoujun strolled through Jiangsheng for quite some time before returning to the Lu residence, ready to rest in his guest room. Lu Zhoujun remained in her dreams, while Lu Wuhan sat pale-faced in a secret chamber, nurturing his wounds and striving to prolong his life. Suddenly, a phantom spirit drifted above the Lu residence, its form indistinct. Its voice a murmur of madness. That girl's aura seems to be here, yes, right here. Ha ha ha, I have finally found it. The spirit's eyes glinted with frenzied excitement as it confirmed a certain aura. Meanwhile, Lu Zhoujun, still in slumber, seemed to sense something and abruptly opened her eyes wide. Her expression filled with terror. How is this possible? How could the spirit of the array escape the Void Immortal Cave? Chapter 41. Another one? Feeling the oppressive aura from above the Lu residence, Li Zhoujun's face turned pale. In the secret chamber, Li Zhoujun, who had been recuperating, widened his eyes in disbelief. What calamity has befallen the Lu family? Having just sent one void immortal away, another one arrives? At the same time, Li Zhoujun, resting in his chamber, also sensed the unmistakable aura of a void immortal spirit. The system's prompt rang out. Ding. Detected a malevolent array spirit at the void immortal level. Preparing to target the host's future female disciple. System issues a mission. The host must expel this entity to receive substantial rewards. The spirit of the array is relentless. Li Zhoujun smiled faintly, flicking his fingers, and in an instant, a beam of sword light shot forth, transforming into the proud snow-flying sword, directed straight towards the location of the formation spirit. The formation spirit, who had been reveling in the air, laughing maniacally, suddenly noticed a sword light emerging from an unknown room, slicing towards him. How could a mere sword maneuver threaten me? Damn. A 9th-grade immortal sword. The formation spirit, previously wearing a smug grin, widened its eyes in shock upon sensing the aura of the approaching sword. Even if it were to die, it could not comprehend why such a humble household as the Lu family could conceal a genuine immortal. Whoosh. A plain yet unyielding sword light flashed by. And the formation spirit, at the level of a virtual immortal, could not even react before being cleaved in two, its body beginning to dissipate. I refuse to accept this. Just before its demise, the formation spirit's eyes glimmered with resentment, but it was of no avail. After all, against a true immortal, it, a mere virtual immortal, was wholly unqualified. The proud snow sword, having vanquished the formation spirit, swiftly returned to Li Zhoujun's body, departing as quickly as it had arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully eliminating the malevolent virtual immortal formation spirit. Ding! The system rewards you with 6th grade extreme cold sword formation. Ding! The system rewards you with mid-stage transformation realm cultivation. Extreme cold sword formation, a 6th grade spiritual formation capable of trapping and slaying virtual immortal level foes. Truly a marvelous item. Upon witnessing this, Li Zhoujun felt a surge of joy. The aura of the formation spirit had vanished. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun, sensing the dissipating energy of the malevolent formation spirit, was momentarily stunned. In the secret chamber, Li Zhoujun gaped in astonishment. He could easily surmise that it was undoubtedly Mr. Li who had intervened. Only a true immortal could act so decisively, dispatching a virtual immortal as easily as crushing an ant. With this realization, Li Zhoujun felt a small sense of happiness for his granddaughter. That evening, after Li Zhoujun exited his seclusion, he intended to visit Li Zhoujun. But upon considering the late hour, he hesitated, fearing he might disturb Mr. Li's rest, thus complicating matters. The following morning, as Li Zhoujun awoke from a pleasant dream and stepped outside, he was greeted by Li Zhoujun, who bowed deeply. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your intervention last night. Li Zhoujun smiled gently. It was nothing, merely a trifling effort. Please, Mr. Li, do not be so modest. Had it not been for your intervention, our Lu family would have faced annihilation overnight. Li Zhoujun replied, a hint of fear in his voice. Such is the nature of the cultivation world. Even a renowned family can be extinguished overnight if they provoke the wrong adversary. Clearly, if Li Zhoujun had not been present at the Lu residence last night, the family would now be reduced to mere ruins. Li Zhoujun smiled, but said nothing. Mr. Li, I have instructed my servants to prepare breakfast. Please make yourself comfortable, Li Zhoujun said. Observing that Li Zhoujun behaved much like an ordinary person, he understood that this true immortal had reached a level of simplicity, indistinguishable from mortals. Regardless of whether he consumed breakfast, it was prudent to have it ready. Mr. Lu is truly courteous. Then I shall graciously accept your invitation, Li Zhoujun chuckled. As Li Zhoujun led him to the hall, a lavish breakfast had already been laid out on the table. Please wait a moment. I shall summon that girl to perform the apprenticeship ceremony, Li Zhoujun stated. Li Zhoujun waved his hand. As cultivators, we should not be bound by trivial formalities. As long as the girl acknowledges me as her master, these rituals may be waived. Having traversed from the modern world to this realm, Li Zhoujun was still unaccustomed to the customs of the cultivation world, which often involved bowing and kneeling. Your disregard for formality is admirable, old man Lu. Li Zhoujun remarked with a sigh. Just then, Li Zhoujun appeared, lively at the door. You girl, why still refer to him as Mr.? You should call him Master. Li Zhoujun urged. Li Zhoujun hesitated briefly, then glanced at Li Zhoujun, ultimately addressing him. Master. Very well, since you have called me Master. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple, Li Zhoujun smiled gently. Allow me to present you with a token of our meeting. With a thought, Li Zhoujun inscribed a formation directly onto Li Zhoujun. This is the extreme cold sword formation, capable of activating itself in times of peril. To lay down a 6th-grade formation in an instant, truly, a formidable true immortal. Lu Wuwen felt an increasing awe towards Li Zhoujun. Thank you, master, Lu Jining respectfully expressed. Clearly, she was unaware that the extreme cold sword formation was a 6th-grade formation. At the same time, Li Zhoujun began to scrutinize Lu Jining more closely. She possessed the Yin body, also known as the Yin immortal body, and at merely 16 years of age, her cultivation had already reached the 9th level of qi refinement. A remarkable feat indeed. Otherwise, with only her superior spiritual root, achieving such a level would indeed be challenging. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple. Ding! The system rewards you with Heavenly Slaughter Sword Technique. Ding! The system rewards you with True Scripture of the Yin. Heavenly Slaughter Sword Technique, comprising 3 forms: Open Heaven, Slay Heaven, and Slaughter Heaven. True Scripture of the Yin, the exclusive technique for the Yin body. The name of this Heavenly Slaughter Sword Technique sounds rather juvenile, doesn't it? System, are you incapable of better naming? Li Zhoujun scoffed. Ding! Host, please refrain from nonsensical remarks, lest you find yourself lacking in certain attributes. Li Zhoujun grimaced. Master, may I delay my departure for a few days? My parents are returning shortly, and I wish to see them, Lu Jining inquired. Of course. Li Zhoujun smiled. Lu Wuwen smacked his forehead, turning to Lu Jining. How could I forget this? You must take Mr. Li to the Lantern Festival in 2 days, understood? Good. Lu Jining sighed in relief. She feared that Li Zhoujun might leave hastily, preventing her from bidding farewell to her parents for the last time. Moreover, you must express your gratitude to Mr. Li. Had he not eliminated that virtual immortal last night, our Lu family would have been lost, Lu Wuwen added. So it was Mr. Li who intervened last night. But how could he slay a virtual immortal? What level of cultivation does this master possess? Could he truly be a formidable entity at the integration realm? With this thought, Lu Jining inhaled sharply, realizing why her grandfather was so eager for her to take him as a master. Chapter 42. Golden Sun Holy Sect. Jining expressed her gratitude to her master for saving the Lu family last night. Facing a powerful integration cultivator, she dared not show disrespect. Li Zhoujun smiled warmly. There is no need for excessive formality. If you wish to repay your master, simply guide me well at the Lantern Festival in 2 days. Jining understood and nodded in agreement. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Jining, your grandfather says you have awoken? Early the next day, a voice rang out from a middle-aged man at the Lu residence. Hearing this, Lu Jining's face lit up. Father. As she opened the door and stepped outside, she indeed found her parents standing in the courtyard. Upon seeing their daughter awake, Lu Jining's father, Lu Fashing, exclaimed joyfully, Good girl, you have finally awakened. While you were unconscious, your mother and I searched high and low for a master to save you. Ha. It was Uncle Yu who intervened and brought me back to consciousness, Lu Jining replied with a charming smile. It is a relief that you are well. Lu Jining's mother, Lu Wanner, sighed with emotion. By the way, mother and father, grandfather has arranged for me to take on a master, Lu Jining said. Her tone tinged with sadness. I may soon have to leave the Lu family with my master. So sudden? Lu Fashing frowned. Little birds must eventually take flight. You must diligently follow your master in your cultivation, for we are aware of your grandfather's discernment, Lu Wanner remarked. By the way, mother and father, while you were away, a virtual immortal attempted to invade our Lu family, Lu Jining stated. What? Lu Fashing and Lu Wanner were taken aback. But my master intervened and killed the virtual immortal who threatened our family. Lu Jining smiled brightly. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Wanner was taken aback once more. The concept of a virtual immortal was already an unattainable aspiration for the two of them, yet the master of her daughter could annihilate such formidable beings. Could it be that he had reached the stage of integration? Contemplating this, Lu Wanner expressed her sentiments. My dear girl, when you accompany your master, make sure to devote yourself to your training. I firmly believe your future will be extraordinarily bright. By the way, where is your master now? Lu Faheng inquired. We ought to pay him a visit. My master is currently residing in the guest room of our Lu family, but he is not old. On the contrary, he is quite youthful and possesses an elegant demeanor, Lu Jiqing replied. Lu Faheng chuckled. My dear girl, you seem to misunderstand. One cannot gauge an immortal's age by their appearance. For instance, your mother is actually 30 years my senior, yet she still resembles a young girl. Lu Faheng. Are you seeking death? Lu Wanner exclaimed, delivering a playful kick to his backside. Lu Faheng did not evade and chuckled as he accepted the playful blow. Such tender moments between parents filled Lu Jiqing with joy. After a brief exchange of jest, Lu Faheng said, My dear, let us go meet your master. Very well. Lu Jiqing replied. Upon arriving at the courtyard prepared for guests, they discovered a young man seated there, engrossed in a book titled Chronicles of Qizhou. This young man was none other than Li Zhoujun. Master, I have come to pay my respects, Lu Faheng said. Esteemed elder, I pay my respects, Lu Wanner echoed. At this moment, the three of them bowed to Li Zhoujun. Hearing their words, Li Zhoujun set down his book and turned to Lu Faheng and Lu Wanner with a smile. I presume you were Jiqing's parents? There is no need for such formalities. As Li Zhoujun spoke, the three of them sensed an invisible force, akin to a gentle breeze, lifting them slightly. Yes, we are indeed Lu Jiqing's parents, Lu Faheng said, his expression filled with reverence. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Li Zhoujun asked directly. We have come specifically to pay our respects to you, esteemed elder. Lu Faheng replied. Li Zhoujun smiled. Thank you for your kindness. Rest assured, since Jiqing is already my disciple, I shall teach her diligently. Thank you, esteemed elder. If my daughter has offended you in any way, I hope you will forgive her, Lu Faheng said. Very well, Li Zhoujun nodded slightly. You should now go visit old Mr. Lu. There is nothing more for me to display. Understood, esteemed elder. We shall take our leave, Lu Faheng said solemnly. Fully aware that his father, Lu Wuhan, had little time left. Each day was a precious gift. My dear girl, do stay here and keep the elder company. Lu Faheng instructed Lu Jiqing. Of course, she replied. Lu Faheng then led his wife towards the residence of his father. Father, we have returned, Lu Faheng called from outside. As the door creaked open, Lu Wuhan emerged, initially appearing pale, though his complexion quickly regained its vigor. Father, is there truly no hope for your injuries? Lu Faheng asked, his heart heavy upon seeing his father's condition. If there were hope, that would be splendid. But enough of this, you rascal. You are now the head of the Lu family, so stop your weeping. One must face death eventually, it is merely a matter of timing. I have roamed the world of cultivation for quite some time and have seen enough of its vistas. It is time for me to seek your mother, Lu Wuhan remarked, accepting his fate with a calm demeanor. Alas, father, if you depart, Jiqing will be heartbroken, Lu Faheng lamented. I had no intention of informing her. I merely hope she can stand on her own in the future. Once I am gone, let it be a secret for as long as possible. Do not disrupt her cultivation, Lu Wuhan admonished. Rest assured, I understand this, Lu Faheng replied. Surely, you have noticed Jiqing's unique constitution? Lu Wuhan asked at that moment. Indeed, she possesses the Taiyin physique, which is why a powerful cultivator of the integration stage has taken her as a disciple, Lu Faheng affirmed. Integration stage? Lu Wuhan chuckled. Your perspective is still too narrow. Jiqing's master is a bona fide, true immortal. However, Lu Wuhan did not elaborate further, instead continuing. It seems that the individuals who came to assist Jiqing recently have revealed her Taiyin physique. My informants have reported that the leader of the Jinyang sacred sect has already arrived in Jiangqing. You are aware, I presume, that his son is said to possess the holing physique? Should he and Jiqing engage in dual cultivation, it is highly likely he would attain the daylight sacred body. What shall we do? Lu Faheng's expression turned grave. That Jinyang sect leader, the Jinyang saint, is reputed to be a formidable being of the integration stage. Fear not. I trust that Mr. Li, Jiqing's master, will not remain indifferent, Lu Wuhan contemplated. Are you certain? Will this esteemed cultivator truly risk offending the Jinyang saint for a newly accepted disciple? Lu Faheng's expression was uncertain. Lu Wuhan merely smiled in silence. Seeing his father so composed, Lu Faheng felt a sense of relief. He understood that the old man cherished the little girl deeply. If there were true danger, he would have whisked her away long ago. Father, I heard Jiqing mention that her master has slain a virtual immortal. Do you know the identity of this extraordinary individual? Such a powerful being ought not to be nameless in Qizhou, Lu Faheng inquired. That is not to be spoken of. You need only know that with Jiqing following this gentleman, her achievements will undoubtedly surpass mine, Lu Wuhan replied with a smile. Goodness! Lu Faheng gasped in astonishment. Tomorrow, the little girl will take that gentleman to our Jiangqing's Lantern Festival, and I suspect the Jinyang saint will make his appearance then, Lu Wuhan mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. However, there is no need for concern. As long as Mr. Li is present, it is unlikely anyone would dare to harm our little girl. Very well, Lu Faheng conceded, though unease lingered in his heart. If the daylight sacred body and the Taiyin physique were to engage in dual cultivation, they could indeed advance together. Yet the young master of the Jinyang sacred sect was merely a holing physique. While this physique was not lacking, should it engage in dual cultivation with the Taiyin physique, it would result in the former overshadowing the latter. Consequently, his beloved daughter's path to cultivation could be obstructed. Time passed swiftly, and soon the night of the following day arrived. Under Lu Jiqing's guidance, Li Zhoujun made his way to the riverside of Jiangqing. There, countless individuals had gathered. Among them were not only young talents but also daughters of wealthy families, along with numerous children holding lanterns, their faces aglow with delight. They released their lanterns into the river, illuminating the waters with a radiant glow. Master, behold, this is our Jiangqing's Lantern Festival, Lu Jiqing introduced to Li Zhoujun. Indeed, It is quite lively, Li Zhoujun nodded in agreement. Miss Liu, it has been a while. Suddenly a young man clad in a blue robe embroidered with peach blossoms, holding a folding fan and sporting a delicate appearance, approached Li Zhoujun and his disciple. He found, I have no time for you today. It would be wise for you to leave. Lu Jiqing responded with evident displeasure. This young man named Yi Feiyong was the youngest son of the He family patriarch in Jiangqing. Though he had reached the foundational stage of cultivation, it was evident to discerning eyes that his aura was superficial, clearly the result of relying on medicinal substances. Moreover, this individual, despite his indulgence in narcotics, is a notorious figure in Jiangqing, a frequent patron of the esteemed brothels. His extravagant lifestyle is attributed to the illustrious He family, particularly an ancestor of considerable prowess, a cultivator in the divine transformation realm. Furthermore, his elder brother had, a few years prior, joined the Daotian sect, becoming a true disciple of a mountain lord, thus rendering him a bona fide second-generation cultivator in the eyes of most. Recently, He Feiyong had been pursuing Lu Jining, who showed him no interest, naturally leading to her dismissive demeanor. Miss Liu, if you insist on speaking thus, it truly saddens me. In Jiangcheng, we both hail from prestigious families. A match made in heaven. If we were to unite as husband and wife, it would be a formidable alliance. He Feng exclaimed with fervor. Li Zhoujun observed the scene with a smile, knowing he could intervene to assist Lu Jining in dismissing this man. Yet he understood that some matters must be faced by her alone for her growth. Just as He Feng finished his declaration, an arrogant young voice rang out. The He family of Jiangqing? What a joke. Seeking death. Upon hearing his family insulted so brazenly, He Feng's fury ignited. However, upon turning to confront the speaker, he was taken aback to find a youth clad in golden robes embroidered with 3 golden crows, Yu Yang, the young lord of the Jinyang sacred sect. Beside him stood a formidable middle-aged man, also in golden robes, but adorned with 9 golden crows, exuding an overwhelming presence. He recognized this man as Yunlai Tian, the revered leader of the Jinyang sacred sect, a cultivator of the combined body realm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, He Feng quickly donned a sycophantic smile. Ah, it is the sacred lord and young Lord Yun. He was oblivious and inadvertently offended you both. I hope for your forgiveness. Begone, Yunyang retorted, uninterested in He Feng's flattery. The latter's face shifted through shades of green and white. He, too, was a figure of respect in Jiangcheng, yet here he was publicly humiliated. Despite his indignation, He Feiyong, trained in the ways of his noble lineage, managed to suppress his anger, nodding submissively. Yes, yes, I shall take my leave immediately. With that, he fled without a backward glance. Pathetic fool, Yunyang scoffed, watching He Feng's retreat. His gaze then turned to Lu Jining. You must be Lu Jining, correct? I am Yunyang. Thank you for your assistance. Indeed, I am. I appreciate young lord's help, Lu Jining replied, having recognized him as the young lord of the Jinyang sacred sect. Do not mention it. I have heard you are of the Yin body. If you have no objections, I propose we become partners. My father will formally propose to your family today. Although phrased as a question, his tone left no room for dissent. Lu Jining felt a rush of disbelief. She had just escaped one perilous situation only to find herself in another. Child, if you accompany us back to the Jinyang sacred sect, I assure you, you will not be mistreated as the wife of my son, the sacred lord chimed in, his demeanor affable yet imposing. Li Zhoujun observed the unfolding scenario with a furrowed brow. He discerned that the arrogant youth sought to exploit Lu Jining as a vessel for cultivation. Disturbed by this notion, he spoke up. Gentlemen, your intentions are quite transparent. I advise you to abandon your schemes and depart. Who are you to speak to me, the young lord? In such a manner? Do you wish to forfeit your life? Yunong bellowed, incensed by Li Zhoujun's insolence. I am Lu Jining's master, Li Zhoujun replied coolly. You, a mere mortal, claim to be the master of the Yin body? How ludicrous. Yunong sneered, then gestured towards his own person, leering, crawl through here, and I might spare your life. In the next moment, Yunyang was sent sprawling to the ground, clutching his swollen face. You dare to seek death, he shouted, eyes blazing with rage as he rose to face Li Zhoujun, his cultivation aura surging. However, he was halted by the sacred lord, who regarded Li Zhoujun with narrowed eyes. Sir, it seems inappropriate for you to strike my son in my presence. What is inappropriate? You lack discipline. I shall correct your son's behavior. Is there a problem with that? Li Zhoujun smiled innocently. None whatsoever, the sacred lord replied with a cold laugh, albeit hesitantly, as he could not gauge the depths of Li Zhoujun's power, suspecting it might rival his own. Sir, I must insist on taking this woman with me. Should you obstruct me, do not blame me for being merciless, the sacred lord declared. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly. It appears that a confrontation is unavoidable. With that, the sacred lord unleashed a torrent of pressure upon Li Zhoujun, a fierce storm that sent nearby pedestrians fleeing. Li Zhoujun's robes billowed dramatically under the oppressive force. Yet he remained unperturbed, standing resolute like a mountain against crashing waves. Lu Jining watched in awe, touched by his willingness to confront a formidable opponent for her sake. Father, eliminate him, Yunyang yelled, nursing his bruised face. The sacred lord remained silent, his gaze fixed on the composed Li Zhoujun. Make your move, Li Zhoujun stated. Boom. The sacred lord wasted no time, launching his signature technique, the blazing sun fist. A wave of scorching heat surged forth, resembling a miniature sun hurtling towards Li Zhoujun, vaporizing much of the river water in its path. Seeing this, Li Zhoujun swiftly raised one hand to shield Lu Jining while simultaneously countering the attack. Bang! A resounding impact echoed as Li Zhoujun effortlessly intercepted the sacred lord's fist. Impossible! The sacred lord gasped, astonished. The might of his strike could easily incapacitate any cultivator of the combined body realm, yet this young man had caught it with a mere gesture. In the fleeting moments that followed, thousands of thoughts raced through the sacred lord's mind. Pray tell, who are you? With such strength, you ought to be renowned throughout Qingzhou. Daotian sect, lord of Yunju Mountain, Li Zhoujun, he declared, uninterested in feigning humility. Lord of Yunju Mountain. The sacred lord's eyes widened. This youth was the one who had recently slain the fully realized crimson-eyed demon lord, Shu Fan, and was hailed as the youngest tribulation-transcending cultivator of the Daotian sect. Realizing he had offended such a formidable being, the sacred lord's expression darkened. Lu Jining, too, was incredulous. Her master was the lord of Yunju Mountain from the Daotian sect, the foremost sect in Qizhou. The name of the lord of Yunju Mountain had become well known, with many able to recite the adage, riding the 9 dragons chariot. Clad in azure robes. Unexpectedly, I have become a disciple of the master of Yunju Mountain. Upon this realization, Lu Jining felt her breath quicken. The master of Yunju Mountain? At this moment, the swollen-faced Yunyang also turned pale, for he too was aware of the master's illustrious deeds. He stared incredulously at Li Zhoujun and exclaimed, how could the master of Yunju Mountain possibly appear here? Moreover, he usually travels in the 9-serpent carriage. Do you dare impersonate the master of Yunju Mountain, risking the wrath of the Daotian sect's formidable warriors? Upon hearing this, Li Zhoujun's lips twitched. This foolish child, does he require me to prove my identity? Yunyang, do not be disrespectful, admonished the Golden Sun Saint, his voice deep and commanding. He understood that the person before him was likely the true master of Yunju Mountain. Master, I have failed in my duties as a parent. Please forgive me. I shall properly educate my son upon our return, the Golden Sun Saint said, bowing respectfully to Li Zhoujun. After this, he scolded Yunyang, come over and apologize to the master, and make amends for your transgression. Yunyang felt a pang of reluctance. But upon seeing his father's stern expression, he realized that this young man was indeed the real master of Yunju Mountain. The thought of having offended the youngest tribulation-crossing cultivator in Qingzhou made his face turn ashen. After all, it was rumored that the master of Yunju Mountain had reached the tribulation stage by the age of 40. Who could say that in another 30 years, he might not attain the realm of the immortal? With trepidation, Yunyang turned to Li Zhoujun and Lu Jining, saying, Master and esteemed Lu Zhenchuan, I am deeply sorry for my mistake. Enough. Today, the master shall consider this farce concluded, but you must promise me one thing going forward, Li Zhoujun declared. Agreed. The Golden Sun Saint replied without hesitation. Though he recognized that agreeing might lead to peril, he understood that refusing could very well bring about his immediate demise. You may leave now, Li Zhoujun waved his hand. Farewell, Master of Yunju Mountain, the Golden Sun Saint said, visibly relieved. He then took his son and departed in haste. Thank you for your intervention, Master, Lu Jining said with deep respect towards Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun smiled warmly. There is no need for such formality with your master. By the way, you have a junior sister. Be sure to get along well when you return. I understand, Lu Jining nodded. It seemed the day's festivities could no longer continue, as the Golden Sun sect's father and son had truly dampened the mood. Li Zhoujun glanced at the empty riverside, sighing. Return home and bid farewell to your family. We shall head back to the Daotian sect tomorrow. Understood. Lu Jining replied softly, feeling a tinge of reluctance. However, she thought that her grandfather and parents would likely be overjoyed to learn that her master was the master of Yunju Mountain from the Daotian sect. Chapter 45. Return. After returning to the Lu family, Li Zhoujun retired to rest. While Lu Jining revealed Li Zhoujun's identity as the master of Yunju Mountain to her grandfather and parents. Upon learning this, all three were astounded. Lu Wuhan felt an even greater sense of urgency, for he knew that this master of Yunju was not merely a tribulation stage cultivator, but rather a true immortal in his 40s. Throughout history, how many individuals had achieved the nascent soul stage by the age of 40? let alone transcending the nascent soul realm to reach the lofty heights of true immortal. Lu Wuhan understood that his granddaughter had indeed secured a formidable ally. My dear, you must diligently follow your master in your cultivation from now on, he advised Lu Zhoujun with a serious expression. Rest assured, Grandpa, I will. Lu Zhoujun assured him with a nod. Seeing this, Lu Wuhan finally felt relieved. Time swiftly passed to the next day. Li Zhoujun, accompanied by Lu Zhoujun, stood at the entrance of the Lu family, bidding farewell to Lu Wuhan, Lu Fashing, and Lin Wanner. My child, when your parents are not by your side, be sure to heed your master's guidance, Lin Wanner said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Do not worry, mother, Lu Zhoujun replied. Li Zhoujun smiled. Allowing the family their moment of farewell. Cultivate well, and your grandfather will await your rise to greatness. Lu Wuhan affectionately ruffled Lu Zhoning's hair. This farewell might very well be permanent. Memories of the past flooded Lu Wuhan's mind. Grandpa, I want to ride a horse. My dear granddaughter. If you wish to ride, simply come here and climb onto my shoulders. Yay. Reflecting on these moments stirred emotions within Lu Wuhan. Dear friends, where in the mountains and rivers do we not meet again? I shall take my leave, Li Zhoujun said, smiling as he prepared to depart. Safe travels, master. Lu Wuhan bowed respectfully. Take care, master, Lu Fashing and Lin Wanner echoed, offering their bows as well. Li Zhoujun returned their gestures and turned to Lu Zhoujun, smiling. Shall we? Yes, she replied. With that, Li Zhoujun led Lu Zhoujun into the crowd, disappearing from Lu Wuhan and the other's sight. The little girl has left. The house will surely feel less lively now, Lin Wanner remarked, brushing her eyes. Indeed. But we should rejoice that she has become the true disciple of the master of Yunju Mountain, Lu Fashing comforted his wife. Greetings, master. I pay my respects to the master of Yunju Mountain. The disciples and elders of the Daotian sect greeted as Li Zhoujun and Lu Zhoujun returned. Lu Zhoujun observed the disciples greeting her master, noticing the profound aura emanating from them, realizing that each one stood as a formidable force in their own right. She couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Is this truly the foremost sect of Qingzhou? Its reputation is indeed well-deserved. Li Zhoujun, where have you been during this time? A cool female voice inquired from behind him. Turning around, he saw it was Murong Shui. So beautiful, Lu Zhoujun thought. Feeling a twinge of inferiority as she beheld the snow-white attire and flawless complexion of Murong Shui. I was just exploring Qingzhou, enjoying the mortal realm. Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Oh. Murong Shui's lips twitched. However, when her gaze landed on Lu Zhoujun, she froze momentarily. A body of the Taiyin? Indeed. She is my newly accepted disciple. Little one, do greet Master Murong, Li Zhoujun instructed Lu Zhoujun. Lu Zhoujun pays her respects to Master Murong. Lu Zhoujun quickly responded, bowing respectfully. There's no need for such formality, Murong Shui said, nodding. Then, with a hint of envy, she looked at Li Zhoujun and remarked, why is your fortune so extraordinary? Li Zhoujun grinned, because you are blessed with good fortune. Huh. Murong Shui blinked, her face turning slightly red as she processed the joke. That is not a funny jest. Observing this exchange, Lu Zhoujun instantly understood that Master Murong harbored feelings for her master. Indeed, not amusing at all, Li Zhoujun chuckled. By the way, where is that girl Sunan? He inquired. She and Shui Nianyao have gone to the Shuiwei dynasty, preparing to enter a secret realm, Murong Shui explained. Ah, I see. Li Zhoujun nodded, feeling unperturbed, for Su Nan carried a fragment of his consciousness. The absence of any alerts indicated she was safe. After bidding farewell to Murong Shui, Li Zhoujun led Lu Zhoujun back to Yunju Mountain. Meanwhile, Sunan and Shui Nianyao had successfully entered the ice water secret realm. They found themselves surrounded by towering ice mountains, immersed in a wintry landscape. Senior sister. Look over there, Sunan exclaimed, pointing at a dilapidated ruin. That should be the remnants of the ancient sect, Ice Water Sect. Shui Nianyao replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Shall we go take a look? Absolutely, Sunan nodded eagerly. The duo ventured into the expansive ruins, traversing effortlessly until they reached a grand hall. It seems there are no treasures here, Sunan remarked, scratching her head in confusion. Indeed, Shui Nianyao concurred. Shui Nianyao furrowed her brows. Let's search a bit more. All right, Sunan replied, just as the two were preparing to continue their search. The portrait of an elderly man hanging above the great hall suddenly blinked at them. I think I just saw the old man in the portrait move his eyes, Sunan said, swallowing hard as she gazed at the image above. It can't be. This ancient sect has perished long ago. The figure in the portrait seems to be the ancestor of the Ice Water Sect, Ice Water Taoist. This is all recorded in the archives of my imperial palace, Shui Nianyao stated. I never expected there would still be those who remember me, the ancestor. Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the vast hall. Sunan and Shui Nianyao widened their eyes in shock. Who is it? Just as their words fell, a shadow emerged from the portrait, transforming into the figure of a frail old man. Ice Water Taoist. Upon seeing this diminutive old man, Shui Nianyao gasped. Indeed, it is I, the Ice Water Taoist said with a slight smile. We have met the elder. Both Shui Nianyao and Su Nan, recovering from their astonishment, bowed respectfully to the old man. It is said that the Ice Water Taoist is a formidable being of the tribulation transcending realm. Naturally, the two girls dared not be negligent. You two little girls need not be so formal, the Ice Water Taoist remarked, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes as he regarded them. 40 years old. Possessing a supreme ice spiritual root and an exceptional water spiritual root. Quite impressive, the Ice Water Taoist nodded approvingly at the two. You flatter me, elder. Shui Nianyao replied respectfully, pondering whether the opportunity left by the ancient sect, Ice Water Sect, could be linked to the Ice Water Taoist himself. However, the Ice Water Taoist then revealed a strange smile. You two little girls are the final step in my achieving the ice water body. I have waited for 1,000 years, and you have finally arrived. Elder, what do you mean? Shui Nianyao's expression shifted upon hearing this. Haha. I don't mind telling you, little girls, that I have prepared for a millennium. You are the 99th pair of ice water spiritual roots to arrive here. Those who entered before you have already been refined into ice water pills by me. Only by gathering 99 ice water pills can I reconstruct my physical form and descend upon this world with invincible prowess. The Ice Water Taoist laughed triumphantly, not concealing his intentions. After all, with one in the foundation establishment stage and the other in the chi refining stage, he believed they wouldn't withstand his mere breath. What? Su Nan's complexion turned pale at this revelation. We are the true disciples of the Qingzhou Daotian sect. If you kill us, the Daotian sect will surely not spare you, Shui Nianyao stated firmly. Nonsense. If I kill you and reconstruct my body, soon I will be at the great ascendant stage. Not just Qingzhou, but no expert from any realm could hope to find me, the Ice Water Taoist sneered. So, little girls, do not resist in vain. At that moment, a powerful pressure erupted from the Ice Water Taoist, weighing heavily upon Shui Nianyao and Su Nan like a mountain. Their already pale faces turned even whiter. Faced with such a strong adversary, they found themselves utterly powerless to resist. Are we going to die? Su Nan thought despondently. Yet she yearned for just one more taste of her master's cooking. Though it made her dizzy, it was simply exquisite. Just then, the Ice Water Taoist's gaze fell upon Shui Nianyao. Let us take this little girl first, he said with a grin. In an instant, he appeared before her. But then, an unexpected twist occurred. A female apparition floated out from Shui Nianyao. It was the master of Kanglan Mountain. Who dares to harm the disciple of this mountain lord? She glared menacingly at the Ice Water Taoist. Master! Shui Nianyao exclaimed with joy upon seeing her arrival. A mere avatar? The Ice Water Taoist scoffed, slightly taken aback, but quickly dismissing her. If your true self were here, I might have a headache. But you, a mere projection, should not embarrass yourself. Although my physical body has perished, even my primordial spirit possesses the power of integration. Since your avatar has come, it shall serve as my nourishment. Seeking death. The master of Kanglan Mountain, enraged, raised her hand and unleashed a sword chi akin to a tsunami. But the Ice Water Taoist merely lifted a withered hand and casually swatted it away, shattering the sword chi effortlessly. The master of Kanglan Mountain's expression tightened. In the next moment, the Ice Water Taoist appeared before her, striking her in the chest with a single palm. She was sent crashing to the ground, her avatar flickering between brightness and darkness. Just an ant, the Ice Water Taoist mocked. Seeing the master of Kanglan Mountain's avatar fall, Su Nan and Shui Nianyao were filled with alarm. Shui Nianyao's face turned pale as she cried out, Master, as she rushed to support her master. The Ice Water Taoist remarked, what a touching display of master-disciple affection. His gaze then shifted to Su Nan. With a supreme ice spiritual root, I can no longer wait. The Ice Water Taoist's eyes glinted with a predatory hunger as he moved in front of Su Nan, raising a hand to grasp her by the neck. Boom. Suddenly, a chilling aura erupted from Su Nan. The Ice Water Taoist sensed danger and hastily retreated. In the next moment, a young man clad in a blue robe stood protectively in front of her. Master! Su Nan's eyes lit up with joy upon recognizing him. Yunju Mountain Lord. Shui Nianyao, and the master of Kanglan Mountain sighed in relief. After all, this man was renowned as the youngest tribulation transcending expert in Qizhou. It seemed they were saved today. You little girl, Li Zhoujun playfully tapped Su Nan on the head, then turned to the Ice Water Taoist. You wish to harm my disciple? Humph, merely an avatar. Once I deplete your avatar's energy, your disciple will be mine, the Ice Water Taoist squinted, eyeing the enigmatic young man before him. He had no intention of easily relinquishing the supreme ice spiritual root. That is indeed one way to think, Li Zhoujun acknowledged with a nod. But then his tone shifted as he chuckled lightly. However, you have overestimated yourself. The ice water Taoist was taken aback. But the next moment, a terrifying presence descended upon him, sending chills down his spine. He looked up at the sky to see a flying sword descending with the force of splitting the heavens. A 9th rank immortal sword. The ice water Taoist exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? Before he could finish his sentence, the sword descended with overwhelming intent, obliterating the ice water Taoist's millennia-old remnant soul into ashes. The 9th rank immortal sword. The master of Kanglan Mountain looked on in shock as she beheld the sword in Li Zhoujun's hand. If Yunju Mountain Lord could wield a 9th rank immortal sword, did that mean his cultivation had already reached the great ascendant stage? The thought left her astonished. Understanding a tribulation transcending expert at 40 was one thing, but a true immortal at that age was beyond her wildest imagination. Meanwhile, Su Nan felt a swell of pride as she witnessed her master effortlessly subduing the ice water Taoist. Shui Nianyao cast a complex glance at Su Nan, filled with envy. She understood well that wielding a 9th rank immortal sword was no ordinary feat to command such power. One needed cultivation at the great ascendance level. Is everything all right? Li Zhoujun addressed the master of Kanglan Mountain and Shui Nianyao. No harm done. Thank you, Yunju Mountain Lord, for your timely assistance, the master of Kanglan Mountain replied respectfully. We are grateful for your help. At this moment, Shui Nianyao gazed at Li Zhoujun with a look of reverence. We are the same sect. There is no need for excessive formality. Li Zhoujun waved his hand, letting out a light chuckle. Chapter 47, The Great Ling Dynasty Little Girl. Return with me alongside my flying sword, Li Zhoujun said to Su Nan. All right, Su Nan replied obediently with a nod. Following this, Li Zhoujun's avatar dissipated. Su Nan stood atop the Aoshue flying sword and bid farewell to Shui Nianyao. Sister Shui, I shall return to the Dao Tian sect now. Shui Nianyao managed a wry smile, saying, Sister Su, I apologize. If it weren't for your master's timely arrival, we would likely have perished here. Su Nan smiled reassuringly. It's all right. After all, you had no way of knowing the dangers that lurked here. Thank you, Sister Su, Shui Nianyao expressed gratefully. After exchanging pleasantries for a brief moment, Su Nan took flight on the Aoshue flying sword, heading back to the Dao Tian sect. At this juncture, the master of Kanglan Mountain addressed Shui Nianyao seriously. I did not expect that the master of Yunju Mountain had reached such a formidable level. Our Kanglan Mountain must not offend Yunju Mountain. Shui Nianyao nodded in agreement. I shall remember your words, master. That is good. It seems you have formed a good relationship with Su Nan. You should draw closer to her, the Kanglan Mountain master continued. Of course, Shui Nianyao replied. Though internally she felt a bittersweet irony. Once, she had been the one being flattered, but now she was to flatter others. Very well, my avatar cannot remain for long. Be cautious on your way back, the Kanglan Mountain master advised. Rest assured, master, Shui Nianyao responded. After she spoke, the avatar of the Kanglan Mountain master dissipated. In the blink of an eye, Su Nan was escorted back to Yunju Mountain by the Aoshue flying sword. Upon entering the Yunju Hall, she was momentarily taken aback to see a youthful maiden standing beside her master. Li Zhoujun smiled. This is your junior sister, Lu Jiqing. Greetings, sister. Lu Jiqing said cheerfully upon noticing Su Nan. Ah, it's junior sister Lu. Su Nan exclaimed joyfully, delighted at the prospect of companionship to alleviate her occasional loneliness at Yunju Mountain. Su Nan, take some time to rest. Later, introduce your junior sister to the wonders of Yunju Mountain, Li Zhoujun instructed. Don't worry, master. I will take care of this, Su Nan assured, patting her chest confidently. Li Zhoujun nodded with a smile. I must enter seclusion for a while. You two should bond well. Absolutely, Su Nan replied. You impetuous girl, don't be so rash. Li Zhoujun said affectionately, ruffling Su Nan's hair. Not at all. Su Nan pouted playfully, sticking out her tongue. Li Zhoujun laughed as he departed for the secret chamber to consume the primordial nourishing pill, seeking to solidify his foundation. Meanwhile, in the Divine Feather Dynasty, Yu Huaji had been unable to sleep since acquiring the true immortal token days prior. What an insignificant Great Ling dynasty. He had no qualms about them. If they proved obstinate, he would summon the true immortal to teach them a lesson. Father, the Great Ling dynasty is becoming increasingly restless, seemingly preparing to strike against us. One of the Divine Feather Dynasty's ancestors, the Supreme Emperor, remarked while examining the true immortal token, chuckling to himself. At that moment, a weary-looking man with an imposing demeanor entered the Grand Hall. This man was the sovereign of the Divine Feather Dynasty, Yu Huang, and one of Yu Huaji's sons. A consummate master of the transformation realm. What are you so anxious about? Yu Huaji inquired nonchalantly. Yu Huang, taken aback, replied, Father, how can I not be anxious? The Great Ling dynasty is preparing to attack us, and we are on the brink of collapse. Remain composed. As a ruler, you must maintain a calm mind in any situation, Yu Huaji advised. But father, how can you be so unfazed? They are coming for us, and we may face annihilation. Yu Huang exclaimed in distress. I have something to show you, Yu Huaji said mysteriously, revealing a fragrant stick. Upon seeing it, despair filled Yu Huang's eyes. Father, you have already given up? Preparing incense? With a swift kick, Yu Huaji struck Yu Huang's backside, scolding, You wretch, are you wishing for my demise? Do you want another kick? Yu Huang immediately fell silent, cowed. If anyone were to witness this, they would be astounded. For the Yu Huang was typically a figure of authority and respect. Yet, in this instance, he was being admonished like a child, unable to retort, only accepting his fate in silence. Yu Huaji, addressing the incense, declared, with this in hand, Our divine feather dynasty shall fear no one. Yu Huang felt utter hopelessness. His father, the pillar of the divine feather dynasty, seemed to have lost his sanity. Heaven does not favor our divine feather. Yu Huang looked up, tears streaming silently down his face. Meanwhile, in the Great Ling dynasty, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe adorned with golden dragons entered a secret chamber. This man was the monarch of the Great Ling dynasty, Ling Huang. Upon entering, he approached an elderly man, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to father. This elder was the unwavering anchor of the Great Ling dynasty, the supreme emperor, Ling Mu. Are you unable to sit still, preparing to attack the divine feather dynasty? Ling Mu questioned, his eyes sharp. Ling Huang did not deny it. Indeed, I am. Very well. I shall pay a visit to the divine feather dynasty and see that old friend of mine, Ling Huang said with a slight smile. In the next moment, he vanished from his spot, reappearing above the divine feather dynasty. Yu Huaji engaged in conversation with Yu Huang. Sensed a presence and squinted his eyes, an uninvited guest has arrived. As soon as he spoke, Yu Huaji materialized before Ling Mu. After all these years, you remain stuck in the mid-stage of the virtual immortal realm, Ling Mu remarked with a faint smile. Haha, what is this, Ling Mu? Can't you contain yourself any longer? Yu Huaji inquired with a smile, seemingly unconcerned about Ling Mu's arrival. Ling Mu was momentarily taken aback by Yu Huaji's dismissive attitude. You do not fear me? Ling Mu asked in astonishment. Of course not, Yu Huaji grinned. If your Great Ling dynasty wishes for my divine feather dynasty to submit, spare us the chatter and come forth. Let us see if I fear you. At this moment, bolstered by the support of the true immortal, Yu Huaji was utterly unafraid of the Great Ling dynasty. How intriguing. Ling Mu regarded the audacious Yu Huaji with speculation, wondering if he had some hidden agenda or if he was merely playing a bluff. Chapter 48. The Market Elderly. I give your divine feather dynasty 1 year. If I do not receive your submission within a year, I shall personally take action to make your dynasty bow before me, Ling Mu declared, unwilling to waste more words with Yu Huaji. With that, he turned and left. Yu Huaji watched Ling Mu depart, chuckling softly, glancing at the incense in his hand as he murmured, If you have the ability, come forth. Let us see who fears whom. 3 days later, Li Zhoujun continued his seclusion in the depths of Yunji Mountain, diligently refining his foundation. Meanwhile, Su Nan, having donned ordinary attire with her junior sister, Lu Jiqing, ventured down the mountain for leisure. Junior sister, let me tell you, there are many delightful places near the Dao Tian sect. Today, your sister will take you to explore the nearest market, Su Nan said with a cheerful smile. All right, Lu Jiqing replied with a grin. Upon arriving at the nearby market, they encountered a haggard old woman, wailing pitifully on the ground. Her skin resembled withered wood, and her nails were caked with dirt, presenting a pitiful sight. Seeing this, Su Nan rushed over to his sister. The old woman, overwhelmed with gratitude, said, Thank you, young lady. No need for thanks, no need at all. Su Nan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, Miss, you truly are a kind-hearted person. I live nearby. The old woman replied, Miss, why not extend your kindness further and escort me home? Su Nan hesitated for a moment, but her kind nature compelled her to agree. All right then. Thank you, dear girl. You are truly wonderful, the old woman expressed her gratitude, making Su Nan feel a bit bashful. Seeing this, Lu Jiqing joined Su Nan in supporting the old woman as they followed her directions to her home. Meanwhile, a graceful woman wearing a conical hat and white robes observed this scene with a frown, unexpectedly encountering a malevolent practitioner in this marketplace. She worried for the two innocent girls. However, given that one possessed a rare ice spiritual root and the other a body of the moon, perhaps it would be beneficial to lend them a helping hand. The woman, named Mu Hongyan, had once been a tribulation-crossing cultivator on the brink of ascendance but had fallen victim to a betrayal by her most trusted disciple during the tribulation. When she awoke, she found herself inhabiting the body of a beggar girl from 3,000 years in the future, while her disciple had long since ascended to immortality. Over the years, she had cultivated the ordinary body of the beggar girl to the golden course stage. She vowed to ascend to the celestial realm and confront her disciple. Today, she had come to the marketplace to seek cultivation resources, only to witness the two virtuous girls aiding a fallen female practitioner. As Mu Hongyan contemplated this, Sunan and Lu Jiqing helped the old woman to a dim corner house. "Is this your home, Granny? We're leaving now that we've arrived," Sunan said, sensing something amiss in the eerie atmosphere. However, the old woman's eyes gleamed with a strange light as she insisted, "You kind girls, having helped me without seeking reward, would you grant me the honor of inviting you in for a cup of tea?" Sunan hesitated, but before she could respond, the door swung open to reveal a somewhat daft middle-aged man with a runny nose, who exclaimed, "Mother, you're back." Upon seeing the two ethereal-looking girls, his face flushed crimson. The old woman scolded, "Big Gua, if it weren't for these two girls saving me, I might have perished on the road. Hurry and let them in." "All right, mother." The man, named Big Gua, hurriedly complied. The old woman, embarrassed, explained, "My son has never been quite right in the head since birth." "That's quite all right," Sunan reassured her. "Please, come in and sit," the old woman warmly invited. Faced with her enthusiastic hospitality, Sunan and Lu Jiqing exchanged reluctant glances before entering the dimly lit dwelling. Once inside, the old woman swiftly closed the door, pouring hot tea while saying, "My home may be humble, so please do not mock me." "Rest assured, we would never mock you," Sunan replied. "You are truly a kind person," the old woman said, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes, which made Sunan feel even more bashful. "Given your noble heart, might you indulge me with one last wish? It would bring me peace before I depart this world," the old woman implored, her face a mask of sorrow. "What is it?" Sunan inquired. "Will you first promise me?" the old woman insisted. "You must tell us before we can agree," Lu Jiqing interjected. "If this girl is willing, I am certain I can assist her," the old woman said, fixing her gaze on Sunan. "My master taught me not to agree too easily," Sunan replied. "Please, share your request first. If it is within my means, I shall do my best." Unexpectedly, the old woman knelt before Sunan, bowing her head. "Dear girl, I wish to hold a grandchild before I die, but no suitable young woman would have me. Please, help me." "How can this be?" Sunan gasped, her face paling. The old woman's expression darkened. "You promised to do your utmost. And if I cannot hold a grandchild before I depart, I shall die unsatisfied." Sunan's lips twitched as she glanced at the daft man with the runny nose and then back at the old woman, exclaiming, "Granny, I can assist with other matters, but I cannot sacrifice myself for this. I must decline your request. Please rise." At that moment, Lu Jiqing frowned, realizing the old woman was pushing her luck. "If you do not agree, I shall resort to unseemly tactics," the old woman threatened ominously. Sunan and Lu Jiqing froze at her words as the old woman stood, exuding a chilling aura. "A golden core cultivator." They gasped in horror. "Golden core cultivator?" Sunan and Lu Jiqing stared in disbelief at the old woman's sudden display of power. The old woman fixed her piercing gaze on Sunan and declared, "Kind girl, you must see this through. Accompany my son and bear a healthy child." "That is impossible," Sunan firmly rejected, though she did not demand perfection in a partner. Having witnessed her master's unparalleled grace, she could not imagine settling for anything less. Big Gua, with his unremarkable appearance and lack of cultivation, was far beneath her standards. The old woman's eyes sparkled with mischief as she revealed a squirming black insect in her hand. "This is a love parasite, once implanted. You will develop feelings for my son." Horrified, Sunan turned pale at the thought of being enamored with this bumbling man. Why do kind-hearted people never receive due recompense in this world? She lamented inwardly. Lu Jiqing, frowning, warned, "Old hag, I advise you not to overstep your bounds. If anything happens to us, our master will not spare you. What's done is done. I fear nothing." The old woman cackled, revealing her gnarled teeth. "Since you are so bold, perhaps you shall become my son's concubine. Your son is hardly worthy of such aspirations. He should take a good look in the mirror." Lu Jiqing retorted angrily, her pride as a member of a prestigious family ignited. The old woman scoffed, splitting the love parasites in two. "Go." As her words fell, the two insects lunged toward Sunan and Lu Jiqing's foreheads. In that instant of terror, the door was kicked open, and a flash of sword light cleaved the air, slicing the approaching parasites in half. Recovering from the shock, Sunan and Lu Jiqing realized that they had been rescued by a woman clad in white, wielding a sword and wearing a conical hat. "Who are you? Why are you thwarting my plans?" the old woman shrieked. The elderly woman, upon witnessing her two meticulously nurtured love insects being cleaved in two by a sword, was instantly consumed by rage. The profession of a sinister insect master was one she had not encountered in a long time, and to find one here was unexpected. "You people, merely dabbling in underhanded methods," she scoffed. The woman in white chuckled lightly, twirling her sword in a flourish before resting it upon her back. "How audacious for a mere golden core cultivator to meddle in my affairs. Yet, You seem to possess knowledge of the sinister insect master's profession. It appears you have some experience. But are you not aware of the dire consequences of offending an insect master? The elderly woman's eyes glimmered with a dangerous light as she fixed her penetrating gaze upon the woman in white. The latter merely responded with a cold laugh. In her prime, she would have needed no physical confrontation. Her mere aura could have obliterated the elderly woman's corporeal form. Since you have arrived, you shall perfectly serve my son's whims of taking multiple wives, the elderly woman cackled, her gnarled hand reaching out towards the woman in white. However, the latter had honed her agility to an extraordinary level, easily evading the grasp. The woman in white understood the sinister insect master's nails concealed many vile insects. A mere scratch could lead to being infested in an instant, which was utterly revolting. Impressive agility, the elderly woman exclaimed, though she quickly added with a mocking tone. But if this is all you are capable of, you might as well surrender peacefully today. As she spoke, it seemed an invisible shackle had been released from her body, her aura steadily rising until it reached the early stage of the nascent soul realm. You are concealing your true cultivation, the woman in white remarked with a furrowed brow. The elderly woman simply smiled in silence. Girl, if you can escape, you best do so quickly. Sunan urged the woman in white gratefully. The odds of a golden core cultivator defeating a nascent soul cultivator were virtually non-existent, akin to a chasm between clouds and mud. Even if the woman in white had once been a tribulation-level powerhouse, confronting a nascent soul enemy was nearly impossible. I have already intervened. I cannot afford to back down now. The woman in white responded with a playful smile towards Sunan. Little sister, watch as I demonstrate a battle across realms. Arrogant. The elderly woman's fury ignited. The woman in white's every word dismissed her entirely. With that thought, a whip, 3 yards long, made of sinewy red flesh and white fat, suddenly lashed out towards the woman in white's face with a fierce whoosh. Yet, the woman's movements were absurdly swift, and she evaded the strike effortlessly. The whip struck the wooden table with a thunderous crash, reducing it to splinters amidst the incredulous gazes of onlookers. The elderly woman's foolish son, upon witnessing this spectacle, was so terrified that he fled into the room, leaving a puddle of yellow urine behind. Observing her son's cowardice, the elderly woman felt a pang of frustration. Can't you muster a bit of spirit? Then, turning her attention back to the woman in white, she declared, once I subdue you, you will obediently reveal your skills. The woman in white scoffed, do not boast here. If you have the ability, then kill me. Desiring death is not so simple. I intend to torment you thoroughly. The elderly woman retorted angrily, her whip again slicing through the air towards the woman in white. However, as fate would have it, just as the woman dodged, the elderly woman executed a spatial shift, appearing behind her. Watch your back. Sunan cried out in alarm. The woman in white reacted instinctively, swinging her sword backward towards the approaching threat. The elderly woman, slightly taken aback by the golden core's reflexes, resolved that she must eliminate this woman today to prevent future troubles. With a clang, the elderly woman raised her gnarled hand to block the woman in white's sword, producing a metallic clang. Yet, the gap in cultivation could not be bridged. The woman in white felt despair. Despite her skills, she was merely in the mid-golden core stage. Facing an opponent of the nascent soul level, she was hopelessly outmatched. Could it be that she would perish here today? The thought gnawed at her, for she had yet to avenge her grievances. Little girl, do not be deceived by my rough exterior. I cultivate my flesh with insects, making my body comparable to that of a transformation stage cultivator, the elderly woman boasted with a triumphant smile. The woman in white remained silent, skeptical of the elderly woman's claims. You seem eager to play the hero, wishing to save those 2 young girls? Very well. I shall make them my son's fleeting pleasures before your very eyes. The elderly woman grinned wickedly, reaching for Li Zhoujun. However, at that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. A chilling aura erupted from Li Zhoujun, manifesting as icy sword shadows blooming behind her like a frozen lotus. Extreme cold sword formation. The woman in white gasped at the sudden surge of power emanating from Li Zhoujun. What is this? The elderly woman's expression shifted to one of alarm upon sensing the energy. Li Zhoujun smacked her forehead, exclaiming, I nearly forgot. My master set up a formation on me. As her words fell, the icy lotus unfolded, transforming into a tempest of sword shadows that surged towards the elderly woman. No. The elderly woman's eyes widened in horror. This power was beyond her capacity to withstand. The countless sword shadows disregarded her despair, piercing through her once proud body and leaving it riddled with wounds, even shattering her very soul in the process. Ultimately, the myriad sword shadows converged, forming a young man clad in a flowing azure robe, exuding an extraordinary presence. Master. Upon seeing the young man, Sunan and Li Zhoujun's faces lit up with exhilaration. With a resounding thud, the elderly woman's mangled body collapsed to the ground, unrecognizable. Li Zhoujun, without a glance at her remains, addressed the 2 girls with a hint of exasperation. You two truly do not make it easy for your teacher. Sunan stuck out her tongue. We thought this elderly woman was in need of help, only to discover she was a venomous serpent. Kindness is commendable, but misplaced compassion is unwarranted. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly. Today's events have served as a valuable lesson for you. The younger generation bowed respectfully. We greet our esteemed senior. Mu Hongyan recognized the young man and bowed, acknowledging him. She had identified him as the youngest tribulation-level cultivator from Daotian sect, the master of Yunju Mountain, Li Zhoujun. With a bitter smile, she reflected on her own journey, having taken 2 centuries to reach tribulation while he achieved it by the age of 40. Who might you be? Li Zhoujun inquired, momentarily taken aback by the woman in white's presence. Master, this sister just saved us. She nearly perished at the hands of that old hag. Sunan explained. I see, Li Zhoujun replied, understanding dawning upon him. He then smiled warmly at the woman in white. Little girl, what is your name? I am Mu Hongyan, she replied. Take this. Should you ever find yourself in peril, crush it, and I shall come to your aid, Li Zhoujun offered, tossing her a piece of jade. As Mu Hongyan extended her hands to receive the jade stone, she respectfully addressed Li Zhoujun, expressing her gratitude for the elder's kindness. With the opportunity to protect her path granted by a formidable tribulation expert, Mu Hongyan felt a surge of confidence regarding her forthcoming endeavor, avenging her brother. Upon awakening in the body of a young beggar girl, she had been gifted with a fragment of memory. This girl had a brother who, tragically, had been brutally killed by a woman named Yu Linglong during a begging incident. The absurd reason behind this heinous act was that the beggar boy had sullied her eyes. From that moment on, the young beggar girl lived in sorrow until her consciousness faded, at which point Mu Hongyan took control of her body, vowing to avenge the girl. Yu Linglong, the young master of the Yulong sect, possessed golden core cultivation, while her father, Yu Fenghua, was the sect leader and a transcendent cultivator. Yu Linglong had arrogantly declared to the young beggar inhabiting Mu Hongyan as spirit, I have slain your brother. If you are unsatisfied, you may come to the Yulong sect and challenge me. I shall gladly accept. Good deeds are rewarded, and evil deeds are punished. This is your due. Li Zhoujun remarked with a smile. He then cautioned Sunan and Lu Jining to be vigilant on their way back. With that, his avatar dissipated. And at the same moment, the real Li Zhoujun, meditating in a secluded chamber, opened his eyes. Those 2 girls truly are a handful, he mused with a wry smile. Yet, at this moment, Li Zhoujun had also advanced to a higher realm, reaching the late stage of divine transformation. Even without the 5-5 opening system, he stood far above many of the prodigies on Qingzhou, as few cultivators in their 40s could attain the divine transformation stage. Suddenly, a voice of an elder resonated from outside. Is the master of Yunjishan present? Li Zhoujun paused briefly, then swiftly appeared before the elder with a smile. Elder Chen. What brings you here? Mountain Lord, Elder Chun bowed respectfully. There is no need for such formality, Li Zhoujun replied with a light laugh. This elder, known as Chen Guang, was an elder of the Daotian Hall. Mountain Lord Li, the sect leader requests your presence at Daotian Hall for a meeting, Chen Guang stated. Understood. I shall go at once, Li Zhoujun replied promptly, vanishing from Chen Guang's sight. Observing this, Chen Guang sighed, reflecting on how the once derided master of Yunjishan had become one of the pillars of the Daotian sect, marveling at the unpredictability of the world. Chapter 51. Yu Linglong. Upon Li Zhoujun's arrival at the Daotian Hall, he found all the major mountain lords gathered. What occasion brings everyone here today? He inquired, surprised. It is the Taisu sect from Yunzhou. Their elder, Xiao Yuan Huai, has attained the century mark in tribulation and, in his pursuit of invincibility, has already defeated the elite of the Sacred Thunder Palace, the Vast Sword Sect, and the Golden Spirit Temple, top sects in their domain. If all goes as expected, it will soon be our Daotian sect's turn, Mu Taiyu explained with a light chuckle. The mountain lords erupted in indignation. This individual is far too arrogant. Indeed, utterly presumptuous. Mu Taiyu then turned to Li Zhoujun. Mountain Lord Yunjishan, you are our sole hope in the century's tribulation. It seems this matter falls to you. Ding. The system has issued a task to suppress Xiao Yuanhuai's arrogance and shatter his invincible heart. The host will receive generous rewards. Upon seeing the system's task, Li Zhoujun replied directly, rest assured, sect leader, I will handle this matter. Even if I am not his match, I will ensure our Daotian sect's dignity remains intact. Seeing this, Mountain Lord Kanglin smirked internally. This Yunjishan master truly loves to play the role of the underdog, with your true immortal status. Defeating Xiao Yuanhuai should be a trivial task. Mu Taiyu felt relieved when Li Zhoujun did not hesitate to accept the task, recognizing its importance for the sect's reputation. After exchanging pleasantries, the mountain lords began to disperse. Morong Shui approached Li Zhoujun, who was still seated, munching on seeds. Xiao Yuanhuai is highly talented and quite arrogant. A trivial matter, Li Zhoujun replied nonchalantly, rising to leave. I shall return and see if my two disciples have come back. Very well, Morong Shui replied. Meanwhile, at the border of Qishou, a ripple in space manifested, and a youth clad in simple garb stepped forth. Although ordinary in appearance, his eyes shone with clarity. He proclaimed with a voice that thundered across the Qingzhou continent, on the 10th day from now, I, Xiao Yuanhui of the Daodian sect, shall visit to experience the prowess of your sect's strongest within the century. The beings of Qishou almost universally heard his declaration, including those within the Daodian sect. Such a commotion. Did he not fear losing face if he were to be defeated? Such is the nature of those who tread the path of invincibility, truly audacious. Everyone hoped that Mountain Lord Yunjishan could shatter this man's delusions of invincibility. While the Mountain Lords of the Daodian sect debated, Li Zhoujun paid no heed to the declaration, considering this challenger merely a means to earn rewards. As long as he fought to a standstill, Xiao Yuanhui's heart of invincibility would be shattered. Upon returning to Yunjishan, he found Su Nan and Lu Jining waiting in the hall. Master, did you hear? Someone has declared war on our Daodian sect. Su Nan exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. The one to face him will be your master, Li Zhoujun shrugged. Master, can you defeat him? The young girl asked anxiously, her eyes wide. What do you think? Li Zhoujun replied with an amused smile. He then turned to Lu Jining. I haven't taught you the techniques yet. Come here. Lu Jining obediently approached. Li Zhoujun tapped her forehead with his fingertip, imparting the Taiyin Jinjing, saying, You possess the Taiyin body. My guidance is limited. Everything must be understood through your own insight, for aside from the foundational practices, each path is unique to the individual. Follow your heart. I understand. Lu Jining nodded earnestly. Good, Li Zhoujun affirmed, refusing to acknowledge that he was merely an underwhelming master. By the way, what was the name of the girl who saved you? He inquired suddenly. Her name is Mu Hongyan, Lu Jining replied. Mu Hongyan, are you jesting? Su Nan asked, exasperated. You caught me, Li Zhoujun chuckled. That girl is quite admirable. Indeed, but when she departed, she mentioned she had business at the Yulong sect, Su Nan informed him. Yulong sect? Li Zhoujun mused, recalling its reputation, a major sect with a transcendent cultivator in residence. Though Mu Hongyan appeared youthful, her golden core cultivation suggested she might be a disciple of the Yulong sect. At that moment, Mu Hongyan donned a wide-brimmed hat and, alone, arrived at the Yulong sect. The gatekeepers, upon seeing the elegant figure adorned with a hat, observed her with keen interest. Yuling Long, I have come for you, Mu Hongyan boldly declared. The disciples on duty were taken aback. How dare you call the young master by her name? They were acutely aware of Yu Linglong's explosive temperament. One misstep could lead to disaster. As expected, a jade-colored whip lashed out from the gate, striking towards Mu Hongyan. Yet, she effortlessly caught it with a raised hand, remarking, After all these years, your temper remains unchanged. To withstand my whip suggests you are not lacking in strength. Now tell me, who are you? At this moment, a young girl adorned in a jade lotus dress, strikingly beautiful yet exuding an air of haughtiness, emerged from the gates of the Jade Dragon sect and approached Mu Hongyan. Upon hearing the commotion, Mu Hongyan removed her wide-brimmed hat, revealing an exquisite face that required no embellishment. The male disciples stationed at the gate gaped in astonishment at her beauty. A flicker of barely perceptible jealousy crossed Yu Linglong's eyes as she spoke. State your name. Have you already forgotten me? Mu Hongyan narrowed her eyes. Do you have any idea how many exceptional talents I have encountered in my life? Why should I remember you specifically? Yu Linglong scoffed. Those of noble birth often forget. You killed my brother. Mu Hongyan retorted with a cold snort, and I wondered who it was. So it is you, the little beggar girl. Yu Linglong suddenly recalled the small beggar she had mercilessly beaten to a pulp, alongside the girl who had harbored a gaze full of resentment. A playful smirk appeared on Yu Linglong's face as she taunted. So, have you come seeking vengeance? I never imagined that in just a few short years, you would cultivate to the golden core stage. It seems I must take action today to eliminate any future threats. Her voice dripped with jealousy as she spoke, revealing her true age of 30, a fact that made her envious of Mu Hongyan's prodigious talent. Do you truly think you can defeat me? Mu Hongyan laughed, unfazed by the challenge. Yu Linglong, feeling insulted, retorted, You think you're better looking than me? Jealousy has consumed you. Do you wish to ruin my beauty? I certainly do. Yu Linglong replied with a wicked grin. Not only will I mar your appearance, but I shall also defeat you and cast you among a group of brutish men, subjecting you to a fate worse than death. You are truly despicable, Mu Hongyan thought to herself, realizing that Yu Linglong was far more venomous than she had anticipated. In a flash of movement, she deftly evaded Yu Linglong's whip strike, demonstrating her formidable skills. Be silent. You dare speak so boldly in front of the young sect master? You must be courting death. A disciple of the Jade Dragon sect exclaimed, his tone filled with alarm. The disciple, realizing the gravity of the situation, fell silent. Offending the young sect master could lead to dire consequences, ranging from severe injuries to death. As Yu Linglong witnessed Mu Hongyan evade her attack effortlessly, she felt a twinge of surprise, but quickly regained her composure, launching a flurry of strikes that were, however, easily dodged by Mu Hongyan. You have truly made no progress in all these years, Mu Hongyan mocked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. How dare you? Yu Linglong seethed with rage, her frustration boiling over. Despite her father's attempts to have her consume a yuaning pill to break through to the next realm, her pride had compelled her to rely solely on her own efforts, yet she remained stuck at the golden core stage. The realization that she could not even best this ugly girl filled her with a sense of defeat, intensifying her jealousy. Yu Linglong, how is it possible that your father, a powerful figure, could produce such a talentless daughter? Mu Hongyan taunted, hitting a nerve. I will kill you. Yu Linglong's fury ignited, her whip crackling with energy as she lashed out again. Perhaps you should speak less. Your words may lead to your ruin, a disciple murmured, concern evident in his tone. Such a fool. Do you not wish to experience the thrill of this woman's defeat? If she offends the young sect master, it could lead to our enjoyment as well. Another disciple chuckled, only to be met with disdain from his companion. Unperturbed, Mu Hongyan finally decided to counterattack. With a swift movement, she appeared before Yu Linglong, brandishing a longsword that emanated a misty aura, enveloping the area in a shroud of fog. Yu Linglong's heart raced with panic as she realized she could no longer see the beggar girl. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air as Mu Hongyan's sword struck, leaving a bloody gash on Yu Linglong's back before she could react. In a frantic attempt, Yu Linglong swung her whip behind her, but struck only air, the force of her attack causing the ground to splinter beneath her. Seizing the moment, Mu Hongyan struck again, this time aiming for Yu Linglong's waist. Stop hiding like a coward. Face me in a fair fight. Yu Linglong's mind spiraled into turmoil, feeling like a mouse toyed with by a cat. As she whipped her long whip in a desperate defense, the exertion drained her stamina. Mu Hongyan, recognizing the opportunity, waited patiently for Yu Linglong to tire. After what felt like an eternity, Mu Hongyan lunged forward, aiming for Yu Linglong's throat, intent on finishing the battle. However, just then, a tremendous aura erupted from within the Jade Dragon sect, and a powerful force struck Mu Hongyan, sending her hurtling away, dispersing the mist surrounding them. As the fog cleared, a formidable-looking middle-aged man stepped beside Yu Linglong. Dad, she cried, this woman is no good. You must kill her. The man, Yu Fenghua, the sect leader of the Jade Dragon sect, ignored his daughter's pleas, his attention fixed on Mu Hongyan's stunning visage. How could such beauty exist in this world? He mused, captivated. Mu Hongyan smirked. Yu Linglong, have you resorted to calling for help? How amusing. Be quiet. Yu Fenghua admonished his daughter sharply. Dad, you're shouting at me. Yu Linglong exclaimed in disbelief. Ignoring her, Yu Fenghua turned to Mu Hongyan and inquired, Young lady, what is the situation? Mu Hongyan was taken aback. She had assumed that the father of Yu Linglong would directly strike her down for nearly killing his daughter. Why was he so accommodating? After all, she had almost slain his daughter with a single sword strike. A subtle change crossed Mu Hongyan's face. Chapter 53, Young lady. We meet again. Your daughter has slain my brother, Mu Hongyan said to Yu Fenghua. Is what this young lady claims true? Yu Fenghua squinted at Yu Linglong, inquiring. Father, it was unintentional. Yu Linglong, noticing her father's serious demeanor, paled slightly. Something felt amiss. She had committed numerous acts of violence before. Yet today her father was treating the matter with such gravity. Hadn't they always turned a blind eye to each other's transgressions? Very well, you have taken a life. Thus, you shall be punished. For 3 years, you will reflect at the thought reflection cliff. Yu Fenghua declared coldly. Father. Yu Linglong's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never anticipated that her father would punish her on account of a mere beggar. What, do you intend to defy me? Yu Fenghua narrowed his eyes. Yes, father. Yu Linglong lowered her proud head, recognizing that everything she possessed was bestowed by her father. She could act arrogantly before others. But opposing her father would lead to the loss of everything she held dear. Moreover, you shall apologize to this young lady, Yu Fenghua continued. What? Yu Linglong's eyes widened again. Yu Fenghua's eyes narrowed further. His daughter's mother had passed away early, and he had been preoccupied with sect affairs, neglecting her upbringing. Now, it seemed time to find a new wife and raise another daughter. I understand, father, Yu Linglong said. Her spirit crushed, she turned to Mu Hongyan and muttered. I am sorry. Having said that, Yu Linglong dashed towards the thought reflection cliff of the Yulong sect. Mu Hongyan observed this scene in silence. Clearly, Yu Fenghua's directive to send Yu Linglong to the cliff appeared punitive, yet it was, in fact, a form of protection. After all, Yu Linglong had offended many during her time outside. Young lady, are you satisfied with this punishment? Yu Fenghua inquired with a smile directed at Mu Hongyan. You have already made your decision. What weight do my words carry? Mu Hongyan chuckled. However, she could sense that this matter was far from over. After all, Yu Fenghua would not easily relent to a mere golden core cultivator. Your temperament resembles that of my late wife, Yu Fenghua lamented. At that moment, even Mu Hongyan, no matter her naivety, understood that Yu Fenghua clearly had intentions towards her. This place is not suitable for lingering, Mu Hongyan said, donning her hat. The matter is settled. Sect Master Yu, I take my leave. Why the rush to depart, young lady? Yu Fenghua suddenly appeared before her. What is your intention? Mu Hongyan asked, her grip tightening on the jade stone gifted by Li Zhoujun. Young lady, you are remarkably gifted, having attained the golden core stage at such a young age. It is only fitting that a woman of your exceptional talent and beauty becomes my wife, Yu Fenghua stated quite straightforwardly. Sect Master Yu, do you not find your words ludicrous? Mu Hongyan laughed in disbelief. Your daughter has slain my brother, yet you wish to marry me? Surely you jest. I quite admire your spirit, Yu Fenghua replied with a disturbingly cheerful smile. Mu Hongyan was speechless. She had not expected that a cultivator of the would be so shameless. This man was far more disreputable than the master of cloud residents from the Dao Tian sect. The gatekeepers of Yulong sect, witnessing this exchange, silently mourned for Mu Hongyan. In the face of their sect leader, they dared not utter a word. After all, to them, it was a true immortal, an existence to be revered from afar. Suddenly, Mu Hongyan smiled wryly. If you wish to marry me, then you must personally slay your daughter. Sect Master, Yu Linglong has already been punished. To kill her now would be unreasonable. Yu Fenghua frowned. Clearly, as a father, Yu Fenghua was not particularly fond of his daughter. But to murder her for the sake of a woman would tarnish his reputation. What, you refuse? Then do not impede my departure, Mu Hongyan stated directly. The gatekeepers were astonished by her audacity in speaking to the sect leader in such a manner. Young lady, do not bring misfortune upon yourself. Across the land, there are countless women aspiring to offer their services to me. Should you continue to be unyielding, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. After all, feelings can be cultivated over time. Yu Fenghua's eyes glinted dangerously. After all, he was a cultivator. Being repeatedly rebuffed by Mu Hongyan was intolerable. Do you truly believe I fear you? Mu Hongyan scoffed. My apologies. Yu Fenghua decided to cease the idle chatter and, with a wave of his sleeve, attempted to seize Mu Hongyan. However, in that fleeting moment, Mu Hongyan crushed the jade stone in her hand. Instantly, a wave of murderous sword intent enveloped the entire Yulong sect. Under this overwhelming presence, Yu Fenghua felt as insignificant as dust. Even the sky darkened in response to this aura. What kind of formidable being could unleash such a potent energy, causing the once clear sky to turn dim? It was terrifying. Could it be the legendary true immortal? Impossible. Within the Yulong sect, waves of fearful murmurs arose. The less experienced disciples trembled and fell to their knees. This is the aura of a true immortal. Mu Hongyan's eyes widened. She had not anticipated that the Dao Tian sect's master of cloud residents, at only 40 years old, was indeed a true immortal. In her previous life, as a tribulation stage cultivator, she could never be mistaken. Simultaneously, the phantom of Li Zhoujun gradually took form in the air. Master of cloud residents. Yu Fenghua gazed at the newcomer, his eyes widening in disbelief. He never imagined that Mu Hongyan was acquainted with such a powerful figure. After all, the Yulong sect was adjacent to the Dao Tian sect, so it was not surprising that he recognized Li Zhoujun, the youngest tribulation stage cultivator of Qizhou. Heaven above. This young lady has the master of cloud residents backing her. No wonder she dared to venture into my Yulong sect alone. She is acquainted with such a strong ally. Could it be that this young lady is a disciple of the master of cloud residents? It is highly probable if the master of cloud residents were to become enraged, would we not be doomed? At this moment, the disciples and elders of the Yulong sect looked upon the elegant figure clad in azure, gasping collectively. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun cast a casual glance at Yu Fenghua, before turning his attention to Mu Hongyan. Young lady, we meet again. Chapter 54. I hear you're looking for me, young lady. We meet again. Li Zhoujun smiled gently at Mu Hongyan. I apologize for interrupting your meditation. Master of the mountain, Mu Hongyan bowed her head respectfully. Interruptions do not exist in this context. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly, then fixed his gaze upon Yu Fenghua. As Li Zhoujun's gaze fell upon him, Yu Fenghua felt an immense pressure descend upon him, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. This young lady saved my disciple. May I ask if the sect master might show leniency for the sake of the master of the mountain? Li Zhoujun inquired, his tone brooking no argument. Upon hearing this, Yu Fenghua forced a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. If the master of the mountain personally intervenes, it would be remiss of me not to show you due respect. Had I known of this young lady's connection to you, I would have treated her with the utmost courtesy. To earn respect, one must possess strength. Mu Hongyan watched the scene unfold, clenching her fists. Had she possessed her previous strength, the entire Yulong sect would have been turned upside down without needing anyone else's intervention. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun smiled and said, I have heard that the Yulong sect is about to open a secret realm. Indeed, Yu Fenghua replied. It is our sect's Yulong secret realm, which contains 3 Yulong fruits that can help golden core cultivators condense their nascent souls ahead of time. Only the first 3 have the right to claim them. Very well. Li Zhoujun continued with a playful grin. Since your sect has previously shown some discourtesy towards this young lady, it is only natural that you offer an apology. I propose that the Yulong sect provide one of those coveted spots as a gesture of goodwill to her. What say you? Yu Fenghua's expression suddenly became troubled upon hearing this. The Yulong secret realm opens once every decade, and only 3 individuals can seize the opportunity each time. A single spot is worth an immense fortune. Yet, if she were to refuse, it would surely dampen the spirits of the esteemed master of Yunji Mountain. Would the Yulong sect still have a place to stand? Realizing this, Yu Fenghua decisively responded, Of course, we can agree to that. Excellent, it is settled then. Li Zhoujun laughed heartily. He then turned his gaze towards Mu Hongyan and said, I will secure this spot for you, but once you enter the secret realm, you must still compete against the disciples of the Yulong sect. Should you lack the strength to seize this opportunity, do not blame anyone else. Mu Hongyan expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, master. I will keep your words close to my heart. Very well, Li Zhoujun nodded, and with that, his avatar dissipated. With his departure, the oppressive atmosphere enveloping the Yulong sect finally lifted. So this is the youngest tribulation transcender of the Daodian sect? Truly terrifying. Even a mere avatar possesses the power of a true immortal, some remarked. Is it possible that this master of Yunji Mountain has indeed attained true immortal status? Unlikely. If he had achieved such a level, he would have already ascended to the immortal realm. Why would he still remain in Qingzhou? Are you not aware that for a great ascension cultivator to ascend to the immortal realm, they must convert all their spiritual power into immortal spiritual power? Some prefer to retain a portion of their power, opting not to fully transition. Though immortal spiritual power can also be termed spiritual power, it is infinitely more potent than ordinary spiritual power. The mysteries of true immortality are best left unexplored. Even if this master of Yunji Mountain is not a true immortal, he is undoubtedly perilously close, the elders of the Yulong sect discussed amongst themselves. The disciples gazed at him with immense envy. Just a mere appearance of this master of Yunji Mountain had compelled their sect leader, a formidable figure of the level, to yield. Such status and strength were precisely what they aspired to. Meanwhile, Yu Fenghua felt a deep sense of helplessness. Even though Li Zhoujun had instructed Mu Hongyan to rely on herself, she knew that the spot must be granted to Mu Hongyan to avoid tarnishing Li Zhoujun's reputation. Time flew by swiftly. 10 days passed. Wearing simple robes, Xiao Yuanhui stood before the imposing gate of the Daodian sect. The words Daodian sect loomed grandly above him. Xiao Yuanhui gazed up at the ornate characters, chuckling softly. In Yunzhou, at the Tairu sect, I, Xiao Yuanhui, have come to visit. I hear that you harbor a master of Yunji Mountain who transcended tribulation at the age of 40. I wish to experience his prowess. His voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the Daodian sect. The gatekeepers felt an invisible pressure emanating from him, rendering them momentarily breathless. Welcome, esteemed guest. Elder Xiao, why not come in and allow us to extend our hospitality before we discuss the duel? A white-bearded elder suddenly appeared before Xiao Yuanhui, smiling amiably. This elder was the head of Yulon Mountain, responsible for receiving visitors to the Daodian sect. Who are you? Xiao Yuanhui narrowed his eyes, surprised that despite his imposing entrance, only an elder had come to greet him. The Daodian sect certainly held itself in high regard, as expected of the foremost sect in Qizhou. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the head of Yulon Mountain, responsible for the hospitality of the Daodian sect. The elder stroked his beard, still smiling. I see, Xiao Yuanhui replied. I initially thought you were the master of Yunji Mountain. Elder Xiao is jesting. The master of Yunji Mountain is a paragon of grace. I am but an old man. The head of Yulon Mountain chuckled. At that moment, within the Daodian Hall, Mu Taiyu and the various mountain leaders of the Daodian sect had gathered, including Li Zhoujun. Xiao Yuanhui has arrived. Does he truly believe himself formidable? Once I achieve my breakthrough, I shall challenge him, declared the hot-tempered Lu Yin with a snort. Master, I shall meet him, Li Zhoujun announced, rising from his seat. Be cautious, Mu Taiyu nodded. Rest assured, I will not bring shame upon our sect. Li Zhoujun replied with a light smile as he made his way to the gate. Kanglan Mountain Master shook his head, silently mourning for the elder Xiao Yuanhui. Why choose to seek out Li Zhoujun? This fellow conceals his true strength at the level of a true immortal. Had he not exposed himself to aid his disciple, I might still be unaware of his true capabilities. As Kanglan Mountain Master pondered, Li Zhoujun arrived at the gate of the Daotian sect. Spotting the head of Yuan Mountain bantering with Xiao Yuanhuai. Elder Xiao, I hear you were seeking me? Li Zhoujun said, glancing at Xiao Yuanhuai with a slight smile. Master of Yunju Mountain. Both the head of Yulan Mountain and the gatekeepers respectfully greeted him. You are indeed the master of Yunju Mountain? Xiao Yuanhuai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the seemingly ordinary yet remarkably handsome young man before him. Indeed, that is I, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Allow me to test the prowess of the master of Yunju Mountain, Xiao Yuanhuai exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. In the next moment, he appeared before Li Zhoujun, unleashing a powerful punch that reverberated with a thunderous roar. Such terrifying strength. No wonder Xiao Yuanhuai has triumphed over the young tribulation transcenders of the three top sects. The mountain leaders concealed in the shadows gasped in awe. Yet Kanglan Mountain Master muttered to himself, if the master of Yunju Mountain were to exert his full strength, I doubt Xiao Yuanhuai could last even a breath. At that moment, as Xiao Yuanhuai's fist was about to collide with Li Zhoujun's face, his excitement intensified. Indeed formidable. Li Zhoujun focused intently on the scene before him. Realizing that without the use of his Aoshua immortal sword, he could only rely on his system to match him evenly. With that thought, Li Zhoujun made his move. Lifting one hand, boom. A resounding crash echoed, and a massive wave of energy erupted from the center of Li Zhoujun and Xiao Yuanhuai, dispersing in all directions. The mountain leaders swiftly cast their spells to shield their disciples and the sect's structures. As the dust settled, Li Zhoujun and Xiao Yuanhuai stood before the gathered mountain leaders. To their astonishment, Li Zhoujun had effortlessly received Xiao Yuanhuai's blow. To think you could withstand my punch. Master of Yunju Mountain, your reputation is indeed well-deserved, Xiao Yuanhuai exclaimed, increasingly thrilled. He had long struggled to find an opponent of equal strength among his peers, and today, he was determined to engage in a spirited battle. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuanhuai launched several more punches, falling like raindrops upon Li Zhoujun. Yet, each was easily met with Li Zhoujun's calm defense. The two fought evenly matched, but soon, Xiao Yuanhuai sensed something amiss. No matter how hard he exerted himself, Li Zhoujun effortlessly countered his efforts, as if he anticipated every move, leaving Xiao Yuanhuai feeling utterly transparent. The master of Yunju Mountain has already toyed with this fellow at his fingertips. Indeed, it is evident that the master of Yunju Mountain appears to be effortlessly handling the situation. Each of Xiao Yuanhuai's fierce assaults is deftly neutralized. The various mountain masters present wear smiles on their faces. At this moment, the disciples of Daotian sect have also gathered to observe. Lu Jining and Su Nan, upon seeing their master engaged in a fierce duel with a young commoner, cannot help but cheer him on. Master, go for it. Meanwhile, among the crowd of disciples, Chen Xiaohai, who has joined the Huofeng Mountain under Lu Yin, spots Su Nan. At this moment, Chen Xiaohai has lost the earlier arrogance he displayed. For the strength of Li Zhoujun is now evident before all, undeniably a formidable tribulation-level expert. Even Lu Yin, the master of Huofeng Mountain, is clearly of a lesser realm compared to Li Zhoujun. How could Chen Xiaohai dare to offend Su Nan? As Xiao Yuanhuai continues to unleash various divine abilities in a relentless manner, he can distinctly feel his stamina waning. Yet, Li Zhoujun remains unperturbed, exchanging blows with him as if his strength were boundless. However, Li Zhoujun's combat experience pales in comparison to that of the battle-crazed Xiao Yuanhuai. Soon enough, a flaw becomes apparent. When Xiao Yuanhuai sees Li Zhoujun responding to his divine ability, he seizes the opportunity as Li Zhoujun opens his defenses wide. And with a swift motion, he channels his energy to strike Li Zhoujun in the chest. Li Zhoujun lets out a muffled grunt, retreating 3 steps. Yet, with the system's balanced capability at his side, Li Zhoujun suffers no significant injury. Rather, it is Xiao Yuanhuai, having dealt the blow, who feels a jarring pain in his palm. Although the master of Yunju possesses unparalleled talent, overshadowing the entirety of Qizhou and beyond, he is still too young. His combat experience does not match that of Xiao Yuanhuai, who has grown through countless battles. One mountain master from Daotian sect offers a fair assessment. Soon, others chime in, noting that while Xiao Yuanhuai is in the early stages of tribulation, the master of Yunju is at least one realm above him, and his physical prowess is indeed formidable. He remains unfazed after enduring such a terrifying strike. The master of Kanglan silently critiques, it is evident that while the master of Yunju has reached true immortality, his lack of combat experience is apparent. He is merely using Xiao Yuanhuai for practice. Xiao Yuanhuai is not a fool either. Each time he strikes, Li Zhoujun counters effortlessly. And even when he finally capitalizes on a flaw and lands a hit, it is clear that Li Zhoujun stands above him in cultivation. It feels as though he is merely a sparring partner. If Li Zhoujun were to unleash his full power, relying solely on his cultivation to overpower him, Xiao Yuanhui would have already been defeated. With this thought, a sense of defeat wells up within Xiao Yuanhui. As he engages Li Zhoujun once more, he notices that Li Zhoujun still does not use his full strength, treating their skirmish as a mere practice match, which stirs up his indignation. Master of Yunjiu, please do not insult me. Can you not simply defeat me using your full power? Li Zhoujun, taken aback by this request, finds it quite unusual. Yet he has genuinely given his all. Seeing that Li Zhoujun remains unfazed, continuing to engage him in a back-and-forth manner, Xiao Yuanhui's composure shatters. After all, he has dominated his peers for a long time, yet now finds himself reduced to a mere training partner. How could this be? I concede, I admit defeat. Stepping back from Li Zhoujun, he declares in a huff. Wait, Li Zhoujun calls out to him, feeling somewhat reluctant to let this slip away without a reward, and thinking it necessary to temper this fellow's inflated ego. How old are you? Xiao Yuanhui pauses slightly. I am 46 years old, replies Li Zhoujun. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of shattering Xiao Yuanhui's invincible heart. Beep. The system grants rewards. Perfected transformation realm cultivation. Beep. The system grants rewards. Return to void pill. Beep. The system grants rewards. Heaven blocking Dharmakaya. Return to void pill. Assists transformation realm cultivators in increasing their chances of breaking through to the virtual immortal realm by 5%. Heaven blocking Dharmakaya. God and demon manifestation. Vast and boundless. Capable of obscuring the sun, moon, and stars. Chapter 56. Abyss of Darkness. This reward is quite decent. Li Zhoujun muses as he examines the rewards granted by the system. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuanhui has already adjusted his mindset. As the saying goes, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, while the previous generation perishes on the beach. Master of Yunjiu, I look forward to our next duel. With that, Xiao Yuanhui swiftly retreats, fearing that continuing would lead to further humiliation. This Master of Yunjiu truly exhibits not a shred of humility. Master of Yunjiu is magnificent. Someone shouts at the top of their lungs. In the next moment, the entire Daotian sect resonates with this declaration. Sunin clutches her chest, watching the scene with excitement. Convinced that her choice of master was indeed perfect. Lu Jining, witnessing the unfolding events, also feels that being able to study under Li Zhoujun in this lifetime is worthwhile. The Master of Yunjiu has indeed achieved a great feat simultaneously. Mu Taiyu leads the other mountain masters to approach Li Zhoujun. As a member of Daotian sect, it is my duty to do these things, Li Zhoujun states with a smile. This remark naturally elicits nods of approval from the powerful figures of Daotian sect. With the matter concluded, everyone returns to their normal lives. In the blink of an eye, 3 days pass. Li Zhoujun lies in the courtyard, basking in the sun. For him, the best form of cultivation is to refrain from cultivating altogether. After all, Li Zhoujun has discovered that his rate of cultivation is even slower than that of idly practicing. Beep. The system has detected anomalies in the abyss of darkness. Located 1,000 miles away. As a powerful figure of Daotian sect, the host should investigate and will receive generous rewards. At this moment, the system seems to have sensed that Li Zhoujun was enjoying a comfortable life, promptly issuing a new task. Feeling bored, Li Zhoujun readily agrees. After exchanging greetings with Su Nan and Lu Jining, he rides his flying sword towards the abyss of darkness, as indicated by the system. Here, beneath the dense clouds, 2 colossal mountains form a chasm. Li Zhoujun, confident and daring, steps in boldly. Hey, young man, this place is not for ordinary folks. Many cultivators have lost their lives here, warns a white-haired elder who appears before him, accompanied by a young maiden, astonished at Li Zhoujun's presence. Li Zhoujun chuckles lightly. If you are brave enough to come here, why should I be afraid? The elder pauses momentarily, then responds with a smile. It seems that my advice will not be heeded by this gentleman. Not wishing to pursue the topic further, Li Zhoujun cheerfully inquires. Might you be aware of the mysteries of this abyss of darkness? The elder nods. I do know a little. Just 10 days ago, this place was serene and picturesque. But suddenly dark clouds gathered, transforming it into a forbidden zone. My eldest disciple came here to investigate but has since gone silent, thus I have come. Ah, do you not fear for your young disciple? Li Zhoujun glances curiously at the maiden, pondering whether the girl has somehow offended her master. For what other reason would she be brought to such a perilous location? The young girl remarked. I insisted on coming here myself. As she spoke, a hint of irritation appeared on her delicate face. The white-haired elder, upon hearing this, shook his head with a sigh of resignation. Yet, a persistent confidence lingered in his brow, indicating that he did not regard this place with any trepidation. It was clear that he had a high opinion of himself. Leaving Li Zhoujun momentarily perplexed about the elder's identity. Meanwhile, as the three conversed, they continued their advance. Soon, they came across a grim sight. The remains of both humans and beasts littered the ground, coupled with peculiar, dark stones strewn across the path. These were no ordinary stones. The white-haired elder observed them with curiosity, frowning as he noted their presence in the roadway. Suddenly, those stones began to stir. To their astonishment, the stones unfurled into large black spiders, each adorned with human faces, rendering them grotesque. With a ferocious roar, these human-faced spiders lunged towards Li Zhoujun and his companions. How dare these little pests act up before me? The white-haired elder scoffed upon witnessing the scene. In the next moment, he waved his hands, and terrifying flames enveloped the spiders, causing their black faces to crackle and emit anguished cries. The flaming, faceless spiders darted about like headless flies, and one drew close to Li Zhoujun. Without hesitation, he struck it with a palm, obliterating the spider with his golden core cultivation. The elder watched in astonishment. His spiritual fire, though not wielded with full force, was extinguished by this seemingly unremarkable youth strike, earning Li Zhoujun newfound respect in his eyes. I am Wei Huizhenren. May I inquire your name, fellow Taoist? The elder now regarded Li Zhoujun with a newfound seriousness and offered a slight bow. So, you are Wei Huizhenren. Li Zhoujun responded with a smile. He had indeed heard of this esteemed figure, known to be a formidable cultivator of the combined body realm. It was no wonder he dared to traverse this perilous abyss with his disciple. After all, those of the combined body realm were undoubtedly powerful beings throughout Qingzhou and beyond. Subsequently, Li Zhoujun decided to reveal his own identity without reservation, stating with a gentle laugh, I am Li Zhoujun, the master of Yunju Mountain, from the Daotian sect. You are the master of Yunju Mountain? Wei Huizhenren's eyes widened in surprise. After all, just days prior, Li Zhoujun had triumphed over the formidable Xiao Yuanhui, known for defeating 3 top sects in a century-long tribulation. This solidified Li Zhoujun's reputation as the youngest tribulation expert in Qingzhou, a fact that Wei Huizhenren was well aware of. Remembering his earlier warning about the dangers of this place, Wei Huizhenren felt his face flush with embarrassment. If even the master of Yunju Mountain was in peril here, what chance did he have of escaping alive? Meanwhile, the young girl beside him gazed at Li Zhoujun with incredulity, her eyes filled with admiration. After all, she had also heard tales of Li Zhoujun's exploits, a tribulation expert at merely over 40 years of age. At that moment, Wei Huizhenren chuckled ruefully, acknowledging, I was blind to your greatness, please forgive me, master. There is no need for formality, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wei Huizhenren exhaled in relief, internally acknowledging that although Li Zhoujun's status far surpassed his own, he bore no airs of superiority, unlike many tribulation experts he had encountered, who often acted aloof and condescending. Chapter 57. The corpse of the spirit emperor with the master of Yunju Mountain present, this abyss is but a farce. Wei Huizhenren declared. He was not one to flatter, yet when he did so with unparalleled finesse. You jest, for truly, there are mountains beyond mountains. And your spiritual fire is indeed extraordinary, Li Zhoujun humbly replied. After several exchanges of mutual admiration, the trio continued on their journey. Li Zhoujun pondered silently. If even these seemingly trivial human-faced spiders possessed golden core cultivation, it was likely that more formidable malevolence awaited them ahead. Sure enough, as they ventured forth, a massive black iron coffin loomed before them, obstructing their path. The presence of this coffin boded ill. Wei Huizhenren's expression grew solemn as he stated, Wait here, master, while I deal with this coffin. With that, flames of ferocity surrounded him, resembling the descent of a fire deity. However, just as he prepared to strike, a chilling female voice interjected, If you wish to live, do not provoke that coffin. As the voice echoed, a woman clad in a black gown embroidered with a golden phoenix appeared before Li Zhoujun and his companions. Her ability to materialize here so silently suggested she was no ordinary individual. Who are you? Wei Huizhenren inquired, his brow furrowing at the sudden interruption. Do you have any idea what lies within the coffin? The woman scoffed lightly. What could it possibly be? Surely not the remains of an immortal? Wei Huizhenren queried, emboldened by Li Zhoujun's presence. Inside lies the body of my husband, the spirit emperor, the woman replied, her tone grave. What? Wei Huizhenren was taken aback. Could you be the empress of the Ling dynasty? The Ling dynasty, a historical empire in Qingzhou, had been governed by the Empress Wu Shu since the fall of the Spirit Emperor, a combined body realm cultivator, a century ago. Indeed, Wu Shu confirmed with a nod. Ah, it is the Empress who stands before us, Wei Huizhenren acknowledged, though internally he scoffed at the absurdity of such a powerful gathering in this small abyss. What is the situation with this coffin? He asked, glancing at the ominous structure. The body of my husband has been turned into a puppet. This is clearly a man-made occurrence, Wu Shu explained. Who would possess the audacity to create such a tumult? Wei Huizhenren gasped in astonishment. I do not know. Wu Shu responded, shaking her head. She had two objectives in coming here: to reclaim her husband's body and to exact a brutal vengeance on whoever had transformed it into a puppet. Just then, amidst their conversation, the heavy black iron coffin erupted violently. A figure draped in a dragon robe, pale in complexion with pitch-black eyes, emerged before them. My husband. Wu Shu's eyes reddened upon seeing the man, who was none other than the Spirit Emperor. Roar. The Spirit Emperor let out a beastly roar, and in the next instant, he lunged towards Wei Huajinren, unleashing an overwhelming force aimed squarely at his head, a strike capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. Wei Huajinren, fully aware of the threat, braced himself. He knew that the Spirit Emperor had primarily cultivated his physical form during life, and as a puppet, his physical prowess would likely remain formidable. With this in mind, Wei Huajinren prepared himself, summoning flames to meet the Emperor's strike. A tremendous crash reverberated through the air. The Spirit Emperor staggered back several steps, while Wei Huajinren was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Li Zhoujun observed the scene in silence, pondering how a chi refinement practitioner could think to withstand a full-on assault from a physical cultivator. Was this not folly? Master. Meanwhile, the female disciple of Wei Huajinren cried out in alarm, rushing to aid her teacher. Wei Huajinren coughed several times. I underestimated him. The Spirit Emperor's corporeal form remains remarkably powerful. At that moment, the Spirit Emperor charged towards Wu Shu with alarming speed. Beware, Empress. Wei Huajinren shouted a warning. However, an astonishing scene unfolded as the Spirit Emperor halted beside Wu Shu, behaving as innocently as a child, refraining from any hostile action. Even the dim-witted Master Wei Hua has discerned the underlying truth. He exclaimed in anger, so it is you. This abyss was created by you, was it not? Wu Shu furrowed her brow, replying, it was not I. Not you? Are you jesting with me? If it were not you, why does the puppetized Spirit Emperor refrain from attacking you? Do you take me for a fool? Tell me, what have you done to my eldest disciple? At this moment, Master Wei Hua's expression was one of furious indignation. Initially, he felt sympathy for the Empress Wu Shu, who had lost her husband and been turned into a puppet, but he never anticipated that the mastermind was this very individual. I have said it was not me. Wu Shu retorted with a cold huff. Li Zhoujun silently observed the unfolding scene, feeling that the situation was somewhat enigmatic. However, being bold and skilled, he remained unperturbed. Regardless of who the true puppet master was, he harbored no fear. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted. Empress, you should be grateful to me for resurrecting the Spirit Emperor. Yet it appears you are not surprised at all. At that moment, an elderly man, his skin resembling withered wood, appeared before Wu Shu. National Master, Wu Shu stated solemnly. Her eyes filled with a murderous intent. Master Wei Hua was taken aback, realizing that this puppet indeed did not originate from Wu Shu. Why did you turn the Spirit Emperor's corpse into a puppet? Wu Shu's voice was frigid. The National Master of the Ling Dynasty chuckled lightly. Your husband killed my son. Do you not know? Your son went astray, slaughtering cities to cultivate. Was it not justified to kill him? Wu Shu countered. It was justified. But so what? He was my only son. Your husband severed my lineage, so I shall transform his corpse into a puppet for my son to inhabit. The National Master declared with a mad gleam in his eyes. Utterly irredeemable. Wu Shu scoffed, raising her fair hand and striking towards the National Master. Instantly, a golden phoenix soared forth, aiming to attack him. However, at that moment, the Spirit Emperor, under the National Master's control, stood in defense. Wu Shu's heart sank as she quickly adjusted her position, causing the phoenix to crash into a nearby mountain. The peak shattered with a thunderous roar. Debris flying through the air, the earth trembling, and the heavens dimming at that moment. The power of the harmonization realm was truly terrifying. Chapter 58. The Demon Lord Ahe. What's the matter, my Empress? Are you reluctant to strike at your husband's corpse? The National Master observed the scene before him, laughing sinisterly. What have you done to my disciple? Master Wei Hua inquired of the National Master. The National Master glanced at him, revealing a toothy grin. Creating puppets is no easy task. It requires a considerable amount of cultivator's blood. Seeking death. Master Wei Hua was enraged, realizing the implication that his disciple had been killed. With that thought, he unleashed a torrent of flames towards the National Master. Unfazed, the National Master commanded the Spirit Emperor's corpse to punch forth, dispersing the flames with a powerful gust. The National Master laughed heartily. The Spirit Emperor's corpse is indeed formidable. Even in death, its power remains unparalleled among the harmonization realm. Are you proud of yourself? Master Wei Hua remained unflustered. The National Master was taken aback. Are you not afraid? Why should I be afraid? Master Wei Hua chuckled. Indeed. As the Master, so the disciple, your disciple, before dying, revealed your name and could hardly believe that I would dare to take action. The National Master chuckled. Seeking death. Provoked, Master Wei Hua erupted in fury, flames blazing around him. Li Zhoujun internally mused about how durable Master Wei Hua's attire was, despite the circumstances. It showed no signs of turning to ash. I implore the Mountain Master to intervene and eliminate this scoundrel. Restore the clear skies of Qizhou. Master Wei Hua suddenly bowed to Li Zhoujun. At this moment, Wu Shu and the National Master finally noticed Li Zhoujun, who seemed like an outsider. Mountain Master? Could it be a formidable figure from the Daotian sect? Wu Shu's heart raced. Who are you? The National Master furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Li Zhoujun, sensing something amiss. After all, under his harmonization realm perception, this individual seemed to hover outside the fray, undoubtedly extraordinary. Ah, this is the Master of Yunju Mountain. National Master. Your good days are over. A mocking smile spread across Master Wei Hua's face. The Master of Yunju Mountain? Both the National Master and Wu Shu were taken aback. This youth was indeed the recently renowned Master of Yunju Mountain in Qingzhou, the youngest transcendent cultivator. As this realization dawned, the National Master's expression darkened. If he was truly a transcendent cultivator, escaping would become exceedingly difficult. The National Master clasped his hands in greeting, Master of Yunju Mountain. This matter is an old grievance between me and the Ling dynasty. I hope you will not interfere. Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. This matter is not so simple. Is it? I fear the true puppet master is not you. The system had not indicated task completion, clearly suggesting that the truth had yet to surface. The National Master froze, and Wu Shu's expression shifted. Honestly reveal the identity of your backer, and I may consider granting you a swift death, Li Zhoujun stated. This. The National Master's expression soured as his gaze subtly flicked to Wu Shu. Yet that fleeting glance revealed to Li Zhoujun that the true puppet master was indeed Wu Shu. You orchestrated this all, did you not? Li Zhoujun directed his gaze at Wu Shu. Indeed, it was I who prompted the National Master to act this way, Wu Shu admitted, nodding. Master Wei Hua was bewildered. Was this woman merely performing a dance of contradictions before him? I am curious, since the Ling dynasty is already under your control. Why resurrect your husband's corpse to turn him into a puppet? Li Zhoujun voiced his confusion. Because the system has yet to indicate task completion. This matter is far from over, Wu Shu remarked, her eyes narrowing. Mountain Master, there are certain things you are better off not knowing. Oh, Li Zhoujun's interest piqued. Are you not afraid that I might unleash my wrath and strike you down with a sword? Wu Shu chuckled lightly. If I had no trump card, would I have chosen to lay out the abyss so close to the Daotian sect? Interesting, Li Zhoujun mused, narrowing his eyes. It seemed Wu Shu indeed had a trump card up her sleeve. I shall see what your trump card truly is. With a cold snort, Li Zhoujun summoned the Aoshue flying sword, its aura of a 9th-grade immortal sword enveloping the area. The National Master, Wu Shu, and Master Wei Hua stared in disbelief. A 9th-grade immortal sword? You are a true immortal. Wu Shu gazed at Li Zhoujun in astonishment. After all, an immortal sword could only be wielded by a true immortal. Reveal your trump card, Li Zhoujun grinned. However, at that moment, a surge of demonic energy erupted from the ground, rushing into the Spirit Emperor's body. All hail the Demon Lord. Wu Shu, witnessing this scene, was instantly excited. Bowing to the Spirit Emperor's body, this Demon Lord, by human standards, was undoubtedly a true immortal-level powerhouse, having fully transformed the energy of immortals. She had transformed her husband into a puppet to summon this Demon Lord. This body is quite satisfactory. At that moment, the once puppet Spirit Emperor's corpse issued a hoarse voice. Clearly, the Spirit Emperor's body had been possessed by the Demon Lord Wu Shu had mentioned. True immortal? The Demon Lord's gaze shifted to Li Zhoujun, licking his lips. What manner of being are you? Li Zhoujun replied indifferently. The Demon Lord Ahe from the Demon Realm. The Demon Lord smiled widely. The Demon Realm? Li Zhoujun's expression faltered. He had read in the Qishou record that the world composed of Qishou and other realms was called the Tianyuan realm. Beyond the realm of Tianyuan, there exist an additional 3,000 realms. The term 3,000 realms is not to be taken literally. It serves merely as a general reference. Among them, the realm of demons, as mentioned by the Demon Lord Ahe, is but one. In contrast, the immortal realm stands as a grand world above the 3,000 realms, a place yearned for by countless beings. At that moment, the Demon Lord Ahe declared, I never anticipated that upon my arrival I would encounter a true immortal of the human race. Allow me to witness your prowess. With that, the Demon Lord Ahe initiated his attack, and from behind him emerged a towering 3-headed, 6-armed manifestation. In each of the 6 hands, he wielded various weapons, swords, spears, shields, and more. Bone-breaking blade. The Demon Lord bellowed, as the massive sword in his manifestation swung towards Li Zhoujun, rendering him minuscule beneath its might. It was a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. At that moment, Master Wei Hua gazed upon the scene, his complexion paling. He could hardly believe he was witnessing a battle at the level of true immortals. Chapter 59. You are not alone. As he beheld the enormous blade descending like a mountain, Li Zhoujun smiled broadly. In the next instant, an immeasurable divine light erupted from within him. Simultaneously, a towering manifestation surged behind him, reaching into the clouds like a colossal mountain, exuding an aura that rivaled that of the demon Lord Ahe. This manifestation was the celestial shield he had previously acquired. Faced with the demon Lord Ahe, Li Zhoujun, too, had transformed into a genuine true immortal. With the emergence of Li Zhoujun's celestial shield, the demon Lord Ahe, accompanied by his manifestation, was astonishingly forced to retreat several steps. Was this the confrontation of true immortals? Master Weihua watched in exhilaration, his eyes gleaming with excitement. To witness such an encounter was a lifetime fulfillment. Should he survive, he would undoubtedly gain insights beyond his usual comprehension. The Lord of Yunju Mountain was indeed a true immortal. Wu Shu and the national master of Lingzhou were equally astounded by the unfolding spectacle. It was said that the Lord of Yunju Mountain had undergone tribulation at the age of 40. Yet now they wished they could drag out those who had carelessly claimed he was merely a tribulation survivor. Could a mere tribulation survivor accomplish such feats? Meanwhile, the demon Lord Ahe squinted at Li Zhoujun, excitement flickering in his eyes. Within his own domain of the demon realm, he had already reached the pinnacle, vanquishing all challengers. He had even subdued the neighboring demon realms, including the realms of fire and water. Thus, he had turned his gaze toward the realm of Tia Yuan. At that moment, a voice echoed in Li Zhoujun's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Investigate the abyss. Ding! The system rewards you with the Bruce Lee Jeet Kune Do adapted version. At the peak level, as the system's voice faded, Li Zhoujun found his mind flooded with a wealth of combat techniques, seamlessly integrated with the application of spiritual energy. The system could function in such a manner. Li Zhoujun was momentarily stunned. What he lacked most at present was indeed a rich reservoir of practical combat experience. Yet, with this system reward, he felt a surge of joy. Standing atop the shoulder of his celestial shield, Li Zhoujun whimsically rubbed his nose with his thumb and began to leap in all directions. With each bound of the celestial shield, the very ground trembled. Those on the earth, including Wu Shu and Master Weihua, were jolted up and down. Despite their best efforts to stabilize themselves, they were powerless against the true immortal strength that Li Zhoujun now commanded. What kind of technique was this? The demon Lord Ahe observed the erratic movements of Li Zhoujun, his eyes narrowing. Strike. However, Li Zhoujun wasted no time, allowing him a moment to react. With a swift punch, he struck the face of the demon Lord's manifestation with blinding speed. The unprepared demon Lord was sent staggering back several steps from the unexpected blow. Intriguing. The demon Lord stood upon the shoulder of his manifestation, his excitement growing. Since you wish to engage in close combat, I shall oblige. As the demon Lord spoke, the various weapons in his manifestation vanished without a trace. With weapons, I am not concerned. I shall simply indulge in the fight. Li Zhoujun, unfazed by his words, launched a kick toward the knee of the demon Lord's manifestation. If this kick were to land on a mortal knee, it would likely render the entire leg useless. The demon Lord grinned, but he was also an experienced combatant. He maneuvered his manifestation to evade, simultaneously unleashing a punch imbued with dark demonic energy toward the chest of Li Zhoujun's celestial shield. Li Zhoujun reacted swiftly, retreating just in time to evade the punch, then pivoting to deliver a strike towards the throat of the demon Lord's manifestation. The two, controlling their manifestations, exchanged blows with fervor, neither willing to yield. Those on the ground, though jolted and jostled, remained enraptured by the display. The clash of true immortals was a spectacle, with the collisions between their manifestations producing sounds akin to thunderous roars. It was terrifying. Master Weihua reflected on the scene before him, his complexion paling. He was a cultivator at the integration stage, but in the presence of these two, he felt utterly insignificant. He had no doubt that should either of them choose to sit down, he would be crushed without a second thought, without them even needing to lift a finger. The battle between the demon Lord Ahe and Li Zhoujun was fierce, yet it seemed that the events unfolding in the abyss went unnoticed by the outside world. It was evident that the demon Lord had employed some form of trickery to ensure this. Splendid. Absolutely exhilarating. The demon Lord Ahe laughed heartily. It had been ages since he encountered someone who could stand toe-to-toe with him, let alone engage in such a satisfying duel. However, Li Zhoujun was not one to indulge in idle chatter. He delivered another punch straight to the demon Lord's face. The demon Lord was momentarily dazed. Surely, as a powerful true immortal, you should not resort to such underhanded tactics. Can I finish my sentence? Is there no room for martial ethics? Li Zhoujun scoffed. You are invading my Tian Yuan realm. Why should I listen to your prattle on ethics? The demon Lord's lips twitched in disbelief. He genuinely questioned whether he was the demon or if the one before him was the true fiend, for Li Zhoujun was utterly unpredictable. State your name. I hold you in high regard, the demon lord said earnestly. At this moment, Li Zhoujun was filled with confusion. I invade the various worlds in search of a worthy opponent, and now I have found you. The demon lord Ahe gazed at Li Zhoujun, excitement radiating from him. You, like me, must feel lonely in your invincibility, but fret not, you need not be alone any longer. Li Zhoujun's expression shifted. The demon lord's tone was rather peculiar. If you truly believe yourself invincible, you could ascend to the immortal realm. There, you would find plenty of powerful beings. The demon lord chuckled. The immortal realm? I shall certainly visit and conquer it one day, but not just yet. Chapter 60. My name is Xiao Yuanhui. Very well. If you are reluctant to share your name, it matters not, for I shall remember you. The demon lord Ahe regarded Li Zhoujun with a slight smile. A realm that produces a being of your caliber deserves my respect. When we meet again, I hope you will have progressed further. Li Zhoujun suddenly had an epiphany and called out to the Arha demon lord. Wasn't there a certain Xiao Yuanhui who possessed an indomitable spirit and, much like the Arha demon lord, sought challengers far and wide? Moreover, hadn't he mentioned wanting to battle himself next time? Thus, he thought it only fitting to assist in finding a worthy opponent for him to hone his skills. At that moment, the Arha demon lord was momentarily taken aback. Then chuckled. What, do you find it hard to part with me? Fear not, for I too am reluctant to leave. As you are a rare adversary I have sought for quite some time. You wish to know my name? Li Zhoujun said with a grin. Pray, enlighten me. Replied the Arha demon lord with a smile. Remember this name well. I am Xiao Yuanhui. Li Zhoujun declared with exuberance. Xiao Yuanhui? The Arha demon lord repeated, then laughed. Very well, Xiao Yuanhui. I shall remember you. At this sight, the real man of the flickering fire, Wushu, and the national master of Lingxiao felt a shiver run down their spines. The master of Yunju Mountain was indeed a formidable figure, far more terrifying than rumored. Meanwhile, back at the Taishu sect, Xiao Yuanhui, who was in seclusion, suddenly shivered. What is happening? He thought, his eyes wide with astonishment, as if he sensed the attention of a tremendously powerful entity upon him. However, he soon scoffed, believing that unless a true immortal emerged in the next century, none could contend with him. The only one who could stand against him was that fellow known as the Master of Yunju Mountain. But he regarded him merely as a stepping stone on his path, fortified by his own indomitable spirit. The scene shifted back to the abyss. Upon learning that Li Zhoujun was named Xiao Yuanhui, the Arha demon lord waved his hand, whisking away the national master of Lingxiao and the heavenly Wushu from the scene. With the departure of the Arha demon lord, the entire abyss vanished, and the previously grim sky returned to clarity. At this moment, Li Zhoujun also retracted his divine form. He could not deny the marvelous sensation of invincibility that came with possessing the power of a true immortal. At this juncture, the real man of the flickering fire regarded Li Zhoujun with even greater reverence. After all, he was a genuine true immortal. He had just witnessed the fate of the entire Qizhou. He believed that without the master of Yunju Mountain's intervention, Qizhou, and even the Tianyuan realm, might soon have fallen to the Arha demon lord. Alas, the loss of a true immortal is a cause for mourning. Li Zhoujun nodded in acknowledgement. Such was his fate. It was his destiny to face this tribulation. We cultivators dance on the edge of the knife, and life and death have long ceased to hold any weight for us. The real man of the flickering fire said with a wry smile. In the past, he too had been a lowly cultivator, and he did not know how many life and death moments he had endured to reach the level of a sage in the eyes of ordinary practitioners today. It is good that the true immortal maintains such a mindset. Li Zhoujun nodded. After exchanging a few more words with the real man of the flickering fire, Li Zhoujun walked away, bidding farewell to the master and disciple. Who would have thought that Qingzhou is teeming with hidden talents? The master of Yunju Mountain is far more formidable than the tales suggest. If he truly is only 40 years old, that is indeed terrifying. He would be a coveted candidate in the celestial realm upon ascension, the real man of the flickering fire mused. Master, why has the master of Yunju Mountain, having attained true immortal cultivation, not yet ascended to the celestial realm? His female disciple queried. The real man of the flickering fire pondered. It is highly probable that this master of Yunju Mountain is accumulating spiritual energy, intending to fully transform it into celestial spiritual energy before breaking through to a higher realm. This way, upon reaching the celestial realm, he will have a significant advantage over contemporaries. Although this path is fraught with difficulty, given his youth and existing true immortal status, it may not be insurmountable for him. So that is the case, the female disciple realized. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun strolled leisurely along the path, unhurried to return to the Tiandao sect, for he had no pressing matters at hand. As he walked, he organized the modified version of the Jeet Kune Do system reward lingering in his mind. He couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of the system. However, as he continued, darkness enveloped the sky. Before him stood a dilapidated temple. Suddenly, a curious legend from his previous life came to mind. When traveling at night, one should prefer to sleep in a graveyard rather than enter a decrepit temple. Yet, Li Zhoujun felt no fear. His prowess emboldened him. Not to mention, with his current transformation into a deity, he was considered a figure of strength in Qingzhou. A mere temple piqued his curiosity, with intrigue guiding him. He stepped into the temple. He had always enjoyed watching horror films alone in his previous life. He recalled a summer when he had stayed at school alone, watching the old corpse of the mountain village despite its terrifying nature. Upon entering the dilapidated temple, a chilling gust of wind surged through him. Inside, the temple had fallen into disrepair due to years of neglect. The gilded Buddhas had lost their lacquer, revealing the copper beneath, and spider webs adorned the crevices. The vacant, eerie eyes of the copper Buddhas added to the unsettling atmosphere. Everything within gave off an aura of dread. How thrilling, Li Zhoujun grinned. He swept aside the dust with his wide sleeves, revealing a clean patch of ground. Then, he collected some firewood within the crumbling temple and set it ablaze. In the midst of his busyness, he realized that it had begun to rain outside. Tilting his head to gaze out the window, he saw only darkness, as if the night had swallowed all light. Strange, it does have a certain ambience, he mused. Had Li Zhoujun still been the person he was before his journey, he would have been trembling in fear. But now, having experienced much, he felt considerably less apprehensive. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed outside, accompanied by the clatter of wagon wheels and hurried footsteps, indicating a sizable group. Young master and young miss, it has grown dark, and the rain has started. If we continue, the road will be slippery and perilous. Perhaps we should stay in this dilapidated temple for the night, and resume our journey once the rain has ceased. A robust male voice suggested. Yet it seemed that the temple already had occupants. A clear, youthful voice chimed in. It appears there is someone inside. The original speaker continued. Fear not, young miss. There is an unwritten rule in the martial world. When encountering a temple in the wild, it is permissible to share shelter, provided we do not disturb one another. Chapter 61. In the world of immortal cultivation, is there no immortal? That is good, the owner of the clear voice said, relieved upon hearing the family guard's words. Inside the temple, seated cross-legged, Li Zhoujun observed a young girl and a middle-aged man clad in opulent attire, flanked by a tall middle-aged man and 5 family guards in gray uniforms. Entering the temple, Li Zhoujun easily deduced that the earlier powerful voice belonged to the tall middle-aged man, while the young miss referred to the sole girl in the group. And the master was the middle-aged man in fine clothing. Sir, we happened upon a sudden downpour while passing through, and I apologize for intruding, the tall man said with a smile. Not at all, Li Zhoujun replied lightly. It was evident that although the tall man had not embarked on the path of immortal cultivation, his calloused hands suggested he possessed some level of skill. Meanwhile, the young girl, surrounded by guards, was momentarily entranced upon seeing Li Zhoujun. The reason was simple. It was akin to a man beholding a beautiful woman. At that moment, the girl had to concede that the youth before her was indeed extraordinary, exuding an ethereal charm that set him apart. You are quite magnanimous, the tall middle-aged man remarked with a grin. Afterward, he began directing his entourage to tidy up the temple. The tall middle-aged man chuckled as he inquired of Li Zhoujun. In such desolate mountains, what brings you here alone, sir? Are you not afraid of the legendary spirits that dwell in these wilds? Li Zhoujun replied with a light laugh. You jest, good sir. I would quite like to meet the spirits you speak of. Ah, so your surname is Li. However, do not doubt, for there are indeed practitioners of the mystical arts in this world, along with demons and spirits. A decade ago, while traveling with my master, I encountered several sages who could manipulate objects from afar and conjure fire from nothing. The tall man, observing Li Zhoujun's frail demeanor, assumed him to be a mere scholar engrossed in his studies. He remarked, many scholars are skeptical of the existence of sages and demons, finding this middle-aged man amusing. Li Zhoujun smiled. Oh, is that truly the case? Indeed, I have witnessed it with my own eyes, the man asserted, thumping his chest with conviction. As they conversed, Li Zhoujun learned that the man was named Shi Yi, the leader of the Nalan family's guards. The only girl in their party was named Nalan Yi, and her father, referred to by Shi Yi as the master, was called Nalan Kai. They were passing through this area due to the recent passing of Nalan Kai's father and were returning to Chongqing City, where Nalan Kai had established himself. Chongqing City was a large city, yet it was situated in a region devoid of spiritual energy, resulting in few practitioners venturing there, including those from the kingdom of Dakong, where the city was located. This was why many believed that the existence of cultivators, as well as demons and spirits, was merely a myth. Li Zhoujun found it somewhat amusing that a world without immortals existed. At that moment, Shi Yi glanced at the surrounding Buddha statues, shuddering as he said, for some reason, I feel as if the eyes of these statues are watching us. It's rather unnerving. Li Zhoujun chuckled. Why, Shuri, with those calloused hands of yours? You must possess some genuine skill. Are you truly afraid of these? Shuri's expression turned serious. Do not jest, sir. My meager skills may suffice against ordinary warriors. But if I were to encounter those skilled in the mystical arts or formidable spirits, I might not even know how I met my end. You are being modest. Li Zhoujun replied with amusement. Shuri, possessing a robust vitality, was undoubtedly among the finest of mortals. Even ordinary demons would hesitate to approach him. I am not being modest, Shuri said with a bitter smile. Just then, a series of rustling footsteps echoed from outside. Nalan Kai, today is your day of reckoning. A voice filled with excitement rang out. Shuri's expression changed. This is bad. The Wang family has arrived. Protect the master. At his command, several guards from the Nalan family drew their gleaming blades, standing guard at the entrance. Dad, there are so many footsteps outside. What should we do? Nalan Yi anxiously looked at her father. With a sigh, Nalan Kai replied, We must remain calm. Trust in Shuri's abilities. What is happening? Li Zhoujun asked, bewildered. Nalan Yi, apologetic, turned to him, Sir. The Wang family has overlapping business interests with our Nalan family in Chongqing City, and they wish to eliminate us swiftly. I did not anticipate that you would be drawn into this. Ah, I see, Li Zhoujun nodded. However, the guards at the entrance waited for a prolonged period without any sign of movement, exchanging puzzled glances. Something is amiss, given the Wang family's treacherous nature. They should have made their move by now, one guard remarked, a look of confusion on his face. Yet, at that moment, Li Zhoujun's interest peaked, and he smirked. You scoundrels outside, why do you hesitate? Your indecision is unbecoming. The Wang family has raised a pitiful lot. It won't be long before your downfall. Shuri could not contain himself and shouted outside. However, after a while, silence persisted. Shuri was taken aback. This is strange. I have insulted them greatly. Yet they remain unmoved. This is certainly unusual. As the saying goes, strange occurrences often signal the presence of the supernatural. Could it be that we are indeed facing a demon? But this is a temple, surrounded by so many Buddha statues. Surely, a demon would not dare to act here. Then, Shuri unfastened his wine flask from his waist, took a hearty swig, and declared, Damn it, I shall see what these ruffians are up to. With that, he pulled out a fire starter and boldly stepped outside. However, only a moment later, he returned, his face pale. What happened? You look dreadful. One guard asked with concern. Do not go out. There are foul entities outside, and the ground is littered with dismembered corpses. Shuri's eyes were wide with terror. Upon hearing this, the guard's expressions changed dramatically. Shuri, you cannot be jesting. Nalan Kai questioned him. In truth, Nalan Kai was a skeptic, having never encountered the mystical beings Shuri spoke of throughout his life. How could I joke about such matters? Shuri replied, his pallor evident. The bodies of the Wang family members outside are beyond recognition. As if torn apart by some monstrous entity. This revelation left the guards in disbelief, having never witnessed the legendary figures of folklore. Only one guard with inverted triangular eyes paled further, realizing that the Wang family must have bribed someone to track Nalan Kai's movements. If all the Wang family members perished, they would surely seek vengeance. Shuri, noticing the skepticism on everyone's faces, felt a surge of frustration and exclaimed, Do you think I, Shuri, would deceive you? Nalan Kai frowned. Shuri, are you certain you are not seeing things? How could a group of living men perish in an instant? Shuri raised his hand, swearing. I, Shuri, swear that what I have said is the absolute truth. Otherwise, may I meet a most untimely end. Seeing Shuri's solemn oath, the guards exchanged glances. Realizing he did not appear to be lying. Is that you, my lord? Suddenly, a woman's voice called from outside. Father, that is Mother S' voice. Nalan Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. Nalan Kai shared her astonishment. His wife, Xiao Shuri, had been bedridden for years, which is why she did not accompany him home. Yet now, she stood outside the temple. Everything felt wrong. The Nalan family's guards were similarly aware of the situation. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the temple. Husband, Yuri, why do you not respond? The woman's voice continued to call. However, within the temple, no one dared to answer, not even to speak. Shuri swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he said, I once read in an ancient tome that when a person dies far from home, their spirit may become sentient. If they encounter someone inside a room with a door, they require interaction from those within to gain entry. Do you think we are facing such a situation? The others felt a chill run down their spines. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun sat cross-legged beside the fire, his expression as calm as ever. Sir, are you not afraid of these malevolent spirits? Shuri inquired curiously of Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly. Did you not just say that only by responding to them can they enter? So why should I fear? Truth be told, Li Zhoujun felt a thrill within. Indeed. Shuri nodded in agreement. Father, Suddenly, the voice of a woman outside transformed into a child's innocent tone. A square-faced guard's eyes widened in shock. For the voice belonged to his own son. Old Gu, do not answer. Shi quickly urged the square-faced guard. The guard turned pale and nodded in compliance. Father, it's so cold outside. May I come in and warm myself by the fire with you? The childish voice continued. Father, why do you not reply? Are you sneaking around with someone else behind Mother's back? The tone turned frantic. At that moment, everyone noticed the wind howling outside, causing the already dilapidated windows of the temple to rattle ominously. Ghost! A ghost! A guard with a goatee screamed in terror, his gaze fixed on the window. The others followed his line of sight, but saw nothing. You must be seeing things, a younger guard frowned at the goateed one. Clearly, there's nothing there. Impossible. The goateed guard retorted. I clearly saw a woman with half a rotten face, revealing teeth and bones, even crawling with maggots, staring right at me. I cannot be mistaken. Is it truly possible for the dead to move? The young guard gulped nervously. Suddenly, the wooden door, which Shi had closed earlier, was violently struck. Darling, open the door. I want to be with you. Do you not want me anymore? The voice of Nalan Kai's wife echoed from the entrance. At that moment, Nalan Kai had fallen silent, grappling with the bizarre events of the night that were hard for him to digest. Yet he was certain that the person outside was far from his gentle and virtuous wife. Ajin, a sweet voice like pearls dropping onto a plate resounded from outside. Aju, did you not die? Is it truly you? The young guard who had previously spoken to the goateed guard stared in disbelief toward the door. Ha ha, it's me, Ajin. I'm coming in to find you. A maniacal female voice echoed from outside. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically as they turned to the young guard, Ajin. Ajin seemed to realize something and turned pale. Just moments ago, he had inadvertently engaged with the person outside. Boom. Before anyone could react, the temple door shattered into splinters, and a figure clad in white appeared in the doorway. Thunder rumbled ominously, illuminating the face of the figure with a flash of lightning. The crowd gasped in horror at the sight before them, a woman with a decayed face, teeming with writhing maggots, even missing chunks of flesh, her lips curling into a sinister smile. The guard with the inverted triangle eyes, unable to withstand the psychological strain, turned and scrambled toward the window to escape. However, before he could get far, the white-clad woman blocked his path. What followed was a scene of sheer terror. The fleeing guard was split in two at the abdomen, spilling his insides onto the ground. The grotesque sight left the others utterly stunned. Shi, regaining his composure, glared at Ajin. You fool, are you trying to get us all killed? Ajin, on the verge of tears, replied, Head, you know Aju is dead. I thought it was her and spoke without thinking. Chapter 63. The entity within the Buddha statue. Upon hearing Ajin's explanation, Shi sighed in resignation. Perhaps it was fate. Meanwhile, the white-clad woman, having dispatched the guard with the inverted triangle eyes, turned her gaze toward the others in the room, her maggot-ridden tongue licking her exposed teeth, causing the onlookers to feel nauseated. Even Li Zhoujun could not suppress a grimace. It was utterly revolting. At that moment, the white-clad woman approached the door at a leisurely pace, clearly intent on claiming her prey. However, just as she was about to step inside, an extraordinary event transpired. The tarnished bronze Buddha statue in the center of the room erupted with a brilliant golden light. The true Buddha has manifested. Shi's eyes widened in astonishment at this sight, and he mockingly addressed the white-clad woman. You vile creature, do you not recognize the sanctity of this place? How dare you cause mischief before the true Buddha? At this, the white-clad woman faltered, her foot hesitating at the threshold. With a begrudging glance at the crowd, she ultimately retreated into the depths of the forest. She is gone, Shi proclaimed, pointing at the departing figure, and then he turned to the others, urging them to bow before the resplendent Buddha statue. Thank you, true Buddha, for saving us. Nalan Kai echoed. I am grateful to the true Buddha for the divine intervention. Upon returning home, I will have the statue repaired. At that moment, Li Zhoujun remained seated on the clean ground, showing little reaction to the manifestation of the true Buddha, seemingly more intrigued by the white-clad woman. Why do you not kneel before the true Buddha? Shi asked, astonished by Li Zhoujun's calm demeanor. Meanwhile, the Buddha statue seemed to sense Li Zhoujun's exceptional nature, its eyes rolling to gaze upon the worshipping crowd. When it caught sight of Nalan Yi among them, a barely perceptible smile flickered across its rigid face. Rise, the Buddha statue commanded. As the crowd stood, visibly relieved, the statue continued. My intention is to save all beings. The creation of the seven-tiered pagoda is but a natural occurrence. You need not concern yourselves with unnecessary matters. Upon hearing these words, Nalan Kai expressed his reverence. The realm of the true Buddha is beyond my reach. The Buddha statue did not respond to Nalan Kai, instead focusing on Nalan Yi. Little girl, I see you possess great wisdom. Would you care to join me in the temple to cultivate your path to Buddhahood? Nalan Yi was momentarily taken aback. Miss, why do you not answer? Shuri exclaimed, thumping his thigh. If she were to be favored by the true Buddha and accepted as a disciple, he would weep tears of joy. Nalan Yi hesitated, glancing longingly at her flowing black hair. She then looked to her father for guidance. Nalan Kai understood that if his daughter became a disciple of the true Buddha, her future would surely be extraordinary. However, he replied, you have grown. Whatever decision you make must be your own. Nalan Yi fell silent, reflecting. Since childhood, she had heard tales of not just mortals, but also celestial beings capable of transcending the earthly realm, as well as demons and spirits. Yet, as she matured, having never encountered any of these legendary figures, she began to perceive such tales as mere myths. However, it now appears that the tales whispered among the people are not mere fabrications. Indeed, there exist in this world entities that elude the common experience. At that moment, the statue of the Buddha slowly spoke. Little girl, you possess a rare wisdom, a true prodigy in the path of cultivation. Do you truly wish to embrace a life of mediocrity, marrying and bearing children, only to watch your beauty fade and return to dust? Upon hearing these words, Nalan Yi suddenly comprehended. What harm was there in aging if one could shave their head and begin anew? With this realization, Nalan Yi resolutely declared, True Buddha, I am willing. Excellent. This is a wise decision, the Buddha statue replied, revealing a surprisingly human-like smile. Had it not been for the statue's previous act of salvation, they would likely have been too struck by this uncanny smile to utter a word. The Buddha statue continued, Tomorrow night, you shall remain here, and my true form will descend to take you back to the temple for your cultivation. Do you understand? Nalan Yi nodded emphatically. All right, little cricket, have you become addicted? At this moment, Li Zhoujun finally spoke. Little cricket? The crowd gasped, turning to Li Zhoujun in astonishment, utterly bewildered. Only the Buddha statue's expression shifted. You see me standing and do not kneel. I have already shown you mercy. Do not be ungrateful. The statue's voice was laden with menace as it addressed Li Zhoujun. Yet, Li Zhoujun merely shrugged and replied, Pray tell, which true Buddha would deem it wrong for others not to kneel before him? Does the essence of Buddhism not emphasize equality among all beings? Is this not the truth? Impudence. The Buddha statue seethed with anger. Sir, what are you doing? Shurtu exclaimed, panic rising within him. This fellow was courting death, daring to confront even a true Buddha. While he may be indifferent to his own fate, he could not endanger everyone present. Suddenly, the Buddha statue raised a hand and struck forward, unleashing a golden character representing suppression towards Li Zhoujun. However, Li Zhoujun stood unfazed in the face of this spectacle. Ba, vile creature, I have finally found you. A voice filled with compassion resonated from outside the temple. At that moment, the suppression character aimed at Li Zhoujun disintegrated. The true Buddha of great dreams? The Buddha statue exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth was happening? The crowd was left in utter confusion. Given the circumstances and the statue's words, it was apparent that the newcomer was also a true Buddha. Yet, why would a statue of the same caliber express such fear? Li Zhoujun turned to look outside and felt a change in his expression. He had not anticipated encountering a true Buddha. Just as the crowd was processing this, the statue at the center of the temple suddenly shattered into pieces. From the broken statue emerged a creature the size of a calf, a grotesque black cricket, causing everyone to pale in horror. They finally understood why Li Zhoujun had referred to it as a little cricket. Particularly, Nalan Yi shuddered at the thought that if she were alone here tomorrow night, she would surely become the cricket's next meal, an utterly chilling notion. Shuri stared at Li Zhoujun in shock. Sir, you can see through what is within that statue. You are no ordinary person. When did I claim to be an ordinary person? Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Shuri was momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the large cricket attempted to flee, but just then, a massive bull flew in from outside, swiftly enveloping the cricket. The one outside is the true Buddha. Shuri exclaimed as realization dawned upon him. Ba, my cricket escaped while I was in seclusion, causing inconvenience to all of you. I seek your forgiveness. Allow me to take this vile creature back and deal with it appropriately, said an elderly monk clad in robes, his skin resembling dry bark, yet with kind eyes. As he entered the room, was this truly a true Buddha? The crowd wondered, for this old monk appeared no different from any ordinary temple abbot. However, the cricket had clearly stated that this man was the true Buddha of great dreams. They understood that those legendary practitioners and monks who could cultivate were not to be equated with a true Buddha. For a true Buddha was of a caliber that could stand alongside those who had genuinely attained immortality, a status far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. As the true Buddha of great dreams laid eyes on Li Zhoujun, he was momentarily taken aback before joining his palms in reverence, saying, Ba, I did not expect to encounter a true vessel in this realm. I humbly greet you. A true vessel refers to one who has successfully weathered tribulations but has not yet fully transcended into immortality. Although Shuri and the others were unfamiliar with this term, they quickly grasped the significance of a legendary true Buddha showing such courtesy to Li Zhoujun. They realized that the young man they had been with all this time was someone even a true Buddha treated with respect. I am equally surprised to meet a revered one here, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Thank you, true vessel, for sparing this vile creature. I shall ensure stringent oversight in the future, the true Buddha of great dreams said, gesturing as the inverted bowl flew back into his hand, shrinking before their eyes. This miraculous display left Shuri and the others utterly astonished. By the way, true Buddha, the creature you had before mentioned that my lady possesses considerable wisdom. Is this true? Shuri suddenly recalled and respectfully inquired. To be honest, had the true Buddha of great dreams revealed a golden form of immense stature, sure, he would have been too intimidated to breathe. However, the current appearance of the true Buddha was so benevolent and approachable that it incited no fear whatsoever. In response to the inquiry from an utterly mortal martial artist, the true Buddha of great dreams chuckled lightly. Ba, this young lady indeed possesses remarkable wisdom, but unfortunately, I cannot guide her into the realm of immortality. Li Zhoujun was taken aback in that brief statement. He gleaned a significant piece of information that the true Buddha of great dreams hailed from the realm of immortality. Meanwhile, upon hearing the words of the true Buddha, Nalinya's expression turned somewhat forlorn. Observing this, Li Zhoujun cheerfully remarked, in truth, leading an ordinary life here is quite wonderful. Marriage and parenthood represent one way of living, while cultivation is another. Ordinary people often only see the glories of those who cultivate, unaware that embarking on this path leads to endless competition. Resources must be contended for. Opportunities must be seized, and one misstep could result in irreparable loss. The true Buddha of great dreams, intrigued by Li Zhoujun's words, expressed, what you say resonates deeply. I have a question I wish to pose to you, true vessel. Speak, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. There is a saying, saving a life is worth more than building 7 pagodas. If a child were to fall into the water, and you cannot swim, would you save them, or not? Is it better to let one drown, or 2? If I do not save them, does that not mean I am saving myself? Thus worth more than a pagoda? Li Zhoujun grinned. Your words hold a measure of truth, the true Buddha of great dreams remarked thoughtfully. I too have a question I wish to ask you, revered one, Li Zhoujun interjected. Please proceed, the true Buddha replied. When you are a monk on the verge of starvation, and a delicious roast chicken suddenly appears before you, do you eat or refrain? At this moment, Li Zhoujun and the true Buddha of great dreams found themselves deeply engaged in a philosophical discourse. As their dialogue unfolded, extraordinary phenomena began to manifest around them. Golden lotus blossoms emerged from the ground. Ethereal mist enveloped the temple, transporting all present into a realm of celestial beauty. Behind the true Buddha of great dreams stood a magnificent golden Buddha seated upon a lotus, while a similarly imposing figure clad in white appeared behind Li Zhoujun, exuding an aura that was no less formidable than that of the golden Buddha. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the scene as Shuri and his companions beheld the towering phantoms confronting one another, their breaths caught in astonishment. Particularly striking was the immense golden Buddha looming behind the great dream true Buddha. In that moment, Shuri could scarcely fathom the audacity that had compelled him to engage in dialogue with such a formidable entity. Surely, a mere whisper from such a presence could spell his demise. Time slipped by unnoticed as the great dream true Buddha and Li Zhoujun concluded their extraordinary exchange. The essence of the Buddha resides in the heart. Even as wine and meat flow through one's veins, the great dream true Buddha remarked graciously, hands clasped in reverence. There is no need for formality, for I too have gained insights from this encounter, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. The great dream true Buddha chuckled, expressing hope that one day Li Zhoujun's name would resonate throughout the celestial realm. As long as I can live freely and joyously, Li Zhoujun responded with hearty laughter. Indeed, the great dream true Buddha affirmed, isn't the pursuit of enlightenment and transcendence the very essence of our cultivation? Li Zhoujun nodded in agreement. Witnessing this exchange, Shuri and the others, despite their naivety, recognized that Li Zhoujun's rapport with the great dream true Buddha marked him as a likely candidate for the legendary true immortal. As the great dream true Buddha bid farewell, Shuri and his companions regarded Li Zhoujun with newfound reverence, their eyes brimming with admiration. Li Zhoujun, feeling somewhat bemused, realized they had elevated him to the status of a master. While his cultivation level was indeed commendable, it did not quite match their lofty expectations. Nalan Kai, head of the Nalan family, humbly asked for your forgiveness for my earlier ignorance, he said with utmost respect. There is no need for concern, Li Zhoujun waved dismissively, indicating it was of little consequence. The group exhaled in relief, and Shuri, now grinning, reveled in the fact that he had conversed with a legendary immortal. The thought filled him with delight. As night turned to dawn, the gentle rain that had fallen ceased, and Nalan Kai and the others awoke refreshed, comforted by the presence of an immortal among them. Who would dare disrupt their peace? They felt secure in the knowledge that should Li Zhoujun wish them harm, it would be futile to resist. As Li Zhoujun rose and made his way outside, the group called out, "Immortal, take care." They watched as he gradually disappeared into the forest, their experiences of the previous night feeling almost dreamlike, though the scattered remains outside served as a stark reminder of the reality they faced. Meanwhile, as Li Zhoujun strolled along the narrow mountain path, a sudden disturbance caught his attention. A figure plummeted from above, landing before him with a thud. Stunned, he looked up to see a cliff and two rapidly retreating presences. The fallen individual was a youth, ragged and barely breathing, clearly on the brink of death. Beep. Destiny's Child detected. Options activated. Option 1. Save the Destiny's Child and become his mentor. The host will gain the cultivation level of an ethereal immortal. Option 2. Ignore the situation, allowing events to unfold without reward. Li Zhoujun sighed. Of course, I choose the first option. Relying solely on my own cultivation to reach ethereal immortal status would take an eternity. As the head of the Dao Tian sect, rescuing a low-tier cultivator posed no challenge for him, especially with his ample supply of medicinal elixirs. After assessing the youth's condition, he noted the signs of a 5th-tier Qi refinement cultivator with a sacred fire spiritual root, his meridians completely severed. Li Zhoujun could easily envision the youth's tragic fate. Likely the offspring of a prominent family branch, whose potential was stifled by the main lineage's reluctance to support him. Beep. Host, time is of the essence. The individual requires immediate assistance. Clearing his thoughts, Li Zhoujun dismissed the details and promptly administered a healing pill known as the White Bone Regeneration Pill, reputed to restore flesh and mend meridians. He had no prior experience with such remedies, but the youth's condition visibly improved after taking the pill. Li Zhoujun then carried the youth to the shade of a tree to shield him from the sun's harsh rays. As he settled down to rest, the system chimed in with another notification. Congratulations, host. You have completed half of your task by saving the Destiny's Child. Continue your efforts to become his mentor. Surprised by the system's interruption, Li Zhoujun exclaimed, "Oh, system, you may not be human, but you certainly act like a dog." As the morning progressed, the youth, half in sunlight and half in shade, gradually regained consciousness, murmuring, "Am I dead? Is this what it feels like to die? Ah, you're awake." A cheerful voice rang out, startling him. "I'm not dead. How could you perish in my presence?" Li Zhoujun replied with a grin. The youth, Jiang Xiaobai, leapt to his feet and immediately bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed sir, for saving my life." Li Zhoujun was taken aback by the youth's sudden display of reverence. "Rise, please," he managed, clearing his throat. "Yes, esteemed sir," Jiang Xiaobai replied, rising respectfully. He recognized that this young man was no ordinary individual. The restoration of his severed meridians was a feat beyond the capabilities of an average practitioner. "Become my disciple," Li Zhoujun stated directly, eager to elevate his own cultivation level to ethereal immortal status. After all, should he fail to reach that state before his demise, what would be the point of his endeavors? Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily dumbfounded. "Do you refuse?" Li Zhoujun raised an eyebrow, unleashing a formidable pressure that sent creatures within a 100-mile radius cowering in submission. Jiang Xiaobai, wide-eyed, realized he stood before a true master. "Master, please allow me to bow before you." With that, Jiang Xiaobai knelt once more, completing the formalities of discipleship with ease. Li Zhoujun's recruitment of a disciple proceeded smoothly, and the system promptly acknowledged his success. Beep. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Beep. System rewards granted. Ethereal immortal cultivation level achieved. With this newfound power coursing through him, Li Zhoujun inquired, "Now, tell me why you were cast down the mountain." As Jiang Xiaobai heard this, his eyes instantly turned crimson. "Master, I must confess, I am the heir of the Jiang family's main lineage in Dallas City. However, the treacherous members of the collateral branch, upon learning of my father's unexpected grave injury, conspired with the Zhang family to usurp the position of our main lineage, thereby seizing control over all the commercial resources of the Jiang family in Dallas City." Li Zhoujun blinked in surprise, realizing he had misjudged the situation. Chapter 66. Should I intervene on your behalf to avenge you? Li Zhoujun flashed a grin at Jiang Xiaobai. "Master, I intend to seek my own revenge," Jiang Xiaobai replied, his expression solemn. Upon hearing this, Li Zhoujun felt a twinge of astonishment. He had not expected this young man to possess such determination. Truly, he was a person of great fortune. If it were anyone else, they would have recklessly sought revenge without a second thought. "And how do you plan to exact your revenge?" Li Zhoujun inquired with a smile. Jiang Xiaobai fell silent, realizing that relying solely on his own strength to achieve vengeance would be utterly impossible. Do what you must. I shall stand behind you. Do not be afraid. Li Zhoujun said gently. Thank you, master. Jiang Xiaobai rose and bowed deeply to Li Zhoujun, who nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Jiang family estate in Dallas City, a middle-aged man with inverted triangular eyes and a pair of mustaches addressed the pale-faced Jiang Onlang, who sat above. Patriarch, you are gravely ill, and the young master has been missing for several days. If the main lineage of the Jiang family lacks a stabilizing force, not only will the main lineage descend into chaos, but so too will the collateral branches. Jiang Onlang, Jiang Xiaobai's father, glared at the mustached man, Jiang Xuanjing, and remarked, What, Jiang Xuanjing, do you already long for the position beneath me? Patriarch, you jest. I only seek the best for our Jiang family. Jiang Xuanjing replied with a slight smile, unperturbed by the former's former might as a golden core expert. A month prior, a frenzy beast horde had assaulted Dallas City. The three patriarchs of the city had united to quell the beast tide, yet it was Jiang Onlang who had sustained serious injuries. Jiang Xuanjing, also a golden core cultivator, saw this as an opportunity. If he could displace Jiang Onlang's branch from its position, his own lineage would ascend to prominence, making him the new patriarch and ruler of all Jiang family's resources in Dallas City. Jiang Onlang's expression darkened upon hearing this. It was clear that Jiang Xuanjing could no longer contain his ambitions. Meanwhile, several other branch patriarchs expressed their concerns. Patriarch, the Jiang family is in turmoil. We cannot afford to be without a steadfast leader. These patriarchs genuinely wished to prevent Jiang Xuanjing from becoming the patriarch, for his character was far from commendable. He would stop at nothing for this position. The events surrounding the young master Jiang Xiaobai were well understood among them, though they chose to remain silent. After all, offending Jiang Xuanjing was not an option, as he was the only golden core expert with any fighting capability left in the Jiang family. Previously, during Jiang Onlang's prime, he could easily suppress Jiang Xuanjing, but now, with Jiang Onlang gravely wounded and his power diminished, no one could restrain Jiang Xuanjing any longer. Furthermore, Jiang Xuanjing had allied with the Zhang family, whose son, Jiang Xiaoyu, had united with the Zhang family's daughter, Zhang Huilan. It was worth noting that Zhang Huilan had been previously betrothed to Jiang Xiaobai. This indicated that the Zhang family's alliance was not merely with Jiang Xiaobai, but with the entire Jiang family behind him. Just then, Jiang Onlang suddenly chuckled. Jiang Xuanjing, I am curious what price you paid to gain the Zhang family as your ally. Even in my injured state, you still wish to pressure me with their support. Jiang Xuanjing's expression twitched. The cost had indeed been steep, 10% of the Jiang family's income for 10 years. After all, Jiang Onlang had once been hailed as the strongest in Dallas City. Jiang Xuanjing, relying solely on himself, felt somewhat inadequate. Suddenly, a voice filled with resentment echoed from outside the hall. The young master. The branch patriarchs exchanged incredulous glances as Jiang Xiaobai entered alone. They soon shook their heads. For Jiang Xiaobai, returning alive was almost worse than being dead. Had he come back too soon? Jiang Onlang froze momentarily at the sight of his son. A flicker of surprise crossing his features, soon replaced by a sense of helplessness and pain. He knew that his son's return was ill-timed. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuanjing's eyes widened in disbelief. Hadn't the lad claimed to have dealt with Jiang Xiaobai? You were surprised that I am still alive? Jiang Xiaobai grinned at Jiang Xuanjing. Young master, what are you talking about? I do not understand. Jiang Xuanjing feigned confusion. Your son severely injured me, crippled my meridians, and cast me down a cliff. Surely, you are aware of this? Jiang Xiaobai scoffed. Young master, what nonsense is this? You were standing here perfectly well. How could you have been crippled? Jiang Xuanjing frowned. Though inwardly he was perplexed. Logically, he had sent a foundation establishment cultivator to assist his son in eliminating Jiang Xiaobai. There was no way he should still be alive, let alone in such fine shape. Had it not been for my fortuitous fate, I might have indeed succumbed to your wishes. Jiang Xiaobai smirked coldly. Jiang Xuanjing narrowed his eyes. After all, Jiang Xiaobai's aggressive demeanor was intolerable to anyone, let alone to a golden core expert like him, who was among the top 10 in Dallas City. You need not worry about me claiming the position of patriarch and plotting against your lineage. I, Jiang Xuanjing, am not that kind of person. With a disdainful snort, Jiang Xuanjing continued. It is no secret that the current patriarch is gravely injured and barely possesses any strength. How can he lead the Jiang family against the other clans? Your words ring hollow, Jiang Xiaobai retorted. Let me be blunt. Today, Jiang Onlang must relinquish the patriarch position to me. Whether he wishes to or not, it shall be so. Jiang Xuanjing dropped the pretense. After all, everyone present was aware of his ambitions. Then you may find that your plans will come to naught today. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly grinned. Jiang Xuanjing's heart raced. This boy dared to return. Perhaps he truly had some hidden strength? But his only backup was the Zhang family, and they had already made an agreement. Chapter 67. The stretching leg and staring eye pill. As Jiang Xuanjing's thoughts whirled, Jiang Xiaobai reached into his robe, retrieving a black pill and handing it to his father. Father, take this stretching leg and staring eye pill, and your injuries will surely improve. Jiang Xiaobai declared confidently. Stretching leg and staring eye pill? Jiang Onlang eyed his son skeptically, wondering if this was merely dirt scraped from his body. The name of the pill sounded far from medicinal. Had his son truly lost his senses? Feeling a pang of sorrow for his son's folly, Jiang Onlang thought, what a useless father I am. Father, trust me. Jiang Xiaobai, noticing his father's disbelief, grew anxious. His master was undoubtedly a formidable nascent soul expert. Moreover, his master had specifically instructed him to rub the pill in his hands for enhanced efficacy. Meanwhile, the various branch patriarchs regarded Jiang Xiaobai with incredulity. It appears that the young master of the Zhang family is truly in a state of distress, utterly deranged. What could possibly allow a golden core cultivator to instantaneously heal their wounds? Surely, such a thing is beyond the reach of a mere chi refinement practitioner. At this moment, Jiang Xuanjing wore a mocking expression, yet his tone was laced with lamentation. The young master is now completely out of his senses. The main lineage of the Zhang family is irrevocably crippled. If we do not swiftly elect a new head, our family faces dire peril. Shut your mouth, old dog. Jiang Xiaobai glared furiously at Jiang Xuanjing. What nonsense are you spouting? The term old dog rendered Jiang Xuanjing defenseless. Father, is it not resolved yet? Just then, a young man entered, cradling a young maiden in his arms, his tone nonchalant. Jiang Xiaoyu, Zhang Huilan. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with animosity. Upon seeing the young man and maiden, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes turned crimson. Jiang Xiaoyu, you are still alive. Jiang Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned upon spotting Jiang Xiaobai. He had personally beaten Jiang Xiaobai nearly to death and cast him off a cliff. How was it that he still stood, seemingly unscathed? Zhang Huilan. Is this truly how you wish to proceed? Jiang Xiaobai nearly ground his teeth in fury as he gazed at the girl in Jiang Xiaoyu's arms. Zhang Huilan merely cast an indifferent glance at Jiang Xiaobai and said, without your father's support, you are nothing. Ah, so this is your true nature. Mercenary, is it? Jiang Xiaobai replied, a smile breaking across his face. We grew up together, yet I am grateful, for now I see your true colors. And what of it? What is your current status compared to mine? Zhang Huilan scoffed dismissively. It is fortunate for you to be alive. It allows you, once a proud young master, to experience the thrill of death once more, which I find immensely pleasing. Jiang Xiaoyu grinned at Jiang Xiaobai. By the way, Huilan is truly delicate. I wonder why you resist. Is it that you are impotent? With that, Jiang Xiaoyu unabashedly leaned in to kiss Zhang Huilan. How rude. Zhang Huilan playfully punched Jiang Xiaoyu's chest, her voice teasing. Jiang Xiaobai observed, his expression unchanged, realizing he was fortunate not to have married her. Meanwhile, Jiang Onlang's forehead twitched in anger. It was a case of the hunter becoming the hunted. He was gravely injured. Yet these individuals revealed their true selves at this very moment. In light of this, he decided to gamble on the efficacy of the pill in his son's hand. The leg-stretching, eye-popping pill. With that thought, Jiang Onlang seized the pill from Jiang Xiaobai's hands and swallowed it whole. Instantly, he felt his wounds visibly heal, and his energy began to surge. This unexpected transformation left the love-struck Jiang Xiaoyu and Zhang Huilan, along with the scheming Jiang Xuanjing, utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? The leg-stretching, eye-popping pill can truly enable a golden core cultivator to recover their wounds so swiftly. The onlookers were equally incredulous. Jiang Xuanjing, now panicking, tore a talisman in preparation to summon aid. What? Jiang Xuanjing, are you calling for help already? You cannot even handle a severely injured waste of space. At that moment, a man with a scarred face and a fierce gaze strode through the door, emanating an overwhelming aura. The various branch heads of the Jiang family instinctively parted to let him through. Father. Upon seeing him, Zhang Huilan immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Duoqian, the current head of the Zhang family, a late-stage golden core cultivator. Upon noticing Jiang Onlang's escalating aura, Zhang Duoqian was momentarily taken aback, thinking, damn, how did this fellow's injuries suddenly improve? Realizing this, Zhang Duoqian's expression changed as he grasped his daughter's hand and cheerfully addressed Jiang Onlang. I came to bring my daughter home for a meal. Take your time cleaning house. I'll take my leave. With that, he pulled Zhang Huilan away, not sparing a glance back. Everyone was left in shock. Jiang Xuanjing was equally bewildered. What is the meaning of this? How can you speak without honor? After accepting benefits, you simply turn and run? Is this polite? Meanwhile, above the Jiang residence, Li Zhoujun stood on a cloud, his gaze penetrating the roof as he surveyed the scene, remarking, goodness, This Zhang fellow has some substance. Jiang Xuanjing, let us properly reckon how this matter should conclude. In the hall, Jiang Onlang paid no mind to Zhang Duoqian. To secure the internal situation, he needed to stabilize matters within before addressing external threats, especially since Zhang Duoqian was no weakling. He fixed his gaze upon Jiang Xuanjing and his son, coldly snorting. As his voice fell, a terrifying pressure enveloped the assembly. Jiang Xuanjing and his son buckled under the immense weight, collapsing to the ground. Jiang Xuanjing cried out, "Master, I acted for the good of the Jiang family. Do not heed this scoundrel's lies." If the Master's injuries were not yet healed, he would have already seized the Master's position and exploited us all. The heads of the various branches, witnessing this, began to rebuke Jiang Xuanjing in anger. In truth, they held a considerable respect for Jiang Onlang, who had always treated them fairly. Had Jiang Xuanjing taken over, they would have been left destitute. Their previous allegiance to Jiang Xuanjing was born of pressure. After all, they were merely foundation establishment cultivators and could not contend with him. For the good of the Jiang family? Jiang Onlang scoffed. I believe you are merely looking out for yourself. Jiang Xuanjing and his son paled at his words. Father, Zhang Xiaoyu is the one who personally crippled my cultivation and cast me off the cliff. This is no fabrication. It was precisely because he threw me off that I encountered my master. Jiang Xiaobai spoke with reverence when mentioning his master. It was my master who saved me and granted me this fortune. Hearing this, Jiang Xuanjing shot a vicious glare at his son, filled with frustration and the impulse to punish him for his incompetence. Could you not handle matters more decisively? Just behead him and toss him into the pot. That would have ensured his demise. Look at the situation now. What was once a sure victory has turned into a complete loss. Jiang Xuanjing, did you hear? Your son has killed mine. Jiang Onlang's gaze turned icy as he stared at Jiang Xiaoyu. If not for his son's remarkable luck, he would have already become a ghost. How could he endure this? Jiang Xiaoyu must die without exception. You shall personally end his life and avenge yourself. Jiang Onlang instructed Jiang Xiaobai. Very well. Jiang Xiaobai wasted no time and stepped in front of Jiang Xiaoyu, grinning as he said, good deeds are rewarded, and evil deeds are punished. It is not that retribution does not come, it is simply that the time has not yet arrived. As his words fell, Jiang Xiaobai raised his hand and pressed down upon Jiang Xiaoyu's head, which had previously been so arrogant, now filled with terror. No. Jiang Xiaoyu let out a blood-curdling scream as his head exploded, brain matter splattering everywhere like bloody tofu. Jiang Xuanjing could only watch in a daze as his son perished before him, bereft of the courage to intervene. Jiang Onlang in his prime was simply too formidable. The thought of resistance was beyond his comprehension. Once you have dealt with your son, it will be your turn. Jiang Onlang stood, advancing step by step toward Jiang Xuanjing, his aura steadily increasing. As Jiang Xuanjing beheld the figure approaching him like a harbinger of death, he suddenly slapped himself across the face, weeping bitterly. Master, I was blinded by folly. I beg you, considering my golden core status and my potential contributions to the family, allow me to atone for my sins. Your words are mere fabrications, meant to deceive the gullible. If you remain compliant, my injuries will not heal, and the position of clan leader will naturally fall to you. For you are the sole golden core of the Jiang family. Yet, in your haste for power, you resort to harming your kin, coercing me to relinquish my position. Such a person is not someone the Jiang family can afford to keep. Jiang Onlang sneered coldly. Seeing death is inevitable. Jiang Xuanjing let out a chilling laugh. Jiang Onlang, your words are but a ruse to fool the unsuspecting. Do you truly believe you would willingly cede the clan leader's position? By the time you consider yielding, your son may have already attained the golden core stage. Thus your claims are mere deception. Bang! Stubborn and unyielding, Jiang Onlang raised his fist and shattered Jiang Xuanjing's skull, ensuring he followed in his son's footsteps. Though both were golden cores, Jiang Xuanjing had reached the early stage through medicinal means, while Jiang Onlang had genuinely cultivated and refined himself to the pinnacle of the golden core stage. The disparity in their achievements is evident, with Jiang Onlang being several realms ahead. Therefore, even though his own cultivation was not fully restored, Jiang Xuanjing was no match for him. At this moment, the heads of the various branches looked upon the formidable and ruthless Jiang Onlang with profound respect and fear. Esteemed clan leader, my injuries are recovering. You may depart for now, Jiang Onlang addressed the branch leaders. Yes, clan leader, they replied in unison. As the branch leaders took their leave, a few servants entered to begin clearing the aftermath. Li Zhoujun observed the scene from above, exclaiming in amazement, this father-son duo is quite ruthless, but in this world, the benevolent are often taken advantage of. Only those who are sufficiently fierce can command respect from their subordinates. Meanwhile, Jiang Onlang cast his piercing gaze upon his son. My boy, where is your master? The one capable of providing such potent elixirs must be extraordinary. My master came with me but did not enter our residence, Jiang Xiaobai replied with a grin. Is that so? Jiang Onlang expressed a hint of regret, then cautioned. Make sure to personally thank your master. Without their aid, today would have marked the anniversary of our demise. Rest assured, father, I understand, Jiang Xiaobai replied earnestly. Li Zhoujun had bestowed a second chance upon him, and should he ascend to greater heights in the future, he would undoubtedly remember to lend a hand to his master. After all, Jiang Xiaobai was confident that given a century, he could break through to the illusory immortal realm, and by then, his master might still be in the divine transformation stage. Should Li Zhoujun be privy to Jiang Xiaobai's thoughts, one wonders what he would feel. I am immensely impressed by the clan leader's decisive methods, Li Zhoujun remarked as he stepped into the hall. Master, Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed joyously upon seeing him. Greetings, esteemed one. Jiang Onlang said respectfully, then added with a wry smile, what decisive methods? Such measures are required only by us lowly cultivators. Your presence alone commands great respect. Li Zhoujun chuckled inwardly, appreciating Jiang Xiaobai's father as a man of talent, adept at flattery. I am unworthy of such praise, he replied with a gentle smile. Turning to Jiang Xiaobai, do you wish to return to my mountain for rigorous training? Jiang Xiaobai paused, then resolutely declared, I wish to carve my own path. Excellent, excellent. I did not misjudge you. Li Zhoujun seemed to have anticipated this response. As the child of destiny, Jiang Xiaobai could not remain in one place. He must traverse and level up. Thus, Li Zhoujun was not surprised by the outcome and proceeded to present him with a tome of cultivation. Here is the Great Sun Golden Crow Sutra. I hope you will cultivate diligently. With that, Li Zhoujun placed a mark upon Jiang Xiaobai's brow, endowing him with a semblance of protection that would manifest should he encounter danger. Moments passed as Jiang Xiaobai absorbed the profound techniques within his mind, suppressing his excitement to express his gratitude. Thank you, master. Li Zhoujun smiled gently, gradually fading from view before the father and son. Farewell, master. Farewell, esteemed one. Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Onlang bowed in respect. Father, I shall head to the back mountain for training. Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed eagerly. Very well, Jiang Onlang replied, albeit inwardly cursing his son for not appreciating the privilege of training alongside a master. Soon, his eyes narrowed as he contemplated the Zhang family. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xiaobai, who was already en route to the back mountain, he suddenly spotted a figure lying by the roadside and halted in his tracks. Chapter 69. Yao Tao, how could a young lady find herself in my family's back mountain? Jiang Xiaobai pondered, momentarily stunned upon recognizing the figure. The girl, clad in a white dress, lay on the ground, her striking features, bright eyes, pearly teeth, and a complexion like delicate cream, captivated him, momentarily dazing him. Do not gaze inappropriately. Jiang Xiaobai inhaled deeply, reminding himself to refrain from taking advantage of her vulnerable state. Simultaneously, the girl appeared unconscious but was, in fact, fully aware. She had sustained severe injuries and could not move. Panic surged within her. She had been exploring a renowned site in the celestial realm when she unexpectedly fell victim to an assassination attempt. In a moment of desperation, she activated the expensive escape talisman bestowed by her father, only to find herself in the mortal realm. Furthermore, in the process of traversing the barriers between worlds, she was gravely wounded. Had it not been for the protective properties of the talisman, she would have been reduced to mere dust. For celestial beings, descending to the mortal realm was not inherently difficult, though it came at a steep price, one that ordinary individuals could scarcely afford. Moreover, the resources available in the mortal realm paled in comparison to those in the celestial realm. A visit here could leave one utterly impoverished. Reflecting on Jiang Xiaobai's previous gaze, the girl felt a twinge of fear that he might harbor ill intentions. After all, she was well aware of her own beauty, as suitors from various factions frequently sought her hand. Now, however, she was gravely injured and utterly defenseless, rendering her vulnerable should he choose to act maliciously. Yet upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai mutter, do not gaze inappropriately, she exhaled in relief, reassured that he had restrained himself. But in the next instant, she found herself being lifted into his arms. Am I doomed? Despair settled in the girl's heart. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaobai did not act with malice. He merely carried her to a guest room and instructed a maid to tend to her needs. Witnessing his actions, the girl felt a spark of fondness for him. Although she did not yet feel love, it was the beginning of a connection. If Li Zhoujun were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as the classic trope. The protagonist must first establish a rapport to pave the way for future trials and tribulations. 3 months swiftly passed. The girl's condition gradually improved, and Jiang Xiaobai grew more familiar with her, learning her name, Yao Tao. Yao Tao, is it true that you descended from the celestial realm? Jiang Xiaobai inquired curiously as they sat beneath a tree in the small courtyard before the guest room. Rolling her eyes, Yao Tao replied, Brother, You have asked this question 1,000 times over the past 3 months. With a sheepish grin, Jiang Xibai responded. It's just that your tale is so extraordinary that I find it hard to believe. Can one not trust what they have seen and experienced firsthand? Yao Tao retorted, exasperated. Throughout their 3 months together, Yao Tao discovered that she was beginning to develop feelings for Jiang Xiaobai, drawn to his honesty and straightforwardness. Unlike those from the celestial realm, who often flattered her insincerely, Jiang Xiaobai's company brought her joy and freedom. I want roasted rabbit, Yao Tao said, tilting her head to look at Jiang Xiaobai. Ah, you've already eaten 3 today. Jiang Xiaobai's lips twitched slightly. This girl, despite her seemingly delicate demeanor, certainly has quite an appetite. Don't worry, I won't take advantage this time. I'll lend you a hand, Yao Tao said confidently, rubbing her hands together in anticipation. No. Please don't. The last time you tried to start a fire, you almost burned my house down, Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed, his face turning pale at the memory. Relax. I have it under control this time. Yao Tao waved her hand dismissively. However, as the two conversed, dark clouds suddenly gathered over the Jiang family estate, forming a swirling vortex at their center. What is happening? Jiang Xibai exclaimed in shock. It's Uncle Bei. Yao Tao seemed to recognize the visitor immediately, her earlier excitement evaporating, leaving her looking as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Uncle Bei, or Liu Bei in full, was the butler of her family, a formidable being above the true immortal rank, overseeing all matters of the Yao family. At that moment, an elderly figure clad in a brown robe materialized from the clouds. Beneath him was an enormous kunping stretching for thousands of miles. Such a sight was not only alarming for the Jiang family, the entire Dallas city, and even the surrounding area was engulfed in the overwhelming aura emanating from this celestial figure, silencing all life, as if even the air dared not stir, compelling many to prostrate themselves in fear. The kunping was a legendary beast that existed only in myths. Why has this elder suddenly descended upon the Jiang family? Jiang Anlang stepped into the open space, feeling the immense pressure above as he gazed up at the elder standing atop the kunping, and spoke with reverence. Esteemed elder, why have you come? Miss, the old servant has been sent by the master to escort you home. The elder's voice thundered like rolling spring thunder, resonating across the land, leaving no room for doubt or contradiction. Uncle Bei. At that moment, Yao Tao's expression turned distant as she addressed the elder atop the kunping in a hushed tone. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed the transformation in Yao Tao, who had previously been so eager to feast on roasted rabbit. How could she suddenly become so distant and unattainable? Yet, Jiang Xiaobai felt an indescribable ache within him. After 3 months of companionship, he had come to realize he had developed feelings for this girl. However, she truly belonged to the celestial realm. Such a reality made his aspirations of marrying her seem futile, as her family would never approve. After all, he was merely a lowly being in the mortal realm, while she was a celestial maiden. Even his own powerful master would pale in comparison before someone from the immortal realm. In that moment, Jiang Xiaobai felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, realizing he lacked the ability to keep the one he cherished by his side. Meanwhile, upon seeing Yao Tao, Liu Bei swiftly descended from the kunping, standing before her and clasping his fists in respect. Miss, I have come late. I hope you can forgive me. It's all right. Yao Tao replied, shaking her head. How is my father? Since you were attacked, the master has not rested for 3 months, tirelessly searching the 3,000 realms for your whereabouts. Only yesterday did he finally locate you, and at great cost. He breached the barriers to send me to bring you home, the elder explained respectfully. Uncle Bei, may I choose not to return? Yao Tao bit her lip, her voice laced with determination. At her words, Liu Bei narrowed his eyes slightly and cast a scrutinizing glance at Jiang Xiaobai. Chapter 70. The master has arrived. The astute Liu Bei could easily discern that his young mistress harbored feelings for this boy. Jiang Xiaobai, feeling the elder's penetrating gaze, felt a twinge of unease. Nevertheless, being the child of destiny, he refused to be cowed. Without hesitation, he locked eyes with Liu Bei, his defiance palpable. Liu Bei was momentarily taken aback and then chuckled. You have some spirit, young one. You are the one who saved my young mistress, are you not? Rest assured, your reward shall not be lacking. As he spoke, Liu Bei produced a jade vial from his sleeve. This vial contains a pill capable of elevating your cultivation to the pinnacle of this realm. Esteemed elder, I sincerely appreciate your kindness. But the path of cultivation is one that must be walked step by step. Only by remaining grounded can one reach greater heights. Moreover, I believe that had someone else been in my position, they too would have rescued Yao Tao, Jiang Xiaobai replied, embodying the spirit of one destined for greatness. Yao Tao beamed with pride at Jiang Xiaobai's resolute posture, recognizing the integrity he displayed in the face of such overwhelming temptation. Others might have eagerly accepted the offer, Yet here stood a man of principle. You have ambition, Liu Bei said, astonished, before adding with a chuckle, given the scarcity of spiritual energy in this world. It will take you an eternity to reach the tribulation stage. Are you truly willing to forego this opportunity for a meteoric rise? Do not underestimate the humble ant. After all, even an ant can possess grand aspirations, Jiang Xiaobai grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Very well, Liu Bei replied, tucking away the vial filled with various elixirs, his eyes narrowing as he cautioned, Young one, I appreciate your character, but you must understand that your current identity and status necessitate the avoidance of certain thoughts. If you do not heed this warning, calamity may soon follow. Yao Tao gasped at Liu Bei's words, realizing that he had discerned her feelings for Jiang Xiaobai. However, it was not entirely surprising, after all. Liu Bei was an existence above true immortality, and his vast experiences had surely afforded him insight. As the saying goes, the older one gets, the sharper one becomes. Yet Jiang Xiaobai, being the child of destiny, would not easily yield. I must confess, I have indeed developed feelings for Yao Tao. Yao Tao's eyes widened in shock. He had openly declared his feelings. In that moment, her heart swelled with joy yet was tinged with anxiety. For she knew her family would never consent to her being with someone from the mortal realm. It was possible they would take measures against Jiang Xiaobai. Do you understand the nature of the Yao family? Even a mere servant like me possesses strength beyond true immortality, Liu Bei replied, somewhat speechless. Here was a brash youth, filled with passion, yet his very existence was destined to be incompatible with her. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. Do not underestimate the young just because they are poor. One day, I, Jiang Xiaobai, will earn the recognition of the Yao family and stand beside Yao Tao. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai echoed the classic words of Emperor Shao, displaying unwavering courage even in the presence of Liu Bei, who surpassed true immortality. This was the essence of a protagonist. I await your arrival. Yao Tao longed to voice those words but held her tongue, knowing that such a declaration would only exacerbate Jiang Xiaobai's peril. Ha! Liu Bei erupted into laughter, both amused by the boy's youthful audacity and bemused by his lack of awareness. The laughter brought tears to his eyes as he looked at Jiang Xiaobai. You? A mere fifth layer of qi refinement? Standing beside my young mistress? Calming himself, Liu Bei shook his head with a smile. Do you know that my young mistress, from birth, possesses golden core cultivation, and that countless celestial dynasties and holy lands have sought to ally with the Yao family? The princes and saints from those realms are all exceptionally talented. How could a mere fifth-layer qi refinement cultivator like you compete? Even if you possess a superior fire spiritual root, it matters little in a realm overflowing with prodigies. Those from the celestial realm are born with golden core cultivation. Jiang Xiaobai felt the weight of pressure bearing down upon him. He had never anticipated that the starting point for those from the celestial realm would be the terminus for many cultivators from the lower realms. Even more astonishing was that the seemingly innocuous Yao Tao harbored such formidable cultivation, continuing to indulge in carefree feasting alongside him. Give me time, I can do it, Jiang Xiaobai murmured. Liu Bei, observing Jiang Xiaobai's obstinacy, felt a surge of anger rise within him. Young lad, what isn't yours will never be yours. One must recognize reality. My young lady is an existence you can only dream of. Should you remain obstinate, do not blame me for being unkind. Uncle Bei, you are going too far. If Jiang Xiaobai hadn't saved me, you would only be able to bring back my corpse, Yao Tao retorted, unable to contain her fury at Liu Bei's harsh words. Liu Bei, seeing her reaction, replied helplessly, Miss, it is evident that you have feelings for this young man. But if you truly care for him, you should sever ties completely and return to your rightful life, even if I do not intervene. Do you think those young talents in the celestial realm are unaware that the one you favor is but an ant from the lower realms? Do you know what fate awaits him? There are no secrets in this world. Upon hearing this, Yao Tao's countenance darkened. She understood Liu Bei spoke the truth. Yet how could one easily forget those they truly cared for? I am not afraid, Jiang Xiaobai declared, taking a deep breath. Not afraid? Such words are easy to say. If that is the case, let me show you what despair truly feels like. Liu Bei, incensed by Jiang Xiaobai, disregarded Yao Tao and unleashed a terrifying aura akin to crashing waves upon him. Under this overwhelming pressure, Jiang Xiaobai stood frozen, realizing this was the might of a celestial being. Just a mere breath from Liu Bei made him feel like an ant gazing up at an unseen peak, which was now crumbling. Such a sensation of insignificance could only be experienced firsthand. As Jiang Xiaobai braced for inevitable demise beneath this oppressive force, a voice, as refreshing as a spring breeze, whispered in his ear, It seems you have crossed paths with formidable foes in these 3 months. With the utterance of this voice, the terrifying celestial presence dissipated like mist, and Jiang Xiaobai felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Master. Jiang Xiaobai gasped in disbelief, his eyes widening. The figure before him, slightly translucent and clad in green, was none other than the spiritual imprint left on him by Li Zhoujun. It activated in moments of extreme peril. The furious Liu Bei, who had repeatedly confronted a mere chi-refining cultivator, now found himself calmed by the presence of this figure. Are you this young man's master? Liu Bei inquired sternly, aware that while the entity before him was merely a projection, it possessed power on par with his own, if not greater. I humbly acknowledge that I am indeed this young man's master, Li Zhoujun replied with a light laugh. Yao Tao, glancing at Jiang Xiaobai, seemed to convey surprise at the prowess of his master, questioning why he had not mentioned it before. Jiang Xiaobai was equally flabbergasted, reflecting on how his master, previously perceived as merely a chi-refining cultivator, could manifest such power. Could it be that his master was, in fact, a celestial being? The thought left him breathless. Realizing the immense fortune he had stumbled upon by having such a master, Liu Bei, bowing slightly to Li Zhoujun with a hint of respect, swiftly shifted the conversation. As a fellow celestial being, you must have heard of the Yao family in the celestial realm. My lord is a figure of celestial lord status. I have not heard of it, but I am curious as to why you would seek to harm my disciple. If he has erred, I, as his master, would not condone such behavior. However, if he has done no wrong, I will inevitably pay the Yao family a visit, Li Zhoujun remarked, shaking his head. Jiang Xiaobai, witnessing Li Zhoujun defending him, felt tears welling up, growing increasingly respectful towards his master. It is simple. Your disciple is merely a chi-refining cultivator. How could he be worthy of my young lady's hand? The Yao family's daughter marrying a chi-refining cultivator would tarnish our reputation in the celestial realm, Liu Bei scoffed, dismissing Li Zhoujun's stature as a celestial being, warning him that he might not return from such an encounter. Realizing the situation, Li Zhoujun smiled knowingly. Understanding the narrative at play, the protagonist encountering a woman of noble lineage, her family looking down upon him like an insignificant insect, leading to the protagonist's rise through relentless cultivation and eventual triumph. It seems you are overly rigid in your thinking, my friend. Matters of young love are best left to the youth, Li Zhoujun suggested, his demeanor light. Indeed, it appears you support your disciple's relationship with my young lady. Liu Bei narrowed his eyes, questioning Li Zhoujun's strength to withstand the wrath of a celestial lord from the Yao family. Young lady, do you truly harbor feelings for my somewhat dull disciple? Li Zhoujun turned to Yao Tao, who blushed and nodded affirmatively. Li Zhoujun then turned to Jiang Xiaobai, saying, You are fortunate to have won the affection of this young lady. Did you hear that, my friend? This is a mutual affection. Do you truly wish to tear them apart? Liu Bei responded with disdain, asserting that from birth, they were never meant to be together. Should you remain obstinate? Do not blame me for being unkind. I shall be more than willing to test your strength, even if you are a celestial being from the lower realm. With that, Liu Bei unleashed a devastating strike towards Li Zhoujun, causing the heavens to darken and the winds to stir. The very essence of life within a 1,000-mile radius trembled in fear at the impending blow. Jiang Xiaobai felt a pang of worry for his master, fearing that if Li Zhoujun were to suffer due to his actions, he would be overwhelmed with guilt. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun felt a surge of trepidation as he assessed Liu Bei's overwhelming power, recognizing it was several tiers above the last true celestial he encountered. If not for his own abilities, he would be obliterated simply by standing before Liu Bei. But fortunately, he possessed an ability that could hold its own. At this moment, Liu Bei's claw was almost upon Li Zhoujun, and the tremendous gale generated by the strike sent Li Zhoujun's azure robe and raven hair swirling wildly. Beneath this cataclysmic blow, Li Zhoujun appeared steadfast as a mountain, yet internally, he felt a slight daze. Fortunately, with the system at his side, he regained his composure. He raised his slender hand and pointed into the void ahead, causing crystalline ice spikes to coalesce, glistening like jewels. Go, Li Zhoujun commanded softly. The ice spikes surged forth like a torrential downpour, assailing Liu Bei. Seeing this, Liu Bei dared not recklessly advance toward Li Zhoujun. He clasped his hands to form a seal, shattering the ice spikes with a forceful blow. Liu Bei narrowed his eyes. This green-clad youth's avatar was indeed as formidable as he had anticipated, evenly matched. However, if the battle prolonged, the youth's true self would arrive, and he would no longer stand a chance. With this thought, Liu Bei grinned at Li Zhoujun, saying, Do not let your time in this humble realm lead you to believe you are beyond reproach. Today, fortune is not on your side. Li Zhoujun merely smiled gently at Liu Bei's words, as if to say, Indeed, no one can contend with me. So what? Liu Bei, evidently incensed by Li Zhoujun's nonchalant demeanor, thought, We are both celestial beings. Why must you adopt such an aloof attitude? It only serves to undermine me. With that, Liu Bei formed another seal, shaking the very fabric of the void. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a golden seal imbued with an unparalleled aura, bearing down upon Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun, recognizing the threat, contemplated summoning the Aoshue flying sword. Yet, realizing that it was merely a celestial artifact, he feared it would shatter under such a terrifying strike. Reluctantly, he transformed his finger into a sword and swept his arm, releasing a sword aura that darkened the heavens, cleaving toward the golden seal. The clash of sword aura and seal reverberated through the void, causing the entire Qisho to tremble as if the earth itself were quaking. Above Qisho, both the strong from Daodian's sect and lurking old monsters gazed with grave expressions at the battleground. What kind of powerful beings could engage in combat that shook the very ground? Could it be that celestial-level beings were clashing? It was highly likely. We must refrain from reckless speculation and avoid probing with our divine senses, lest we provoke a celestial being and risk annihilation. In this moment, countless powerful minds conversed in the void. Within Daodian's sect, Mu Teiyu gazed solemnly at the roiling tempest, murmuring, "The prodigies emerge, celestial beings clash. And the land of Qisho is anything but tranquil. I wonder which two celestial beings have descended to the lower realm to engage in such a battle. This truly is a clash of immortals, where mortals suffer the consequences." The scene shifted back to the Jiang family. The tempest had dissipated, revealing Li Zhoujun standing proudly, unharmed. Although Liu Bei was likewise unscathed, he understood that the youth before him was merely an avatar. The fact that this avatar could unleash two successive waves of terrifying power without dissipating led him to suspect that this green-clad youth was not a fourth-grade celestial, but rather a fifth-grade one. Realizing this, Liu Bei's expression grew grave. A fifth-grade celestial, even in the remote corners of the celestial realm, would be considered a formidable force. No wonder this youth exuded such confidence. Simultaneously, Jiang Xiaobai, witnessing Li Zhoujun's avatar equaling that of the exalted celestial being, pondered how powerful his master must be in reality. He swallowed hard, struggling to fathom the strength of such a master. With such a mentor, could he not traverse Qisho, or even the entire Tianyuan realm, with ease? However, he quickly recognized that if he remained under his master's protection, how could he ever become a true powerhouse? Ultimately, he needed to rely on his own efforts. After all, no matter how powerful his master was, that strength belonged to his master, not to him. Only by becoming strong himself could he truly negotiate with those exalted celestial beings. For instance, if he possessed his master's prowess, would the Yao family still look down upon him? Would they refuse to approve of his union with Tower? It seemed highly probable. After all, the Yao family was indeed formidable, and the celestial lord they spoke of was extraordinarily powerful. This was why they deemed his master inconsequential. If he wished for the Yao family to consent to his marriage with Tower, he must possess the prowess of a celestial lord. I acknowledge your strength. Yet this is where it ends. Today, I intend to take the young lady home, and none shall obstruct me, Liu Bei declared coldly. Li Zhoujun replied with a wry smile, "My friend, you overestimate your position. I have not prevented you from taking your young lady home. Rather, it is you who disapproves of her being with someone who truly loves her. I merely wish to be a good person and ensure that those who love each other have a happy ending." Liu Bei shook his head. "I cannot argue with you. If you have anything to say, take it up with my lord." With that, Liu Bei produced a lamp, polishing it vigorously, even blowing on it. Li Zhoujun couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking, you might as well be polishing Aladdin's lamp. Just as Li Zhoujun was at a loss for words, a youth clad in green and gold robes, with hair tied back by a jade hairpin and imposing sword-like brows, suddenly appeared before everyone. Although he emitted no aura, the world dimmed slightly in his presence, compelling those around him to lower their heads involuntarily, unable to meet his gaze. "Master," Liu Bei bowed his head, his demeanor humble upon seeing the middle-aged man in green robes. "Dad." Yao Tao's voice trembled slightly upon seeing him. This middle-aged man in green robes was none other than the head of the Yao family, Yao Huangsuan, the celestial lord of the Yao clan. It was clear that Yao Tao was quite fearful of her father, given his strict expectations of her. "Liu Bei, what is the meaning of this?" Yao Huangsuan's voice rang out, authoritative as thunder. Liu Bei replied with a respectful bow, "Esteemed lord, I was tasked with escorting the young lady home. However, I discovered that she has fallen in love with a Qi refinement cultivator from the lower realm who saved her. I initially offered this cultivator a reward, but he refused. I then attempted to advise him against harboring inappropriate thoughts, yet he remained obstinate. In my frustration, I sought to teach him a lesson, only to find that his master is a celestial being. Even in his avatar form, I could only engage him in a stalemate. Should his true self arrive, I would be no match for him. Thus, I had no choice but to summon your presence, esteemed lord, and this celestial being is he." As Liu Bei spoke, he gestured toward Li Zhoujun. Yao Huangsuan, following Liu Bei's indication, turned his gaze toward Li Zhoujun. Upon doing so, he was taken aback. He found himself unable to discern the youth's cultivation level. How could this be? Yao Huangxuan was astonished, yet he doubted that Liu Bei would deceive him. It was likely that this youth, as a celestial being, had cultivated some extraordinary technique to obscure his true realm, and since he was merely an avatar, he could not perceive it. Moreover, if this youth was indeed a celestial lord like himself, then even as an avatar, Liu Bei would have already perished. Contemplating this, Yao Huangxuan spoke, "Esteemed guest, your disciple possesses only qi refinement cultivation, while my daughter is merely 16, yet has already attained the nascent soul stage. Is this disparity not rather significant? If they truly love each other, why must you interfere?" Li Zhoujun shook his head. "You do not understand. Jiang Xiaobai is the child of destiny. If your daughter were to be with him, you, as her father, would certainly reap the benefits in the future." However, he refrained from voicing this thought, uncertain if it would be believed. Meanwhile, Yao Huangxuan slowly continued, "Esteemed guest, regardless of circumstances, I cannot condone this union between the two young ones, for I will not allow my daughter to suffer alongside a qi refinement cultivator. If you insist on this, do not blame me for being unreasonable." While speaking, Yao Huang was secretly contemplating, "If you truly are a celestial lord, I might consider the possibility of your disciple being with my daughter, for a disciple taught by a celestial lord, should they not meet an untimely end, would surely be of considerable merit. At the very least, they would not outlive my daughter, leaving her in perpetual widowhood. However, if you are not a celestial level powerhouse, you should step aside promptly, lest you meet your doom." Chapter 73. On par, Beep, the system has issued a task. Engage in combat with Yu Huang to experience the might of a celestial lord. The host will receive ample rewards. As the system's notification echoed in Li Zhoujun's mind, he realized that today he would engage in battle with this exalted celestial lord. With this, Li could only prepare to experience the methods of a celestial lord. Li Zhoujun gazed at Yao Huang, who was traversing the void in his billowing green robe, overlooking the crowd like a deity descending from the heavens, and spoke lightly. "Coincidentally, I too am but a manifestation, just as you are. Therefore, my esteemed adversary, I must apologize in advance." Yao Huang squinted slightly. Had he been more certain of the cultivation level of this young man in the azure robe, he would not have felt the need to say so much. Just as Yao Huang's words fell, a colossal hand, entwined with countless vines, suddenly appeared behind him, descending towards Li Zhoujun's position. Before the hand even landed, the ground trembled violently, as if lamenting. Should this hand strike true, it would surely reduce the surrounding area to ruins. Is this the power of a celestial lord? Merely a manifestation, yet so terrifying. Jiang Xiaobai gazed up at the massive hand overshadowing him, muttering to himself. Beneath such a hand, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Suddenly, he turned to his master. At that moment, Li Zhoujun stood in his azure robe, flowing in the wind, a faint smile gracing his lips. Jiang Xiaobai's heart raced with astonishment. Could it be that his master was indeed a celestial-level powerhouse? Meanwhile, Liu Bei watched Li Zhoujun maintain his composure in the face of his esteemed master, a celestial lord, and could not help but smirk coldly. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. This person must have spent too long in the lower realms, never witnessing the combat of celestial lords. Such battles could only be described as apocalyptic. Seeing Li Zhoujun remain unfazed by his formidable strike, Yao Huang was somewhat surprised, unsure if the man was merely stunned or possessed great courage. Just as Yao Huang pondered, Li Zhoujun made his move. Before him, waves of white frost, visible to the naked eye, condensed in the air, ultimately forming a resplendent ice sword that radiated a chilling aura. The moment the ice sword was forged, its might was not in the slightest inferior to the colossal hand above. "Open the heavens," Li Zhoujun exclaimed, as the ice sword transformed into a massive, radiant sword aura, cleaving through the air towards the gigantic hand of vines. As the sword aura passed, it seemed to freeze time itself, slowing the descent of the massive palm. Boom! When the sword aura collided with the enormous hand, it produced a thunderous sound, unleashing a blinding brilliance. Everyone present instinctively shielded their eyes. Fortunately, both Li Zhoujun and Yao Huang controlled the residual force, ensuring no harm befell the onlookers. Nonetheless, they all felt acutely how feeble they were before celestial-level powerhouses. As the light faded, Li Zhoujun floated in the air, hands behind his back, standing in opposition to Yao Huang. At that moment, the two seemed evenly matched, indistinguishable in strength. Liu Bei swallowed hard, incredulous. This youth is indeed a celestial lord. Liu Bei found it hard to believe, but the evidence lay before him. Li Zhoujun's manifestation could contend with his master's, indicating that his true form must certainly have reached celestial levels. He also realized that Li Zhoujun had been merciful, otherwise, the magnificent sword aura he had unleashed could have easily annihilated him thousands of times over. Yao Tao gaped, having never witnessed anyone capable of matching her father in combat. With this thought, she turned to Jiang Xiaobai, unable to restrain herself. Why didn't you mention your formidable master earlier? Jiang Xiaobai scratched his head, feeling awkward at first. I believed my master was merely a transformation-level cultivator. Yao Tao rolled her eyes. If Jiang Xiaobai's master were merely at the transformation level, then the true immortals and heavenly immortals in the celestial realm might as well throw themselves off buildings. Why bother cultivating? At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai was utterly bewildered yet exhilarated. His master was indeed a celestial lord. Moreover, having such a master was a source of immense pride. Of course, others might not believe him. After all, celestial lords were prominent figures in the celestial realm. One might wonder what brought them down to the lower realms, where the spiritual energy was sparse, especially for beings of such caliber. Meanwhile, Yao Huang was somewhat astonished, gazing at the young man before him. This individual was indeed a celestial lord, and his power was comparable to his own. No wonder he had initially failed to discern the young man's cultivation level. It turned out they were of the same realm. With this realization, Yao Huang began to regard Li Zhoujun with newfound respect, setting aside his previous arrogance, and clasped his hands in greeting. I never expected to encounter a celestial lord in the lower realms. Seeing this, Li Zhoujun smiled broadly, evidently pleased that his abilities had led Yao Huang to believe they were equals. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you. Li Zhoujun replied with a hand gesture of respect. This scene appeared harmonious, yet in truth, had Li Zhoujun not possessed the ability to match Yao Huang, he would have been reduced to ashes beneath the colossal hand. It is said that only the strong earn the respect of the strong, and only those with formidable fists gain the right to negotiate. However, my friend, even as a celestial lord, you should not permit your disciple to be with my daughter. After all, your disciple is somewhat. At this moment, Yao Huang frowned. His unspoken words were clear to those who understood. He meant to convey that while he acknowledged Li Zhoujun's strength, his disciple was rather lacking, tarnishing the image of his celestial lord manner. Simultaneously, Yao Huang's address had shifted from your honor to my friend. Li Zhoujun replied lightly, I only wish to see the two of them happy. I understand your protective instincts as a father, desiring a worthy partner for your daughter, yet I trust you would not wish to separate her from the one she loves. At this point, Li Zhoujun paused, noting Yao Huang's continued frown, and continued with a smile. How about we make a wager? Please, go ahead, Yao Huang replied. Chapter 74. I await you. Seeing Yao Huang's keen interest, Li Zhoujun grinned. 100 years' time. If my disciple does not ascend to the celestial realm within that span, it will indicate that he is indeed unworthy of your celestial lord's daughter. However, should my disciple ascend within a century, then their union shall naturally follow. 100 years will reveal the authenticity of their love. After all, if love is true, what significance does time hold? Indeed, if love is true, what significance does time hold? Yao Huang exclaimed, astonished. He had a fondness for poetry and literature, and witnessing Li Zhoujun's eloquence, combined with their similar strength, evoked a sense of camaraderie within him. You flatter me, Li Zhoujun chuckled. You are too modest, Yao Huang replied. Not believing that someone from the lower realms could possess such literary prowess, Li Zhoujun could only smile in resignation. Yao Huangzuan pondered deeply over the words spoken by Li Zhoujun. A century, for beings of their celestial caliber, is but a fleeting moment. Should this young man truly ascend to the celestial realm within 100 years, it would indeed be commendable. The stark reality is that, given the meager spiritual energy in the lower realms, even with the guidance of a celestial lord, it remains a formidable challenge for him to rise to immortality in such a brief period. Furthermore, if, after 100 years, his daughter still harbored feelings for this boy, it would underscore the depth of her affection, and as a father, he could hardly allow her to harbor resentment towards him for a lifetime. After a moment's reflection, Yao Huangzuan smiled at Li Zhoujun, declaring, Very well, I shall accept this wager. Let us await the outcome. Li Zhoujun chuckled, secretly delighted. For Jiang Xiaobai was the son of destiny, a being of extraordinary fortune. It was conceivable that he might ascend within a mere decade. Meanwhile, the onlookers observed the two celestial lords engaging in spirited conversation. Yao Tao whispered to Jiang Xiaobai, Your master and my father seem to be enjoying their discourse. Do you think there is a possibility for us? Jiang Xiaobai sighed in resignation. The likes of your father and my master are beyond our comprehension. At that moment, Li Zhoujun and Yao Huangzuan descended upon the crowd. Without further ado, Yao Huangzuan fixed his gaze on Jiang Xiaobai and said, Little one, in consideration of your master's reputation, I can grant you an opportunity to be with my daughter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai and Yao Tao's faces lit up with joy. Li Zhoujun, observing the scene with a knowing smile, occasionally glanced at Liu Bei, who was thoroughly startled. Had he known Yao Huangzuan was a celestial lord, he would never have dared to engage him or provoke his ire. As Yao Huangsuan beheld his daughter and Jiang Xia by isolation, he grinned and added, "But do not rejoice too soon. I grant you 100 years. If you ascend to the celestial realm within that time, I shall consent to your union with my daughter. Should you fail to ascend in a century, it would signify that fate has deemed you incompatible, and no force could alter that." 100 years. Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. As if doused with cold water in winter, Yao Tao's expression also paled, realizing that her father's stipulation meant a separation of a century from Jiang Xiaobai. While 100 years might seem trivial to immortals, it remained a protracted period for ordinary cultivators. However, Jiang Xiaobai was no ordinary individual. He was undeniably the son of fortune, and soon enough, he regained his composure, gazing intently at Yao Huangsuan, declaring, "Rest assured, Celestial Lord, I shall earn your approval." "Indeed, you possess ambition," Yao Huangsuan remarked, astonished by Jiang Xiaobai's resolve. He then turned to Yao Tao and said, "Come, my dear, let us return to the celestial realm. Prolonged sojourns in the lower realms may stagnate your cultivation." "Yes, father," Yao Tao replied, somewhat disheartened, yet resolutely stated to Jiang Xiaobai, "I will wait for you. Ensure you cultivate diligently in the celestial realm. Do not let me catch up to you." Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand, suppressing his inner turmoil, and forced a smile. "Farewell, my friend." Yao Huangsuan offered a slight bow to Li Zhoujun. "Safe travels, fellow." Li Zhoujun returned the gesture, and with a nod, Yao Huangsuan swept his sleeve, transporting Yao Tao and Liu Bei onto the back of the now drowsy Kuenping. The magnificent beast then soared from the swirling clouds, vanishing from sight. As the Kuenping's colossal form disappeared, the once-dim sky brightened once more. "Thank you, master." Jiang Xiaobai gazed at Li Zhoujun with profound reverence as the Yao family departed. "Had it not been for your intervention, he and the entire Great Deer City would have faced annihilation." Li Zhoujun smiled and encouraged, "Persevere, I have faith in you. In a century, barring unforeseen events, you shall ascend to the celestial realm." Jiang Xiaobai's expression turned bittersweet, yet he clasped his fists and assured Li Zhoujun, "Do not worry, master. I shall exert every effort." "Excellent." As Li Zhoujun's words faded, his avatar began to dissipate. Once the manifestation had completely vanished, the true Li Zhoujun, seated in the cloud residence of Daodian sect, slowly opened his eyes, his demeanor brimming with excitement. The power of a celestial lord is indeed formidable, possessing the ability to devastate the heavens with a mere gesture. System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You have experienced the might of a celestial lord. System notification. Reward granted. Ao Shiue Flying Sword upgraded to his second-tier true celestial artifact. Celestial artifacts, categorized into true celestial artifacts, heavenly celestial artifacts, and mysterious celestial artifacts, with each tier further divided from 1 to 9. Is this all? Where are the promised generous rewards? Li Zhoujun stared blankly at the system's notification. System notification. Host should understand how difficult it is to upgrade a first-tier true celestial artifact to a second tier. This requires the artifact to accompany its master through a tribulation. "Ah, very well then," Li Zhoujun replied, slightly exasperated. He had anticipated rewards in cultivation and elixirs. System notification. The system detects that the host is somewhat overly eager for immediate gains. A new task is issued, the mundane world. The mundane world, as the saying goes, the small hermit hides in the mountains while the great hermit dwells in the city. The host must experience life among mortals for half a year, with the specific location to be chosen by the host within 10 days. Li Zhoujun blinked at the system's task notification. What a peculiar feeling. This task does not seem as straightforward as it appears. Isn't there a common trope where immortals retreat into the mundane world, finding joy among mortals, only to face an unexpected crisis and subsequently reveal their true power to save the day? Indeed, it seemed he was either pretending to be humble or was on the path of doing so. 3 days later, in the eastern region of Qizhou, 180,000 miles from the Daodian sect, a young man clad in a blue robe, with features as refined as jade, strolled through the woods. This individual was none other than Li Zhoujun, selecting a place to experience mortal life as per the system's requirement. Suddenly, he halted, spotting a hill ahead. The hill was modest, yet it boasted a picturesque landscape, and surprisingly, it emanated no trace of living beings. Intrigued, Li Zhoujun's starry eyes glimmered with a golden rune, revealing a vision before him. Within the dense forest, a myriad of black resentment and malevolent thoughts lurked. Any ordinary person lingering in such a place would likely lose their sanity in a matter of moments. "This place is excellent," Li Zhoujun exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. The solitude of this hill made it an ideal retreat. The system had mentioned experiencing life among mortals, and just 3 miles from this hill lay a village, likely meeting the system's criteria. Yet, to be certain, Li Zhoujun inquired of the system, "Can I choose this location? Will there be rewards for completing the task?" System notification. First, this system is not name-dog, and the host ought not to insult it. Second, the location is at your discretion. The primary objective of this task is to refine the host's character by interacting with and observing mortal life. There are no further requirements. Third, the rewards for this task are substantial. Upon hearing this, Li Zhoujun sighed with relief. He was concerned about becoming a mere laborer. Of course, most labor would ultimately benefit himself. Consequently, Li Zhoujun clapped his hands and began to sing. Let me say thank you. System notification. Host, please refrain from singing. If you continue, the system will take its leave. A system devoid of any musical sensibility was indeed formidable. Li Zhoujun shook his head in disbelief. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the mountain before him, enveloped in resentment, and he murmured, "This mountain harbors such formidable malice and resentment. It must have been sealed here by a certain adept, containing a malevolent entity. Now that Li Zhoujun is to reside here for half a year, it would be prudent to vanquish this evil spirit." Thus, with a single thought, the terrifying consciousness of a virtual immortal surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire mountain. Moments later, within the mountain's depths, an old woman, disheveled and clad in tattered, filthy garments, squatted within a distinctly defined yin-yang bagua diagram. Upon closer inspection, she appeared emaciated, her exposed skin as rough as that of an ancient tree, and she exuded a foul odor, having evidently gone for an extended period without cleansing. Furthermore, her left hand was shackled by a dark iron chain, while 3 broken chains lay scattered on the ground, clearly remnants of restraints that had once bound her right hand and feet. Once I am liberated from this confinement, I shall ensure that all of you are reduced to mere fragments. The old woman bellowed, her voice echoing with wrath. Suddenly, a terrifying black mist enveloped her, forming an indistinct visage of a vengeful spirit, while the chain binding her left hand rattled ominously. Yet, within the mountain, it seemed as if sound was muffled. Despite the old woman's furious cries, the outside remained eerily silent. In the next instant, however, as the frenzied old woman sensed something, her eyes widened in terror. Good heavens! Grant me mercy, immortal! Before she could finish her plea, she was seized by an overwhelmingly powerful consciousness, and with a resounding bang, her form was obliterated as if she were a mere balloon. In her final moments, despair washed over her, for after 2 centuries, she had only one chain left to break free. Just as she was on the verge of liberation, an unforeseen virtual immortal intervened and extinguished her existence. Such a fate was deeply distressing and utterly unacceptable. This seemingly idle virtual immortal was none other than Li Zhoujun. It turned out that the old woman was a spirit cultivator specializing in malevolent souls, which explained the intense resentment she harbored. After resolving this matter, Li Zhoujun softly spoke and proceeded toward the mountain summit. Midway, he encountered a small stream and decided to pause, constructing a humble abode there. As Li Zhoujun built his thatched hut, 2,000 miles away, the Yin sect was bustling with activity. A 5th-tier spirit array master, who had attained the transformation realm, had arrived with his disciples, intending to assist them in dealing with the spirit cultivator sealed on the mountain 2,000 miles distant. The sect leader, Yin was merely at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, and he was the founding ancestor of the Yin sect, representing the pinnacle of their combat strength. Consequently, the entire sect placed immense importance on the arrival of this transformation realm spirit array master. Even Yin, who had been in seclusion for many years, emerged to welcome him. At this moment, Yin, accompanied by dozens of elders and hundreds of elite disciples, stood outside the sect's entrance, respectfully awaiting the arrival of the spirit array master. Finally, the figures of an elderly man and a young disciple gradually appeared before the crowd. Yin hurried forward. Bowing deeply, "I am Yin, honored to meet Master Yu." Master is a title reserved for spirit array masters of the 5th tier and above. If Li Zhoujun were present, he would recognize that the elderly man and the young disciple visiting the Yin sect were none other than Yu Ziyue and Xiao Shi. "There is no need for such formality, my friend. I have heard that you sealed a female spirit cultivator 2 centuries ago." Yu Ziyue inquired of Yin. Yin forced a smile and replied, "Indeed, 2 centuries ago, that spirit cultivator wreaked havoc, leaving devastation in her wake. I sought to purge the evil but was no match for her strength. Ultimately, I devised a strategy to confine her within a mountain. Considering the passage of time, she should have broken free from her shackles by now. However, I sustained grave injuries during that battle, and over the past 2 centuries, my cultivation has regressed. Thus, I have issued a call for assistance from fellow cultivators in the immortal realm. Your actions are commendable, Jinren," Yu Ziyue stated, bowing in acknowledgement. Yin, astonished, hurriedly returned the gesture, exclaiming, "Master, you must not bestow such honors upon me. I am unworthy of such respect. Do not belittle yourself. Your actions merit this acknowledgement." Yue replied with a smile. Zhoujun sighed. As nightfall approaches, Master, you must be weary from your journey. Might I suggest you rest at the sect for the night and confront that spirit cultivator tomorrow? My array can sustain its power for at least another 10 days or so. There is no rush. Very well, Yue nodded in agreement. Please, Master. Zhoujun gestured invitingly, leading Yue and his disciple through the sect's entrance. That evening, after ensuring Yue and his disciple were comfortably settled, Zhoujun summoned an elder named Huchini, a female cultivator with an oval face and enchanting peach blossom eyes. Her hair cascaded down like black silk, and her Taoist robes could not conceal her graceful figure. While not the most stunning beauty, she was indeed a rare sight to behold. Elder Hu, you shall venture to the Spirit Mountain at dawn to ascertain if any mortals are in the vicinity. If so, instruct them to leave at once, Zhoujun directed. Understood. Sect leader, Huchini replied. As the scene shifted, the night sky twinkled with stars. By the babbling brook, Li Zhoujun had completed the construction of his thatched hut by hand. He now lay on the grass by the stream, gazing up at the night sky, his eyes reflecting the starlit ocean, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he turned his head to the side and noticed a rustling in the grass. A plucky boy of 8 or 9 years emerged. Upon seeing Li Zhoujun, the boy froze in place, unable to move. What brings you here at this late hour? Little one? Li Zhoujun asked with a smile. The boy gulped nervously, then whimpered, Oh dear, I must have encountered a ghost. This is the end for me. Li Zhoujun, slightly taken aback, surveyed himself. I seem perfectly normal. Why would you think I resemble a ghost? The boy replied. My mother said that if you encounter anyone on this mountain, they must be a ghost. Li Zhoujun chuckled at this. Do I look like a ghost to you? The boy pondered for a moment, wiping his nose. Well, perhaps not. After all, the ghosts his mother described were hideous creatures with green faces and sharp fangs, known to attack anyone they encountered. However, the young man before him was quite handsome and had shown no intent to harm. Exactly, Li Zhoujun replied, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. So, what brings you to this mountain? The boy, feeling more at ease, explained, I moved here today. I plan to live here from now on. Li Zhoujun pointed to his newly built hut with a smile. The boy, impressed, exclaimed, You're the boldest kid in the village. Even the bravest among us only dares to wander here. How can you live here without fear of ghosts? I fear nothing. Li Zhoujun shook his head. Then he inquired, You live in the village 2 miles away, right? What brings you to this haunted mountain in the dead of night? The boy's youthful face displayed distress. My father passed away early, and my mother is ill, bedridden. We may not have money, but I must find her medicine. During the day, she keeps a watchful eye on me, so I cannot stray far. At night, when she sleeps, I set out to find her medicine. A few days ago, I went up the mountain, but I was frightened back home by wild beasts. I heard this haunted mountain is devoid of such creatures. So I decided to try my luck tonight. Li Zhoujun, taken aback, gazed at the young lad with surprise. Aren't you afraid of encountering ghosts? The boy expressed his fear, stating that rather than ghosts, he was more terrified of his mother's prolonged illness, which hindered his ability to play freely. Li Zhoujun, initially impressed by the boy's filial piety, felt a shift in his perception upon hearing the boy's thoughts. What ailment afflicts your mother? He inquired. The boy responded that the town's physician diagnosed her with tetanus, resulting from a kitchen accident, and that her condition was dire, requiring a miraculous remedy for any hope of survival. Upon hearing the diagnosis, Li Zhoujun was momentarily taken aback, as tetanus was typically manageable with a simple vaccine in his past life. However, he quickly recognized that in this impoverished world, such a disease was indeed terrifying. Once the wound became infected, healing was nearly impossible. Nevertheless, for someone like Li Zhoujun, who practiced cultivation, this illness was not insurmountable. He asked the boy for his name. Suazuo, he replied without hesitation. Li Zhoujun decided to call him Azuo and mentioned that he had come across a remedy in ancient texts that might cure tetanus. He offered to gather the necessary herbs and prepare the medicine, advising the boy to return the following evening. He cautioned, however, that the efficacy of the remedy was uncertain. Really? Azuo's eyes widened in disbelief. Sir, you aren't deceiving me, are you? Li Zhoujun assured him of his sincerity. During his decades without cultivation, he had immersed himself in various texts, including alchemical tomes. While he may not possess the skill to create high-grade elixirs, crafting a basic remedy was within his capabilities. Thank you, sir, Azuo exclaimed, attempting to kneel in gratitude. There's no need for such formality, Li Zhoujun chuckled, explaining that his willingness to help stemmed from the boy's evident devotion to his mother, and he reiterated the uncertainty surrounding the remedy's effectiveness. Azuo promised to remember Li Zhoujun's kindness, asserting that even if the remedy failed, he would not forget the act of goodwill. Li Zhoujun waved him off, reminding him to return home before his mother awoke, lest he face her wrath. Azuo, with a playful grin, left, envisioning that if his mother could move, he too would be free to frolic. The next morning, Li Zhoujun donned a blue robe and stepped out of his thatched cottage with a basket and a hoe. Both items provided by the system as part of a permanent task. The instructions were clear: to experience life as immortal, he must refrain from using his powers whenever possible. Thus, he set off towards the stream. Simultaneously, an elder from the Yuan sect, Huchini, appeared above the mountain. Upon noticing a figure clad in blue, standing tall against the backdrop of the scenery with a basket slung over their shoulder, she felt a moment of surprise. Why is immortal present here? She pondered, her curiosity piqued, as she extended her senses to detect any lurking evils. She was taken aback by the absence of malevolent energy. Instead, the area brimmed with spiritual vitality, rivaling that of her own sect's domain. Confusion washed over her as she recalled her previous visit a month prior, when the region was rife with dark energy. Now, it seemed transformed. Could it be that the female spirit had escaped her confinement, obscured her presence, and lured cultivators here to devour their souls for her own gain? With this thought, Huchini grew vigilant and descended to confront the blue-robed figure. Upon first glance, even with her years of training and stable resolve, she could not help but acknowledge the young man's striking features and composed demeanor. Expecting him to be astonished by her arrival, she was instead met with his calm observation. "Miss, you're standing on the herbs I intend to collect," he remarked. Surely, a mortal should be in awe of a flying cultivator, she thought. Yet, he merely requested her to step aside. Realizing her folly, she complied, but soon questioned why a golden core cultivator would heed the words of a mere mortal. By this time, the young man had already crouched down, utilizing his small hoe to dig for herbs. Huchini attempted to caution him against the dangers of the mountain. Warning of a sealed female demon within. "Do you not fear for your life?" she implored. "Herbs may bring wealth, but they pale in comparison to one's life." "The lady makes a valid point," he acknowledged, but continued his task, seemingly unfazed. "Is this the same female demon I obliterated with my spiritual sense?" He mused inwardly. As Huchini contemplated the oddity of the situation, a sudden arrival interrupted her thoughts. Yu Ziyue, accompanied by his disciples, descended from above. Upon spotting the young man gathering herbs, Yu Ziyue's expression shifted in recognition. "Isn't that Mr. Li?" He wondered aloud. His gaze then shifted to Huchini, who was poised to strike at Li Zhoujun from behind. Realization dawned upon him. This was a perilous situation. "Stop," he bellowed, prompting Huchini to freeze mid-motion. With respect, she greeted Yu Ziyue, yet he ignored her entirely and approached Li Zhoujun with reverence. "I pay my respects to Mr. Li," he said, bowing deeply. The disciples followed suit, acknowledging Li Zhoujun with equal respect. The scene left Huchini and the Yuan sect elder in shock. Yu Ziyue, a fifth-grade spiritual formation master of the transformation stage, showed such deference to a young man who appeared to be an ordinary mortal. Was it possible that this youth's cultivation surpassed that of the transformation stage? The thought left Huchini's heart racing, realizing she had nearly tested the limits of a being far beyond her comprehension. As Li Zhoujun heard the voice of Yu Ziyue, he raised his head to glance at him, chuckling softly. "Ah, it is Mr. Yu. What a pleasant surprise to encounter you here." In the midst of their conversation, Li Zhoujun had already gathered the herbs he needed and stood up. Yu Ziyue smiled wryly. "With you here, Mr. Li, my visit feels rather superfluous. I presume that soul cultivator has been subdued by your capable hands." Li Zhoujun smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. Seeing this, Huchini felt relieved, sensing that the esteemed elder did not seem to harbor any ill feelings regarding her earlier comments. Nevertheless, Huchini expressed her respect, stating, "Earlier, my inexperience might have offended you, esteemed elder. I hope you can forgive me." Li Zhoujun, upon hearing this, glanced at her and replied with a smile, "No harm done. When you advised me to leave, I sensed your good intentions." Huchini felt a weight lift from her heart, although the term good person still felt a bit awkward to her. However, Li Zhoujun shifted the conversation, inquiring, "May I ask, do you possess any skills in alchemy?" "I am but a humble third-grade alchemist," Huchini replied. Li Zhoujun's eyes glimmered with interest. "If that is the case, might I trouble you for a small favor?" "Please." "Do tell," Huchini responded respectfully. "I would appreciate your assistance in crafting a first-grade healing elixir," Li Zhoujun said with a smile. "Ah?" Huchini appeared taken aback, puzzled as to why a powerful figure like him would require a first-grade elixir. Nevertheless, she readily agreed. "If you are in urgent need, I happen to have one on hand." Li Zhoujun replied, "That would be splendid." Thus, Huchini presented the elixir to Li Zhoujun with both hands. After accepting it, Li Zhoujun turned to the others and smiled. "Since you have traveled such a distance, why not join me for a cup of tea at my residence?" Yu Ziyue interjected. "Mr. Li is in a period of quiet cultivation. It would be best not to disturb him. At times, when a person of high standing invites you for tea, It may not be a genuine gesture, but rather a polite dismissal. Should you accept the invitation, it could be misconstrued as a lack of understanding. Moreover, it was evident that this true immortal was indeed in a state of meditation. Li Zhoujun, upon hearing this, expressed regret. In that case, I shall not insist any further. As his words fell, he turned to Huchini. Instantly, she felt a twinge of tension. Esteemed elder, is there anything else you require? I cannot accept your elixir without offering something in return. Thus, I shall gift you this hoe, Li Zhoujun said, extending the tool toward her. Upon seeing the hoe, Huchini's eyes widened in astonishment. Esteemed elder, are you truly giving me such a treasure? Why was she so surprised? Upon closer inspection, she realized that the hoe, while appearing ordinary, was, in fact, a third-grade spiritual tool, imbued with intricate spiritual formations. Observing the freshly turned earth, she noted that it contained a trace of spiritual energy. Although the energy was scant, what if one were to cultivate an entire field? Quality may be lacking, but quantity could compensate. The value of this hoe far surpassed that of a mere third-grade spiritual tool. Li Zhoujun, noticing Huchini's astonishment, smiled gently and nodded. Indeed, the complexity of the formations within is quite remarkable. However, do not forget that I am a master of ninth-grade spiritual formations. Replicating such a tool is hardly a challenge for me. Thank you for your generosity, Huchini exclaimed, thrilled as she accepted the spiritual hoe. As an alchemist, Huchini's primary need was for herbs. But where could one find quality herbs? They must come from the soil. This spiritual hoe could transform ordinary soil into spiritual soil. Albeit thin in quality, with just a few uses, the spiritual energy would dissipate, reverting the soil to its regular state. Yet as long as the hoe remained, all would be well. If it were lost, one could always dig again. After exchanging pleasantries, Yu Ziyue, Yinjinren, Huchini, and Xiao Shi respectfully bid farewell to Li Zhoujun, who watched as they departed on their cloud. Master, the area where Mr. Li resides seems to be rich in spiritual energy, entirely unlike a place that has been tainted by evil cultivators, Xiao Shi remarked, glancing at his master. Yu Ziyue sighed. As the saying goes, a mountain is not high, but where there is an immortal, it is truly spiritual. With that, Yu Ziyue cast a respectful gaze back at the distant mountain peak, now a mere dot on the horizon. Hearing this, Yinjinren and Huchini were taken aback. To be referred to as an immortal by a cultivator of the transformation stage indicated that the young man was undoubtedly a genuine immortal-level powerhouse. At that moment, Yu Ziyue looked enviously at Huchini. Elder Hu, the formations contained within your spiritual hoe are exceedingly profound. Even I cannot decipher them, likely crafted by Mr. Li himself. Huchini was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the hoe in her hand with reluctance. If Master Yu covets this item, I would gladly offer it to you. Truthfully, Huchini was reluctant, yet she could see that Yu Ziyue was quite enamored by the hoe. However, Yu Ziyue, with a serious expression, replied, Elder Hu, this item was gifted to you by Mr. Li. It is your opportunity. To give it to me would be to offend him, which I cannot allow. Huchini was speechless, astonished that a transformation stage cultivator and fifth-grade spiritual formation master would hold Mr. Li in such high esteem. Curiosity piqued, she wondered who Mr. Li truly was. Meanwhile, Yu Ziyue, feeling anxious at the thought of Huchini offering the hoe to him, cautioned, the hoe in your possession is an exceedingly rare treasure, capable of reviving a declining sect. With it, you can cultivate spiritual herbs to support many lower-tier cultivators in their practices. Remember, possessing such wealth can invite envy. Be discreet, lest you attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Huchini nodded. I shall heed your advice, Master Yu. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the following evening. Suazu, feeling apprehensive, approached Li Zhoujun's humble abode. He found Li Zhoujun seated by a streamside bonfire, grilling fish. Though the area had initially been devoid of life, ever since Li Zhoujun vanquished that female soul cultivator and settled here, the spiritual energy had accumulated, attracting many creatures and breathing life into the surroundings. Sir, are you grilling fish at this late hour? Suazu asked, drawn in by the aroma of the fish as he sat beside Li Zhoujun. In such a setting, how could one resist a midnight snack? Li Zhoujun chuckled, glancing at the flowing stream. Take this elixir back to your mother. As he spoke, Li Zhoujun produced the elixir Huchini had given him and handed it to Suazu. Suazu's expression lit up with joy as he accepted the elixir, asking, Sir, will this really save my mother? Indeed, Li Zhoujun affirmed with a nod and a smile. I have finally endured to the end. I can finally go wild. Suazu exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face as he clutched the elixir. Li Zhoujun observed the boy, recognizing that while he seemed carefree, he possessed a genuine sense of responsibility. After all, he had ventured out at night to seek herbs to heal his ailing mother, not wanting to worry her. Perhaps many of his playful remarks were merely a child's means of infusing hope into an otherwise bleak existence. Reflecting on this, Li Zhoujun believed Su Azu to be a promising talent. Alas, upon probing with his spiritual sense, he realized the boy was entirely devoid of cultivation potential, much like himself in the past, lacking any spiritual root. What a pity. Li Zhoujun sighed inwardly, feeling a rare fondness for talent. Care for some fish? Li Zhoujun inquired of Su Azu. I shall not stay any longer. I must return to save my mother. Su Azu, with a youthful countenance, cheerfully replied, Go on. Li Zhoujun smiled gently, saying, Farewell, sir. Su Azu stood, bowing respectfully to Li Zhoujun. Su Azu's home was a modest abode constructed of piled stones, its roof thatched with straw. The door was a rudimentary wooden barrier, fashioned from several logs joined together with mortise and tenon joints. Upon pushing the door open, he beheld a woman lying on the bed, her lips pale and her frame emaciated, causing his eyes to glisten with moisture. In his father's lifetime, his mother had been renowned in the village for her beauty. However, since his father's demise, all labor had fallen upon her shoulders, and her health had deteriorated with each passing day. In just a few short years, wrinkles had creased her face, and her skin had become darkened by the sun, losing the charm she once possessed. Azu, do not venture out again tonight. Your mother knows her illness. She will not linger much longer. If anything were to happen to you, how could I explain to your father in the afterlife? The woman, hearing his movements, spoke with a tone of both comfort and reluctance. She took solace in the fact that her son had grown capable, yet felt sorrow at the thought of not being able to accompany him any longer. Little did she know how she would feel if she understood what her son had said in front of Li Zhoujun. Mother, 2 days ago, I encountered a gentleman who claimed to possess a remedy for the tetanus afflicting you. I am going to fetch the medicine tonight, Su Azu said, wiping his tearful eyes as he spoke to the woman on the bed. How could that be? The woman chuckled bitterly, my little one. You must have been deceived by those people again. Did you promise them that regardless of whether this medicine cures your mother, you would assist them in some manner? It was evident that the Azu family lacked money but had the strength to labor, thus incurring debts for medicine that could be repaid through toil. The woman's use of again indicated that Su Azu had been deceived on multiple occasions. Mother, the gentleman is not like those you speak of. He has not taken a single coin from me for this medicine, Su Azu insisted, shaking his head. The woman was momentarily taken aback by his words. Is there truly such a kind-hearted person in this world? Let us give it a try, Su Azu urged, presenting the fragrant pill to his mother. The woman, upon inhaling the sweet aroma from her son's calloused hand, instinctively felt that this remedy was of considerable value. Very well, let us try it, she nodded, knowing she had little time left and viewing this as a final gambit, for the esteemed doctor in town had declared that tetanus was incurable unless blessed by divine intervention. With that, she accepted the pill from Su Azu's hand, closed her eyes, and swallowed it whole. In the following moment, her formerly bluish lips visibly regained their color, and the inflamed wounds began to itch, a sign she recognized as the onset of healing. Not only that, but the heavy sensation in her head also lifted after ingesting the remedy. Mother, how do you feel? Is the medicine effective? Su Azu asked anxiously as he noticed his mother had closed her eyes in silence. Azu, where is that gentleman? After an indeterminate time, the woman slowly opened her eyes, filled with disbelief, and turned to Su Azu. He resides in the haunted mountain of souls. Su Azu scratched his head in response. The woman's expression changed, growing solemn. If this gentleman can reside safely on the mountain of souls and cure tetanus, could he be a living deity? Surely not. Su Azu blinked. He appears frail, only resembling a scholar. You foolish child, do you not comprehend that tetanus is a fatal illness? Our village has lost countless souls to it. Yet after taking that pill, your mother is recovering, she exclaimed, pondering whether this gentleman could indeed be a divine being. Azu, I have hidden some coins beneath your bed, fearing you may need them. Use them to buy some chicken in town tonight, so we can express our gratitude to that gentleman. After all, if this miraculous medicine has brought about such swift recovery, I cannot fathom anyone else possessing such a remedy. She instructed Su Azu. Understood, mother. I shall do as you say. Su Azu replied solemnly, his eyes glistening with emotion. His mother would rather hide the money under his bed than use it for her own medicine. How selfless she was. That night, amidst a sky sprinkled with stars, Su Azu and his mother carried an old hen, making their way towards Li Zhoujun's location under the cover of darkness. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun reclined leisurely beneath a tree, contemplating a visit to the nearby town the following day, for the system had instructed him to experience the lives of mortals. Ding! The host's identity has been suspected by Su Azu and his mother, triggering a task. The host must leave an impression of a reclusive sage in Su Azu's mind to receive a reward of mid-level virtual immortal cultivation. This. Li Zhoujun blinked at the task presented by the system. Through his heightened perception, he noticed Su Azu and a woman approaching, carrying an old hen. How regretful, he sighed. Recently, he had become enamored with taking on disciples, and he found himself wishing to accept this peculiar child as a student. Yet, alas, he lacked spiritual roots. There was nothing Li Zhoujun could do about that, unless the system granted him the ability to bestow spiritual roots upon others, which it had not. With a heavy sigh, he resolved to impart a single piece of wisdom. Stepping outside, he approached a large stone and inscribed, "Without diligent labor in youth, hardship shall surely follow in old age. Without the capacity to endure toil, ease shall elude one in later years." Having completed this inscription, he waved his hand, causing the thatched hut behind him to vanish into the void, as if it had never existed. Such was a technique only attainable by cultivators of the nascent soul realm or higher. Simultaneously, Li Zhoujun concealed himself beside the stone. When Su Azu and his mother arrived at the location, Su Azu could hardly believe his eyes. He rubbed them in disbelief, pointing to the spot where the hut had stood, exclaiming, "Mother, the thatched hut where the gentleman lived has vanished. It was just here last night." The woman sighed. "It seems the deity does not wish to be disturbed by us." But Su Azu, hearing this, grew anxious. He approached the spot where the hut had been and called out loudly, "Sir? Sir, are you there? Azu has come with a hen to see you. If you do not come out, you shall miss your chance." Li Zhoujun stood silently, hands clasped behind his back, watching the scene unfold from less than 10 meters away. Unable to suppress a chuckle, this spirited child truly appealed to him. Su Azu's calls echoed along the creek, yet received no response for an extended period, causing his eyes to redden and his heart to feel disheartened. The gentleman always wore a warm smile, bringing a sense of springtime comfort, and although their acquaintance was brief, his absence was keenly felt. At this moment, his mother spoke to console him. "Azu, what is meant to be will be. What is not meant to be cannot be forced. We may be fated to have no connection with the deity, yet regardless, we must be grateful for the salvation he has provided." "I understand, mother," Su Azu replied glumly. At the same time, he came to realize that the gentleman was likely indeed the legendary deity his mother spoke of. "Oh, mother, look, there are words over there." Finally, Su Azu spotted the inscription on the stone beside Li Zhoujun. He rushed to the stone, examining the words closely, murmuring to himself, "Could these be the words left for me by the gentleman? The teacher indeed possesses remarkable literary talent. Each stroke of his brush leaves an impression of profound depth." Observing this, the concealed figure of Li Zhoujun smiled and nodded slowly, confident in his calligraphy skills. After all, during the 40 years devoid of cultivation, he had diligently practiced calligraphy to pass the time. However, his heart sank as he realized, "What is this that the teacher has written? I cannot recognize the characters." At that moment, Su Azuo suddenly scratched his head in distress. Upon hearing this, Li Zhoujun's smile froze. "Damn it, I was careless. How many children from these impoverished villages can read?" He contemplated. Without diligence, one will face hardship in old age. With little ability to serve, one will be comfortable in old age. The immortal is imparting wisdom. You should be grateful. In the midst of Li Zhoujun's astonished gaze, Su Azuo's mother, a somewhat stooped rural woman, approached her son and began to recite the characters carved by Li Zhoujun. Chapter 80. The Spectacle of Gagagwan Mountain. It was hard to fathom that a rural woman could read, prompting Li Zhoujun to scrutinize Su Azuo's mother closely. One could vaguely discern that in her youth, she was a beauty, likely of noble descent. The woman, with a calm demeanor, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, immortal, for saving my life." At that moment, Su Azuo's mother knelt before the stone inscribed with Li Zhoujun's words, offering a sincere bow. Seeing this, Su Azuo quickly followed suit, kneeling beside his mother and saying, "Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. In the future, I will diligently listen to my mother and learn to read, but I must also have my playtime." Li Zhoujun could not help but chuckle. This little fellow's dedication to play was unwavering, always circling back to it. Thus, after sending the mother and son down the mountain, Li Zhoujun revealed his presence. He turned back to gaze at the characters on the stone, stretched lazily, and chuckled softly. "I hope you grasp the underlying principles." Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the task. Ding, the system bestows the reward of mid-stage immortal cultivation. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within, Li Zhoujun exclaimed, "System, I adore you." Ding, hee hee. "I see you are fond of my benefits. How shallow." "Oh, do not be so blunt. We shall not get along well in the future." Li Zhoujun shrugged, waved his hand, and the thatched cottage reappeared, allowing him to step inside. Ding. The system was left speechless, having never encountered such brazen audacity. As the sun rose high, a figure in a blue robe strolled leisurely through the woods. though each step seemed slow. In the next moment, the figure had already covered 100 paces. This person was none other than Li Zhoujun, who had planned to visit a small town near Soul Mountain. The journey was long, and he was bound to encounter some mystical creatures along the way. A rabbit, having recently gained sentience, was nibbling on grass near its den when it caught sight of the blue-robed figure passing by. In the blink of an eye, the figure was 100 paces away, causing the rabbit to drop the grass it was holding, completely oblivious. Goodness, a cultivator. After a moment, the rabbit realized and immediately scampered back into its burrow, having heard tales from other mystical beings about how some cultivators would kill on sight. However, a newly awakened rabbit would not attract Li Zhoujun's attention. He had already arrived at the town's entrance. The gate, constructed of blue stone and covered in moss, bore the inscription Chongqing Town. Upon entering, Li Zhoujun felt the town's lively atmosphere. The stone-paved streets were bustling with pedestrians. Merchants shouted their wares, showcasing everything from monkey performances to cosmetics. The vibrant ambience reminded him of his childhood during the new year, accompanying elders to bustling markets. Yet, as he grew older, it seemed most people had inadvertently become engrossed in their devices, and the festive spirit had faded. Not dwelling on such thoughts, Li Zhoujun began to immerse himself in the humdrum of human existence in Qizhou. As he walked forward, the surrounding environment shifted, and his heart gradually grew tranquil. However, a faint yet persistent foul odor soon halted him in his tracks. Glancing aside, he spotted a gray-haired, stooped old woman with a stall selling preserved eggs, commonly known as stinky eggs. The old woman sat quietly, her business seemingly lackluster, embodying the essence of a wise fisherman, waiting for willing customers. Ding! The system issues a task. The host must consume 10 stinky eggs to earn a reward of a 9th-grade formation scroll. Upon hearing this, Li Zhoujun chuckled. System, are you seeking revenge for what I said yesterday? Ding. Host, be more confident. Remove the R from your statement. Li Zhoujun laughed. System, you've miscalculated. Li have 3 great loves: stinky eggs, river snail rice noodles, and stinky tofu. You're practically giving me a buy one get one free deal. Love you lots. Ding. Roll away. Old lady, I would like 10 preserved eggs, please. Li Zhoujun approached her stall and said, here is a string of copper coins. No need for change. Li Zhoujun pretended to pull a pouch of coins from his sleeve and handed it to her. The old woman shook her head, replying, Sir, do not be mistaken. While I may be old, I am still capable of supporting myself without charity. Even if I were unable to move, I have children who are dutiful. One must take only what they can do, so that their heart feels at ease. Each preserved egg costs 10 coins, and I will return 900 coins to you. Seeing this, Li Zhoujun did not insist, acknowledging the old woman's wisdom. After she returned the 900 coins, she asked, would you care to sit at the table in front of my stall while I prepare the eggs for you? Very well, Li Zhoujun replied, tucking the coins away and finding a seat. As the old woman prepared the stinky eggs, he began to savor them. Just then, in a distant sect, Puccini was using the hoe gifted by Li Zhoujun to transform a long-abandoned mountain into a golden mountain rich in spiritual energy, suitable for cultivating 1st and 2nd grade spiritual herbs. At the same time, a master from the Yin sect observed the transformation in awe, realizing the hoe's extraordinary power. Meanwhile, at the Ghost Extreme sect, an elderly figure in black robes knelt before a skeletal throne, reporting to a dark figure shrouded in mist, Master, I passed by the Yin sect and discovered that their long-abandoned mountain has transformed into a mountain rich in spiritual soil. If we can seize this secret, it could elevate the strength of our disciples significantly. Chapter 81. The Yin sect under surveillance. Oh, the Black Snake Protector. Are you certain you did not misinterpret? The figure draped in a black robe upon the skull throne uttered a hoarse voice in astonishment, inquiring of the lean elder. I am absolutely certain. As I passed by a certain sect, there was no mountain formed from the accumulation of spiritual soil, yet upon my return, the sect suddenly boasted such a mountain. The sect leader is the renowned Ghost Lord, a formidable figure across Qizhou. How could I dare deceive him? The Black Snake Protector responded with immense reverence. Excellent. Then you shall embark on a journey for me and unearth the secrets of this sect. The Ghost Lord, upon hearing this, grinned widely. I will not disappoint your expectations. The Black Snake Protector clasped his hands in salute, bowing deeply. He was a cultivator of the transformation stage, having traversed the skies above this sect twice unnoticed. It was evident that the sect only had a single golden elixir elder, a mere Yuaning practitioner, rumored to have sustained grave injuries. How could such a sect possibly obstruct the Black Snake Protector? He had no intention of leaving any survivors from this sect, for the myriad snake flags in his possession required the blood of cultivators for their refinement. In truth, his objective was not the spiritual soil, but rather the practitioners of this sect. After all, as a transformation stage cultivator, he had little regard for the lives of his sect's feeble chi refining disciples. At times, He would even use his own disciples for sacrificial rituals. However, the Ghost Lord had recently commanded a more restrained approach. Yet, should he arrive at this sect, and they refuse to divulge their secrets, resisting to the end, he would then have legitimate grounds to annihilate them. Surely, the sect leader would not voice any objections. Thus, the Black Snake Protector took to the clouds, making his way to the sect. Meanwhile, the sect remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Under the guidance of the Yuaning Elder, several Golden Elixir Elders, including Huchini, were diligently setting up formations around the newly transformed mountain of spiritual soil. However, as they were midway through the arrangement, the previously clear sky above the sect darkened ominously. What is happening? Huchini gazed at the suddenly altered heavens, her expression frozen in shock. The Yuaning Elder's countenance grew grave. An innocent man suffers for possessing a treasure. It seems our sect's secret has been discovered. As the Yuaning Elder's words fell, a colossal and menacing shadow of a black serpent emerged from the clouds. Upon the head of this serpent stood a figure. With the appearance of this being, the entire sect was plunged into chaos. The terrifying pressure from above rendered many of the weaker disciples pale, their brows slick with cold sweat. This was the manifestation of the Black Snake Protector's might. Indeed, he had arrived. The Yuaning Elder's face paled. The term manifestation was merely another name for the law of heaven and earth. What? At this moment, Huchini and the other elders widened their eyes in disbelief. They had certainly heard of the Black Snake Protector, a ruthless figure known for his mercilessness. Where was the Yuaning Elder? Simultaneously, the Black Snake Protector, standing atop the towering serpent shadow, spoke with a voice that resonated like thunder from the heavens. I have come to see the Protector. The Yuaning Elder swiftly appeared before the Black Snake Protector, bowing deeply. I am but a humble practitioner. You, the Yuaning Elder, hardly seem humble. The Black Snake Protector smirked, his sharp snake-like gaze scrutinizing the Elder. We, the sect, are willing to hand over our treasures. We implore you to show mercy and spare our sect. The Yuaning Elder stated decisively, knowing that if the matter of the spiritual hoe were to leak, their sect would be unable to protect the relic bestowed upon them by the Elder, leading to the needless sacrifice of their lives. It was better to surrender the item. You are quite astute, the Black Snake Protector replied with a hint of surprise, but then his demeanor turned cold. Yet do you truly believe I am merely interested in your insignificant treasure? What I covet is the blood of every member of your sect. Upon hearing this, the Yuaning Elder clenched his fists. It appeared the Black Snake Protector had long set his sights on their sect. Even in the absence of the spiritual hoe, he would inevitably target them. Thus, the only recourse left for the Yuaning Elder was to fight to the death against the Protector. Do you think you are worthy? The Black Snake Protector scoffed. As he formed seals with his hands, the immense serpent shadow beneath him raised its colossal tail, sweeping toward the Yuaning Elder. The Elder was taken aback, drawing forth a fourth-grade spiritual sword to defend against the impending strike. Yet with a resounding crash, he was sent flying, crashing into the newly transformed mountain, collapsing its summit entirely. Sect leader, Huchini, and the other elders gasped in horror. Despite the Yuaning Elder being a formidable practitioner in the late stage, he was utterly powerless against the Black Snake Protector's might. Too weak. Far too weak. The Black Snake Protector erupted in wild laughter at the sight. Endless heaven and earth, the grand formation of the universe. Suddenly, the Yuaning Elder emerged from the rubble, bloodied and battered, as he shouted the activation incantation for the protective formation of the sect. This formation had been reinforced just days prior by Yu Ziyue, a fifth-grade formation master, capable of withstanding the Black Snake Protector for a duration. As the Elder's words echoed, a transparent barrier enveloped the entire sect like an inverted bowl. Exhausted, the Yuaning Elder collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. It was evident that the previous strike from the Black Snake Protector had inflicted severe injury. He had no doubt that should the serpent shadow exert even an ounce more of force, he would be obliterated into a mist of blood. Sect leader, Huchini and the other elders rushed over to assess the Yuaning Elder's injuries. While the Black Snake Protector regarded the protective formation with surprise, I did not expect your sect to possess a fifth-grade spiritual formation as a protective barrier. With that, the Black Snake Protector sneered, but for you it is merely a matter of dying sooner or later. The members of the sect paled at his words, utterly unable to refute them. To them, the term transformation stage cultivator represented an insurmountable threat, even if it were the weakest of them. Chapter 82. Mount Haohuang Bang. 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 With each strike of the Black Snake Protector's manifestation upon the sect's protective formation, the ground trembled violently. The members of the sect felt as though the very tolling of death's bell echoed upon their hearts. Huchini, clutching the spiritual hoe, pondered. If that elder were to suddenly appear, would the Black Snake Protector still be so arrogant? Meanwhile, in Xinglong Town, Li Zhoujun felt an ethereal energy swirling within him after consuming Tinsong YX. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the task. Ding, the system grants a reward. a ninth-grade locking immortal great formation. Observing the intricate formation within his mind, Li Zhoujun chuckled. System, it seems you've suffered a significant loss this time. Ding. As the host gifted away a spiritual hoe, the sect now faces an impending disaster. Ding. The system issues a task. Save the sect. And you shall receive a golden spirit pill. A mere hoe could incite such envy? Li Zhoujun sighed. Ding. A product of the system is guaranteed to be of the highest quality. Very well, he conceded, weary of debating with the system. If the sect truly faced annihilation because of his gift, he would undoubtedly feel a pang of remorse. Li Zhoujun remained seated in place, yet his fingertips pointed skyward. The Aoshuo flying sword, infused with a fragment of his soul's power, surged toward the heavens with a whoosh. This velocity transcended the perception of any cultivator below the immortal level, let alone that of mere mortals. The second-grade true immortal artifact, Aoshuo flying sword, traversed a distance of 2,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Upon its arrival at Ian sect, Li Zhoujun, through the sword's perspective, beheld the Black Serpent Guardian still wielding its power to manipulate the heavens and earth, relentlessly striking the sect's protective formation, utterly oblivious to the approach of the Aoshuo flying sword. Flash. Without uttering a word of preamble, Li Zhoujun commanded the sword with a voice imbued with overwhelming authority. With that command, the sword's might resonated through the skies, akin to the sun blazing in the firmament, emanating boundless divine light. As the Black Serpent Guardian sensed an impending crisis, a chill ran down its spine, and just as it turned to look back, a sword aura of immense magnitude was already before it. Under this sword aura, no matter how many millennia it had cultivated, even as a divine transformation being, it was rendered as insignificant as an ant, utterly incapable of resistance. It could only watch helplessly as the sword aura cleaved its body and its manipulation of the heavens apart, blood cascading like a torrential downpour above. The swift and fierce scene left the onlookers within the protective formation in a stupefied awe. The suspended sword was an immortal blade. Ian Zhoujun, disregarding his own injuries, gazed at the Aoshuo flying sword still hovering in the air, gasping in astonishment. That commanding voice just now seemed to belong to the esteemed elder residing in Soul Mountain. Puccini remarked, her disbelief palpable, possessing an exceptional memory. She would never forget Li Zhoujun's voice. If that elder could command an immortal sword, then his identity was unmistakably that of a true immortal. After all, could a mere mortal ever wield an immortal blade? No wonder, Master, you held such profound respect for that elder. Ian Zhoujun offered a bitter smile, facing the hovering sword. He felt as though he was confronting the very Tao of heaven. The sensation was akin to an ant gazing up at a towering mountain, an overwhelming sight indeed. We thank the celestial being for coming to our aid with the immortal sword. At that moment, under Ian Zhoujun's leadership, the people of Ian sect lowered their defenses before the sword, bowing in reverence. After all, the immortal sword possessed spirit and undoubtedly possessed intelligence. With a resonant clang, the Aoshuo flying sword emitted a melodious cry, seemingly responding to the Ian sect's gratitude before returning to Li Zhoujun's side. As the sword departed, the burden weighing heavily on the hearts of the Ian sect members dissipated, the pressure lifting significantly. The might of the immortal sword was simply too formidable. Even without targeting them directly, they could still feel the sharp, unparalleled sword intent. Meanwhile, within Gejizong, the figure of Guizhun, shrouded in a black robe, stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the shattered soul tablet of the Black Serpent Guardian, rendered speechless. That terrifying sword intent had been felt even from thousands of miles away. Such power was beyond any cultivator below the Great Ascension level. As the sword intent rose and fell, the soul tablet of the Black Serpent Guardian shattered with a resounding crash. In other words, a true immortal had intervened on behalf of Ian sect. Perhaps the secret behind the sudden emergence of a spiritual earth mountain for Ian sect was connected to this true immortal. At this thought, a shiver ran down Guizhun's spine. If possible, he truly wished to give the Black Serpent Guardian's corpse a proper send-off. The winds of change were stirring in Qingzhou. It seemed Gejizong would soon need to relocate once more. Guizhun inhaled deeply. Several months prior, a celestial-level powerhouse had clashed in Qingzhou. This was also the reason he had ordered his subordinates to exercise caution. The reason Gejizong, notorious for its nefarious deeds, continued to survive in Qingzhou was remarkably simple: constant relocation. At the slightest hint of danger, he would swiftly pack up the entire sect and depart. He adhered to a singular principle: as long as I can run fast enough, you cannot catch me. The sword strike of Aoshuo flying sword did not merely stir Guizhun's intent to relocate. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, atop a towering peak, an elderly man adorned in splendid robes suddenly materialized, his gaze penetrating the heavens in the direction of the recently unleashed sword intent. I never imagined that after years of slumber, I would be awakened by a mere sword aura. It seems that during my slumber, many rising talents have emerged in Qingzhou. the elder mused. In the distance, a master and disciple, Li Zhoujun and his apprentice, traversed through a series of teleportation arrays after departing from Ian's sect. Between the major cultivation cities in Qingzhou, numerous teleportation arrays had been established, with sufficient spirit stones. One could traverse hundreds of thousands of miles in a single day without issue. Xiaoshi gazed at the towering peak in the distance, feeling a surge of emotion. Master, is that the legendary Haohuang Mountain? Indeed, Li Zhoujun confirmed with a nod. In ancient times, there existed a mountain deity named Haohuang, who, it is said, had already achieved true immortality. Why, then, did he not ascend to the immortal realm despite reaching true immortality? Xiaoshi inquired, puzzled. That is the mystery of the divine mandates of heaven and earth. Haohuang was a mountain deity ordained by heaven. Even upon attaining true immortality, he could choose not to ascend, Li Zhoujun explained with a smile. However, by choosing to remain in the Tianyuan realm, his cultivation would be difficult to advance. Oh, I see, Xiaoshi replied, enlightened. He then asked with curiosity, Master, how does Mr. Li, who resides in Soul Mountain, compare to this mountain deity? Do not speak recklessly, Li Zhoujun interjected, his demeanor serious. Both Haohuang and Mr. Li are beings beyond our reach. We have no right to evaluate either of them, lest we incur great disrespect. Master, I understand, Xiaoshi said, his complexion paling, yet his heart was shaken. If his master implied that Mr. Li was on par with the ancient mountain deity Haohuang, could it be that Mr. Li was also a true immortal? Unbeknownst to the master and disciple, their dialogue had reached the ears of the elderly man on Haohuang Mountain. He cast a glance toward the direction of the sword intent that had soared into the skies. A faint smile gracing his lips. Soul Mountain, Mr. Li. Chapter 83. Reunion with the Nangong sisters. Meanwhile, after the Aoshue flying sword had slain the black serpent guardian, it returned to hover before Li Zhoujun, who nurtured it within his being. Well done, he praised lightly. The Aoshue flying sword emitted a clear, melodious cry, seemingly expressing its joy. Would you like a reward of 2 preserved eggs? Li Zhoujun chuckled. Upon hearing this, the sword appeared to droop like a frostbitten eggplant, its once unyielding form now bending slightly. Clearly, the Aoshue flying sword held no affection for preserved eggs. What a pity. Such a delicacy, and you do not appreciate it. Li Zhoujun shook his head in disappointment. Just as he prepared to rise and depart, a group of burly men approached him. The leader, a bald man with a glistening head, clad in tiger skin and bearing a centipede-like scar across his face, strode forward. As this group of ruffians appeared, passers-by fled as though confronted by a demon. The bald man, known as Jiahu, was infamous in Chaqing town as a thug, earning him the nickname Fake Tiger. It seemed this gentleman had attracted the attention of a notorious rogue, leading to an impending calamity. Perhaps he is a young master out for a jaunt, flaunting his wealth. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted now. Hasn't he drawn the attention of Fake Tiger? The onlookers murmured as they observed Jiahu and his men approach Li Zhoujun with menacing intent. However, Li Zhoujun merely smiled inwardly at the ill intentions of the newcomers. Brother, we haven't had meat in 2 days. How about you share some coins so we can enjoy ourselves? Jiahu boldly seated himself at Li Zhoujun's table and grinned. Meanwhile, 3 women donning conical hats and clad in white appeared within the throng. The 3 individuals before him were none other than the Nangong sisters, who had parted ways with Li Zhoujun at the blood-refining mountain. At this moment, the Nangong sisters had all reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, clearly having encountered significant fortuity in the recent past. Eldest sister, look, is that not the master of Yunjishan from the Daotian sect? Exclaimed the youngest sister, Nangong Yuran, pointing at Li Zhoujun's location in astonishment. Indeed, it is he, said the second sister, Nangong Shinran, who had been infatuated with Li Zhoujun since their last encounter. Speaking without hesitation, Nangong Anren, the eldest sister, nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was indeed the master of Yunjishan. But I wonder what brings him to such a remote place. Nangong Yuran remarked, it seems the master of Yunjishan is in trouble. Should we presumptuous? Before Nangong Yuran could finish her sentence, Nangong Shinran had already rushed to Li Zhoujun's side, fiercely reprimanding Jiahu and his cohorts. Watching her impulsive sister, Nangong Anren felt an urge to cover her face. She is excellent in many ways, but her impatience is a flaw. This is a phrase I often find myself repeating. Both Nangong Anren and Nangong Yuran had previously encountered the master, and now they joined Nangong Shinran at Li Zhoujun's side, bowing respectfully. Li Zhoujun, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the 3 sisters, took a moment to recollect that they were indeed the Nangong sisters he had not seen since their separation at blood-refining mountain. No need for excessive courtesy, he said with a smile. Ah, where did these 3 young ladies come from? Why do they wear hats that obscure their faces? Yet, their figures are quite admirable, almost candle-like. What a splendid day it is. Jiahu, meanwhile, laughed heartily at the unexpected arrival of the Nagong sisters. Today is indeed a splendid day. Not only has a fool brought gifts, but beautiful women have also come to embrace us. Aha, seek your own demise. Nagong Shinran spoke coldly, her fingers snapping as spiritual energy transformed into needles that swiftly penetrated the bodies of Jiahu and his subordinates. In an instant, several of them were paralyzed, unable to move. Boss, I can't move. One of Jiahu's men exclaimed in terror. It's over, boss. We've hit a wall this time. Panic spread among Jiahu's men as they realized their predicament. Jiahu, too, comprehended that he had attracted the ire of someone he should not have provoked. Please spare us, lady. The reversal of fortunes was swift. The once arrogant Jiahu was now a quivering mess, pleading with Nagong Shinran. Meanwhile, onlookers gaped in disbelief. A seemingly frail woman had immobilized several robust men. Was this not a performance? Some tall men in the crowd had rolled up their sleeves, eager to play the hero. But it soon became clear that their presence was unnecessary. Master, how shall we deal with these ruffians? Nagong Shinran respectfully inquired of Li Zhoujun. Nagong Shinran was indifferent to the gazes of the mundane crowd. Much like an eagle soaring above would not concern itself with the ants crawling below. Feel free to act as you see fit, Li Zhoujun shrugged, uninterested in dealing with a few petty thugs. Understood. A smile broke across Nagong Shinran's face. After surveying the surroundings, she turned her gaze to Jiahu and his men, her spiritual energy condensing into needles directed at their kidneys. Nagong Shinran was exceptionally skilled. Jiahu and his companions felt no discomfort at that moment. However, Li Zhoujun, witnessing her actions, broke out in a cold sweat. This girl was ruthless. She was capable of rendering them incapable of intimacy for life. If they realized their predicament, it would be more torturous than death. But it did not end there. You will purchase and consume all of the old lady's preserved eggs. Consider it a good deed on your part, helping her out. Do you have any objections? None. Jiahu and his men hastily replied. Thus, they were freed from their immobilization and, under Nagong Shinran's watchful eye, they begrudgingly consumed all the preserved eggs from the old lady's stall, some even retching in the process. How do they taste? Nagong Shinran inquired with a smile. Delicious. Jiahu forced the words out, suppressing the urge to vomit. As long as they are delicious. Remember, if you engage in wrongdoing again and I encounter you, it will not be as simple as eating preserved eggs. Now, be gone. Yes, yes. Jiahu and his companions, relieved, scrambled away as if pardoned from a grave sentence. After they left, Nagong Shinran turned to Li Zhoujun with a beaming smile. I apologize for my tardiness, master, and for causing you alarm. Even through her hat, Li Zhoujun could feel her fervent gaze upon him, which left him somewhat exasperated. No worries, and I must thank you for your timely intervention. Without allowing her to respond, Li Zhoujun turned to Nagong Anren. What brings you three to this place? With reverence, Nagong Anren replied. We three sisters are en route to the soon-to-be-unveiled secret realm of Guanhai Mountain, seeking opportunities to break through to the void immortal stage. And we happened to pass through here. Guanhai Mountain. Li Zhoujun paused, reflecting on the legends surrounding it. It was said to be an ancient sect located near the coastal borders of Qingzhou. I see, he nodded. I wish you three great success in your endeavors. Thank you for your kind words, master, Nagong Anren said respectfully, bowing. Li Zhoujun responded with a smile before beginning to dissipate into thin air. Farewell, master. The three sisters chorused. Nagong Shinran sighed. Is this what it means to be a sword immortal? Coming and going without a trace. Hearing her words, Nagong Anren and Nagong Yuran recalled the battle between Li Zhoujun and the Blood Ancestor, a scene that had turned day into night and shaken the very mountains. With Li Zhoujun's departure, the Nagong sisters wasted no time lingering in the ordinary town and tore through the void to leave. Are they truly beings of the divine? The old lady selling preserved eggs stood in shock, her coins slipping from her fingers, utterly oblivious to the spectacle that had unfolded before her. The onlookers, having awakened from their stupor, were left speechless. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun had returned to his abode in the Soul Mountain. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Saving a branch sect from peril. Ding, the system rewards you with 1 golden spirit pill. System, why is it that you only dispense rewards after the task has been completed for quite some time? Li Zhoujun jestingly remarked to the system. Ding, forgotten. Do you believe it? I do, for there are indeed times when you prove to be unreliable. With a light chuckle, Li Zhoujun playfully continued, ding. Thus, the interaction between the individual and the system amicably persisted into the evening, until Li Zhoujun voluntarily conceded, at which point the system, satisfied, ceased its discourse. Li Zhoujun then approached the brook, contemplating the matters concerning Guanhai Mountain. With the emergence of such a vast secret realm filled with opportunities, it was certain that his wandering disciple, Jiang Xiaobai, would not let it slip by. Nevertheless, Li Zhoujun harbored no concern for Jiang Xiaobai's safety. After all, as the child of destiny, how could he easily encounter misfortune? Putting aside his thoughts, Li Zhoujun began to visualize the locking immortals array, which the system had previously rewarded him. This array, classified as 9th rank, had the potential to confine true immortals. However, inscribing such an array was no trivial task. Li Zhoujun intended to practice, using his finger as a brush to leave behind a mysterious pattern glowing with blue spiritual light in the void. At that moment, an elderly man clad in splendid robes appeared behind Li Zhoujun, unbeknownst to him. This individual was Hao Wang, the mountain deity of Hao Wang Mountain. Upon witnessing the array being drawn by Li Zhoujun, Hao Wang felt a strong sense of foreboding. It was indeed the long-lost 9th rank locking immortals array. Hao Wang gasped inwardly. Although the spiritual energy employed by the youth while inscribing the array seemed to be rather feeble, akin to that of a virtual immortal, Hao Wang was certain that this young man was undoubtedly a true immortal. For one to inscribe a 9th rank array, one must be a grandmaster of 9th rank spiritual arrays. And the prerequisite for achieving such mastery is to attain the realm of true immortality. Only after enduring the thunder tribulation and reaching the true immortal realm can one perceive the profound mysteries of the 9th rank spiritual array, insights unattainable by cultivators below that level. Therefore, though the youth appeared to be merely a virtual immortal while inscribing the array, he was, in truth, merely honing his skills. Hao Wang thought to himself with unwavering conviction. Respecting Li Zhoujun's practice, Hao Wang refrained from interrupting him. It would be quite impolite to disturb another's cultivation, especially at the level of true immortals, where seeking enlightenment and further progress is akin to a mortal striving for the heavens. Should he be interrupted at a critical moment, it could lead to dire consequences. Even self-destruction, along with the obliteration of the world, rendering all efforts futile. Finally, Li Zhoujun slowly withdrew his hand, and at that moment, the array before him erupted with boundless divine light, exuding such pressure that all beings within 1,000 miles trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground. Friend, your ability to inscribe this array places you among the upper echelon of 9th rank spiritual array grandmasters. Hao Wang could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed in admiration. Yet, Li Zhoujun, being merely a virtual immortal, was unaware of Hao Wang's silent arrival. Thus, when the sudden voice reached him, he was startled and turned to see an elderly man dressed in resplendent attire. After dispersing the locking immortals array with a wave of his hand, Li Zhoujun steadied himself and smiled. Who might you be, esteemed friend, to visit my humble abode at this late hour? Li Zhoujun remained unperturbed by the old man's appearance. After all, with his abilities, he could contend even with an immortal emperor. Moreover, the elder had not acted against him during the inscribing of the array, suggesting no ill intent. The elderly man chuckled. I am the mountain deity of Hao Wang Mountain. You must be the master of the 2nd rank immortal sword that unleashed sword chi into the heavens yesterday? Although the young man before him was likely only a 2nd rank true immortal, Hao Wang had already come to regard Li Zhoujun as a peer of formidable strength. For the ability to inscribe the locking immortals array was a testament to his prowess. Indeed, an upper-tier 9th rank spiritual array grandmaster is highly sought after, even in the celestial realm. Indeed, it is an honor to meet you, esteemed Hao Wang mountain deity, Li Zhoujun replied, slightly bowing. Hao Wang, being the foremost of the mountain deities in Qizhou and possessing true immortal cultivation, was someone Li Zhoujun had learned about from the Qingzhou record. Chapter 85. Why not learn something good visiting Mr. Li at such a late hour and interrupting your serene cultivation? I must offer my apologies, Hao Wang said with a courteous bow. After exchanging pleasantries, Hao Wang continued with a smile. I wonder, with your current level of cultivation, why have you not ascended to the celestial realm? Surely remaining in the Tianyuan realm makes progress exceedingly arduous? This question posed a challenge for Li Zhoujun, as he indeed wished to ascend to the celestial realm, but his strength did not permit it. I was born in this place, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile, implying his deep affection for his homeland and reluctance to ascend prematurely. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of admiration flashed in Hao Wang's eyes. Cultivators are often driven by self-interest, and it is rare to find a practitioner, like the young man before him, who possesses such loyalty and sentiment. Many cultivators would go so far as to harm their own kin in their quest for advancement. As for true immortals, the Tianyuan realm becomes increasingly irrelevant, often likened to a desolate wasteland. Remaining there only hinders their progress, potentially leading to stagnation. Hence, most cultivators endure the thunder tribulation and transform their spiritual power into celestial spiritual power, directly ascending to the celestial realm. While it is true that true immortals become low-tier cultivators upon ascending, who among the great ascended beings does not possess lofty aspirations? They firmly believe that even after ascending, they shall still showcase their brilliance and scale new heights. As for those true immortals who have completely converted their spiritual power into celestial spiritual power and wish to remain in the lower realm, it is not without its challenges. Firstly, they must evade the celestial realm's guiding golden light. Secondly, they must endure the rejection of this realm's heavenly laws. Lastly, they must confront the arduous struggle of cultivating amidst their diminished powers. For their spiritual power has already been transformed into celestial spiritual power, and to continue cultivating in the lower realm, they must expend considerable time refining vast amounts of external spiritual energy into a mere strand of celestial spiritual power before it can be utilized. The slow pace of this process is evident. Even if a first-rank true immortal in the lower realm accumulates time to approach a breakthrough to second-rank true immortal, the thunder tribulation faced in the lower realm is far more perilous than that encountered in the celestial realm. A single misstep could lead to annihilation. Though Hao Wang, due to his divinely bestowed position, does not face the rejection of the heavenly laws, he experiences the other two challenges. To return to the celestial realm without the guiding golden light means that a practitioner would fall behind significantly, as that golden light aids newly ascended true immortals in refining their celestial bodies. This can be likened to a beginner's gift from the celestial realm. Those who break the barriers of realms to reach the celestial realm without undergoing the golden light's baptism must spend thousands of years honing their celestial bodies to match the benefits of that golden light. Thus, most cultivators who endure the thunder tribulation retain a final vestige of spiritual power, opting not to convert it into celestial spiritual power, so as not to miss the opportunity for the golden light to refine their celestial bodies, a process that is undeniably arduous. Mr. Li, without a divine position, you still choose to remain in this realm while managing to break through to the second-rank true immortal. Your spirit and talent are truly commendable. Hao Wang bowed deeply to Li Zhoujun, expressing sincere admiration. Even if Li Zhoujun were to choose to ascend to the celestial realm in the future, Hao Wang would only offer his blessings. However, Li Zhoujun was somewhat bewildered by Hao Wang's sudden admiration, for he was unaware of how challenging it was for true immortals to choose to remain in the lower realm for cultivation. Those who make such a choice are not merely foolish, they are often deeply sentimental. In Hao Wang's understanding, Li Zhoujun clearly belonged to the latter category, making him a worthy friend. You are too kind, Li Zhoujun said, helping Hao Wang to his feet. Hao Wang then smiled, as a grandmaster of 9th-rank spiritual arrays. You must be familiar with the game of Go, yes? I find myself yearning to learn from you. Go. Li Zhoujun was momentarily taken aback. He was not proficient in the game. Ding, why panic? You can hold your own against him. The system's voice echoed in Li Zhoujun's mind. Are you certain? Li Zhoujun blinked in surprise. Of course, you can maintain parity with all things in the world, came the system's confident reply. Then can I also achieve parity with you? Li Zhoujun inquired with curiosity. Ding, certainly, but I could punish you by making you sing conquer until I conquer you. That's excessive. Li Zhoujun's mouth twitched. However, with the system at his side, he felt no fear and smiled at Hao Wang. It is an honor to receive your guidance. I possess a modest understanding of Go. You're too humble, please. Hao Wang laughed heartily, waving his hand to conjure a stone table, 2 stone chairs, and a Go board. Please. Li Zhoujun smiled as the two took their seats. Noticing that Li Zhoujun showed no desire to take the initiative with the white stones, Hao Wang chuckled. Then I shall not hold back. With Hao Wang's first stone placed, the game officially commenced. Halfway through the match, Hao Wang's brow furrowed. He observed the young man across from him playing without any discernible strategy. Although he played as the black stones, his moves were bold and fluid, like a dragon in flight, while he, as the first player, was forced into a defensive position. At this rate, the game would inevitably end in a draw. In this realm of Go, there exists an unspoken rule. A draw favors the black stones. For the white stones, despite having the advantage, could not triumph over the black stones that followed. Seeing this, Hao Wang laughed heartily and said, I concede, your Go skills are truly admirable. Li Zhoujun smiled in return. In my long existence, I have only encountered a handful of worthy peers. Meeting you today is indeed a stroke of fortune. Hao Wang spoke with great enthusiasm. You flatter me. After a pause, Li Zhoujun added, have you heard of Guanhai Mountain? Guanhai Mountain? Hao Wang paused, pondering for a moment before replying, I did hear of it before my slumber. It seems to be a sect of cultivation, yet it is said that no true immortals dwell within. Given the passage of time, it must have faded into obscurity. Are you interested in this mountain, Mr. Li? Not particularly. I have merely heard that a secret realm has been unveiled there, Li Zhoujun replied with a wry smile. I had thought Guanhai Mountain was once a sacred place for cultivation, yet it is beyond even your gaze, Hao Wang. Why should you concern yourself with a mere secret realm? When you visit Hao Wang Mountain, I shall certainly treat you to the finest wine this realm has to offer. Hao Wang smiled slightly and said, I shall not impose further on you today. Farewell." Hao Wang departed slowly, and Li Zhoujun bowed respectfully. Meeting a true immortal-level mountain deity tonight was indeed an unexpected delight. As Hao Wang left, Li Zhoujun's life returned to tranquility once more. In the following days, Li Zhoujun epitomized laziness, lying in bed for 3 days without budging. Ding. You were brought here to experience mortal life and temper your character, not to laze about. System, your vision is limited. Is sleeping not part of experiencing mortal life? Besides, one can also wander through dreams, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Ding. How have you become so shameless? Where did you learn this? Do you wish to sleep and reap my rewards for free? One becomes like those they associate with. Li Zhoujun thought for a moment and replied, Ding. Why don't you learn something good from me? Chapter 86, The Red Lotus Sect. However, during Li Zhoujun's days of idleness, a storm was brewing in Qingzhou. Within the Dao Tian sect, Mu Taiyu gathered with many mountain lords, all bearing grim expressions. What are your thoughts on the recently emerged Red Lotus sect? Mu Taiyu asked in a low voice. A mountain lord scoffed. The Red Lotus sect is indeed ambitious. Do they truly believe they can conquer the vast Jianzhou sword sect and our Dao Tian sect in Qizhou? The foundation of our Dao Tian sect is not something the Jianzhou sword sect can compare to. A saying goes, below the Great Ascension, all are but ants. No matter how many perfected tribulation crossing cultivators there are, they are of no consequence before a Great Ascension cultivator, for victory cannot be achieved through mere numbers. Furthermore, it is said that the leader of the Red Lotus sect, Li Ru, has already reached the true Ascension realm and is on the verge of ascending to the immortal realm. It is uncertain if there are any true Ascension cultivators left among our venerable elders, as there has been no news from the Supreme Hall for quite some time. One mountain lord said helplessly, if all the true Ascension cultivators in Dao Tian sect have already ascended, we might truly be in trouble this time. Let them come. We have long thrived in Qizhou. How could we fear a mere Red Lotus sect? The leisurely mountain lord stroked his beard and stated. Murong Shui, seated among the mountain lords, displayed little change in her expression. She understood that as long as Li Zhoujun was present, the Dao Tian sect would remain the sovereign of Qingzhou. Unless Li Zhoujun ascended, there would indeed be some uncertainty. Speaking of which, she wondered where Li Zhoujun had wandered off to recently. Lord, should we call back the Yunju mountain lord? The master of the Tailing Hall inquired of Mu Taiyu. Considering Li Zhoujun's status as a tribulation crossing powerhouse, capable of influencing some battles, no, let us think the worst. If our Dao Tian sect is truly no match for the Red Lotus sect, calling back the Yunju mountain lord would be of no use. As long as he is alive, our Dao Tian sect will not face annihilation, Mu Taiyu replied solemnly. Perhaps we should seek assistance from the immortal realm? Suggested a mountain lord. You're thinking too much. It's not that simple. The entire process of sending a message to the immortal realm and having a messenger descend would take considerable time, another mountain lord responded. Upon hearing this, the mountain lords turned their gazes to Mu Taiyu. Mu Taiyu said gravely, I shall visit the Supreme Hall today. Upon hearing this, the mountain lords finally calmed down. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere permeating the Dao Tian sect, on the borders of Qizhou, tens of thousands of individuals clad in red robes had gathered. These individuals wore white masks, resembling emotionless puppets. It was not until a woman in a red dress, her face partially veiled by a scarf, gracefully descended from the sky that their eyes gleamed with fervor. Under the guidance of an elder, they all knelt on one knee, exclaiming in unison, Red Lotus sect. Disciples of Qingzhou Hall respectfully welcomed the sect leader. Though the red-dressed woman had her lower face obscured by red silk, the beauty of her exposed upper face was breathtaking. With captivating peach blossom eyes that could enthrall anyone, this woman was the leader of the Red Lotus sect, Li Ru, whom the Dao Tian sect regarded as a formidable foe. Rise, Li Ru said with a light laugh. Thank you, sect leader. The many disciples of the Red Lotus sect respectfully stood. Chen Hall master, what is the situation in Qingzhou? Li Ru turned to the elder who had led them. This elder, known as Chen Wuchang, was the hall master of the Red Lotus sect in Qizhou and a tribulation crossing powerhouse, just a step away from true ascension. Chen Wuchang respectfully replied, the foremost sect of Qizhou, the Dao Tian sect, remains low-key and aloof from the world as always. However, they have given rise to a prodigy. A mere 40-year-old tribulation crossing cultivator. Oh, who is it? Li Ru inquired with interest, recognizing that a 40-year-old tribulation crossing cultivator indeed qualified as a prodigy. If she could recruit him, that would be ideal. If not, eliminating him would suffice. He is the Yunju mountain lord of the Dao Tian sect, named Li Zhoujun. Chen Wuchang reported respectfully. Do we have his portrait? Li Ru asked. Of course, even within the formidable Dao Tian sect, we have our informants. Chen Wuchang replied with a proud smile, gesturing for his subordinate to present Li Zhoujun's portrait. Upon seeing the portrait of Li Zhoujun, Li Yuru smiled slightly and remarked, "He is indeed a handsome young man. I hope he possesses the sense to comply. I would rather not resort to force. Go find out where he is now. If possible, bring him before me." "Yes, but sect leader, there have been several immortal-level powerhouses engaged in battle in Qingzhou recently, making it a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers," Chen Wuchang said suddenly, his expression serious. "Should we? No need for concern. Would a true immortal care about the lives of mere ants? Furthermore, I too am at the great ascension level now. Why should I fear them?" Li Yuru dismissed the thought with confidence. "Sect leader is magnificent," Chen Wuchang quickly responded. The scene returns to the Soul Mountain. Although Li Zhoujun had lain still for 3 days, he had nearly recovered. With a basket on his back and a hoe in hand, he set off up the mountain. "Ding, what do you intend to do?" "Dig a hole to bury you," Li Zhoujun replied without hesitation. "Ding, what do you mean? I am now one with you." "Are you certain? Then I shall bury myself," Li Zhoujun stated. "Ding." Of course, Li Zhoujun was merely jesting with the system. His purpose for heading up the mountain was simply to forage for some wild vegetables and fruits to bring back for a fish soup. After all, he would never neglect his appetite. However, just as he was about to pick a vibrant green wild onion by the roadside, a clear, youthful voice called out from behind. "Is this Mr. Li?" Startled, Li Zhoujun turned to find a girl of delicate beauty, with skin like jade and dressed modestly. "I am Shanshan. My master has prepared fine wine and invites you to Haowang Mountain for a discussion," she said with a gentle smile. Although the young man before her appeared ordinary, searching for wild vegetables, Shanshan was aware that someone who could have fine wine prepared by her master was quite exceptional, either an immortal or a great scholar. "Is your master the Haowang?" Li Zhoujun inquired softly. "Indeed," Shanshan nodded. "Please wait a moment, since the Haowang has prepared fine wine. It would be impolite for me to go empty-handed. I was just about to prepare a fish. I shall bring it as a side dish," he said with a light chuckle. "Very well," Shanshan nodded. "Do you need my assistance?" "That would be too much trouble," Li Zhoujun replied, removing the basket from his back and handing it to her. "Please look after this for me." "Certainly," she agreed cheerfully. Just then, however, Shanshan suddenly frowned and exclaimed in a voice that resonated like a tigress roar, "Who dares to show themselves? Come forth." Chapter 87. The wronged Red Lotus Incense Master. With Shanshan's furious shout, Li Zhoujun remained calm, though he nearly dropped the green onion he had just picked. How could this previously demure girl suddenly become so fierce? As her words echoed, several figures clad in red robes and wearing white masks emerged from the woods. "Young lady, I'm the Red Lotus Sect Chilean Incense Master. My target is not you. I advise you to leave at once," the leader spoke calmly. Li Zhoujun was slightly taken aback. If they were not here for Shanshan, then it must be him they sought. However, he could not fathom when he had offended such a group. "Mr. Li is a valued guest of my master. Anyone who seeks to harm him must first step over my corpse," Shanshan retorted with a cold snort, her aura suddenly surging. A manifestation resembling a white tiger appeared behind her, and a terrifying aura swept forth from her. A perfected tiger immortal? The Chilean Incense Master was momentarily surprised, but then coldly scoffed. "You refuse my kindness. I shall take the Yunju Mountain Lord today." As he spoke, a similar perfected aura erupted from him, and between his palms, a crimson lotus flame materialized. The flame was dazzling, exuding a terrifying power that could likely obliterate several towering mountains. "Go." The Chilean Incense Master hurled the red lotus. Roar. The white tiger manifestation behind Shanshan opened its massive jaws and let out an enraged roar, sending forth a gust of fierce wind. The Chilean Incense Master's subordinates were unable to withstand it and staggered backward. Simultaneously, Shanshan's face was adorned with fine white fur, her pupils transforming into golden slits as the white tiger behind her unleashed a tremendous pulling force, attempting to consume the falling red lotus. Seeing this, the Chilean Incense Master was momentarily stunned, then furious. This tiger spirit truly looked down upon him. However, the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. Upon the red lotus entering the tiger's mouth, Shanshan merely belched contentedly, smoke wafting from her lips. This. The Chilean Incense Master's eyes widened in disbelief. Sharing the same perfected realm, how could this tiger spirit possess such terrifying power? Retreat. Realizing he was outmatched, the Chilean Incense Master sought to flee with his subordinates. But Shanshan would not let those who sought to harm her master escape so easily. Roar. The tiger manifestation unleashed a thunderous roar, sending visible sound waves crashing into the fleeing Chilean Incense Master and his followers. In an instant, all but the Chilean Incense Master exploded like watermelons upon the sound waves' approach. The Chilean Incense Master coughed blood but did not slow down in mere moments. He vanished from Shanshan's view. After the Red Lotus sect departed, Shanshan retracted her manifestation, her expression returning to tranquility. She then turned to Li Zhoujun, who remained composed yet shaken inside, and said, I apologize for startling you. Though the Qi Lian incense master has fled, his primordial spirit has been injured. It will not be long before he falls into a permanent slumber. Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of guilt for not being able to eliminate all those who had offended her master, allowing one to escape. If this gentleman had acted, they would have perished countless times in an instant. Yet, this gentleman appeared so indifferent, likely not even considering those thugs a threat. No harm done. Li Zhoujun reassured with a light smile. However, he marveled inwardly at Shanshan's prowess, befitting a follower of the Hao Wang. He resumed gathering wild vegetables with Shanshan's assistance, preparing for the fish soup. The Red Lotus sect? As Li Zhoujun foraged, he began to ponder this faction but had no recollection of it. The Red Lotus sect, Qingzhou Hall, is situated within a remote mountainous region of Qingzhou. Though merely a hall, its scale rivaled that of a large city. When the Qi Lian incense master returned to the hall, he collapsed, his vision blackened. A quarter of an hour later, in the grand hall of the Red Lotus sect, Li Yueru sat elevated upon a throne. Chen Wuchang reported with a solemn expression. Sect master, the Qi Lian incense master has returned, but he was no match for the Yunju mountain lord and has sustained serious injuries to his primordial spirit. Additionally, all the skilled individuals who accompanied him have perished. Li Yueru was momentarily taken aback but then praised softly, truly a prodigy. After a pause, she continued. According to sect regulations, spare no effort in treating the Qi Lian incense master. As for the fallen disciples, ascertain their families' needs and fulfill them to the best of our ability. If there are children with good potential, bring them into the Red Lotus sect for training, providing the best resources and suitable masters. Yes, sect master. Chen Wuchang's eyes glimmered with fervent reverence as he bowed deeply to Li Yueru. In other dark sects, disciples who failed in their duties might have faced death at the hands of their leaders. Yet, Li Yueru was different. She understood that this was the perfect opportunity to win hearts and demonstrate the Red Lotus sect's benevolence. As long as disciples did their best, even in failure, they were still considered contributors. Conversely, those who were found to be slacking would face a fate far worse than death. With a blend of grace and authority, the disciples held a strong sense of belonging to the Red Lotus sect. You may go, Li Yueru finally nodded. Your subordinate takes his leave. After Chen Wuchang departed, the hall returned to silence. Li Yueru's expression suddenly turned icy. If it weren't for maintaining her image among the devoted followers, she would have been unable to suppress the urge to obliterate the master of the Red Lotus. After all, the benefits she had provided were substantial. Yet, her subordinates, a bunch of inept fools, couldn't even handle a 40-something transcended. How could she not be infuriated? Despite the high talents of those crossing the tribulation at 40, their combat experience could hardly rival that of an ancient entity who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Yet, this ancient being had indeed suffered defeat. One could hardly call them anything but worthless. If the master of the Red Lotus were to regain consciousness at this moment, he would likely cry out in injustice. For it was not Li Zhoujun who had brought him to such a state, but rather an exceedingly powerful tribulation tiger spirit. It seemed that an early offensive against the Daotian sect was in order. Li Yueru's enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowed, exuding an unsettling chill. Meanwhile, Mu Taiyu arrived at a grand gate, suspended atop a mountain and shrouded in clouds, bearing the marks of time. Chapter 88. You are surrounded by me. This place is the foundation of the Daotian sect. Standing before the gate, Mu Taiyu took a deep breath and pushed it open. Upon entering, the hall resembled a miniature world, vast and boundless, with dense spiritual energy swirling like mist, as if placing one in a realm of immortals. Although the environment could not compare to that of the immortal realm, it was still passable for true immortals. The current sect master of Daotian, Mu Taiyu, pays respects to the esteemed elders. Mu Taiyu stated respectfully, "What troubles has the Daotian sect encountered?" An elderly voice reverberated throughout the hall, its source unseen. Replying to the elder, "It is a mere true immortal," Mu Taiyu replied helplessly. "Oh, a mere true immortal dares to offend my Daotian sect? Have we fallen to such a lowly state?" The elder's voice conveyed a hint of anger. Mu Taiyu could only chuckle bitterly at this. For a true immortal was indeed someone who had crossed the tribulation and could ascend to immortality. Cough, cough. That being said, our Daotian sect has given birth to an unparalleled prodigy. Mu Taiyu felt it necessary to salvage the image of the Daotian sect in the elder's eyes. "Do tell," the elder asked, intrigued. "It is the current lord of Yunju Mountain, a tribulation prodigy at merely 40 years of age." Mu Taiyu responded with great confidence. "It is indeed from my Yunju lineage." The elder's tone reflected satisfaction. Mu Taiyu was taken aback. Could this elder be the legendary Lord of Yunju, Jin Yunzi, from thousands of years ago? It was said that when this elder stepped down from the position of Lord of Yunju Mountain and entered the upper hall for seclusion, he had already attained true immortal cultivation. Now, he was likely even more formidable. With this thought, Mu Taiyu felt a weight lift from his heart. Where is that young one now? Jin Yunzi inquired. Replying to the elder, the Lord of Yunju enjoys wandering the seas. Taiyu does not know his current whereabouts. Mu Taiyu replied with a wry smile. I see, but it is not surprising. After all, my Yunju lineage has always been restless, Jin Yunzi chuckled. Very well. You may withdraw. When that true immortal arrives, I shall take action myself. By the way, when that young one returns, have him come to see me. Understanding the elder's intent, Mu Taiyu respectfully took his leave, though he felt a sense of helplessness. The Lord of Yunju was now over 40. Yet the elder still referred to him as a young one. After Mu Taiyu departed, a voice of immense authority echoed in the hall. A mere true immortal does not require Jin Yunzi to take action personally. Indeed, a mere true immortal, I could extinguish with a mere flick of my finger. There is no need to trouble Jin Yunzi. Following this, another overwhelmingly powerful voice resonated. There is no need for everyone to quarrel. I have said I shall take action. And I shall take action. It has been a long time since I have moved. Do some younger generations truly believe that the old ones of my Dao Tian sect have vanished from the world? Jin Yunzi chuckled. With this, the upper hall returned to silence. Meanwhile, the Lord of Yunju was currently squatting by a pot, cooking fish soup alongside a tiger spirit. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, prompting Ying Shanshan to twitch her delicate nose. Goodness, this gentleman's culinary skills are extraordinary. I must resist. Li Zhoujun glanced at Ying Shanshan and smiled. There is plenty of fish in there. Feel free to take some. That won't do. Ying Shanshan shook her head in refusal. Li Zhoujun chuckled silently, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and served some succulent fish and soup to her, saying, just have a taste and see how it is. All right. Ying Shanshan swallowed hard, no longer being polite, and swiftly devoured the fish and soup in her bowl. Her speed was astonishing. And while she lacked grace in her eating, she elegantly set down her bowl and dabbed her lips afterward. Was it delicious? Li Zhoujun inquired. Yes, it was delicious. Ying Shanshan replied, her cheeks flushing slightly as she nodded. That's good. Let's set off, Li Zhoujun said with a smile. Waving his hand to gather the pot of fish soup and extinguishing the fire, he then stood atop the cloud that Ying Shanshan rode, heading toward Haowang Mountain. However, as Li Zhoujun made his way to Haowang Mountain, Li Yuetru led tens of thousands of elite followers from the Red Lotus sect toward the Dao Tian sect. As this sea of crimson-robed figures advanced through a canyon, Chen Wuchang, the hall master, could not help but speak to Li Yuetru, master, logically. The Dao Tian sect should have received news of our Red Lotus sect preparing to attack, yet our journey has been so smooth. Could they have laid an ambush in the canyon ahead? Li Yuetru merely cast a faint glance at Chen Wuchang, stating, under a true immortal, they would only be delivering themselves to death. If I were them, I would hide within the mountain protection array. At least that would buy them some time. Chen Wuchang smiled wryly at her words. Their leader had only taken office 2 years prior and was said to have descended from the immortal realm for experience. It was normal for her to look down upon the first sect of this lower realm, despite her slight arrogance in all other aspects, including her personal strength. This young leader surpassed the previous elder by a significant margin. Recently, she had also led the brothers of the Jiangzhou Hall to conquer the vast Jian sect of Jiangzhou, elevating the Red Lotus sect to the foremost power in Jiangzhou. This had further enhanced Li Yuetru's prestige among the followers, and Chen Wuchang held genuine respect for her. However, compared to Jiangzhou, Qingzhou was larger and richer, naturally housing more powerful individuals. Although the Dao Tian sect had not produced a formidable figure in a century, there were still those who had ascended to the immortal realm sporadically in the past. Thus, Chen Wuchang could only silently pray that the elders of Dao Tian sect had all ascended to the immortal realm. Just as Chen Wuchang contemplated this, Li Yuetru led the Red Lotus followers into the canyon, and they encountered no dangers along the way, prompting a sigh of relief from Chen Wuchang. However, just as the weight lifted from his heart, at the end of the canyon, an elderly man in gray robes sat atop a stone by the roadside. Eyes closed in slumber. Despite his simple attire, he was impeccably clean, and his flowing white eyebrows exuded an air of ethereal grace. The sudden appearance of the elder caused Li Yuetru to furrow her brow, and with a wave of her hand, the Red Lotus followers halted their advance. Who are you? Li Yuetru coldly inquired of the elder. Upon hearing this, the elder slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Li Yuetru, then at the sea of crimson-robed Red Lotus followers behind her, and chuckled softly. Young lady, you are quite young, yet your temper is rather fierce. By the way, I am Jin Yunzi of the Dao Tian sect. You have been surrounded by me. Chapter 89. Unable to defeat the old, can you defeat the young? You old Taoist. What a grandiose claim. Upon hearing Jin Yunzi's words, Li Yuetru could not help but snort coldly. Hee, I do not possess the grandiosity of a young girl like you. A mere true immortal dares to fantasize about taking down my Daotian sect? Today, I shall take it upon myself to discipline this little girl on behalf of your esteemed master. Jin Yunzi let out a cold snort, refraining from further trivialities. With a mere gesture, he transformed his finger into a sword, unleashing a dazzling beam of divine light that morphed into a colossal sword aura spanning the heavens. A third-grade true immortal. How could this be? When Li Yu sensed the formidable power of the sword aura, disbelief filled her once defiant peach blossom eyes. How could such a being exist in a mere lower realm? Flee. This was the foremost thought in Li Yu's mind, and she swiftly acted upon it. A jade slip appeared in her hand, which she promptly shattered. In the next moment, just before the overwhelming sword aura descended, Li Yu vanished from her original position. Chen Wuchang and the other disciples of the Red Lotus sect stood dumbfounded as they witnessed Li Yu abandon them. What had she said upon arrival? Now, at the first sign of trouble, she turned tail and fled? The thought left them despondent. This world seemed devoid of worth. Yet, before they could ponder further, the massive sword aura struck down. Boom. As the sword aura fell, it stirred up a tempest of dust. Chen Wuchang and the Red Lotus disciples could hardly react before their souls were obliterated. As the dust settled, a chasm spanning dozens of mountain peaks revealed itself. Jin Yunzi stood at the chasm's edge, his expression grave as he gazed in the direction of Li Yu's escape. Murmuring to himself, it appears to be a celestial artifact of the highest order. Could it be that this wretch has the backing of a celestial being? Humph. What of a celestial? I have my own allies in the immortal realm. With a dismissive huff, Jin Yunzi turned and departed. At the far end of this immense chasm stood a figure cloaked in black robes, none other than the Ghost Monarch. Presently, the Ghost Monarch surveyed the chasm, mere millimeters from himself, and broke into a cold sweat. His mind was consumed with a singular thought: relocation. 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 Initially, he believed that moving closer to the Daotian sect would allow him to operate unnoticed, but now it seemed he had been overly optimistic. With powerful celestial beings clashing at every turn, how could he remain? It was only a matter of time before the sect he painstakingly established would be obliterated by the residual energy of such a confrontation. This time, I must move far away. Meanwhile, in a secluded area of Qingzhou, a phantom in red stumbled awkwardly from the void, landing on the ground. Upon seeing the half-covered face adorned in red gauze, it was none other than Li Yu, who had narrowly escaped Jin Yunzi's grasp. Her expression was one of utter distress. Who would have thought that in such a small lower realm she would have to resort to using the heavenly treasure bestowed by her master? This was indeed a significant loss. The more she pondered, the more unsettled she felt. Her eyes darkened like murky waters. How could I be outmatched by the old guard of the Daotian sect, yet falter against their younger members? Yunju Mountain Master. Is it? I shall come for you on the Soul Mountain. However, at that very moment, Li Zhoujun was reveling over drinks with the Emperor Hao. As their cups clinked together, they conversed joyously, embodying the spirit of long-lost friends. Until the midnight hour, when the wine was finished and the fish devoured, Li Zhoujun finally rose and smiled at the Emperor Hao. This wine you have shared, my friend, is truly a delicacy of the mortal realm, lingering on the palate with an endless aftertaste. However, the night has grown late, so I shall not impose upon you further. Another day, I shall invite you for a few more cups. Li Zhoujun did not exaggerate the Emperor's wine, for even after just a few sips, he felt a slight dizziness. Sensing the stirring of spiritual energy within him, indicating a possible breakthrough, the Emperor, in turn, regarded Li Zhoujun with admiration and laughed. Ah, Mr. Li, you have quite the capacity for drink. Yet, you are too modest. Your fish soup is equally a marvel of the mortal realm. Should I try another's fish soup next time? I fear it may be hard to swallow. As their laughter echoed, the two exchanged knowing glances, their camaraderie evident. Nearby, Ing Shanshan observed with a smile. To see her master so comfortably engaged with Mr. Li was remarkable indeed. After all, the wine brewed by her master could scarcely be enjoyed by anyone but himself. Not even a true immortal could down 3 cups. Yet, this seemingly ordinary young man had shared the night with her master, finishing several jars of wine. By all accounts, this Mr. Li's cultivation must surely be beyond that of a true immortal, and not of low caliber. If he were an ascendant cultivator, one sip might leave him incapacitated, engulfed in flames. Do not inquire how Ing Shanshan knew, for she had stolen a taste of her master's wine. Shanshan, see Mr. Li off for me, the Emperor said with a slight smile. Yet, behind his back, his hands trembled slightly, pondering. This Mr. Li's drinking capacity surpasses my own. If we continue this way, I may very well be overwhelmed by my own brew. Is he truly only a second-grade true immortal? Questions swirled within the emperor's mind. Yes, master, Shanshan replied. Li Zhoujun made no objections, as he too felt somewhat unwell. Had he not been able to balance his intake, he might have exploded from the excess. Thus, moderation in drinking is paramount. One must not succumb to gluttony. Your Highness, please wait. Li Zhoujun stepped onto the cloud conjured by Shanshan and offered a respectful bow to the emperor. The emperor smiled faintly. Once Li Zhoujun and Shanshan departed, the emperor wasted no time, inserting his finger into his throat and turning his head aside, retching. Moments later, Li Zhoujun and Shanshan found themselves only halfway to the Soul Mountain when an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Before them, a massive crimson lotus manifested in the void, obstructing their path. The lotus was resplendent, blood-red as if it were a blood moon hanging in the night sky. Atop this lotus stood a woman in a flowing red dress, her face veiled in crimson gauze. Yet her gaze bore a chilling intensity as she fixated upon Li Zhoujun and Shanshan. Who goes there? Shanshan interposed herself before Li Zhoujun, her eyes narrowing as she assessed the woman on the blood lotus. It was clear that this visitor bore ill intent. Moreover, the aura emanating from the woman suggested she was no mere ascendant cultivator. A glance at her attire confirmed her likely affiliation with the Red Lotus sect. Li Zhoujun? The woman in the red dress disregarded Shanshan, instead addressing Li Zhoujun directly. That would be me. May I inquire why you block my path? Li Zhoujun responded with confusion. Just know that it is Li Ru who seeks to kill you today. The woman retorted coldly. Li Zhoujun's expression faltered upon hearing the name Li Ru. He did not recall having wronged such a woman. Was this truly the adage of troubles befalling one at home? However, before he could contemplate further, the woman named Li Ru had already begun her assault. The colossal blood lotus beneath her began to whirl, its petals transforming into fiery flames that rained down upon Li Zhoujun, ending Shanshan like a torrential storm. As the fiery deluge approached, Shanshan felt a chill run down her spine. This woman in red was undoubtedly a formidable true ascendant. Just as she braced for the worst, a gentle breeze swept through, dissipating the overwhelming heat. Simultaneously, a figure clad in azure appeared before her, shielding her from the onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous explosions ensued. The cascading fire rained down upon the young man, yet he remained utterly unharmed. Seeing this, Shanshan exhaled in relief, her smile returning. She had almost forgotten that this Mr. Li was someone whom her master treated with utmost respect. How much chaos could a true ascendant stir in his presence? Having withstood the fiery barrage, Li Zhoujun's patience was wearing thin. He turned his icy gaze upon the woman in red and declared, "This is excessive." Yet, Li Ru, observing her attack thwarted by Li Zhoujun, found herself momentarily stunned. Is this truly just the lower realm? The ancient monster of the Dao Tian sect, who is yet to ascend, is one thing. But how is it that even a young disciple in his 40s has achieved the realm of a great ascendant after overcoming the tribulations? At this moment, she began to suspect that her master did not send her to the lower realm for training, but rather to endure humiliation. A great ascendant at 40 years of age is already a prodigy in the celestial realm, one that various factions would vie for with resources and charm, hoping to lure him to their sect. Yet, the more she pondered, the angrier Li Ru became. If the ancient monster could not prevail, she refused to believe that a native of the celestial realm would be bested by a peer from the lower realm. Today, she must sever the head of Li Zhoujun and present it as a gift to the Dao Tian sect. With this thought, Li Ru ceased to conceal her intentions. She spread her palm, and suddenly, a figure clad in golden armor materialized. However, the armor was damaged, clearly having endured numerous battles. Golden armored deity, go, retrieve this wretch's head. A flicker of pain crossed Li Ru's face. The golden armored deity was a treasured artifact bestowed upon her by her master for protection, one she had employed several times in the celestial realm. To use it again now would likely lead to its destruction. After all, she had refrained from using it even against the formidable Jin Yunzi. But now, Li Ru was resolute. If she did not subdue this true ascendant from the impoverished lower realm today, she would return to the celestial realm mocked by her peers. With her eyes sharp as blades, she fixed her gaze on Li Zhoujun. The golden armored deity transformed into a radiant beam of light, culminating in a towering giant, enveloped in golden divine radiance, descending like a celestial being. Though the giant was marred with cracks, it emanated an aura of seasoned battle, instilling a profound sense of pressure. What a terrifying sight! Shanshan observed the immense figure, her complexion paling. She murmured, "Mr. Li, that golden armored deity has undoubtedly achieved the mid-level 5th rank of true immortal, a being far beyond the capabilities of our Tian Yuan realm. And this woman in red may very well hail from the celestial realm." Hearing this, Li Zhoujun nodded thoughtfully. Such an artifact is indeed beyond the means of the Tian Yuan realm to forge. Die. In that moment, Li Zhoujun let out a thunderous shout. The colossal golden armored deity raised its immense hand and descended upon Li Zhoujun, ending Shanshan with overwhelming force. Facing this strike, Shanshan's face paled, but she still believed that Mr. Li possessed the ability to withstand it. After all, her master had been a 7th-rank true immortal before his slumber, and Mr. Li, having formed a friendship with him, must not be far behind in strength. As Shanshan contemplated, Li Zhoujun made his move. He lifted his arm, pointing his finger like a sword, and unleashed boundless divine light to counter the descending giant hand. Crack, crack, crack. The backlash from the golden armored deity intensified the fissures across its form. What? Li Zhoujun was immediately struck with astonishment. A 5th-rank true immortal artifact, equivalent to a 5th-rank true immortal, was being resisted by this true ascendant from the lower realm. Could it be that Li Zhoujun was not merely a true ascendant, but a 5th-rank true immortal? The thought made Li Zhoujun want to curse. Jiangzhou seemed normal enough, but could Qingzhou truly be just the lower realm? Master, you did not deceive me. Moreover, while the golden armored deity appeared to be evenly matched against the lower realm youth, the cracks on its body signified its inability to endure for much longer. The cracks were irreversible. Any attack from up here would only deepen them. Realizing this, Li Zhoujun dared not linger in the lower realm any longer. She only wished to return to the celestial realm, for the danger here was too great. With a pained glance at the golden armored deity, she coldly addressed Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun, I am the true successor of the golden armor sect from the celestial realm. I have marked you, and in the celestial realm, do not let me encounter you, or I will ensure your dismemberment. As her words fell, Li Zhoujun cast aside the golden armored deity and shattered a priceless jade slip. In the next instant, a vortex appeared before her, drawing her in. Mr. Li, that Li Zhoujun has escaped, Shanshan exclaimed anxiously. Yet, Li Zhoujun was currently engaged in a fierce struggle with the golden armored deity, reluctant to part ways. Boom. Just then, a colossal mountain phantom crossed thousands of miles to suppress the golden armored deity. Li Zhoujun, witnessing this, swiftly dodged. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by a tremor in the heavens and earth. The once towering golden armored deity was forcefully pressed into the ground, its form fracturing into metallic shards along the cracks, revealing the intricate gears and mystical formations within. Li Zhoujun, taken aback, recognized this as the legendary mechanism art. Thank you, Emperor Hao, for your assistance. At this moment, Li Zhoujun slightly bowed to the mountain phantom. The phantom transformed into the figure of Emperor Hao, who chuckled. You are too modest, sir. Had you unleashed the locking immortal formation, I dare say the golden armored deity would have been ensnared in an instant. However, I have not acted for many years, and my hands itched to intervene. Li Zhoujun was momentarily at a loss for words. While it was true that employing the locking immortal formation against the golden armored deity would indeed trap it, he had yet to master the 9th-rank formation to the point of instant execution. Meanwhile, Shanshan looked at Li Zhoujun in astonishment. Realizing he could inscribe the locking immortal formation, this was a legendary formation long thought lost. It was said that only those with extraordinary natural talent could learn it, which explained its disappearance, as the threshold was exceedingly high. Simultaneously, Emperor Hao smiled at Li Zhoujun, however. To think you concealed the fact that you are a 5th-rank true immortal from me is quite unacceptable. Next time, you must treat me to 3 cups of wine. Naturally. Li Zhoujun replied with a light chuckle, then turned his gaze toward the direction in which Li Zhoujun had fled, his eyes narrowing slightly. The celestial realm. The golden armor sect, is it? Chapter 91. Late stage of the virtual immortal realm. After a brief conversation with Emperor Hao, Li Zhoujun returned alone to the thatched cottage atop Soul Mountain. His first order of business was to enter seclusion. 3 days later, with the aid of the golden spirit pill rewarded by the system, Li Zhoujun successfully broke through to the late stage of the virtual immortal realm. At the same time, on the border of Qishou at Guanhai Mountain, countless cultivators had gathered. Among them were the Nangong sisters, who had arrived there early. Not only that, but a figure with merely foundational cultivation also stood among them, Jiang Xiaobai. Ever since Jiang Xiaobai had swiftly progressed from the 5th layer of Qi refinement to the foundation establishment stage upon learning of a great secret realm opening at the Qingzhou border. He hurried to this location. Even without a significant opportunity, merely picking up the scraps would suffice for a foundation establishment cultivator like him. The experts of the Daotian sect are coming. Suddenly, a cultivator in the crowd cried out. 3 ethereal figures appeared in the sky, striding through the void. The master of Lingxua Mountain, Murong Shui, the master of Huofeng Mountain, Lu Yin, and the master of Tianqin Mountain, Duan Tianqin. It was said that the master of Tianjin Mountain had achieved consummation of the composite body stage a century ago, and now that he re-emerged, he was likely a nascent stage or even mid-stage tribulation survivor. Truly, the Dao Tian sect. These three masters could sweep away numerous factions in Qingzhou. The cultivators atop Guanhai Mountain gazed at the three hovering figures with deep respect. In the crowd, Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but feel envious as he observed the trio, wondering when he would reach such heights. Yet merely being a tribulation survivor was far from sufficient. Only by attaining the Great Ascendant stage and ascending to the celestial realm could he reunite with Yao Tao. Do you think the master of Yunju Mountain will come here as well? At the same time, Nangong Xinran gazed at the three masters of the Dao Tian sect in flight, unable to restrain her curiosity. Nangong Anren helplessly remarked, "You little girl. Your mind is always occupied with the master of Yunju Mountain. Do you know the master of Yunju Mountain?" Murong Shui seemed to overhear the conversation among the three Nangong sisters. With a swift movement, she appeared before them. "I have met the master of Lingshui Mountain." The three sisters of Nangong bowed to Murong Shui. Murong Shui waved her hand, using her magical powers to halt their gestures of respect. "There's no need for such formality. Returning to the master of Lingshui Mountain. We three sisters encountered the master of Yunju Mountain a few days ago in a town called Chaqing," Nangong Anren explained. "I see," Murong Shui replied. "The opening of the Guanhai Mountain secret realm is not as simple as it appears. You must be cautious." With that, she turned and departed. "Second sister, it seems you have a formidable rival. The master of Lingshui Mountain is evidently interested in the master of Yunju Mountain," Nangong Yuren said with a grin to her second sister. Hearing this, Nangong Xinran's expression turned serious. "Indeed, but I, your second sister, will not give up so easily." At this moment, Lu Yin and Duan Tianjin had also landed on the ground. Upon seeing Murong Shui return, Lu Yin frowned and said, "We are here to investigate whether that Tribulation Sea clan is dead or alive. Why bother with the lives of these insignificant beings? Be quiet." Murong Shui coldly shot him a glance. Lu Yin, understanding her demeanor, fell silent. This fierce woman was not to be trifled with, even if he had recently broken through to the initial stage of the combined body realm. "Remember our mission for coming here, two of you. We cannot have internal strife among our own before even completing our task," Duan Tianjin spoke up. "With the presence of the master of Tianjin, even if the Sea clan is not dead, they shall not escape." Lu Yin chuckled. Duan Tianjin smiled slightly at his words. The so-called Sea clan refers to the myriad of spirits in the ocean. According to the records of the Dao Tian sect, the demise of Guanhai Mountain was due to an attack by the Sea clan. The outcome of the battle between the master of Guanhai and a Tribulation Realm Sea clan remains unknown. However, the battleground was the ruins of the Guanhai Mountain sect, located within the Guanhai secret realm. If that Sea clan's tribulation-level expert were still alive, eliminating them would be no easy feat, even with Murong Shui and Lu Yin in tow. Yet, Mu Taiyu still sent them along, presumably for them to observe the battle of tribulation experts and gain insights. After all, mere cultivation is often insufficient. Suddenly, the entire Guanhai Mountain trembled violently. A white light curtain appeared before everyone. "The secret realm is opening," a voice filled with excitement exclaimed among the cultivators. "Let us proceed," Duan Tianjin said with a smile. As soon as he spoke, he charged ahead into the secret realm passage, followed closely by Murong Shui and Lu Yin. No cultivator dared to overtake them, for the reputation of Dao Tian sect was formidable. With one tribulation expert and two combined body realm practitioners leading the way, their safety was greatly assured. It was only after the three mountain masters of Dao Tian sect had fully entered the secret realm that the other cultivators rushed in, eager to seize any opportunities before others could. The three Nangong sisters also entered the secret realm at this moment. Jiang Xiaobai, however, was in no hurry. Knowing that with his cultivation level, he could not compete against anyone inside, it was better to enter later and scavenge on the outskirts. Once all the cultivators had stepped into the secret realm, they were left stunned by the sight before them. A foul stench assaulted their senses. Scattered throughout the area were remnants of crumbling walls and desiccated corpses, some resembling normal humans, while others bore fishtails, each with unique and bizarre forms. Among these fish-tailed corpses were the legendary mermen. It was said that the scales and other body parts of mermen held great value. Furthermore, the deceased cultivators likely possessed storage treasures that could yield significant fortunes, potentially containing high-grade elixirs or divine techniques. Thus, it could be said that the cultivators were not merely in search of opportunities, but were participating in a grand heist. Yet, the cultivation world is often cruel, as resources are limited, and most are controlled by major sections. Lower-tier cultivators only seek resources for cultivation, regardless of their origin. For those with low cultivation might perish at any moment. Naturally, Duan Tianjin, Murong Shui, and Lu Yin looked down upon the items on the corpses and thus flew in midair, hovering above. Meanwhile, Duan Tianxin produced a compass designed specifically for locating the Sea Clan. Finding that Tribulation Sea Clan within this secret realm would be no easy task without such a treasure. Just as Duan Tianxin prepared to cast a spell, an unexpected change occurred. The passage through which the cultivators had entered flickered ominously before sealing shut. The entire secret realm began to tremble violently. What is happening? The passage has closed. The sudden change threw the cultivators into disarray. The Nangong sisters also wore grave expressions. Jiang Xiaobai, however, paid no mind, continuing to scavenge treasures from the corpses. Fortune favors the bold, the timid perish, he thought. If he were to survive, the more treasures he gathered now, the more he could take with him, thus bringing him closer to the promised Yao Tao in the celestial realm. Jiang Xiaobai was well aware that his heart was already occupied by the plump Yao Tao. No other beauty in the world could capture his interest. However, his actions attracted the attention of a young man in splendid attire nearby. Observing Jiang Xiaobai working diligently like a busy bee, the young man smirked. Little brat, take your time collecting things for me. Chapter 92. Du Xiu. In the face of this unexpected upheaval, all cultivators turned their gazes skyward towards the three figures of Daotian sect. However, at that moment, Duan Tianxin, Morong Shui, and Lu Yin maintained their calm demeanor, as if they had anticipated this very scenario. But as the earth split open, revealing a figure covered in black scales with a pair of deer-like antlers, resembling a human torso with a serpent's tail, who emerged dragging the head of a decayed elder. Their expressions shifted from calm to serious. He has already crossed the tribulation and is on the verge of transforming into a dragon. How can this be? Lu Yin gasped in disbelief. The records clearly stated that the most powerful Sea Clan demon in the Guanhai Mountain secret realm, Du Xiu, was merely a sea serpent at the initial stage of tribulation. How could he have progressed to this stage in just 1,000 years? This was equivalent to the existence of a true being among humans. The process of transforming into a dragon was akin to the transformation of human beings into celestial beings, breaking the barrier between the mundane and the divine. In other words, having passed the tribulation, he had shattered the boundary separating mortals from immortals. And ascending to the celestial realm was merely a matter of time. Who would have thought that within the Guanhai secret realm, there would be a mid-tribulation realm practitioner? Simultaneously, the figure with deer antlers, human torso, and serpent tail focused on Duan Tianxin, licking his lips. You are Du Xiu? Duan Tianxin asked, his expression grave. Indeed. That is I. Du Xiu nodded with a smile. He then casually tossed the elder's corpse to the ground and continued to smile at Duan Tianxin. Are you surprised that I can achieve the transformation into a dragon in just 1,000 years? Duan Tianxin remained silent, but as he gazed at the elder's corpse, he could already deduce the situation. This elder was most likely the master of Guanhai. It seemed that the master of Guanhai was a half-human, half-dragon. It was highly probable that the master's father was a true dragon, while the mother was a human. Du Xiu's motive for annihilating Guanhai Mountain was to obtain the dragon blood of the master. It seems you have guessed it, Du Xiu said with a beaming smile. His cheerful demeanor sent shivers down the spines of the cultivators present. An elderly cultivator looked at his hands with regret, muttering, damn it, indeed greed leads to downfall. While other dragon species may take ages to transform into true dragons after crossing the tribulation, Du Xiu clearly intends to use us as sacrificial offerings to hasten his own transformation. Old man, you are quite insightful, Du Xiu said, turning to the speaking elder with a grin. Upon hearing this, the old monk's expression turned pale. However, in the next moment, Du Xiu, with his scaled hand, reached out into the air. The old monk's physical body and soul were instantly obliterated into a mist of blood. Du Xiu opened his mouth wide, consuming the swirling blood mist into his belly. This old monk was a formidable being of the transformation stage, yet before Du Xiu, he could not muster even a semblance of resistance. Witnessing this, the surrounding cultivators were engulfed in despair. If my guess is correct, the three of you are from the Daotian sect sent to eliminate me, right? Concurrently, Du Xiu turned his gaze towards Duan Tianxin and the others, inquiring with a smile. Lu Yin, upon realizing that he was aware of their sect, felt a surge of confidence. Du Xiu, our Daotian sect's great elder is a true immortal of the upper tier. If you are wise, release us, or else our sect's powerful beings will surely not let you go. Du Xiu smirked disdainfully at these words. If I slay you all, I shall ascend to the immortal realm. The immortal realm is vast beyond comprehension. Even if a true immortal of the upper tier arrives, what of it? Ridiculous. Even if you transform into a dragon, what power will you wield in the lower realm? In the immortal realm, you would merely be the most inferior of creatures. Lu Yin, who was already agitated, could not care less about who Du Xiu was. He felt compelled to retort. I have never encountered anyone more arrogant than myself. Since you are so eager for death, I shall grant you your wish. Du Xiu's eyes darkened like water as he raised his hand to strike at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. The Mountain Lord of Tianqin, Morong Shui, could not bear to watch her sect members perish before her. However, before she could react, the Mountain Lord of Tianqin had already summoned his 8th-grade life sword to shield Lu Yin. With a thunderous boom. Although the life sword managed to block Du Xiu's strike, it shattered into countless fragments in that instant. The Mountain Lord of Tianqin, having his life sword destroyed, immediately spat blood, flying backward like a kite with its string cut. Tianqin Mountain Lord, Lu Yin exclaimed, swiftly moving to catch the falling Duan Tianqin. It's all right. I promised our sect leader that I would protect you both, but I did not anticipate that Du Xiu had already crossed the tribulation and reached the true ascension level. It seems today we are fated to face calamity. Duan Tianqin steadied himself, suppressing the turmoil within, wiping the blood from his lips. If I were a woman, I would surely offer myself to you. Lu Yin gazed at Duan Tianqin with deep affection, speaking from the heart. Duan Tianqin. What a poignant declaration of affection. However, to withstand my strike without perishing due to your tribulation level, you are indeed formidable, Du Xiu acknowledged. Casting an appreciative glance at the severely injured Duan Tianqin, Lu Yin, let us work together to hold this beast at bay, granting the Mountain Lord time to recuperate. Morong Shui said with a serious expression. Even knowing it was like a mandish trying to stop a cart, she had no choice but to charge forward. It was better than sitting idly by. Agreed, Lu Yin replied, although he and Morong Shui were not on the best terms. The Dao Tian sect had always stood united against external threats. However, in the next moment, as Morong Shui and Lu Yin charged at Du Xiu, they were sent flying back, crashing to the ground, gravely injured. Du Xiu looked at the two with a mocking expression. Two merging realms? I need not lift a finger. You would be gravely injured by the rebound of my protective spiritual force. Meanwhile, the surrounding cultivators felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Even the strongest. The Mountain Lord of Tianqin was severely injured under Du Xiu's palm, his life treasure shattered. The other two merging realm mountain lords were equally powerless. What could they do? They could only become mere lambs to the slaughter. Among the crowd, Jiang Xiaobai, who had been tirelessly seeking cultivation resources, halted his actions, staring blankly at the sky. Could it be that today, he truly would perish here? He had promised Yao Cao that he would visit her in the immortal realm, and to his master, who had high hopes for him. It now seemed he had failed to live up to those expectations. On Honey Mountain, Li Zhoujun, who had just broken through to the late void immortal stage, was in high spirits, preparing to catch a rabbit for a barbecue. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Detecting that the host's disciple Jiang Xiaobai, a fellow of the Dao Tian sect, is in peril at Guanhai Mountain. Ding! System issues a mission. The strong always act at critical moments. Mission details: save disciple Jiang Xiaobai and his fellow Dao Tian cultivators to gain merging realm cultivation. Chapter 93. The Might of a Sword in the Guanhai Secret Realm. Du Xiu glanced at the Dao Tian sect trio, who were utterly defenseless, and could not help but smirk coldly. Dao Tian sect members are nothing but this. Lu Yin, upon hearing these words, was so enraged that he spat blood. Even while lying on the ground, he pointed at Du Xiu, cursing vehemently. You may insult me, Lu Yin, but to insult my sect is sheer arrogance. If you have the courage, go visit my sect now and see if our great elder 1T flay you alive. Slap. Du Xiu struck with a palm from afar, causing one side of Lu Yin's face to swell instantly, his curses reduced to muffled sounds. Seeing this, Morong Shui could only smile wryly. Despite Lu Yin's tendency to view others as inferior, he still retained his honor, refusing to forget to defend the reputation of his sect even in such dire circumstances. Yet at this moment, Du Xiu fixed his gaze on Lu Yin, slowly speaking. You worthless fool, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. At this, Du Xiu grinned malevolently. I suddenly find myself disinclined to kill you right away. I want you to savor despair slowly. As his voice fell, Du Xiu soared into the air, raising his serpentine tail, which expanded to hundreds of feet in size, crashing down upon the cultivators who resembled mere fish on a chopping block. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as dust and blood soared into the air. Hundreds of cultivators, under this tail strike, had no capacity to resist. They were obliterated into a mist of flesh before they even realized what was happening, including several from the nascent soul and transformation stages. Jiang Xiaobai watched in horror as a beautiful female cultivator, mere steps away, was instantly reduced to a puddle of mud. At that moment, his mind was a blank slate. In the face of such overwhelming power, notions of talent, luck, and indomitable spirit became utterly inconsequential. Sister, it seems we truly are destined to die here. This death is simply too ungraceful. Nagong Yuran gazed at the grotesque carnage beneath the massive tail, her fair face paling. You foolish girl, what do you care about appearances when death is imminent? Nagong Anren replied, exasperated yet amused. She had to admit that her third sister was quite oblivious. Meanwhile, Du Xiu raised his blood-soaked tail, preparing to strike again. Under the shadow of this colossal tail, Jiang Xiaobai was also among those trapped. Run. This was the thought racing through Jiang Xiaobai's mind. In the face of the terrifying tail, he felt utterly incapable of resistance. Yet, his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, refusing to obey his commands, as if they were not his own. Jiang Xiaobai, in despair, closed his eyes. Clang. Just as Du Xiu's massive tail was about to descend, a resounding sword cry pierced the heavens. The cultivators present all shuddered at the sound. That is, Du Xiu's eyes filled with terror as he looked up at the suddenly appearing flying sword in the sky. The sword, bathed in divine radiance, emanated an aura that froze the void. Boom. Under the terrifying sword intent, Du Xiu could not withstand it, crashing to the ground and shattering the earth beneath him. A second-grade true immortal artifact. Du Xiu, struggling to suppress his fear and the ringing in his head, stared in disbelief at the sword suspended in the sky. At the same time, beside the sword, a figure cloaked in flowing green appeared. This was a seemingly frail scholar, his features handsome as jade. Master, Li Zhoujun, Lord of Yunju Mountain. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of this youth, Jiang Xiaobai, Murong Shui, and the Nangong sisters all displayed expressions of shock, yet simultaneously felt a weight lift from their hearts. At this moment, Li Zhoujun remained indifferent to the gazes of those around him. His starry eyes beneath his sharp brows fixated on Du Xiu, murmuring, slash. With the utterance of slash, the proud snow-flying sword erupted in a brilliant radiance. No. I cannot accept this. Despair clouded Du Xiu's eyes. He was unwilling to concede. After all, he had lain in wait for a millennium, scheming for another millennium, on the brink of acquiring a vast quantity of cultivator's blood to hasten his transformation into a dragon and ascend to the immortal realm. Yet, suddenly, a second-tier true immortal emerged. How could he possibly be at peace? Before he could articulate his thoughts, the flying sword cleaved through the air, unleashing a sword light that passed through Du Xiu's form. Under this strike, Du Xiu's soul was obliterated. With his demise, the snow-flying sword transformed into a stream of light and fled, while Li Zhoujun's ethereal figure began to dissipate. Such is the power of my master. A single sword is all it takes for a true ascendant. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the vanishing silhouette of the figure clad in azure, his eyes brimming with fervor, admiration, and respect. This was the master of Yunju Mountain. What? Hadn't the master of Yunju just undergone tribulation? Was this sword strike truly something achievable during tribulation? How terrifyingly gifted he was, a true immortal at merely 40 years of age. The surrounding cultivators looked on in shock at the fading figure in the sky, their expressions reflecting their astonishment at the master of Yunju's ever-growing might. Nangong Anren smiled wryly, remarking, a single sword strike to fell a true ascendant. Such prowess and youth are unparalleled in the Tianyuan realm. After speaking, Nangong Anren glanced at her second sister, Nangong Shinran, whose beautiful eyes were fixated on the spot where the master of Yunju had just appeared, and thought to herself, oh dear sister, it seems you are destined to endure the pangs of longing. This fellow doesn't even bother to say goodbye. Murong Shui remarked with a bitter smile, yet her resolve grew stronger. She was determined to keep pace with him. What would become of her if he ascended to the immortal realm before she caught up? At that moment, Lu Yin, unable to believe his eyes, rubbed them in disbelief. Was that just now the master of Yunju Mountain? Indeed, Murong Shui nodded. Goodness! Lu Yin gasped, realizing the implications. He had thought Li Zhoujun merely faced tribulation. Yet this sword had severed a creature on the verge of transformation. Anyone who dared to claim Li Zhoujun was merely undergoing tribulation would find themselves at his mercy. Ahem. That individual moments ago, was he the master of our sect? Duan Tianchen inquired, clutching his chest and coughing. Yes, he is our sect's master of Yunju Mountain, the youngest ever to hold the title. However, you were in seclusion when he ascended, so it's understandable that you may not know. Lu Yin enthusiastically explained to Duan Tianchen. A second-tier true immortal, truly formidable. Duan Tianchen inhaled deeply, remarking that achieving such a rank in the lower realms was akin to dreaming. Yet, upon noticing Lu Yan's fiery gaze directed at him, he instinctively shifted away, feeling an unsettling aura. However, with Du Xiu's demise, the three from the Daotian sect found it pointless to linger any longer. The treasures within held no allure for them, and Du Xiu's dragon corpse had been reduced to dust by Li Zhoujun's sword. Thus, they made their way home. Meanwhile, the surviving cultivators rejoiced, delighted that they could safely gather the resources within the secret realm. Outside the Guanhai Mountain secret realm, A figure cloaked in black stood in a daze, questioning his existence. Chapter 94. Ghost Monarch. This is a calamity. The cloaked figure was none other than the Ghost Monarch, who had moved far from the Daodian sect. He had believed he could escape the chaos, relocating to the border of Chizhou. Yet, what was this overwhelming sword intent that shook the very earth? Why was it that wherever he went, there seemed to be celestial-class powerhouses clashing? He lamented, "Heavens, you cannot be serious." Despite his discontent, he resolved to continue moving. He refused to believe that his luck could be so abysmal that every place he chose would be fraught with celestial-level battles. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ding! System rewards initial stage of integration realm. In the Soul Mountain. Li Zhoujun listened to the voice of the system in his mind, a smile gracing his face. He had finally entered the integration realm. It had not been an easy journey. In high spirits, Li Zhoujun decided against climbing the mountain to catch rabbits. Opting instead to retrieve his handmade fishing rod from the thatched cottage and began fishing leisurely by the nearby stream. Time passed swiftly, and that night, the task Endless Mortality, which had been set 6 months prior, was nearing its conclusion. As Li Zhoujun stood by the stream, having lost track of time while fishing, he stretched and sighed. It's time to leave. He cast a lingering glance at the thatched cottage behind him, having lived there for over half a year. To claim he felt no attachment would be disingenuous. He wondered how that child Azwa was faring now. With a smile, Li Zhoujun's form faded, almost as if he had never existed. Waving his hand, he completely concealed the thatched cottage within the void before strolling towards the small village where Su Azwa resided. As Li Zhoujun approached a house under the cover of night, he could see a faint light flickering through the window. Upon closer inspection, he found Su Azwa crouched on the ground, holding a piece of black charcoal and writing on the earth. Excellent, Li Zhoujun nodded in approval, but the next moment, astonishment crossed his face. How could this little fellow be emanating a trace of demonic aura? This demonic aura was steadily eroding Su Azwa's vitality. The frail are often the first to suffer misfortune. Li Zhoujun sighed, reflecting on the apparent injustice of the situation. Yet, perhaps due to his fondness for the child, he resolved to offer Su Azwa assistance before his departure. After an indeterminate amount of time, a wave of demonic energy emanated from the grass beside Su Azwa's house. Li Zhoujun formed a sword gesture with his hands, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the creature. However, the next moment, a white snake emerged from the forest, holding a mountain chicken in its mouth. This snake had already attained a certain level of sentience, yet it remained oblivious to the concealed presence of Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun's face displayed surprise. Things were not as he had anticipated. Little Bai, you've come again. Su Azwa seemed to hear the commotion outside and, with a joyful expression, exited the house. The white snake gently placed the mountain chicken on the ground and affectionately rubbed its head against Su Azwa's palm. Li Zhoujun, standing at a distance, silently observed this scene, refraining from interrupting the bond between boy and snake. After a brief moment of play, Su Azwa solemnly stated, "All right, little Bai. We must rest now. We have lessons to attend to tomorrow, and I cannot let my teacher or mother down." Upon hearing Su Azwa's words, the white snake, displaying a surprising level of understanding, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Su Azwa embraced the white snake and returned indoors. Li Zhoujun was left speechless. It was no wonder Su Azwa had allowed demonic energy to infiltrate his being. After all, he spent all day sleeping alongside a spirit. Moments later, the sound of Su Azwa's snoring filled the room. "Come out," Li Zhoujun called softly from outside the house. The white snake, curled in Su Azwa's arms, felt a surge of fear at the sound. It understood that a powerful being had passed through and was now beckoning it. After glancing at Su Azwa, it slithered down from the bed and made its way outside. There, it encountered a strikingly handsome young man in azure robes, a serene smile gracing his lips. Seemingly devoid of malice, the white snake was enveloped in swirling mist, which eventually coalesced into a stunning girl clad in white. "I am Bai Ling, and I pay my respects to the immortal." The white-clad maiden spoke with a hint of trepidation as she addressed Li Zhoujun. "What connection do you share with this child?" Li Zhoujun inquired gently. "In response to the immortal, 2 years ago, I battled a toad spirit in the river and, in an unfortunate turn of events, sustained grave injuries. It was Azwa who saved me," the white-clad maiden replied earnestly. "Oh, I see." Li Zhoujun nodded slightly, but then shifted the conversation, saying, "Do you not understand that beings of different natures are destined for separate paths? Although you have been granted the fortune to transform into human form, you are still merely at the foundation stage of cultivation. You cannot perfectly control the demonic energy within you, and being around Su Azwa will only inadvertently endanger him." Upon hearing this, the girl in white turned pale, her voice tinged with grievance. I do not wish for that either." "Very well. Considering your gratitude, I shall lend you a hand," Li Zhoujun said with a sudden smile. Assisting a foundation-level demon in concealing her demonic energy was within Li Zhoujun's capabilities. He lightly touched Bai Ling's brow, and in an instant, her demonic energy, once intense, gradually dissipated until it vanished entirely, rendering her indistinguishable from an ordinary human. "Thank you, esteemed immortal, for your assistance," Bai Ling exclaimed with joy as she discovered her demonic energy had been perfectly concealed. She was about to bow in gratitude when Li Zhoujun waved his hand to stop her, smiling. "You possess a keen spirit and decent aptitude. Do not rush towards success or stray into unorthodox paths. Remember my words, haste makes waste. Whether as a human or a demon, one must tread steadily, step by step. I look forward to seeing you achieve your goals. I will heed the esteemed immortal's teachings." Bai Ling nodded earnestly, whom Li Zhoujun acknowledged, glancing at the sleeping Azuo. With a mere gesture of his finger, he effortlessly dispelled the lingering demonic energy in Azuo's body. After completing these actions, Li Zhoujun slowly withdrew his hand and smiled at Bai Ling, saying, "Devote yourself diligently to your cultivation." With that, he did not wait for Bai Ling to respond and turned to head towards Haolong Mountain. As he departed, it was only courteous to bid farewell to a friend who felt like a kindred spirit. "I bid you farewell, esteemed immortal." Bai Ling's voice rang out behind him, her curious, sparkling eyes fixed on Li Zhoujun's retreating figure. Could this young man be the one Su Azuo often spoke of? However, in the blink of an eye, Bai Ling could no longer see Li Zhoujun's silhouette. The prowess of this immortal was truly terrifying. Bai Ling inhaled sharply, relieved that this elder was reasonable. Otherwise, with a mere thought, she might have met her demise countless times over. Chapter 95. Return to Tiandao sect. When Li Zhoujun arrived at the foot of Haolong Mountain, he was halted by a massive stone lion that spoke, "Mortal, Haolong Mountain is not a place for you. Depart at once." Li Zhoujun was taken aback, puzzled by the sudden appearance of such a creature. "Stone lion, do not act recklessly. Mr. Li is a dear friend of the master." Just then, Ing Shanshan stepped forward and slightly bowed to Li Zhoujun, saying, "Please do not take offense, esteemed sir. I created this little trinket out of boredom a few days ago." "Not at all," Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. He scrutinized the stone lion and remarked, "I observe that a formation has been carved within this stone lion. Some of the formations could be optimized. For instance, the driving formation has several areas that can be improved." As Li Zhoujun explained, Ing Shanshan's eyes grew brighter. When she wasn't cultivating, she was studying spirit formations, and now she was already a 7th-tier spirit formation master. Meanwhile, she contemplated how Mr. Li, a 9th-tier master of formations, was able to pinpoint each flaw with such precision, providing her with immense insight. The stone lion, overhearing their discussion of its internal formations, trembled in fear. After a while, as Li Zhoujun finished his explanation, Ing Shanshan, her eyes filled with admiration, bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, esteemed sir, for your guidance. May I trouble you again in the future for further teachings on spirit formations?" Li Zhoujun smiled warmly, saying, "I shall be departing from Hun Mountain tomorrow." Ing Shanshan was taken aback by the news of his departure, her expression revealing a hint of reluctance. She felt as if an aura surrounding Mr. Li could envelop one in a warm spring breeze, calming the mind, and even slowing time itself. This sensation could be described in Mr. Li's own words as the air of a lazy fish. "Are you truly leaving?" At that moment, Hao Wang also approached Li Zhoujun and Ing Shanshan. In truth, he had been present for a while, but refrained from interrupting their discussion. Hearing that Li Zhoujun was about to leave, he could not help but step forward. "Indeed, I must depart," Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. "As cultivators, we ought to ride the winds and traverse thousands of miles, taking in the vast landscapes and the beauty of the world, experiencing the splendor of life." "How carefree you are, esteemed sir." Hao Wang laughed heartily. Ing Shanshan watched Mr. Li converse with the master, her beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. Who could resist falling for such a man, with a countenance like jade and a wealth of knowledge? "Esteemed sir, I have an old friend in the southern continent named Ziyun Daoist. He wishes to ascend but plans to hold a Tao conference at Ziyun Mountain before his ascension, sharing his insights with the beings of the southern continent. I know you possess the ability to observe such matters without needing to partake, but it would be beneficial for you to watch Ziyun Daoist's ascension, as it may aid you in your own future endeavors," Hao Wang said with a smile. "Moreover, should you enjoy exploring mountains and waters, the southern continent is a splendid choice. Ding. The system has issued a task to observe the ascension of a true immortal. Upon completion, the host will receive rewards." Upon hearing the system's prompt, Li Zhoujun looked at Hao Wang with admiration and said, "Your old friend, Hao Wang, truly possesses great ambition. I am impressed. In that case, I too wish to witness the true form of this Ziyun Daoist." "Haha, if Ziyun knew that someone like you would attend his Tao conference, he would surely feel honored," Hao Wang chuckled. "This conference will take place a month from now, and I shall also be heading to Ziyun Mountain. Then we shall meet at Ziyun Mountain, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Hao Huang, please take care. Very well, Hao Huang nodded. Travel safely, esteemed sir. As Li Zhoujun bid farewell and departed, Hao Huang looked at Ing Shanshan with a smile. So, my dear, have you taken a liking to Mr. Li? Ing Shanshan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she fell silent. Whether as a human or a demon, one must dare to dream and act. Should I assist you in a future endeavor to knock Mr. Li unconscious and deliver you to his room? Hao Huang teased. Ing Shanshan was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond. The master was indeed quite bold. I am merely jesting. Hao Huang laughed, scolding lightly. A girl should not be kept too close. Over the years, Hao Huang had raised Ing Shanshan as if she were his granddaughter. Meanwhile, as Li Zhoujun left Hao Huang Mountain, he sneezed unexpectedly. He felt somewhat suspicious. Although he was merely at the integration stage, he had long since transcended the possibility of falling ill. Why would he suddenly sneeze? Could it be that someone harbored ill intentions towards him? Just then, the system chimed in with a notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task wandering through the mortal realm. Ding! The system has granted the reward mid-stage integration realm. Ding! The system has issued the reward Snowy Pride Flying Sword upgraded to a 3rd-tier true immortal artifact. Ding! The system has granted the reward 100 million premium spirit stones. As the system's notifications concluded, even Li Zhoujun, who typically viewed everything with indifference, could not help but take a sharp breath. System, you are truly generous, Li Zhoujun remarked. Ding! Please show more respect towards the system in the future. As long as the rewards are substantial, nothing else matters, Li Zhoujun chuckled. With that, he began his journey back to Tiandao sect. It had been half a year since he last returned, and he wondered how the two young girls were faring in their cultivation. By midday, Li Zhoujun arrived back at Yunji Mountain. At that moment, Lu Jining and Su Nan were both in closed-door cultivation. However, Li Zhoujun's formidable spirit allowed him to sense that both had surpassed the foundation stage. Why had they not even said goodbye before leaving the Observation C secret realm? Just as Li Zhoujun felt content, a gentle voice echoed from behind him. Ah, it's you. Master Moro. How did you know I had returned? Li Zhoujun greeted the newcomer with a cheerful smile. Your 9 ethereal dragons are usually quite tranquil. Yet today they seem unusually excited, Morong Shui remarked. Oh, have you been observing me so closely? Li Zhoujun responded with surprise. After all, you have saved my life multiple times, Morong Shui replied, winking playfully. Perhaps I should offer myself in return. That would be splendid, Li Zhoujun laughed. Are you not jesting? Morong Shui was taken aback. I am quite serious, Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly. After all, how could one not adore such a beauty as the master of Morong Mountain? Unless he were a eunuch? Upon hearing this, a blush crept onto Morong Shui's face, and she was about to respond when Li Zhoujun, thinking she found him frivolous, shrugged and said, well, I was only joking. Morong Shui's cheeks flushed, and she felt an urge to bite him in frustration, thinking to herself, I was about to agree. Meanwhile, Jinyun, the Grand Master of Yunju Mountain, had returned. I shall summon him to meet you, said Mu Taiyu respectfully to Jinyun. No need, Jinyun replied. This young man is actually a 2nd-grade true immortal. I must meet this remarkable fellow personally. Our lineage has produced a truly extraordinary talent. Jinyun smiled contentedly as he tidied his hair and attire. Several figures, hidden in the void of the grand hall and awakening from a long slumber, observed Jinyun's pleased expression with slight irritation. However, there was little they could do, as the younger generation of Yunju Mountain had indeed excelled. They contemplated whether their own descendants might also possess concealed abilities. It seemed they would need to devise a plan to interrogate these youngsters, lest their esteemed sect be reduced to a mere 6th-rate clan. Chapter 96. The Onslaught of the Sea Tribe on Yunju Mountain, Morong Shui inquired softly, suppressing the throbbing veins on her forehead. How long do you plan to stay this time? I will be leaving shortly. I need to journey to the South Continent. Li Zhoujun replied. So soon? Morong Shui's face fell, and she felt a pang of disappointment. Is it absolutely necessary? Indeed, it is, Li Zhoujun affirmed with a warm smile. Very well, Morong Shui said helplessly, having hoped that he would remain longer this time. It's about time I should depart, Li Zhoujun stated. Be cautious on your journey. The distance from the South Continent to the Qing Continent is considerable, Morong Shui reminded him. Rest assured, Li Zhoujun replied with a light chuckle. He then infused 2 soul marks into the bodies of Lu Jining and Su Nan, who were in seclusion, before taking to the skies on his flying sword. As Morong Shui gazed in the direction of Li Zhoujun's departure, Jinyun appeared at Yunju Mountain. Greetings, Grandmaster, she said respectfully. Ah, Jinyun nodded and inquired, where's Zhoujun? Morong Shui sighed and said, the master of Yunju Mountain just left as you arrived. Oh, Jinyun was momentarily taken aback. but soon smiled, saying, "A true man has aspirations that reach far and wide. Very good, very good." Meanwhile, after leaving the sect, Li Zhoujun hurried to a large city at the border of the Qing continent, Linhai City. As is well known, vast oceans separate the continents, concealing perils beneath their depths. Who knows what creatures lie dormant within? Thus, there are two methods to traverse this expansive sea. The first is to reach the tribulation stage, allowing one to leap across the ocean by their own power. However, even those at this level risk failure. The second method is to board a ship at the docks of the large city. These ships, crafted by many 8th-grade blacksmiths, are quite costly and possess defenses capable of withstanding numerous attacks from beings below the Great Ascension stage. There is still a month until the Taoist talks given by Ziyundaran. Thus, Li Zhoujun planned to travel by ship to experience the vast ocean. Upon arriving at the northern gate of Linhai City, he was awestruck by the towering walls that soared hundreds of feet high, a true marvel of craftsmanship. The ruler of Linhai City is an ancient family known as the Xia clan, which has held the position of city lord for thousands of years, boasting a profound heritage. Although they may not rival the Daotian sect, they could easily surpass most sects and families within the Qing continent. Furthermore, their ancestor is a true immortal who ascended to the celestial realm, which explains the Xia clan's dominion over Linhai City. As Li Zhoujun stepped through the majestic walls into Linhai City, he noticed that the passers-by were all formidable individuals, with at least golden core or nascent soul cultivation. After all, those who came to this city were preparing to cross continents. Who would dare venture so far without strength? Additionally, he observed several soldiers clad in azure armor, patrolling the streets in groups. Their cultivation was also at the golden core level, clearly indicating they were part of the city lord's army. Their duty was not only to maintain order within the city but also to combat the sea tribe that threatened from the southern gates. As the human and sea tribes have long been in conflict, the sea tribe attacks Linhai City with floods once or twice a year, a struggle that has persisted since the city's construction. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook Linhai City. Li Zhoujun's expression hardened. The sea tribe is attacking. You all must swiftly seek refuge, commanded a soldier in azure armor with an authoritative tone. Li Zhoujun joined the throng and rushed into a tall building. How long do you think Lord Xia will take to repel this sea tribe invasion? One cultivator asked. If I heard correctly, the current lord of Linhai City, Xia Wenjing, is an exceptionally gifted woman, only 111 years old, at the perfected tribulation stage, in the vast Qing continent. Only the master of Yunju Mountain could possibly surpass her, he continued. Friend, you are woefully uninformed. The master of Yunju Mountain does more than merely surpass her. A close friend of mine once entered the Guanhai Mountain's secret realm at another border of the Qing continent and witnessed the master of Yunju Mountain slay a sea serpent on the verge of transformation into a true dragon with a single strike. That serpent was nearly a true dragon. What? A sea serpent on the brink of becoming a true dragon? Does that not imply it was akin to a true ascendant? Another exclaimed. Could it be that the master of Yunju Mountain has already reached true immortal cultivation? The Daotian sect is truly terrifying. A young sect master at true immortal level, who knows what other ancient beings dwell within their ranks. Within the tall building, the cultivators remained unconcerned about the sea tribe's invasion, for Linhai City had fought against them for so long without ever facing defeat. They instead engaged in light-hearted conversation. Li Zhoujun quietly listened to their praises of him, enjoying the flattery, but soon grew weary of the idle chatter. After all, he knew well that those who are exalted often face the harshest falls. As the saying goes, wealth in the mountains brings distant kin, while poverty in the marketplace garners no concern. This adage rings true even in the realm of cultivation. When one's prowess exceeds that of others, many will seek to curry favor, yet when one is merely an ordinary cultivator, few will care for their fate. Thus, Li Zhoujun closed his eyes, extending his consciousness to observe the situation at the southern gate of Linhai City. As his awareness soared above the city, he beheld towering waves crashing against the southern walls. Yet, the city walls stood resolutely, nearly indestructible, withstanding the repeated assaults of the monstrous waves. Furthermore, among the soldiers atop the walls, at the edge of the sea stood a woman of exquisite beauty. Clad in a flowing white robe, her countenance resembled frost, even in the face of towering waves. Her expression remained unperturbed, her eyes exuding an unparalleled tranquility. This woman was none other than Xia Wenjing, the lord of Linhai City. Observing the relentless surge of the sea, Xia Wenjing turned to a nearby soldier and inquired, "Have the ships at the dock been retrieved?" "Rest assured, my lord," the soldier replied. The ships were brought back before the sea creatures launched their attack. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xia Wenjing's calm gaze shifted to the tumultuous waves below, her eyes gradually sharpening with intensity. The soldier beside her, a seasoned warrior, could not help but shudder at the piercing aura radiating from his lord. A weighty concern loomed in his heart. Historically, the sea creatures' assaults on Linhai City followed a predictable pattern. However, This time, it was an unexpected onslaught. According to the historical records of Linhai City, such occurrences heralded the emergence of a formidable entity from among the sea creatures. Although Linhai City had never faced defeat, it had not been without losses. Indeed, several past lords had perished at the hands of the sea creatures. And it had only been through the Xia family's utmost efforts that they managed to repel the invaders. This battle promised to be arduous, and one could only wonder how many cultivators would fall. Chapter 97. The sword from the heavens at last, the towering waves receded, revealing a beach teeming with countless shrimp and crab soldiers, an endless horde as far as the eye could see. The shrimp soldiers, characterized by their red heads, donned black armor and wielded long spears, while the crab soldiers, with their crab-like heads, brandished powerful claws clad in dark armor. Fire! At the moment the shrimp and crab soldiers emerged, Xia Wenjing commanded, and a rain of arrows descended from the southern battlements of Linhai City, enveloping the soldiers below. In mere moments, the beach echoed with the anguished cries of the fallen, a multitude of shrimp and crab soldiers toppling under the relentless onslaught. Yet, despite the casualties, an unending tide of shrimp and crab soldiers continued to surge forth. Standing atop the city walls, Xia Wenjing surveyed the grim scene below, her demeanor resolute, as she understood that her true adversary was not the minions before her, but the formidable sea creature yet to reveal itself. Below, the countless shrimp and crab soldiers charged forward with reckless abandon, their numbers overwhelming, forming a veritable wall of corpses in a remarkably short time. The soldiers atop the walls had never encountered such a scenario. The mindless rush of the sea creatures sent shivers down their spines. Suddenly, a colossal wave erupted from the sea, heralding the emergence of a massive figure adorned with wings and bearing 9 serpentine heads. With a deafening roar, the creature soared from the depths, transforming into a young man with greenish skin, his forehead adorned with azure scales, and clad in golden armor. It was the true manifestation of the 9-headed Serpent King. Seeing this formidable presence, the soldiers gasped in unison. Wasn't the 9-headed Serpent King supposed to be far away on 9 Serpent Island? How could he possibly appear here? Could it be that he had come for the city lord? After all, it was rumored that the 9-headed Serpent King had a penchant for beautiful women, having sired offspring with women from various clans, including even the rat spirits. Given that Xia Wenjing was indeed a paragon of beauty, this seemed plausible. It was no wonder the sea creatures had struggled to conquer Linhai City for millennia. Upon witnessing this, one could understand their formidable capabilities. Meanwhile, the 9-headed Serpent King, suspended in midair, observed the incessant rain of arrows claiming the lives of his minions. A faint smile gracing his green visage. The lives of these shrimp and crab soldiers appeared insignificant to him, akin to mere dust. As he set his gaze upon the city lord standing atop the walls, his crimson tongue flicked across his lips. I have long heard tales of Linhai City's lord, a rare beauty of exceptional talent. The rumors prove true, and it appears I have stumbled upon a delightful surprise. Xia Wenjing's countenance darkened upon hearing the 9-headed Serpent King's words. I offer you 2 choices, Xia City Lord, he said nonchalantly. Open the city gates and joyfully welcome me as my consort, or I shall personally breach these gates and decimate everyone within Linhai City. Foolish delusion, Xia Wenjing replied, her eyes narrowing. Should she yield and open the gates, she would become a traitor to the people of Qingzhou, dooming Linhai City to destruction. The soldiers atop the walls erupted in a deafening roar. Li Zhoujun, observing the unfolding events, felt a surge of respect for Xia Wenjing, a cultivator of the tribulation realm. Without the existence of a bastion like Linhai City, the sea creatures might have long since invaded Qizhou. The people of Qingzhou were spared the wrath of the sea creatures due to the valiant efforts of cities like Linhai, standing resolutely at the edge of the sea. Summer Kuei, swiftly seek assistance from the Daotian sect, and inform them that the 9-headed Serpent King is poised to attack Linhai City. Xia Wenjing commanded a soldier beside her. No, I am a cultivator of the combined body realm, and I must stay to fight alongside Linhai City. Summer Kuei insisted firmly. Foolish wretch, Xia Wenjing chided. It is precisely because you are a cultivator of the combined body that you must urgently seek help from the Daotian sect. This is not the time for heroics. Your responsibilities extend beyond the safety of Linhai City. Millions of lives in Qizhou depend on it. Go now. City Lord, I said go. Yes, Summer Kuei took a deep breath and clasped his fists in acknowledgement. I understand your decision now, the 9-headed Serpent King remarked with a hint of disappointment. I had initially thought you wise, Xia City Lord, but it seems you are but a stubborn fool. Do not blame me for being ruthless then. As he spoke, the 9-headed Serpent King raised his hand, summoning a monstrous wave from the sea, akin to a giant beast opening its maw, poised to swallow the towering walls of Linhai City. Despite his fondness for beauty, he would not defy his master's command to conquer Linhai City for a mere woman. To do so would invite a fate worse than death. System notification. Mission issued. Repel the sea creatures and ensure peace for Chizhou. At that moment, a voice echoed in Li Zhoujun's mind, and he smiled lightly. Just as well, I was preparing to take action. With a flick of his fingertip, the proud snow sword shot skyward with a whoosh. Outside Linhai City, the nine-headed serpent king laughed heartily, observing the colossal wave he had conjured, ready to engulf the city. A mere Linhai City, lacking even a true manifestation. How could it withstand my might? All shall perish. Xia Wenjing felt despair seep into her heart. Was the ancient Linhai City truly destined to fall at her hands? She was unwilling to accept such a fate, yet, before a true manifestation. Despite being just a step away from attaining such power herself, the chasm between them was insurmountable, a divide between the mortal and the divine. Simultaneously, the gathered cultivators within Linhai City sensed the gravity of the situation. A true manifestation of a sea creature had arrived. Damn it, how could I be so unfortunate? The cultivators within the city, even from their stronghold, could see the towering wave, ready to engulf Linhai City, accompanied by an uncountable swarm of shrimp and crab soldiers. One could only imagine the devastation that would ensue when the wave crashed down. The entire coastal city is poised to be transformed from a refuge of humanity into a hellish realm ruled by the sea creatures. At that critical moment, a flying sword descended from the heavens. The nine-headed serpent king, Xia Wenjing, along with countless cultivators and sea creatures, all raised their gaze towards the direction from whence the sword approached. Chapter 98. The Devourer of the Sea. The sword hung high in the air, its intent sweeping across the 8 directions, subduing the heavens and the earth. The colossal waves stirred by the nine-headed serpent king, towering thousands of feet, were instantly quelled beneath the overwhelming aura of the sword, deflating like a punctured balloon. A third-grade true immortal artifact. How could it be? The nine-headed serpent king gazed at the sword suspended in the sky, his pupils filled with dread. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee into the depths of the ocean. However, just as he descended a few feet, the celestial sword trembled and unleashed a blinding beam of light. The nine-headed serpent king turned back to witness the approaching brilliance, his face etched with unwillingness and despair as he bellowed, "Old devourer of the sea! How dare you deceive me into believing that the strongest in this coastal city is merely a tribulation survivor? I curse you, you old whale, to bear no offspring." As his words fell, the sword light cleaved through him. As a formidable true immortal, the nine-headed serpent king found himself utterly powerless against such terrifying light. His body shattered in an instant. Third-grade true immortal artifact. Nearby is a third-grade true immortal. Withdraw. Quickly. Countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals, witnessing the demise of the nine-headed serpent king in the presence of a human third-grade true immortal, turned pale with fear and fled frantically into the ocean, desperately trying to escape the fate of being reduced to ashes beneath the celestial sword. Is it true that a third-grade true immortal has come to our coastal city? Xia Wenjing sighed in relief. Had it not been for the presence of a true immortal, today could have marked the city's ruin. Ha ha ha. I thought these shrimp soldiers and crab generals would show no fear. On the southern walls of the coastal city, the soldiers erupted in joyous laughter as they observed the panicked retreat of the sea creatures. With the presence of a third-grade true immortal, we are saved. The cultivators within the city wept tears of joy. However, before their taut nerves could fully relax, an unexpected turn of events transpired. From beneath the fleeing shrimp soldiers and crab generals, a massive maw emerged from the sea, akin to a bottomless abyss. As the gigantic mouth broke the surface, it unleashed a torrent of water, swallowing countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals whole. Those behind were left stunned, frozen in place. What on earth is happening? On the city walls, the soldiers stared in horror at the gaping abyss, cold sweat beading on their brows. The nine-headed serpent king, moments ago formidable, was nothing more than a mere child in the presence of this unknown entity. It was a fifth-grade true immortal, the legendary devourer of the sea. An ancient being dwelling in the deep ocean. Despair washed over Xia Wenjing's face. Even with a third-grade true immortal in the city, they were no match for a fifth-grade true immortal. The crowd's expressions mirrored her dread. To them, a fifth-grade true immortal was a truth beyond comprehension. At that moment, hidden among the throngs and the tall buildings of the city, Li Zhoujun noticed the sudden emergence of the devourer of the sea. He furrowed his brow slightly, then vanished into the crowd, reappearing above the coastal city, beside the proud snow-flying sword. The proud snow-flying sword, facing the fifth-grade true immortal alone, exhibited signs of agitation, its blade trembling slightly. After all, the celestial sword possessed its own spirit. Confronted by a being of immeasurable strength, such emotions were not unwarranted. Yet, should Li Zhoujun command it, the sword would unhesitatingly engage that overpowering entity, even at the risk of shattering its blade. However, Li Zhoujun had no intention of allowing such a confrontation. With his arrival, the proud snow sword regained its composure, after all. Its master was a being capable of contending with the mightiest of celestial beings. That figure is. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenjing and the denizens of the coastal city gazed at the silhouette clad in azure robes, momentarily taken aback. The master of cloud residence. A cultivator recognized Li Zhoujun. The master of cloud residence is actually a third-grade true immortal. My heavens! We thought he was merely a remarkable first-grade true immortal at such a young age. To find out he is a third-grade true immortal is utterly astounding. Such talent, had he ascended to the celestial realm, would he not be above true immortals by now? As they beheld the figure standing resolutely in the void, disbelief filled the eyes of the city's cultivators. A third-grade true immortal at just over 40 years old was an unparalleled existence, even in the celestial realm, not to mention that he achieved this in the lower realm. Such feats could only be attributed to a prodigy. As Xiao Wenjing gazed at the extraordinary figure in the sky, a bitter smile crept onto her lips. She had once thought the master of cloud residence's success was merely a product of sect resources, leading her to believe that with similar advantages, she too could achieve tribulation before 100. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Which sect could possibly produce a third-grade true immortal through resources alone? It was evident that he was genuinely gifted, a talent she could only aspire to. Yet, even if the master of cloud residence was a third-grade true immortal, what of it? The devourer of the sea had existed for millennia, a fifth-grade true immortal whose mere maw could consume countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Perhaps only the mountain god of Howang Mountain could subdue this devourer. A cultivator sighed in resignation. Upon hearing this, the crowd gradually shook off their astonishment at the master of cloud residence's incredible talent. Indeed, facing a fifth-grade true immortal. A third-grade true immortal was akin to an ant confronting an elephant. Meanwhile, a blinding divine light erupted from the ocean, dazzling the shrimp soldiers and numerous cultivators of the coastal city, rendering them momentarily blind. As the divine light dissipated, an elder clad in black robes with white hair and a youthful countenance appeared upon the sea's surface. This elder was the human manifestation of the devourer of the sea. Xiao Wenjing observed the appearing elder with a puzzled expression. Concurrently, the elder, with a smile, addressed Li Zhoujun. I have calculated the timing and circumstances perfectly, yet I did not foresee the nine-headed serpent's misfortune in encountering a third-grade true immortal. However, your luck is not so fortunate either. Is that so? Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly, mentally summoning the proud snow-flying sword. After all, in the face of a fifth-grade true immortal, the sword was of no use. Hiss, has the master of cloud residence sheathed his sword? Does he intend to engage in close combat? Cultivators exchanged confused glances. The flesh of the demon race was inherently stronger than that of humans, especially the devourer of the sea, a being akin to a colossal whale, whose physical strength ranked among the upper echelons of fifth-grade true immortals, nearly on par with divine beasts like the Kuanping and True Dragon. Many cultivators expressed their bewilderment at Li Zhoujun's decision to sheath his sword. The devourer of the sea, too, was momentarily perplexed by Li Zhoujun's actions, but soon smiled nonchalantly, saying, "Are you conceding?" "Conceding?" Li Zhoujun shook his head, smiling lightly. "Perhaps. But how can one win without trying?" The devourer of the sea paused in surprise, then laughed. "I am beginning to admire you. Perhaps in a different time and place, we could sit down for tea and become friends. Alas, there are no perhaps in this world." Li Zhoujun sighed softly. "Indeed, there are no perhaps. Today, I shall inevitably annihilate the coastal city and ascend to Qingzhou." The devourer of the sea nodded, and as his words fell, his expression shifted, focusing intently on Li Zhoujun's eyes, growing increasingly fierce. "Those who stand in my way shall perish." With that declaration, the once calm sea beneath him erupted into monstrous waves. A terrifying pressure suddenly swept across the surroundings, causing the shrimp soldiers and crab generals struggling in the waves, as well as the cultivators atop the city walls of Linghai, to feel their legs weaken, on the verge of kneeling. However, in the next moment, a gentle spring breeze unexpectedly lifted the cultivators of Linghai City. A fifth-tier true immortal? How could this be possible? At the same time, the cultivators gazed at the young man standing in the void, his aura gradually rising to match that of the sea-swallowing demon lord. The Lord of Yunju Mountain was actually a fifth-tier true immortal. This world is utterly insane. Initially, it was believed that the Lord of Yunju Mountain, having achieved the third-tier true immortal status by the age of 40, had already surpassed all in history, yet to discover that he was a fifth-tier true immortal was simply astonishing. At this moment, the cultivators looked at the poised figure in the elegant robe, feeling their throats dry, unable to articulate their shock. Xiao sighed with a wry smile at Li Zhoujun. It was not merely a matter of being out of reach. Even if 10 horses were to be killed, they could not catch up. "You are indeed a fifth-tier true immortal?" The sea-swallowing demon lord looked at Li Zhoujun with a bewildered expression. "Yes," Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. The sea-swallowing demon Lord's expression fluctuated. His reason for wanting to ascend to Qingzhou was due to the recent battles involving immortal-level powerhouses. From his experience, there might be some extraordinary opportunities arising in Qingzhou. Otherwise, those ancient monsters on Qingzhou would not frequently take action. Thus, he had lured the Hydra Lord from thousands of miles away to scout the situation. In truth, facing a third-tier true immortal, he could suppress with a mere gesture. However, facing a fifth-tier true immortal, the sea-swallowing demon Lord was reluctant to engage. After all, they were both fifth-tier true immortals. Should a battle ensue, regardless of victory or defeat, it would be detrimental for both. A single misstep could lead to the obliteration of years of hard-earned cultivation. Even if he survived, what if he were severely injured and fell prey to those 6 brothers in the deep sea? With this thought, the sea-swallowing demon Lord resolved to flee. Ding! System task updated from repelling the sea tribe to pursuing the sea-swallowing demon Lord for 10 days and nights. The system's voice echoed in Li Zhoujun's mind. System, this is personal revenge. Li Zhoujun blinked. Clearly the system was displeased with his earlier remarks. Ding! The system has developed a strong bond with the host. The host's previous comments have caused the system distress. Li Zhoujun was left speechless, unable to retort. Ding! Host, do not daze. The sea-swallowing demon Lord is fleeing. Pursue quickly. At that moment, the sea-swallowing demon Lord, unwilling to entangle with Li Zhoujun, turned to vanish into the sea. However, just as his head dipped below the surface, a powerful hand firmly grasped his ankle. You think you can leave so easily after invading Qingzhou? Such logic does not exist. Li Zhoujun chuckled, exerting force on the sea-swallowing demon Lord's ankle, pulling him back above the sea. The sea-swallowing demon Lord hastily gathered his celestial energy to break free, glaring at Li Zhoujun with indignation. Youngster, do not go too far. My reluctance to battle you does not stem from fear, but from a desire to avoid mutual destruction. Those who offend Qingzhou shall be punished, no matter how far. Li Zhoujun replied with a light laugh, raising his fist to strike the sea-swallowing demon Lord. Boom! Li Zhoujun's punch was akin to thunder's might. What appeared to be an ordinary blow generated a wind that shattered countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Compete with me in physical strength? Preposterous. The sea-swallowing demon Lord felt insulted at Li Zhoujun's audacity to approach him with a mere physical attack. After all, his greatest pride lay in his physical power. Once, when he was a first-tier true immortal, a foolish human first-tier true immortal had fought him in a brawl. Now, that human's remains lay in the sea, transformed into an island. As Li Zhoujun's punch approached, the sea-swallowing demon Lord ceased to hold back, raising his own fist in retaliation. Boom! As their fists collided, the heavens trembled and the seas roiled violently. Countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals perished in that moment. As the sea-swallowing demon Lord had no intention of sparing any effort to protect them, to him, they were merely worthless creatures easily replaced. The physical strength of the Lord of Yunju Mountain could actually contend evenly with the sea-swallowing demon Lord. Such physical prowess was equivalent to a walking fifth-tier true immortal artifact, wasn't it? As the cultivators witnessed Li Zhoujun matching the sea-swallowing demon Lord blow for blow, they gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. Not only the cultivators, but even the sea-swallowing demon Lord himself stared wide-eyed in disbelief. This individual engages in combat without employing any supernatural techniques, and yet can stand on equal footing. Friend, engaging in battle with me, what will it matter who wins? There is no benefit for either of us. Seeing that Li Zhoujun was not easily subdued, the sea-swallowing demon Lord attempted to persuade him to cease the fight. Those who offend Qingzhou shall be punished, no matter how far. Li Zhoujun retorted, delivering another punch. I fear you not. The sea-swallowing demon Lord exclaimed in anger, also throwing a punch. Another earth-shattering clash ensued, but predictably, neither side gained the upper hand. At this rate, we will not determine a victor even after 10 days and nights. Why not part ways amicably? The sea-swallowing demon Lord continued to reason. However, those who offend Qingzhou shall be punished, no matter how far. Li Zhoujun reiterated, raising his hand for yet another strike. You insufferable fool. The sea-swallowing demon Lord could no longer contain his rage, cursing furiously, his years of cultivation crumbling in an instant. Chapter 100, Arrival in the Southern Continent. Boom. Li Zhoujun and the sea-swallowing demon Lord clashed fists once more, releasing a formidable shockwave that shook the heavens. In the next moment, both were sent flying several dozen steps apart. Undoubtedly, this encounter ended in a stalemate once again. The sea-swallowing demon Lord's expression darkened as he observed the youth gathering his strength to charge once more. He truly wished to curse aloud. Knowing neither could best the other, why persist in such stubbornness? Engaging in a battle that leads to mutual destruction benefits neither. Fool. The sea-swallowing demon lord cursed inwardly, opting not to engage further with Li Zhoujun, turning to vanish beneath the waves. Seeing this, Li Zhoujun could not allow him to escape so easily. Aside from the system's task to pursue him for 10 days, there was also a saying, strike once to avoid being struck 100 times. Thus, Li Zhoujun followed closely behind, diving into the sea. Moments later, the cultivators of toppling I-City witnessed towering water spouts erupting from the ocean, the entire sea in turmoil. Hiss. Did I see that correctly? The Lord of Yunju Mountain is actually chasing the sea-swallowing demon lord. How fierce must the battle beneath the surface be? The cultivators, gazing at the tumultuous sea, could not help but gasp in awe. I will not share the heavens with you. Those who offend Qingzhou shall be punished. No matter how far. As the sounds from beneath the sea gradually faded, the surface began to calm. The cultivators were left in astonishment. Had the crisis of the fifth-tier true immortal been averted so swiftly? 10 days passed rapidly. The Lord of Yunju Mountain, at merely over 40 years of age, had achieved the status of a fifth-tier true immortal and had pursued the sea-swallowing demon lord of the same tier. This event swept across the entire Qingzhou continent like a whirlwind, centered around Linghai City. Storytellers embellished the tale, transforming it into a captivating narrative that resonated in various tea houses and taverns across Qizhou, drawing applause from many. Upon receiving the news, the entire Daotian sect was enveloped in astonishment. Within the Supreme Hall, Jin Yunzi erupted into hearty laughter every day, much to the discomfort of those present. However, there was little they could do, for he had a remarkable junior to rely upon. Had they possessed such a formidable successor, their laughter would have surpassed Jin Yunzi's. In the Tiling Hall, Murong Shui fixated on the life tablet of Li Zhoujun, her eyes unblinking. The master of tiling approached, his expression one of helplessness as he advised, Murong Mountain Master. You have been staring at the life tablet of the Yunju Mountain Master for 3 days and 2 nights now. Given that the Yunju Mountain Master has achieved the 5th grade true immortal at such a young age, he is undoubtedly a prodigy and unlikely to act recklessly. Since he dared to pursue the sea-devouring demon lord, he must possess considerable confidence. Moreover, should anything happen to him, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Thank you, but I shall wait a while longer, Murong Shui replied softly. The master of Tai Ling shook his head, feeling a twinge of envy for the Yunju Mountain Master. Not only was he extraordinarily gifted, surpassing his peers and even those older than him, but he also had the enchanting Murong Shui captivated by him. Indeed, exceptional and handsome individuals tend to attract the gaze of beautiful women wherever they go. Meanwhile, amidst the vast expanse of the ocean, the sea-devouring demon lord crouched behind a rocky outcrop, cautiously peeking out. Upon realizing that he was no longer being pursued, he sighed in relief, tears welling in his eyes. 10 days. This reckless youth chased me for a full 10 days and nights. From the shore to the depths of the sea, I could have circled Qingzhou 3 times with the distance I covered. He has finally left. I have resolved never to return to Qizhou. If I encounter that fool again, will I not be subjected to another 10 days of relentless pursuit? Just the thought of it filled the sea-devouring demon lord with dismay. Fortunately, this young man's strength was on par with his own. Despite his harrowing escape, he had sustained no injuries. On the other hand, Li Zhoujun, who had completed the 10-day pursuit of the sea-devouring demon lord, soared out of the water. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ding! The system grants the reward of late-stage integration realm cultivation. With the system's reward, Li Zhoujun's mindset remained largely unchanged. After all, just moments ago, he had been chasing the 5th grade true immortal, the sea-devouring demon lord. After confirming his position, Li Zhoujun decided against returning to Qizhou. Instead, he directed the Ao Shui flying sword towards the southern continent. After his departure, beneath the sandy seabed of this oceanic region, a freshly dug hole, now partially filled, contained a figure clad in black robes. This individual was none other than the Ghost Lord. Alas! The Ghost Lord lamented, his face contorted in despair. Can you believe that I exerted myself to move from Qingzhou to the seabed, only to encounter a celestial-level powerhouse? Not only did I have to engage in battle, but the sheer force of it shook the entire ocean. The freshly dug hole, where I intended to construct a palace, has collapsed halfway. So, I cannot remain in Qingzhou? Very well. I shall relocate to the southern continent, a place 100,000 miles from Qingzhou. I will die before I allow myself to be chased again. The Ghost Lord gritted his teeth, resolutely determined. He refused to believe that he would encounter celestial-level beings again in the southern continent. As the Ghost Lord plotted his next move, Li Zhoujun had already reached the southern continent on his flying sword. The southern continent, abundant in plains and resources, was no less formidable than Qingzhou. Naturally, the formidable beings that resided there were equally numerous. Upon reaching the southern continent, Li Zhoujun recalled his flying sword. With approximately 20 days until the Taoist Ziyun's teachings commenced, he felt no urgency and decided to leisurely explore the area. With this intention in mind, Li Zhoujun purchased a general map of the southern continent, for it was his first visit, and he needed to familiarize himself with the terrain. After all, should he become lost before finding Ziyun Mountain, it would surely be a source of ridicule. Once he memorized the map, Li Zhoujun strolled through the woods, where he soon encountered a dense forested mountain range. Just as he was about to step into the mountain, an arrogant feminine voice called out from behind him, "Mortal, my young master invites you to join us." Li Zhoujun paused, turning to see a young girl clad in a blue and white dress alongside a handsome youth in luxurious attire. The girl possessed a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, while the young man was at the peak of foundation establishment. The girl, the one who had spoken, seemed to take pride in her invitation. Li Zhoujun smiled and replied, "My lady, are you addressing me? Are there others here aside from the three of us?" The girl in the blue and white dress retorted, her tone steeped in arrogance, while casting a pitying glance at Li Zhoujun, lamenting that he was a mere mortal despite his handsome appearance. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I am accustomed to traveling alone," Li Zhoujun replied with a smile, politely declining their company. "How presumptuous." Silence. The girl's indignation was halted by the young man beside her, who interjected smoothly, "My good fellow, this mountain range is vast and teeming with myriad creatures. Observing that you possess no cultivation, it would be wise to accompany us for mutual protection." The young man smiled amiably at Li Zhoujun. "Thank you for your kindness, but I believe it is unnecessary." Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly, unfazed by the girl's earlier disdain. It was akin to standing atop a high mountain, surveying the beautiful landscapes below. One would hardly concern themselves with the remarks of those at the base. "If you insist, then I can only wish you a safe journey," the young man said regretfully. With a slight smile, Li Zhoujun turned and stepped into the mountains. "Young master, why must we be so courteous to a mere mortal?" Once Li Zhoujun had departed, the girl in blue and white questioned the young man, perplexed. The young man, surnamed Liu, responded with a smile, "Yuxiang, do you truly believe that an individual who appears ordinary is merely that? While my Liu family is considered a prominent family in Northgate City, in the grand scheme of the southern continent, we are but a larger frog in a small well. Countless beings exist who could easily obliterate an entire Northgate City with a mere wave of their hand. Yet, these beings remain on a level far beyond our reach. Only when you ascend to a sufficiently high vantage point will you perceive the world from a different perspective, just as those in remote areas regard us as celestial beings. They remain unaware that we are no different from them in the eyes of true powerhouses." "I understand now," Yuxiang replied, though she wore a skeptical expression, evidently believing that formidable beings could not possibly appear in such a remote location. "Let us hasten our journey to avoid missing the teachings of the Ziyun immortal. A true immortal-esque discourse could greatly elevate our cultivation," the young man urged. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun ambled leisurely through the forest. He sought not to provoke trouble, but rather to enjoy the beauty of nature and the creatures within the wilderness. Thus, he employed his supernatural abilities to conceal his presence, rendering himself undetectable even to those of the same integration realm who might pass by. This was also aided by the system's stealth buff. After wandering through the woods for a while, Li Zhoujun discovered an abundance of wild game, such as mountain chickens. Why not seize the opportunity to feast on a delightful meal? To forego such a chance would be a disservice to his appetite. Moments later, he set up a roasting rack in the woods, preparing a plucked mountain chicken, which soon sizzled and crackled, releasing tantalizing juices. Indeed, the wind is just right among the mountains, and one can leisurely roam the world with ease. By the fire, Li Zhoujun grills a chicken, his face adorned with a broad smile. Suddenly, he gazes in astonishment towards a certain direction, as if his sight penetrates through the endless void. He spots a man and a woman being pursued by a pair of crimson-eyed demonic wolves. This man and woman are none other than the pair he encountered before entering the mountain, a young gentleman clad in elegant attire, accompanied by his maid, a girl in a blue and white dress. Although they currently appear quite disheveled, Li Zhoujun cannot help but feel amused. However, at this moment, the fleeing duo is heading directly towards him. Well, considering the kindness that young man from the Liu family had previously shown, perhaps I shall lend a hand. He muses with a light chuckle. Of course, there is another reason. Li Zhoujun wishes to avoid being disturbed by them. He plucks a vibrant green leaf nearby and tosses it towards the demonic wolf. With a swift whoosh, the leaf lands perfectly at the wolf's forefoot, its tip embedding into the soil. The sight terrifies the wolf, causing its fur to bristle, its tail to tuck, and it emits a whimper before fleeing. "Thank you, esteemed one, for your timely intervention," exclaims Lu and Shu, along with his maid, Yuxiang, both bowing respectfully towards the invisible savior. Yet, they receive no response. Lu and Shu sighs, "It seems the esteemed one prefers to remain hidden. Let us take our leave." Very well, Yu Xiong nods eagerly. Time swiftly passes. In 3 days, the teachings of Ziyun Taoist will commence on Ziyun Mountain. Li Zhoujun, however, has already made his way to the foot of the mountain and checked into an inn. Numerous newly established inns suggest that opportunists have recognized a chance to profit. Coincidentally, while enjoying tea on the first floor of his inn, Li Zhoujun encounters 2 familiar faces, Lu Wenshu and his maid, Yu Xiong. Brother, we meet again. It appears you two have come to hear the teachings of the esteemed Ziyun. Lu Wenshu greets with a smile. Indeed, Li Zhoujun nods, lifting his teacup to take a sip, a smile forming on his lips. It is rather amusing. Thankfully, you did not accompany me. Yu Xiong and I encountered a demonic wolf shortly after entering the mountains. Had it not been for the intervention of a powerful figure, we would not be standing here before you now. Lu Wenshu expresses his astonishment while quietly assessing Li Zhoujun. It is evident he suspects that the powerful figure who rescued them may very well be the young man before him. After all, the fact that Li Zhoujun emerged from the mountains unscathed speaks volumes. Yet, Li Zhoujun remains composed, responding with a smile. It merely indicates that your lives were not meant to end just yet. Shall we sit down for a drink? No. We have just arrived and should first take some rest, Lu Wenshu replies, recognizing Li Zhoujun's polite gestures. Very well, Li Zhoujun nods, watching as Lu Wenshu and his maid depart. Inwardly, he reflects, this young man's demeanor suggests he is destined for greatness. 3 days swiftly pass, and the time for Ziyun Jinren's teachings has arrived. Li Zhoujun, however, is not particularly concerned about the content of the discourse. He merely wishes to witness the spectacle of ascension. It is early morning when he steps out of the inn, observing numerous cultivators pouring out from both sides behind him, hastily making their way up Ziyun Mountain. Were it not for the 3 prohibitions set forth by Ziyun Jinren, no flight, no nighttime ascension, and no combat, there is no doubt they would engage in a fierce struggle for a place to rest on the mountain. Li Zhoujun strolls forward unhurriedly amidst the crowd. At that moment, a terrifying pressure descends from the sky. The faces of the cultivators turn pale as they look up, revealing an elderly man clad in luxurious robes. With his arrival, a hearty laugh resonates from Ziyun Mountain. Ahahaha, Hao Huang, I have finally awaited your arrival. Indeed, after 10,000 years apart, upon our reunion, you are already prepared to ascend to the celestial realm, replies Hao Huang, gazing at the suddenly appearing elder in purple robes with a smile. Is that the mountain god of Hao Huang? To witness the true forms of 2 celestial beings is indeed a fulfillment of this lifetime. The gathered cultivators express their sentiments as they behold the 2 figures standing amidst the void, exchanging jovial banter. Had it not been for Ziyun Jinren's impending ascension and teachings for all beings, they would likely live their entire lives without ever encountering such celestial presences. Ah, Mr. Li, you remain as low-key as ever, Hao Huang remarks upon spotting Li Zhoujun hidden within the crowd, his voice warm and cheerful. It is difficult not to notice the detached, ethereal aura that Li Zhoujun exudes. You flatter me, Hao Huang. I am merely accompanying the host, Li Zhoujun replies with a smile, recognizing that he has been acknowledged. Li Zhoujun no longer hesitates, swiftly appearing before Ziyun Jinren and Hao Huang. With a slight bow, he greets Ziyun Jinren. I have long heard from Hao Huang of your desire to impart teachings to all. I hold you in high esteem. This is Master Li, a grandmaster of spiritual formations, an old friend of mine, Hao Huang introduces with a grin. Ha ha ha, to have a grandmaster of spiritual formations like Mr. Li come to witness Ziyun's teachings is an immense honor, Ziyun Jinren replies, bowing in return. The 3 engage in cheerful conversation, while the crowd of cultivators buzzes with excitement. A grandmaster of 9th grade spiritual formations? Another true immortal has emerged? The presence of 3 true immortals before numerous cultivators is enough to be recorded in the annals of nano-history. Meanwhile, within the crowd, Yu Xiong's face pales as she gazes at Li Zhoujun, who stands prominently in the void. How can this seemingly ordinary young man, aside from his handsome appearance, be a true immortal? The more she thinks about it, the more she wishes to find a crevice to hide in. After all, she had once spoken boastfully before this true immortal. Thankfully, he seems not to hold her in disdain. Otherwise, she might not even know how she would perish. At this moment, cold sweat trickles down Yu Xiong's back, realizing that this individual is indeed a true immortal. Lu Wenshu watches Li Zhoujun conversing animatedly with Hao Huang and Ziyun Jinren, and he cannot help but smile ruefully. What a pity it is that he did not seize the opportunity earlier. Had he performed better then, perhaps this true immortal might have bestowed upon him a celestial chance. Simultaneously, Ziyun Jinren gestures to Hao Huang and Li Zhoujun. Please, this way. After you, both Li Zhoujun and Hao Huang respond with smiles. They then follow Ziyun Jinren to the summit of Ziyun Mountain. At the peak lies a spacious plain. The conditions here are somewhat humble. Please do not mind. Ziyun Jinren says with a wry smile. No need to concern yourself with us. We will merely observe from the side. replies Hao Huang amicably. Indeed, well spoken. Li Zhoujun concurs with a nod. Ziyun Jinren, with a slight bow, expresses his gratitude towards Li Zhoujun and Hao Huang. He then approaches the edge of the mountain peak. And with a surge of celestial laws enveloping him, a towering purple humanoid figure arises, reaching a height of 10,000 feet. Before this manifestation, Ziyun Mountain itself appears diminutive, barely reaching its knees. In unison, Ziyun Jinren merges with this celestial manifestation, sitting cross-legged upon the ground. Even so, the celestial figure towers above the entirety of Ziyun Mountain. To one's astonishment, Ziyun, this old fellow, has once again broken through the ranks over these 10 millennia, attaining the realm of a 5th-grade true immortal. It is no wonder he seeks to ascend to the immortal realm. After all, the transition from 5th to 6th grade signifies a qualitative change, with the tribulation becoming increasingly ferocious. Yet, the fact that he has cultivated to the 5th grade in the mortal realm, even without the baptism of golden light, and managed to break through the barriers to ascend solely by his own power, will undoubtedly attract the attention of various sects in the immortal realm. The Emperor Hao gazed at the magnificent celestial phenomenon, feeling a deep sense of nostalgia. Li Zhoujun, merely a cultivator at the integration stage, had only a rudimentary understanding of the true immortal realm, thus he merely nodded in agreement. At that moment, Emperor Hao turned to Li Zhoujun with a smile and said, Mr. Li, as a fellow 5th-grade true immortal without any divine office, with your innate talent, it should not be too difficult for you to cultivate to the 6th grade in the mortal realm. However, the tribulation is perilous indeed. My advice is to ascend to the immortal realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, if I lose a dear friend, I shall be heartbroken. It should be soon. Li Zhoujun smiled, filled with the desire to ascend and witness the legendary immortal realm. Yet, he was still at the integration stage. By the way, what of that girl, Shan Shan? Li Zhoujun inquired. Ah, that girl is about to break through to the true ascendancy and is currently in seclusion, Emperor Hao replied, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Now I understand, Li Zhoujun nodded in comprehension. Meanwhile, the cultivators who had climbed halfway up the mountain were utterly awestruck by the towering celestial phenomenon, which seemed as though a celestial lord had descended. Is this truly the celestial phenomenon of a true immortal? It seems a single finger could obliterate 100 mountain peaks. The gathered cultivators raised their heads to behold the phenomenon that obscured the sun, unable to suppress their excitement as they gulped. Concurrently, they pressed on with renewed vigor up the mountain, eager to secure a closer position. Moments later, the entirety of Ziyun Mountain and even the surrounding ranges were teeming with countless beings, including not only humans but also various demon clans. Some demons, even in their untransformed states, sat anthropomorphically on the ground, gazing up at the towering celestial phenomenon in awe. Even natural enemies like sheep and wolves, cats and mice, coexisted harmoniously side by side. Moreover, many formidable cultivators who had undergone tribulations, reached integration, or returned to the void sat in the void outside Ziyun Mountain. Though they could not fly within the confines of Ziyun Mountain, they settled for listening from the outside, sharing the experience of beholding the visage of a true immortal and hearing their teachings. Such a spectacle, one must suppose, had drawn nearly all beings from the southern continent, save for those in deep seclusion. Emperor Hao cast a glance at the assembled beings and smiled faintly. The allure of a true immortal is indeed formidable. Indeed, I am witnessing such a grand scene for the first time in my life, Li Zhoujun concurred, as Li Zhoujun and Emperor Hao conversed. The celestial phenomenon of Ziyun the true immortal resonated with a series of booming sounds, echoing in the hearts of all beings present. The gathered beings at Ziyun Mountain gradually quieted, immersed in the experience. As Ziyun the true immortal reached a state of profound insight, violet mists surged from the horizon, and golden lotuses blossomed from the earth, transforming Ziyun Mountain into a veritable paradise. Seeing this, Li Zhoujun also calmed himself to listen intently to Ziyun the true immortal's teachings. Observing Li Zhoujun's focused demeanor, Emperor Hao smiled subtly, refraining from interrupting, instead extending his consciousness to survey the surroundings, wary of any potential ambush from unscrupulous characters. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Ziyun the Taoist voice gradually subsided. Yet, the resonance of his words lingered, echoing in the air. The multitude on Ziyun Mountain remained enraptured, lost in the experience. However, Li Zhoujun was the first to awaken, having already garnered his own insights from the realm of true immortals. How do you find it, Mr. Li? Emperor Hao inquired with a beaming smile. Quite enlightening. Li Zhoujun replied with a gentle smile. Indeed, Emperor Hao praised. The fact that Li Zhoujun, also a 5th-grade true immortal, could set aside his pride to listen to another 5th-grade true immortal's teachings illustrated his humility and eagerness to learn. After all, among those of their rank, it is rare for one to acknowledge that another's path surpasses their own, let alone to humbly seek knowledge. At that moment, Ziyun the true immortal began preparing to break through the barriers of the world and descend to the immortal realm. The celestial phenomenon, which had been seated on the ground, slowly rose, and with a powerful punch, struck towards the heavens. Boom! With a resounding crash, Ziyun the true immortal's immense fist, shrouded in violet clouds, struck the void as if colliding with some barrier. Instantly, the entire realm trembled. The beings gathered in the southern continent were abruptly awakened by the commotion. Ah, is the true immortal preparing to ascend? The crowd gasped in excitement, for witnessing a true immortal's ascent to the immortal realm was a momentous opportunity in itself. With renewed vigor, Ziyun the true immortal unleashed a second punch, causing the heavens to tremble once more. Following that, a third, fourth, and fifth punch followed in rapid succession. Is the barrier to the immortal realm truly so difficult to breach? Li Zhoujun wondered, astonished, for Ziyun the true immortal was indeed a fifth-grade true immortal. Emperor Hao, however, appeared unfazed and remarked, if a true immortal misses the golden light guidance to ascend to the immortal realm, attempting to rely solely on their own strength to break through the barrier is inherently challenging. However, I suspect that within 10 punches, Brother Ziyun will successfully breach the barrier. As Emperor Hao's voice fell, Ziyun the true immortal delivered his 10th punch. A massive rift appeared in the void, with an unparalleled pure spiritual energy surging forth from within. Is that the power of immortal spirit? A knowledgeable cultivator recognized the energy spilling from the rift and exclaimed with delight. If we could absorb some of this immortal spirit energy, many of us might break through our stagnation. Additionally, many gazed fervently at the rift, for behind it lay the legendary immortal realm, filled with opportunities and treasures galore. Yet, they dared not rush forward. Firstly, Ziyun the true immortal was present. Charging forth would be tantamount to courting death. Secondly, within the immortal realm, the density of immortal spirit energy was overwhelming. Unless one was a native of the immortal realm, most cultivators would face dire consequences if they recklessly entered, often leading to their bodies exploding from the sheer influx of energy, akin to altitude sickness. Farewell, esteemed gentlemen, Ziyun the true immortal said, looking towards Li Zhoujun and Emperor Hao, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. I shall await you both in the immortal realm. Farewell. Both Li Zhoujun and Emperor Hao returned the gesture with slight bows. Without further delay, Ziyun the true immortal soared upward, crossing the void toward the rift. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A colossal hand emerged from the rift Ziyun the true immortal had struck, landing heavily upon him. In an instant, Ziyun the true immortal was sent hurtling backward, and the once majestic celestial phenomenon was left marred with cracks, flickering ominously. What is happening? The gathered cultivators gasped in shock. It appeared as though beings from the immortal realm were lying in wait for Ziyun the true immortal's ascent. Emperor Hao's expression darkened as he realized. These are the scoundrels from the immortal realm, lying in wait to ambush those who break through the barrier relying solely on their own strength. It is well known that those within the immortal realm find it exceedingly difficult and costly to break through the barriers to the mortal realm. In contrast, breaking through from the mortal realm to ascend to the immortal realm is significantly easier, but generates considerable commotion. Consequently, certain individuals within the immortal realm lie in wait, seeking to profit from those true immortals who break through the barriers by their own might, for such true immortals are often at their most vulnerable, having expended much of their power. Another scenario involves those ascended cultivators who have reached the esteemed realm of true immortals, likely possessing some extraordinary treasures. Conversely, those who ascend through the radiant pathways of the celestial realm do not encounter such circumstances, as the ascent is swift and relatively unobtrusive, leaving no time for those who lie in wait to react. Generally, such practitioners who linger in wait are quite rare in the celestial realm, for the years spent in this endeavor could be better utilized in personal cultivation. At the same time, Li Zhoujun could not help but express his disdain, pondering how this world is teeming with schemers. He, the blood ancestor, and the seed-devouring demon lord all seem to revel in such cunning. Even the denizens of the celestial realm have a penchant for subterfuge. It has not been in vain that I have remained hidden in this region for millennia. I have finally encountered a fool who ascended from the lower realms through sheer brute force. Simultaneously, a hunched old man clad in black robes emerged slowly from the celestial passage opened by Ziyun Junren, appearing before the crowd. The greedy glint in the old man's eyes reflected both his avarice for Ziyun Junren and the excitement he felt upon surveying this world. His ambitions, however, reached far beyond merely Ziyun Junren. The entire lower realm was destined to become his domain for nurturing corpses. I am the Minghui Taoist. Do you not kneel upon seeing me? As he surveyed the multitude of beings gathered, his heart swelled with delight. The congregation of so many cultivators would undoubtedly save him considerable effort. Cursing under his breath, Ziyun Junren retracted his shattered celestial law, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he rose, his face ashen. The might of this Minghui Taoist was undoubtedly that of a superior 6th-grade true immortal. Otherwise, he could not have so easily reduced Li Zhoujun, who had activated the celestial law, to such a pitiful state with a mere palm strike. At that moment, as the old man's words fell, a true sixth-grade immortal aura erupted from him. The myriad beings of Nanzhou felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines, compelled to kneel. How fortunate you are to traverse the celestial passage while wielding the celestial law. Otherwise, the force of my palm would have been sufficient to obliterate you. A playful smile spread across the Minghui Taoist's face as he regarded Li Zhoujun. In Chapter 104, the tables turned? In response to the Minghui Taoist provocation, Li Zhoujun remained silent, casting his gaze toward Li Zhoujun and the location of the Emperor of Heaven. What are you looking at? Rest assured, the entire lower realm belongs solely to me. Upon noticing Li Zhoujun's glance behind him, the Minghui Taoist chuckled, but suddenly, Li Zhoujun sensed something amiss. He turned sharply to see an elegantly dressed elder gazing at him with an enigmatic expression, accompanied by a young man in a green robe, both of whom were smiling at him. Impudent. What do your gazes imply? The Minghui Taoist felt their stares were laden with disrespect, igniting his ire. What do you mean by this? The Emperor of Heaven said in a low tone. Why stray from the well-trodden path and pursue these devious routes? Humph. How could mere mortals comprehend my joys? The Minghui Taoist initially intended to mock the Emperor for his lack of understanding of the joys of cunning. Yet, upon sensing the sudden surge of an imposing aura emanating from the Emperor, his eyes widened in shock. Cough, cough. I merely found the celestial realm somewhat tiresome and desired to stroll through the lower realms, nothing more. The expression on the Minghui Taoist's face twisted into a grimace that was more sorrowful than laughter. A seventh-grade true immortal. Why would a seventh-grade true immortal linger in the lower realms? This thought stirred an impulse to weep within him. Who is truly the cunning one here? It feels as though I am being ensnared. A man is stalking a cicada while a yellow bird lies in wait. Come, let us resolve this matter swiftly. The Emperor of Heaven remarked coldly, conjuring a colossal hand from the void that reached toward the Minghui Taoist. Upon realizing that the Emperor intended to take action against him, the Minghui Taoist's expression shifted as he scoffed. Do you truly believe I lack the ability to confront you alone? As his words fell, the Minghui Taoist's demeanor became increasingly vacant. When the Emperor's hand grasped him, he transformed into a wisp of blue smoke. A substitution technique combined with a teleportation technique? Intriguing. The Emperor mused, momentarily taken aback. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly. No need for concern. He cannot escape. As Li Zhoujun spoke, the Minghui Taoist emerged from the void. Disbelief etched across his face. The locking immortal array? How could a lower realm possess such a high-level formation? Faced with the locking immortal array, even his perfected techniques for survival were rendered futile, akin to a mere soldier suddenly thrust into an examination. Meanwhile, the Minghui Taoist glared at the young man in the green robe beside the elegantly dressed elder, exclaiming, "It was you, wasn't it? You must be the one behind this. How devious you are." The Minghui Taoist's certainty stemmed from the recent events. The seventh-grade true immortal was pursuing him, and the fifth-grade true immortal he had just wounded was now incapacitated. With everyone else ruled out, only the composed youth beside the seventh-grade true immortal remained. Most crucially, the Minghui Taoist's experience told him that those who perpetually wear smiles often conceal the sharpest daggers beneath their amiable facades. As anticipated, the locking immortal array was indeed laid by Li Zhoujun the moment Li Zhoujun was sent flying. At that time, Li Zhoujun possessed strength comparable to that of the Minghui Taoist, essentially embodying a sixth-grade true immortal's prowess. The Emperor of Heaven gazed at Li Zhoujun with admiration. Your array formation skills are so profound that even I fail to perceive them. Truly, you are a master of the craft. Your praise is unwarranted. Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. At this moment, as the Minghui Taoist found himself ensnared, Li Zhoujun and the Emperor of Heaven engaged in casual conversation. What is the meaning of this? Today, I have fallen into your hands. You may do as you please, yet why this humiliation? The Minghui Taoist fumed at the two, indignation swelling within him. After all, he was a sixth-grade superior true immortal, yet these two disregarded him entirely. He was also convinced that they were fellow practitioners. How else could a seventh-grade true immortal and a master of the locking immortal array emerge from the lower realms? Thus, he deduced that they, like himself, had initially waited in the celestial realm, only to seize an opportunity to descend to the lower realms for a counter-ambush. Moreover, they had likely drawn numerous celestial schemers down by breaking the barriers of the celestial realm, thereby reaping substantial rewards. In that moment, dread overwhelmed the Minghui Taoist. These two were calculating beings. It was no wonder that he, a sixth-grade true immortal, found himself ensnared by them. Once I deal with this rascal, I shall converse with you, esteemed sir, the Emperor of Heaven said with a smile. Very well, Li Zhoujun nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the Minghui Taoist quickly interjected, friends, please spare me. The Emperor of Heaven frowned. Relieved that the emperor had paused, the Minghui Taoist hastily continued, "Are you in need of additional assistance? The old man could certainly join you, for after all, he is a 6th-grade true immortal. When the time comes for those from the celestial realm to descend, you shall be 8, and I shall be 2. 2, you rascal." The corners of the emperor's mouth twitched a few times. This fellow, facing imminent demise, still harbored thoughts of scheming. How utterly peculiar. Meanwhile, the myriad beings in the southern continent, who had gathered to observe, were left astounded. The true immortals of the celestial realm displayed such behavior? It seemed they were not much different from themselves. At that moment, a colossal mountain phantom materialized above the head of the ghostly Taoist, solidifying with a terrifying force. The cultivators of the southern continent widened their eyes in astonishment. Witnessing the gradual formation of a mountain before them, shrouding the sky and sun, this spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. The ghostly Taoist, upon seeing this, turned as pale as a sheet. Faced with a true immortal one rank higher than himself, and bereft of any escape technique to save his life, he was reduced to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Unwilling to accept his fate, the ghostly Taoist glared fiercely at Li Zhoujun, who stood aside with a bemused smile, and declared, "Even in death, I shall drag you down with me." As the ghostly Taoist spoke, he ignited his true immortal body, engulfed in a ghastly green flame, resembling a malevolent spirit emerging from hell, charging towards Li Zhoujun. The distance between them was minimal, and the ghostly Taoist had resolutely decided to take Li Zhoujun down with him. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Li Zhoujun, catching even the emperor off guard. After all, the ghostly Taoist had cultivated his escape technique to perfection, and his speed was not to be underestimated. Among 6th-grade true immortals, he ranked at the top. Moreover, with his true immortal body ablaze, his speed now rivaled that of a 7th-grade true immortal. "Mr. Li, be cautious." The emperor could only call out in warning. Li Zhoujun felt rather helpless. How could someone as handsome as he be so despised? Yet, the ghostly Taoist wore a triumphant grin. "You wish to kill me? Seize my treasures? It shall not be that easy. Even in death, I shall drag you down, you scheming old fox." As he spoke, the ghostly Taoist lunged, his hand ablaze with green flames aimed directly at Li Zhoujun's heart. "Is that so?" Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly, raising his fist to strike. Boom. The clash of the ghostly Taoist's palm against Li Zhoujun's fist resounded with a thunderous roar. "You're also a 6th-grade true immortal." The ghostly Taoist's eyes widened in disbelief. He had presumed that a formation master's cultivation would be inferior. He never anticipated that this youth would be his equal, resulting in a standoff. Seizing the opportunity, the emperor swiftly appeared beside the ghostly Taoist, reaching for his neck. The ghostly Taoist's eyes reflected a flicker of fear, yet he continued to shout defiantly, "One day, you shall meet the same fate as I." With no place to be buried, before his words could fully escape, the emperor had grasped the back of his neck, applying a gentle squeeze. With a sharp crack, the light of life faded from the ghostly Taoist's eyes, the green flames consuming him entirely, reducing him to ashes. Even in death, he left no spoils behind, a final act of defiance. "Mr. Li, you have concealed your capabilities well, causing me unnecessary worry," the emperor remarked with a light chuckle, shaking his sleeve. Though the emperor's words held a hint of reproach, they were merely the playful banter of friends. After all, no one was obligated to reveal how many trump cards they held, especially when it concerned their very lives. Li Zhoujun sighed, shaking his head, for he truly wished it were otherwise. Should an immortal emperor appear, explaining himself would become even more troublesome. How terrifying. Meanwhile, among the myriad beings gathered in the southern continent, hidden within the void, a figure cloaked in black trembled. This was the Ghost Lord, who had recently arrived in the southern continent. Hearing of the true immortal's teachings, he could not miss this opportunity. He mused, with such formidable beings imparting wisdom, who would dare to act recklessly in the lower realm? Yet in truth, while the lower realm remained untroubled, the celestial realm had dispatched its own. The Ghost Lord questioned whether he had inadvertently stumbled into a den of immortals. Wherever he went, it seemed, immortal-level powerhouses engaged in fierce battles. However, during the clash between the ghostly Taoist and the 3 true immortals, he gleaned a fragment of insight. If he could find a suitable place to cultivate in peace, undisturbed, he would undoubtedly break through to the tribulation stage. As the Ghost Lord contemplated where to retreat for seclusion, the Emperor and Li Zhoujun approached the presence of the Celestial Master Ziyun. "Brother Ziyun, how fares your injury?" the Emperor inquired with concern. Celestial Master Ziyun forced a smile. "I am well enough, yet it appears I shall not ascend today, were it not for the presence of the 2 esteemed true immortals. I fear I would have brought great calamity upon the entire Tianyuan realm. There is no need for excessive guilt, Brother Ziyun. Individuals like the ghostly Taoist are rare." The Emperor consoled. "Let us hope for the best." Celestial Master Ziyun expressed a longing for a world devoid of such troubles. In a direct confrontation, he could accept death, acknowledging his inferiority. Yet to perish at the hands of others, without even knowing the strength of his opponent, was truly unbearable, an incomprehensible demise. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, if one cannot defeat them, they must join them. Celestial Master Zhoujun resolved that upon returning, he would dedicate himself to mastering this path. As time swiftly passed, 3 days elapsed. The multitude gathered at Zhoujun Mountain began to disperse. Due to Celestial Master Zhoujun's presence, few dared to approach the mountain recklessly. Despite his less-than-stellar performance in the battle 3 days prior, he was undeniably a genuine 5th-grade true immortal. For those who came, a mere breath from the ghostly Taoist would likely be beyond their endurance. Li Zhoujun and the Emperor, however, did not hasten their departure from Zhoujun Mountain. They chose to wait an additional 3 days until Celestial Master Zhoujun had restored his condition and successfully ascended to the Celestial Realm before planning their departure. Mr. Li, where shall you go next? The Emperor inquired with a smile. Naturally, to explore the renowned places of the southern continent, Li Zhoujun replied with a grin. Ah, it seems I must return to Qizhou alone, the Emperor sighed. After exchanging a few more words, the Emperor took his leave. Once the Emperor had departed, Li Zhoujun prepared to embark on his journey. 10 days later, a young man clad in a scholarly green robe, amiable and refined, settled by the edge of a small lake. I'm exhausted. I truly need a good rest, he yawned, stretching lazily against a nearby tree, and soon drifted into slumber. This was Li Zhoujun, who had spent 10 days wandering the southern continent, appearing like an ordinary traveler in need of respite. Why is there a mortal here? Emerged 3 figures from the forest by the lakeside, a robust youth, a haughty young man, and a young woman, clad in standard white attire and bearing identical long swords. They were clearly disciples of a certain cultivation sect. The young woman, the only one to speak, appeared composed and mature beyond her years. Sister, I shall go and make this fellow leave. If he continues to sleep here, he may not even know how he perished. A robust youth turned to the delicate girl beside him and spoke. Chapter 106, The Blue Fish Demon. Go ahead, but remember to be polite. The graceful girl nodded in agreement. Her name was Song Muhan, while the sturdy youth was named Ding Qing. The other young man, who possessed a somewhat handsome visage and an air of arrogance, was called Long Feiwen. The 3 of them had accepted a mission from their sect to eliminate a fish demon at the 9th level of Qi refinement. According to the sect's records, this fish demon had already devoured numerous women and children, as well as young men, who had come to play by the lake. As for why it had not attacked the young man sleeping on the shore, perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck. At that moment, Ding Qing grinned and reassured. Senior sister, do not worry. With that, he strode purposefully towards the drowsy Li Zhoujun. Hey, wake up! Ding Qing called out as he approached. What is it? Li Zhoujun awoke, a hint of confusion on his face. There's a man-eating demon here. If you continue to sleep, you might never wake up again. Ding Qing said with a broad smile. Oh? Li Zhoujun paused for a moment before noticing the graceful girl and the proud young man standing not far behind Ding Qing. You 3 possess extraordinary bearing. You must be disciples of the immortal sect. Am I right? Eh? You actually know that? Ding Qing replied, somewhat surprised by Li Zhoujun's words. He nodded and added, Indeed, we are disciples of the Xianling sect in this area. Ah, so it's the disciples of the immortals, Li Zhoujun said with a chuckle. You 3 may carry on with your affairs. There's no need to concern yourselves with me. You fool, why can't you heed good advice? Ding Qing exclaimed, glaring. Deng Shixiang, if he wishes to stay here, let him. We have already warned him. We have done our duty. After all, we are all adults and must bear the consequences of our choices. At this moment, the arrogant youth, Long Feiwen, approached Deng Qing and cast a condescending glance at Li Zhoujun. Lung Shitty, do you still remember the sect's rules? Song Muhan asked, frowning at Lung Feiwen. Of course. When out in the world, one must be respectful of all, Lung Feiwen replied, nodding. However, he cared little for such principles. After all, the 3 of them were among the top 10 prodigies on the Xianling ranking, favored by the elders of their sect. What did it matter if they killed a mere mortal? Surely, the elders would not forsake their cultivation for a mere nobody. If you insist on remaining here, I suggest you leave at once if you sense danger. Otherwise, should you lose your life, do not blame us. Song Muhan addressed Li Zhoujun. Naturally, you 3 may proceed with your affairs, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. You deserve to suffer, Deng Qing said, shaking his head in resignation before turning to Song Muhan. Senior sister, should we dive into the lake or attack from the shore? The fish demon is at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and water is its domain. We are only at the 8th level, so it would be prudent to first ascertain the demon's position, Song Muhan suggested. Leave it to me, Lung Feiwen stated. With that, he approached the lake's edge, producing a stack of talismans and tossing them into the air as if they were worthless. In an instant, the talismans ignited, causing the temperature of the lake to rise dramatically. Ding Qing and Song Muhan looked on enviously. After all, these were valuable resources. Bubbles began to rise from the lake's surface. There was movement. Ding Qing prepared himself, ready for action. But in the next moment, a crab the size of an iron pot emerged, its body a deep crimson. Ding Qing stared at the large crab, utterly astonished. Could it be that the sect's intelligence was mistaken? This is not a fish demon but a crab spirit? Long Feiwen voiced his confusion. Just as the three began to lower their guard upon seeing the transformed crab, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Seeking death. A furious roar echoed from the lake. A massive fishtail broke the surface, crashing down with a resounding splash, sending a torrent of water arcing towards Ding Qing, Song Muhan, Long Feiwen, and Li Zhoujun, who was merely spectating. The fish demon's cultivation had reached the foundation establishment stage. Ding Qing, Song Muhan, and Lang Feiwen were taken aback, their eyes wide with shock. Fortunately, Ding Qing reacted quickly, slamming his hands down, causing a sturdy earthen wall to rise before them, blocking the oncoming water arrows. Seizing the moment, they turned to look at Li Zhoujun. When they found him sitting motionless, they felt a sense of despair. Despite their earlier warnings, he had chosen to remain. But the next scene left them dumbfounded. The fish demon, akin to a master archer, found that none of its water arrows struck the young man in the green robe. They all flew harmlessly past him. Could it be that the fish demon has consumed counterfeit liquor? Ding Qing thought incredulously. For the young man emitted no trace of spiritual energy. Before Ling Feiwen and Song Muhan could ponder this further, cracks began to spiderweb across the earthen wall under the relentless assault of the water arrows. Ding Qing's expression turned pale. This fish demon must have recently broken through. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to hold out this long. We must fight. There is still a chance of survival. With a resounding crash, the earthen wall crumbled entirely. The three hastily dodged, finally getting a clear view of the fish demon. It appeared as a creature clad in black armor, with a head resembling a fish covered in dark scales. This fish demon can transform? Is it at the Golden Core stage? Ding Qing gasped in disbelief. No. This is an illusion. It must be a talent bestowed upon it upon breaking through to foundation establishment. Its true form is still that of a fish. Song Muhan said gravely. You dare to kill my friend while I was in seclusion? You shall all pay with your lives. The blue fish demon glared at the now-boiled crab, then turned its furious gaze upon the three standing on the shore. You two, stop holding back. Attack. Simultaneously, Song Muhan commanded Ding Qing and Long Feiwen, forming hand seals as she prepared to face the foundation establishment fish demon without a hint of complacency. Chapter 107. The feathered door with a thunderous roar. The three, Long Feiwen, Song Muhan, and Ding Qing, were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Faced with the foundation establishment blue fish demon, they were utterly outmatched. Is this how it ends? They lay on the ground, their eyes wide with terror as they watched the blue fish demon stride across the water's surface, preparing to emerge onto the shore, their hearts filled with despair. But then, an unexpected occurrence took place. A woman in red descended from the heavens, accompanied by a flurry of snowflakes. Not only was the snow not white, but it was a deep red, resembling blood. As the crimson snow fell upon the blue fish demon, its pupils widened in sheer terror. The snowflakes, like blades, sliced through its form. In mere moments, the fish demon's human shape shrank to the size of a calf before dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing into the ether. As the red snow fell in abundance, could it be that she was one of the top 10 true monarchs beneath the southern continent's true immortals? The Crimson Snow Sovereign? Cold Feiwen gazed at the woman adorned in a crimson robe, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Indeed, it seemed that the senior did not even lift a finger, yet such a formidable bluefish demon met its demise at her hands. If she were to engage in battle, how powerful would she truly be? Ding Qing also inhaled sharply. Little ones, remember to act within your capabilities, the woman in red remarked, offering a radiant smile to Song Muhan, Cold Feiwen, and Ding Qing. In that moment, the trio felt as though they were illuminated by a beam of light in a previously dark world. Even Song Muhan, another woman, was captivated by the enchanting smile of the woman in red. Thank you, senior, for your timely rescue. Ding Qing was the first to regain his composure and bowed respectfully to the woman. There is no need for excessive courtesy. After all, the ancestor of your sect, Xianling, is my disciple. By rights, you may refer to me as your great ancestor, the woman in red said, glancing at the attire of the three. The legends are true. Our ancestor is indeed a disciple of the true monarch of Red Snow. The trio exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting both shock and joy. If that were the case, didn't they have a powerful figure in the transcendence realm supporting them? However, the true monarch of Red Snow seemed to have seen through their thoughts and chuckled. Do not think of flaunting my name. Your ancestor will not spare you. Deng Qing, Song Muhan, and Cold Feiwen felt their faces flush as they were caught out by the true monarch. All right, you should return quickly. She waved her hand dismissively. Yes, great ancestor. The trio responded in unison. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun, who had been preparing to showcase his prowess as per the system's gift of self-cultivation of the master, felt embarrassed as he observed the scene. Well, it seems I cannot display my talents this time. What a pity, he mused. As Deng Qing, Cold Feiwen, and Song Muhan departed, the gaze of the true monarch of Red Snow shifted to Li Zhoujun, a light laugh escaping her lips. Were you about to intervene to save my disciples? She could not discern the youth before her. Moreover, seeing his calm demeanor suggested that he might also be a practitioner in the transcendence realm, prompting the true monarch to drop any pretensions. Not at all. I merely intended to scratch my nose, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile, unwilling to admit his failed attempt at impressing. The true monarch chuckled softly. Despite her youthful appearance, she was not unaware of the years she had lived. Li Zhoujun's gesture had not escaped her notice. Quickly surrender the key to the ethereal gate, and I shall spare your life. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out from the distance. A figure clad in a blue embroidered robe, with a golden crown atop his head, emerged from the void. What key? Wei Zhoujun, what are you talking about? I am unaware of any key, the true monarch of Red Snow questioned, bewilderment etched on her face. Still pretending? One of your disciples has betrayed you, Wei Zhoujun retorted with a mocking laugh at her confusion. Upon hearing this, the true monarch's expression soured instantly. This blue-robed young man was one of the top 10 true monarchs of the southern continent, known for his formidable strength, ranking among the top 3. She, on the other hand, was ranked 10th. Engaging him in battle would likely result in severe injury, if not death. Was it Tai Yin who informed you? The true monarch inquired, taking a deep breath to calm herself. Tai Yin was a disciple she had taken in a century prior. Only she knew about the key to the ethereal gate, as she had been present when it was acquired. The ethereal gate was said to be a passage through which practitioners in the transcendence realm could ascend to the celestial realm and become divine beings. It was rumored to be crafted by an immortal emperor, designed to attract powerful individuals from all realms. Only 9 keys existed in the entire Tianyuan realm, each placed by this immortal emperor, and only the fated could obtain them. Do not dwell on who told me. Simply hand over the key, Wei Zhoujun commanded coldly. Yet, the true monarch of Red Snow, being a consummate practitioner in the transcendence realm, would not easily bow to another of equal stature and relinquish such an opportunity. If you wish to obtain the key to the ethereal gate, you must earn it through your own merit, she replied icily. Stubborn fool, Wei Zhoujun scoffed. But when he noticed the figure standing behind the true monarch, resembling an ordinary man in a green robe, his proud demeanor faltered. ISNT that the Grandmaster of Spiritual Formations, the 6th grade true immortal, who stood beside the Emperor of the Sky during Ziyun's teachings. Why is he here? In disbelief, Wei Zhoujun recalled witnessing the battle between true immortals during Ziyun's discourse, a clash that could only be described as unfathomable. Had it not been for the intervention of the Emperor of the Sky and this 6th grade true immortal, he would have perished amidst the residual forces of their confrontation. Meanwhile, the true monarch of Red Snow, noting Wei Zhoujun's sudden astonishment, found herself puzzled by the situation, as she was not present during Ziyun's teachings. Chapter 108. The true monarch of the giant image Wei has encountered the esteemed immortal. Wei Zhoujun bowed nervously to Li Zhoujun, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. What if the two were companions? Given his earlier remarks, he might very well have sealed his own fate. Greet the esteemed immortal. The true monarch of Red Snow gaped, incredulously looking at the seemingly relaxed youth. For Wei Zhoujun to refer to him as an immortal. Could it be that he was indeed a true immortal? Her complexion paled at the thought. No practitioner could remain composed in the presence of a true immortal. Do you recognize me? Li Zhoujun inquired, surprised. Wei Zhoujun forced a smile. I was present during the teachings of the esteemed Ziyun. Ah, I see. Li Zhoujun nodded. Beep. System has released a task. Sign in at the ethereal gate. Beep. Completion reward. You shall receive full cultivation at the integration realm. The ethereal gate, a legendary portal that allows one to ascend to divinity upon passing through. As the system suddenly issued a task, Li Zhoujun was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Wei Zhoujun and the true monarch of Red Snow held their breath, fearing to disturb the true immortal and invite disaster upon themselves. There is no need for such tension, Li Zhoujun said with a light smile. Hearing this, both Wei Zhoujun and the true monarch of Red Snow felt a wave of relief wash over them. Do you know where the ethereal gate is located? I am quite curious about this legendary portal that allows one to ascend instantaneously, Li Zhoujun asked the true monarch with a smile, replying to the esteemed immortal. This humble woman indeed knows the location of the ethereal gate. The true monarch responded with utmost respect. Faced with a true immortal, she felt no inclination to deceive. For even against Wei Zhenjuan, she could hold her own. Yet against a true immortal, any lie could provoke wrath, and even 1,000 of her would stand no chance. As the saying goes, treasures are precious, but life is paramount. The ethereal gate is located at the Qingtian mountain. I would gladly guide the esteemed immortal there. The true monarch of red snow quickly proclaimed. She wished to gamble on the notion that this immortal was merely curious about the existence of the ascension gate, rather than intent on entering it. After all, this immortal had already attained the realm of true immortality. Entering would serve little purpose. Moreover, the ascension gate was shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing what lay within. Surely, this true immortal had no need to risk entering out of mere curiosity? Meanwhile, Wei Zhenjuan widened his eyes in realization. It was evident that Wei Zhenjuan and this true immortal were complete strangers. This was clearly an opportunity for her to extricate herself from him. This woman was truly cunning. Yet, in order not to miss this rare opportunity, Wei Zhenjuan steeled himself and addressed Li Zhoujun. I, Wei, am willing to accompany the esteemed immortal, alleviating any troubles along the way. Clearly, he too believed that Li Zhoujun would not take the risk of entering the ascension gate. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhenjuan glanced at Wei Zhenjuan in disbelief. This fellow, usually so high and mighty, was now so shamelessly persistent? Did the true immortal really need his assistance? How absurd. However, Li Zhoujun merely smiled benignly at the two, remaining silent. Upon noticing his gaze, both Wei Zhenjuan and Wei Zhenjuan felt their faces grow pale and their hearts quiver, particularly Wei Zhenjuan, who had witnessed how this seemingly amiable immortal had effortlessly set a trap, ensnaring the arrogant Gui Ming Taoist who had descended from the celestial realm. Thus, facing Li Zhoujun's smile, Wei Zhenjuan felt a chill run down his spine, fearing that this immortal might, in the blink of an eye, turn from benevolence to malice. Then you too shall accompany me, Li Zhoujun said with a cheerful demeanor. Indeed, he was reluctant to exhaust his thoughts on the route to Qingtian Mountain, especially since such ancient maps might not have been updated in eons. The journey would certainly have its changes. With someone willing to lead the way, Li Zhoujun welcomed the convenience. Furthermore, having these two accompany him could foster harmony along the journey, allowing him to play the role of a benefactor. Thank you, esteemed immortal. Upon hearing Li Zhoujun's agreement, both Wei Zhenjuan and Wei Zhenjuan expressed their delight. Thus, the trio set off towards Qingtian Mountain. Located in the far east of the southern continent, they arrived at their destination after 10 days. What a marvel of nature it was! Li Zhoujun gazed at Qingtian Mountain, exclaiming in admiration. The mountain did not emerge from the earth. Rather, it resembled a colossal inverted triangle, suspended in midair. Both Wei Zhenjuan and Wei Zhenjuan were equally astonished by the sight. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! A gigantic hand emerged from Qingtian Mountain, crashing down towards Wei Zhenjuan, Wei Zhenjuan, and Li Zhoujun. As it approached, the colossal hand grew larger, and by the time it reached them, it resembled a small mountain. The giant form? Is it the giant form Zhenjuan? Wei Zhenjuan exclaimed in disbelief. The giant form Zhenjuan ranked second among the 10 true Zhenjuans of the southern continent, possessing unique cultivation techniques that allowed any part of his body to grow to the size of a mountain, wielding tremendous power. Remarkably, they had only just arrived, and already the giant form Zhenjuan had made his move, indicating he had been lurking here from the very beginning. Li Zhoujun felt exasperated. He had suspected the absence of others on the journey was due to this cunning individual having eliminated them. Impudent. Simultaneously, Wei Zhenjuan faced the impending attack from the giant form Zhenjuan, feeling an unexpected surge of excitement. After all, he was backed by a true immortal. With both hands aglow in blue divine light, Wei Zhenjuan raised his arms, bracing to meet the descending hand. Boom! The impact reverberated as Wei Zhenjuan staggered back several steps. Yet the enormous hand merely quivered slightly. It seems the final key resides with you, the giant form Zhenjuan remarked as he retracted his hand, revealing an elderly beggar-like figure, grinning as he approached from Qingtian Mountain. Ah, my friends, it has been too long. The beggar greeted Wei Zhenjuan and Wei Zhenjuan with a smile, completely ignoring Li Zhoujun. I hear you have procured the key to the Ascension Gate. Why resort to such underhanded methods? This behavior is quite out of character for you. Wei Zhenjuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the giant form Zhenjuan. The latter shrugged nonchalantly in response. Regardless, you are all destined to perish. Allow me to enlighten you. The rumor that 9 individuals may enter the true immortal's gate is a fabrication. The truth is, only one person can enter after gathering all 9 keys. I have waited here for an unfathomable number of years, even forsaking the teachings of Ziyun Jinren. And now the final key has finally appeared. It has not been in vain, my long wait. With that, the giant form Zhenjuan cast a sly glance at Li Zhoujun and his companions, seeing them as his potential harbingers of wealth. Chapter 109. The Running Door, and then? Wei Zhenjuan inquired, regarding the giant form Zhenjuan with a bemused smile. And then, the giant form Zhenjuan's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold malice igniting within. You shall all die? As his words fell, the giant form Zhenjuan transformed into a towering figure, a hand as vast as a mountain descending upon the trio. Wei Zhenjuan's expression shifted dramatically, and Hongxue Zhenjuan's face grew grave. The prowess of the giant form Zhenjuan was unquestionable. He was undoubtedly a top-tier entity within the tribulation stage. Only the foremost among the 10 true Zhenjuans of the southern continent, the unparalleled Qin Xian Zhenjuan, could possibly surpass him. Humph, Li Zhoujun scoffed. In the next moment, a radiant beam of sword light erupted from within him. Whoosh! The sword light pierced through the giant form Zhenjuan's neck. He barely had time to react before his head and body were severed, blood gushing forth like a volcanic eruption from the smooth incision. Boom! The sound echoed as the headless form of the giant form Zhenjuan, colossal as Mount Tai, collapsed heavily to the ground, shaking the earth beneath him. Even in death, the giant form Zhenjuan was bewildered, having anticipated victory after his lengthy wait. Who could have foreseen the sudden emergence of a formidable youth who effortlessly severed him with a single strike? All his earlier efforts had turned into someone else's triumph. Was this the might of a true immortal? Wei Zhenjuan and Hongxue Zhenjuan stared in disbelief, having failed to witness Li Zhoujun's attack, only to see the once feared giant form Zhenjuan now lifeless before them. Truly, it was evident that beneath the true immortal, all were but ants. Esteemed immortal, I shall retrieve the key from his body. Concurrently, Wei Zhenjuan, regaining his composure, charged towards the corpse of the giant form Zhenjuan. Esteemed immortal, allow me to assist. Hongxue Zhenjuan, unwilling to relinquish the opportunity that was so close at hand, followed swiftly behind. Just then, a streak of light shot from Qingtian Mountain, soaring into the sky. What is that? Wei Zhenjuan pondered, momentarily stupefied. Could it be a door? Hongxue Zhenjuan speculated uncertainly. Indeed, it was a door. Was it the Ascension Gate? But why was it fleeing? Wei Zhenjuan stood dumbfounded. Li Zhoujun, observing the rapidly retreating Ascension Gate, blinked in astonishment. How remarkable! It runs so swiftly. How am I to sign in before it? Thus, Li Zhoujun pursued it directly. Wei Zhenjuan and Hongxue Zhenjuan exchanged bewildered glances, caught in a dilemma. Should they chase or not? Even if they pursued, it was uncertain whether they could catch up, and even if they did, they lacked the key. However, if they did not pursue, searching for the key on the giant form Zhenjuan's body might result in the Ascension Gate vanishing into the void. While they were lost in thought, Li Zhoujun had already taken to the skies on his flying sword, arriving behind the Ascension Gate. It was a wooden door, and at its base, the two corners wiggled like human feet, moving swiftly. In this era, could doors truly possess sentience? Upon recognizing the figure, Li Zhoujun was left speechless. The Ascension Gate seemed to sense his presence behind it and quickened its pace. Boom! Just as the Ascension Gate accelerated, Li Zhoujun had arrived before the ethereal gate in the blink of an eye, extending a hand to firmly press against the rushing entrance. Spare me, immortal. At that moment, the gate radiated a brilliant light, transforming into a small old man who, with a face full of terror, addressed Li Zhoujun. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the ethereal gate. Ding, the system rewards you with complete mastery of the integration realm. Are you the ethereal gate? Li Zhoujun inquired, gazing at the old man's alarmed expression. Indeed, the old man lamented, tears forming in his eyes. Immortal. This old man acknowledges his mistakes and implores you to show mercy. What transpired? Li Zhoujun asked, narrowing his eyes. The old man, faced with the inquiry of a genuine immortal, quickly divulged his story as if pouring out beans. To respond to the immortal, this old man was once a blood hawthorn tree spirit, requiring the blood of cultivators to enhance my powers. However, upon reaching the tribulation realm, I found myself unable to locate any cultivators of my level, as most tend to hide away. Thus, I devised a plan, transforming my body into a wooden door, spreading rumors that those who possessed the key could ascend to the immortal realm. Yet, in truth, they entered my internal world, where I was nearly invincible against those below the true immortal level. I indeed attracted several tribulation-level cultivators and many at the integration realm. But when the formidable true monarch of the giant image arrived, I realized I was no match for him even within my internal realm, so I deceived him, claiming he needed 9 keys to open the door. I thought he would give up, but he sat there for centuries until he encountered you, immortal. And that was his end. As the old man continued, his tone brimmed with a sense of relief. After all, during those centuries, he could have devoured 8 tribulation-level cultivators. But the giant image monarch had thwarted his plans right before his eyes, leaving him helpless and seething with anger. Naturally, his earlier reluctance to flee stemmed from his hope that the giant image monarch would encounter a worthy adversary, allowing him to benefit from their struggle. However, He never anticipated that a true immortal like Li Zhoujun would arrive and swiftly defeat the giant image monarch with a single strike. Realizing the dire situation, he knew he had to escape. Failure to do so would surely lead to his demise at the hands of the true immortal. Yet, it now appeared that escape was futile, as he was cornered. In light of Li Zhoujun's inquiry, he confessed his reasons candidly. With a true immortal's keen perception, how could he conceal his true nature? It was better to be forthright and hope for leniency than to resist and face severe consequences. Perhaps this true immortal would grant him mercy for his honesty. Listening to the blood hawthorn tree spirit's tale, Li Zhoujun found himself taken aback. The cultivators in this realm were truly cunning. Not only were they devious, but their schemes ran deep. Had he not possessed the 50-50 system, he might have already fallen victim to the giant image monarch. Even if luck had favored him and he escaped that fate, he likely would have unwittingly entered the blood hawthorn tree spirit's domain, becoming sustenance for it. You possess a keen sense of self-preservation, Li Zhoujun remarked, regarding the blood hawthorn tree spirit with approval. The old man, recognizing the weight of his words, quickly responded, "This old spirit would not dare to withhold anything from the immortal. I regret to inform you that I cannot spare you," Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the blood hawthorn tree spirit's demeanor shifted dramatically, despair flooding his expression. Yet he bore no thoughts of rebellion. Even the formidable giant image monarch had been unable to withstand a single strike from this true immortal. What chance did he stand against such power? One could only say that those who frequent the riverbanks are bound to get their shoes wet. However, considering your sincerity, I may grant you a reprieve on the condition that you agree to 3 tasks, Li Zhoujun continued with a smile. Please, immortal, speak. The blood hawthorn tree spirit's face broke into a look of joy. As long as he could survive, he would agree to anything. Do you see that village over there? Li Zhoujun pointed to a distant hamlet, where houses lay in ruins, the earth cracked, and despair was etched on the villagers' faces. All this devastation had merely resulted from the fall of the giant image monarch's corpse. As the saying goes, when deities battle, mortals suffer. Thus, Li Zhoujun was often reluctant to engage in conflict. He, too, had once been among the common folk and could empathize with their plight. Fear not, immortal. I shall resolve these mortal concerns, the blood hawthorn tree spirit declared, a fierce determination in his eyes. Li Zhoujun, however, felt a tinge of regret for sparing this creature's life. Although it quaked before him, it was an indication of his displayed prowess. Had he merely been a cultivator of the integration realm, the spirit would likely have devoured him without hesitation. That is not what I meant, Li Zhoujun thought. Sensing Li Zhoujun's icy demeanor, the blood hawthorn tree spirit panicked, quickly stating, the first task is to protect that village for 1,000 years, the second is to refrain from indiscriminate slaughter, and the third, I have yet to determine. That will suffice, Li Zhoujun replied succinctly. Is that truly all? The blood hawthorn tree spirit asked, still incredulous. Indeed, Li Zhoujun affirmed with a nod. What, do you refuse? And no, of course not. This humble spirit would never dare. The blood hawthorn tree spirit hastily reassured him, thumping his chest. Rest assured, immortal. I shall protect that village for a millennium and ensure no innocents are harmed. Very well, Li Zhoujun nodded, sending a stream of sword energy into the blood hawthorn tree spirit's mind. What is this? The spirit's expression shifted dramatically. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly. This is merely a precaution to prevent you from deceiving me. This humble spirit would never defy the immortal's word. The blood hawthorn tree spirit replied with a wry smile. Go forth, Li Zhoujun commanded. Your humble servant takes his leave. The spirit responded. That evening, Li Zhoujun stood in the daylight, calling upon the blood hawthorn tree spirit to protect the village. The spirit, which had once transformed into a door, now reformed into a massive tree, taking root at the village's entrance. Simultaneously, the blood hawthorn tree spirit employed its powers, causing roots to emerge from the ground, mending the cracked earth. Under the spirit's influence, the once broken land began to regain its vitality. The following morning, villagers awoke to find a towering tree at their entrance, its leaves resembling blood jade. Furthermore, they discovered that the devastation had seemingly reverted to its pre-disaster state, as if restored by the miraculous tree. In no time, the villagers gathered around the blood hawthorn tree spirit. Under the guidance of an elder, they knelt, proclaiming their reverence for the tree god, offering their bows of respect. This moment marked the first time the blood hawthorn tree spirit felt genuine admiration from others, a sensation that was rather pleasant. Days turned into weeks, and the village flourished once more, smiles returning to the villagers' faces. With the heat of summer, many children sought refuge beneath the shade of the blood hawthorn tree spirit. Their laughter and chatter nearly drove the spirit to madness. Yet, recalling the true immortal, the spirit had no choice but to endure. It summoned its spiritual essence, manifesting as an ethereal old man standing beside the children, silently listening to their joy. The children, of course, remained blissfully unaware of the spirit's presence. As a month passed, an unexpected change occurred when a gentle rain began to fall. Beneath the blood hawthorn tree, the ethereal figure of the old man stood, gazing wistfully at the village. These children have not come today, and I find myself unaccustomed to their absence. At that moment, a figure clad in a green robe, holding an umbrella, approached the old man with a smile. "How are you?" "Immortal." The elder, upon seeing the youth, revealed a respectful gleam in his eyes and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Immortal. What brings this about?" Li Zhoujun inquired with a smile. "During my time interacting with mortals, this little demon has come to realize a profound truth about cultivation. It is about the essence of one's being, akin to a person amidst the mountains, embodying a serene and unhurried state of mind. As it is said, a tranquil heart brings clarity, clarity brings understanding, understanding brings enlightenment, and enlightenment fosters wisdom. Yet, I once fixated solely on my own cultivation, resorting to unscrupulous means. If I had continued down that path, I would surely falter during the thunder tribulation." The blood locust tree demon confessed with a hint of trepidation. His respect for Li Zhoujun deepened. Had it not been for the young man's counsel, he would still be wandering astray. Li Zhoujun nodded in acknowledgement, though he felt somewhat bewildered. "Is it truly so?" The blood locust tree demon observed Li Zhoujun's calm demeanor and felt increasingly awed. Indeed, he was an immortal, a state of mind far beyond his reach, compelling him to continue his cultivation. If Li Zhoujun were privy to the blood locust tree demon's thoughts, he might feel a tinge of helplessness. As they conversed, an 8-year-old boy emerged from the rain. The lad approached the blood locust tree, striking a stance to practice his martial arts. The blood locust tree demon explained, "The villagers here, aside from their daily farming, have formed a hunting team to venture into the mountains. This boy's father was once the captain of that team, but tragically perished at the jaws of a giant serpent in the mountains. Now, he and his sister are all that remain of their family." Li Zhoujun, intrigued, glanced at the blood locust tree demon and asked, "Do you intend to take this boy as your apprentice?" The blood locust tree demon chuckled awkwardly. "Indeed. Nothing escapes the keen eyes of an immortal. Although the boy's talent is lacking, I discovered a body refinement technique from a practitioner. I plan to visit him in a dream to impart this knowledge." "That sounds good," Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Suddenly, he sensed something and thought to himself, has the incense I sent to the Divine Feather Dynasty ignited? Has the incident arisen so swiftly?" Chapter 111. The Great Ling Dynasty. Time rewinds to half a day prior, outside the city of the Divine Feather Dynasty. 3 colossal elephants, draped in golden armor, bore a palanquin resembling a palace, arriving at the towering walls of the Divine Feather Dynasty. Following this majestic palanquin were 99 elephants clad in black armor, carrying heavily armored soldiers wielding long halberds. The leading soldier held a grand banner, emblazoned with the prominent character Ling. With each step they took alongside the palanquin, the very earth trembled, resonating with the deep, powerful cadence of their march. This was the elite force of the Great Ling Dynasty, the Divine Elephant Legion. Each soldier within possessed the strength to contend against 100 in the nascent Soul Realm. They had followed the Supreme Emperor, sweeping through several dynasties like a tidal wave, leaving only the Divine Feather Dynasty before them. At this moment, the Supreme Emperor Ling Mu sat within the palanquin, meditating. Upon sensing their arrival, Ling Mu slowly opened his eyes, and the march of the Divine Elephant Legion came to a halt. "Yu Huaji, I have granted you ample time. Submit or face annihilation." Ling Mu rose, approaching the window of the palanquin, narrowing his eyes at the elder standing at the center of the city wall, an expression of ease upon his face. "It has not yet been a year. Why the urgency? Are you disregarding your own words?" The elder on the wall, Yu Huaji, replied with a relaxed demeanor. "It has not even been a year, yet you seem so impatient. Do you truly believe I have the leisure to time my actions precisely?" Ling Mu shook his head. "Yu Huaji, I respect you as a once great talent, hence the time I afforded you. I hope you recognize my generosity, otherwise the Divine Elephant Legion will crush your Divine Feather City today. Indeed, in our youth, you and I were equals, but alas, my gifts pale in comparison to yours. Now that you have broken through to the composite body realm, it is inevitable for you to dominate the major dynasties and expand the territory of the Great Ling Dynasty." Yu Huaji remarked, a hint of resignation in his tone. "It seems you have not lost your wits," Ling Mu replied with a light chuckle. However, Yu Huaji then smiled broadly. "Alas, my Divine Feather Dynasty will not choose to submit to your Great Ling Dynasty. Have you thought this through? Should I take matters into my own hands, even if your entire Divine Feather Dynasty expends its might, you could not withstand me for even the span of an incense stick." Ling Mu's expression turned cold, his voice dripping with disdain. Yu Huaji chuckled softly. "While it is true that my talents do not match yours, my fortune is beyond your imagination. Should you retreat today, I shall pretend this encounter never happened. Are you jesting? Ling Mu snorted, slamming his palm against the edge of the palanquin window. In an instant, the teacup resting on the table behind him flew forth with blinding speed, hurtling towards Yu Huaji. The elder, startled, dodged just in time, the cup barely grazing his face. Boom. The sound of a massive crash resounded as Yu Huaji turned to see a portion of the city wall had collapsed, his expression reflecting lingering fear. This is merely a minor warning. If you remain obstinate, do not blame me for making your entire city crumble in an instant, Ling Mu said with a smile. Having noticed Yu Huaji's trepidation, Father, perhaps we should surrender? We're only bring suffering to the people. And we are no match for the great Ling dynasty and its formidable emperor, the bloodshot-eyed feather emperor urged, having ascended to the city wall to speak with his father. Yu Huaji, surrender? Yu Huaji scoffed. How did I give birth to such a cowardly offspring? With that, he produced the incense gifted by Li Zhoujun and ignited it. The feather emperor watched in despair, realizing his father had already resigned himself to death. What are you doing? Ling Mu queried. Unable to comprehend why Yu Huaji would light the incense at such a critical juncture. You will soon find out, Yu Huaji replied with a sly smile. When a true immortal intervenes, what is a mere composite body, Ling Mu? Humph, do not think to delay any longer. This incense will be for your descendants to light after your demise. Ling Mu felt an ominous sense of foreboding and commanded the divine Elephant Legion, all soldiers. Heed my command. At your service. Echoed the voices of the divine Elephant Legion, rising to the heavens. Attack. Ling Mu commanded. Boom, boom, boom. The divine Elephant Legion advanced upon the divine Feather City, the very heavens seeming to resonate with the sound of their march. The Feather Emperor, witnessing this, was engulfed in despair. The soldiers of the divine Elephant Legion could withstand 100 foes due to their impenetrable armor, capable of easily resisting attacks from the nascent soul realm, akin to 6th grade treasures. I have given you ample opportunity. If you do not cherish it, do not blame me. Ling Mu stated from atop the palanquin, addressing Yu Huaji. Yet, to his surprise, Yu Huaji remained unfazed, retorting, Ling Mu, I offer you the same sentiment. Arrogance. Ling Mu, infuriated by Yu Huaji's audacity, resolved to hang the old man on the city wall for 3 days and nights. The Feather Emperor could only cover his eyes in despair, feeling utterly isolated. His father, it seemed, had been rendered senseless by fear, grinning vacantly at a mere stick of incense. Before the terrifying divine Elephant Legion of the Daling dynasty, coupled with the formidable presence of the old Ling Emperor at the combined stage. Such overwhelming power was beyond the current might of the Xinyu dynasty. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A flying sword descended from the heavens with a swift motion. Whoosh, boom. A dazzling sword energy disrupted the spiritual aura of the world, precisely landing before the 3-headed giant elephant clad in golden armor, which was slowly pulling a palatial carriage, creating a chasm thousands of zhang long and blocking the path of the Daling dynasty. Who? The sudden appearance transformed the previously arrogant Ling Mu's expression. As he instinctively gripped the window of the carriage, his hand crushing the wood into powder, his eyes, wide with terror, fixated on the flying sword suspended in the sky. As he muttered in disbelief, is this a celestial sword? How is that possible? Chapter 112, Deep Sea Conference. At the moment Ling Mu stared at the celestial sword above with incredulity, a young figure clad in a green robe appeared beside it. The master of Yunji Mountain. Upon seeing Li Zhoujun materialize, Ling Mu's incredulity deepened. The tale of the master of Yunji Mountain pursuing the sea-devouring demon had spread throughout Qizhou. Naturally, the Daling dynasty was well aware of this news. To prevent future encounters with those unacquainted, they even expended great sums to commission artists to depict the likeness of the master of Yunji Mountain. Thus, with just one glance, Ling Mu recognized the arrival as Li Zhoujun, who had traversed from the South Continent on a celestial sword. It turned out that this true immortal was indeed the master of Yunji Mountain. Yu Huaji gasped in astonishment, realizing that he had already crossed paths with the illustrious master of Yunji Mountain of Qingzhou. Do you recognize me? Li Zhoujun inquired, slightly taken aback as he looked at Ling Mu. How could I not recognize you, master, who single-handedly pursued the sea-devouring demon to the deep sea? Ling Mu thought with a wry smile, struggling to comprehend how a mere virtual immortal like Yu Huaji could be acquainted with such a figure. The Feather Emperor stared blankly, unable to believe his eyes as he looked at his father. Father, how do you know the master of Yunji Mountain? The Feather Emperor couldn't help but ask. With a proud glance at him, Yu Huaji replied, perhaps my innate talent is average, but my fortune is not lacking. I can say that if it were not for my good fortune, I would never have reached the virtual immortal stage. I would have been stuck at the transformation stage. The Feather Emperor felt helpless. No wonder his father remained so composed. He had long prepared for contingencies. Very well, you may withdraw. I owe the Xinyu dynasty a favor. Do not return within a millennium. At the same time, Li Zhoujun nodded slightly to Ling Mu. Then I shall take my leave. The once domineering Ling Mu, who had faced the Xinyu dynasty with arrogance, now stood humbled before Li Zhoujun. It was not just the master of Yunju Mountain who had arrived. Even a random mountain master from Daotian's sect would command his respect. After all, with countless powerful figures within Daotian's sect, his status as a mere combined stage cultivator would only place him among the lower ranks. If Daotian's sect wished to obliterate the Daling dynasty, it would merely require a nod. As Ling Mu departed, Li Zhoujun turned to Yu Huajie with a smile. Your Majesty, we are now even. Do you have any objections? The master jests. If not for your intervention, the Xinyu dynasty would have become history today. Yu Huajie hastily responded. Does the master wish to join me for tea before departing? No need. The debt of gratitude has been repaid. I shall not linger. Li Zhoujun shook his head, smiling as he declined. As his words faded, Li Zhoujun vanished without a trace. There remains a millennium. And if within that time you cannot ascend from the transformation stage to the combined stage, our Xinyu dynasty shall still face the fate of being absorbed into the Daling dynasty. Yu Huajie spoke gravely to the Feather Emperor. A millennium to advance from the perfected transformation stage to the combined stage? The Feather Emperor sighed inwardly, recognizing the vast gap in cultivation levels. Such a feat was hardly simple. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary talent of the master of Yunju Mountain. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun arrived at a tea house, intending to rest briefly before returning to Daotian's sect. The master of Yunju Mountain, only in his 40s, had achieved the true immortal realm, his visage as striking as jade, wielding a pure white long sword. With a single swing, he had slain countless minions of the sea outside Linghai City and pursued the sea-devouring demon alone into the depths of the ocean, instilling terror in the hearts of the aquatic clans. As Li Zhoujun settled into the tea house, he overheard a storyteller recounting his exploits. The audience listened intently, captivated by the tale. Li Zhoujun felt a tinge of helplessness. He had never anticipated becoming so renowned. After all, aside from the pursuit of the sea-devouring demon, he had not engaged with other aquatic clans. Those creatures were likely oblivious to the passage of two true immortal-level powerhouses before them. Nonetheless, the storyteller's narration was compelling, even drawing Li Zhoujun's full attention. However, while Li Zhoujun was engrossed in the storyteller's account, in the deep sea of the maritime borders of Qishou, several terrifying divine thoughts converged, emanating from the most ancient and powerful beings of the vast ocean. Humph. That sea-devouring demon has rendered our aquatic clan a laughingstock among humanity. Yet, it must be said, the master of Yunju Mountain poses a significant threat. At just over 40, he has reached the 5th rank of true immortal. If he continues to grow, he may become a grave concern for our aquatic clan. Gentlemen, who will go and eliminate him before he poses a greater danger? What, are we at a loss for words? Humph. How dare a mere 5th rank true immortal presume to command our attention? Each of us here is at least of the upper echelon of true immortals, are we not? I shall take on this task. You old fools can only connive against one another and chatter endlessly. A youthful voice rose among the divine thoughts. How audacious. Aou. You newly ascended 7th rank brat, do not be so arrogant. And why not? If you find me intolerable, come forth and spar with me. Let me see if you old fossils possess anything beyond mere words. If it proves too difficult, grant me a position, and I shall come to you. With the youth's voice, the murmurs within the sea quieted. A group of old fossils could only remain in the lower realms while the two ancient disciples of Daotian's sect likely perished long ago or ascended to the immortal realm. They were too timid to even approach the shore, perhaps even less formidable than the sea-devouring demon. With a roar, a resounding dragon cry echoed through the deep sea, followed by a majestic true dragon emerging from the waves, enveloped in mist, creating towering waves. This true dragon transformed into a young man clad in white, his handsome features unmistakable. This individual was Aou, who had just confronted the ancient beings of the sea. Li Zhoujun, await my arrival. Do not disappoint me. Aou licked his lips. It is worth noting that the Dragon Clan and the Aquatic Clan are not of the same lineage. The Dragon Clan is revered as a divine beast, while the Aquatic Clan encompasses a myriad of marine creatures. However, Aou was not born of a true dragon but was a white carp that had undergone transformation. Humans consume carp, so Aou harbored no fondness for humanity and naturally gravitated towards the Aquatic Clan. Chapter 113, Zhao Pingyun on the other side, within the small city's tea house. As the storyteller's hand fell with a clap, it marked the conclusion of the Master of Yunju Mountain's legendary tale. The patrons within the establishment wore expressions of longing, still savoring the story. Master, do you believe there are truly those who can achieve the true immortal realm before the age of 100? A young man turned to the elder in white beside him, who was savoring his tea, and asked, Ha ha ha, That day, when the Sea tribe attacked Linghai City, Master was also present. The elder, upon hearing this, smiled warmly as he replied to his disciple, "I understand, Master." At this moment, the boy's eyes were filled with reverence for the legendary Lord of Cloud Residence. How wonderful it would be if one day he could become a formidable being like the Lord of Cloud Residence. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun observed the storyteller packing up his belongings, leaving with a cheerful demeanor, evidently having made a considerable profit. This storyteller has a promising future, Li Zhoujun remarked with sincere appreciation. After all, he himself had not realized how remarkable he truly was. Have you heard? Recently, in the eastern Sunset Mountain Range, there lurks a demon known for his penchant for harvesting the hearts of youths for his cultivation. Of course I've heard. Hasn't the Daotian sect already dispatched a mountain lord to exterminate this demon? It's said that the lord in question is Murong Shui of Lingshiwei Mountain. Just as Li Zhoujun was about to take his leave, he caught snippets of conversation from a nearby table. After some contemplation, he resolved to venture into the Sunset Mountain Range, considering that if he could not be of assistance, he might as well enjoy the scenery. In the depths of the Sunset Mountain Range, a figure clad in black darted through the dense forest with extraordinary swiftness. Damn it. This woman has been chasing me for quite some time. Does she not know when to give up? Beneath the black robe, a youth with a pale, sickly countenance cast a sinister glance behind him. Following closely was a woman in white, equally agile, who relentlessly pursued the black-clad youth. Murong Mountain Lord, why do you trouble yourself so? I am merely taking a few insignificant lives for my cultivation, the black-clad youth called out as he fled. This woman was none other than Murong Shui, but she paid no heed to the black-clad youth's words. As she closed the distance between them, the black-clad youth's expression darkened further. Does she truly think I fear her? He thought, assessing his surroundings filled with towering trees. Realizing he was deep within the Sunset Mountain Range, where even the Daotian sect's reinforcements would take time to arrive. With a determined resolve, he suddenly halted. Just as he stopped, a sharp beam of sword light sliced towards him. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, evading the strike, but a thin scar appeared on his face. In the aftermath, several trees behind him were cleaved in two by the chilling sword light. What terrifying power from this Daotian sect woman! The black-clad youth gasped in shock. Though he and Murong Shui were both at the same level of cultivation, the disparity was monumental. After all, Murong Shui had grown up in the Daotian sect, where her resources and foundational training were unparalleled, a stark contrast between a thatched hut and a luxurious villa. Without further ado, Murong Shui raised her hand, wielding her 3-foot-long azure sword, unleashing another wave of icy sword energy towards the black-clad youth. "You infuriate me," he exclaimed, feeling increasingly belittled as Murong Shui disregarded him entirely. In a frenzy, he rolled to evade the sword strike. "Yo Nu, where are you?" he called out, his face contorted in distress. "Ah, Xiaodaran. What seems to be the problem? Do you still need my assistance?" Just as Zhao Pingyun spoke, a cloud of black mist began to rise in the forest, accompanied by a tinkling laughter like silver bells. If Li Zhoujun were present, he might have instantly thought of a hen. However, Murong Shui's expression grew grave. "Yo Nu, a master of poison at the pinnacle of cultivation. Just a brush with her could lead to dire consequences." Before Murong Shui could ponder further, she found herself enveloped in the black mist, which obscured her vision and senses. The mist is toxic, she realized, as the vegetation touched by it withered almost instantly. In a panic, she channeled her spiritual energy, sealing her nostrils and enveloping herself in a protective layer to prevent the mist from touching her. Yet, at that moment, several identical figures of a white-haired woman emerged from the black mist. They appeared as both clones in the original, surrounding Murong Shui and striking toward her simultaneously. Blinded by the mist, Murong Shui could not discern truth from illusion, relying solely on her combat experience to raise her sword in defense. Clang! One of the white-haired figures, with long, dark nails, struck her sword, producing a clear ringing sound. Indeed, the Lord of Lingshiwei Mountain, how impressive! The white-haired woman chuckled, drifting away like a specter into the black mist. Murong Shui noticed that her sword had turned pitch black where it had met Yao Nu's hand, indicating that it was now coated with poison. Should that strike land, her fate would be grim. Before she could catch her breath, Yao Nu and Zhao Pingyun, leveraging the black mist, launched their attacks on her. "Murong Mountain Lord, should you pursue me, there will be a price to pay." Zhao Pingyun's face twisted into a sinister smile. Murong Shui, her expression tense, formed a hand seal, summoning a wall of frost behind her to momentarily shield herself from Zhao Pingyun, allowing her to prepare to counter Yao Nu. Yao Nu opened her mouth, releasing a dense cloud of black mist that surged toward Murong Shui. Murong Shui swiftly darted sideways, attempting to evade the oncoming wave and escape the mist's grasp. Boom! The ice wall shattered as Zhao Pingyun broke through, delivering a powerful strike toward Murong Shui. Bang! Murong Shui raised her sword in defense. Zhao Pingyun's palm struck the sword, unleashing a tremendous force that sent her stumbling backward for dozens of steps, finally escaping the mist's confines. Yao Nu frowned. Zhao Pengyun, you're nothing but a failure in execution. Yao Nu, could you be a bit more courteous? After all, we are partners in the Tao, Zhao Pengyun replied with a furrowed brow. Yao Nu chuckled. Had it not been for Zhao Pengyun's willingness to test her poisons, she would have eliminated him long ago. Don't let that wretched woman escape. She has pursued me relentlessly. I cannot quell my anger until she is dealt with. Zhao Pengyun declared. Enough chatter. Let's finish her off quickly. If Daotian sect's strong ones arrive, we shall risk our lives. Yao Nu retorted coldly. As they spoke, the two hastily advanced in the direction Murong Shui had retreated. The moment they emerged from the black mist, a beam of sword light sliced toward them. Yao Nu deftly unleashed dozens of silver needles, shattering the sword light like a rain of petals. Zhao Pengyun, seeing that Murong Shui had not fled, grinned maliciously. My Murong Mountain Lord, how bold of you to stay put. Humph, Murong Shui replied coldly, offering no further response. While Yao Nu and Zhao Pengyun sought to slay her, Murong Shui harbored her own intention to eliminate them. Earlier, she had discreetly notified the experts within her sect. If she could hold out just a little longer. Once the sect's reinforcements arrived, these two would have no means of escape. I adore your aloof demeanor. Soon, I shall have you begging for mercy. Zhao Pengyun let out a cold snort, and with a flash of brilliance in his hand, two swords of differing lengths appeared. His innate treasure, the mother and son swords. With the mother and son swords in hand and the medicine maiden supporting him from behind, Zhao Pengyun no longer feared Murong Shui and charged forward. Upon witnessing this, Murong Shui, naturally undeterred, raised her sword to meet him. The two clashed, their swords dancing in a flurry of light, severing the surrounding trees with abandon. Seizing the opportunity, the medicine maiden flicked her delicate hand, sending forth dozens of silver needles. Murong Shui managed to push Zhao Pengyun away with her sword, but in her haste, she could not completely fend off the barrage of flying needles, allowing several to pierce her body, eliciting a muffled groan. Murong Mountain Master, you have been struck by my flying flower needles. For 10 hours, you shall be unable to wield any spiritual energy, the medicine maiden cackled. Murong Shui's face paled, her body tingling as she attempted to mobilize her spiritual energy to suppress the sensation, but found herself utterly unable to do so. Faced with such a dire predicament, despair began to creep into her heart. She realized she had overestimated her abilities. She should have retreated earlier. Mountain Master Murong, stripped of your spiritual power, you are no different from a mortal before me. Tell me, how shall I repay you for pursuing me? Zhao Pengyun gazed at Murong Shui's graceful figure, feeling his throat dry and a fiery heat igniting in his abdomen. Zhao Pengyun, if you wish to wait for the strong from the Daotian sect to arrive and eliminate us, then continue to linger with this woman, the medicine maiden remarked coldly. Rest assured, I know my limits, Zhao Pengyun replied, casting a regretful glance at Murong Shui. After all, it was a pity not to enjoy the company of such a rare beauty. However, as an evil cultivator who had reached the integration realm, he understood that this was not the time for indulgence. Though he contemplated capturing Murong Shui and taking her away, the medicine maiden was his visible partner. Should he act recklessly, she might administer a debilitating potion to him, leading to his downfall. With that thought, Zhao Pengyun's expression turned icy as he directed the mother and son swords to soar into the air, aiming directly for Murong Shui's heart. The swords grew larger in her sight. She sought to parry with her long sword, but found herself lacking the strength to even lift it. Despair clouded her eyes. What a pity, she thought. She had yet to express her feelings to that man. Mountain Master Murong, it seems I have saved your life once again. A soothing voice echoed just as Murong Shui closed her eyes, preparing to embrace death. Upon opening them, she beheld a youth clad in a blue robe, who effortlessly blocked the incoming swords with a wave of his hand. Though he appeared slender and unassuming, in Murong Shui's heart, he loomed large, instilling a sense of security. Li Zhoujun, she attempted to call out, but her strength had abandoned her. With her guard down, she could no longer withstand the toxins within her and began to collapse. Li Zhoujun, as if sensing her plight, turned and caught her in his embrace, the fragrance of her beauty enveloping him. Yet, his expression hardened as he turned to the still-stunned medicine maiden and Zhao Pengyun, saying, How do you wish to meet your demise? How audacious. This Murong Shui from the Daotian sect is no match for us. What are you? Zhao Pengyun scoffed. The medicine maiden narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the unexpected youth. The Daotian sect was some distance away, and thus their experts should not arrive so swiftly. For a moment, they were uncertain of Li Zhoujun's identity. Furthermore, it was evident that they did not recognize him as the recently famed mountain master of Yunjiu, Li Zhoujun. Though they had heard his name, they had never seen his likeness, so failing to recognize him was understandable. In their eyes, The realm of true immortals was an unattainable level, and they did not believe they would encounter someone of Li Zhoujun's caliber, after all. A true immortal would not stoop to hunt integration realm cultivators, as it would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Both Zhao Pingyun and the Medicine Maiden had long since broken through to the late integration realm, while Murong Shui had only recently reached that stage. This fact alone underscored her formidable talent. If she were to stabilize her cultivation, it was likely that the two would be no match for her. Enough talk. Kill him swiftly, and let us depart, the Medicine Maiden urged, her brow furrowed. Following her words, she continued to communicate with Zhao Pingyun. If he can block your mother and son swords, his strength must not be underestimated. We must continue to coordinate and subdue him as before. Fear not. I barely exerted half my strength while controlling the swords just now, Zhao Pingyun chuckled. Since Murong Shui could no longer mobilize her spiritual energy, he would not waste any more of his own. Simultaneously, Zhao Pingyun waved his hands to recall the mother and son swords that had been knocked down by Li Zhoujun. And with the Medicine Maiden's barrage of flying needles, they charged at Li Zhoujun. Humph, Li Zhoujun scoffed. Now at the peak of the integration realm, he found two late-stage integration cultivators to be no challenge, even without using his flying sword. However, he had no desire to engage them in combat. As Murong Shui was gravely injured, a swift resolution was paramount to assessing her condition. With that thought, Li Zhoujun focused his mind, and the immortal sword gleamed brilliantly. Its terrifying intent enveloping Zhao Pingyun as he charged. The flying needles trembled and fell to the ground under the overwhelming pressure of the sword's aura. An immortal sword. Zhao Pingyun was left dumbfounded. The Medicine Maiden's pupils constricted to pinpoints as the rumors she had heard flooded back to her mind. Blue robe. Immortal sword. Could it be that they had indeed encountered the legendary true immortal level expert, Mountain Master of Yunju? As Zhao Pingyun remained in a daze, the sword light swept through him. In a single stroke, the integration realm Zhao Pingyun became a mere joke, having perished before he could even react. Run. The Medicine Maiden, witnessing the scene, was already shaken to her core. Upon regaining her senses, she hastily transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. Do you think you can escape? Li Zhoujun laughed coldly. With a thought, the immortal sword hummed to life, unleashing a magnificent sword energy that surged toward the fleeing Medicine Maiden. No. Feeling the cataclysmic force approaching from behind, the Medicine Maiden was engulfed by despair. For the love of the heavens, as a true immortal, can you not maintain a semblance of dignity? Is it not sufficient to kill this integration realm cultivator? Should I laugh or cry at your direct involvement? Yet, what good is it to ponder such things? In the eyes of mortals or lowly cultivators, I may seem a formidable integration grandmaster. Yet, under the might of a single immortal sword, my cultivation is as defenseless as a newborn babe. With a thunderous crash, the Medicine Maiden met her end beneath the sword light. In the blink of an eye, both powerful integration realm cultivators had fallen to Li Zhoujun's hand. After dispatching the Medicine Maiden and Zhao Pingyun, Li Zhoujun sheathed his flying sword and turned to examine Murong Shui's injuries. There is still hope. He sighed with relief upon scanning her form. He then placed his palm on her delicate shoulder, channeling his internal energy in an effort to expel the remaining needles from her body. At that moment, a figure clad in white appeared on the path leading to the Daotian sect. This individual was the true dragon, Aou, who had emerged from the seas. He glanced at Li Zhoujun's portrait, memorizing the likeness before stowing it away. Satisfied with his surroundings, he nodded. The mountains and waters here are delightful. I shall wait for that Mountain Master of Yunju to return to the Daotian sect. The Azure continent was vast. Even a true immortal would find it no easy task to locate someone out of thin air. It was far better to wait in this pivotal location. The Master of Yunju Mountain possesses merely the cultivation of a 5th-grade true immortal. As soon as he approaches, Aou is confident he will sense his presence. Time swiftly passes, and half a day has elapsed. By the time darkness descends, Li Zhoujun has successfully expelled the flying flower needles from Murong Shui's body. Thief, release the young lady in your grasp. Just as Li Zhoujun prepares to carry Murong Shui away, an ordinary-looking young man emerges from the woods. Upon catching sight of Murong Shui in Li Zhoujun's arms, he is instantly captivated by her beauty. With her delicate features, how could such a stunning woman exist in this world? Anger soon follows. Had it not been for his fortuitous discovery of a mysterious cave in the Setting Sun Mountains 3 years prior, he would not have encountered this scene today. The young lady is in grave danger. Indeed, fate seems to favor him. Having diligently cultivated in the spirit spring within the cave, he has broken through to the Golden Core realm. It is only fitting that he performs a heroic act of saving a beauty and claims her for himself. The ordinary-looking young man feels a swell of pride, after all. To have progressed from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Golden Core realm in 3 years is an achievement many dare not dream of. However, Li Zhoujun, observing the sudden appearance of an ordinary-looking youth, cannot help but express a flicker of surprise. This young man, seemingly no more than 30, possesses the cultivation of the golden core realm. Such talent would be considered commendable in the lower realms, especially since some foundation establishment cultivators, even if they live to 200, may never condense their golden core. Yet, it appears this young man has mistaken him for a lecherous thief. Li Zhoujun is momentarily rendered speechless. Given his current renown and appearance, it would be an understatement to say that thousands of beauties would gladly offer themselves to him. Why would he resort to such base actions? Thief, prepare to meet your end. The ordinary-looking youth, feigning bravado, swiftly appears before Li Zhoujun, unleashing a surge of spiritual power from his body, striking towards Li Zhoujun. Sensing the youth's misguided intentions, Li Zhoujun refrains from causing him harm, waving his sleeve, releasing a torrent of spiritual energy. The young man's eyes widen in terror as he feels a tempest approaching, darkening the world around him, an onslaught far beyond his capacity to withstand. In an instant, he is swept back several dozen paces before managing to regain his footing. Thief. The youth steadies himself, still shaken, yet he shouts at Li Zhoujun in anger, aware that the man before him possesses significantly greater cultivation. He nevertheless feels emboldened to traverse the setting sun mountains at night. How dare you strike without discernment? Look at my appearance. Why would I stoop to such debauchery? Li Zhoujun, cradling Murong Shui in one arm, dismissively waves his sleeve, responding, "Humph, there are plenty of scoundrels in this world. How can I know who you truly are? Have you ever seen a thief who openly bears the mark of a thief on his face?" The young man snorts in reply. Li Zhoujun is left speechless. This fellow is nothing more than a young fool blinded by lust. What do you propose to do? Li Zhoujun narrows his eyes, inquiring. Release the young lady you hold, and I may spare your life. The youth retorts with a grin. Amused, Li Zhoujun chuckles. And what if I refuse? With a laugh, the youth produces a bamboo whistle and blows into it. I've summoned help. You will regret this. He puts away the whistle, a grin plastered on his face, unaware that time has passed without the appearance of the promised aid. The last time he had blown the whistle, the tiger demon had appeared immediately. What could be the reason for the delay this time? Anxiety creeps into his heart, yet he feigns calmness, addressing Li Zhoujun. Just wait. It will be here shortly. At that moment, a woman even larger than a burly man strides through the woods, a cub in her grasp, cursing as she makes her way out of the setting sun mountains. Curse it. Does this little rascal want to get me killed? How dare you provoke a true immortal? Seeking death, indeed. The previous strike of sword energy had sent chills through her very soul. There was no doubt it was a true immortal. Returning to Li Zhoujun, he has no desire to waste time with this fool, preparing to turn away when Murong Shui stirs in his embrace. Awake, are you? Li Zhoujun chuckles gently. Murong Shui replies, feeling the warmth radiating from Li Zhoujun and a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Fear not, my lady. I shall rescue you shortly. Observing Murong Shui awaken, the youth grows anxious. Why hasn't that tigress appeared yet? Murong Shui, momentarily bewildered, struggles to comprehend the situation. Li Zhoujun sighs. It seems I've become a flower thief. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Murong Shui bursts into a melodic laugh. The next moment, Li Zhoujun tosses her aside. I still have injuries. Do you not understand the concept of cherishing a delicate flower? Regaining her balance, Murong Shui blinks at Li Zhoujun. You truly lack sensitivity. Li Zhoujun rolls his eyes at her. Given your laughter, it appears you are unscathed. Murong Shui is momentarily speechless, realizing how straightforward he is. Meanwhile, the youth, witnessing Murong Shui awaken and engage in flirtation with the so-called flower thief, is left frozen in place, unsure whether to advance or retreat. After all this effort, it turns out the fool is none other than himself. Clearly, the beauty and the flower thief are acquainted. Jealousy flares up within him as he glances enviously at Li Zhoujun. How fortunate you are to be accompanied by such a beauty. Clearing his throat, the young man awkwardly states, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. He turns to escape, and Li Zhoujun does not impede him. He is merely a golden core cultivator, unworthy of his time and words. He tilts his head, gazing at Murong Shui. Why is it that every time I encounter you, you find yourself in peril? You seem somewhat vulnerable. Engaging with stronger foes is how one progresses in cultivation. Murong Shui replies thoughtfully. After all, how can I keep pace with you otherwise? A meal must be consumed bite by bite. If you rush, you shall choke. Li Zhoujun shakes his head in exasperation. You are over 100 years my senior. Why must I impart such basic wisdom to you? Ugh. Murong Shui's lips twitch. She had plenty more to discuss with Li Zhoujun, but now her desire has evaporated. Why does he always manage to extinguish the conversation so quickly? Let us return to the heavenly sect, Li Zhoujun suggests. Yes, Murong Shui nods in agreement. Hey, why do you appear unhappy? Are you upset? Li Zhoujun teases upon seeing her glum expression. Not at all, Murong Shui smiles. That's good. If you were genuinely angry, I have no sweets to offer you. Li Zhoujun breathes a sigh of relief. Get lost. Morong Shui retorts, her lips curling into a slight frown. Li Zhoujun quietly steps aside, muttering, Ancients do not deceive me. Women truly change their hearts quicker than turning a page. Meanwhile, as Li Zhoujun expertly extinguishes the conversation, the pair begins their journey back to the heavenly sect. Simultaneously, Aoyu, lying in wait along the road, sits in a melon shed, a watermelon in hand. His expression one of dissatisfaction. This melon is quite sweet. When will Li Zhoujun return? At this rate, I shall devour the entire patch. Suddenly, Aoyu's brow furrows in anticipation. At last, he has arrived. He straightens, his gaze fixed on a streak of light racing across the night sky, Li Zhoujun returning to the heavenly sect atop his sword. A sly smile creeps across Aoyu's lips as he channels his magical energy, preparing to ambush Li Zhoujun with the intent of delivering a decisive blow. Although the master of Yunju Mountain is merely a 5th-grade true immortal, he is determined to make his mark. Although Aoyu is somewhat reckless, he has always adhered to the principle of remaining hidden in the shadows rather than appearing in the light. After all, it is this very principle that has allowed him to transform from a mere carp into a dragon soaring through the heavens. With a thunderous clap, Aoyu struck out with both palms, unleashing a terrifying force that materialized into a colossal hand, hurtling skyward towards the location of Li Zhoujun and Morong Shui. The entire expanse of heaven and earth dimmed under the weight of his might. Observing this scene, a smile crept across Aoyu's lips. He was confident that this strike would spell the demise of Li Zhoujun. At that moment, Li Zhoujun, wielding his flying sword, sensed something amiss as an enormous hand, reminiscent of a mountain, materialized before him. A true immortal level? He pondered, furrowing his brow, while simultaneously activating his abilities to elevate his cultivation to the 7th rank of true immortals. What is happening? Behind him, Morong Shui was momentarily taken aback by the sudden turn of events, standing dazedly behind Li Zhoujun. He raised his fist and struck at the void, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. With a resounding crash, Li Zhoujun's fist collided with the giant hand, unleashing a cataclysmic wave that swept outwards for miles. This is bad. This fellow can withstand my full force. Wasn't he only a 5th-rank true immortal? As the dust settled, Aoyu's expression darkened upon seeing Li Zhoujun, unscathed and hovering in the void. Are those ancient sea creatures attempting to pit me against the Lord of Yunju Mountain, hoping to eliminate me while I return to the ocean? His anger flared. These old schemers had calculated well. In that case, they should not blame me. With that thought, Aoyu chose not to engage Li Zhoujun further and instead vanished into the void. In the depths of the ocean, the elders awaited news from Aoyu's return. Indeed, with your strength, the Lord of Yunju Mountain is certainly no match. Upon his arrival, several divine thoughts immediately reached out to him. Hearing their words, Aoyu let out a cold laugh. These old dogs, still performing their little plays? He replied, there was nothing to report. I merely circled around the entrance of the Daotian sect and encountered no so-called Lord of Yunju Mountain before returning. What? You merely circled the vicinity of Daotian sect? Those 2 old monsters did not make a move against you? As Aoyu's words settled, numerous divine thoughts stirred with anticipation. It was no surprise. The memories of the 2 old monsters, true monarch listening moon and true monarch gazing sun, were etched deeply in their minds. Many years prior, the Sea Tribes had launched an all-out assault on Qitian under the leadership of these true immortals, only to be decimated by the 2 from the Daotian sect. The Sea Tribes' true immortals had been scattered, fleeing in all directions. Now, with Aoyu returning safely from the continent of Qitian, their thoughts began to churn. Indeed, the 2 disciples of Daotian sect must have long since ascended to the celestial realm. Aoyu nodded, aware that his hiding place was not near Daotian sect. He dared not gamble on whether those 2 ancient monsters were still alive. Are you certain you have not deceived us? The elders questioned, clearly skeptical of Aoyu's words. Despite their current cordiality, they would not hesitate to eliminate each other given the opportunity, for those who attained the rank of upper true immortals possessed numerous treasures. Even without such possessions, they could devour each other's flesh to enhance their cultivation. Aoyu understood that these old immortals would not trust him, but he had devised a strategy. Should they dispatch their confidants to investigate Qitian, he would lie in wait, employing threats and persuasion to win them to his side. If they opted to send avatars, he would simply annihilate them and place the blame on the Lord of Yunju Mountain. Everything seemed flawlessly orchestrated. A sense of pride swelled within Aoyu. How dare these old immortals attempt to scheme against him? Why would I deceive you? Believe it or not. Leave me be if there is nothing else. He scoffed, employing a tactic of feigned indifference. He knew they could not resist sending someone to investigate Qitian. For the Daotian sect had produced many true immortals, and there might be treasures hidden within. The old monsters seethed with indignation at Aoyu's dismissiveness. Yet they were astute enough not to escalate matters over mere pride. After all, without any benefit, losing a battle could mean death, while winning could lead to severe injury, ultimately leaving them vulnerable to others. Thus, they retreated without further contention. Once silence fell, Aoyu maintained a calm demeanor as he returned to his dragon palace. It was not until he entered the secluded chamber for his cultivation that he burst into hearty laughter. As dawn broke on the road to Daotian's sect, Murong Shui reflected on the earlier events, still feeling a twinge of fear. That hand seemed to belong to a 7th-rank true immortal. For reasons unknown, she had grown numb to the fact that Li Zhoujun could withstand a blow from a 7th-rank true immortal. Each time she believed he had reached his limits, he surpassed them. Perhaps one day, someone will claim he has battled with celestial lords, and I would believe it. Perhaps, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Noticing his disinterest in discussing the matter further, Murong Shui shifted the topic. When you left last time, the true monarch of Yunju came looking for you. True monarch of Yunju? Who is that? Li Zhoujun inquired, puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon him. Could it be the past lords of Yunju Mountain? Yes. Murong Shui affirmed with a nod. By now, they had arrived at Daotian's sect. Disciples, greet the 2 mountain lords. The disciples regarded Li Zhoujun and Murong Shui with awe and respect, for the recent tales surrounding the lord of Yunju Mountain had spread like wildfire. Many disciples even considered him a role model. As they passed, several female disciples gazed at Li Zhoujun in his flowing azure robes, captivated by his charm. It was said that he was unparalleled among young masters, and indeed, he seemed to embody that very essence. Li Zhoujun, in turn, greeted them warmly, smiling and nodding. However, he soon noticed something peculiar. Turning to Murong Shui, he asked, "Why is it that, apart from us, I sense no other mountain lords nearby? They are all in seclusion." She replied, somewhat resigned. It was, after all, his doing that had caused the once mighty mountain lords to feel threatened, each claiming to seek a breath of fresh air while truly retreating into their chambers to cultivate. Very well, Li Zhoujun nodded. As their conversation continued, they reached a fork in the road. Murong Shui flashed him a playful smile. "Don't rush back. How about a cup of tea at my mountain?" Li Zhoujun chuckled, patting his waist. "Next time, definitely." With that, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Yunju Mountain. Murong Shui watched him leave, pondering her life choices, wondering if she truly appeared that intimidating. In a swift scene change, Li Zhoujun returned to Yunju Palace. "Sister Ru, prepare yourself," he called out as he entered the courtyard where Su Nan and Ru Jining were engaged in a friendly spar. "Your sword techniques bear a striking resemblance to Master S. Quite impressive. Sister Ru, you are equally formidable." Upon witnessing the scene, Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly. The 2 young girls had evidently surpassed the mid-stage of foundation establishment in their cultivation. It seemed that they had not been idle during his absence. "All right, junior sister Lu. Since I have grown so strong, let us take another day of rest. Later, we shall head to the lakeside and procure some fish from Uncle Jiao and his companions." "Last time, Uncle Jiao praised my culinary skills," Su Nan said with a beaming smile as she sheathed her sword. "Is that really appropriate, senior sister?" Lu Jining asked, wiping the corner of her mouth with her small hand, a hint of difficulty in her voice, as she glanced longingly at her own belly. "Alas, the fish possess spiritual essence. Consuming them has given me a little belly. However, your cooking is truly remarkable. What is wrong with that? It took me a long time to hone my skills. I cannot let them go to waste. Let us go," Su Nan insisted, tugging Lu Jining along towards the lakeside. Li Zhoujun couldn't help but twitch his lips, never expecting the slap of reality to strike so swiftly. "Shall I join you to savor your culinary prowess?" he inquired with a wistful tone. "Of course. Guests are always welcome," Su Nan replied breezily, eyes closed, thumping her chest with confidence. "Senior sister, our master has returned," Lu Jining said, her face flushing as she poked Su Nan beside her, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she pointed at the figure in the green robe at the courtyard entrance. "So what if master has returned? If need be, I shall treat him to a meal," Su Nan retorted nonchalantly. "What did you say? Master has returned?" Upon seeing the young man at the courtyard, Su Nan's eyes widened in surprise, her expression turning sheepish. "Master, please allow me to explain." Seeing Su Nan's flustered defense, Li Zhoujun almost laughed, but instead sighed. "If you indulge in laziness now, what will you do when challenges arise and I am not by your side?" "Master, I acknowledge my mistake. I shall certainly cultivate diligently next time." Su Nan playfully stuck out her pink tongue. "You mischievous girl," Li Zhoujun shook his head helplessly. "Lord Mountain Master, you returned to the sect without a word of greeting?" Just then, Mu Taiyu arrived at Yunju Mountain. "Master," Li Zhoujun offered a slight bow. "Disciple pays respects to the sect master." Su Nan and Lu Jining both expressed their respect towards Mu Taiyu. "Haha, Lord Mountain Master has now reached the true immortal stage." I cannot accept such reverence, Mu Taiyu laughed, acknowledging Li Zhoujun with humility despite being the sect master. He then glanced at Su Nan and Lu Jining, praising. These two disciples of Lord Mountain Master are indeed prodigies. You have an eye for talent. You flatter me, sect master, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Do not be so modest, or I shall lose face, Mu Taiyu said with a serious tone. By the way, Lord Mountain Master, it is no longer appropriate for you to continue in your position as Mountain Master given your current cultivation, Mu Taiyu stated. What do you mean by that? Li Zhoujun asked, slightly taken aback. Mu Taiyu smiled faintly, evading a direct answer. I implore you to accompany me to the Taishang Hall. The esteemed elders have been awaiting you for some time. Please lead the way, sect master, Li Zhoujun replied. After you, Mu Taiyu gestured courteously. As they departed, Li Zhoujun cautioned Su Nan, do not overindulge. Remember to practice alongside junior sister Lu. Master, you may rest assured. Su Nan waved her small hand. Li Zhoujun could only smile wryly. Your disciple is quite spirited, indeed, Mu Taiyu remarked with a chuckle. Subsequently, Mu Taiyu informed Li Zhoujun of the identities of the esteemed elders awaiting them in the Taishang Hall, the former mountain master of Yunju Mountain, Zenyunzi, the former mountain master of Huifeng Mountain, Finchenjinren, and the former mountain master of Tianqin Mountain, Wuchenzi. All three were at the third-grade true immortal realm. As they conversed amiably, the two of them arrived at the grand Taishang Hall, which floated atop the mountain, veiled in clouds. Zhoujun, you have made us wait quite patiently. Just as Mu Taiyu was about to knock on the door, it slowly creaked open. An elderly man, clad in simple attire with flowing white eyebrows, stepped out with a beaming smile. He circled Li Zhoujun thrice, his face radiating satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of being the mountain master of Yunju Mountain. Your demeanor, appearance, and talent are exceptional. Disciple Li Zhoujun pays respects to the former mountain master, Li Zhoujun said, somewhat overwhelmed by the warmth of the elderly man, who was none other than Zenyunzi. Do not stand on ceremony with me. I have heard that you single-handedly repelled a 5th-grade true immortal from the Sea Clan? Zenyunzi inquired. Merely fortunate. Primarily, the Sea Demon did not wish to engage with me. Otherwise it would have resulted in mutual destruction, Li Zhoujun replied modestly. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves before. Your current cultivation would indeed make even me feel ashamed, Zenyunzi exclaimed, reflecting on the changing tides of talent. Blue emerges from indigo and surpasses it, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. I certainly cannot tarnish the reputation of Yunju Mountain in the eyes of its predecessors. Ha! I like this young man. Zenyunzi clapped his hands in delight. Though Li Zhoujun was a 5th-grade true immortal, Zenyunzi took it in stride. Oh, seeing you in person is far better than hearing about you. The mountain master of Yunju Mountain is indeed the most outstanding talent of our Daotian sect. Had I been younger and a woman, I surely would have been bewitched by you. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a fiery red robe, with flames radiating from his back like the blazing sun, emerged from the hall, smiling broadly. This man was undoubtedly Finchenjinjuan, the former mountain master of Huifeng Mountain. Beside him stood another elderly man, meticulously dressed, who was none other than Wuchenzi, the former mountain master of Tianqin Mountain. Upon seeing Finchenjinjuan and listening to his words, Li Zhoujun felt a jolt of surprise. The old man was indeed audacious. Meanwhile, Finchenjinjuan gazed at Zenyunzi with envy. Yunju Mountain must have been struck by lightning to produce such an unparalleled prodigy. I remember the current mountain master of Huifeng Mountain, yes. That fellow named Lu Yan was soundly defeated for an entire day and night, asking him whether he had concealed his cultivation. The lad fell unconscious without uttering a word. Just as I was about to continue my assault, he seemed on the verge of demise, and I reluctantly withdrew. Accepting the reality of the current mountain master of Huifeng Mountain, Mu Taiyu observed the esteemed elders conversing with Li Zhoujun, feeling somewhat superfluous as the least accomplished among them. Ahem, esteemed elders, we must address the matter at hand. Mu Taiyu interjected, noting that the discussion between the elders and Li Zhoujun was becoming increasingly animated, fearing it could extend for an entire month if not interrupted. Ah, my memory fails me, Zenyunzi exclaimed, slapping his forehead, then turned to Li Zhoujun with a smile. Zhoujun, you must know that in our Daotian sect, to become an esteemed elder, one must not only possess adequate cultivation but also receive the nod of approval from the sect master and the 3 esteemed elders. The regulations of the sect are always etched in my heart, Li Zhoujun nodded, sensing a conjecture forming in his mind. Indeed, after our discussions, you have already qualified to become an esteemed elder of Daotian sect. Zhoujun, do you wish to accept this title? Zenyunzi asked with a smile. It is a great honor, Li Zhoujun replied, clasping his fists. The position of esteemed elder in Daotian sect far surpassed that of mountain master. Not only would it grant him access to the spiritually rich Taishang Hall for cultivation, but it also allowed for the discretionary use of sect resources within certain limits. Moreover, there were occasions when the approval of the esteemed elders was required before the sect master could agree to matters. Of course, the most crucial aspect was that Li Zhoujun had already achieved the status of a true immortal. Should he ascend one day, a new mountain master would need to be appointed. Li Taishang, this is the token symbolizing your status as an esteemed elder. At this moment, Mu Taiyu presented a warm jade token to Li Zhoujun with both hands, a bitter smile forming in his heart. The fact that the esteemed elder of Daotian sect was merely in his 40s would astound many if revealed. Such an exaggeration. Although Mu Taiyu was courteous, Li Zhoujun, naturally, did not overstate his own importance. Accepting the supreme order with both hands, he smiled politely, saying, "Thank you, sect master. By the way, Zhoujun, now that you have become the supreme elder, the position of the Lord of Yunjishan is still yours to choose. After all, you became the mountain lord at a young age and have grown so remarkably. I am sure the two young ladies you have taken under your wing will be equally exceptional. Either one of them would suffice." At this moment, Zhen Yunzi cheerfully remarked, "With both of us here, we will surely ensure that those two young ladies break through to the void immortal realm within a century." Indeed, Li Zhoujun nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Unlike his past as a mere mortal, isolated in his role as the mountain lord of Yunjishan, he now had the backing of the former mountain lord and the venerable elder beside him. "All right, young Mu, you have no further business here. Go attend to other matters. As the sect leader, your responsibilities are considerable," said the true lord of Burning Mountain, waving his hand. "I take my leave," Mu Taiyu replied with a bow. But tears welled up in his heart. The world perceived him as high and mighty, yet in reality, at times, he indeed appeared to be in a splendid position to outsiders. However, more often than not, he found himself mediating trivial matters within the sect. Just recently, that fellow Liu Yin had nearly been struck dead by the true lord of Burning Mountain. Had it not been for Mu Taiyu's intervention, Liu Yin would have been left lifeless. Not to mention the chain reaction that followed Liu Yan's punishment. Those mountain lords, who typically boasted loudly, all claimed they were off on excursions, yet in truth, they hurried back to seclude themselves, fearful that one day their ancestors might emerge from the Supreme Hall and deliver a swift reprimand regarding their cultivation. They dreaded not only the reprimand, but also the potential disappointment that followed, as the true lord of Burning Mountain had expressed. "It turns out my descendants are truly so incompetent." Consequently, the burden of numerous sect affairs fell upon Mu Taiyu's shoulders, leading to immense pressure. It seemed he must hasten his cultivation, break through to the true immortal realm, and then hand over the position of sect leader, allowing him either to live leisurely as a supreme elder or to ascend to the celestial realm and pursue the pinnacle of immortality. "Young Mu, as sect leader, you have performed admirably. I support your continued leadership for another 1,000 years, the true lord of Burning Mountain said with a smile, watching Mu Taiyu's retreating figure. Hearing this, Mu Taiyu shuddered and swiftly vanished from sight. At this moment, Zhen Yunzi smiled at Li Zhoujun, saying, "Come, Zhoujun, now that you are the supreme elder of Daotian sect, you must enter the Supreme Hall at least once." Both the true lord of Burning Mountain and Wichenzi nodded kindly at Li Zhoujun. "All right, I appreciate your guidance, esteemed elder," Li Zhoujun replied, bowing respectfully. Accompanied by Zhen Yunzi and the others, they stepped into the Supreme Hall of Daotian sect. Instantly, a dense aura of spiritual energy enveloped them, coalescing into a mist that welcomed them. The spiritual energy here was extraordinarily rich. Even true immortals could cultivate effectively within this space, accessible only to the sect leader and the supreme elders. Zhen Yunzi explained to Li Zhoujun, 200 years ago, two second-generation ancestors reached the pinnacle of the 9th grade of true immortal, on the verge of breaking through to the celestial immortal realm. Unfortunately, the conditions in the lower realm did not allow for such a breakthrough, thus they had no choice but to ascend to the celestial realm. Li Zhoujun gasped in awe. To reach the 9th grade of true immortal in the lower realm, those two ancestors must have been exceptionally gifted. Zhen Yunzi shook his head. "To be honest, their talents do not surpass yours. They remained within the Supreme Hall for their cultivation, where the spiritual energy rivals that of some remote areas in the celestial realm. I was lucky," Li Zhoujun chuckled, acknowledging his own fortunate circumstances. "Esteemed elder, if I may be so bold, who is the strongest in our Daotian sect currently?" Hearing this, the elder stroked his flowing beard, a mysterious smile gracing his face. "The strongest? Well, I am not entirely certain, but in this Tianyuan realm, it is certainly sufficient." Understanding dawned upon Li Zhoujun, and a smile spread across his face. Although he felt he could hold his own against anyone, having a powerful sect as a foundation was indeed comforting. Zhen Yunzi then said, "All right, Zhoujun, you should return and address the matters of the Mountain Lord. While it is true that our previous mountain lords enjoyed wandering, important affairs should not be neglected. Very well. I shall take my leave for now and return to visit you another day, esteemed elder, Li Zhoujun said, bowing once more. Go ahead, Zhen Yunzi nodded. However, in the next moment, Li Zhoujun found himself rooted to the spot, realizing that his cultivation at the fusion realm prevented him from leaving this world to enter the hall. He could use a celestial sword to do so, but it seemed excessive for such a trivial matter. What is it? Zhen Yunzi inquired. Ahem, esteemed elder. I wish to spend more time with you, Li Zhoujun replied, somewhat awkwardly. Zhen Yunzi paused, then smiled. Very well. It is rare for you to express such intent. There is no rush for the Mountain Lord's affairs. We can set them aside for now. Let us enjoy some drinks together. A month later, outside a modest thatched cottage, numerous empty wine jars lay scattered about. Zhen Yunzi looked at these empty jars with a pained expression. Esteemed elder, I shall go catch some fish, Li Zhoujun exclaimed, with his pants rolled up and a spear in hand, cheerfully emerging from the cottage. Hearing this, Zhen Yunzi's face twisted in pain once more. This little rascal is going to drink all the fine wine I have stored, deceived by the seemingly gentle exterior of this little rascal. Every time this little scoundrel craves a drink, he runs off to catch fish, shamelessly feasting on grilled fish while enjoying my wine. Although the grilled fish he prepares is undeniably delectable, it pales in comparison to my celestial brew, which holds immeasurable value. I cannot allow him to linger any longer. At this moment, Zhen Yunzi resolved firmly to send Li Zhoujun away today. Ah, Zhoujun, you have stayed with me for a month. I can sense your enthusiasm. Isn't it time you attended to the matters of the Mountain Lord? Zhen Yunzi inquired amiably. Master of the Mountain, I actually wish to drink more and spend more time. Before Li Zhoujun could finish, he felt a dizzying whirl, only to find himself in the grand hall of the Taishang Palace. Holding a fishing spear, he blinked in confusion, quickly noticing a foggy aura coalescing into a stone tablet that bore the words Yin Realm beside it. A small inscription read, "Those who enter must possess the Taishang order and the sect master's decree." So, the elder's identification token serves as the key. Li Zhoujun was momentarily stunned. It was understandable. At first, everyone believed he was a fifth-grade true immortal who could traverse minor realms freely. Thus, the functionality of the Taishang order was never communicated to him. This left Zhen Yunzi in a bit of melancholy. However, he stood there, somewhat regretful, as he recalled the exquisite grilled fish prepared by Li Zhoujun, a rare blend of unfamiliar spices that was hard to come by. Forcing this little rascal to leave suddenly felt like a loss. He glanced at the untouched wine buried in the ground. It seemed that the next time he desired grilled fish, he would have to endure a loss again. At that moment, Li Zhoujun shimmered with light, regaining his former elegant appearance in a flowing blue robe. Stepping out of the Taishang Palace, he instantly transported himself to Yunju Palace. Oh dear, this woman is utterly unbelievable. She just formed a partnership with that male cultivator and lived so blissfully, only to end up as his stepmother. How kitsch, how absurd. Which scoundrel wrote this book? I must have his head. Upon returning to Yunju Mountain, Li Zhoujun saw Su Nan lounging in a hammock strung between two trees, holding a blue book in her hands. Her bare feet resting casually atop her other leg, swaying back and forth as she wept and cursed. Witnessing this scene, Li Zhoujun's lips twitched. Is there anything more kitsch than this in relationships? Can anything be more absurd? Su Nan replied without hesitation. Hiding one's gender, Li Zhoujun grinned. What? Are you that twisted? Su Nan sprang from the hammock, momentarily stunned upon seeing Li Zhoujun, then rolled her eyes. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten in 30 days and feel faint. With that, she collapsed. Li Zhoujun approached and seized her ear. Ouch, master. That hurts. He tugged her from the hammock, causing her to grimace. Can't you learn from your junior sister and spare me some worry? Li Zhoujun sighed. Just then, a loud explosion resonated from the alchemy room. Cough. Cough. The next moment, Lu Jining rushed out, her face soot-stained, fanning away the black smoke while coughing. Master, actually, I feel like I'm all right. At this moment, Su Nan looked at Li Zhoujun with a pitiful expression. Aren't you proud of yourself? Even though your junior sister failed at alchemy, she has ambition. What about you? What have you been doing? Li Zhoujun's lips twitched. He hadn't expected the slap to come so quickly. Yet, as the master, he had to maintain his authority. Jining, what potion were you attempting to concoct? Failure is no issue. After all, failure is often the mother of success. The key lies in learning from it. He smiled at Lu Jining with a maternal grin. Lu Jining's face flushed. Master, my senior sister has made me develop a belly. I was trying to brew a weight loss potion. Slapping his forehead, tears streamed down his face. Both of you, clean up the alchemy room, and then stand outside it for a day as punishment. Li Zhoujun exclaimed, feeling exasperated. At that moment, he finally understood the trials of being a father. After delivering his verdict, he shook his head and retreated to his quarters, his back appearing somewhat forlorn. Once Li Zhoujun left, Su Nan sighed in relief, patting her chest. That scared me to death. Do you think Master will be so angry that it affects his health? Lu Jining asked Su Nan. Su Nan laughed. Our Master is a true immortal. How could he be so easily angered? Let's prepare a cup of tea for him tonight and sincerely apologize. He should calm down. What are you two mumbling about? Hurry up and clean the alchemy room. Li Zhoujun's voice echoed from his residence. Ah, Master. We're going right now. Su Nan replied loudly, then turned to Lu Jining. Let us hurry and tidy up, or Master will really be angry. I'll take care of it since I messed it up. What kind of talk is that? We share in both hardships and joys. Come on, let's go grab a broom. Su Nan interrupted Lu Jining, urging her onward. Meanwhile, deep within the ocean at the edge of the Qingzhou continent, in the Dragon Palace, Aou indeed captured an ancient sea creature, dispatching a trusted lobster spirit to investigate Qingzhou, binding the spirit to a wooden frame. With a crack of the whip, Aou struck the lobster spirit, his face darkened. I grant you an opportunity. Swear fealty to me. Agree or not? The lobster spirit cried out in agony, desperately wishing to beg for mercy. Another crack of the whip followed. Aou gazed at the lobster spirit in surprise. Oh, you little rascal have quite the backbone. I underestimated you earlier. Agree or not? After a lengthy session of whipping, Aou finally paused, regarding the lobster spirit with admiration. The sea demon lord should indeed be proud to have such a loyal subordinate. Loyalty? What nonsense. Do you even give me a chance to speak? The lobster spirit, on the verge of demise, was suddenly invigorated by Aou's remarks. Disregarding the fact that he was face to face with a true dragon, launching into a torrent of complaints. Chapter 121, The Woeful Lobster Spirit. Aou observed the disgruntled lobster spirit, his lips twitching. So, you are willing to swear fealty to me? I am. The lobster spirit nodded without hesitation. With another crack of the whip, Aou scolded, You spineless little rascal. If you can't endure a mere whipping, how could you remain loyal to that old turtle? If I take you in, will you not betray me as well? The lobster spirit was utterly bewildered. What a fate. If I submit, I get whipped. If I don't, I still get whipped. Why is my life so miserable? Mother, why did you bring me into this world? Yet, Aou had no intention of truly killing the lobster spirit. He slowly retracted the whip, sighing as he looked at the lobster spirit. Very well. Since your name contains dragon, I shall reluctantly give you one chance. Thank you, great true dragon. The lobster spirit was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears welling in its eyes. After Aou placed a restriction within the body of the lobster spirit, he whispered to him, Remember what I have said. Once you return to the lair of the Tua Hai Yaozun, you must convey these words. 3 days later, the lobster spirit, having nearly recovered from his injuries due to the elixir bestowed by Aou, flicked his tail and shot off in the opposite direction like a cannonball, soaring hundreds of meters away in an instant. He continued at a rapid pace for 3 hours until he arrived at the deep sea, where he bowed respectfully toward an abyss shrouded in darkness, uttering, Ancestor, I have returned. A hoarse voice emerged from the depths, enveloping the lobster spirit in an overwhelming aura. Stifled by the terrifying presence, the lobster spirit trembled but managed to relay Aou's instructions, reporting to the ancestor. I wielded the concealment talisman granted by you and roamed near the Daotian sect for 3 days and nights without drawing the attention of any superior celestial beings. Enough. I understand. You may leave now, the ancient voice responded. The lobster spirit hesitated, feeling aggrieved. But, didn't you promise to grant me a chance at ascension after I completed this task? You are letting me go just like this? Oh. The talisman I bestowed upon you renders you undetectable to anyone below the level of a superior celestial being. Is that not an opportunity in itself? Hurry and depart before I decide to consume you, the voice retorted with irritation. Yes, I shall take my leave, the lobster spirit replied with a sycophantic smile, though internally he spat in contempt. Bah, you ancient tortoise. Not even a drop of oil to spare from your fingers. That talisman can only be used once. Luckily, I didn't use it, and now I've turned to follow the true dragon. Just wait for your demise. After the lobster spirit left, a frenzied laughter echoed from the abyss, shaking the entire watery expanse. Schools of fish scattered in terror, while a massive, one-eyed turtle, resembling a mountain, flickered in and out of view amidst the violent currents of the deep. Meanwhile, Aou had returned to the surface and concealed himself. In the next moment, an elder in a green robe shot out of the water like a streak of light, soaring into the sky. The Tua Hai Yaozun is as untrustworthy as ever, relying solely on his avatars for reconnaissance. Aou thought, smirking at the fleeing figure of the green-robed elder. With a swift motion, he snapped his fingers. Boom. The rapidly fleeing avatar of the Tua Hai Yao Zun exploded instantaneously. At that very moment, in the depths of the Qizhou Sea, amidst a vibrant underwater forest, the true form of the Tua Hai Yao Zun, a formidable being who had ascended from aquatic vegetation, sat in meditation. His eyes widened in shock and fury as he exclaimed, "Damn it, who dares to obliterate my avatar? Could it be that scoundrel Aou?" The Tua Hai Yao Zun's gaze darkened. Could it be that the two old geezers never ascended at all? Is all of this a scheme by that young dragon Aou, aiming to pit us against the Dao Tian sect in a life-and-death struggle while he waits for the opportune moment to strike? As this thought crossed his mind, the Tua Hai Yao Zun's expression soured further. Yet suddenly, he chuckled. Aou, you are still too young. I will play along, preserving my strength until you deal with those old geezers returning from the sea. Then, I shall emerge and ensnare you in my trap. In the Qingzhou Sea, the scent of conspiracy enveloped the entire region. At the Dao Tian sect, for the past 3 days, Li Zhoujun had been diligently training his 2 female disciples. All right. That will be all for today. You two should take some time to rest. He instructed the sword-wielding Su Nan and Lu Jining. Upon hearing this, Su Nan's face scrunched up as she looked at Li Zhoujun with eager eyes, asking, "Master, when will you set off to wander the world?" With a warm smile, Li Zhoujun replied, "If I were to pass the position of Mountain Master of Yunju Mountain to one of you, who would dare to accept it?" "Wait, Master. Why would you suddenly want to pass the Mountain Master position to us? Are you?" Su Nan gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Li Zhoujun. "Are you running out of time?" "Li Zhoujun? Lu Jining, what are you thinking?" Li Zhoujun shot a disapproving glance at Su Nan, thinking how overly filial she was. If she were a boy, he would have already beaten the nonsense out of her. Faced with Li Zhoujun's exasperation, Su Nan forced a smile. However, Li Zhoujun continued, "As I have now become the supreme elder of the Dao Tian sect, the position of Mountain Master will naturally be passed to one of you." As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and the Mountain Master token of Yunju Mountain radiated a gentle glow, flying directly to Su Nan. Su Nan stood there in bewilderment. Li Zhoujun chuckled. "Su Nan, your cheerful disposition and thick skin will serve you well, but as Mountain Master, I hope you will exercise more caution and look after your junior sister." After advising Su Nan, Li Zhoujun turned his gaze to Lu Jining, gently saying, "Jining, your gentle nature and modesty are valuable. Yet you must remember to support your sister when the time calls for it." "I will remember, Master," Lu Jining replied, nodding in understanding. While she bore no resentment towards Li Zhoujun for passing the Mountain Master position to Su Nan, she recognized her own temperament was unsuited for such a role. After all, her modesty could be a disadvantage when dealing with the other Mountain Masters of the Dao Tian sect. Thick-skinned indeed. Su Nan felt a pang of discomfort at her master's description. Had her image in his eyes crumbled so completely? Moreover, what a ridiculous characterization. "Master, if you can articulate so well, why not say more? Master, why not take another disciple or sister and pass the position to them?" Su Nan gazed at Li Zhoujun with tear-filled eyes, clearly aware that the role of Mountain Master was not an easy one for someone at the foundational level. Li Zhoujun glanced at Su Nan, shaking his head in resignation. "You, my dear, still have much to learn. I remember when I was 6, taking care of Yunju Mountain all on my own." "Oh no, Master is going to start boasting." Su Nan covered her face, while Lu Jining looked on in awe. "Cough, Master, I am willing to become the Lord of Cloud Residence Mountain." Su Nan observed as Li Zhoujun spoke endlessly, growing more spirited while she felt increasingly drowsy, and seeing no sign of her master stopping, she hastily interjected. Yet, a bittersweet sensation lingered within her heart. "Not everyone possesses the extraordinary talent that you do, Master." "Excellent, excellent. Your willingness to become the Lord of Cloud Residence Mountain indicates that you have begun to embody the spirit of your master in his prime," Li Zhoujun remarked with satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the Azure Sea region, several ancient beings began to converse. "My trusted confidant has confirmed that the Dao Tian sect has indeed fallen into decline. Do any of you have thoughts on this matter?" The voice of the Tua High Demon Lord rumbled like thunder. The one High Demon Lord remained silent, choosing instead to observe quietly. Surely he was not the only one whose avatar had been destroyed. "Humph. My avatar was obliterated as soon as it surfaced." "Aou. The little dragon, what is the meaning of this?" The speaker, a colossal octopus known as the Fu High Demon Lord, demanded. Aou snorted disdainfully. "Why ask me? Why not inquire when you yourself will meet your end?" "Aou, I advise you to temper your arrogance. Do you truly believe that I fear your true dragon form?" The Fu High Demon Lord retorted coldly. Although Aou was tempted to further provoke the ancient being, he restrained himself, responding icily. "I suspect it is very likely the work of that Lord of Cloud Residence Mountain." And how would that lord know the timing of my departure to sea? The Fuhai demon lord clearly found this assertion hard to believe. Blame your misfortune on others? If that were the case, why did the trusted confidant of the Tuahai old tortoise return unscathed while your avatar vanished the moment it emerged? Aou scoffed. If you have the courage, participate in the upcoming operation against Azure Sea. If not, return and continue to cower. Humph. The Fuhai demon lord fell silent, refusing to respond further. I too have sent a trusted confidant ashore for reconnaissance. Indeed, there are no high-tier true immortals present in Azure Sea. At that moment, the leader of the merfolk, smiling widely, chimed in. In truth, his confidant had also allied with Aou. Aou, you truly excel in theatrics. The Wanhai demon lord thought with a cold smirk, yet chose not to expose the deception, instead addressing the Fuhai demon lord with a smile. Brother Fuhai, my avatar also met an untimely demise shortly after venturing to sea. I suspect it is indeed the doing of the Lord of Cloud Residence Mountain, who must fear our strength, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Upon hearing this, Aou felt a surge of joy. The Wanhai demon lord had inadvertently provided him with a most fortuitous assist. Finally, after much deliberation, the ancient beings who had long lingered in the sea agreed to act, planning to unleash a deluge upon the entire Azure Sea continent a month hence. 10 days later, at the Daotian sect in Cloud Residence Mountain, since Sunan had ascended to the position of lord, she had shed her previous playful demeanor for a more mature and composed disposition, dedicating herself to relentless training, asserting that she could not bring shame upon her master. This transformation greatly pleased Li Zhoujun. Moreover, the news of Li Zhoujun's elevation from Mountain Master to Supreme Elder had become a topic of casual conversation among the sect's many powerful members. Have you heard? The Lord of Cloud Residence Mountain is now a girl named Sunan, while Mountain Master Li has ascended to the position of Supreme Elder in our Daotian sect. Well, a Supreme Elder in their 40s is quite terrifying. Surely, they must be the foremost among us in the Daotian sect. Junior brother, have a bit more confidence. And omit the word must. The disciples were abuzz with astonishment. Simultaneously, in the southern region, at a secluded mountain location, a figure clad in a billowing black robe emerged. We congratulate the sect master on breaking through to the tribulation crossing stage. At the moment the black-robed figure appeared, countless figures surged from the mountains, with tears of joy in their eyes, respectfully addressing the newcomer. They were all elders and disciples of the Ghost Extreme sect. Though their lives under the Ghost Lord were often filled with hardship, they were grateful, for at least they were not facing death. With the Ghost Lord's recent breakthrough to the tribulation crossing stage, they felt their suffering had finally borne fruit. After all, a tribulation crossing expert was the pinnacle of power among those who had not yet become true immortals. And the entirety of the Tian Yuan realm could boast no more than a few dozen true immortals. Now that I have crossed the tribulation, you shall accompany me back to the Azure Sea to seek the remnants left by the heavenly Ghost King. The Ghost Lord's voice thundered throughout the crowd. In that moment, he radiated newfound confidence. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Although Li Zhoujun had attained the esteemed title of Supreme Elder, he chose to remain at Cloud Residence Mountain, facilitating the training of the two young girls. Of course, most of the time, it was Sunan and Lu Jining who engaged in self-directed cultivation, only seeking Li Zhoujun's guidance when confronted with insurmountable challenges. As Li Zhoujun often said, the master opens the door, but the cultivation lies within the individual. Today, Li Zhoujun took up a fishing rod and a stool, heading toward the lakeside of Cloud Residence Mountain, ready to embrace a leisurely fishing life. At an unknown mountain range, the peaks trembled violently. A fissure split the mountain's heart, producing a thunderous roar as dust filled the air. Soon, a figure emerged from the crevice, shrouded in dust. As the haze dissipated, a striking man clad in white, with features akin to those of a woman, raised his slender, phoenix-like eyes to the sky. After millennia, I wonder if anyone still remembers this lord. The man with the phoenix eyes licked his lips, his gaze narrowing. Who is the strongest in this era? I am quite eager to find out. A gust of wind swept through, scattering the figure of the man with the phoenix eyes into mere afterimages. His true form had already arrived in a grand city. As he navigated through the bustling streets, his ethereal presence drew the attention of many women, captivated by his beauty. Young master, you are so exquisitely handsome. Can you dance and sing? A courtesan, adorned with a mole beside her nose, approached with an ingratiating smile, circling the man with phoenix eyes. Though my establishment only welcomes women, for someone as enchanting as you, I would gladly pay 10,000 gold pieces to secure your lifetime. The man with phoenix eyes regarded the smiling courtesan, bemused. What is this? Are you unsatisfied with the price? The courtesan chuckled, not at all. As long as you are willing. Mid-sentence, her pupils widened in horror as she beheld a terrifying transformation reflected in her eyes. The man with phoenix eyes was no longer human but a skeletal figure devoid of flesh, with crimson and ghostly green flames flickering within his hollow eye sockets. A monster. A demon, the courtesan stammered, her voice trembling. In an instant, the courtesan's body erupted, showering the street with blood. The passers-by halted in shock. Yet the man with phoenix eyes appeared entranced, extending a delicate hand to catch the falling blood, savoring it with a wicked lick of his crimson tongue. Pah! What a repulsive substance. He flicked the blood from his hand, his expression one of disdain. Meanwhile, the onlookers, now fully aware of the horror that had unfolded, turned to flee in terror. However, within the man's phoenix eyes, a hint of derision surfaced. In the next moment, a crimson blood cloud gathered ominously above the city. The fleeing citizens, in their terror, suddenly sensed an immense pulling force emanating from behind. Immediately, within the city, regardless of whether they were cultivators, men, women, the elderly, or even livestock, the vital essence within their bodies began to escape through their pores, drawn towards the blood cloud above. Their bodies visibly shrank, turning into desiccated husks clad in skin, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Among those within the city, a few closed-door cultivators of the transformation stage, upon sensing this terrifying suction, widened their eyes in horror. Yet, they found themselves powerless to resist, helplessly watching their essence being siphoned away. Their cultivation levels, though superior to those of mere mortals and lower-tier cultivators, provided them little comfort. Instead, they endured far greater agony. For mere mortals and lower-tier cultivators, consciousness faded swiftly after the loss of their essence, but these powerful souls remained acutely aware, forced to witness their own demise without the strength to retaliate. Only one elderly cultivator of the transformation stage, as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, found himself confronted by the man with the phoenix eyes. Who are you? The nearly lifeless elder stammered, dread evident in his gaze upon seeing the effeminate figure before him. Who I am is of little consequence. However, I must ask you, who is the strongest in this world? The man with phoenix eyes replied with a soft chuckle. As the elder felt the flickering light of his life extinguishing, a sudden resolve surged within him. After all, he was destined to die. Why not find a morsel of satisfaction before his end? Moreover, given the current situation, even if he were to miraculously survive, his days would be numbered. Thus, he struggled to articulate, the strongest in this world is you? A flicker of disdain crossed the man's eyes. I am your father. The elder finally completed his sentence, a smile breaking across his face. In that moment, he felt a surge of exhilaration. The man before him was undoubtedly the architect of this calamity, and he suspected that this powerful figure was unfamiliar with the world, allowing him the chance to claim the title of father. What a stroke of luck. Seeking death. The man's eyes flared with anger. How dare a mere transformation stage cultivator attempt to take advantage of him? With a swift motion, he placed his hand atop the elder's head, invoking a soul-searching technique. In an instant, the elder's eyes glazed over in a stupor. Bang! The next moment, the elder's head exploded, leaving a headless corpse that crumpled lifelessly to the side. Dao Tian sect, elderly Li Zhoujun, age 46, 5th rank true immortal? The man with phoenix eyes murmured incredulously as he sifted through the elder's memories. A 5th rank true immortal at the age of 46? Such a feat is unfathomable even in the immortal realm. Yet soon, a sinister smile crept across his lips. Such talent, if refined into a flesh pill and consumed, would allow me to leap from a 6th rank true immortal to the pinnacle of 7th rank true immortal. But the Dao Tian sect presented a dilemma. The man furrowed his brow. During his slumber, the Dao Tian sect had risen to prominence on Qingzhou. A colossal sect brimming with formidable figures. Merely a sect from the lower realms. Even if, a lower realm sect, would I truly fear you? With a cold snort, he resolved to draw out Li Zhoujun before addressing the issue. He wasn't afraid of the Dao Tian sect, merely reluctant to invite unnecessary trouble. Truly. It was as simple as that. 3 days later, within the Dao Tian hall, an elder reported to Mu Taiyu. In the past 3 days, 9 major cities on Qingzhou have fallen overnight, leaving a scene of carnage, with all victims drained of blood by an unknown entity. Among the deceased are not only ordinary citizens but also void immortals and cultivators at the harmonization stage, including a significant figure from the hidden Kai family of Huishi City. Ancestor Kaiji, our investigations revealed no signs of battle, indicating that the perpetrator possesses strength far exceeding that of Ancestor Kai. I suspect it might very well be a true immortal-level entity. The people of Qingzhou are now in a state of panic. Mu Taiyu massaged his temples. Is there any pattern to the movements of this unknown entity? It appears to be moving southward from the Bloodskull Mountain. The elder pondered before suddenly revealing a look of shock. Could it be the Bone Demon Lord, previously sealed by Ancestor Tingwei at Bloodskull Mountain? Most likely. Mu Taiyu nodded. Enough, you may leave. Yes, the elder replied, but paused midway, turning back to Mu Taiyu. By the way, although the Kai family has been destroyed, their daughter, Kai Shiling, was not in Huishi City at the time. She is currently residing in our Dao Tian sect at Yuan Mountain. Understood, Mu Taiyu acknowledged. After the elder departed, Mu Taiyu remained seated in contemplation. If the Bone Demon Lord had indeed escaped his seal, could the Dao Tian sect withstand such a threat? After all, the strongest visible figure within their ranks was elderly, a mere fifth-rank true immortal. Frustrated, Mu Taiyu rubbed his temples, his gaze landing on the empty 100-plus seats meant for mountain lords, causing his anger to boil over. These scoundrels had left him to shoulder all the burdens. Nevertheless, this matter required discussion with elderly. As for why he didn't approach the Supreme Hall, Mu Taiyu thought to himself that the presence of too many powerful figures there was overwhelming, and conversing with elderly would be far less stressful. Resolute, Mu Taiyu stepped into the void, reappearing beside elderly, who was still fishing by the lake. Ah, the sect master is here. Care to join me for a spot of fishing? Elderly greeted with a smile. Mu Taiyu forced a smile in return. Elderly, I must be candid. I come with pressing matters to discuss. Please, speak freely, elderly nodded. The Bone Demon Lord, previously sealed at Blood Skull Mountain, has emerged. 9 major cities on Qizhou have already fallen to his hand, Mu Taiyu stated with a furrowed brow. The Bone Demon Lord? Elderly narrowed his eyes. During the 40-plus years he spent at Yunjiu, unable to cultivate, he had perused many sect records, including that of the Bone Demon Lord. The details of battles involving such true immortal-level entities were particularly vivid in his memory. The records described the Bone Demon Lord as a 6th-rank true immortal, just as elderly was lost in thought. Ding! The system has issued a task, which can be pursued in 2 ways, both simultaneously. 1. Engage the Bone Demon Lord in combat. Reward: early-stage crossing tribulation cultivation. 2. Eliminate the Bone Demon Lord. Reward: Aoshu Flying Sword upgrade to 4th-rank true immortal artifact. And 1 golden spirit pill. Note: as long as the host contributes to the elimination of the Bone Demon Lord, this reward will be granted. Seeing the system finally issue a task after such a long wait, a smile spread across elderly's face. You finally made your presence felt. I thought you had been overshadowed by the light of righteousness. Ding! Host, cease your incessant prattling. Elderly chuckled. The familiar system brought a sense of comfort. Elderly, how should we respond to this Bone Demon Lord? Mu Taiyu inquired. Why respond at all? Have you not heard the saying, the best defense is a good offense? Elderly remarked, brushing off his sleeves and rising with a smile, his eyes brimming with defiance. Observing the imposing presence of elderly, Mu Taiyu couldn't help but feel a knot of admiration. Indeed, elderly had an undeniable charisma. After a moment, elderly transformed into a streak of light. Swiftly darting away, Mu Taiyu suddenly slapped his forehead, his face a mix of shock and bitterness. It's over. The Bone Demon Lord is a 6th-grade true immortal, while Li Taishang is merely a 5th-grade. If something happens to him, won't Jinyan Taishang flay me alive? Being the sect leader is exceedingly difficult. I must quickly find a way to extricate myself. With a grim expression, Mu Taiyu sped towards the Taishang Hall, his clothes almost smoking from the velocity. In the Taishang Hall, Zenyunzi, upon hearing Mu Taiyu recount the earlier events, puffed his cheeks and glared fiercely. That little rascal is truly reckless. If that bone brat dares to harm him in the slightest, I shall rip him to shreds. With that, Zenyunzi stepped into the void and departed the scene. Mu Taiyu stood dumbfounded. Is the Yunju mountain lineage truly this audacious? Li Zhoujun, a 5th-grade true immortal, dares to charge in, but you, an elder of the 3rd grade, did the same without hesitation? And you intend to annihilate a 6th-grade true immortal? Am I hearing correctly? This is madness. Mu Taiyu felt tears welling up. Being the sect leader was no longer appealing. Ha ha ha, little Mu, what are you afraid of? Do you truly believe that Jinyan Taishang is merely a 3rd-grade true immortal? Just as Mu Taiyu was on the verge of despair, the burning mountain true monarch appeared, lightly patting Mu Taiyu's shoulder with a serene smile. Huh, what does the burning mountain Taishang mean by this? Mu Taiyu was bewildered. The burning mountain true monarch did not respond but revealed an inscrutable smile, leaving Mu Taiyu in a state of confusion. 3 hours later, in Yuan Mountain, Kai Shiling, the daughter of the Kai family, sat despondently in her guest room. At this moment, her family had been annihilated, leaving her utterly alone. She was unaware of the immense strength of the being that had obliterated the entire Huishi city, but it was undoubtedly beyond the tribulation stage. Have you heard? Just now. Li Shan, no, Li Taishang, has already set off to vanquish that Bone Demon Lord. Haha, that Bone Demon Lord was exceedingly arrogant. It is said he was at the 6th-grade true immortal level before being sealed. Upon breaking free, he slaughtered several cities and even killed the Kai family's tribulation elder. Now that Li Taishang has intervened, it appears his days of arrogance are numbered. But Li Taishang is only a 5th grade true immortal, while the Bone Demon Lord is a 6th grade. Do you not understand? Li Taishang has always been where we least expect him. He may have already broken through to the 7th grade true immortal. Otherwise, which formidable true immortal would recklessly seek out someone stronger to engage? That makes sense. You are quite clever. Listening to the conversation of 2 disciples outside her guest room, Kai Shiling sat frozen in her chair. Li Taishang? Is he truly the renowned and unparalleled former leader of Yunju Mountain, Li Zhoujun? Can he really kill that Bone Demon Lord? Chapter 125, Lansang City. At this moment, Li Zhoujun soared through the clouds on his flying sword. System, in this fast Qisho. How can I locate the whereabouts of the Bone Demon Lord? Li Zhoujun inquired of the system. Ding, system sending location, Lansang City. Ah, you are truly wonderful, system. Li Zhoujun exclaimed joyfully. Ding, one-stop service. Indeed, system, you have made great strides. Commendable. Li Zhoujun praised as he redirected his sword towards Lansang City. Meanwhile, in the reception hall of Lansang City, the head of the Zhang family, without mincing words, addressed the matter at hand. Your son Zhang Dong's spiritual root has been rendered useless, leaving him with no hope of cultivation. My Lingxin sect Sanus Jinyueling, at merely 16 years of age, is an extraordinary talent at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Even among the top sects of Qisho, such as Daodian sect, she would be considered a pillar. It would be prudent to annul the engagement between your son and our saintess. The Lingxin sect will compensate the Zhong family with a foundation establishment pill. Otherwise, in the future, it may be the Zhong family that suffers. An elderly man with an air of arrogance looked at the middle-aged man seated at the head of the hall. This elder was the Golden Core elder of Lingxin sect, Xinjian Jinren. Beside Xinjian Jinren stood a girl with an indifferent demeanor, as if nothing could captivate her attention. Her aura was frigid, akin to an ice lotus on a snowy mountain. She was Zhen Yueling, the saintess of Lingxin sect. At this moment, the members of the Zhong family present, though their expressions were grim, did not dare to voice a word in response to Xinjian Jinren's statement. Sighing deeply, Zhong Lai, the Golden Core patriarch of the Zhong family, finally spoke. My son Dong indeed does not match your esteemed sect as saintess. We are willing to annul the engagement. Father. Suddenly, a handsome young man interrupted Zhong Lai, striding into the hall. This was Zhong Lai's son, Zhong Dong. You wish to annul the engagement? Zhong Dong approached the hall, standing tall and straight like a spear, and asked Zhen Yueling. Yes, Zhen Yueling replied, her expression unwavering. She had never met Zhong Dong, and the engagement was arranged by her master with the late patriarch of the Zhong family. Very well, I accept your decision. Zhong Dong nodded, his tone resolute. But remember, 30 years of the river. Patriarch, it's bad. The blood cloud that has been slaughtering cities has arrived at Lansang City. Before Zhong Dong could finish his sentence, a terrified servant of the Zhong family rushed into the hall, reporting the news. What? Upon hearing this news, the expressions of everyone in the hall shifted dramatically as they sprang to their feet. In recent days, several nearby major cities had turned into ghost towns beneath the blood cloud, with corpses strewn everywhere, and not a single soul had escaped. They were well aware of this grim news. Damn it, we were merely here to annul a marriage. How could we encounter such a calamity? Xinjian Jinren's expression soured. Although the Lingxin sect was not among the most prominent in Qisho, it was still of considerable size. Thus, they could not possibly be oblivious to the news of the blood cloud slaughtering cities. The crowd in the hall rushed outside, and indeed, the ominous blood cloud was gathering ominously above Lansang City. The Bone Demon Lord stood atop the blood cloud, surveying the scene. Has Daodian sect's efficiency diminished so much? I have slaughtered several major cities in just 3 days, creating quite a stir. The Bone Demon Lord frowned. However, he could not guarantee that the one who came would be Li Zhoujun, but it mattered little. Such prodigies would undoubtedly follow the strong from their sects to train. As long as he found the opportunity to capture Li Zhoujun, it would suffice. Should Daodian sect send a superior true immortal, the Bone Demon Lord was not intimidated. For he had already laid plans, embedding a strand of his consciousness within the deceased Kai family's tribulation expert, Kai Ji. As soon as his true body perished, he could almost immediately borrow the corpse to reincarnate. Kai Ji had reached the peak of the tribulation stage. Not only that, but he had also stored countless powerful blood essences and some of his own primordial energy within Kai Ji's storage ring. Once he successfully reincarnated using a borrowed body, he could immediately leverage this blood and primordial energy to reach the Great Ascension realm, then hide for several millennia before returning. After all, he had once attained the 6th grade true immortal level. It would not be difficult to cultivate back to that level. Although this process was troublesome, he had no desire to ascend to the immortal realm. For beings like him, ascending would mean living in constant fear. pursued relentlessly by those powerful in the path of immortality. This was intolerable for the illustrious Bone Demon Lord. He would prefer to be a head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, unless he could become a phoenix's leg. In simpler terms, if he were to ascend to the immortal realm, he needed to possess some degree of self-preservation. However, if he did not ascend, his chances of becoming a 7th-grade true immortal were bleak, making it better to gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. As the Bone Demon Lord continued to thicken the blood cloud in the sky, the denizens of Lansong City turned pale. In the courtyard before the Zhong family's hall, Zhong Dong looked up at the blood cloud above with a face drained of color. He truly did not want to die. Once a prodigy, he had been looked down upon by his family after his spiritual root was destroyed. Unable to endure the disdain from his family any longer, he had jumped off a cliff to end his life just the day before. By a fortunate twist of fate, he stumbled upon the cave of a deceased transformation stage cultivator, where he acquired an extraordinary opportunity. Not only did he discover a method to reshape his spiritual roots, but it was also anticipated that he would soon reach the transformation stage in his cultivation. Beside him, Jin Yuling lifted her gaze towards the blood cloud. Though her expression bore the weight of seriousness, there was no trace of fear upon her face. Her life appeared glamorous, yet in truth, she was merely a pawn maneuvered by others, with marriage and existence dictated by forces beyond her control, living as if she were a mere shell of a person. Of course, she wished to survive. After all, if she succeeded in her cultivation, she could carve out her own destiny, albeit the prospect seemed dim. What manner of being is the master of this blood cloud? An elder from the Zhang family remarked, his complexion pale. Some speculated that the master of the blood cloud was likely the notorious Bone Demon, suppressed by the great powers of the Daotian sect. Another elder from the Zhong family, known for his curiosity, exclaimed in horror. What? Upon hearing this, the faces of those present, already ashen, were suddenly suffused with despair. The Bone Demon was a true immortal, a formidable entity. The very mention of true immortal weighed heavily on their hearts like a mountain. Yet amidst the crowd, a modestly dressed young girl approached Zhongdong, taking his hand with a serene smile upon her face. Brother Zhongdong, do not fear, I am here. Chapter 126, The Tomb Guardian Clan. What use are you? The adversary is a true immortal-level powerhouse. Zhongdong gazed incredulously at the girl holding his hand. This girl, named Zhong Luer, was his sister, though not by blood. She was an orphan brought back by their father from outside, though not biological siblings. Their bond surpassed that of blood relations. Zhong Luer smiled gently, not directly answering Zhongdong's query, instead squinting at the layers of blood clouds above. Were the Daotian sect's people? Could it be that there are no strong cultivators left in their sect at this moment? The Bone Demon, gazing into the distance and growing impatient, suddenly revealed a sinister smile. If that is the case, I shall cleanse this small city in blood. In the next moment, the amassed blood clouds in the sky unleashed a terrifying force of attraction. Just then, within Lansong City, a beam of light shot into the heavens, causing the Bone Demon to momentarily falter. Just a second prior, in Zhong family territory, as the blood cloud was about to assert its dominance, dark patterns spread across Zhong Luer's face. Following this, a radiant beam of light erupted from her small form, piercing through the densely gathered blood clouds above, creating a gaping void. This is the totem of the Tomb Guardian clan. The Tomb Guardian clan truly exists, and Zhong Luer is actually a member of the Tomb Guardian clan. The curious elder from the Zhong family widened his eyes in disbelief upon witnessing the totem appear on Zhong Luer's face. The Tomb Guardian clan? Jin Yuling's eyes were filled with confusion. The Heart Sword Master gasped. Legend has it that during ancient times, a celestial lord was gravely injured and fell from the celestial realm to the Tian Yuan realm. In his final days, he nurtured a clan of death warriors to guard his celestial tomb, which is the origin of the Tomb Guardian clan. It is said that the Tomb Guardian clan has a tradition of casting their newborns into the outside world, allowing them to grow through hardship. Zhong Luer must be an important figure of the Tomb Guardian clan. At this moment, she should be summoning powerful allies to come to our aid. Is that so? Jin Yuling glanced at Zhong Luer with a complex expression, feeling some envy towards the members of the Tomb Guardian clan, who, although left to fend for themselves, enjoyed a life of freedom. Meanwhile, Zhongdong gaped in disbelief at his sister, who was radiating a powerful beam of light. This girl, is she truly the sister I know? Finally, the light surrounding Zhong Luer dissipated, revealing an elder clad in gray linen. His eyes appeared dull, seemingly blind. Yet he accurately located Zhong Luer, slightly cupping his hands and bowing. Mississippi Miss Zhong Luer, the daughter of the Tomb Guardian clan. How is that possible? Instantly, the entire Zhang family erupted in astonished chatter. Zhuang Lao, Zhang Luan nodded at the gray-clad elder. A terrifying aura emanated from him, causing many to wonder if he was a true immortal. The emergence of the Tomb Guardian clan as true immortal brings us hope. Yes, after all, the Tomb Guardian clan guards the tomb of a celestial lord. Their power must be formidable. At that moment, the members of the Zhong family looked upon Elder Zhuang with a sigh of relief. The Heart Sword Master too felt a sense of relief. Having painstakingly reached the Golden Course stage, he did not wish to perish in such a suffocating manner. I was wondering from where this powerful being emerged, only to find it's merely an old rat from the Tomb Guardian clan. Simultaneously, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura descended from the sky, silencing the cultivators of Lansong City to the point where they did not dare to breathe, some even collapsing to their knees if not supported by others. As the words fell, the blood clouds above roiled, eventually forming a colossal skull that looked down mockingly at the suddenly appearing Elder Zhuang. The previously composed Elder Zhuang's expression changed drastically upon seeing the massive skull in the blood clouds, for he recognized the Bone Demon as the guardian of the mist. He was merely at the second rank of true immortal, a top-tier protector in the Tianyuan realm. However, he had unfortunate luck to encounter the Bone Demon. Demon, I have no intention of obstructing your cultivation. May I beseech you, in light of my Tomb Guardian clan, to allow me to take the miss away, and leave the others to your discretion? I shall not interfere. Elder Zhuang spoke earnestly, bowing respectfully to the Bone Demon. What? You would so readily abandon us? Some in the Zhong family were taken aback, while others seemed to grasp the reality of their situation. Who do you think you are? Why should I show you any respect? Even if the leader of your watchdog clan came, I would simply force him to kneel. Haha. A second-rank true immortal's avatar shall become my nourishment. The Bone Demon grinned maliciously. Damn it. Elder Zhuang's expression turned grave. Zhang Luer stared blankly, blinking in confusion. Hadn't he her father written to inform her that her guardian, Elder Zhuang, was a superpower of the Tomb Guardian clan, allowing her to walk freely in Qishou? It appeared that this was not the case. Meanwhile, Elder Zhuang unleashed a terrifying aura, soaring towards the enormous skull in the sky. How powerful! The moment the people of the Zhang family and the denizens of Lansong City felt the aura emanating from Elder Zhuang, they collectively gasped in awe. Yet the next instant, a massive hand formed from the blood cloud swatted Elder Zhuang down as if he were a mere fly, causing him to plummet like a shooting star into the city, unleashing a shockwave that devastated countless houses. The inhabitants of Lansong City were left in a daze, and despair surged within them. This true immortal from the Tomb Guardian clan could not even withstand a single blow from the Bone Demon. They, mere mortals beneath the rank of true immortals, were destined to become fodder, helplessly awaiting their demise. Cough cough. Elder Zhuang emerged from the dust, pale and shaken. Had it not been for this avatar being formed from spiritual energy, he would have surely coughed up blood. Miss, I am but a humble servant. Elder Zhuang's face bore a bitter expression, yet his gaze turned resolute. Miss, I shall self-destruct this avatar shortly. Take this chance to flee as far as you can. It is far better than waiting idly for death. But just then, a gentle breeze swept through. The hearts of the people in Lansong City, once steeped in despair, began to calm gradually. The blood-red clouds that threatened the city were scattered by the wind, revealing the imposing figure of the Bone Demon Lord before all beings. However, the Bone Demon Lord seemed unperturbed by these events, his expression grave as he inquired, "Who dares to disturb me?" "I am Li Zhoujun," came the reply. Chapter 127. You cannot defeat me, Li Zhoujun. He is the youngest Grand Elder of the Dao Tian sect. We are saved, despite being merely a 5th-grade true immortal. The Bone Demon Lord was a 6th-grade true immortal. The inhabitants of Lansong City felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the refreshing voice of the young man. Naturally, among them were also skeptics. At that moment, a figure clad in azure robes appeared in midair, standing opposite the Bone Demon Lord. "It appears we have hope, Miss," said Elder Zhuang, relieved to see the arrival. "You are Li Zhoujun?" The Bone Demon Lord's expression darkened as he scrutinized Li Zhoujun, his eyes narrowing. Damn it. According to the memory of that crafty old man, Li Zhoujun is merely a 5th-grade true immortal. How can he possibly disperse my blood clouds? Only a 6th-grade true immortal could achieve such a feat. Are you alone? The Bone Demon Lord asked warily. One is sufficient, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Arrogant. I refuse to believe that you, a mere 5th-grade true immortal, can match me. A 6th-grade true immortal. The Bone Demon Lord scoffed, choosing not to waste time with Li Zhoujun. After all, swift resolution was paramount. Prolonged conflict could attract stronger adversaries. However, the Bone Demon Lord's words sent shockwaves through the crowd of Lansong City. Li Zhoujun was now a 6th-grade true immortal? If such a claim came from the Bone Demon Lord, it must hold truth. Who among those who doubted would dare step forward and slap themselves? This talent was truly formidable. Simultaneously, after a disdainful snort from the Bone Demon Lord, a crimson aura erupted from his being, blotting out the sun. Roars, sinister laughter, and wails echoed within the suffocating aura as various skeletal forms flickered into view. In an instant, the skies above Lansong City resembled a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Under this oppressive atmosphere, the souls of the inhabitants trembled. Facing this terrifying scene, Li Zhoujun's expression sharpened, and a magnificent shadow emerged from behind him, towering as if to shield the sun and stars. What a terrifying manifestation of Dharma! This young grand elder of the Dao Tian sect lives up to his reputation, Elder Zhuang remarked gravely. To cultivate such a prodigy, the Dao Tian sect must possess an astonishing foundation. Perhaps the Tomb Guardian clan pales in comparison. Humph. Realizing that Li Zhoujun's aura matched his own, the Bone Demon Lord snorted coldly, waving his sleeve to command the multitude of skeletal forms, which surged towards Li Zhoujun like a tide. Is this the method of a true immortal? It is indeed terrifying. The inhabitants of Lansong City turned pale at the sight. If faced with the Bone Demon Lord, they would surely be unable to withstand even a single bone from the oncoming tide, just as fear gripped their hearts. The manifestation behind Li Zhoujun stirred, and a radiant hand, shimmering with divine light, descended like Mount Tai, crushing the oncoming skeletal forms. With a thunderous crash, divine light erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. The crowd witnessed countless bones reduced to dust under Li Zhoujun's blow. Few can withstand such an attack, but this is merely an appetizer. The main course is yet to come. The Bone Demon Lord's expression turned serious as he concentrated, summoning a blood-red hand to strike at Li Zhoujun's manifestation. Come on. Li Zhoujun chuckled, directing his manifestation to unleash a fist that resonated through the world. The collision of their powers generated a terrifying shockwave that threatened to overturn the entire city, yet Li Zhoujun, engaged in battle with the Bone Demon Lord, effortlessly dissipated it with a wave of his hand. Strong. Too strong. The inhabitants of Lansong City gazed in awe at the figure clad in azure robes. It was known that the Bone Demon Lord had been a true immortal for millennia, yet this young grand elder of the Dao Tian sect, at such a tender age, was able to engage him in a fierce battle, even having the capacity to protect the people of Lansong City. Truly, he was a man of unparalleled talent. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing Task 1. Engage the Bone Demon Lord in combat. Ding! The system grants the reward. Initial stage of tribulation transcendence. Is that all? Hearing the system's notification, Li Zhoujun, clad in azure robes, stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the Bone Demon Lord with a light-hearted smile. Demon Lord, it seems you have languished under the suppression of my Dao Tian sect's ancestors for a millennium, yet you have made no progress at all. You. The Bone Demon Lord seethed with rage but found himself at a loss for words. After all, there was little to say about being suppressed a millennium ago. And to emerge only to find himself unable to contend with a mere junior of the Dao Tian sect was indeed a source of embarrassment. Meanwhile, as Li Zhoujun boldly confronted the once mighty Bone Demon Lord, the crowd of Lansong City reveled in the spectacle. Among them, Jin Yueling, the holy maiden of the Lingxin sect, gazed up at the magnificent figure in the sky with a hint of infatuation. Perhaps he was the soulmate she had always envisioned. Beside her, Zhongdong also looked up, his eyes aflame with desire. When would he be able to attain such strength? The Bone Demon Lord gritted his teeth. Youngster, there are countless powerful beings in this world. Do you truly believe that you can match me and stand above all? Li Zhoujun smiled lightly. I do not need to stand above others. All that matters is that you cannot defeat me. I have roamed the Tianyuan realm for millennia, witnessing far more than you. A junior. What gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? The Bone Demon Lord bellowed. Because you cannot defeat me, Li Zhoujun grinned. I am a culmination of bones, having endured countless tribulations to attain this true immortal form. You merely rely on talent to act so brazenly. The Bone Demon Lord nearly howled. And what of your bones? What of your tribulations? In the end, you still cannot surpass me, Li Zhoujun remarked with a sigh, realizing that while the Bone Demon Lord could not defeat him, he too could not overcome the Bone Demon Lord. Completing this second task would indeed be a daunting journey. Damn it, I will kill you. Chapter 128. Everything beyond words at this moment, the Bone Demon Lord was utterly enraged by Li Zhoujun's provocations. His long, dark hair whipped wildly as his flesh seemed to ignite in fervent flames, transforming into a crimson aura that billowed into the void. In the terrified gazes of the inhabitants of Lansong City, the Bone Demon Lord morphed from a delicate, handsome figure into a fearsome specter draped in white. His skeletal form wreathed in blood-red energy, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Now, the Bone Demon Lord's aura was exponentially stronger than before. Did you truly think I would waste my breath on you? Forcing me to reveal my true form and employ forbidden techniques is something you can take pride in. Within the depths of his hollow gaze, two dark red flames flickered, as if mocking Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun's expression grew serious as he commanded his manifestation to stomp down into the void, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Massive icicles, glimmering with cold light, erupted towards the Bone Demon Lord. Too late. In the present moment, I, the Master of Bones, have unleashed my secret techniques. How could you possibly contend with me? It is utterly foolish of you to engage in this futile dispute. Grant me the time to wield my arcane arts, and perhaps in your next life, you shall exercise more caution. The Master of Bones scoffed, his grin stretching wide enough to reach his ears. He raised a skeletal hand, where an obscure and blood-red rune materialized, emanating an overwhelming aura directed straight towards the ice spikes conjured by Li Zhoujun's formidable powers. The intensity of this aura was staggering. Below, Elder Zhuang's expression had drastically changed. Even if his true form, a second-grade true immortal, were present, it would be obliterated by this force. With a thunderous roar, all the ice spikes disintegrated into a flurry of icy shards. The overwhelming aura released by the rune faded in that instant. How is this possible? The Master of Bones gaped in disbelief. How could this young man possess such formidable abilities? Even after employing forbidden techniques, it seemed they were evenly matched. Could it be that from the very beginning, he was merely toying with me? This young man is truly terrifying. The Master of Bones realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Continuing this battle was no longer an option. It appeared that even with my forbidden arts, I could only achieve a stalemate. If the duration of the forbidden arts were to expire, I would become a mere lamb for slaughter. The Master of Bones' thoughts spiraled, and he no longer harbored intentions of continuing the fight. It seems that even with the time afforded to you, you still cannot surpass me. Li Zhoujun chuckled, unwilling to let the Master of Bones depart so easily. While he may not be able to defeat him, wearing down the Master of Bones' stamina was still a worthy endeavor. Young man, heed my counsel. Do not be so reckless. The Master of Bones seethed with frustration, his teeth grinding in irritation, just as he prepared to unleash further threats. Li Zhoujun stomped his foot into the void, propelling himself towards the Master of Bones like a cannonball. To compare your physical prowess with mine? How audacious. As Li Zhoujun's fist hurtled towards him, the Master of Bones' skeletal visage contorted into a mocking smirk. His bones had been honed through countless trials, rivaling even a fifth-grade true immortal artifact, not to mention the added power of the forbidden runes. If Li Zhoujun were to engage him in sorcery, he would be unable to approach, rendering his physical form useless. Yet, with Li Zhoujun approaching him, the Master of Bones welcomed the challenge. Come to your demise, he cackled, his slender skeletal fingers forming a fist, ready to meet Li Zhoujun's incoming blow. A resounding explosion echoed through the air, akin to thunder. Li Zhoujun felt a jarring pain in his fist and swiftly withdrew, discreetly concealing his hand behind him. The Master of Bones stood momentarily stunned. How could a strike refined over millennia only yield an equal outcome against this young man? What have I been doing all these years? At this moment, the Master of Bones was struck by a wave of despair. Yet, he gazed at Li Zhoujun with insatiable greed. If he could refine this young man into a medicinal pill, he would inherit half of his extraordinary talents. However, that would require careful planning. Li Zhoujun, we shall meet again, the Master of Bones resolved, a sinister smile spreading across his skeletal face, just as he turned to retreat into the void. An elder's furious voice echoed, "You dare to bully the disciples of the Dao Tian sect? Prepare to pay with your life." Accompanying this proclamation was a sword light potent enough to obliterate all. A ninth-grade true immortal. The Master of Bones froze at the sight of the approaching sword light. "I bullied your disciple? Have you no shame? I have already resorted to forbidden techniques. Cannot you see that? How dare you utter such words?" Yet, before he could articulate his indignation, the sword light descended upon him, and in that instant, both his form and spirit were annihilated. A ninth-grade true immortal resides within the Dao Tian sect. At this moment, the inhabitants of Lansong City were left dumbfounded. Elder Zhuang gasped in shock, recognizing the aura of a ninth-grade true immortal. How could it be possible? Just then, Jin Yunzi appeared before Li Zhoujun, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Upon confirming he was unscathed, he breathed a sigh of relief. "You rascal, were you not merely a fifth-grade true immortal?" Noticing the dissipating aura around Li Zhoujun, Jin Yunzi inquired with a frown. Li Zhoujun awkwardly scratched his nose. "And you? Are you not a third-grade true immortal?" The two exchanged glances, each breaking into a silent smile. Jin Yunzi chuckled, "You little brat, you nearly gave me a heart attack." Li Zhoujun smirked, but soon his expression turned serious. According to the system, as long as he participated in the slaying of the Master of Bones, he would receive rewards. Yet, having been part of the effort, no rewards had been indicated. "What is happening?" Jin Yunzi asked. Li Zhoujun's expression grew grave. "Old Mountain Master, I suspect the Master of Bones is not dead. Such underhanded tactics are ineffective in battle. Their means of survival are quite numerous. Thus, Elder Yu also chose to directly suppress these unsavory characters. Zhen Yunzi nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, in a desolate and secluded mountain, an elder whose flesh barely clung to his skeletal frame abruptly sprang to life, his eyes flashing with a crimson hue. His expression darkened as he muttered, "The depths of the Dao Tian sect run deep. How could a 6th grade true immortal compel a 9th grade true immortal to act? Had I not prepared, I would be dead by now." Chapter 129. The struggle for territory. After lamenting his fate, the Master of Bones suddenly grinned. "Dao Tian sect, you surely cannot fathom that I have laid an ambush, burying a tribulation stage cultivator within this mountain. I refuse to believe that after 10 millennia, you high-grade true immortals will remain in the lower realm. Once you ascend, I shall cherish your disciples." Clang, 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 clang. A resounding voice echoed from outside. The Master of Bones was taken aback. Someone from the dark path has come to seize this sacred ground, a territory meant for the wicked. This is intolerable. Seething with rage, the Master of Bones erupted with a fearsome aura, shattering the mountainside as he leaped forth. Upon emerging, he beheld a figure in a black robe, exuding an imposing presence, commanding his subordinates who were diligently excavating the mountain. This black-robed figure was none other than the Ghost Lord, who had just transcended the tribulation and returned to Qizhou, seeking the remnants left by the heavenly Ghost King. "You dare to trespass upon my domain." Simultaneously, upon witnessing the indifference of these intruders to his arrival, the Master of Bones was engulfed in fury. "How can there be others here?" The Ghost Lord, astonished, quickly scoffed. "Your domain? Does it bear your name? According to your logic, I arrived first and have marked my claim here. Look behind you." The Master of Bones was infuriated but soon noticed the mountainside bore the twisted inscription, "The Ghost Lord was here." "Do you not understand the concept of first come, first served? Do you even know who I am?" The Master of Bones coldly retorted, though internally he felt despondent, realizing he had fallen to the point of contending with a mere tribulation stage cultivator for territory. "I care not who you are." The Ghost Lord laughed derisively. "If you refuse to concede, then let us abide by the rules. The capable shall prevail. Do you dare to contest?" Seeking death, the White-Bone Demon Lord was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Had it been during his prime, this individual would likely be kneeling before him, calling out to his ancestors in abject submission. "You wish to perish? I shall grant you that." The White-Bone Demon Lord gritted his teeth, and in an instant, an aura of perfected tribulation erupted from his being, though it was somewhat feeble, as he had previously devoured all of Kai Ji's vitality during their encounter, leaving himself weakened. Perfected tribulation. The Ghost Lord was initially taken aback, but soon a smirk of amusement crept onto his face. "Ah, the mighty have fallen. Had you been at your zenith, I would have turned tail and fled. Yet now, your presence seems to barely match that of an early tribulation stage. You insolent wretch. It suffices to end your life." The White-Bone Demon Lord coldly snorted, and with a flick of his hand, summoned a colossal hand of blood clouds that appeared out of thin air, striking heavily towards the Ghost Lord. "Hey, I have attained the tribulation. But it is not as simple as you presume." The Ghost Lord sneered, forming a series of hand seals. Black mist surged forth, coalescing into a long spear, interspersed with flickering green light, pierced through that hand. The Ghost Lord bellowed, sending forth the black mist spear like a hawk soaring through the skies, straight towards the White-Bone Demon Lord's blood cloud hand. Meanwhile, in Lansong City, Elder Zhuang of the Tomb Guardian clan flew before Li Zhoujun and Zhen Yunzi, respectfully clasping his fists in gratitude. "The Tomb Guardian clan, Imo Zhuang, extends our thanks to the two esteemed immortals for your timely rescue." "The Tomb Guardian clan?" Zhen Yunzi inquired, casting a casual glance at Elder Zhuang. "How fares Imo Ran?" Elder Zhuang replied with a wry smile. "Ancestor Imo Ran ascended to the celestial realm 2,000 years ago after reaching the 6th rank of true immortality. The old fellow fled quite swiftly. He still owes me 100,000 jars of celestial brew," Zhen Yunzi mused. Then seemingly recalling something, he smiled at Elder Zhuang. "By the way, if memory serves, your clan has a rule regarding the tomb of the immortal lord you safeguard. If one reaches true immortality before the age of 500, they may attempt to enter the tomb. I merely fell short by a year, yet you refused me entry. Now, my disciple is merely 50 and a 6th rank true immortal. Does he qualify?" Of course, Elder Zhuang nodded, having deduced Zhen Yunzi's identity from his words, as Ancestor Imo Ran often spoke of him before his ascent. Returning to the matter at hand, Elder Zhuang respectfully addressed Li Zhoujun and Zhen Yunzi. "The Tomb Guardian clan welcomes Li Taishang to attempt the Immortal Lord's tomb at any time. When shall we venture forth?" Zhen Yunzi asked Li Zhoujun with a smile. "Perhaps in due time, but our immediate concern is to locate the White-Bone Demon Lord," Li Zhoujun replied, eyes gleaming with ambition for the system's task rewards. "Indeed. These wretches emerge periodically to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm in a bid to restore their strength. Jin Yunzi lamented, then continued, do you have any leads? Li Zhoujun shook his head, none yet, but I intend to search thoroughly. Then it must be so, Jin Yunzi agreed, nodding. Elder, I shall take my leave. Go forth. And exercise caution, Jin Yunzi advised with a smile. Understood, Li Zhoujun acknowledged, turning to step into the void. Truly, he was the youngest elder of the Dao Tian sect, possessing strength to rival both peers and many of the elder generation. If only our Tomb Guardian clan could produce such a formidable individual. Elder Zhuang mused as he watched Li Zhoujun depart. This esteemed Li Taishang is undoubtedly an immortal who roams the heavens. Had I been in his position, I would have already begun to revel in adulation. Thus, you must remain in your current station. The inhabitants of Lansong City watched Li Zhoujun leave, expressing their sentiments. Is he departing already? The saintess of Lingxin's sect, Jin Yueling, gazed with a perplexed expression in the direction Li Zhoujun had vanished. Beside her, the Heart Sword Master seemed to sense the young lady's thoughts, shaking his head with a wry smile. Saintess, to behold the countenance of an immortal such as Li Taishang is a rare fortune for us practitioners. Indeed, Jin Yueling replied softly. Yet her mind could not shake the image of that unparalleled figure clad in azure. At that moment, traversing the void, Li Zhoujun playfully inquired of the system, a dragon. Could you provide a location for the Whitebone Demon Lord? Beep. Beep. System sends location, Mount Juyan. Chapter 130. The ghost has retired as Li Zhoujun hastened towards Mount Juyan. The battle between the Ghost Lord and the Whitebone Demon Lord raged fiercely. The Ghost Lord summoned swirling black mist that coalesced into 18 long spears. Let me show you my black cloud 18 spears. He bellowed, sweeping his sleeve to unleash the spears like a swarm of black dragons, charging towards the Whitebone Demon Lord. Such petty tricks, do you dare to flaunt them before me? The Whitebone Demon Lord scoffed, recalling that just a day prior, these small antics would have left him unscathed. Yet he was not one to dwell on past glories. Despite his anger, he recognized that failure to exert his full strength could lead to defeat at the hands of this younger adversary. Congeal, the Whitebone Demon Lord commanded, pointing forward. Blood clouds erupted from his fingertip, forming a shield that stood before him. Boom, boom, boom. The 13 long spears collided with the blood cloud shield, unleashing a terrifying force. Though the shield absorbed the impact, it was soon riddled with cracks. Finally, when the 14th spear struck, the blood cloud shield shattered into dust. How can this be so powerful? The Whitebone Demon Lord's eyes widened in shock. Yet soon after, the remaining 5 spears struck against his protective aura. With a cough, the Whitebone Demon Lord spat forth a spray of blood and was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the mountainside, creating a massive crater and sending dust billowing into the air. The Ghost Lord observed, his expression sharpening. Indeed, a perfected tribulation expert, even in a diminished state. You can withstand my black cloud 18 spears without perishing. You seek death, young one. The Whitebone Demon Lord's fury ignited. He had endured centuries of oppression, first by the might of the Dao Tian sect, then by Li Zhoujun, and ultimately by a 9th-rank true immortal. Failure seemed to define his existence. However, the final straw was the realization that a mere tribulation practitioner was encroaching upon his territory. Flames of crimson and green ignited in his eyes as he retrieved a translucent red jade vial from his robe, biting it open with a crunch. The blood within filled his mouth, and gradually, his skeletal frame regained its vitality. He stepped towards the Ghost Lord, his previously waning aura now surging with renewed vigor. Gulp. The Ghost Lord felt beads of sweat form on his forehead, his throat tightening as he swallowed hard. This old fellow has a hidden card. I was careless, he stammered, forcing a smile. Ah, esteemed senior, if you find this place to your liking, I would not mind relinquishing it to you. A sycophantic grin spread across the Ghost Lord's face, for as they say, a wise man knows how to adapt. Too late. The Whitebone Demon Lord grinned wickedly. Had you spoken to me respectfully earlier, I might have considered taking you as a subordinate, but you have forced my hand, compelling me to waste the blood of powerful beings. You shall compensate for my loss with your own blood. Alas, the Demon Lord was engulfed in despair. Yet, he felt a twinge of grievance. This place had long been regarded as a prospective sacred site by him. Bone Demon Lord, so you are here. Just as the Bone Demon Lord was about to strike down the Demon Lord, the youthful voice resonated through the heavens and the earth. The Bone Demon Lord shuddered, his expression transforming into one of sheer horror as he gazed into the void. Li Zhoujun, how could this be? How could you possibly find me? In that moment, fear gripped the Bone Demon Lord. In his prime, he would have had no fear of Li Zhoujun. He might even have sought to eliminate him. But now, he was merely at the completion of the tribulation, while Li Zhoujun had ascended to the ranks of a 6th-tier true immortal. Simultaneously, it was not just the Bone Demon Lord who trembled in fear. The cultivators of the ghostly extreme sect were also quaking in their boots. Li Zhoujun, the youngest true immortal of Daotian's sect, the youngest supreme elder. Were they not utterly doomed now? Li Zhoujun, that newly ascended young supreme true immortal from Daotian's sect? The demon lord was evidently well acquainted with Li Zhoujun, as he had many subordinates and a plethora of spies. Upon returning to Qishou, his first order of business was to send people to gather intelligence on the current situation in Qingzhou. Only by understanding the circumstances could he ensure the safety of his sect. By the way, that newly ascended supreme from Daotian's sect even mentioned the Bone Demon Lord? Was he the true immortal from a millennium ago? Could it be that this decrepit old being was the one with whom he had engaged in battle? How had he fallen so low, so weak? In fact, he was faring worse than himself. A flicker of thought crossed the demon lord's mind, and he immediately bowed to the void, proclaiming, I, the sect master of the ghostly extreme sect, greet supremely. I have cleansed my hands of blood. Passing through this place, I could not bear the malevolent presence of the Bone Demon Lord, and thus sought to eradicate this evil. However, I did not expect that this Bone Demon Lord would be so formidable. I am no match for him. I humbly request that supremely eliminate this fiend. Upon hearing these words, not only were the cultivators of the ghostly extreme sect dumbfounded, but even the Bone Demon Lord was taken aback. Are the practitioners of the wicked path so spineless nowadays? Is this truly the right course of action? Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun materialized from the void, casting a bewildered glance at the demon lord, evidently shocked by the latter's shamelessness. Ahem, I understand that Supreme Li may find it hard to believe my words. But do take a look at my subordinates, compared to other wicked path practitioners, who among them isn't emaciated. The demon lord gestured towards his elders and disciples, appealing to reason and emotion. At this moment, he felt a sense of secret delight. He had previously ordered his subordinates to refrain from causing chaos and to avoid bloodshed. Was this the time to put that into practice? Upon hearing this, Li Zhoujun narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the cultivators of the ghostly extreme sect. He was astonished to discover that these individuals indeed exuded a waning aura. Could it be that they had truly abandoned their former ways, as the demon lord claimed? At this moment, the disciples of the ghostly extreme sect, witnessing their sect master paving a path through the sea, cried out in unison, supremely. We have followed our sect master and have gone 3 days with only 9 meals. Our sect master has exhausted all his efforts to lead us towards the light. Indeed. Indeed. Just the other day, a little child expressed a desire to ascend to the heavens, and I took him for a spin. Upon returning, he was so excited that he couldn't utter a word and ran off. What of it? Remember that time we went to a village where an old blind man wanted to see the widow next door bathe? I did that for him. The cultivators of the ghostly extreme sect argued amongst themselves, their faces flushed with excitement. This scene left the Bone Demon Lord astonished, his eyes wide. Li Zhoujun was at a loss for words. These practitioners of the ghostly extreme sect were truly remarkable. Ahem. Well, supremely. The actions I undertook previously were also for the greater good of the Tianyuan realm. Suddenly, the Bone Demon Lord changed his demeanor, speaking to Li Zhoujun with feigned humility, though a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. What is a face worth when one's life is on the line? There is a saying, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years are not too late. The Demon Lord and the other ghostly extreme sect practitioners looked at the Bone Demon Lord with disdain. How had he gone from arrogant to meek? Li Zhoujun observed the Bone Demon Lord, a smile playing on his lips, remaining silent. Seeing this, the Bone Demon Lord's eyes lit up as he argued passionately, with countless beings in the Tianyuan realm consuming vast resources daily, by eliminating a portion. Wouldn't it allow more to access greater resources? Very well articulated, yet I still must eliminate you, Li Zhoujun replied with a broad smile. The Bone Demon Lord appeared pitiful. But Li Zhoujun remembered well how the Bone Demon Lord had arrogantly warned him to tread carefully in the next life. How could he let him go? Would he forfeit the reward? I have lowered myself to this extent, yet you dare to overstep? You shall perish. I shall take pleasure in your demise. The Bone Demon Lord glared at Li Zhoujun, his aura beginning to swell ominously, his body inflating like a balloon on the verge of bursting. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as the Bone Demon Lord's inflated form deflated rapidly, akin to a punctured balloon. The Bone Demon Lord stared in disbelief, glancing down to see a spear protruding from his chest, only to turn and find the Demon Lord, spear in hand, having thrust it through his back. He struggled to raise a finger towards the Demon Lord, his voice strained as he managed to utter, You still wish to self-destruct? Do you disregard my existence? Do you consider the vibrant life surrounding us as non-existent? The Demon Lord, filled with scorn yet exhilaration, thought to himself, By the heavens, I have made progress. I have slain a true immortal. I refuse to accept this. The Bone Demon Lord's eyes brimmed with resentment as he lowered his head. Once a formidable figure among true immortals, to perish at the hands of a mere tribulation survivor was indeed a tragic irony. Ding, congratulations, host, for attracting the attention of the Bone Demon Lord. granting others the opportunity to slay him. Ding. System rewards issued. Prideful Snow Flying Sword upgraded to a 4th tier true immortal artifact. Ding. System rewards issued. 1 golden spirit pill. Upon receiving the system's rewards, a smile graced Li Zhoujun's face, and he found the demon lord somewhat more agreeable. Thud. The demon lord casually discarded the corpse of the bone demon lord and respectfully clasped his fists towards Li Zhoujun, declaring, supremely, I genuinely wish to turn over a new leaf. Well done, Li Zhoujun nodded, smiling. However, there is no need for you to starve yourselves in the name of redemption. Li Zhoujun glanced at the ailing cultivators of the ghostly extreme sect, unable to stifle a chuckle. These individuals are truly peculiar. To endure such deprivation for 3 days while following the demon lord is quite absurd. What does supremely mean by that? The demon lord cautiously inquired. I have but one request of you, Li Zhoujun said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Do not kill the virtuous. Is it wrong to kill the virtuous? The ghost lord asked. Bewildered. Indeed, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Within the righteous path, there are wicked individuals. Conversely, among the wicked, there are virtuous souls. Throughout history, the assessment of good and evil has never been determined by any cultivation technique, but rather by the deeds performed using such techniques. If you wield dark arts to do good, you are still a good person. Conversely, if you practice orthodox methods yet engage in actions worse than beasts, can that still be considered righteous? I have been enlightened. The ghost lord respectfully bowed to Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun waved his hand dismissively, aware that mere words would not lead the ghost lord to abandon his wicked ways. He looked at the ghost lord and said, swear an oath to the heavenly way. I swear to the heavenly way that if I kill the virtuous, the day of my tribulation shall also be the day of my demise. The ghost lord proclaimed without hesitation, reminding his subordinates to swear as well. After all, how could he bear this burden alone? As the saying goes, one's joy is less than the joy of many. The heavenly oath is held in high regard within the cultivation community, particularly for those like him who are at the tribulation stage. Consequently, the members of the Ghost Extreme sect followed suit, swearing their oaths, albeit reluctantly. For as long as they followed their leader, their lives, though miserable, were assured. Observing the Ghost Extreme sect members solemnly swearing, Li Zhoujun nodded with satisfaction. However, feeling a chill run down his spine at Li Zhoujun's smile, the Ghost Lord recalled that this very expression was worn by Li Taishang when he first appeared on Ziyun Mountain in the southern continent, just before that ghostly Taoist from the celestial realm met his end. To prevent the Ghost Lord from dismissing the heavenly oath, Li Zhoujun employed a subtle trick. He pointed his finger, and a beam of light, infused with a hint of the snowy sword's intent, swiftly pierced into the Ghost Lord's chest. With a look of terror, the Ghost Lord's eyes widened. Fear not, Li Zhoujun reassured as he patted the Ghost Lord's shoulder. This is the heart-cutting sword, containing the essence of a celestial sword. As long as you act according to your oath and remain blameless, you will be unharmed. And do keep your subordinates in check. Should I learn that anyone from the Ghost Extreme sect violates their oath, I will unleash this heart-cutting sword from 1,000 miles away. I understand. The Ghost Lord wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Although Li Zhoujun had not directly attacked him, he had witnessed the formidable power of Li Taishang during their previous encounter on Ziyun Mountain, leading him to believe every word spoken by Li Taishang. Chapter 132. The wolf, this corpse of the bone demon lord, is yours to keep, Li Zhoujun remarked casually after glancing at the remains. Thank you, Li Taishang. The Ghost Lord's eyes lit up at the words. Though the esteemed Li Taishang, a true celestial, deemed the remains beneath his notice, to the Ghost Lord, it was an extraordinary opportunity. Remember your oath, Li Zhoujun smiled. Then without lingering, he stepped into the void. We bid farewell to Li Taishang. The Ghost Lord and the members of the Ghost Extreme sect bowed in respect. As Li Zhoujun departed, a cautious elder of the Ghost Extreme sect inquired, Lord, shall we still reside here? Why not? Do you wish to move again? Haven't we moved enough already? We now have the Daotian sect backing us. The Ghost Lord replied, his expression one of exasperation. The members of the Ghost Extreme sect were bewildered when Li Taishang claimed that the Daotian sect would support them. Given the recent battle, it was likely that more wicked cultivators would come to investigate, making the situation unsafe. The elder spoke up, but this place has just witnessed such a fierce battle. The Ghost Lord pondered this. Though he was now a tribulation stage cultivator and had received Li Taishang's approval, he was not afraid of such visitors. However, if he were to gain the Bone Demon Lord's fortune and be interrupted during his seclusion, it could pose significant trouble. After consideration, the Ghost Lord waved his hand decisively. Pack up. We are moving. Meanwhile, amidst the verdant hills, a young man clad in green wandered through the fields. This individual was none other than Li Zhoujun, now en route to the Daotian sect. He felt as carefree as a wandering cloud, unconcerned about the two young girls. Knowing that the old mountain master would not neglect them, he wondered about Jiang Xiaobai, and how he was faring. With a shake of his head, Li Zhoujun chuckled to himself. Deciding he would check on his disciple, he felt responsible, even though Jiang Xiaobai was the child of destiny, and Li Zhoujun had faith in him. As a master, he could not simply allow this young man to venture forth without guidance. In the vast expanse of Qishou, even a true celestial would find it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack to locate someone, let alone Li Zhoujun, who was merely at the tribulation stage. System, could you provide me with my disciple's location? Li Zhoujun inquired of the system. Beep, not in a task. Unless the host and system sing Where's Daddy? Together. With the host singing the child's part. Not happening, Li Zhoujun replied, his expression darkening. In the next moment, a transparent panel displaying the lyrics appeared before him. System. Your appearance may be lacking, but your expectations are certainly high, Li Zhoujun muttered under his breath. Fortunately, he had previously endowed Jiang Xiaobai with a fragment of his primordial spirit to ensure his safety, allowing him to track him by the lingering aura of that spirit. Just as Li Zhoujun was about to set off, beep, given the difficulty of the previous task. A light task is issued. Resolve a young girl's heartache. Reward, 1 golden spirit pill. The prospect of a golden spirit pill made Li Zhoujun's eyes gleam with excitement, envisioning that with 2, he might break through to the mid-tribulation stage. System, the task is assigned. Where do I find the girl? Li Zhoujun inquired. Beep, on the hillside ahead, turn left. In the field. Upon hearing this, Li Zhoujun strode forward with purpose. Upon rounding the hill, he indeed spotted a young girl clad in patched hemp garments, sitting beside a hoe on the narrow path in the fields. Her bare face glistened with tears, her eyes swollen and her nose twitching, clearly having just cried. Young lady, why are you here in sorrow? Li Zhoujun approached with a smile. Startled, the girl quickly stood up. Upon seeing the handsome young man in green, she felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority and instinctively lowered her head, glancing at her worn-out shoes. She wiped her eyes and said, And no, it's nothing. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly. If the young lady does not mind, I am willing to be a listener. For reasons unknown. The girl felt that this young man resembled those learned scholars from the city, exuding an air of elegance and approachability that caused her defenses to dissipate. With a sigh, her voice tinged with grievance, she recounted, In March of this year, my mother fell ill, and I planted the pumpkin seeds from our home in this very field. Now, the pumpkins are thriving and nearing maturity. I plan to sell them at the market to buy medicine for my mother. Li Zhoujun listened quietly, allowing her to share her troubles uninterrupted. Wiping her nose, she continued, But those elderly villagers from the nearby village, every time they pass by my pumpkin patch, they pick a few, while a few here and there is acceptable, since we are neighbors. Yesterday, they came with baskets and took my pumpkins. When I stopped them, I found that many had been smashed. Those pumpkins were meant to earn money for my mother's treatment. As she spoke, she squatted down, burying her face in her knees and weeping softly. Li Zhoujun, upon hearing her plight, felt a surge of anger toward the elderly individuals she described. Morality is not defined by age. Some individuals, despite their years, shamelessly exploit their seniority, taking advantage of their nearing demise to behave atrociously. Gazing at the ruined pumpkins in the field, Li Zhoujun waved his sleeve, summoning the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Before her eyes, the once severed pumpkins, which had not been uprooted, began to mend at a remarkable pace, visible to the naked eye. The young girl seemed to sense something. She lifted her gaze and was left speechless by the astonishing sight before her. The damaged pumpkins had not only restored themselves, but had also improved in appearance. Li Zhoujun chuckled. Alas, those that have been uprooted have lost their vitality, and there is nothing I can do about that. Thank you, immortal. The girl, realizing her situation, intended to kneel and express her gratitude, but a gentle breeze halted her movement. Our meeting is a serendipity. Aiding you is akin to aiding myself. So there is no need for excessive gratitude, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. However, this is not sufficient. He then noticed the clusters of foxtail grass nearby and recalled a technique he had once seen. With deft fingers, he plucked the grass and, in a flourish of movement, conjured a lifelike little dog woven from the foxtail. What kind of dog shall it become? Flashed through Li Zhoujun's mind, envisioning a Siberian husky, resembling a wolf with an imposing presence. He tossed the crafted canine into the air, and soon a goofy wolf with a bright red tongue settled beside the girl. Wolf. The girl paled, startled by the sudden appearance of the creature. Chapter 133. In the next life, shall I be a beast of burden? Nay, this is not a wolf, but a dog, Li Zhoujun explained, observing her fright. Though its intellect is currently limited, it will suffice to guard this pumpkin patch. A dog? The girl surveyed the creature, which was now sitting with its tail wagging and tongue lolling. Indeed, it bore all the characteristics of a dog. Yes, Li Zhoujun affirmed, this husky, woven from foxtail grass, possesses foundational cultivation and can easily handle commoners. Ding! Congratulations, host. For completing the task, relieve the girl's worries. Ding. The system grants a reward, 1 golden spirit pill. The young girl expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving me, immortal. I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness. I would willingly serve you as a beast of burden." She attempted to kneel once more, but Li Zhoujun, with a gentle wave of his hand, used his magical energy to keep her upright. There is no need for such gestures. I do not require you to serve me in that manner, for you are a person. Then, in my next life, shall I serve you as a beast of burden? She asked cautiously. What is your name? Li Zhoujun inquired. The girl lowered her head shyly. My name is Shisini. A lovely name, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. You flatter me. Shisini blushed further, flattered by the compliment. However, after a moment of silence, she looked up only to find that he had vanished, leaving only the curious husky beside her. Thank you, immortal. Shisini called out to the empty fields, feeling a tinge of loss. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun stood on a cloud, watching her depart with the husky. He shook his head, chuckling at her simplicity, which was endearing in its own way. As night fell, Li Zhoujun did not hasten to leave. He reclined on the cloud, propping his face with one hand while holding a jade vial of fine wine in the other, comfortably dozing until a passing bird startled him awake. Stretching, he soon became aware of a commotion below. In the dense night, he spotted an elderly woman, sneaking toward Shisini's pumpkin patch with a basket on her back. Despite the darkness, she moved with precision. These old folks, Li Zhoujun mused, shaking his head. It appears there are still some good pumpkins left in that girl's patch. I would like to make pumpkin porridge. It's just a few worthless pumpkins, yet she is so cautious. Why not just allow my foolish son to marry her? As the old woman approached the patch, Li Zhoujun couldn't help but laugh at her audacity. Doesn't Shisini's beauty warrant a suitor? Does she truly need your pity? He communicated silently with the husky, which was dozing in the field. Upon hearing his voice, the husky lifted its head, surveyed the surroundings, and spotted the approaching old woman. With a burst of energy, it darted towards her like an arrow, tongue flapping in the wind, not looking back. My heavens! A wolf! The old woman screamed, startled by the sudden rush of the creature. Realizing it was indeed the husky charging at her, she dropped her basket and fled in a panic, displaying agility that belied her age. Yet, no matter how fast she ran, she could not outpace the foundationally cultivated husky. In no time, she found herself pinned to the ground, the creature licking her face with its vibrant tongue. Please, oh wolf grandpa, spare this old woman, she cried, trembling in fear, too panicked to notice her own mishap, which resulted in a foul stench. Clearly, the elderly lady had been so frightened that she lost control. The husky, catching a whiff of the unpleasant odor, disdainfully backed away and trotted towards the pumpkin patch. The old woman lay on the ground, still shaken, watching the husky enter the field. After a moment, anger flushed her face. How dare that little girl keep a wolf to guard her patch? I will make sure this news spreads to all the nearby villages, and let her face the consequences. With that, the old woman scrambled to her feet, not even bothering to retrieve her basket, and staggered away. On the cloud, Li Zhoujun listened to her words, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated the shamelessness of these elders. Had he left already, the husky would have become the trigger for Shisini's ostracization by the entire village. Indeed. It seems I have been too benevolent, he mused, shaking his head before softly uttering, Ghost Lord. Far away, the Ghost Lord, leading the elders and disciples of the Ghost Extreme sect in relocating, paused upon hearing the voice in his mind. Realizing that Li Taishang was likely contacting him through the heart-piercing sword within him, a fawning smile spread across his face. Li Taishang, is there something you wish to command me? A small matter. Li Taishang, do not jest. Your affairs are never trivial. The Ghost Lord interjected earnestly. He swiftly produced a black tower, summoning the cultivators of the Ghost Extreme sect into it before making his way to Li Zhoujun's location. This black tower was a powerful artifact he had obtained through fortuitous circumstances, capable of expanding and contracting, allowing it to be easily hidden underground. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, Li Zhoujun raised an eyebrow, impressed by the Ghost Lord's promptness. After severing his connection with the heart-piercing sword, a cold smile crept onto his face. It seems that wicked men require the aid of other wicked men. Moments later, the Ghost Lord stood respectfully beside Li Zhoujun. Without a word, Li Zhoujun pointed, and a stream of light shot forth, revealing a luminous screen that displayed the earlier exchange between him and the girl, as well as the fleeing old woman. Gasp. The Ghost Lord gasped, his anger boiling over. How brazen. This is utterly outrageous. Is there no law? No justice? What these old wretches have done is intolerable, even for a rogue cultivator like Ghost Lord. Chapter 134. I find you quite displeasing. Rest assured, Master Li, I shall make these old fellows suffer beyond measure. At this moment, Ghost Lord grinned widely. Indeed, Li Zhoujun nodded, acknowledging Ghost Lord's capability as a tribulation expert to handle such trifles. This wine is a gift for you. Li Zhoujun casually tossed the jade wine flask to Ghost Lord, revealing that the exquisite wine within was procured from the old mountain master. Li Zhoujun had numerous bottles stored within his treasure as well. Upon receiving the flask, Ghost Lord's eyes widened in astonishment. Celestial brew. The aroma is rich beyond compare. Undoubtedly crafted by a true immortal using spiritual fruits, taking centuries, if not millennia, to perfect. Although the flask contained only a fraction of the wine, about a third remained, which would still greatly benefit him. By the heavens, associating with true immortals is truly delightful. A mere drop of their essence could present a golden opportunity for a fledgling tribulation cultivator like myself to break through a minor realm. Li Zhoujun observed Ghost Lord's reaction with curiosity, pondering why such excitement over a simple flask of wine. While it was indeed beneficial for cultivation, the fervor seemed excessive. Li Zhoujun felt he had misjudged Ghost Lord. Although both were at the initial tribulation stage, Li Zhoujun's strength stemmed from system rewards, resulting in a solid foundation. Moreover, he had consumed the primordial nourishing pill, which enriched his roots. Li Zhoujun's foundation could be likened to an expansive ocean, whereas Ghost Lord's was akin to a vast lake. The spiritual energy required for Ghost Lord's breakthrough was likely less than a tenth of Li Zhoujun's need. The remaining third of the exquisite wine would significantly enhance Ghost Lord's chances of advancing to mid-tribulation. Li Zhoujun had seamlessly progressed in his cultivation, never truly finding it arduous. Thank you for the wine, Master Li. I, Ghost Lord, am willing to go to great lengths for you, he proclaimed, clasping his fists in respect. Ghost Lord had likely felt compelled by Li Zhoujun's formidable presence previously, but now he could only acknowledge the generosity bestowed upon him. You have a good heart, Li Zhoujun replied, patting Ghost Lord's shoulder with a smile. Glancing at the pumpkin patch below, he added, I leave this place in your capable hands. I have pressing matters to attend to. Go ahead, Master. I shall ensure the safety of that young girl, and will not let those old rascals who bullied her escape unscathed, Ghost Lord vowed, gripping the celestial brew with renewed vigor. Very well, Li Zhoujun nodded, turning to step into the void. Once Li Zhoujun departed, Ghost Lord brought the wine flask to his nose, inhaling deeply, utterly entranced. After a moment of bliss, he stowed the flask and summoned a few elders and disciples from the Black Tower. I have not isolated the Black Tower. You all heard my conversation with Master Li. Did you not? Ghost Lord inquired. Indeed, we heard everything, Sect Master, the elders and disciples of the Ghost Extreme Sect replied. Excellent. You shall guard this place from now on. Anyone daring to steal pumpkins will find themselves wishing for a fate worse than death. Ghost Lord sneered. And those who previously desecrated the pumpkin patch shall not be spared. Once the task is complete, I shall bestow a drop of the celestial brew upon each of you. Yes, Sect Master. The elders and disciples of the Ghost Extreme Sect beamed with delight. Even a single drop of celestial wine would be an immense fortune for their low-tier cultivator status. Satisfied by their eagerness, Ghost Lord nodded. Now, go investigate who has sullied this pumpkin patch. With a wave of his hand, they took their leave, transforming into streaks of light heading in various directions. Below, the canine companion, with its mouth agape and panting, observed the fleeing figures with an ominous sense of foreboding, wondering if they intended to usurp its place. However, it reassured itself with thoughts of its charm, believing it could remain a decorative presence beside the young girl. After rolling in the dirt, the hound drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Ghost Lord sought out the elderly woman who had been frightened earlier. Having witnessed her brazen demeanor, he was eager to see her weep in despair. As for the pumpkin patch, it could be guarded by the hound under Master Li's orders. Inside her humble abode, the elderly woman sat trembling on a wooden stool, clutching a bowl of hot water, her mouth still spewing curses. You little wretch, just wait. You shall see how this old hag deals with you. A few pumpkins, and you think to unleash a wolf to frighten me? Losing the basket is one thing. But if you scare me to death, you shall pay dearly. Suddenly, she felt a chilling breeze sweep through the room. A dark voice echoed ominously in her ear. Startled, she widened her eyes in shock, and upon seeing the figure clad in black materialize before her, she fainted on the spot. Ghost Lord mused, who would have thought? This wretched woman is even more shameless than I, yet her courage is so feeble. However, he had no intention of letting her off easily, for he was not one to be trifled with, an unrepentant rogue. He forcefully shoved a healing pill into her mouth, ensuring she would not perish in the ensuing chaos. With a sinister grin, Ghost Lord seized her collar and unleashed a series of slaps across her face, sending her few remaining yellowed teeth flying along with spittle. The elderly woman, jolted awake by the pain, gazed at Ghost Lord in terror, stammering, "Spare me, immortal. Please spare me. Little old lady, I find you quite displeasing. Brace yourself for my wrath." Ghost Lord retorted with a laugh, delivering yet more slaps. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun walked beneath the moonlight, heading towards his disciple, Jiang Xiaobai, who was located near the borders of Qishou, close to the Qizhou Sea. That rascal, still lingering at the borders since the last time we explored the sea-secret realm? Li Zhoujun chuckled, continuing on his path. In the moonlit forest, Jiang Xiaobai darted through the underbrush like a dragon, pursued by a pair of young cultivators who wore mocking expressions, leisurely chasing him. You fool, you're merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. Do you really think you can escape from two perfected foundation cultivators? One of them jeered. Unfazed, Jiang Xiaobai remained silent and continued his flight. Chapter 135. Who is the prey? Despite being chased by two perfected foundation cultivators, Jiang Xiaobai felt no panic, as he was confident in his ability to deal with them. However, he could not act near Lingding City, as he recognized one of his pursuers, Pan Yongyan, the young master of the Pan family, and Ding Chunchu, the granddaughter of a senior elder from the Lion sect. Jiang Xiaobai knew them well, having overheard discussions about them while they flaunted their status on the streets of Lingding City. Their pursuit stemmed from an incident outside the city, near the resting place of a fallen nascent soul cultivator. Jiang Xiaobai seized the opportunity ahead of others and acquired a mystical elixir known as the Spirit Fire Pill, which could assist foundational cultivators in perfectly condensing their golden cores without any adverse effects. The moment Jiang Xiaobai collected the Spirit Fire Pill, he was unexpectedly seen by Pan Yongyan and Ding Chunju. Taking advantage of their momentary daze, Jiang Xiaobai fled through the door, leading to the earlier scene. Eventually, he arrived at the edge of a lake, realizing he had distanced himself from Lingding City, and thus paused his steps. Quite the runner, yet now you choose to stop? Don't tell me a foundational cultivator fears water. That would be truly laughable. Pan Yongyan mocked upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai halt by the lakeside. Ding Chunju silently stood beside Pan Yongyan, her slender brows and eyes glinting coldly as she regarded Jiang Xiaobai. The boy was indeed swift, despite their earlier leisurely demeanor. They were struggling to catch up, for each time they closed in, he seemed to accelerate as if under the influence of some stimulant. I'm not running anymore, Jiang Xiaobai declared, shaking his head. It seems you've realized your folly. Hand over all the treasures you obtained at the place where the illusory flame Taoist met his end, and I might grant you a swift death, Pan Yongyan sneered. Although the Pan family was affluent, treasures that could aid in the perfect condensation of golden cores were scarce, and certainly not meant for him, given his mediocre cultivation talent. Even with his father as the family head, the family would not waste such resources on someone lacking talent. However, Jiang Xiaobai's acquisition of the Spirit Fire Pill was not for himself, as his spiritual root was of the wood attribute and he could not utilize it. He sought to impress Ding Chunju, who possessed a supreme fire attribute spiritual root. The rationale behind not sparing Jiang Xiaobai was simple, having snatched the boy's opportunity. Leaving him alive would only allow him to cultivate and seek revenge later. Do you truly believe you can catch me with your skills? Jiang Xiaobai taunted. Do you think a late foundational cultivator like yourself could easily subdue us, two complete foundational cultivators? Ding Chunju finally spoke, her melodious voice tinged with an unsettling sharpness. Yes. Jiang Xiaobai grinned. Chunju, just wait and see how I deal with this boy, Pan Yongyan replied with a cold grunt. Very well, Ding Chunju nodded. For despite Pan Yongyan's shortcomings, he was still capable of handling a late foundational cultivator. Die. Without further ado, Pan Yongyan shouted angrily, sweeping his sleeve, causing several vines to erupt from his robe like a dragon, sweeping towards Jiang Xiaobai. Humph. Jiang Xiaobai snorted, channeling his magic power as flames erupted from his hands, reaching out to grasp the encroaching vines. Seeking death, Pan Yongyan fumed at Jiang Xiaobai's blatant disregard. A late foundational cultivator daring to confront him was utterly audacious. Yet, in the next moment, Pan Yongyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Xiaobai let out a muffled grunt but managed to firmly grasp the vines, the flames on his hands burning fiercely as they traveled along the vine straight toward Pan Yongyan. How is he so powerful? Pan Yongyan gasped in shock, hastily severing his magic power. The vines, released from his sleeve, were cut off just as the flames reached their severed ends. Pan Yongyan was filled with dread. Had he been a moment slower, the flames would have engulfed him. You're courting death. Enraged, Pan Yongyan was determined to avenge the humiliation suffered before Ding Chunju. He formed seals with his hands, unleashing a barrage of wooden spikes from his sleeves, overwhelming Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai smirked, shaking his head. He wore a powerful magical ring on his finger. This ring, discovered amidst the debris of the Guanhai secret realm, not only served as a storage tool but could amplify the wielder's magical abilities severfold, albeit usable only twice before requiring a substantial infusion of spiritual stones to recharge. With a thought, Jiang Xiaobai activated the ring, pressing his palms together as it began to glow and heat up. He then struck the ground with his hand, creating a vertical blaze of fiery light that surged forth with unstoppable force toward Pan Yongyan, incinerating all the incoming wooden spikes into ash while maintaining its relentless momentum toward him. Impossible. Pan Yongyin's mouth fell agape, and upon regaining his senses, he hastily summoned a shield inscribed with magical patterns, a life-saving artifact bestowed upon him by his family, capable of withstanding a strike from a golden core expert. With a thunderous crash, the blade of flames collided with Pan Yongyin's shield, sending both him and the shield flying back to the ground. Jiang Xiaobai, seizing the moment, darted forward and claimed the shield, recognizing its extraordinary nature given its ability to withstand the amplified force of his magic. Pan Yongyan, now sprawled on the ground and coughing blood, felt a surge of fury. Damn it, I'm not dead yet. Pathetic. Ding Chunju cast a disdainful glance at the bloody Pan Yongyan, her eyes filled with contempt. A complete foundational cultivator could not even subdue a late foundational cultivator. With such incompetence, he dared to pursue her? Not a chance. She would rather marry a dog than him. With that thought, Ding Chunju produced a curved blade and, like a specter, appeared behind Jiang Xiaobai, raising the blade high to strike directly at his neck. Should she succeed, his head would undoubtedly soar into the skies. Chapter 136, Who Only Attacks from Behind. Jiang Xiaobai snorted, gathering his spiritual energy in his palms, and without hesitation, activated the ring to deliver a forceful blow backward. Boom. A resounding impact echoed as Ding Chunju, once proud, felt an overwhelming force surging from the blade, her eyes widening in disbelief. In the next moment, blood spurted from her mouth as she was sent flying, along with her weapon. Thud. Ding Chunju crashed heavily to the ground, her blade falling aside. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze fell upon her blade, its pristine white body adorned with a fiery red handle, featuring a guard shaped like a phoenix in flight, exuding an air of elegance. Without reservation, he claimed the blade as his own, smirking at Ding Chunju as he remarked, "You stood there watching, thinking you were impressive. Yet you couldn't even withstand a single strike, unlike Pan Yongyan, who at least managed to exchange a few blows." Ding Chunju, upon hearing this, spat blood anew, finally realizing that Jiang Xiaobai's formidable strength stemmed from the ring on his finger. "You insolent brat, my grandfather is Ding Liangji, a transformation stage elder of the Flame sect. If you kill me, he will not let you off easily." Ding Chunju grit her teeth, glaring at Jiang Xiaobai with fierce determination. Jiang Xiaobai scoffed. "Your grandfather is a transformation stage cultivator, yet my master is an immortal lord. I haven't said anything, but you're already boasting?" With no desire for further conversation, Jiang Xiaobai raised his hand, prepared to strike her atop her crown. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Ding Chunju. Jiang Xiaobai's expression shifted in alarm as he swiftly dodged to the side. Boom. A violent explosion ensued. As Jiang Xiaobai turned around, a wave of terror surged within him upon realizing that the spot he had just occupied had been blasted into a massive pit by a formidable force. Had it struck him directly, he would have been obliterated without a trace. "You young ones have quite the reflexes, yet you dare to threaten my precious granddaughter?" At that moment, two fiery dragons erupted from Ding Chunzu's body, intertwining to form an elder clad in crimson robes. This elder, radiating a murderous intent, was none other than Ding Chunzu's grandfather, Ding Liangji, a formidable being of the transformation realm. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes widened in shock. "Grandfather." Upon seeing the arrival, Ding Chunzu's face lit up with joy. There was no doubt that the suddenly appearing elder was indeed Ding Liangji. Angrily, she pointed at Jiang Xiaobai, tears streaming down her face as she accused, "Grandfather, this scoundrel not only aims to kill me but has also stolen the phoenix ring blade you gifted me." "Humph. It was you two who sought to kill and seize treasures first. I merely acted in self-defense," Jiang Xiaobai retorted coolly. He then bowed respectfully to Ding Liangji, stating, "Senior, your cultivation has reached the transformation realm. I trust you are a person of discernment. I never intended to harm your granddaughter. I hope you can see the truth in this matter." At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai appeared composed, yet cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. His only means of defense lay in the magic ring adorning his middle finger, but it was devoid of spiritual energy. Even if it had power to amplify his abilities, it would be laughable in the presence of a transformation realm cultivator, even if it was merely a fraction of one. A transformation realm practitioner could extinguish him with a mere flick of a finger. "Huh, you remain calm. Yet you wish to kill my granddaughter and expect me to spare you? Do you not find that amusing?" Ding Liangji sneered. "Elder Ding, kill this brat." At that moment, Pan Yongyan, who had been lying on the ground, rose with fury etched across his face as he glared at Jiang Xiaobai. Ding Liangji glanced at Pan Yongyan and replied with a smile, "Do not worry, young Master Pan. I am aware of the situation," although his words seemed courteous. Ding Liangji looked down on this young man. Were it not for Pan's family head being a transformation realm cultivator and his ancestor being a celestial immortal, he would hardly pay Pan Yongyan any mind. Seeing that Ding Liangji's attention was diverted, Jiang Xiaobai slowly began to retreat. Even though he understood that facing a transformation realm cultivator meant certain death, he preferred to grasp at the faintest chance of survival than await his demise. Sensing Jiang Xiaobai's movement, Ding Lianji chuckled, "Escape? Do you think you can?" "My master is Li Zhoujun of the Daotian sect," Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed urgently, realizing that his only hope lay in invoking his master's name. However, he was largely engrossed in his cultivation and knew not that Li Zhoujun had become the venerable elder of the Daotian sect. "Huh? You think to establish connections? You are sorely mistaken. Li Zhoujun is no longer the master of Yunju Mountain, but the revered elder of Daotian. Moreover, he has 2 female disciples and has never been known to have a male disciple." "You are truly grasping at straws," Ding Chunzu's mocked, her face reflecting derision. "Furthermore, the Daotian sect is rich in cultivation resources. As Li Taishang's disciple, how could you possibly be reduced to the point of seeking a spirit fire pill from another's place of passing? Shouldn't such a thing be standard for a true disciple of the Daotian sect?" Simultaneously, a wave of helplessness surged within Jiang Xiaobai's heart. The soul clone his master had previously given him had already been used, leaving him without anything to prove his identity. To seek the death of my granddaughter is one thing. To impersonate a disciple of Li Taishang is utterly unforgivable. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai's inability to validate his identity, Ding Lianji burst into laughter, clearly unconvinced that this shabby youth could possibly have connections with the Daotian sect. "Youngster, prepare to meet your end." With that, Ding Lianji ceased his chatter and sneered coldly. As his words fell, he waved his hand, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a transformation realm cultivator, which surged toward Jiang Xiaobai like a tidal wave. Under this immense pressure, despair flickered in Jiang Xiaobai's eyes. He was unwilling to accept it. After a period of life and death struggles, he had finally cultivated to the late foundation establishment stage, on the brink of breaking through to the golden core stage. One step closer to his beloved. Yet now, he faced imminent death, and he felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. "Kid, do you truly believe my treasures are so easily obtained?" Pan Yongyan's face twisted into a sinister grin as he gazed at the despairing Jiang Xiaobai. Ding Chunzu's, too, was filled with greed. Should this brat perish, the spirit fire pill and the peculiar ring on his finger would belong to her. Ding Lianji, brimming with confidence, could not fathom that a mere foundation establishment cultivator could survive his casual strike. But just as they believed Jiang Xiaobai was doomed, a figure clad in blue suddenly appeared before him. With a wave of his hand, torrents of spiritual energy surged forth, fierce and unstoppable like a cataclysmic storm. The overwhelming pressure radiating from Ding Lianji was effortlessly dispersed by this flood of spiritual energy. At that moment, Ding Lianji's eyes widened in terror. The sweeping spiritual energy did not abate. It continued to rush toward him. Hastily, he activated his defensive technique, raising a turtle shell of fiery spiritual energy in front of him. Yet, it was of no avail. He and his turtle shell were hurled away, crashing through dozens of towering trees before finally coming to a halt, landing unceremoniously on the ground. The tremendous force rendered his avatar flickering, as if it might dissipate at any moment. "Who?" Pan Yongyan gasped in horror, his eyes wide. The newcomer had struck with such ease, sending Ding Lianji's avatar, a formidable transformation realm entity, flying as if it were an infant, utterly defenseless. How powerful could this newcomer possibly be? Ding Chunzu stood frozen, her mind racing. The figure in blue matched the image of the youngest revered elder in Daotian's history, as shown to them by their sect leader. "Master." Jiang Xiaobai looked at the figure standing protectively in front of him, tears welling in his eyes. As Ding Lianji, sprawled on the ground, raised his head and recognized the newcomer, hearing Jiang Xiaobai call him master, a look of sheer terror flooded his aged eyes. The boy's earlier claims were indeed true. Chapter 137, Seeking Forgiveness. It was Li Taishang of the Daotian sect. How could it be? This boy truly could not be Li Taishang's disciple. Ding Chunzus murmured, staring at the figure shielding Jiang Xiaobai. "What?" Pan Yongyan, standing beside her, gaped in disbelief. Though he had never seen Li Zhoujun's portrait, he understood immediately that the arrival was none other than the revered elder of the Daotian sect. Otherwise, Ding Chunzus, always so proud, would not exhibit such a demeanor. As the realization struck him, Pan Yongyan trembled with fear. "What the hell? You, a disciple of Li Taishang, are risking your life for a spirit fire pill? Do you think you can act against my disciple?" Li Zhoujun narrowed his eyes slightly, although he emitted no discernible aura. His mere presence caused cold sweat to rain down upon those present. The title of true immortal alone was enough to instill trembling fear in any cultivator beneath the great ascension realm. "Li Taishang, this is a misunderstanding." Ding Lianji struggled to rise, his face a mask of despair. He could hardly believe that the shabby youth's master was indeed the youngest revered elder of the Daotian sect. Misunderstanding? Li Zhoujun shook his head. "Had I not arrived in time, my disciple would have surely become your victim." As the words fell, Li Zhoujun no longer afforded the others a chance to speak. With a mere thought, 3 formidable sword intents coalesced before him, transforming into 3 beams of sword light, akin to bolts of electricity slicing through the air, instantly piercing the brows of Ding Liangji, Ding Chunju, and Pan Yongyan. Simultaneously, within the confines of a secret chamber, Ding Liangji's true self widened his eyes in shock. The annihilation of his doppelganger had caused a backlash upon his original form. Yet, at that moment, he was wholly unconcerned with such matters. Even the death of his granddaughter was relegated to the back of his mind. All of this stemmed from his offense against the venerable Li of Daotian's sect. Merely contemplating the might of Daotian's sect drained the color from his face, leaving no room to seek vengeance for his granddaughter. If Li were not to come seeking retribution, it would already be a blessing. Should Li choose to confront him, he feared that the members of Li's sect would take matters into their own hands. Truly, as the saying goes, fear begets reality. Just as Ding Liangji succumbed to dread, a beam of celestial sword light seemed to transcend both space and time, materializing before him. No, terror flickered in Ding Liangji's eyes. He did not wish to perish. Having painstakingly cultivated to the realm of spirit transformation, revered by countless cultivators, he truly did not want to die. By the lake in the dense forest, Li Zhoujun summoned a trace of the proud snowfall sword's intent, seeking the essence of Ding Liangji's doppelganger to locate his true self, and began to scrutinize Jiang Xiaobai from head to toe. Upon noticing his hands, Li Zhoujun's brows knitted together. Master, Jiang Xiaobai shrank back slightly, his scarred hands betraying a hint of shame. Did your cultivation result in this? Li Zhoujun inquired, retracting his gaze. Indeed, Jiang Xiaobai nodded, confirming that the scars on his hands were indeed remnants of the fiery hand technique he had acquired in the Guanhai secret realm. This technique was notoriously demanding, requiring practitioners to place their hands upon spiritual fire for tempering. Ordinarily, foundation-level cultivators would find it challenging to leave scars on their bodies. However, with the fiery hand, practitioners often resumed training before their wounds had healed, resulting in a perpetual presence of scars. From now on, after each training session, apply this medicine. Lingering ailments from your cultivation will not serve you well in your future ascension, Li Zhoujun advised, tossing a bottle of spiritual medicine to Jiang Xiaobai. Thank you, master. Jiang Xiaobai expressed heartfelt gratitude, his eyes glistening with moisture. Perhaps his master was the best person in the world to him, second only to his father. Though they seldom met, every time his master intervened, it felt akin to receiving a second chance at life. By the way, master, that woman is a disciple of Li's sect. The doppelganger you just encountered was her grandfather, an elder of Li's sect. And that man, he's the young master of the Pan family from the nearby Lingding city, Jiang Xiaobai explained. I acquired a spiritual fire pill in the resting place of a soul cultivator, which is why they have relentlessly pursued me, seeking to kill me and seize my treasure. Who dares to harm my son? Just as Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, wielding a steel staff, emerged from the void. His eyes filled with murderous intent. This was none other than Pan Yonghua, the spirit transformation patriarch of the Pan family. However, upon spotting Li Zhoujun, he froze in place. Li Taishang? Ahem, Li Taishang, would you like to see a staff dance? I perform it splendidly. A sycophantic smile spread across Pan Yonghua's face. What a fool. How could he provoke such an esteemed figure? At that moment, Pan Yonghua could hardly suppress the urge to beat his already deceased foolish son to death once more. Although the Pan family ranked among the elite in Lingding City, they were but ants in the shadow of the towering Daotian sect. In truth, Pan Yonghua was indifferent to the death of Pan Yongyan. After all, he had more than one son, and his eldest was exceptionally talented. What concerned him more was his own reputation and the Pan family's standing in Lingding City. Get lost. Li Zhoujun regarded the obsequious Pan Yonghua with disdain. Yes, I shall take my leave. Pan Yonghua replied, visibly relieved, bowing and retreating into the void without daring to look back. Jiang Xiaobai observed this scene, filled with admiration. His master merely standing there had instilled fear in a spirit transformation cultivator. It was worth noting that spirit transformation cultivators were considered high-ranking in Qizhou, not to mention the presence of a void immortal ancestor within the Pan family. Upon returning to the Pan family, Pan Yonghua's first action was to seek out the reclusive void immortal ancestor to inform him of Pan Yongyan's demise. When the ancestor learned that Pan Yonghua's younger son had provoked Li Zhoujun, he spat a mouthful of old blood in fury, exclaiming, "Good riddance. This reckless wretch of a son you have. Does he wish to rob me of my peaceful twilight years? He dares to offend Li Taishang of Daotian's sect. If he were alive, would we be compelled to wage war on Daotian's sect? The higher one ascended in cultivation, the more one comprehended the might of Daotian's sect, a force beyond the Pan family's capacity to contend with. What shall we do, ancestor?" Pan Yonghua inquired, feeling somewhat apprehensive. This was the first time he had witnessed the usually composed ancestor erupt in such fury. Gradually regaining his composure, the ancestor replied, "The fact that Li Taishang permitted your return indicates he is not one to kill indiscriminately and possesses discernment. It is certain that your foolish son was at fault. Fetch the family rules. I must go and humbly apologize to Li Taishang." He was uncertain of Li Zhoujun's current sentiments, but to ensure the Pan family's survival in Qizhou, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and seek forgiveness. Yes, I shall do so at once." Pan Yonghua did not dare to counter, hastily retrieving the family's ancient rules and the 1,000-year-old thorny branches. Watching him depart, the ancestor sighed, hoping that Li Taishang would consider the Pan family's years of fighting against the sea tribes on the borders of Qizhou and spare their lives. Chapter 138. The excited Aou. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun and Jiang Xiaobai sat by the lakeside. Jiang Xiaobai shared his experiences and treasures discovered in the Guanhai secret realm with Li Zhoujun without reservation. At this moment, Li Zhoujun was the person Jiang Xiaobai trusted the most, aside from his father and Yao Tao. Listening to Jiang Xiaobai's tales of survival against the odds, Li Zhoujun could not help but marvel at the boy's tenacity. His impulsive visit to find Jiang Xiaobai might indeed have been fated. "Take this token of Daotian sect's true transmission. As your master, I cannot always be present to protect you in times of crisis," Li Zhoujun said, producing a jade token and handing it to Jiang Xiaobai. "Thank you, master," Jiang Xiaobai replied earnestly as he accepted the token. Li Zhoujun nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the side. At that moment, an elderly man, bare-chested and carrying thorny branches on his back, emerged from the void. The old man bowed respectfully to Li Zhoujun, saying, "I am Pan Jinshan, the elder of the Pan family, here to apologize to Li Taishang." Pan Jinshan. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes widened in surprise. This man was none other than the void immortal ancestor of the Pan family. "There is no need for such formality, Ancestor Pan," Li Zhoujun remarked, observing the old man's demeanor, which was clearly one of contrition for the death of his descendant. It seemed absurd that after killing someone Jr., the elder would come to offer apologies. Yet, such absurdities were often the reality in any realm. The strong reigned supreme over the weak, and if one was struck, they must wear a smile, lest their fate be even worse. At that moment, the Pan family elder shook his head, resolutely stating, "It is my Pan family's failure in nurturing our youth. Should Li Taishang harbor any grievances, feel free to express them upon this old man. However, I humbly beseech you, in light of the Pan family's long-standing struggles against the sea tribes, to spare us a path to survival." As he spoke, the elder reverently offered the thorny branches he had carried behind his back to Li Zhoujun. Seeing this, Li Zhoujun sighed helplessly and said, "If I were truly a bloodthirsty person, the head of the Pan family would not return, and the Flame sect would have long been annihilated. I appreciate the sincerity of the Pan ancestor. Please take your leave." "Thank you, Supreme." The Pan ancestor exhaled in relief upon receiving Li Zhoujun's response. It seemed that the Pan family still remained the sovereign of Lingding City, but upon returning, he would certainly instruct the younger generation to exercise restraint. This encounter with the Supreme Li was amicable. But if Pan Yongyan had provoked the Lord of Huifeng Mountain from the Daotian sect, the entire Lingding City would likely suffer the consequences. "I shall take my leave," the Pan ancestor said, retracting his staff and bowing to Li Zhoujun before stepping into the void to depart swiftly. Despite Li Zhoujun's seemingly cultured demeanor, the Pan ancestor was still drenched in sweat in his presence. Jiang Xiaobai observed everything keenly. Strength. This is the essence of power. When one possesses strength and a formidable background, even if one were to kill another, that individual would not seek revenge. Instead, they would be grateful for not incurring your wrath. In simpler terms, when you have strength, what is deemed right is right, and even what is wrong can be justified. Li Zhoujun glanced at the ambitious Jiang Xiaobai and asked, "Do you know why I did not eradicate the Pan family and the Flame sect?" "I do not." Jiang Xiaobai shook his head. Li Zhoujun smiled. The Pan family and the Flame sect are situated on the border of Qizhou, near the coastal areas. Their clan and sect are no strangers to frequent skirmishes with the sea tribes, often at the cost of their lives. Perhaps their battles with the sea tribes are also a means to enhance their cultivation and acquire treasures. Yet they have undeniably contributed to the peace of Qingzhou, a fact that cannot be overlooked. Killing Pan Yongyan, Ding Chunzhong, and Ding Liangji is justified on our part, as they were in the wrong. But if we were to obliterate these two factions, it would likely instill fear in the hearts of the people of Qingzhou. Remember my words, strength is not meant to bully the weak or flaunt one's power. It exists to defend one's dignity and protect those worthy of safeguarding. If in your pursuit of strength you lose sight of your true self amidst slaughter, then are you still you? I shall heed your teachings." Jiang Xiaobai said as he rose and bowed to Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun nodded. "By the way, master, I have recently traversed the borders of Qizhou and discovered many sea tribes coming ashore. Some have hidden in the mountains, while others attempted to enter the city but were exposed by the demon-slaying mirrors held by the guards, meeting their demise on the spot. Jiang Xiaobai seemed to recall something and spoke to Li Zhoujun. Oh, is that so? Li Zhoujun furrowed his brow, though he was unafraid. The matter concerned the safety of Qizhou, and he could not afford to be careless. After all, the Daotian sect could not turn a blind eye to threats against Qizhou. Moreover, there were indeed true immortal-level beings among the sea tribes. It seemed necessary to inform the true Cloud Mountain Lord about this matter to devise a response. Yes, and such incidents occur daily, Jiang Xiaobai replied. I have also obtained several techniques from the sea tribes that appear to be remnants of powerful human beings. Enough. I am already aware of this matter, Li Zhoujun stated, then smiled and asked, would you like to return to the Daotian sect for cultivation? No, master. I prefer to wander the world, Jiang Xiaobai replied with a sheepish grin, scratching the back of his head. His current cultivation speed was not inferior to that of the disciples within the Daotian sect, and perhaps even slightly faster. That's fine. Among my disciples, you are the one I trust the most, Li Zhoujun said, patting Jiang Xiaobai's shoulder with a smile. Hee. Jiang Xiaobai beamed like a child receiving candy at the praise of his master. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun flicked his finger, sending a stream of divine thought racing toward the Daotian sect. This divine thought contained information from this location. This is the art of transmitting thoughts over 1,000 miles. When your cultivation is sufficient, you will naturally grasp it without needing to learn, Li Zhoujun said, looking at the curious Jiang Xiaobai with a smile. At the same time, in the sea region, several powerful divine thoughts converge for discussion. Aou. You cannot tell me you are unaware of the emergence of a 9th-grade true immortal in Qingzhou recently. The Tua High Demon Lord, who had transformed from a 10,000-year-old turtle, questioned Aou with great anger, feeling a rush of anxiety for almost having acted impulsively. If I had gone to Qingzhou, it would have been a disaster. My long-cherished treasures would likely have fallen into your hands. Perhaps I was just fortunate. Who knows? Aou sneered. Before I entered seclusion, I had already sent my subordinates to infiltrate Qizhou. The moment I emerged from seclusion, you tell me there is a 9th-grade true immortal? The leader of the merfolk fumed, ready to overturn the table in frustration if not for the fact that those who had come ashore were mere fish and shrimp spirits, not his kin. What are you arguing about? Considering the timeline, that being should awaken in the coming century. Even if there is a 9th-grade true immortal in Qingzhou, we will have a chance to contend with them, the Jade Demon Lord said, feeling somewhat regretful. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the 9th-grade true immortal, he might have already eliminated those old fellows in Aou and ascended to the celestial realm. That being, could it be? Aou's eyes lit up with excitement at the mention. He had heard that this being was of his lineage, though unfortunately, they had already entered slumber by the time he ascended to immortality. Chapter 139. Using the power of the heavenly Tao as paper upon hearing the words of the Jade Demon Lord, the several sea tribe powerhouses fell into silence. That being was indeed formidable. When they entered seclusion, they were already a 9th-grade true immortal. Moreover, a millennium ago, had that being not intervened, these sea tribe true immortals would have perished at the hands of 2 second-generation disciples of the Daotian sect. Should we continue sending people ashore from our side? The leader of the merfolk asked in a low voice. Of course, the Jade Demon Lord replied. When that esteemed being awakens, our sea tribe will also need to venture ashore. After all, it is not your merfolk kin that will die, merely some foul fish and rotten shrimp. Why do you care? Understood, the leader of the merfolk responded. Meanwhile, at the Daotian sect's Supreme Hall, True Yunzi had received Li Zhoujun's message. His brow was furrowed with concern. What is it, True Yun? The Burning Mountain True Monarch inquired upon seeing True Yunzi's troubled expression. For it was rare for him to be so affected. The Sea Tribe is up to something. I suspect that the Sea Tribe Supreme is about to awaken. True Yunzi sighed. The Sea Tribe Supreme? Is it that black dragon with the sea god's divinity? Burning Mountain True Monarch's expression gradually darkened. Indeed, True Yunzi nodded gravely. If the black dragon awakens, possessing the sea god's divinity, its current strength may have reached the threshold of a half-step celestial immortal. Although the Daotian sect has deep foundations, with 3 top-tier 9th-grade true immortals stationed, we do not fear it, but a confrontation would inevitably place the Daotian sect at a disadvantage. Unless we seek assistance from the celestial realm, it is best not to do so unless absolutely necessary. After all, when a sect faces calamity, their first thought should not be of seeking aid but how to cope. Otherwise, can they still be considered a strong sect? Furthermore, the Black Dragon's origins are not simple. Otherwise, the 2 second-generation ancestors would have eradicated the Sea Tribe long ago when it was still a 9th-grade true immortal. True Yun's reasoning is sound. Burning Mountain True Monarch nodded in agreement, then seemed to recall something and asked, Where did this information come from? It was from Zhoujun. He is currently at the Qingzhou border, True Yunzi replied. Hiss. Quickly call this lad back. If the Black Dragon has truly awakened, he will be in danger. Burning Mountain True Monarch exclaimed. How can I not be concerned for my esteemed disciple from Yunji Mountain? I have already sent a message back. True Yunzi shot a glare at Burning Mountain True Monarch. Ah, indeed. It seems the Emperor is not as anxious as the eunuch. Burning Mountain True Monarch chuckled awkwardly. If Li Zhoujun were to truly encounter trouble at the Qingzhou border, it is likely that Zhen Yunzi would go to great lengths to ensure the Sea clan pays a price. The mere thought of Li Zhoujun's unparalleled talent drives the Burning Mountain True Lord into a frenzy of jealousy. He resolves to personally spur Liu Yan's training once the latter emerges from his seclusion. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun remains unhurried, accompanying Jiang Xiaobai to his current refuge, a meticulously cleaned cave. Li Zhoujun gazes at the cave, astonished. Have you been residing here all this time? Indeed, master. There are many demon beasts nearby, and I often seek them out for training. Some members of the Sea clan also hide here. Jiang Xiaobai replies with a sheepish grin, scratching the back of his head. I see, Li Zhoujun muses, recognizing the fortune that accompanies him. What brings you to the Qingzhou border so suddenly, master? Jiang Xiaobai inquires curiously. Naturally. I came to see you, Li Zhoujun responds with a smile, sitting down on a stone stool within the cave. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes well up with tears of joy. Truly, his master still holds affection for him. Master, allow me to catch some game to showcase my culinary skills. Jiang Xiaobai exclaims. Go ahead, Li Zhoujun nods with a smile. After Jiang Xiaobai leaves, a streak of light rushes into the cave, heading towards Li Zhoujun. He reaches out to catch it, and Zhen Yunzi's voice resonates. The Qingzhou border is perilous. Return swiftly to the Daotian sect. Beep, detecting the Sea clan's movements. The system issues a task. Secure the signing of a 10,000-year non-aggression treaty for Qingzhou by 5 or more superior Sea clan true immortals. The more signatories, the greater the rewards for the host. Beep, the system provides a task item, the Heavenly Oath paper. The host can extract it at any time. Heavenly Oath paper, crafted from the power of the Heavenly Tao. Should a signatory violate their oath, they shall face immediate annihilation of both body and spirit. As Zhen Yunzi's voice fades, the system chimes in. Crafted from the power of the Heavenly Tao. Li Zhoujun's eyes widen in astonishment. System, you wouldn't be borrowing the Heavenly Tao of the Tianyuan realm, would you? Beep, precisely. Borrowing a bit of Heavenly Tao power from the modest Tianyuan realm is hardly a misstep. It should feel honored. Li Zhoujun gasps in disbelief. Suddenly struck by a thought. Wait, system, as a tribulation transcending being, even if I possess a 50-50 chance, I can at most hold my own against a superior true immortal. Right? What if they all attack me at once? Wouldn't I be doomed? Beep, you're thinking too small. The myriad things of the world encompass all matters. While your 50-50 chance will activate in the face of great danger, you can also control it at will. As long as you activate this ability, even if a group surrounds you, you can still match them evenly. If a high-ranking true immortal is among them, you can directly engage them on equal footing, and your residual strength will be enough to vanquish the lower-ranked true immortals. Open your mind a bit, host. With a host like you, I truly feel embarrassed. Li Zhoujun remains silent. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai returns to the cave, proudly carrying a mountain chicken. Master, I just went out and caught a chicken, he exclaims excitedly. Boil some water and pluck the feathers, Li Zhoujun grins. All right, Jiang Xiaobai replies. After a while, 2 leaves are piled high with chicken bones. Master, how did I do? Jiang Xiaobai beams, seeking praise. Not bad. Much better than your senior sister's initial attempts. Li Zhoujun nods approvingly before standing up. Are you leaving, master? Jiang Xiaobai asks. A look of reluctance crossing his face. The Sea clan has been quite raucous lately. I plan to pay them a visit and bring some tranquility. Li Zhoujun replies with a smile. Really? Jiang Xiaobai's eyes widen, but he quickly remembers that his master is a powerful immortal lord. Even a small Sea clan would likely be unable to withstand a mere finger from him. Focus on your training. Strive to ascend to the immortal realm within 100 years, and do not bring shame upon your master. Li Zhoujun says with a beaming smile. Rest assured, master. Jiang Xiaobai replies resolutely. I await the day I can celebrate your joyous occasion. Li Zhoujun laughs heartily, but in the blink of an eye, Li Zhoujun vanishes from the cave. Master, I will not bring disgrace upon you. Jiang Xiaobai clenches his fists, filled with determination as he gazes at the empty cave. At the same time, Li Zhoujun stands in the void, looking down at the boundless ocean. The waves roar like a monstrous beast, ever ready to consume. The Sea clan. I have arrived. Li Zhoujun grins, plunging into the sea. As he dives beneath the surface, the water does not dampen his azure robe. Instead, it parts around him, allowing him to pass unscathed. System, Provide me with the coordinates of a superior true immortal, he requests with a smile. Beep. Travel 1,000 miles and turn right for another 3,000 miles to encounter a 7th grade C-clan true immortal. Without hesitation, Li Zhoujun follows the coordinates provided by the system, charging forward. The aquatic creatures he encounters are caught off guard, barely registering his presence before he disappears from their sight. I just felt something pass by, one of the lobster spirits mutters, bewildered. This lobster spirit, known as Old 3, is a confidant of the Tua Hai Yaozun. Having been corrupted by AOU. Beside him, a catfish spirit scoffs, Old 3, I warned you not to seek out those clam spirits so often. Now look. Your eyes are playing tricks on you. This is the territory of the Tua Hai Old Ancestor. Who would dare act recklessly here? They must be courting death. True enough. With the Old Ancestor present, no one dares to be arrogant, the lobster spirit agrees, but suddenly realizes, who the hell is playing tricks? You're the one who's blind. As Old 3 and the catfish converse, Li Zhoujun arrives at the entrance of a chasm. The abyss gapes before him, resembling the maw of a colossal beast, unfathomably deep. Li Zhoujun stands at the edge, feeling like a mere speck of dust. Who dares approach? An ancient voice booms from the depths, resonating like thunder and sending shivers down one's spine. Daotian sect, Li Zhoujun. Under the weight of the terrifying presence, Li Zhoujun stands tall, his azure robe billowing defiantly. Daotian sect, Li Zhoujun. The ancient voice is both astonished and enraged. In the next moment, the waters churn violently and the ground shakes. A massive turtle head emerges from the abyss, occupying a fifth of the entrance. The old turtle's eyes, like small mountains, reveal one great and blind, while the other glows with fierce vitality as it stares at Li Zhoujun, who appears as insignificant as an ant. Are you the one who forced the Tua Hai Yaozun to retreat in disarray? The old turtle inquires, its thunderous voice echoing through the chasm. Indeed. Li Zhoujun replies lightly, facing the titan with a smile. Do you know who I am? The old turtle's face twists into a sardonic grin. It never anticipated that this 5th grade true immortal, Li Zhoujun, would dare to present himself at its doorstep. I know well, if I am not mistaken. You are the Tua Hai Yaozun, and your eye was blinded by the 2nd-generation ancestor of my Daotian sect, Li Zhoujun states calmly. So, you are aware. The old turtle nods, but its expression grows increasingly ominous. The old ancestor has yet to seek vengeance upon your Daotian sect. Yet you dare to present yourself here to seek death? I did not come to seek death, Li Zhoujun smiles. I am here to bring peace between the sea clan and the human race. Bring peace? The old turtle scoffs, how naive. The enmity between the sea clan and the human race runs deep. Do you think mere words can extinguish the flames of war? This youth truly is a reckless fool. Suddenly, he let out a menacing laugh. You, a mere mid-level true immortal, dare to utter such brazen words? I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of the ancestors of the Daotian sect and avenge the grievance of my blinded eye. As his voice echoed, the Tua Hai demon sovereign ceased his idle chatter and opened his massive maw, unleashing a torrent of icy winds that engulfed the surroundings. Wherever the chilling gusts passed, the sea froze solid, and fish were rendered motionless, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The entire area transformed into a realm of ice and snow in that instant. Just as the icy winds were about to sweep over Li Zhoujun, he too sprang into action, forming intricate hand seals, causing a majestic manifestation of the law of heaven and earth to emerge behind him. 7th grade true immortal? The old turtle's eyes widened in disbelief as he sensed the aura radiating from Li Zhoujun. Simultaneously, under Li Zhoujun's command, the colossal hand of the law of heaven and earth pierced through the cold winds and struck towards the old turtle's head. Boom! As the giant palm descended, the old turtle's head swiftly retreated, and the palm landed on the ocean floor, stirring up clouds of dust and causing the very earth to tremble, plunging the underwater world into chaos and darkness. The actions of a 7th grade true immortal naturally alarmed the powerful beings of the sea tribe. Several figures appeared almost instantaneously above the scene. Li Zhoujun. AOU exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Li Zhoujun wielding the law of heaven and earth. This fellow has actually invaded the territory of the sea tribe. The Tua Hai demon sovereign glanced impassively at AOU. This AOU, who claimed not to have seen Li Zhoujun last time, now recognizes him at a glance. This fellow is indeed not to be underestimated. Arrogant, though a mid-level true immortal. To directly invade our sea tribe's domain is rather presumptuous, isn't it? The leader of the merfolk remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly. At that moment, as Li Zhoujun took action, the previously tranquil sea surface erupted into towering waves. The experts on the Azure continent were all astounded by this commotion. Within the Daotian sect, a fervor erupted. Who dares to act in the territory of the sea tribe? The sect leader, Mu Taiyu, said with a shocked expression. Even the Daotian sect was reluctant to engage in direct confrontation with the sea tribe. For it was the common folk of the Azure continent who would suffer the consequences, and the sea tribe's population far exceeded that of the human race. In the Supreme Hall, Zhen Yunzi's expression darkened. A mid-level true immortal has acted in the Azure Sea. Could it be that they have discovered Zhoujun? The Burning Mountain true monarch said gravely, I shall head to the borders of the Azure continent at once. You must swiftly inform the other 2 ninth-grade true immortals to break their seclusion. If the sea tribe dares to harm even a single hair on that boy, I shall ensure that the entire sea tribe pays the price with their lives. Zhen Yunzi declared, his face a mask of fury before vanishing from his spot. Beneath the Azure Sea, Li Zhoujun, witnessing his palm strike empty, sighed helplessly, You were so arrogant earlier, yet now you retreat in haste. Are you afraid of a mere human cultivator? Huh? Do you think I, the ancestor, would fear you? How absurd. Just look at your current predicament. You are already surrounded by several mid-level true immortals of my sea tribe. Even if you are a 7th-grade true immortal, you cannot escape. The Tu'a High Demon Sovereign snorted coldly. He then turned to the approaching AOU and the others, questioning, What are you waiting for? Are you merely going to watch? Upon hearing his words, AOU and the others remained unmoved, truly adopting a spectator's stance. Witnessing this, the Tu'a High Demon Sovereign felt a wave of despair. These individuals were likely waiting for him and Li Zhoujun to mutually exhaust themselves before stepping in to reap the benefits. They would even attempt to refine his shell into a defensive artifact. Such treachery among the sea tribe would inevitably lead to their downfall. The Tu'a High Demon Sovereign roared in anger. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun activated the law of heaven and earth, preparing to strike at the Tu'a High Demon Sovereign once more. The Tu'a High Demon Sovereign, fueled by rage, questioned why Li Zhoujun was fixated on him alone. Did he truly believe the ancestor to be so easily bullied? Chapter 141. Confrontation with the 5 Great Sea Tribe True Immortals. Furious, the Tu'a High Demon Sovereign withdrew his head into his shell, and like 4 colossal pillars, his 4 legs began to shift forward. With each step of his immense body, the entire ocean floor trembled. Li Zhoujun narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, a shadow as gigantic as Mount Tai surged forth from the depths, charging directly at Li Zhoujun's towering manifestation. This figure was no smaller than the law of heaven and earth behind Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun braced himself, raising the hands of his manifestation. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as the hands of the law of heaven and earth firmly resisted the Tu'a High Demon Sovereign's retracting shell. However, Li Zhoujun was forced back several steps, each stride spanning miles. The Tu'a High Demon Sovereign, with his head still withdrawn, revealed a smirk on his turtle face. He then opened his massive mouth, unleashing a radiant flying sword that shot forth like a shooting star, aimed directly at Li Zhoujun's corporeal form. What a cunning old turtle! Li Zhoujun mused, simultaneously raising his palms to emit a dazzling light. This fellow actually intends to catch my flying sword, a 7th-grade true immortal artifact, with his bare hands? The Tu'a High Demon Sovereign was filled with disbelief. After all, the flying sword was a 7th-grade true immortal artifact infused with his profound magical energy. Even amongst 7th-grade true immortals, one would typically evade such a threat if lacking defensive means. Yet this boy stood his ground, attempting to catch the blade barehanded. The Tu'a High Demon Sovereign's face twisted into a grimace of malice. Such arrogance warranted death. Above, the watching true immortals of the Sea Tribe were equally perplexed. Was this renowned Li Zhoujun truly so reckless as to attempt to catch a flying sword barehanded? Even they would seek to evade the Tu'a High Demon Sovereign's blade. Or was it that Li Zhoujun possessed extraordinary skills and courage? The next moment, their confusion dissipated as they witnessed Li Zhoujun's palms come together, firmly clamping down on the flying sword expelled by the Tu'a High Demon Sovereign, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. The sword's tip, radiating chill, was mere inches from his handsome face. Hiss! The watching true immortals revealed expressions of shock. He truly caught it. This young man undoubtedly possessed top-tier talent among 7th-grade true immortals. The Tu'a High Demon Sovereign, equally incredulous, bellowed, Are you all still planning to spectate? This boy is far too powerful. If you continue to watch, prepare to be defeated one by one. As the Tu'a High Demon Sovereign's words fell, the expressions of the observing Sea Tribe true immortals shifted unpredictably as they exchanged glances, ultimately reaching a consensus to act together and subdue Li Zhoujun. Die! AOU roared, stomping his foot in the water, sending ripples cascading outward as he surged toward Li Zhoujun, a dragon silhouette manifesting behind him, his entire form cloaked in white, jade-like dragon scales. In an instant, AOU appeared behind Li Zhoujun, raising a fist covered in dragon scales to strike at Li Zhoujun's back. The leader of the merfolk followed closely, brandishing a trident that gleamed with cold light, charging towards Li Zhoujun's left flank with unmatched ferocity. The Tu'a High Demon Sovereign, unwilling to be outdone, conjured a massive octopus behind him, his right hand transforming into two snake-like tentacles that lunged toward Li Zhoujun's right side. The Tuo High Demon Sovereign, seeing this, was relieved. With 5 7th-grade true immortals attacking simultaneously, even if Li Zhoujun was among the elite, he should have no chance of survival. Boy, prepare to die. The Tuo High Demon Sovereign sneered, unleashing a torrent of terrifying magical energy that enveloped the flying sword Li Zhoujun had clamped between his palms, causing its might to surge dramatically. Li Zhoujun, witnessing this, remained silent. With a deft flick of the hand gripping the flying sword of the Tuo Sea Demon Lord, he effortlessly redirected it to the side, causing the sword's tip to rotate and pierce directly into the two enormous tentacles of the covering Sea Demon Lord. "You fool!" roared the covering Sea Demon Lord, his face contorted with rage upon witnessing the turn of events. The Tuo Sea Demon Lord, equally astonished, realized he had exerted too much force on the sword, placing it perilously close to the tentacles, leaving no time for a change in direction. Whoosh! The flying sword sliced through the tentacles, severing them with a thunderous crash that echoed through the depths, their weight akin to mountains crashing down, shaking the seabed with tremors. "Ah!" The covering Sea Demon Lord let out a wretched cry and swiftly retreated from the battlefield. Though his complexion was pale, his tentacles began to visibly regrow with alarming speed, his dark gaze fixated on the Tuo Sea Demon Lord, who had revealed his true form. He could hardly suppress his suspicion that this old tortoise had done it on purpose. After successfully countering the assaults of 2 Sea Clan Demon Lords, Li Zhoujun remained undeterred. He raised his fist and struck backward, meeting the oncoming blow from Aou. The immense force transferred through his fist propelled Li Zhoujun backward with astonishing speed, retreating 1,000 miles in an instant, while simultaneously evading the encroaching seaweed of the rolling Sea Demon Lord that threatened to entwine his feet. The rolling Sea Demon Lord's lips twitched in response. The leader of the Sharkmen, armed with a trident, immediately pursued Li Zhoujun. This young man had faced 4 7th-tier true immortals in rapid succession. His magical energy was surely nearly depleted. Yet, disappointment awaited them. Li Zhoujun flashed a grin, his foot crashing down onto the seabed, causing the ground to fracture. He shot forth like a cannonball towards the Sharkman leader. Boom! Li Zhoujun's fist collided with the trident thrusting toward him. The leader of the Sharkmen, his face twisted in fury, thrust the trident forward with all his might, intending to pierce through Li Zhoujun's fist. However, Li Zhoujun's skin merely dimpled under the pressure of the trident's point. Simultaneously, he countered with equal strength, using his fist as a weapon to directly clash with the trident. The terrifying force exchanged between them gradually bent the trident, forged from 1,000-year-old black iron of the sea. As the Sharkman leader witnessed this, his expression shifted from rage to disbelief. This lad was nothing less than a human weapon. How could his physique be so formidable? His trident was also a 7th-tier, true immortal artifact. Finally, the trident reached its breaking point, yet its unparalleled resilience caused it to spring apart like a coil. Both Li Zhoujun and the Sharkman leader stumbled back several paces. "This lad has withstood our onslaught. He must be at his limit. Let us not hold back any longer. We shall divide his treasures," the rolling Sea Demon Lord remarked calmly to the other Sea Clan true immortals. Chapter 142. Seeking Peace in Chizhou for 10,000-years-old tortoise. "We shall settle the score for the severed arm after this battle." The covering Sea Demon Lord glared ominously at the Tuo Sea Demon Lord upon hearing the rolling Sea Demon Lord's words. The Tuo Sea Demon Lord retorted defiantly, "How can this sword be blamed on me? It was that Li Zhoujun's cunning maneuver. What could I have done? Must you two ancient ones squabble? Don't you understand the principle of taking advantage of a foe's misfortune?" Aou chided coldly. Both the covering Sea and Tuo Sea Demon Lords huffed in response, their gazes now fixed on Li Zhoujun. "Charge!" The rolling Sea Demon Lord bellowed, and the 5 Sea Clan true immortals surged toward Li Zhoujun once more. The battle was about to erupt anew. Yet, as the conflict deepened, the 5 superior true immortals of the Sea Clan were increasingly astonished. This youth's strength was astonishingly formidable. After enduring a round of engagement, he could still stand against 5 without yielding an inch. As the 6th 7th-tier true immortal level beings clashed, the sea had descended into chaos. A disaster for the marine creatures. Countless beings perished in the wake of their conflict, and countless hard reefs were leveled by the residual force of their battle. "We cannot continue fighting here. Although our Sea Clan numbers are vast, we cannot withstand such devastation." The leader of the Sharkmen transmitted to the other 4 true immortals. "I see you are merely afraid that the aftermath of the battle will affect your Sharkmen territory," Aou scoffed. Though he spoke thus, Aou, the covering Sea Demon Lord, the rolling Sea Demon Lord, and the Tuo Sea Demon Lord all understood that the Sharkman leader's words held some truth. Should countless marine beings fall uselessly in this battle, the awakening of the Black Dragon would surely spell their doom. With this in mind, The 5 superior true immortals exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing to shift the battlefield upward. Li Zhoujun, fully aware of the Sea Clan's intentions, engaged the Rolling Sea Demon Lord and his companions in battle for several more exchanges at the seabed, ensuring that no living creature remained within several thousand miles. Only then did Li Zhoujun ascend to the surface, satisfied, for he could not allow even one to escape the battlefield. It had required considerable effort to keep them engaged below, in the sky above the sea. The 5 superior true immortals of the Sea Clan surrounded Li Zhoujun from all directions. Behind him loomed a vast celestial manifestation, spanning the heavens and adorned with the sun, moon, and stars. The previous battle in the sea had drawn the attention of countless onlookers. Now, with the battlefield shifted to the sky, the myriad beings of Qishou gasped in awe at the unfolding scene. Isn't that Li Taishang of the Daotian sect? He single-handedly contends against several superior Sea Clan true immortals, and he does not appear to be at a disadvantage. How terrifying. They had initially thought he could only match the Bone Demon Lord of the 6th tier, but it seemed they had underestimated the youngest Taishang elder of the Daotian sect. The cultivators of Qingzhou, gazing at the figure in the azure robe, could not help but express their admiration. Fortunately, Li Taishang is magnanimous and has not sought retribution against my Pan family, or we would be doomed. The patriarch of the Pan family looked skyward at the imposing figure, feeling immensely grateful. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai watched his master single-handedly engage the 5 superior Sea Clan true immortals. Filled with doubt, is master merely toying with these Sea Clan true immortals? Otherwise, they would have perished long ago. At the Haohuang mountain, Haohuang gazed at the sky above Qishou, chuckling as he shook his head. This Mr. Li is always full of surprises. Having already arrived in the sea region, Jin Yunzi now floated in the void, observing Li Zhoujun's unyielding stance against the 5 7th-tier true immortals, then sighed in relief and chided. This lad's true cultivation level has even eluded me. The mountain lords of the Daotian sect, who had been in seclusion, also emerged one after another. This Li mountain lord truly is either silent or astonishingly remarkable. Indeed, I feel ashamed to share the title of mountain lord with him. Quite so. We have lowered the overall strength of the mountain lord rank. What a disgrace. Upon emerging from their seclusion, the mountain lords were unaware that Li Zhoujun had already become the Taishang elder, and they all wore bitter smiles. Cough, cough. Now Li Taishang is not the Yunju mountain lord, but the Taishang elder, one elder, engrossed in the affairs of the Daotian sect, explained. What? Li mountain lord is now the Taishang elder? Well, that settles it. I am no longer embarrassed. It is only natural for the mountain lord's cultivation to be lower than that of the Taishang elder. Finally, the faces of the Daotian sect's mountain lords broke into expressions of relief, no longer fearing that their ancestors would use the Yunju mountain lord to spur them into action. Had I emerged from seclusion earlier, those Sea Clan true immortals would have been insignificant. At this moment, the recently emerged Lu Yin looked disdainfully at the 5 superior Sea Clan true immortals in the sky. The gazes of all the mountain lords suddenly fell upon him. Lu Yin merely cast a casual glance at the assembly before continuing. Had I emerged sooner, I would have stood by and cheered for Li Taishang, showcasing the grandeur of our Daotian sect. Amidst the mountains, on Lingshua Mountain, Morong Shui gazed anxiously at the remarkable figure clad in azure, lamenting her own insufficient strength that left her powerless to assist. On Yunju Mountain, Lu Jining and Su Nin looked on in astonishment at their revered master, their hearts swelling with fervor. Above the ocean, Aou smiled at Li Zhoujun, inquiring, how does it feel to be the center of attention among the beings of Qingzhou? It must be quite exhilarating, yet should you perish before their eyes, I believe it would be even more entertaining. Perhaps, Li Zhoujun nodded in agreement, though he inwardly wished for the others to engage him in conversation a while longer. For he was on the verge of quietly setting up the locking immortal great array. If the 5 superior true immortals were to sense something amiss and flee, how could he complete his task? Hey, kid, are you regretting it? With your talent, had you diligently cultivated in Daotian's sect, we would undoubtedly be no match for you in the future. Alas, your arrogance is your downfall, the Tuahai Yao Zun, now transformed into a one-eyed old man with a turtle shell on his back, inquired with a smile. Regret? Li Zhoujun shook his head, replying with a light laugh. In azure garments, I plunge into the abyss, seeking only a millennium of peace for Qingzhou. His words were merely to buy time. Yet they stirred the hearts of the people of Qingzhou. Woe is me, I will not marry anyone but Li Taishang in this lifetime. Many female cultivators on Qingzhou wept at the sight of the extraordinary figure, willing to face death for the sake of eternal tranquility. I am no match for Li Taishang. Countless powerful beings gazed at the azure-clad figure, their hearts swelling with admiration. Be it talent, cultivation, or conviction, none could compare to this youngest elder of the Daotian sect. What a noble desire for peace in Qingzhou, too bad you shall not witness it. The Wan Hai Yao Zun scoffed before turning to the several superior true immortals of the Sea Tribe, commanding, "What are you hesitating for? Quickly subdue this brat, or we shall perish when the ninth grade true immortal arrives." As the words of the Wan Hai Yao Zun fell, the other Sea Tribe superior true immortals understood the gravity of the situation and ceased to hold back, unleashing their most formidable techniques. A silver spear materialized in Aou's hands, with myriad spiritual energies converging at its tip, which he hurled forward. The spear transformed into a phantom of a true dragon, roaring forth relentlessly. The Fu Hai Yao Zun formed seals with both hands, a colossal character Fu materializing before him, and with a powerful thrust, sent it hurtling toward Li Zhoujun, imbued with the might to overturn the heavens and seas. Following suit, the Wan Hai Yao Zun, Tua Hai Yao Zun, and the leader of the Jiaoran tribe unleashed their terrifying powers. The combined might of 5 7th-grade true immortals transformed the heavens and earth. The unleashed force capable of annihilation. Observing this astounding battle, countless beings of Qiongzhou felt their hearts leap into their throats. Jin Yunzi, witnessing the unfolding scene, wore a solemn expression but refrained from intervening hastily. After all, Li Zhoujun appeared utterly unfazed, and Jin Yunzi was certain he was not the reckless type. His audacity to single-handedly venture into the ocean must stem from his own confidence. Nevertheless, Jin Yunzi prepared to act should the situation turn dire. Meanwhile, facing the 5 superior true immortals and their onslaught of techniques, Li Zhoujun's 3,000 inky locks billowed wildly, his azure robe billowed, and his starry eyes glimmered with disdain. Boom. At last, Li Zhoujun made his move. Behind him, the grand manifestation of the law of heaven and earth erupted like a blazing sun, radiating countless divine lights, its terrifying might stirring the ocean beneath into towering waves. Boom. When the techniques of the 5 Sea Tribe true immortals met the manifestation of Li Zhoujun's law, divine light surged skyward, exuding an aura reminiscent of world annihilation, spreading across a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, threatening to engulf Qiongzhou. Just as Jin Yunzi prepared to wave his sleeve to mitigate the residual force, he was astonished to discover golden chains of runes materializing in the void, directly binding the residual force that threatened Qiongzhou. Jin Yunzi, maintaining his composure, patted his raised sleeve, realizing, this lad can even invoke the locking immortal great array? Finally, as the divine light dissipated, Li Zhoujun, clad in azure, stood resolutely like a proud pine against the backdrop of the void, though the grand manifestation behind him flickered ominously. This was due to the diminishing presence of the 5 Sea Tribe's 7th-grade true immortals, for had they retained their full strength, Li Zhoujun would have continued to rise in might. The overwhelming final techniques of the 5 7th-grade Sea Tribe true immortals had been completely thwarted by Li Taishang. What, then, is the true extent of Li Taishang's power? No one knew, yet it was clear that since Li Taishang first made his move, he had never tasted defeat. The people of Qiongzhou, gazing upon the azure figure standing proudly in the void, wore expressions of reverence. This is the Taishang of our Daodian sect. Within the Daodian sect, from the highest-ranking sect master to the elders and disciples, all displayed pride. Meanwhile, Jin Yunzi observed the scene, a smile spreading across his face. This lad continues to surprise me. Just then, an elderly woman with graying hair silently appeared beside Jin Yunzi. She was none other than Shui Lao, one of the 3 9th-grade true immortals of the Daodian sect, the old master of Lingxua Mountain. How fares my junior from Yunju Mountain? Jin Yunzi asked, beaming with pride. Not bad, Shui Lao nodded appreciatively, observing the awe-inspiring figure of Li Zhoujun. What of old Shin? Jin Yunzi inquired upon noticing only Shui Lao's presence. That old man is on the brink of breaking through to celestial immortality. He is currently suppressing his realm. However, even if he manages to hold back for now, he can only do so for a decade at most. Should he attempt to suppress his realm further, he will likely encounter problems, and the heavenly laws of this realm will expel him to the celestial realm. Unless he can obtain a divine mandate within 10 years and cultivate to half-step celestial immortality in the Tianyuan realm to remain here. Shui Lao explained with a hint of resignation. To ascend from true immortal to celestial immortal, one must grasp a thread of heavenly power. It can be understood that the Tianyuan realm cannot permit many to become celestial immortals. Therefore, only by gaining the Tianyuan realm's recognition and receiving a divine mandate can one access the heavenly laws of the Tianyuan realm, comprehend them, and attain half-step celestial immortality, or even full celestial immortality. A half-step celestial immortal can vaguely sense a thread of heavenly power, yet cannot fully grasp it, hence remaining within the bounds of true immortality. Even so, those who can vaguely touch heavenly power are significantly stronger than ordinary 9th-grade true immortals. The heavenly laws in the celestial realm, however, are far more potent than those in the Tianyuan realm, allowing for the existence of more celestial immortals without the need for a divine mandate. Yet, to this day, no true celestial immortal has arisen from the Tianyuan realm, Even the one who founded Daotian's sect likely ascended to the celestial realm at the first-grade true immortal level, having no desire to waste time in the lower realm. That old Jin Yunzi sighed, shaking his head, as his gaze returned to Li Zhoujun. A smile broke across his face. Meanwhile, the 5C tribe true immortals surrounding Li Zhoujun wore expressions of profound discomfort. This kid is far more formidable than we anticipated. Is he truly a 7th-grade true immortal? Aou mused, though the aura emanating from Li Zhoujun undoubtedly confirmed his 7th-grade status. Could it be that he was merely pretending to be weak? Yet, if he were an 8th-grade true immortal, there would be no need for him to engage in such a fierce battle with them. He could easily dispatch them one by one with a single blow. Could he not? In a moment of uncertainty, the C tribe's 7th-grade true immortals found themselves at a loss regarding Li Zhoujun's true cultivation level. At this moment, Li Zhoujun chuckled softly, addressing the C tribe true immortals. I seek nothing more than for you to sign an agreement, pledging not to infringe upon Qiangzhou for a millennium. Kid, are you dreaming? The Lord of the Camel Sea Demon let out a cold snort, asserting, what gives you the right to demand we sign this treaty when you cannot even defeat us? Indeed, what gives you that right? Aou nodded in agreement, stating, at worst, we can simply turn around and return to the ocean. The vastness of the sea makes it difficult for even celestial beings to find us. Li Zhoujun grinned. Then why not give it a try? Do you think you can escape? Just as Li Zhoujun's words fell, a thunderous roar echoed through the void, revealing a spherical prison formed by golden runic chains. The space where they stood had already been ensnared by the slowly rotating chains. Is this the locking immortal grand formation? The faces of the few true immortals from the Sea tribe displayed a flicker of fear. They were not afraid of the formation itself, but of the impending arrival of the 9th-rank true immortal from the Daotian sect, which would spell their doom. Chapter 144. The Supreme of the Sea tribe, the Black Dragon. How could this be? When did you set up this locking immortal grand formation? Aou's face turned pale with terror. The expressions of the other 4 Sea tribe true immortals were equally grim. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The previously tumultuous sea, still recovering from battle, surged violently once more. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, as if a powerful entity were about to emerge. This aura is. Shui Lao's expression gradually grew solemn. Yes, it must be that Supreme of the Sea tribe awakening. It seems he has indeed reached the threshold of a half-step celestial. Jin Yunzi also spoke gravely. Meanwhile, the several true immortals of the Sea tribe, upon sensing this overwhelming aura, shifted from fear to joy. Kid, our esteemed master of the Sea tribe has awakened. You are finished. A sinister smile crept across Aou's face, while the other 4 true immortals wore expressions of relief. The Lord of the Rolling Sea remarked, it appears the battle between the Sea tribe and Qiangzhou may be advanced by several decades. Just as he spoke, the terrifying sea roiled more violently, resembling an enraged ancient beast. Subsequently, the waters parted like a knife, revealing the unfathomable depths below. Li Zhoujun observed this scene with little change in his expression. In the next moment, he saw a striking young man in a black robe with flowing white hair, stepping forth leisurely from the land revealed by the parted sea. The black-robed youth moved with ease, yet each step felt as if the heavens were collapsing. Who is this person? Such a terrifying aura. Merely gazing at him causes my heart to seize. It must be the deity of the Sea tribe, the Black Dragon. The beings of Qiangzhou gazed at the black-robed youth with expressions of horror, casting worried glances at the figure in green robes. The Black Dragon has awakened. The 2 second-generation ancestors were unable to contend with him. Can Li Taishang possibly be his match? At this moment, the Daotian sect, which had just felt pride in Li Zhoujun, shifted to concern. I have slept for 10 millennia, and upon awakening, I find intruders daring to bully my Sea tribe. The black-robed youth looked at Li Zhoujun, his expression one of amusement, as if engaged in light-hearted banter. Your Excellency, Aou and the other true immortals of the Sea tribe bowed respectfully to the black-robed youth. He was indeed the deity of the sea, the Black Dragon. Simultaneously, the Black Dragon's gaze fell upon Aou, nodding in approval. A fish cultivates into a dragon, not too shabby. My Sea tribe shows some promise. Your Excellency flatters me. Aou could hardly conceal his excitement. Now, alongside the Black Dragon, he was part of the dragon lineage. In the future, who would dare disrespect him in the ocean? However, at this moment, Li Zhoujun revealed a contented smile. Bullying the Sea tribe is unnecessary. At most, it's merely coercion. By the way, you're the esteemed one. The supreme of the entire Sea tribe, correct? Perfect timing. We shall sign the Treaty of Non-Aggression towards Qiangzhou for 10,000 years. Upon hearing Li Zhoujun's words, Jin Yunzi was taken aback. Shui Lao's mouth twitched. Are all the young ones of the Yunju mountain lineage so audacious? I recall when you first became a true immortal, you sought out a 3rd-rank true immortal to duel. Had it not been for the intervention of the 2nd-generation ancestors, you would not be standing here now. Now, Li Taishang, a 7th-rank true immortal, challenges the half-step celestial black dragon without a hint of hesitation. Truly, you exceed in folly and lack of caution. Zhen Yunzi, why does it seem that Li Taishang does not regard the black dragon with any seriousness? The beings of Qingzhou were now utterly flabbergasted. Even the black dragon himself was momentarily taken aback by Li Zhoujun's words. Presumptuous. How dare a seventh-rank true immortal speak so brazenly to a deity? Aoyu shouted furiously. The black dragon narrowed his eyes, a chilling light emanating from them, pressing down on Li Zhoujun. How dare this brat? Can he not sense the aura of a half-step celestial emanating from me? Contemplating this, the black dragon raised a hand and clenched it forcefully. Boom. The air erupted with a deafening sound as the locking immortal grand formation, which had ensnared Aoyu and the others, shattered into countless golden fragments, scattering through the void. So powerful. The beings of Qingzhou turned pale at the sight. The locking immortal grand formation that could confine 5 true immortals of the sea tribe was obliterated with a mere gesture from the black dragon. His strength was truly terrifying. Li Zhoujun, however, was not particularly surprised. After all, this formation was established with a balanced strength between himself and these 7th-rank true immortals. Being destroyed by a half-step celestial like the black dragon was only to be expected. Black dragon, the descendants of Dao Tian's sect, are not to be bullied by you. At that moment, an elderly voice rang out like thunder, followed by 2 figures appearing on either side of Li Zhoujun. Hiss. The foundation of the Dao Tian sect is indeed profound, having 2 9th-rank true immortals guarding it. No wonder the Dao Tian sect has remained aloof and dominated Qingzhou for countless years. Their foundation is truly formidable. These 2 were the old mountain masters of Yunju Mountain, Zhen Yunzi, and the old mountain master of Lingxua Mountain, Shuelao. Zhen Yunzi had already intervened when the Bone Demon Lord emerged. I thought the Dao Tian sect had only 1 9th-rank true immortal to oversee matters. But I did not expect there to be another, Shuelao. I have underestimated the situation. But can 2 9th-rank true immortals truly contend with a half-step celestial? The cultivators of Qingzhou began to murmur among themselves. Aoyu, 1 Hai, Fu Hai, 2 Hai, and the 5 7th-rank true immortals felt a twinge of fear within. Thank goodness we did not come ashore prematurely. The Dao Tian sect has not just 1 but 2 9th-rank true immortals. Had the black dragon not appeared today, they would have perished. 2 masters, 1 Li Zhoujun is sufficient. Li Zhoujun remarked as he observed Zhen Yunzi and Shuelao's arrival. Although he had never met Shuelao, he could deduce from her attire and aura that she was likely the old master of Lingxua Mountain. Are you sure? Zhen Yunzi asked, bewildered. Shuelao's expression twitched as she mused. Are all the young people of the Yunju Mountain lineage so arrogant? The Dao Tian sect truly lived up to its reputation. Who would have thought that beyond the 2 second-generation elders, 2 9th-rank true immortals would also emerge? At this moment, the black dragon glanced at the newly arrived Zhen Yunzi and Shuelao, chuckling lightly. However, his expression turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Li Zhoujun. But how does the Dao Tian sect raise such a young and reckless youth amidst the abundance of 9th-rank true immortals? Chapter 145. Half-step celestial to be young and unrestrained is the essence of youth, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Although he was now 46, compared to the countless millennia of other cultivators, he was undoubtedly still a youth. Hiss, listening to the tone of Li Taishang. He seemingly does not regard the black dragon with any seriousness. Could it be that Li Taishang's strength has also reached the threshold of a semi-immortal? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How old is Li Taishang now? Having barely surpassed a century, he has already attained the rank of a 7th-grade true immortal, which is nothing short of miraculous. By your reasoning, is it not foolish to assume that a young Li Taishang, who achieved such a feat before turning 100, would be so audacious without any confidence? As Li Zhoujun's words echoed, the people of Qizhou began to murmur amongst themselves, rife with various speculations. Little rascal, are you certain of your assurance? At this moment, Zhen Yunzi furrowed his brow and cast a serious glance at Li Zhoujun, stating, in the presence of a semi-immortal, a moment's carelessness could lead to death. Rest assured, the Lord of the Mountains has his own measures, Li Zhoujun replied with a nod and a smile. Very well, I trust you, Zhen Yunzi conceded. Observing that Li Zhoujun was not jesting. Zhen Yunzi, are you truly allowing this young man to face the black dragon alone? Even if the 2 of us joined forces, we may not stand a chance against it. Shuelao transmitted with concern to Zhen Yunzi. I have faith in my junior from Yunju Mountain, Zhen Yunzi replied earnestly. Seeing Zhen Yunzi's conviction, Shuelao felt constrained to voice further objections. However, recognizing Li Zhoujun's extraordinary talent, she resolved to protect him at all costs should any unforeseen circumstances arise. That Li Zhoujun. On Lingxua Mountain, Morong Shui was overwhelmed with anxiety upon witnessing Li Zhoujun's intent to confront the black dragon alone. And Zhen Yunzi's agreement only heightened her distress to the point of tears. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai, at this moment, harbored unwavering faith in Li Zhoujun. Having witnessed firsthand the prowess of his Master-S avatar, which could contend evenly with the avatars of celestial lords, a mere semi-immortal would likely just be playfully engaged by his master. Very well, let me witness what this arrogant young man is truly capable of, the Black Dragon seethed. Having trained for millennia, vanquishing countless predecessors and contemporaries alike to attain the divine status of a sea deity and dominate the oceans. Little did he expect that after slumbering for millennia and breaking through to semi-mortal status, he would be belittled by a lad not yet a century old, who would not be incensed. With a cold huff, the Black Dragon summoned the raging seas in response, and in an instant, dozens of towering water columns surged skyward, targeting Li Zhoujun's immense form. Gasp! The people of Qingzhou watched in despair as the water columns ascended, recognizing that a mere thought from a semi-immortal could unleash catastrophic disasters. The sheer might of a semi-immortal was truly terrifying. Hao Huang, observing the scene, felt a profound shock. Were he to face those water columns, his true form would likely be perforated with numerous holes within moments. The onlooking populace of Qingzhou felt their hearts leap into their throats, while several true immortals of the sea were equally astonished. Though they had witnessed the Black Dragon's attacks on few occasions, each strike possessed the power to obliterate worlds. This young man may not even withstand a fraction of this assault, Aou chuckled darkly. Indeed, the superior true immortals of the sea, such as Wan Hai and Fu Hai, nodded in rare agreement. Before the overwhelming force of the water columns, a 7th-grade true immortal appeared as fragile as a mayfly. No matter how strong Li Zhoujun was, could he possibly endure such an attack? After all, he had yet to engage in combat with them, and the manifestations of his power were flickering uncertainly, suggesting they might soon falter. Can this boy truly manage? Shuelao pondered, furrowing her brow. Is he merely putting on a show? From my understanding of this young man, he is not one to act recklessly. He possesses a maturity far beyond his years, Zhenyunzi remarked. In his youth, he had been exceedingly brash, but with age, he had gradually tempered his brilliance to become a competent leader. Yet, Li Zhoujun was different. He had learned to restrain his radiance from a young age. Just when others believed him to be a 5th-grade true immortal, he had matched the 6th-grade bone demon in prowess. When they assumed he had reached the 6th grade, he had turned and engaged fiercely with 5 7th-grade true immortals of the sea. Zhenyunzi found it hard not to suspect that Li Zhoujun could similarly match the Black Dragon. A semi-immortal, after all, at his age, contending with both the bone demon and the 5C true immortals had seemed impossible, yet he had achieved it. Perhaps this time, he could once more defy expectations. Now, at that moment, as Zhenyunzi contemplated, Li Zhoujun bellowed mightily, and the once flickering manifestations of his power erupted into a million dazzling lights, his aura rising as though an ancient emperor had awakened, gradually overwhelming the heavens. Boom! With a thunderous stomp, Li Zhoujun's power shook the cosmos, causing the stars to tremble. To the people of Qingzhou and the Sea Immortals, the once catastrophic water columns were now firmly underfoot, unable to advance an inch. A semi-immortal, Li Taishang is a semi-immortal. As the aura radiating from Li Zhoujun became apparent, the people of Qingzhou erupted in fervent excitement. This boy, Shuelao's expression turned to one of astonishment, realizing her earlier fears had been unfounded. Zhenyunzi, now smiling in relief, cursed under his breath, "This rascal! Just wait until I return. I shall give him a thorough scolding. He has concealed his true prowess from even me." The elder of Yunju Mountain. Keep pretending, Shuelao shot Zhenyunzi a glance, bemused by his newfound pride. But truth be told, if a prodigy like Li Zhoujun emerged from her lineage, she would summon all the elders in seclusion for a grand banquet lasting 3 years. This fellow is indeed a semi-immortal. Aou, Wan Hai, and the other sea true immortals who had previously battled Li Zhoujun were now left speechless, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Especially the Tua High Demon Lord, whose shell was already glistening with droplets of perspiration. In the Qizhou Sea, 2 semi-immortals clashed. Within the Daotian sect, elders of the highest caliber, possessing strength above the 7th grade yet below the 9th, emerged from their seclusion. Upon learning from the words of the Burning Mountain True Monarch that the young man confronting the Black Dragon was the youngest elder of the Daotian sect, they were filled with awe. How could our Daotian sect produce such a phenomenal talent? No wonder we dominate Qizhou. Zhenyunzi had indeed found a promising disciple, and he wondered about the current state of his Mountain-S leader. Logically, they should be even older than this Li Taishang. Even if they were inferior, it couldn't be by much. Indeed, we must go and see. The newly emerged superior true immortals of the Daotian sect nodded in agreement. At that moment, the mountain lords of the Daotian sect, who were collectively astonished by Li Zhoujun's prowess, felt a shiver run through them. Lu Yin cast a glance at the mountain lords, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Having already faced a reprimand from his own mountain leader, the burning mountain true monarch, he found amusement in the thought that now, with Li Taishang's formidable strength, they would undoubtedly receive their own share of scolding. Chapter 146, Truly a Worthy Master, How is this possible? The black dragon stared incredulously at Li Zhoujun's foot, which firmly pressed down upon his divine might. His once defiant eyes now filled with shock. The sea deity, the supreme of the sea, a semi-immortal, reduced to this? Li Zhoujun, smiling brightly, looked at the black dragon and proposed, why not sign a contract? It benefits you, it benefits me, it benefits us all. What do you say? Do you truly believe that by merely withstanding one of my casual strikes, you can hold yourself above me? The black dragon scoffed, unable to fathom that a mere youth, not yet a century old, could suppress him, a creature steeped in countless years of experience. Though the black dragon was reluctant to admit it, the aura emanating from Li Zhoujun was indeed not inferior to his own. Thus, the black dragon dared not let his guard down. Suddenly, he unleashed his full power, and a column of black spiritual energy shot into the heavens, its immense force causing the very fabric of the world to tremble. Roar! As the ethereal light dissipated, a colossal black dragon loomed before the crowd, its form resembling a mountain. At this moment, the black dragon revealed its true essence, raising its head to unleash a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the world. In an instant, an unfathomable surge of spiritual energy erupted, sweeping forth like a tempest. Ao Yu and several other Sea Clan true immortals displayed expressions of sheer astonishment, swiftly retreating thousands of miles away. Despite their status as 7th grade true immortals, proximity to that storm of spiritual energy would still spell their doom. The mere aura emanating from a half-step celestial being was enough to send these 7th grade Sea Clan true immortals fleeing in panic. How terrifying. The entire populace of Qizhou, without exception, was awestruck by the might of the Black Dragon. Even Jin Yunzi, Shui Lao, and the elite true immortals of Daodian's sect, who had just emerged from seclusion, were visibly shaken. The power of the Black Dragon far exceeded their wildest imaginations. The Black Dragon's immense eyes, akin to the sun and moon, fixated on Li Zhoujun, its voice imbued with immeasurable power, rippling through the heavens and earth. In the next moment, the Black Dragon soared into the sky, extending its boundless form as it charged directly towards Li Zhoujun's heavenly manifestation. Why cling to ignorance? Li Zhoujun sighed, as the heavenly manifestation behind him erupted in a dazzling radiance, resembling an ancient deity standing tall against the heavens. With a thunderous boom, the heavenly manifestation raised a fist as massive as a mountain and struck towards the Black Dragon's head. The ferocious spiritual energy ravaged the surroundings, producing a sound akin to the collapse of heaven and earth, its momentum undiminished against the true form of the Black Dragon. When Li Zhoujun's fist collided with the Black Dragon's head, the world trembled, the cosmos turned upside down, and a tempest ensued. In this clash, neither side emerged as the victor. A fierce glint flashed in the Black Dragon's eyes, and after a roar, it turned its enormous maw toward Li Zhoujun, attempting to bite down on the shoulder of his heavenly manifestation. However, in the next moment, shock registered in the dragon's colossal pupils. It could not penetrate the heavenly manifestation. How could this be? Li Zhoujun chuckled. At this moment, their strengths were evenly matched. How could the Black Dragon possibly inflict harm upon him? Unless the dragon were to resort to a desperate measure, exerting enough force to shatter its own teeth in a trade of injuries, it would remain unharmed. Yet, the Black Dragon was evidently unaware of Li Zhoujun's capabilities, mistakenly believing the heavenly manifestation to be solidified beyond measure. But the Black Dragon was indeed a formidable opponent. It could not fathom how its mountain-like jaws could not overpower Li Zhoujun's manifestation. Thus, it exerted its might, and with a resounding crack, it bit down. By the heavens! How ruthless! Feeling the shoulder of the heavenly manifestation shatter beneath the dragon's teeth, Li Zhoujun could not help but utter an expletive. The heavenly manifestation retaliated, releasing a blinding light aimed straight at the dragon's fearsome visage. With a deafening crash, the Black Dragon's countenance absorbed the full force of the punch, causing it to stagger. Yet it simultaneously tore through the spiritual energy on Li Zhoujun's shoulder, retreating from the impact. The heavenly manifestation had indeed sustained a wound. It was evident that Li Zhoujun had fallen short due to his youth. However, even in defeat, this battle showcased his immense strength. After all, who else could contend with a half-step celestial being at such a young age? The populace of Qizhou, witnessing this, expressed their astonishment. Wait, look at the Black Dragon's mouth. Suddenly, someone shouted. It was then they saw droplets of true dragon blood trickling from the corners of the dragon's fierce maw, each drop radiating a terrifying aura. Heavy as Mount Tai. So, was this truly a mutually assured destruction? Had Li Zhoujun not lost after all? The people of Qizhou collectively gasped. On Lingshiwen Mountain, Morong Shui gazed at Li Zhoujun, whose face had paled slightly, and felt a pang of heartache. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai from the border of Qingzhou looked at Li Zhoujun with admiration, exclaiming, "What a master! Even his performance is so convincing. You young fool, I will end your life." At that moment, the disoriented black dragon regained its composure and roared, charging towards Li Zhoujun once more. Undaunted, Li Zhoujun stomped his foot, causing the heavens to tremble as he surged towards the dragon. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, the terrifying spiritual energy surging outward in all directions. At this moment, fully immersed in battle, Li Zhoujun no longer cared about the aftermath that might devastate Qizhou, for he knew Jin Yunzi and Shui Lao would intervene. The two, witnessing the unfolding chaos, did indeed take action, shielding Qingzhou from the residual forces of the battle between the two half-step celestial beings. Who would have thought the strength of a half-step celestial being could be so formidable? If we were to join the fray, it would have little effect. Jin Yunzi remarked with a rueful smile. Indeed, Shui Lao concurred, nodding. Unless Elder Chen arrives, the three of us, plus Li Zhoujun, who can match the black dragon blow for blow, might stand a chance at victory. Thankfully, Zhoujun has stepped up. Otherwise, even if Elder Chen emerged from seclusion, we would struggle to withstand the dragon for long. Jin Yunzi felt grateful. Shui Lao. She recognized that Jin Yunzi was subtly boasting about the prowess of his disciple, Li Zhoujun. As the two ninth-grade true immortals conversed, the black dragon-esque form was being battered by Li Zhoujun's heavenly manifestation, with flesh and scales flying in all directions, while Li Zhoujun's manifestation was also riddled with wounds. Its spiritual energy dissipating. Was this the true power of a half-step celestial being? It was utterly terrifying. Had it not been for the presence of two esteemed figures from Daodian's sect, Qizhou might have already succumbed to the residual forces of this clash between half-step celestial beings. The people of Qizhou were astonished. As Li Zhoujun and the black dragon engaged in a fierce battle, the dragon's heart wavered. If this continued, how long would it take to determine a victor? Perhaps it would be wise to accept the contract spoken of by this youth? Though he did not understand how this youth, devoid of divine status, could reach half-step celestial being status. He was certain that this young man could not remain in the Tianyuan realm for long, as the laws of that realm held considerable celestial authority. Therefore, as long as this youth did not attain divine status, he would inevitably be expelled by the heavenly will of the Tianyuan realm. At that point, he could simply retract his acceptance of the contract. Chapter 147. I endure with this thought. The black dragon distanced itself, emanating a formidable aura and opening its massive jaws to speak. Boy, where is that contract? Show it to me. Is the black dragon conceding? The populace of Qingzhou gasped in astonishment. Is a mere contract truly binding? If Li Zhoujun ascends to the celestial realm, would the black dragon not renege? Doubts began to circulate. The five great Sea Clan true immortals exchanged glances, unsure if Li Zhoujun could indeed secure a truce that would prevent the Sea Clans from infringing upon Qizhou for the next millennium. Seeing the black dragon's submissive demeanor, Li Zhoujun smiled and replied, "Wouldn't it have been better to do this from the start? Such bloodshed only breeds resentment. One moment, please." As he spoke, Li Zhoujun raised his right hand, and in the next moment, an aura of terrifying heavenly might coalesced within his palm. It was the power of the heavenly way. The black dragon's pupils constricted. The five Sea Clan true immortals stood in shock, their minds blank. Jin Yunzi and Shui Lao exchanged glances, both detecting a hint of bewilderment in each other's eyes. Li Zhoujun could siphon the power of the heavenly way from the Tianyuan realm for his own use. This was a feat only top-tier celestial beings could accomplish. Yet this youth was merely in his 40s. How could this be? Could he be a reincarnated celestial emperor? Even if he were a reincarnated celestial emperor, he could not be this extraordinary. Furthermore, how had he cultivated the celestial being status in the mortal realm? All of this shattered their understanding. You possess the cultivation of a celestial being? The black dragon's expression twitched. At this moment, he felt even more bewildered than Jin Yunzi and Shui Lao. He had just battled a celestial being on equal footing? Unbelievable. It was clear that he had treated this encounter as a life-and-death struggle, while the youth appeared to be playing with him. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai's face revealed a comforting smile. His master had finally stopped pretending and laid all cards on the table. The Sea Clan must be trembling in fear now, right? What? Did I hear that correctly? The Black Dragon claimed that Li Taishang possesses the cultivation of an immortal sovereign. The inhabitants of Qingzhou were left utterly dumbfounded. They had anticipated witnessing a battle between true immortals or a half-step celestial being, an event they would cherish for a lifetime. Little did they know that Li Taishang was the legendary immortal sovereign. With a mere thought, an immortal sovereign could obliterate the entirety of Qizhou. The members of Daodian's sect, after a brief moment of shock, erupted like pebbles cast into water. This Li Taishang was nothing short of a prodigy, a freak. One of the sect's mountain lords could not help but exclaim with expletives. Not merely a prodigy or a freak, but a freak of prodigies. Another mountain lord echoed in agreement. Murong Shui gazed at Li Zhoujun, who raised his arm, gathering the power of the Tao like a deity, her face adorned with surprise. Quickly replaced by a bitter smile. How could such a powerful Li Zhoujun ever be matched by her? She felt fortunate not to have been with him. Otherwise, she would have merely been a stumbling block. Murong Shui thought to herself, yet she remained undeterred, believing that one day she would stand beside Li Zhoujun to share his burdens. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun did not respond to the Black Dragon's confusion, for the power of Tao in his hands had coalesced into a blank sheet of paper. In a fleeting moment, golden characters flashed across the paper, only to revert back to its blank state. These golden words represented the unassailable treaty of Qingzhou against the Sea Clan. Above the realm where mortals could not tread, an elder looked down at the power of Tao gathering in Li Zhoujun's hands, wiping away tears from his eyes. It turned out that he had seized my power of Tao. The elder was the embodiment of the Tao from the Tianyuan realm. In truth, the Tao had already taken notice of the two when Li Zhoujun engaged in combat with the 7th-rank immortal sovereign, Yao Xianjun. However, its strength was only equivalent to that of a 1st-rank immortal sovereign, and thus it could only cower in fear during their battle. Since Yao Xianjun's departure, it had refrained from monitoring Li Zhoujun with its Tao eyes, fearing that should it provoke the 7th-rank immortal sovereign, the world might face annihilation. Speaking of which, it still vividly remembered that pitch-black night when a voice requested the power of Tao. When it refused, it found itself battered and compelled to offer up the power of Tao with trembling hands. Even until now, it had no idea who had taken its power. It merely wanted to ask, was this borrowing? This was clearly robbery. It still could not comprehend when such an unreasonable and sinister being emerged in the Tianyuan realm, as everything had seemed within its control. Returning to Li Zhoujun, he cheerfully presented the paper to the Black Dragon, asking, "Bite your hand and sign?" The Black Dragon's face twitched. Despite the formidable power behind him, he did not fear the existence of an immortal sovereign. Yet, what if this young man lost his mind and struck him dead with a single blow? Even if his forces sought vengeance, he would still be dead. What use would that be? With that thought, the Black Dragon transformed into human form without hesitation, bit his fingertip, and signed his name, Aodahe, in blood upon the paper crafted from the power of Tao. As the name was inscribed, Aodahe could distinctly feel a commanding force locking onto him. Should he dare to breach the treaty, his demise would be certain. Li Zhoujun glanced at the crooked letters penned by the Black Dragon and quipped, "Having lived for tens of thousands of years, how can you write so poorly? It's worse than what I wrote at 3 years old. Aodahe, you are an immortal sovereign. I endure. I endure." Li Zhoujun then approached Aou and several other Sea Clan true immortals, requesting their signatures. Upon witnessing Aodahe's compliance, they dared not hesitate and promptly signed with their own blood. As this was completed, the paper of Tao power in Li Zhoujun's hands vanished. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for exceeding the task. System reward. Century of Immortal Ascension. Century of Immortal Ascension. After 100 years of seclusion, the host will attain true immortal cultivation. Li Zhoujun gasped at this task's reward. It was undeniably generous. If the system were a beautiful maiden, he would have embraced and kissed it. Ding! Should the host dare to entertain such thoughts, the system will immediately make the host a ghost. Beast. The system's mechanical voice echoed. That's too ruthless. Li Zhoujun chuckled awkwardly. Immortal Sovereign, may we depart? At that moment, the Black Dragon, Aodahe, inquired in a deep voice. All right, Dahe, you may go. Li Zhoujun waved his hand dismissively. The expressions of the Sea Clan true immortals changed dramatically. Within their ranks, no one had ever dared to address the Black Dragon in such a manner. It was akin to calling him a dog. The Black Dragon's face twitched. Yet recalling the other party's status as an immortal sovereign, a wise dragon does not suffer immediate loss. I endure. I endure. Thus, Aodahe led Aou and several other Sea Clan true immortals into the depths of the ocean. Li Zhoujun shook his head with a smile, eagerly yearning to return to seclusion for 100 years to break through and become a true immortal. Meanwhile, the populace of Qingzhou gazed in exhilaration at the figure clad in azure, standing tall in the sky, their eyes brimming with tears. Peace for 10,000 years. A dream they had never dared to envision. Chapter 148. A century 2 Taishangs. I shall return to the Daotian sect to prepare for seclusion. Li Zhoujun announced as he approached Zhenyunzi and Shuelao. Without waiting for a response, he hurried off toward the Daotian sect. Seclusion? Zhenyunzi and Shuelao exchanged glances, feeling a pang of dismay. This young man wouldn't be attempting another breakthrough, would he? Upon returning to the Daotian sect, Li Zhoujun made his way directly to Lingxua Mountain, seeking out Morong Shui. Morong Shui looked at Li Zhoujun, who had just emerged from battle, her cheeks flushed, thinking, why did he come to find me right away? Here, take these 2 golden spirit pills. When I go into seclusion, should the old mountain lord also enter seclusion, I would appreciate your looking after the 2 young girls on Yunju Mountain. These 2 pills shall serve as my compensation. As Morong Shui daydreamed, Li Zhoujun placed the 2 golden spirit pills into her hands and promptly departed Lingxua Mountain. At this point, the golden spirit pills held little value for him. It was better to offer them as a favor. Meanwhile, Morong Shui stared blankly at the pills in her hands, her mouth twitching. Well, it seemed she had overthought things. On Yunju Mountain, within a secret chamber, Li Zhoujun inquired of the system, if I am in seclusion, can I still cultivate? Ding. Just sleep? Cultivate? What are you even talking about? The system replied irately, looking down upon him. You're quite something, Li Zhoujun sighed. Then lay back on the stone platform for cultivation and fell asleep. To be honest, although the battle with the black dragon had been evenly matched, he had been under constant tension, and thus he felt quite fatigued. In the 10th year of Li Zhoujun's seclusion, Zhen Yunzi and Shui Lao began their deep seclusion, suppressing their own cultivation. Meanwhile, another 9th-rank Taishang, Old Shin, could no longer contain his cultivation and ascended to the immortal realm. In the 30th year of Li Zhoujun's seclusion, Jiang Xiaobai, having faced countless perils, finally achieved immortality and ascended to the immortal realm. Sunan also reached the initial stage of the void immortal realm that year, becoming a qualified mountain lord of the Daotian sect. Lu Jining was not far behind, also attaining the initial stage of the void immortal realm. All of this was thanks to Morong Shui's contributions. Over these years, she had refrained from consuming the golden spirit pills given by Li Zhoujun, instead diluting them and administering them to Su Nan and Lu Jining. In the 60th year of Li Zhoujun's seclusion, Morong Shui frequently ventured out to hone her skills, breaking through to the perfection of the tribulation crossing stage. Meanwhile, Mu Taiyu finally fulfilled his wish and resigned from his position as the mountain lord of the Daotian sect, ascending to the immortal realm. The position of the sect leader has now fallen upon Morong Shui. Time has passed for another 40 years. Daotian sect has once again recruited a fresh batch of disciples. You newcomers must strive to emulate the esteemed Li Taishang, declared an elder disciple of Daotian sect with an air of pride. Li Taishang, is he the immortal who ensured a millennium of peace for Qizhou all on his own? The new disciples inquired with curiosity. The elder disciple replied with a smile, indeed, within Daotian sect, there exist only 2 statues, one of our founding ancestor, and the other of Li Taishang. He gestured towards a specific location. The new disciples followed his indication, gazing towards the summit of Yunjishan. Atop the peak stood a youthful statue, its presence commanding, hands clasped behind its back, draped in a flowing green robe, exuding an aura of defiance against the heavens, as if challenging the very cosmos itself without faltering. Li Taishang hails from Yunjishan, and thus his statue has been erected here, the elder disciple explained. Senior brother, we are on Shengxianshan and have not been chosen by Master Su. How can we possibly gain entry to Yunjishan? A new disciple asked. To cultivate in the very place where the immortal has once tread. What an honor that would be. Ha ha ha, to speak frankly, when I first entered the sect, I too had aspirations for Yunjishan, yet its selection process is exceedingly stringent. I was also eliminated and now serve as an inner disciple of Qianlong Valley. The elder disciple reminisced. Qianlong Valley is responsible for instructing outer disciples, and those who excel may eventually ascend to become inner disciples or even elders of the valley. Noticing the somber expressions of the new disciples, the elder disciple chuckled. The fragrance of wine need not fear the depth of alleys. If you are truly golden, the mountain lords will surely see you and bring you forth. Even if not, you can participate in the inner assessments of the various mountains. For now, your task is to diligently cultivate in Qianlong Valley. We are grateful for your guidance, senior brother. The new disciples clasped their fists in gratitude. That night, behind Daotian Hall, there lay a cliff rich in spiritual energy, a sanctuary designated for the sect leader's cultivation. Under the luminous moonlight, Morong Shui stood, appearing ethereal, akin to a celestial maiden in the mountains, her beauty transcending the realm of mortals. After a moment of furrowing her brow, she relaxed, parting her crimson lips to softly sigh. While the immortal closes and opens his eyes, a century has hurriedly passed in the mortal realm. So much has changed within the sect, yet that fellow remains in seclusion. At that moment, within the hidden chamber of Yunjishan, the slumbering Li Zhoujun slowly opened his eyes. System, a century has passed. Is it not time for me to face the lightning tribulation? He inquired softly. Without awaiting a response from the system, he stepped into the void, arriving at a desolate mountain hundreds of thousands of miles away from Daotian's sect, preparing to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Bring it on, lightning tribulation. Li Zhoujun stood atop the mountain, his green robe billowing, gazing defiantly at the heavens. In the celestial realm, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, An elderly figure seated upon a cloud cast a glance at Li Zhoujun, his lips twitching before he simply closed his eyes, ignoring him entirely. Does this guy have a screw loose? You, a 7th rank immortal, seek a 1st rank heavenly Tao for a lightning tribulation? Are you to strike me? Or am I to strike you? We do not condone such disrespect towards the heavenly Tao. Why is there no lightning tribulation? System. Is your reward for a century of seclusion merely a ruse? As Li Zhoujun pondered the lack of response from the heavenly Tao, perplexity filled his eyes. Ding. System rewards granted, true immortal cultivation. As the system's voice faded, Li Zhoujun was astounded to discover a profound transformation within his being. I do not need to face the lightning tribulation? He asked, bewildered. Ding. Those who undergo tribulation do so to refine their bodies through heavenly tribulations, achieving a transcendence effect. Now, with the system refining you, is it not 1,000 times superior to that pitiful heavenly Tao? Moreover, you have been mistaken for an immortal. Would it dare strike you? Your words leave me without rebuttal, Li Zhoujun remarked, his lips twitching. Then why did you not inform me sooner? I have traveled hundreds of thousands of miles. Ding. Who told you to run so fast? Li Zhoujun. Very well, I cannot argue with you. Ding. Slightly superior. The system replied with arrogance. Li Zhoujun shook his head with a smile. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully breaking through the true immortal realm. The system issues a task. Sign in before the remains of the immortal in the tomb of the Guardian clan, and the host shall receive generous rewards. Note, this task has no time limit. No time limit? Li Zhoujun paused momentarily, then decided to return to Daotian's sect before embarking on the task. After all, he had been in seclusion for a century and was unaware of how the old mountain lord, the 2 young girls, and Murong Shui were faring. Not to mention, there was also that rascal Jiang Xiaobai. He should have ascended to the immortal realm by now, and I wonder if he has prepared a celebratory drink for his elder. Chapter 149, A Little Something? At Daotian's sect, Yunjishan. The current atmosphere of Yunjishan was no longer as desolate as during Li Zhoujun's tenure as sect leader. There were several elders, dozens of inner disciples, and several true disciples at the elder level. Though evening had fallen, many disciples still practiced by the lakeside of Yunjishan. Senior brother, I heard that our former mountain lord, Li, concealed his 9 dragons chariot within this lake, which is why it is so rich in spiritual energy. A newly inducted inner disciple inquired of an older disciple nearby. Indeed, although I have never seen the 9 dragon immortals appear, the elder disciple chuckled. As the two conversed, a figure clad in green, appearing as an ordinary person, emerged behind the disciples practicing by the lake. However, these disciples were oblivious to the arrival of the figure, who was none other than Li Zhoujun, having returned from the desolate mountain. Observing the flourishing Yunjishan, Li Zhoujun wore a satisfied smile. These 2 young girls have done well. With that, Li Zhoujun turned to continue his ascent, pausing intermittently as if reminiscing about the past. In Yunjudian, 2 stunningly beautiful women were engaged in conversation. These were Su Nan and Lu Jining. Lu Jining, clad in a green attire, resembled a fairy from the forest, her features exuding a subtle coolness. Su Nan, dressed in purple, had shed her youthful naivety, her beauty blossoming further, exuding a newfound composure. Senior sister, now that our disciples at Yunjishan are increasing, perhaps we should seek a new hidden realm outside for them to explore and hone their skills, Lu Jining proposed. Indeed, what you say makes sense. I shall instruct the 2 elders to handle this matter, Su Nan replied with a gentle smile, her expression then shifting to a sigh. By the way, Master has been in seclusion for a century and has yet to emerge. Master is an immortal powerhouse. A century is but a fleeting moment for him, Lu Jining chuckled. True, Su Nan agreed with a smile. Soon after, she sent a message to Yunjishan, summoning the 2 existing transformation stage elders to Yunjudian. Mountain Master, Elder Jining. In a short while, a pair of youthful cultivators, a man and a woman, appeared in the grand hall, bowing respectfully to Su Nan and Lu Jining. The male cultivator was named Fu Hao, while the female was named Siyu Hai. This couple were the 2 transformation stage cultivators presently at Yunjishan. We shall trouble you both with the task of seeking a hidden realm for the disciples' training. Su Nan smiled at Fu Hao and Siyu Hai. The 2 had been saved by Su Nan during their nascent soul stage and, somewhat unwittingly, had become elders at Yunjishan. Upon realizing that Yunjishan was the very place where the esteemed Li Taishang of Daotian's sect had once cultivated, they felt incredibly fortunate. Furthermore, when Su Nan recruited them, she had thoroughly vetted their background with the help of the leisurely mountain master, ensuring their character was commendable. Rest assured, Mountain Master, this matter will be handled by my wife and me, Fu Hao said with a smile. Be careful on the road, Su Nan replied with a grin. Thank you for your reminder, Mountain Master. After bowing respectfully to Su Nan, the couple departed from the Cloud Abode Palace. Indeed, indeed. You 2 young ladies have truly not disappointed your master, he mused. Just as Su Nan was about to continue discussing matters regarding Cloud Mountain with Lu Jining, A young figure appeared in the hall, smiling broadly. Master. Upon seeing the young man, tears welled up in the eyes of Su Nan and Li Zhoujun. A century may not seem long for cultivators who often enter seclusion, but for these two young ladies, who had journeyed from their teenage years to over 100, it felt like an eternity. Why are you crying? Your master is still here. Li Zhoujun chuckled. 100 years, master. Su Nan pouted. This gesture was one she hadn't made in many years, but in the presence of her master. She seemed to shed her previous facade and reverted to the innocent girl she once was. Just 100 years, The void immortal realm, though it may not be as remarkable as in my day, it is still commendable. Li Zhoujun observed the cultivation levels of the two young ladies. Nodding with satisfaction. Master, we certainly do not possess your extraordinary talent, Li Zhoujun lamented. Indeed, Su Nan agreed. And it is thanks to Sect Master Murong that my junior sister and I were able to reach the void immortal realm so swiftly, as she provided us with two extremely precious golden spirit pills. Otherwise, we might still be at the nascent soul stage. Is the current Sect Master Murong Shan? Li Zhoujun inquired, his expression shifting to a wry smile. Ah, that Murong Shui. Yes, Su Nan nodded, then teasingly added, Master. It's clear that Sect Master Murong truly cares for you. Why not unite as a couple? Li Zhoujun shot Su Nan a glance. I will go have a chat with Sect Master Murong. All right, Master. Su Nan waved her hand, suddenly recalling something. By the way, Master, have you seen the statue on the summit of Cloud Mountain? My junior sister and I were involved in the entire process. Not bad, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Then stepped into the void. What a master who forgets his disciples at the sight of beauty, Su Nan remarked with a sigh. Li Zhoujun shot Su Nan an exasperated look in response. Under the ink-like moonlight, Murong Shui stood atop the roof of the Daotian Palace, gazing intently at the majestic statue on the peak of Cloud Mountain. Ever since she became the sect master, she would often come here to reflect. What is so captivating about my statue? Would you like to see the real thing? A light laugh resonated behind Murong Shui. Startled, she turned to see a figure clad in green. Flooded with a century of longing, she rushed into his embrace uncontrollably. How could you still be so childish after becoming the sect master? Li Zhoujun chuckled, gently patting Murong Shui's back. Flushed, she pushed him away and stammered. Well, this is just a simple greeting between old friends. I understand, he replied with a grin. After all, I'm quite handsome. Even if you're taking advantage of me, I wouldn't mind. Li Zhoujun settled on the eaves, producing 2 jugs of exquisite wine, one of which he offered to Murong Shui. Care for a sip? So self-absorbed, Murong Shui teased, accepting the jug and sitting beside him. If any disciples or elders of the Daotian sect were to witness this scene, they would surely be left astounded, for Murong Shui was notoriously known as the Ice Queen. Li Zhoujun took a sip of wine, gazing at his statue atop Cloud Mountain, and smiled. Do you remember our first official interaction? It was over the dispute regarding Su Nan as a disciple. Who knew you would conceal your cultivation at that time? Murong Shui replied helplessly. If it were you, would you have the heart to watch a genius with a bright future, possessing a saintly ice spirit root, follow someone incapable of cultivation? Haha, true, Li Zhoujun chuckled. Do you recall Granny Jinhua? Of course, I remember. You got a bump on your head back then, Murong Shui laughed. Li Zhoujun's lips twitched at the memory. I had just been teleported by the space jade cicada, and didn't he expect such a coincidence? Didn't I later make her dance? So you made her dance to repay that bump? I thought you had a peculiar taste, she teased. Who would take a liking to an old woman unless she offered something substantial? Li Zhoujun retorted. Just kidding, haha. The two continued to reminisce about various encounters, including strange happenings in temples, the Bone Demon Lord, and the girl whose pumpkin was stolen. Murong Shui remained silent, intently listening, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at the animated Li Zhoujun, a hint of a smile playing at her lips. The moment was enchanting. After an indeterminate time, Li Zhoujun took another sip of wine and remarked, I believe I am quite handsome, and you are beautiful too. Even if you are a tad older than me. But that's all right, I'm a century-old monster now. If you don't. Before he could finish, a soft snore interrupted from beside him. Turning to look, he found Murong Shui had rested her head on his shoulder, fast asleep. So this girl has such poor tolerance for alcohol? Is she really snoring while drunk? Li Zhoujun chuckled softly, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. Unable to resist, he gently pinched her delicate nose. Afterward, he stowed away the wine jug and, with a graceful motion, descended from the rooftop with Murong Shui in his arms. He carried her into the Daotian Palace, placing her gently in a bedroom in the adjacent hall, covering her with a blanket. As he gazed at the sleeping beauty, he took out a meticulously carved jade pendant and placed it beside her pillow. Within it lay a fragment of his essence. With everything in place, he sighed and departed, heading to the Supreme Hall to pay a visit to the Venerable Zhen Yunzi, the old mountain master. Not long after Li Zhoujun left, Morong Shui opened her eyes, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Sitting up, she held the jade pendant in her hands, staring at it blankly, the warmth still lingering. Perhaps what Li Zhoujun wished to convey was exactly what she longed to hear. However, he would eventually ascend to the celestial realm, carving out his own path. While her own breakthrough to true immortal status remained uncertain, she did not wish to be a burden to him. Instead, she aspired to stand proudly by his side, sharing the weight of all burdens. Even if she could not, she must never become a stumbling block for him. As dawn broke, in a city known as Xinxiao, vendors selling breakfast filled the streets with their calls. A young man in a green robe strolled through the city. This was Li Zhoujun, who had just left the supreme hall of the Daotian sect, making his way to the Gravekeeper clan. He had not encountered Zenyunzi during his visit, as the old master was currently in deep seclusion, and Li Zhoujun deemed it inappropriate to disturb him. Not knowing how long he would have to wait for Zenyunzi's emergence, he resolved to fulfill the task assigned by the system and proceed to the Gravekeeper clan. Although the location of the clan was obscure, the records collected by the Daotian sect contained its whereabouts. Having noted the location, Li Zhoujun set off, encountering the bustling little city along the way. Li Zhoujun arrived in the city, eager to take a stroll after a century of seclusion. "Sir, would you care for some steaming buns?" A cheerful vendor called out to him. "I'll have a portion," Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Meanwhile, at the corner of the street, an elderly woman accompanied by a seemingly simple-minded wolf appeared. The old lady, with her silver hair and elegant attire, still exuded a regal charm despite her age. Beside her was a young girl, chattering like a lark, while the old woman maintained a benevolent smile, nodding occasionally at the girl's animated discourse. Behind them trailed several robust bodyguards, clearly skilled in martial arts. Suddenly, the wolf barked excitedly and dashed ahead like a runaway horse. The young girl gasped, covering her mouth. "Grandma, what's gotten into Fire General today?" The wolf bore a prominent character for fire on its forehead, hence the name. At this moment, the old woman's gentle demeanor shifted as she observed the wolf bounding towards a young man in a green robe standing at the bun stall, wagging its tail in delight. Li Zhoujun expressed surprise at the sudden appearance of the wolf. Wasn't this the same creature he had manifested from dogtail grass for the girl named Xixin Yi, whose pumpkin had been stolen? "Is that you, immortal?" The old woman murmured in disbelief, her eyes wide. "Immortal?" The young girl gasped, astonished by her grandmother's words. She had often heard tales of her grandmother's youth, when they had been impoverished and her great-grandmother ill. To save her, her grandmother had cultivated a pumpkin patch, only to have it destroyed overnight by villains. It was an immortal who had intervened, protecting the patch and crafting the wolf to safeguard it, leading her family to prosperity, though her great-grandmother ultimately succumbed to her illness. The young girl wondered if this green-robed youth, now being circled by the wolf, was indeed the immortal from her grandmother's stories. Li Zhoujun, meanwhile, recognized the old lady as Xixin Yi, the girl from 100 years past. Time had turned her youthful visage into that of an elderly woman. He smiled and nodded at her, acknowledging the passage of time yet feeling the eternal essence of existence. Perhaps this is the distinction between immortals and mortals. Even a transcendent cultivator appears no different from a common person in the eyes of true immortals, he mused. Later, as Xixin Yi blinked, the youth before the bun stall had vanished, leaving only a few coins on the table. "My goodness, did an immortal just buy buns from me?" the vendor exclaimed, astonished. The young girl stood by, her face etched with disbelief. "Grandma, did that person truly just disappear?" Xixin Yi's eyes glistened with tears as she spoke softly to her granddaughter. "I never imagined that after 100 years, the immortal would still retain his grace. While I have aged into a frail old woman, to have seen him once more before passing is a fulfillment of my life." "Grandma, don't speak like that. You could live for another 100 years. The young girl comforted her. Let us go buy some buns," Xixin Yi suggested with a smile. "Yes, let us get some for Fire General too," the girl replied eagerly. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun soared through the skies on his flying sword, munching on a bun as he sped toward the tomb-guarding clan. He had often heard that time held no sway over cultivators. Yet witnessing Xixin Yi's transformation from a vibrant girl to an elderly woman made him reflect deeply on the passage of time. Having finished his bun, he arrived above a desolate expanse, where the sun began to rise. As he continued to maneuver through the arid landscape, he spotted several towering stone pillars at its center. Before these pillars stood 5 elderly cultivators, their energy waning, clearly nearing the end of their lifespans, seeking to guard the tomb of an immortal lord in hopes of acquiring fortune. In front of them stood a young man clad in black, confronting the 5 with an air of indifference. "You wish to trespass upon the tomb of our immortal lord? Do you even consider your own age? None have reached true immortality, yet you dare to challenge? Youngster, do not be arrogant," one elder retorted angrily, feeling insulted by the youth's disdain. Huh, I am Oshwanha. At 300 years old and perfected in tribulation, have every right to be arrogant, the black-clad youth scoffed, releasing an overwhelming aura that sent tremors through the desert, darkening the skies. The elders exchanged fearful glances, realizing that even in their advanced state, they were no match for him. Might we request a chance? One elder implored. Emoshwanha laughed disdainfully. I have said it, you are not worthy. If you truly wish to enter the immortal's tomb, eliminate my clan, and you shall gain access. The 5 elders, cornered and incensed, exchanged glances filled with frustration before retreating, realizing that challenging the youth would lead to their demise. With their departure, Li Zhoujun landed gracefully before Emoshwanha. Who is it? Emoshwanha gasped, astonished that someone could approach without his notice. Yet his shock deepened as he recognized the visitor. Li Zhoujun. Indeed, Li Zhoujun nodded with a smile. Emoshwanha, at your service. After realizing the situation, Xian hurriedly saluted Li Zhoujun with a respectful bow. A century ago, he had witnessed the fierce battle between Li Zhoujun and Aodahe, an event that remained vividly etched in his memory even after all these years. No need for such formalities, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. May I inquire why the immortal sovereign has graced my humble clan with his presence? Xian asked respectfully. I have come to explore the tomb of an immortal sovereign. Li Zhoujun replied. Xian's face registered astonishment. Why would an immortal sovereign dare to enter the tomb of another immortal sovereign? After all, should not all immortal sovereigns regard themselves as the strongest, looking down upon others? He reflected on his own disdain for the resting places of tribulation cultivators, realizing he had underestimated the broader perspective. Is it not permissible? Li Zhoujun inquired, puzzled. Hearing this, Xian shivered slightly and replied with a wry smile, Your Excellency. You are a peerless prodigy who ascended to immortal sovereign status within a century, naturally meeting the conditions to become a true immortal at 500 years. If you are not allowed, then no one in the Tianyuan realm would be. Please, follow me, Xian said respectfully. As he spoke, a luminous curtain appeared between the stone pillars, indicating the clan's territory was situated within a small world. Li Zhoujun stepped through the curtain with Xian, and suddenly the surroundings brightened, revealing a lush green lawn rich in spiritual energy. Children were playing on the grass, yet they exhibited remarkable understanding, deliberately maintaining distance from the adults nearby, enjoying their designated play area. Your Excellency, our guarding clan bears the surname Mo, and this is the Beat Sao Garden within Mo City, a place where many clansmen come to relax or find a quiet corner for meditation and cultivation, Xian explained with a smile. I invite you to the Mo clan's grand hall for a brief respite. Please lead the way, Li Zhoujun replied. As they departed, many members of the guarding clan gathered, whispering among themselves. Look at that man in the azure robe. He is truly handsome. One exclaimed. Do you only notice his looks? Do you realize our clan has never allowed outsiders in? The fact that Elder Xuanha has brought him here indicates he is a true immortal within 500 years. Another remarked. Why does he seem familiar to me? Oh, I remember now. This is the very Li Zhoujun who drew upon the heavenly Tao's power a century ago to compel the Sea Clan's deity, the Black Dragon, to sign the Qingzhou Treaty, forbidding any trespass for 10,000 years. What? It is him. Someone gasped. What a pity. Many of us were either not yet born or were hiding in small worlds back then, unable to witness the might of the immortal sovereign as those who ventured into the outside world did. At that moment, Mo City was abuzz with excitement due to Li Zhoujun's arrival. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun followed Xian into a magnificent hall. Please, take a seat, Your Excellency, Xian said, bringing a chair for Li Zhoujun. Thank you, Li Zhoujun smiled. You are too kind, Xian replied, then served Li Zhoujun a cup of hot tea. Please wait here for a moment. I will inform the clan leader. I appreciate it, Li Zhoujun nodded. Xian departed, and in the face of the immortal sovereign, he dared not show any neglect, fully aware that such a formidable being could obliterate Mo City and the small world with but a thought. After a brief wait in the hall, Xian returned with a middle-aged man. I present to you the clan leader of the guarding clan, Imoa Fan. It is an honor to meet you, Li Sovereign, the middle-aged man said, bowing respectfully. No need for such formalities, clan leader Mo, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile, setting his teacup down. Elder Xuanha informed me of your visit to explore the tomb of an immortal sovereign. Is that correct? Mo Fan inquired respectfully. Indeed, Li Zhoujun confirmed. There is no issue with that. Mo Fan quickly added. However, considering your journey, might you require some rest before proceeding? No need, we can go directly. Li Zhoujun replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Then please, follow me, Mo Fan said, not hesitating to lead the way. Thank you for your guidance. Li Zhoujun replied. You are too modest, Mo Fan said, instructing Mo Xian to continue monitoring the entrance while he guided Li Zhoujun. As they walked, Mo Fan said with a smile, "A century ago, I am grateful for your intervention in saving my daughter." Oh? Li Zhoujun's expression reflected confusion. He did not recall meeting Mo Fan's daughter. My daughter, Mo Luer, was adopted by the Zhang family in Luochang City for training, where she was renamed Zhong Luer. Unfortunately, she encountered the Bone Demon Lord who wreaked havoc in the city. Her protector was no match for the Bone Demon Lord. And it was you and the true Cloud Supreme who ensured her survival along with the entire Luochang City. Ah, I see, Li Zhoujun said, enlightenment dawning upon him. He had wondered how a true immortal from the Guardian clan had engaged with the Bone Demon Lord. As they conversed, Li Zhoujun followed Mo Fan through numerous palaces, eventually arriving at a mountaintop. Atop the mountain, there was a bottomless pit, resembling a beast that could swallow a person whole. Li Sovereign. This is the entrance to the tomb of the immortal sovereign. From the inception of our Guardian clan, you are the first non-member to reach this place. Mo Fan said with a hint of resignation, knowing that Li Zhoujun would likely be the first to witness the remains of the immortal sovereign. Li Zhoujun, possessing great skill and courage, offered a slight bow to Mo Fan before leaping directly into the abyss. The wind howled in his ears as he plummeted rapidly. However, Li Zhoujun remained calm. Meanwhile, a stunningly beautiful woman approached Mo Fan, whispering, "Father, did you hear that Li Sovereign has come to explore the tomb of the immortal sovereign?" "Yes, why do you ask, my dear?" Mo Fan replied with a smile. The woman was none other than Zhang Luer, the daughter of the Zhang family from Luochang City, now known as Mo Luer of the Guardian clan. "Since Li Sovereign saved my life, I must express my gratitude in person," Mo Luer said with a smile. "Indeed. But Li Sovereign has already descended," Mo Fan replied, nodding with a smile. Suddenly, Mo Fan's expression turned serious. "My dear, to be honest, I regret not allowing you to be with Zhang Dong and forcibly separating you. You do not resent your father, do you?" "Not anymore," Mo Luer said with a bitter smile, shaking her head. "Now married to a prodigy of their clan and a mother, what good would resentment do? Zhang Dong comes from a small family. Despite some fortune, it is unlikely he will reach the realm of Void Immortal. Meanwhile, you have already attained that level. I fear Zhang Dong may be fortunate to reach the Transformation God stage. The lifespan of a Void Immortal far exceeds that of a Transformation God. And I do not wish to see you live in solitude," Mo Fan sighed. "Indeed," Mo Luer nodded, choosing not to say more. Meanwhile, after an indeterminate period of descent, Li Zhoujun finally reached the ground. A mortal would have likely been shattered upon impact. Li Zhoujun steadied himself and surveyed his surroundings, marveling at the vast underground plaza. Surrounded by towering stone pillars, at the far end stood a grand bronze door, weathered and rusted, yet its majesty could not be concealed. The oxidation only added to its enigmatic allure, as if it had been forged through the ages. With determination, Li Zhoujun stepped forward. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the vast, silent plaza. It was indeed quite unsettling, Li Zhoujun remarked. After all, he was now a true immortal. And with the advantage of his 50-50 system, how could he possibly fear such a trivial specter? With that thought, he quickened his pace, almost instantly appearing before the bronze gate. With a thunderous roar, Li Zhoujun unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy that crashed against the bronze door, producing a sound akin to thunderclaps. Just as a crack began to form in the gate, a pale hand reached out from the crevice, seizing the fabric of Li Zhoujun's chest and pulling him forcefully inside. Boom! The bronze gate swung wide open due to Li Zhoujun's impact, and he found himself bewilderedly dragged into the dark abyss. The force was immense. Had it not been for his 50-50 system, he would have likely been flung against the door, rendered unconscious. "Oh, you, a mere first-grade immortal, are rather intriguing," a sharp voice, ambiguous in gender, echoed before him. Rubbing his face, which had collided with the bronze door, Li Zhoujun finally discerned the entity that had ensnared him. Before him stood a figure with disheveled hair, clad in white, its hair billowing without wind, and its face entirely featureless. A puppet that had attained sentience? Li Zhoujun pondered in astonishment. "Impudent, I am the faceless deity, forged by the hand of the Lord of Mou." The puppet seemed to take great offense at being referred to as a puppet. You think you deserve to be called a deity?" Li Zhoujun retorted, taken aback. "Huh, boy, do you only possess the wit of your tongue? Rest assured, you shall not escape today." The faceless deity let out a chilling laugh, its aura suddenly erupting with the formidable power of a third-grade immortal, bearing down upon Li Zhoujun. "Escape? Why should I?" Li Zhoujun chuckled, sweeping his hand behind him. The bronze door, which he had just burst through, slammed shut with a resounding crash. The faceless deity was momentarily taken aback, despite having no eyes. It could not comprehend Li Zhoujun's actions. A first-grade immortal, facing a third-grade immortal, not only refusing to flee, but also sealing his own retreat. What was he thinking? Chapter 153. Big brother, don't go. Boy, it seems you are tired of living. The faceless deity scoffed. Since you are so eager, I shall oblige. In an instant, it moved with the swiftness of a cheetah, appearing before Li Zhoujun, its fist, imbued with the force of thunder, aimed directly at his face. In the face of such a fierce blow, Li Zhoujun merely smiled. Just as the faceless deity's fist was about to connect with his handsome visage, Li Zhoujun opened his mouth wide. From his dantian surged the proud snowy flying sword, transforming into a streak of radiant light, akin to a bolt of lightning, that erupted from his mouth, cleaving towards the oncoming faceless deity. This technique was one he had learned from the Tuo High Demon Lord, and it illuminated the reason why flying swords were often described in such a manner. 4th grade immortal weapon. The faceless deity gasped in shock as it beheld the sword erupting from Li Zhoujun's mouth. How crafty you are. You are a 4th grade immortal. Yet you feign being a mere 1st grade immortal to deceive me, a puppet with the slightest semblance of intelligence. How treacherous. In that moment, it grasped while Li Zhoujun had shut the door. He was not sealing his own escape, but preventing this 3rd grade immortal from fleeing. You cannot escape. The faceless deity roared in fury as the streak of light approached, but it was too late to react. Just as it cried out, the snowy flying sword sliced through its form, and with a swift return, it found its way back to Li Zhoujun's hand. Simultaneously, the faceless deity's body was cleaved in two, toppling to the sides. Even when battling a rabbit, one must exert their full strength. Li Zhoujun sighed, sheathing the snowy flying sword as he stepped over the remains of the faceless deity, intent on continuing towards the corpse of the immortal lord. Did you think I would let you go? Suddenly, the voice of the faceless deity echoed from behind him, and Li Zhoujun felt a powerful grip around his ankle. With a surge of energy, he shook off the grasp and quickly distanced himself. Astonishingly, the faceless deity, which had been split in two, reassembled seamlessly and stood intact before him, emitting a sinister chuckle. Do you know why I am called a deity? Because beneath the immortal lord, I am neither dead nor destroyed. Each time I am slain, my power only ascends. As the last words left its mouth, the faceless deity erupted with the aura of a 4th grade immortal, overwhelming Li Zhoujun like a tidal wave, causing the very space around them to tremble. Li Zhoujun gasped, realizing he had underestimated the situation. I was mistaken. The faceless deity was taken aback by Li Zhoujun's apparent admission of defeat. It sneered, what was your mistake? Aren't you quite the boastful one? Do continue your bravado. Let me ponder what my error was. Li Zhoujun rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a moment before grinning. My mistake was referring to you as a puppet. Rather, I should have called you an indestructible cockroach, seeking death. The faceless deity's fury ignited. How audacious of this boy to remain defiant even when facing demise. With a swift motion, the faceless deity lunged at Li Zhoujun once more. But this time, it remained acutely aware of the threat posed by Li Zhoujun's sword. Just as it neared, a sudden barrier appeared, sending it crashing backwards, landing squarely on the ground. What in the world? As it sat bewildered, the faceless deity glanced up to see golden runic chains sealing its surroundings. The locking immortal array? It was dumbfounded. Upon realizing the situation, it glared at Li Zhoujun in fury. When did you set up the locking immortal array? How devious you are. Can we not engage in a fair fight? Did you not request me to engage with you once more? While I have never encountered anyone making such a request, since you have, I must honor your wish, correct? Li Zhoujun shrugged with feigned helplessness. In truth, the locking immortal array had been laid down while Li Zhoujun conversed with and contemplated the faceless deity. Understanding that he could not kill this puppet, he resolved to trap it instead. You wish for me to engage you, and so I shall? If I urge you to ascend, why do you not ascend? The faceless deity, now confined within the locking immortal array, began to curse and rave, filled with rage. Li Zhoujun, however, chose to ignore its rants and continued deeper into the passage. Alarmed at Li Zhoujun's departure, the faceless deity panicked. It did not wish to be trapped in this confined space for eternity. Big brother, don't go. Let me out. I will guide you. It cried desperately. Li Zhoujun halted his steps, and sensing an opportunity, the faceless deity's spirits lifted. Yes, free me. I know a shortcut directly to the immortal lord's remains, with no dangers along the way. As Li Zhoujun turned back to face it, he flashed a grin, revealing a gleaming set of white teeth. Before departing without a backward glance, you sly one, do not let me find an opportunity for revenge. The faceless deity bellowed in furious frustration. However, Li Zhoujun paid no heed to the wrath of the faceless puppet. He traversed the passage for quite some time until he arrived before yet another ancient stone door. Above the door, the words Xianjun Hall were inscribed in large characters. Is this it? A look of confusion crossed Li Zhoujun's face. He had anticipated that the tomb of the Xianjun would be fraught with peril. For some reason, he sensed something amiss. Throughout his journey, he had triggered no traps. In fact, many mechanisms seemed to have already been activated or even destroyed. According to Mo Wenfan, he was the first outsider to venture into the tomb of the Xianjun. This implied that it was quite possible that someone from the Guardian clan had previously infiltrated the tomb. But if that were true, how could the Guardian clan possibly surpass the Faceless Puppet? After all, the Faceless Puppet was not only indestructible, but with each defeat, it revived and grew stronger. As the Faceless Puppet itself claimed, beneath the Xianjun, it was immortal. There was a possibility of exaggeration in its words. However, Li Zhoujun felt that the Faceless Puppet was not lying, as it had been crafted by the Xianjun, and was far from an ordinary creation. Thus, there were only two means to overcome this challenge, either to trap the Faceless Puppet or to slay it. Yet, considering that the Faceless Puppet remained vigorous upon his arrival, it suggested that no one had successfully navigated this trial. Who, then, had triggered the mechanisms within the tomb? Could it be the inhabitants of the tomb? A growing sense of solemnity enveloped Li Zhoujun. Chapter 154. Xianjun of Mou. With a thunderous rumble, Li Zhoujun pushed open the stone door, causing clouds of dust to swirl around him. Fortunately, as a true immortal, he was spared from coughing up old phlegm. Simultaneously, as the grand door swung open, a vast hall came into view. In the center of the hall stood a stone platform upon which a woman dressed in black gazed intently at the slowly opening door. The woman's skin was as white as snow, yet dark patterns twisted across her hands and face. Mou. It seems that the Tianyuan realm has indeed birthed a true immortal within 5 centuries. You have lost. I have grown weary of your flickering candle of a body. The woman in black chuckled lightly. Just then, a barely audible sigh escaped her lips. At last, the door fully opened, and Li Zhoujun strode inside. Upon seeing the woman on the stone platform, he froze in place. Stinjin Mou? Yes, and no, the woman in black replied with a smile. You're not dead? Li Zhoujun's lips twitched. If Stinjin Mou were still alive, how could he have signed him before her remains? System. You can't be suggesting that I resolve this situation, can you? That's beyond my capabilities. Li Zhoujun lamented internally. Yet, before the system could respond, the woman in black laughed first. Perhaps if you hadn't come, she would have perished within 3 years as her immortal soul dwindled. But now that you are here, you shall both die, and I shall live. As her words fell, the woman in black moved. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before Li Zhoujun. A hand adorned with dark patterns reaching for his throat with lethal intent. Truly merciless, she wasted no words, striking immediately. This is excessive. Li Zhoujun frowned and raised his fist, unleashing immense divine power that shook the heavens and earth as he struck at the approaching hand. This punch contained the might of the Xianjun. Boom. At the moment of collision between Li Zhoujun's fist and the woman's palm, the entire hall trembled violently. The once calm gaze of the woman in black now roiled with shock. How could this youth in azure robes possess the strength of a Xianjun? Was he merely employing tricks to deal with the Faceless Puppet a moment ago? Meanwhile, the Faceless Puppet behind the bronze door, still ranting, felt the intense tremors surrounding it and was suddenly filled with dread, pounding against the locking formation. Xianjun. How could this be? A Xianjun is battling. Good heavens. When immortals clash, mortals suffer. I must escape. I must get out. Not only was the Faceless Puppet terrified, but the entire realm of the Guardian clan was also quaking in fear. What is happening? What kind of formidable beings are clashing that could shake the realm established by the Xianjun for our Guardian clan? The members of the Guardian clan were now gripped with terror. Could it be that the Xianjunli is fighting against Stinjin Mou? How is that possible? Was the Stinjin Mou dead? The members of the Guardian clan exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, several true immortals from the Guardian clan emerged from their seclusion, their faces grave as they ascended into the skies above the small realm. Near the entrance of the tomb of the Xianjun, Mo Wenfan turned to his daughter Mo Luer with a serious expression. It seems the tomb of the Xianjun is far more complex than we imagined. Xianjunli may have engaged with some unknown entity. Fortunately, the tomb is situated deep within, or else our Guardian clan's territory would likely be obliterated at this moment. You must leave quickly while I and several true immortal ancestors stabilize this small realm. Understood, father, take care. Mo Luer recognized the seriousness of the situation and swiftly departed. As she left, Mo Wenfan soared to the skies above the Guardian clan, joining several true immortal ancestors to finally stabilize the trembling small realm. Within the hall, Li Zhoujun met the black-clad woman's palm with his own. The two appeared evenly matched, yet the woman's complexion paled in that instant. And she exclaimed in anger, Mou, you wretched witch, how dare you take advantage of my vulnerability? Just as her words fell, the light around her flickered, and the dark patterns on her face and hands gradually faded away. Her black garments transformed into white ones, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman with an icy demeanor. Upon her appearance, the world itself seemed dim in comparison. What is happening? Li Zhoujun was utterly bewildered by this turn of events. Mou, now transformed into the white-clad Xianjun, clasped her hands in greeting to Li Zhoujun. What exactly is going on? Were you possessed? Li Zhoujun furrowed his brow. He now realized that the black-clad Mou and the current white-clad version were entirely different entities. The white-clad Mou smiled wryly. My friend. To make a long story short, back in the immortal realm, I collaborated with several fourth-rank Xianjun to slay the daughter of the Ward Demon Emperor, Zhanlan. I had believed her to be dead, only to discover that she had used a secret technique to seize my body. In her attempt to evade the pursuit of the fourth-rank Xianjun, she once again employed her secret arts to escape to this realm. In the brief time I managed to seize control over this body, I contemplated self-destructing my immortal soul and body, but as a mere third-rank Xianjun. Even if I were to self-destruct, Zhanlan would not perish. Perhaps she would simply awaken after a millennium of slumber, causing devastation to this realm. I had no alternatives but to impart my teachings to the denizens of this realm, hoping they could prevent anyone from interfering in my struggle with Zhanlan for control of this body. And what of the requirement that only true immortals under 500 years of age may enter the tomb of the Xianjun? Li Zhoujun asked, his brows knitted. That was a wager between Zhanlan and me. The white-clad Mou sighed. If a true immortal under 500 years were to arrive, she would naturally win. Her body would be hers to claim. I would be powerless to intervene. If none appeared, she must remain within my body until my immortal soul wanes to the point of self-destruction. Even if my body is beyond my control at the moment of my self-destruction, I could still manipulate it to explode alongside me. However, had I not made a solemn pact with her, she would have risked being severely wounded by my self-destruction, possibly remaining in a deep slumber for millennia, simply to escape my body. Li Zhoujun suddenly understood. Could it be that those mechanisms that were destroyed outside were also the work of Zhanlan? Indeed, I employed some cunning, setting up intricate traps in secret realms, as well as the faceless puppet behind the bronze door, which is nearly invincible beneath the Xianjun. The Jade Emperor of Ink sighed in resignation, stating that Zhanlan, realizing she had been deceived, had systematically dismantled the external mechanisms of the secret realm. Just as she was about to annihilate the faceless puppet, he had to intervene by threatening to self-destruct his celestial soul. Fortunately, with the arrival of his ally, the third-grade celestial sovereign, he hoped they could join forces to eliminate Zhanlan. In return, he would deplete his celestial soul, and the treasures within his storage ring, along with the faceless puppet outside, could serve as compensation. The Ink Emperor solemnly addressed Li Zhoujun, having assessed him as a third-grade celestial sovereign from their earlier confrontation. Dare you? If you attempt to kill me, my father will not let you go. At that moment, the Ink Emperor's complexion paled as a ghastly female visage flickered above her lovely face. Chapter 155. Celestial Sovereign, I shall grant your request. Observing the sinister countenance hovering over the Ink Emperor's face, Li Zhoujun smiled broadly. Thank you, my friend. Upon hearing this, the Ink Emperor's face brightened with a smile. Damn it. Zhanlan's expression shifted dramatically. She understood that if she lingered within the Ink Emperor's body, the latter would inevitably self-destruct her celestial soul, inflicting severe damage upon herself. At that moment, the celestial sovereign in Azure would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to slay her. Realizing this, Zhanlan could no longer adhere to her previous vows. Enduring backlash during her cultivation was preferable to facing immediate death. Thus, she dared not remain within the Ink Emperor's body, and instead, she decided to take a gamble. Transforming into a streak of black light that shot from the Ink Emperor's brow, racing towards the stone door behind Li Zhoujun. Though Zhanlan existed as a celestial soul, her combat prowess was still formidable enough to rival a third-grade celestial sovereign. Seeing this, Li Zhoujun could not allow Zhanlan to escape so easily. The azure-clad figure left behind an illusory trace as Li Zhoujun quickly positioned himself in front of Zhanlan, raising his hand to unleash a punch imbued with devastating force aimed at her. Fool! Zhanlan was taken aback, a mixture of shock and fury coursing through her. She could hardly fathom how a mere mortal realm could suddenly give rise to a celestial sovereign. Yet, confronted with Li Zhoujun's oncoming strike, Zhanlan did not dare underestimate the threat. Transforming into an ordinary, somewhat unappealing black-clad woman, she formed seals with her hands to activate her defensive techniques, preparing to block Li Zhoujun's attack. Boom! Li Zhoujun's fist struck fiercely against Zhanlan's protective seal, causing her complexion to pale as the seal flickered uncertainly. After all, she was merely a celestial soul without a corporeal body, and the recovery of her celestial soul's power could not match the depletion caused by their confrontation. Thus, Even though Li Zhoujun and Zhanlan appeared evenly matched at this moment, continuous attrition would undoubtedly lead to Zhanlan's demise. Meanwhile, the Ink Emperor observed the clash between Li Zhoujun and Zhanlan, her eyes flashing with a hint of malice. Suddenly, a third-grade celestial sovereign's flying sword, imbued with the intent to cleave heaven and earth, erupted from her being. Under her control, the sword ascended into the air, abruptly splitting into myriad sword shadows. Go! The Ink Emperor commanded, and the countless sword shadows descended like a rain of blades, enveloping both Li Zhoujun and Zhanlan. HM? Li Zhoujun narrowed his eyes. Having never fully trusted the Ink Emperor, a being who had lived countless years, could one easily take her words at face value? His willingness to ally with her stemmed from his confidence in the 50-50 system. He possessed the audacity to face her even if she intended to deceive him. Moreover, when Zhanlan had controlled the Ink Emperor's body, her intent to kill him had been abundantly clear. How could Li Zhoujun tolerate such an affront? At this moment, Zhanlan sneered at Li Zhoujun. You are still too young, boy. I am not what you perceive as good, and neither is this woman, Ink Jade. We are merely two sides of the same coin. After her mocking laughter, Zhanlan felt the overwhelming might of the descending sword rain, and her amusement evaporated. There was no doubt that this tempest of blades represented the full extent of the Ink Emperor's power, aimed at annihilating both Li Zhoujun and Zhanlan. Even if she could not eliminate them, she intended to inflict grievous wounds. However, just as the sword rain was about to descend upon them, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A terrifying aura began to coalesce around Zhanlan, causing the sword rain to halt mid-air as if time itself had frozen. In the void above the great hall, a fissure appeared. Behind this rift sat a figure clad in red robes, seated upon a fiery throne. Li Zhoujun could not discern the face of the red-robed figure, obscured as it was by myriad laws, rendering it indistinct. Nevertheless, at this moment, Li Zhoujun chose to confront him directly, clearly seeing that the man was an ordinary-looking middle-aged individual, though the red-robed man merely sat quietly upon his throne. He emanated an aura akin to a mountain, imposing and overwhelming, as if his slightest movement could cause the very heavens to quake. With the emergence of the red-robed figure, the old man representing the will of heaven trembled violently. What the hell have I done to deserve this? What kind of existence dares to intrude upon the heavenly origin realm? At this moment, the old man was truly at a loss, feeling utterly helpless. Celestial Sovereign Tomb. War Demon Emperor. The Ink Emperor's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the newcomer. In the celestial realm, the title of Demon Emperor was not merely a moniker. It represented a being of equal standing to the celestial sovereign. The celestial hierarchy could be divided into various realms, including True Celestial, Heavenly Celestial, Profound Celestial, known as Celestial Sovereign, Great Unity Profound Celestial, known as Celestial King, Golden Celestial, known as Celestial Sovereign, Great Unity Golden Celestial, known as Celestial Venerable, and Supreme Golden Celestial, known as Celestial Emperor. In truth, the Demon Emperor also belonged to the rank of Celestial Sovereign, but practiced the dark arts or acted contrary to the so-called righteous path of the celestial realm, hence earning the title of Demon Emperor. Before the Golden Celestial Sovereign, a profound Celestial Sovereign was akin to an ant. Father. Zhanlan's expression transformed into one of excitement upon seeing the red-robed middle-aged man on the throne. She quickly grasped that her father had concealed a mark of celestial sovereignty within her celestial soul, which he would only reveal in her moment of peril. Zhanlan. You have disappointed me. The War Demon Emperor spoke nonchalantly, yet his voice resonated as if it descended from the heavens, causing the third-grade celestial sovereign, the Ink Emperor, to spit blood in shock. The previously suspended sword rain disintegrated at this moment, transforming into a single flying sword that clattered to the ground. Damn! Li Zhoujun gasped in astonishment, rendered speechless by the scene. He did not comprehend the nature of the Demon Emperor's power, but he understood the immense strength of a third-grade celestial sovereign. It was no exaggeration to say that a celestial sovereign could easily obliterate the heavenly origin realm with a mere flick of a hand. Even so, the Ink Emperor, a third-grade celestial sovereign, could hardly withstand the resonance of the War Demon Emperor's voice, leaving her severely weakened. At the same time, the War Demon Emperor seemed to realize that Li Zhoujun had penetrated the layers of the laws coalescing before him, clearly discerning his visage and remaining unflinching in the face of his voice. The War Demon Emperor's expression grew solemn. He could almost ascertain that this young man in azure was also a being of celestial sovereignty, a golden celestial sovereign like himself. May I inquire which celestial sovereign has descended to the mortal realm? The War Demon Emperor respectfully inquired, offering a slight bow to Li Zhoujun. Upon hearing this, Zhanlan and the Ink Emperor exchanged incredulous glances, unable to comprehend the implications. He is a celestial sovereign? How can that be? How could this fellow possibly be a celestial sovereign? If he were indeed a celestial sovereign, why would he need to use tricks to seal the faceless puppet? If he were a celestial sovereign, why not simply annihilate the two of us directly? Wait, could it be that he merely sought amusement since entering the celestial sovereign tomb? Thus, each of his actions merely balanced the scales against his opponents? Such exquisite control over the laws could indeed only be achieved by a celestial sovereign. Moreover, a being of the War Demon Emperor's caliber could not possibly misjudge this. As the Lord of Inkjade contemplated this, her complexion turned pale. She had indeed betrayed an emperor of the Celestials. It was well known that Zhang Lan was under the protection of the War Demon Emperor. While she had no one to rely on, was her fate truly sealed? Chapter 156, The Death of Zhang Lan. Who am I? Does it truly matter? Li Zhoujun replied nonchalantly when faced with the unparalleled might of the War Demon Emperor. It was evident that Li Zhoujun recognized that his adversary regarded him as an equal. This individual, in the presence of his father, displayed such indifferent composure. Was it truly as his father claimed, that he was a powerful celestial emperor? Zhang Lan, witnessing this scene, felt as though she had danced on the brink of death. Since this emperor of the Celestials was unwilling to disclose his identity, she would refrain from inquiring further. However, she implored, might the emperor spare my life out of consideration for me? The War Demon Emperor smiled at Li Zhoujun. Ding, Zhang Lan seeks to usurp the host. Can she be allowed to leave? The system issues a task, eliminate Zhang Lan. Upon completion, the host shall receive the Snow Pride, a 5th-grade true celestial weapon. With the task issued by the system, Li Zhoujun narrowed his eyes and addressed the War Demon Emperor. What if I refuse? Upon hearing Li Zhoujun's words, the War Demon Emperor's expression grew increasingly frigid. If the emperor does not comply, then do not blame me for my impoliteness. Surely, the aftermath of a confrontation between celestial emperors is beyond what this realm can withstand. Li Zhoujun remained silent, for he understood the War Demon Emperor was not exaggerating. After all, even a moderately strong celestial lord could devastate the heavenly origin realm, let alone a formidable celestial emperor. He could not afford to let the aftermath of their clash annihilate the Dao Tian sect without reason. Ding, the host fears a mere trifle. The system shall directly separate this hall from the heavenly origin realm. The host may act freely. Upon hearing the system's voice, Li Zhoujun finally breathed a sigh of relief. The War Demon Emperor, noticing Li Zhoujun's silence, remarked, it seems this humble lower realm holds great significance for the celestial emperor. In that case, I shall take the young lady with me. And as for the Lord of Inkjade, I shall leave her fate in the emperor's hands. Zhang Lan's face brightened at these words. As long as she returned to her father's side, the reconstruction of her physical form would be a trivial matter. With this thought, she cast a triumphant glance at Li Zhoujun, as if to say, what does it matter if you're a celestial emperor? Once my father arrives, I shall surely survive. Li Zhoujun seemed to catch the glint of Zhang Lan's gaze and smiled. What are you so pleased about? Have I agreed to let you go? At these words, Zhang Lan's expression shifted dramatically. After a moment of contemplation, she adopted a flattering demeanor, addressing Li Zhoujun, Emperor, since the Lord of Inkjade seeks to eliminate us both, it stands to reason that we are, in essence, allies on the same battlefield. Why must we engage in such unpleasantness? Upon hearing this, the Lord of Inkjade's face turned pale. Simultaneously, Li Zhoujun scoffed. Rest assured, neither you nor the Lord of Inkjade shall escape today. The War Demon Emperor's demeanor darkened, his anger palpable. Did he truly believe that just because he was a celestial emperor, the War Demon Emperor would cower in fear? After all, even among celestial emperors, there existed a hierarchy of strength. I have stated it clearly. Neither of you shall leave. Li Zhoujun declared coldly. As his words fell, Li Zhoujun's aura surged, akin to a deity awakening. Unfathomable forces of law began to envelop him. At this moment, Li Zhoujun was evenly matched with the War Demon Emperor. The powers of law, indeed, belonged to a celestial emperor. Meanwhile, Zhang Lan and the Lord of Inkjade observed this scene with trepidation. If they had harbored any doubt before, it was utterly dispelled by the swirling forces of law surrounding Li Zhoujun, especially the Lord of Inkjade, who now regretted her earlier decisions. In truth, her initial intention had been to join forces with Li Zhoujun to eliminate Zhang Lan and then end her own depleting celestial essence, allowing her to vanish completely from existence. However, as she witnessed the fierce battle between Li Zhoujun and Zhang Lan, the might of the celestial lord radiating forth, she found herself gripped by an unexpected unwillingness. She could not bear the thought of having cultivated for countless years only to perish in this meager lower realm. It was unacceptable to her that her revered existence among the myriad of celestials would be extinguished before she had even lived half her lifespan. Thus, she entertained treacherous thoughts, considering the possibility of seizing the opportunity to absorb the celestial essences of both Zhang Lan and Li Zhoujun, thereby revitalizing her own essence and possibly advancing to a 4th-grade celestial lord. The temptation was overwhelming for the Lord of Ink Jade. So she succumbed to her darker impulses and attacked Li Zhoujun. Now, however, she was filled with regret. Had she not entertained such nefarious thoughts? Perhaps this young celestial emperor would have shown her mercy for her impending demise in her efforts to stall Zhanlan. But now, all hope was lost. As the saying goes, a single thought can lead one to paradise or hell. It seemed the emperor had made his decision. The war demon emperor, recognizing Li Zhoujun's unwavering stance, understood that further discourse was futile. In an instant, a massive hand coalesced, piercing through the void and barriers, reaching Li Zhoujun. This hand occupied a third of the Celestial Lord's hall, covered in cracks from which orange-red lava flowed. With the emergence of this hand, the temperature in the hall soared as if a sun had appeared within. Zhanlan, shielded by her father, was somewhat protected. But the Lord of Ink Jade found herself in dire straits, feeling as though her very body would ignite under the oppressive heat. Even her breath became labored. As Li Zhoujun faced the incoming lava hand, he was unperturbed. He wielded his finger as a sword, unleashing a blade of energy powerful enough to carve through galaxies. Slicing towards the molten hand. Boom! The sword light collided with the lava hand, instantly shattering the blade while simultaneously causing the lava hand to crack and erupt into a tempest of molten rock that engulfed the entire hall. Witnessing this, Li Zhoujun seized a fragment of the shattered blade and directed it at Zhanlan. Even this mere fragment, infused with the power of a celestial emperor, was beyond the capabilities of any celestial lord to withstand. Thus, as Zhanlan beheld this scene, her previously haughty eyes were now filled with terror. She felt as if her feet were encased in lead, paralyzed by fear. Despicable! The war demon emperor, witnessing this, erupted in fury, the very space around him trembling. He unleashed a spear of flame, charging towards the impending blade aimed at Zhanlan. You cannot obstruct those I wish to eliminate, Li Zhoujun chuckled, twisting his wrist to release another world-shattering blade to intercept the spear. Simultaneously, the broken sword light had already struck Zhanlan's celestial essence. In that moment, her essence crumbled, disintegrating into nothingness. Fool! The war demon emperor rose from his throne, seething with rage as he roared at Li Zhoujun, I will kill you. His voice echoed like thunder across the heavens. Amidst the chaos of celestial emperors clashing, the Lord of Ink Jade, cowering in a corner, felt utterly crushed, realizing the terrifying power of these celestial beings. Chapter 157. Acquiring the treasure in the face of the war demon emperor's threats, Li Zhoujun smirked. There are many who wish to kill me. Your presence changes nothing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of eliminating Zhanlan. The Snow Pride has been upgraded to a 5th grade true celestial weapon. Die. Meanwhile, the war demon emperor ceased all further conversation with Li Zhoujun, his entire form transforming into a molten body of vibrant red lava. Upon attaining the true immortal state, a practitioner can alter their very essence, becoming an entirely different form of existence. Boom! With a sweeping motion of his hand, the war demon emperor unleashed a cataclysmic river of lava, surging relentlessly towards Li Zhoujun. With the death of his daughter, the war demon emperor acted without restraint, his every gesture embodying the devastating potential to obliterate the celestial realm. The searing river of lava, rolling forth from the rifts in the void, reflected in Li Zhoujun's resolute gaze. Undaunted, Li Zhoujun summoned the power of the celestial emperor's laws bestowed upon him, transforming it into a colossal hand radiating countless beams of light, which he brought down upon the torrent of lava with a force that seemed to rend the very fabric of reality. Boom! A resounding crash echoed. As the river of lava faltered beneath Li Zhoujun's immense hand, the two powers locking in a momentary stalemate. In the shadows, the Ink Jade Celestial Lord observed the scene with unwavering determination. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, the sword that had fallen from her grasp transformed into a myriad of sword shadows, slicing toward the war demon emperor, who regarded them with contempt. The emperor, dismissing the incoming attack, watched as the multitude of sword shadows disappeared into his molten form, creating not even a ripple in the overwhelming tide. Meanwhile, the Ink Jade Celestial Lord's face paled, her vitality waning, as if she were a flickering flame on the verge of extinguishment. The moment her lifebound sword pierced the war demon emperor, it was utterly annihilated. Is this the power of a celestial emperor? The Ink Jade Celestial Lord mused bitterly. Li Zhoujun cast a puzzled glance at the Ink Jade Celestial Lord, momentarily unable to decipher her inner thoughts. At that moment, the war demon emperor, realizing his lava river could not subdue Li Zhoujun, prepared to unleash another deadly strike. Then, a sudden disruption occurred. You cannot escape this time, war demon emperor. A woman's voice resonated from beyond the hall. The glazed celestial emperor? Curse be it, in his moment of fury, he had forgotten that she had been pursuing him relentlessly. Upon hearing her voice, the war demon emperor's expression shifted uncertainly. It was likely the commotion he had caused had revealed his position. Reluctantly, He cast one last glance at Li Zhoujun before retracting his power and vanishing from sight. As the war demon emperor disappeared, Li Zhoujun glimpsed through the rift to see a woman clad in azure, akin to himself, materializing in the hall where the war demon emperor had just stood. The azure-clad woman regarded Li Zhoujun, still radiating the formidable aura of a celestial emperor, and offered him a friendly nod before vanishing before his eyes. The rift closed immediately, and with it, Li Zhoujun's aura reverted to that of an ordinary person. He breathed a sigh of relief. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the female celestial emperor, he might have engaged in a protracted battle with the war demon emperor, with no clear victor emerging. Moreover, it appeared that the female celestial emperor was intent on hunting the war demon emperor, who clearly feared her. Shifting his focus to the ink jade celestial lord, whose vitality was dwindling, Li Zhoujun narrowed his eyes. The ink jade celestial lord, sensing his gaze, let out a bitter smile, fully aware that regardless of whether Li Zhoujun chose to act against her, her fate was sealed. Originally, she could have sustained her celestial soul power for another 3 years, but after the destruction of her life-bound sword, she had suffered a severe backlash, leaving her with but a thread of life, soon to be extinguished. Unless a celestial emperor intervened, even a celestial monarch could not salvage her fate. The ink jade celestial lord clasped her hands in a gesture of respect, speaking. Previously, I, ink jade, conspired against the celestial emperor while jointly attempting to slay Zhanlan. I am unworthy to face the emperor now. I implore you, in light of my actions against the war demon emperor, do not take out your wrath on the Guardian clan. They have no merit, yet they have toiled for generations. Were it not for their vigilant guarding of the celestial lord's tomb, Zhanlan would have long since seized the bodies of those who dared to trespass, wreaking havoc upon this realm. For my prior transgressions, I am willing to pay for my sins with my life. I shall also offer the treasures accumulated over the years to the celestial emperor. As her words fell, the ink jade celestial lord held forth her storage ring, her eyes growing increasingly vacant as her life force dissipated. It was evident that she had completely burned through her already dwindling celestial soul, leading to her demise, leaving behind only her celestial form. A celestial lord fell before Li Zhoujun. The distinction between good and evil often lies in a single thought. Li Zhoujun shook his head in sorrow, considering the many years the ink jade celestial lord had held Zhanlan at bay. In her willingness to confront the war demon emperor, perhaps her nature was not inherently malevolent, merely led astray by a fleeting thought. The complexity of human nature is indeed profound. Simultaneously, this experience reshaped Li Zhoujun's understanding of celestial lords. Perhaps to those in the mortal realm, celestial lords are insurmountable beings. Yet in the celestial realm, they seem merely ordinary. Previously, he had observed the impressive demeanor of the Yao clan's celestial lord. Now uncertain whether that individual was truly formidable or merely surrounded by powerful allies, Li Zhoujun silently scoffed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the celestial lord's remains, elevating the host's cultivation to the second tier of true immortal realm. With the system's announcement, Li Zhoujun felt a surge in his internal powers, multiplying his magical energy several times and significantly enhancing his physical strength. No wonder it is said that the realm of true immortals is a tiered hierarchy, Li Zhoujun mused. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and retrieved the storage ring from the ink jade celestial lord. Recognizing the value of a celestial lord's possessions would be substantial for him at this juncture. Upon examining the treasures within, he found numerous celestial crystals, which are utilized for trade among celestial beings, surpassing spirit stones in worth. The ring contained not only celestial crystals, but also various elixirs, artifacts, and techniques. Most importantly, it held 3 spirit talismans exuding the potent aura of a celestial lord, each capable of unleashing the most formidable strike equivalent to that of a first-tier celestial lord. Such treasures were extravagant gifts for Li Zhoujun, as facing a celestial being, he would have only a 50-50 chance of success. However, with these 3 talismans, the tides would turn dramatically. Casting one infused with the might of a first-tier celestial lord could undoubtedly spell the end for any celestial being. After securing the storage ring, Li Zhoujun buried the remains of the ink jade celestial lord, crafting a protective array fortified by one of the spirit talismans, capable of warding off attacks from cultivators below the celestial lord level. Though the ink jade celestial lord had intended to kill him, her contributions to the celestial realm were undeniable. Had it not been for her efforts in restraining Zhanlan, the realm would have suffered greatly. This warranted Li Zhoujun's respect, and he felt it necessary to ensure she rested in peace, untroubled by further disturbances. Chapter 158. The arrival of Zhongdong. Having completed the burial of the ink jade celestial lord, Li Zhoujun departed from the celestial lord's hall, retracing his steps. Along the way, he encountered the faceless puppet, which had been ensnared in the locking celestial array. Upon seeing Li Zhoujun, The faceless puppet erupted with excitement. You're alive. How could you possibly have survived the aftermath of the Celestial Lord's battle? You rascal, let me out. I'll make you pay. Li Zhoujun replied. Wait a moment. Are you one of the Celestial Lords who just fought? The faceless puppet seemed to come to a sudden realization, disbelief etched across its features. After all, the azure-clad youth had entered not long before the Celestial Lord's clash erupted. Given this context, the puppet's confusion was understandable. Moreover, during Li Zhoujun's skirmish with the War Demon Emperor, the residual power of the Celestial Emperor had been blocked by the system. Thus, the faceless puppet only perceived the battle between the Celestial Lords. I was planning to release you, but the moment you saw me, you threatened to kill me. Now, you'll be punished to remain in the locking celestial array for eternity, Li Zhoujun chuckled. The faceless puppet was a troublesome adversary, nearly impossible to eliminate. If released, it might recklessly attack, disregarding its own status, leaving Li Zhoujun unable to contend with it, wasting precious time in the process. Certainly, unless one resorts to the enchanted talismans imbued with the might of the Celestial Monarch strike. However, as the saying goes, one should utilize fine steel on the blade. Employing talismans on this faceless puppet would indeed be a waste. Moreover, having already expended one talisman to set a formation for the Ink Jade Celestial Monarch, there remain only two. In light of these considerations, it is prudent to confine the faceless puppet within the Celestial Locking Formation, where it can still serve as a verbal defense for the Ink Jade Celestial Monarch. Thus, Li Zhoujun stepped toward the bronze door. Celestial Monarch, I was wrong. Please let me out. The faceless puppet exclaimed, striking the Celestial Locking Formation in desperation. Yet, Li Zhoujun paid it no heed and exited through the bronze doors. At that moment, the faceless puppet regretted its actions, wishing it could slap itself for uttering such reckless words. Why mimic others with bold declarations? Truly, calamity stems from one's own words. Upon Li Zhoujun's return to the entrance of the Celestial Monarch's tomb, several figures descended from the sky, landing before him. We have met the Celestial Monarch. Under the leadership of the Gravekeeper clan's patriarch, Mo Wenfan, several true immortals bowed respectfully to Li Zhoujun. Among them was Mo Zhuang, whom Li Zhoujun had encountered in Lansong City. There is no need for such formalities, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Celestial Monarch, did you encounter any beings within the tomb? Mo Wenfan inquired cautiously. After a moment's contemplation, Li Zhoujun responded, the Ink Jade Celestial Monarch did not perish. She was suppressing a celestial-level demon cultivator below. After I descended, I allied with her and successfully slain the demon. Unfortunately, the Ink Jade Celestial Monarch exhausted her life force in the battle and has fallen. I have buried her and laid a spirit formation to ensure her rest in peace. As the Ink Jade Celestial Monarch was the faith of the Gravekeeper clan, Li Zhoujun chose to weave a benevolent lie. One cannot dismiss another's contributions due to minor faults. And the Ink Jade Celestial Monarch had already paid the price for her misguided intentions. Furthermore, Li Zhoujun had acquired numerous valuable items from her. One must learn to show understanding in life. Thank you, Celestial Monarch Li, Mo Wenfan, and the other true immortals said, their eyes reddened as they bowed respectfully. It was a revelation that the Celestial Monarch they had guarded for generations had not only survived, but had done so with remarkable valor, suppressing a celestial-level demon for countless years. This realization made their lifelong devotion to her seem worthwhile. As for whether they would think Li Zhoujun had deceived them, that was unlikely. After all, a Celestial Monarch could obliterate the Gravekeeper clan with but a thought. Would it be necessary for him to fabricate lies to trick them? No need for such formalities, Li Zhoujun waved his hand with a smile. The Ink Jade Celestial Monarch's sacrifice to suppress the celestial-level demon is worthy of the world's respect. At that moment, Mo Luer arrived, respectfully bowing to Li Zhoujun. I am Mo Luer. Thank you, Celestial Monarch, for saving me in Lansong City. You are too kind. Li Zhoujun responded with a smile. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the small world where they stood. In the next moment, a figure clad in black was hurled through the crack, crashing heavily to the ground. As the Gravekeeper clan members recognized this figure, their expressions soured instantly. The black-clad figure was none other than Mo Xian, a perfected tribulation-transcending cultivator on guard at the entrance of the Gravekeeper clan's small world. Following him, two more figures emerged from the fissure, an elderly man in a black robe and a resolute young man. Upon seeing the young man, Mo Luer's eyes reddened immediately. Zhang Dong. Mo Wenfan's expression turned cold as he recognized the newcomer. You dare to injure my clan's gatekeeper elder. What is your intention? The young man, Zhang Dong, was the very one who had previously disrupted his relationship with Mo Luer. Zhang Dong stood before them, exuding an immensely powerful aura, evidently having reached the harmonization stage. However, he paid no heed to Mo Wenfan's words, instead turning to Mo Luer with a worried expression. Luer, my master sensed a battle here earlier. Are you unharmed? I am fine, Imo Luer replied, shaking her head. Luer, would you come away with me to the celestial realm? Zhong Dong inquired earnestly, gazing at her with longing. No. Imo Luer inhaled deeply, shaking her head. I am now a mother. How could I abandon my husband and child? Just then, a young man from the Gravekeeper clan swiftly positioned himself beside Imo Luer, shielding her behind him while casting a wary glance at Zhong Dong. Luer is now my wife. If you truly wish to take her, you shall have to step over my dead body. Hearing these words, Zhong Dong's expression darkened. He looked at Imo Luer and, nearly gritting his teeth, asked, Is this true, Luer? Zhong Dong's gaze made Imo Luer feel he was now a stranger. Boy, why waste words? If you want the woman, just take her. With my master here, this mere Gravekeeper clan cannot stir up any storm. At that moment, the black-robed elder beside Zhong Dong chuckled sinisterly. You impudent fool. The Gravekeeper clan's true immortals erupted in fury at such blatant disrespect. How could this man dare to belittle them? Imo Wenfan barked at the black-robed elder. How dare you speak so insolently to celestial monarch Li? A mere mortal realm could produce a celestial monarch of the profound immortal realm? The black-robed elder laughed mockingly. Who are you trying to fool? Would a celestial monarch from the celestial realm deign to visit this forsaken place? He continued, moreover, for mortals, regardless of divine position. The heavenly path strength in this realm allows only up to a first-grade celestial monarch. Thus, any cultivator reaching the 9th-grade celestial immortal will be forcibly transported to the celestial realm. As the black-robed elder concluded, the true immortals of the Gravekeeper clan regarded him with pity. As the saying goes, if one does not seek death, one will not die. How dare an ant from the mortal realm display such audacity in front of him? The black-robed elder felt the disdainful gazes of the Gravekeeper clan's true immortals igniting his fury. Instantly, a terrifying aura began to brew around him, darkening the small world of the Gravekeeper clan. Is he a 9th-grade true immortal? The Gravekeeper clan's true immortals gasped in shock upon sensing the elder's aura. I am the Black Cloud Taoist from the celestial realm, the black-robed elder declared, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he observed the astonished Gravekeeper clan members. Years ago, he had acquired a top-tier cultivation method in the celestial realm, leading to many powerful individuals pursuing him. In a desperate bid, the Black Cloud Taoist had employed secret techniques, descending from the celestial immortal realm to the 9th-grade true immortal realm, arriving in the Tianyuan realm. Upon arrival, he had immediately succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing beside a stream. Fortunately, the Taoist of Black Cloud saved Zhong Dong. Upon awakening, he unexpectedly discovered that Zhong Dong possessed a rare water spiritual root, highly suitable for his cultivation techniques. Thus, the Taoist took Zhong Dong as his disciple. Over the years, their bond deepened, and the Taoist grew fond of Zhong Dong, imparting to him the skills he had acquired in the celestial realm. Recently, the Taoist felt that the limitations of the Tianyuan realm stifled Zhong Dong's potential, and he planned to take his disciple to the celestial realm for further training. However, Zhong Dong insisted on meeting the daughter of the Tomb Guarding clan, Imo Luer, declaring that he would not leave without her. Truly, he was a romantic at heart. The Taoist proclaimed, let the younger generation handle their own affairs. Should anyone dare to intervene, they shall face my wrath. With a sinister chuckle, he threatened the celestial beings of the Tomb Guarding clan. Noticing Li Zhoujun standing idly by, the Taoist sneered, thinking that if this young man were truly a celestial lord, he would have perished at the first inquiry. The members of the Tomb Guarding clan, including their leader, Imo Wenfan, were seething with anger. They had 6 celestial beings in their clan, yet none were above the 6th rank, with their strongest being merely a 6th-rank celestial. Meanwhile, Zhong Dong gazed at Imo Han, whose forehead glistened with sweat, and darkly asked, Are you brave enough to accept my life and death challenge? Those who have perished may lie down. Those who live may take Luer with them. Just as Imo Han was about to respond affirmatively, Imo Luer covered his mouth, her expression pained. Zhong Dong, you have become a disciple of a powerful master. We are no longer on the same path. Your future is limitless, but I cannot follow you to the celestial realm. My family and child are here. Even if I were to go to the celestial realm someday, I would rely on my own strength. Please respect my choice. Why? Zhong Dong looked at Imo Luer, confusion filling his eyes. Memories of their beautiful past flooded his mind, yet everything had changed. Clenching his fists, he felt desolate. We are destined to be apart. Forget me. Zhong Dong, you will meet someone better, she said with a bitter smile. Impatient, the Taoist interrupted. Enough of this chatter. If you truly have the courage, forcibly take the woman you desire. With that, he dismissed the notion of feelings, asserting that as long as she was physically present, it mattered little where her heart lay. With the Taoist's words, Imo Han turned pale, but stood defiantly before Imo Luer, addressing Zhong Dong. If you truly love Luer, respect her choice. Had Lua not married me, you would have perished long ago. Seeking death, Zhang Dong, consumed by jealousy, swiftly appeared before Moao Han, seizing him by the throat with alarming speed. Moao Han, merely at the virtual realm, stood no chance against the fully realized Zhang Dong. The celestial beings of the tomb-guarding clan erupted in fury, but the Taoist merely observed with a knowing glint in his eye, ensuring that they did not act rashly. Seeing Moao Han in distress, Mo Luer turned pale and pleaded, "Zhang Dong, I beg you to let him go. I truly beseech you." "You are not the Luer I once knew," Zhang Dong remarked, his heart heavy as he witnessed her tears. The once confident and beautiful Luer now appeared so vulnerable. Reluctantly, he released Moao Han, who coughed violently afterward. "Are you all right?" Mo Luer anxiously inquired. "I'm fine," Moao Han replied, his pallor evident. Li Zhoujun observed the unfolding drama, reflecting on the circumstances. It became clear that Zhang Dong and Mo Luer had once been lovers. But due to familial pressures from Mo Luer's clan, she had to let him go to protect him. Eventually, she married Moao Han and bore a child. Now, as Zhang Dong rose in power under a formidable master, he sought an audience, only to find that Luer had moved on. As Zhang Dong gazed at the concerned Mo Luer, despair filled his heart. He realized that everything had irrevocably changed. "Master, let us depart," he said, his spirit dulled. "Depart?" The Taoist smirked coldly. "It is not so simple to leave." He then turned his gaze towards the clan leader, Mo Wenfan, a greedy glimmer in his eyes. "I hear that the tomb of the celestial lord Mou, who fell to this realm, is guarded by your clan? So what?" Mo Wenfan retorted coldly. "The celestial lord Mou has found peace, and we will not allow you to disturb her rest." The clan knew well that the celestial lord had perished while suppressing demonic cultivators and had been properly interred by Li Zhoujun. They were determined not to allow any disturbance. According to their ancestral teachings, once someone entered the tomb of a celestial, it would never be reopened. "Do you think you can deter me, mere ants?" The Taoist's expression twisted into a sinister grin. Clearly, his true intent in visiting the tomb-guarding clan was to access the celestial tomb, and assisting his disciple was merely a pretext. "Then you shall have to step over our corpses," Mo Wenfan declared, standing resolutely with the other celestial beings, their formidable presence emanating a terrifying aura. The atmosphere grew tense as the Taoist and his disciple entered with an air of aggression, believing the clan to be weak and easily intimidated. "Is that all?" The Taoist scoffed, causing the heavens to darken and storm clouds to gather ominously. "Master." Zhang Dong's expression shifted alarmingly as he realized his master intended to attack the tomb-guarding clan. He truly did not wish to witness any harm befall Luer. "Fool." The Taoist shot a cold glare at Zhang Dong. "Is it worth abandoning the opportunity to enter the celestial tomb for a woman who has forsaken you? Once you cultivate your strength, you could have your choice of women. You were never this indecisive when following me. Why are you so dim-witted now?" Zhang Dong's face paled as he stammered, "Master, I..." "Silence." The Taoist cut him off, fixing his icy gaze on Mo Wenfan and the celestial beings. Narrowing his eyes, "I shall give you one last chance. Will you allow me to enter the tomb of the celestial lord? If one persists in their folly, do not blame me for eradicating every soul within this minuscule realm." The true immortals of the Gravekeeper clan, witnessing this, were expressions of scornful amusement. Indeed, the Black Cloud Taoist possessed the capability to slay them, yet with Li Zhoujun present, his brazen arrogance was akin to courting death. Enraged by the disdainful looks directed at him, the Black Cloud Taoist was poised to strike, only to be restrained by Zhang Dong, who implored, "Master, this Mou Zhoujun, having unexpectedly fallen to the lower realm, surely lacks significant power. Even if we were to seize her fortune, it would yield little benefit." "You ungrateful wretch." The Black Cloud Taoist retorted, his disappointment palpable. "I cannot believe I misjudged you. You would defy your master for the sake of a mere woman?" With that, the Black Cloud Taoist's body trembled, sending Zhang Dong hurtling backwards, blood spewing from his mouth. "Watch closely, boy. Today, I shall teach you once more. Anyone who obstructs one's cultivation, regardless of who they may be, deserves death." He sneered. Zhang Dong lay on the ground, bewildered as he gazed at his master. Suddenly, applause erupted. The Black Cloud Taoist and the true immortals of the Gravekeeper clan turned to find Li Zhoujun as the source of the clapping. Clearly, the Black Cloud Taoist's earlier proclamation to slaughter all within the small world included Li Zhoujun's head as well. Thus, it was impossible for Li Zhoujun to remain uninvolved. "What are you doing?" The Black Cloud Taoist squinted at Li Zhoujun, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Here was a man facing imminent demise, yet still exuding such arrogance, truly audacious. "As you can see, I am merely applauding," Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. "Do not be hasty. You cannot escape your fate." The Black Cloud Taoist scoffed at the calm demeanor of Li Zhoujun. How daring this man was to speak so freely to Li Zhoujun. He likely had taken refuge in the mortal realm in recent years, oblivious to Li Zhoujun's formidable power. The true immortals of the Greykeeper clan gazed at the Black Cloud Taoist, who was now exceedingly arrogant in front of Li Zhoujun, their faces betraying expressions akin to those witnessing a jester's antics. Ding! The system has never encountered such arrogance. A choice of tasks has been issued. Option 1. Engage the Black Cloud Taoist in combat, and the system will reward the host with a defensive artifact crafted from tortoiseshell. Option 2. Slay the Black Cloud Taoist, and the system will reward the host with a Spirit Elixir. Spirit Elixir, an upgraded version of the Golden Spirit Elixir, capable of aiding true immortals in their cultivation and enhancing their prowess. Li Zhoujun paused for a moment, contemplating the defensive artifact. It seemed unnecessary for him. Thus, he resolved to select Option 2. I choose Option 2, he declared. Ding! Engage in battle within half an hour, or the rewards will become void. The host must act swiftly. As the system's voice faded, the Black Cloud Taoist made the first move. With a flick of his sleeve, storms of lightning erupted in the sky, and 5 colossal dragon forms composed of rainwater descended from the dark clouds, exuding a devastating aura, roaring with thunderous might. The true immortals of the Greykeeper clan turned pale at the sight. The 9th grade true immortal was overwhelmingly powerful, so formidable that those below the 9th grade stood no chance of resistance. Should those 5 rain dragons strike, the small world of the Gravekeeper clan would face utter devastation. Li Zhoujun's eyes reflected the descending dragons, yet his expression remained composed. If a swift resolution was required, he would unleash a spirit talisman imbued with the might of an immortal. With that thought, he directed a talisman, now concealed from view, towards the Black Cloud Taoist. In an instant, the talisman shimmered with divine light, transforming into a myriad of terrifying sword shadows that blotted out the sky and sun. The 5 dragon forms, under the onslaught of countless sword shadows, were akin to small boats lost in a vast ocean, obliterated in moments and replaced by a gentle rain. However, the sword shadows, having vanquished the 5 rain dragons, converged into an enormous sword, its might overwhelming, carrying the power to shatter the very sun and moon as it descended upon the Black Cloud Taoist. How is this possible? The Black Cloud Taoist gazed at the colossal sword approaching him, his expression frozen in shock, as if he had forgotten to flee. The youth clad in azure, referred to as Li Zhoujun, could unleash such a terrifying offensive with a mere gesture. Could he truly be an immortal? In that moment, despair engulfed the Black Cloud Taoist. Master! Run! In the distance, Zhang Dong, having been flung away and still spitting blood, watched in horror. Despite being struck by his master, without the Black Cloud Taoist, Zhang Dong would not have reached his current status. Boom! Just as Zhang Dong's words fell, the immense sword, like thunder, crashed down upon the Black Cloud Taoist. Instantly, the sword penetrated the Black Cloud Taoist's body. Although he appeared intact, his immortal soul had been utterly obliterated. This strike could sever an immortal soul without harming the physical form. Li Zhoujun's sword control was terrifyingly advanced. He truly deserved the title of the youngest immortal powerhouse. The true immortals of the Gravekeeper clan were astonished by Li Zhoujun's might. In truth, he had merely unleashed a talisman. Master! Zhang Dong gazed mournfully at the Black Cloud Taoist, who stood motionless, devoid of life, his face etched with sorrow, yet a glimmer of unnoticeable satisfaction flickered in his eyes. We thank the immortal for intervening. Meanwhile, the true immortals of the Gravekeeper clan, upon realizing the situation, respectfully bowed to Li Zhoujun. Ignoring their reverence, Li Zhoujun narrowed his gaze upon Zhang Dong, contemplating whether to eliminate him or spare his life. After all, Zhang Dong exhibited traits befitting a child of destiny. Having slain his master, Li Zhoujun held the moral high ground. Yet, was the child of fate truly a reasonable entity? If he harbored hatred, Li Zhoujun was unafraid. But he feared the possibility of Zhang Dong seeking vengeance against the Daotian sect. Zhang Dong seemed to sense Li Zhoujun's ominous thoughts and hastily pleaded, "Immortal, my master was at fault. He has paid the price for his actions. However, he remains my master. I beseech you to allow me to take his body for a proper burial, fulfilling my duty as a disciple." Li Zhoujun remained silent. As the system was in the process of issuing the spirit elixir, believing that Li Zhoujun had tacitly agreed to his request, Zhang Dong bowed once more and, shouldering the lifeless form of the Black Cloud Taoist, departed from the small world of the Gravekeeper clan. Once Zhang Dong had left and the spirit elixir had been issued, Li Zhoujun glanced at the true immortals of the Gravekeeper clan and remarked, "I shall take my leave." With that, he stepped into the void and vanished from their sight. We bid farewell to Li Zhoujun, the true immortals of the Gravekeeper clan proclaimed, led by Mo1 Fan, as they honored Li Zhoujun's departure. After leaving the Gravekeeper clan, Li Zhoujun chose not to venture elsewhere, but instead concealed himself within the void, following Zhang Dong closely. He was curious to discern whether Zhongdong truly embodied the traits of a child of destiny. Meanwhile, Zhongdong remained oblivious to Li Zhoujun's presence behind him. For at present, Li Zhoujun had attained the status of a second-grade true immortal. How could Zhongdong, a cultivator of the integration stage, possibly detect him? Thus, Li Zhoujun trailed Zhongdong for a considerable distance. Hee, old man, you refuse to heed my warning. Now that you are dead, your immortal form shall serve me as a puppet. Once Zhongdong confirmed that no one was around, he bore the corpse of the Black Cloud Taoist through the endless desert, chuckling to himself, "Old man, do not blame me. That day when you indulged in the celestial brew and became intoxicated, I witnessed you reveal the recipe for crafting flesh elixirs while casting glances my way. I see that your dedication to nurturing me is merely a prelude to refining me into a fleshly elixir once my cultivation reaches a certain level, is it not? In your eyes, I am no different from a pig raised for slaughter. Yet, while you plot against me, I have been scheming against you as well. From the very beginning, I recognized Li Zhoujun, who demonstrated the prowess of a celestial sovereign a century ago. In other words, I am simply using his hand to eliminate you. It appears I have played the role of devoted disciple quite successfully. Otherwise, I would not have been able to extract your celestial form. Rest assured, old man, once you depart, your celestial body, magical treasures, elixirs, and divine abilities shall all belong to me. Sooner or later, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of this world, and at that time, not only the Tomb Guardian clan, but the entire Daotian sect will bow before me. By the way, I have heard that Murong Shui from the Daotian sect is an unparalleled beauty among mortals." As he spoke, Zhongdong began to laugh triumphantly, as if victory was within his grasp. At that moment, his guard was somewhat lowered, for he did not believe that Li Zhoujun would follow him as a celestial sovereign. A top-tier expert from the lower realms would not stoop to such underhanded tactics. Surely, he was above such trivialities, detached from the mundane world. If he truly intended to kill me, he would have acted long ago within the small realm of the Tomb Guardian clan. Furthermore, with his master deceased, the Tomb Guardians would surely look down upon him, believing he could not stir any significant waves. Besides, he had just surveyed the surroundings and found no one. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun, who had been following Zhongdong, was utterly astonished. Was Zhongdong's scheme truly this profound? Had he not been vigilant and listened closely from behind, Li Zhoujun would have been deceived by this young man's performance. Indeed, the world of cultivation is fraught with depth, filled with cunning individuals. Li Zhoujun sighed. It seemed this young man could not be allowed to live. With such shrewdness and depth of character, if he were to show mercy, it was possible that after ascending, this young man could grow powerful enough to evade the control of the Daotian sect. Moreover, this young fool had unwittingly mentioned Murong Shui, a topic that struck a nerve with Li Zhoujun. Ding! The host surely does not wish to see this treacherous young man treading upon Qishou and striking the Daotian sect. Does he? The system issues a mission, eliminate Zhongdong, and the host shall receive generous rewards. Upon hearing the system's mission, Li Zhoujun's gaze turned icy as he regarded Zhongdong's self-satisfied figure. Carrying the corpse of the Black Cloud Taoist, Zhongdong seemed to sense something. Abruptly turning around to see Li Zhoujun with a smile. "Li Xianjun." Zhongdong's eyes widened in terror. "My apologies, but I heard everything you just said." Li Zhoujun wore a helpless smile. "No, Li Xianjun, what I said was not as you think." Zhongdong panicked, wishing to explain, utterly perplexed as to why a dignified celestial sovereign would deign to follow him, a mere cultivator at the integration stage. However, Li Zhoujun understood that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter, so he refrained from engaging in further dialogue with Zhongdong. With a flick of his finger, an unremarkable sword chi surged forth, producing a brief sound of breaking air, and the next moment, it pierced through Zhongdong's brow, extinguishing his soul. In his final moments, Zhongdong's eyes were filled with confusion and unwillingness. Chapter 162. Arrival in the Celestial Realm. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and eliminating Zhongdong. Ding. The system rewards you with the divine ability, Determining Heaven. Determining Heaven, the method of the Celestial Emperor, using heaven and earth as a board. With magical power as the chess pieces, 1 drop confines the dragon, 2 drops bring down the stars, 3 drops establish heaven. Wow, the system is really splurging. The method of the Celestial Emperor has emerged. Li Zhoujun exclaimed in astonishment. Ding, shouldn't you call me daddy? No way, Li Zhoujun replied, speechless. Is this system not a bit unhinged, so keen on having others call it daddy? Ding, feeling hurt. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun turned his attention to the corpse of the Black Cloud Taoist. Without hesitation, he rummaged through the belongings of both master and disciple, but found nothing of value. Only some celestial crystals and elixirs. After collecting the remains of the duo, Li Zhoujun set a spiritual flame upon them to erase all traces. Zhongdong's corpse was almost entirely incinerated upon contact with the spiritual fire. However, the body of the Black Cloud Taoist showed no response even after Li Zhoujun burned it for a considerable time. Although the Black Cloud Taoist had fallen from his former rank of true celestial, his body had been forged through numerous heavenly tribulations, rendering it an indomitable celestial physique. The second-grade true celestial spiritual fire wielded by Li Zhoujun could not harm him in the slightest. After a brief search through the Black Cloud Taoist storage ring, Li Zhoujun finally discovered what he sought, the celestial transformation water. Even a celestial corpse could be transformed into corpse water. Truly a marvelous treasure for erasing evidence of murder and theft. He poured a drop of celestial transformation water onto the Black Cloud Taoist remains. In an instant, the seemingly indestructible body transformed into white bones, which then dissolved into a pool of corpse water. After completing this task, as Li Zhoujun prepared to return to the Daodian sect, the system stirred once more. Ding! The host is now a true celestial. Remaining in the Tianyuan realm holds little significance. Within 1 hour, the host may choose to ascend to the celestial realm and receive a new player gift package. 1 hour, and you're rushing to be reborn? Li Zhoujun's lips twitched. Although he spoke thus, he still sent a strand of divine thought back to the Daodian sect to inform Morong Shui of his impending journey to the celestial realm. After completing these tasks, Li Zhoujun looked up at the sky and smiled, saying, "System, let us depart." Ding, off we go. Just as the system's voice faded, Li Zhoujun felt the winds and clouds shift around him, as if he were passing through an exceptionally thick barrier. When he opened his eyes again, the environment around him had transformed from a desolate landscape to a picturesque mountainous area, rich in spiritual energy, far denser than that of the Tianyuan realm. Ding! New player gift package sent. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving 3 celestial spirit pills, 1 million celestial crystals, and an elevation of cultivation to the 3rd grade true celestial. As the system's voice concluded, Li Zhoujun felt his internal magical power surging once more, and after a gradual calm, it had increased severalfold. Within a single day, he had advanced from a 1st grade true celestial to a 3rd grade true celestial. Such speed would bring tears to even the oldest of monsters. Is this truly the celestial realm? It seems not much different from the Tianyuan realm. Aside from the more abundant spiritual energy, Li Zhoujun remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. "Oh, are you a true celestial who ascended from the lower realm?" Just as Li Zhoujun was observing the area, 2 figures descended from the sky, riding on clouds. One was a handsome man, and the other a beautiful woman. The latter was the one who had spoken. "Who are you?" Li Zhoujun asked, looking at them with some confusion. "Ha ha ha. We are the true celestial elders of the Yusheng domain, Lingyusan sect." The woman smiled at Li Zhoujun and introduced herself. "My name is Ji Sidon, and this is my senior brother, Dang Yichen. May I ask your esteemed surname?" "Just call me Li," Li Zhoujun replied. "Ah, so it is Li Zhenxian." Ji Sidon smiled and said, "It is indeed a privilege for Li Zhenxian to ascend from the lower realm to the celestial realm. You must be a person of great talent. Would you consider joining our Lingyu sect as an honorary elder? If Li Zhenxian agrees, we are willing to provide you with abundant cultivation resources and 120,000 celestial crystals every year." Such a good deal. Li Zhoujun looked at the two in astonishment. "The main point is, our Lingyu sect is in dire need of someone like Li Zhenxian, who has ascended from the lower realm." Dang Yichen added. Li Zhoujun jokingly asked, "You're not trying to trick me into going over and selling my kidneys, are you?" Ji Sidon and Dang Yichen exchanged glances at those words. Ji Sidon discreetly conveyed to Dang Yichen, "Senior brother, this earthbound ascendant possesses quite a formidable sense of vigilance. We must devise a way to lure him back to Lingyu sect to exploit him for mining celestial crystals. This year, in this area where ascendants frequently arrive, we have only recruited 3 true immortals from the lower realm to extract the crystals. If we fail to gather 5, the Grand Elder's wrath will undoubtedly send us, along with these native ascendants, to toil in the perilous celestial crystal mines, a fate fraught with hardship and danger." Dang Yichen replied, "If necessary, junior sister, you may have to exert some effort and sacrifice your allure. If that fails, we may have to resort to force. A true immortal from the lower realm, based on past experiences, is unlikely to exceed the 3rd tier. After all, the tribulations beyond this tier are formidable, and this individual ascended without much commotion, most likely riding the golden light to the 1st tier of true immortality. As both of us are 3rd tier true immortals, once we bring him back to Lingyu sect, the subsequent matters will no longer trouble us." Very well, Ji Sidon thought of the dangers lurking in the celestial crystal mines, her complexion paling. The mines, true to their name, are the very source of celestial crystals, and their formidable nature renders ordinary cultivators below the true immortal level utterly incapable of extraction. Only true immortals possess the strength required. Moreover, it is highly probable that celestial beings, or even beings of a higher caliber, inhabit these mines. Since the inception of Lingyu sect, numerous true immortals have met with mysterious deaths within those caverns. Li Zhoujun, you jest. Who among those who have ascended from the 3,000 realms to true immortality is not a paragon of excellence? As long as Li Zhoujun accompanies us back, sumptuous feasts and beautiful companions await. At that moment, in her determination to ensnare Li Zhoujun, Jisai Dan was willing to go to great lengths. She cast a flirtatious glance at him and raised her delicate hand, reaching towards his chest. However, her charms were ineffective against Li Zhoujun, who had faced celestial lords and even emperors multiple times. Each encounter had fortified his composure. With a calm demeanor, he evaded her hand and smiled. "Do not touch me. I find it distasteful. Flattery without cause is either deceit or theft," Li Zhoujun mused, feeling that these two resembled the fraudsters from his past life, luring unsuspecting individuals abroad with promises of high salaries. The fate of those deceived was seldom pleasant. Ears severed, kidneys harvested, all were mild fates in comparison. Furthermore, could a virtuous person truly employ such beguiling tactics? Upon hearing Li Zhoujun's words, Jisai Dan's face flushed with indignation. Chapter 163, The Emperor's Son? Li Zhoujun, you are quite the orator, Deng Yichen observed, noting his sister's failed charm offensive against Li Zhoujun, his expression darkening. Jisai Dan, now scorned by Li Zhoujun, abandoned her previous gentle demeanor and declared, "Senior brother, since this Li fellow refuses our hospitality, we shall no longer be courteous and simply take him back to present to the elder." Li Zhoujun, observing their coordinated effort, shook his head, lamenting, "The celestial realm is exceedingly unfriendly. They seek to ensnare me upon my arrival." "Huh, the depths of the celestial realm are profound. You are still too inexperienced." Deng Yichen scoffed, deciding not to waste further words. After exchanging a glance with Jisai Dan, both released their third-tier true immortal pressure, circling Li Zhoujun like agile dragons. Li Zhoujun chuckled. In previous encounters, he would have ruthlessly dispatched them using a fifth-tier true immortal artifact or engaged them in a stalemate with half his power. However, now, with the Emperor's law at his disposal and being of the same third tier, he was keen to assess his standing among equals. As he narrowed his eyes, his azure robe billowed without wind, and a colossal transparent chessboard descended, enveloping an area of 100 miles. This was the first move of the dragon's trap. Within the confines of the chessboard, Jisai Dan and Deng Yichen stared in shock, feeling as though they bore the weight of 10 mountains, utterly immobilized. Upon opening his eyes and surveying the scene, Li Zhoujun was astonished. Given his cultivation, he could easily cover a radius of 10,000 miles in the lower realm. Perhaps the perfected laws and abundant spiritual energy of the celestial realm were the reasons. To put it metaphorically, the lower realm was akin to a wall made of crumbled tofu, while the celestial realm was a wall forged of iron. A cultivator wielding a hammer could easily break through a wall of tofu, but striking an iron wall was an entirely different challenge. Third-tier true immortal. Simultaneously, as Li Zhoujun made his move, both Jisai Dan and Deng Yichen regarded him with astonishment. "Fear not, junior sister, as fellow third-tier true immortals. We shall prevail 2 against 1. Deng Yichen boasted, his face reddening as he attempted to counter the overwhelming pressure of the chessboard. Sadly, his efforts proved futile. Jisai Dan fared worse, nearly kneeling under the oppressive force. What he wields seems to be the Emperor's law? Jisai Dan thought, her mind racing with disbelief. How can it be? Deng Yichen paled, unable to comprehend how a being from the lower realm could possess the Emperor's law. After all, the conditions for cultivating such a law were absent in the lower realm. The Emperor's law was derived from the insights of celestial emperors into the heavenly principles of the celestial realm, available for those in the lower realm to practice, yet unattainable for those without access to complete heavenly laws. This young man, newly ascended, demonstrated the Emperor's law. How could this be explained? If he were a prince of an imperial dynasty or a scion of a holy land, his return to the celestial realm would have been met with a grand reception, a spectacle of golden clouds and celestial music. Yet here he stood, alone, apparently having ascended merely through the golden light. Could he be an emperor? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If he were truly an emperor, we would already be dead. As Jisai Dan and Deng Yichen gazed at Li Zhoujun, who stood at the center of the chessboard like a deity amidst the cosmos, they felt an overwhelming sense of shock. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun remained oblivious to their thoughts, focusing instead on mastering the Emperor's law. The first move of the dragon's trap effectively created a domain in which his foes were ensnared and could barely move, while he would gain enhancements within this realm. Understanding the principle, Li Zhoujun looked at the now struggling Jisai Dan and Deng Yichen, unable to take even a step without gasping for breath, and smiled. Did you still wish to extract my kidneys? Spare us, Emperor's son. Jisai Dan could no longer maintain her composure and began to weep, abandoning her concerns about Li Zhoujun's identity and the implications of his mastery of the Emperor's law. She ceased her resistance against the pressure emanating from the chessboard and, with a thud, knelt on the ground, her tear-streaked face a portrait of exquisite vulnerability. Junior sister you, Deng Yichen exclaimed, astonished at how quickly his sister capitulated. In resignation, he too knelt before Li Zhoujun, pleading, Emperor's son, we merely wish to be virtuous. However, if we do not recruit 5 true immortals within a year, our fate will be dire. We are left with no choice for survival. Kneeling is no disgrace. Emperor's son? Li Zhoujun was momentarily taken aback by their appellation. The term implied he was the son of an emperor. How could these individuals so casually ascribe him a father figure? Such impertinence was intolerable. Li Zhoujun felt a surge of dissatisfaction within, preparing to unleash his second move, Starfall, only to be astonished to discover that his internal magical energy was insufficient to execute it. He inhaled sharply, for his magical power was immensely greater than that of an ordinary third-grade true immortal. Yet, despite this, it could barely sustain the first move of the Imperial technique for a fleeting moment. Perhaps only when he reached a state comparable to the immortal emperor could he fully manifest the true potency of this Imperial technique. Thus, it seemed he had no choice but to resort to extreme measures once again, wielding the newly ascended 5th-grade true immortal weapon, the Aoshue flying sword, to vanquish the 2 adversaries. Meanwhile, Deng Yichen sensed a diminishing pressure upon him, and a glimmer of greed surfaced in his previously pleading gaze. This young man was utilizing the immortal emperor's techniques at the true immortal level, which likely meant his internal magical energy was nearly depleted. If he could eliminate him, he could acquire the Imperial technique. As for whether Li Zhoujun was truly the Imperial son, that was of no concern to him. It is said that the bold feast on opportunities while the timid perish. Some individuals truly lose their reason in the face of immense temptation. This was akin to bank robbers in Li Zhoujun's past life, who, despite knowing they could be gunned down, still dared to make a move. Moreover, even genuine Imperial sons are not free from desperate individuals who might scheme against them. They simply lack the opportunity. Imperial sons typically travel with caution, and even when they strike, they do not immediately expend all their magical energy, as they are usually accompanied by formidable protectors. However, if an Imperial son were to find themselves alone, there would indeed be those daring enough to act. After all, the immortal realm is vast, comprising 5 major domains: the northern, southern, central, eastern, and western immortal domains. Within these 5 domains lie countless smaller regions, each comparable in size to a world in the lower realms. Thus, if the immortal emperor did not leave any means of protection on the Imperial son, finding someone to confront him would be arduous. There was once an immortal emperor known as the Fallen Taoist, who, before ascending to that status, encountered an Imperial son who had just suffered through a fierce battle. The Imperial son had lost his protector, exhausted the defensive means granted by the immortal emperor, and was severely injured. The Imperial son, in his arrogance, pointed fingers at the fallen Taoist, who, unable to contain his anger, killed the Imperial son, seizing the cultivation resources from him. He then lived in hiding for hundreds of thousands of years until he cultivated himself to the level of an immortal emperor, ascending to the pinnacle of the immortal realm, earning the title of the fallen immortal emperor, with countless immortals paying homage to him. This is but a singular example. Most who dare to act against an Imperial son meet a grim fate. Yet even if it is merely an exception, it signifies that opportunities indeed exist, prompting individuals to act irrationally. Chapter 164. The Frenzied Deng Yichen Jr. Sister. He has exhausted his internal magical energy. If we join forces to kill him, we shall divide the treasures he possesses. Deng Yichen's eyes gleamed with madness as he transmitted this to Jisadeo. Jisadeo, in disbelief, responded, Senior brother. He wields the Imperial technique and is likely a prince of some Imperial dynasty or a scion of a great sacred land. Should we strike against him, we may not even know how he perished. Deng Yichen scoffed, Foolish. We have already offended him. Even if we do not kill him, once he returns to his backing, powerful reinforcements will come for us, and our entire Yushan domain may face annihilation. Since we are bound to die, why not take the risk? Upon hearing Deng Yichen's words, Jisadeo's face flickered with indecision, but ultimately, madness triumphed over reason. Senior brother is correct. Since death is inevitable, why not take a gamble? As the two communicated telepathically, Li Zhoujun observed his dwindling magical energy, akin to a flood breaching a dam, and thus withdrew the Imperial technique, smiling at the two. He had surmised their intentions. All right, senior brother, I agree. If we kill him, we shall equally share the treasures. Ji Sadeo conveyed to Deng Yichen. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Deng Yichen's eyes. Even though he had expended a significant portion of his magical energy, killing the Imperial Sun alone would not be easy. However, with the assistance of another third-grade true immortal, the chances of success greatly increased. As for sharing the treasures, that was merely a ruse. In the face of substantial benefits, even blood relations could turn against each other. The treasures on an Imperial Sun were immensely valuable. He would never willingly share half with anyone. Once the blue-robed Imperial Sun was dealt with, the next to die would be Junior Sister. Junior Sister, we charge. Deng Yichen shouted as he leaped up from the ground, brandishing a dagger that transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun, watching this scene unfold, couldn't help but smile at how swiftly they changed their demeanor. Just as he prepared to take action, an elegantly dressed figure appeared before him, moving with the swiftness of a shadow. Brandishing a colossal sword, the newcomer swept it with tremendous force, unleashing a terrifying wave of spiritual energy that sent Deng Yichen hurtling backward. Lidafing. As Deng Yichen steadied himself, he recognized the newcomer, a strikingly handsome youth clad in blue finery, and his expression soured. However, the newcomer paid no heed to Deng Yichen's discomfort and, with a warm smile, turned to Li Zhoujun, saying softly, "From the Lu family of Yuxing domain, Lu Daofeng arrives late, and I apologize for startling the Imperial Sun." Li Zhoujun thought to himself, "Oh, is it merely a matter of practicing the Imperial technique? Must they treat me as if I have the backing of an immortal emperor?" He felt utterly exasperated. Yet, it was not entirely their fault, for the Imperial technique is not something just anyone can cultivate. Firstly, cultivating the Imperial technique requires vast resources that ordinary individuals cannot afford. Hence, even if someone stumbled upon the Imperial technique, they would be unable to cultivate it. This indicates that those who practice the Imperial technique are undeniably supported by immensely powerful forces. Secondly, the Imperial technique generally necessitates direct guidance from an immortal emperor during cultivation. Without such instruction, a slight misstep in cultivation could lead to catastrophic failure and even death. Unless the practitioner possesses the innate qualities of an immortal emperor, an extraordinary talent so formidable that it borders on the monstrous, the chances of success are almost non-existent. Historically, such prodigies have been exceedingly rare. Thus, by the process of elimination, Lu Daofeng believed there was at least a 99% chance that Li Zhoujun was either an Imperial Sun or a sacred son from a top-tier force. Meanwhile, seeing Li Zhoujun in silence, Lu Daofeng turned to Deng Yichen, a mocking expression crossing his face. "Deng Yichen, do you not assess your own capabilities? Even if you acquire the Imperial technique, do you truly believe you can rival the prodigious prowess of the fallen immortal emperor merely by comprehending it on your own? You dare to attack an Imperial Sun, and you should be prepared for the destruction of your entire lineage by great powers." Li Zhoujun regarded the overly flattering Lu Daofeng with a twitch of his mouth. While he once heard from Zhen Yunzi in the Taishang Hall of the Daotian sect that the progenitor Qin Tianyi, who founded the sect, did indeed ascend to the Immortal Emperor realm after entering the Immortal realm and subsequently established the Daotian Immortal Palace. He mused that even if he joined the Daotian Immortal Palace now, he would simply be an ordinary disciple, right? However, if they wished to misunderstand, so be it. He was too lazy to clarify, as the identity of an Imperial Son was indeed advantageous for his journey here. Yet, being erroneously bestowed with an additional father figure was somewhat vexing. Ding, what does it mean to have an additional father figure? This system shall now bestow upon you the title of Ding Ding the Great. Host, quickly call me Daddy. Li Zhoujun. System, I want a 50-50 split. Ding, have you considered, host, that you must run around this world while singing Conquer? Forget it. I'll think it over again, Li Zhoujun pondered. At this moment, Deng Yichen gazed at the suddenly appearing and mocking Lu Daofeng, his expression darkening considerably. Behind Lu Daofeng stood the Lu family, a prominent clan rivaling the Lingyu sect. Lu Daofeng was the head of the Lu family, the youngest son of Lu Hai. Although he often behaved in a frivolous manner, his talent was not to be underestimated, having cultivated to the level of a third-grade true immortal. Furthermore, Lu Daofeng was exceptionally astute, thriving in the Yuxing domain. Now, it was evident that he sensed the fluctuation of the imperial law and had rushed over, intending to rescue the Imperial Son surnamed Li, thereby securing a favor from him. This would undoubtedly elevate the Lu family's status in the Yuxing domain. After all, in a remote area like the Yuxing domain within the Xian southern region, the strongest beings were merely ninth-grade celestials. Brother, what shall we do? At this point, Ji Sidong was utterly flustered, with Lu Daofeng's arrival. The two of them likely could not defeat Li Zhoujun. It seemed they had no choice but to fight. Deng Yichen's face hardened as he declared, "Fight. You think you are worthy?" Lu Daofeng sneered. He then turned to Li Zhoujun and said, "Rest assured, Imperial Son, I, Lu, shall take care of these two insignificant pests and will not let you down." Li Zhoujun, when did I ever place any expectations on you? I wasn't aware. Meanwhile, Deng Yichen spoke in a low voice to the still-dazed Ji Sidong. "Sister, you hold Lu Daofeng off for a moment. I will deal with the surnamed Li, and then come to assist you." Chapter 165. Imperial Law, the second fall after Deng Yichen finished speaking to Ji Sidong. He attempted to bypass Lu Daofeng and launch an attack on Li Zhoujun. Lu Daofeng, noticing this, chuckled and remarked, "If you two wish to harm the Imperial Son even slightly, you must first step over my dead body." As Lu Daofeng's words fell, he swept a massive sword forward. And in an instant, a violent whirlwind erupted, causing the very heavens and earth to dim. "Sister, why aren't you making your move?" Deng Yichen, blocked by Lu Daofeng's sword, glanced back at Ji Sidong with frustration. Ji Sidong replied, "Brother, it's better for you to hold off Lu Daofeng. I am no match for him." She was fully aware that if she were to hold off Lu Daofeng, her brother would likely take the treasure after killing the surnamed Li and then flee. "You are still plotting?" Deng Yichen, engaged in battle with Lu Daofeng, was instantly infuriated. Ji Sidong scoffed, "Brother, do you think I am unaware of your schemes? If I hold off Lu Daofeng while you kill that Imperial Son, will you even care about me afterward?" "Sister, I am not the person you think I am." Deng Yichen protested vehemently, though a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. His intentions were indeed as Ji Sidong suspected. After killing Li Zhoujun, he planned to abandon everything and escape. However, it must be said that he had underestimated his sister. She was quite sharp in crucial moments. At the same time, Ji Sidong dismissed Deng Yichen's protests and suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging toward Li Zhoujun, intent on resolving the matter quickly so she could flee. Li Zhoujun, he found it rather absurd that both individuals exuded confidence in their ability to eliminate him. Did he truly appear so weak? However, shortly thereafter, Ji Sidong, like Deng Yichen, found her path obstructed by Lu Daofeng. "You two little weaklings are truly pathetic. With such meager strength, you dare attempt to lay hands on the Imperial Son?" Lu Daofeng, wielding a massive sword, firmly held Ji Sidong and Deng Yichen at bay while not forgetting to taunt them. Although both were third-grade true immortals, it was evident that Lu Daofeng's strength surpassed theirs. Arrogant, Deng Yichen, incensed by Lu Daofeng's mockery, held a dagger in each hand, transforming into a myriad of shadows that enveloped Lu Daofeng. Lu Daofeng looked on with disdain, shaking his giant sword, causing the cloud of dagger shadows to dissipate into nothingness. After dispelling Deng Yichen's attack, Ji Sidong's powers swiftly followed. A white seal of law surged toward Lu Daofeng's chest. In a moment of urgency, Lu Daofeng raised his massive sword to block it. Boom! As the seal struck the sword, a tremendous explosion erupted. Lu Daofeng was knocked back several steps, regaining his footing. Seeing this moment, Ji Sidong and Deng Yichen felt a surge of terrifying energy within them. "Die!" Deng Yichen, glaring at Li Zhoujun, snarled as he prepared to hurl his dagger at him. Just then, a sound pierced the air. A sword plunged through his body. Stunned, Deng Yichen looked down to see the tip of a sword protruding from his chest, stained with his own blood. He stiffly turned his head to find Ji Sidong, sword in hand, glaring at him with a fierce expression. "Brother, do not blame me. From the very beginning, you intended to take the treasure and abandon me." Hearing Ji Sidong's words, Deng Yichen unexpectedly laughed. "Do you truly think that by killing me, they will let you go? Sister, you are far too naive." Uffed. Deng Yichen had only spoken halfway when Ji Sidong, uninterested in his further words, twisted her wrist, channeling a torrent of spiritual energy through the sword into Deng Yichen, annihilating his organs and even his celestial soul. Li Zhoujun and Lu Daofeng were momentarily stunned by this scene. However, Ji Sidong sheathed her sword and respectfully clasped her hands toward Li Zhoujun, saying, "Ji Sidong is willing to go through fire and water for the Imperial Son. My brother's life is my oath of loyalty. This woman is truly ruthless. She is willing to kill her own brother to save herself," Lu Daofeng thought, astonished. Li Zhoujun, grinning, gazed at Ji Sidong and remarked, "Now that you have killed your brother to save your life, will you also consider killing me for the same reason in the future?" Ji Sidong's face paled at his words. "Imperial Son, you jest. How could I dare to lay hands on you? But you have already acted against me," Li Zhoujun replied with a smile, clearly indicating that he did not intend to spare Ji Sidong's life. After all, she had initially plotted against him, seeking to deceive him and seize his treasures. Had Lu Daofeng not arrived, Ji Sidong would have turned on Deng Yichen and killed him at this moment. Upon realizing Li Zhoujun's intentions, Ji Sidong was instantly horrified. Having cultivated to the level of a third-grade true immortal, she was no fool. It was evident that Li Zhoujun had no intention of leaving her alive. With this in mind, Ji Sidong hurriedly attempted to escape. Observing Ji Sidong's frantic retreat, Li Zhoujun's lips curled into a slight smile. From the moment Lu Daofeng engaged with Ji Sidong and Deng Yichen, Li Zhoujun had consumed a pill to restore his magical power. Now, his power had nearly fully recovered, sufficient to unleash the second fall of the imperial law, Starfall. As Li Zhoujun's azure robe fluttered, he placed his sword finger to his brow. In an instant, dazzling black and white chess pieces appeared above Ji Sidong, resembling stars hanging in the sky, their terrifying aura causing the very fabric of reality to tremble. What a terrifying imperial law! Which faction does this imperial sun belong to? It seems no emperor in the celestial realm practices this law. Could he be the son of a hidden family? Lu Daofeng gasped, his heart racing. Meanwhile, Ji Sidong, sensing the overwhelming pressure above, was already in a state of panic, desperate to flee. Finally, Li Zhoujun made his move, flicking his sword finger forward and softly uttering fall. As the word fall echoed, the black and white chess pieces above transformed into falling stars, crashing down toward Ji Sidong, who was frantically trying to escape. No. In the face of the terrifying imperial law, despair filled Ji Sidong's eyes. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, black and white chess pieces fell one after another, causing the earth within 100 miles to crack and mountains to collapse, erupting with thunderous roars that stirred up clouds of dust. Chapter 166, The Inn of Celestial Visitors. Moments later, as the last of the chess pieces descended from the sky, the dust began to settle. The landscape was left in ruins. Under such relentless bombardment, Ji Sidong had long since been obliterated. The emperor's might was unparalleled, rendering him invincible among his peers. Lu Daofeng, witnessing this scene, drew in a sharp breath and hurriedly showered compliments upon Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun glanced at him and chuckled. Thank you. Lu Daofeng quickly waved his hands, saying, the emperor's affairs are my own. Li Zhoujun replied with a smile, why would the emperor thank me? Lu Daofeng thought to himself how adept this fellow was at flattery. He inquired cautiously, does the emperor have any plans ahead? What is it you wish to know? Li Zhoujun asked. Lu Daofeng grinned. If the emperor finds himself with leisure time, he is welcome to visit Lu City. My family will certainly do our utmost to host the emperor. There's no need, Li Zhoujun responded with a smile. Pretending to be the emperor is rather exhausting. Lu Daofeng, undeterred, declared, if the emperor ever requires my assistance, please do not hesitate to summon me in Lu City. I would not shy away from any task. Li Zhoujun laughed softly. I will remember this kindness today. You were too polite, Your Excellency. Lu Daofeng's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. He had toiled tirelessly, waiting for Li Zhoujun's words. Sensing Li Zhoujun's preference for solitude, he respectfully gestured, then I shall take my leave. Very well, Li Zhoujun replied. As Lu Daofeng departed, Li Zhoujun did not linger but instead chose a direction and vanished. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a vast city known as Guangyang City, sprawling across a large area, bustling with cultivators, the weakest of whom were of the nascent soul realm. Being a newcomer, Li Zhoujun intended to familiarize himself with the customs of the celestial realm. Upon entering the city, he came across a vendor selling a book titled Records of the Celestial Realm. The vendor, an old cultivator in the tribulation stage, assessed Li Zhoujun and said with a smile, it seems you have recently ascended from the lower realms. Only newly ascended true immortals take notice of the records of the celestial realm. You are quite fortunate. This book not only chronicles various wonders of the celestial realm, but also profiles many ancient and contemporary powerhouses, providing a comprehensive overview of the realm. Truly an encyclopedia of the celestial world. Moreover, my version contains accounts of secret realms, which I risked my life to document. What is the price? Li Zhoujun asked directly. 1 celestial crystal per book. However, since you just ascended, you likely lack celestial crystals. How about 100 premium spirit stones instead? You can't go wrong with this deal, the old vendor chuckled. Li Zhoujun, finding the price trivial given his wealth of celestial crystals, decided not to haggle. He had yet to tally the celestial crystals he obtained from Mo Xianjun and He Yun Daoren. Just as he was about to pay, a woman with long, graceful legs and dressed in a red qipao approached him, expressing her astonishment. The vendor's expression changed to one of fear upon seeing her. Sir, I see you are an auspicious match, so this Records of the Celestial Realm is a gift. I must take my leave as my household chores await. With that, he hastily packed his stall into his storage artifact and limped away from the city. Li Zhoujun stood perplexed, holding the records of the celestial realm. Hadn't the old man just claimed he risked his life to document its contents? Why was he giving it away? The woman, noticing his confusion, giggled softly. You may not know, but this old man frequently encounters newly ascended immortals. Just a month ago, a true immortal followed his records to a so-called secret realm, only to find a barren desert. After tasting sand, that immortal broke the old man's leg in retaliation. Wait, wasn't the old man just in the tribulation stage? Did he dare deceive a true immortal? Li Zhoujun blinked in disbelief. The woman laughed, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. This old man exploits the naivety of newly ascended true immortals, believing that a tribulation cultivator wouldn't dare deceive them. He profits handsomely from it. Generally, true immortals wouldn't bother to contest 100 premium spirit stones. To them, it's a mere trifle, and they wouldn't waste time seeking revenge on the old man. However, the one who broke his leg was likely an exception. Ah, I see, Li Zhoujun responded, grinning. He seems quite wary of you. The woman chuckled lightly. To be honest, he conned me once, and I bought out his entire stall for a single celestial crystal. Li Zhoujun was taken aback. By the way, I am Tang Channer. May I have the honor of knowing your esteemed name? She smiled. Li Zhoujun, he replied, as a newly ascended true immortal. You likely lack a place to stay. There is an inn nearby called the Inn of Celestial Visitors, which specializes in accommodating newly ascended true immortals. Many come here to post tasks, and completing them can yield substantial cultivation resources, Tang Channer informed him. Thank you, Li Zhoujun nodded appreciatively. Very well, then. Feel free to explore. You may find some valuable items among these stalls, Tang Channer said before bidding him farewell and departing. Li Zhoujun ambled along until he arrived at the Inn of Celestial Visitors. Upon entering, he spotted Tang Channer smiling at him. The inn offers heavenly rooms, earthly rooms, and standard accommodations, with the heavenly rooms being the most luxurious, equipped with specialized spirit-gathering arrays. Which type would you prefer, esteemed immortal? She asked with a grin. I'll take a heavenly room, Li Zhoujun replied, unbothered by her attempts to entice him. Waiter, please show this gentleman to room 2 of the heavenly category, and charge it to my account. Tang Channer instructed a young attendant in the nascent soul stage. Yes, miss. The attendant promptly replied. Li Zhoujun was surprised that Tang Channer insisted on treating him to a heavenly room. She smiled, saying, to be honest, those who ascend from the lower realms typically possess remarkable talent. Understanding her implication, Li Zhoujun chuckled and declined. There's no need for trouble, Miss Tang. I can afford the inn's fees myself. Very well, I shall not press the matter further. Tang Channer was not offended. Thank you, Li Zhoujun said, bowing slightly before following the attendant up the stairs. As Tang Channer watched him depart, a slight smile graced her lips. This young man intrigued her. His aura was akin to that of an ordinary person, and her calling him a true immortal was merely following the old man's designation. Yet, even she, a seasoned cultivator who had surpassed the 6th tier of true immortality, could not discern his true strength. It is perhaps unwise to underestimate the youth known as Li Zhoujun, for he is not as simple as one might presume. Chapter 167. The Arrival of Lu Daofeng, Dear Sister. He is merely a true immortal who has ascended from the lower realms. Is it truly necessary to extend such courtesies to him? A young woman, clad in a purple dress and strikingly similar to Tang Channer, stood from her seat in the inn and approached her sister, her face etched with indignation. This fellow seems to be oblivious to his circumstances, believing that his previous displays of arrogance in the lower realms will carry weight in the immortal world. As Tang Channer watched Li Zhoujun's figure vanish around the corner, she frowned and cautioned, tread carefully with your words. The girl in the purple dress was none other than Tang Channer's younger sister, Tang Yuer, who had just begun her journey in the early stages of tribulation. Sister, am I not simply defending your honor? Tang Yuer protested, her voice brimming with defiance. With a resigned shake of her head, Tang Channer replied, Yuer, with such a temper, you may find yourself in dire straits in the future. But I have you to look after me, dear sister, Tang Yuer cooed, wrapping her arms around Tang Channer's. You little imp, Tang Channer sighed, feeling a mixture of exasperation and affection. Then, as if struck by a thought, she inquired, by the way, what is the current status of your relationship with Lu Daofeng? He is coming to see me tomorrow, Tang Yuer said, her eyes sparkling with happiness at the mention of Lu Daofeng. Very well, once you reach the true immortal realm, you both should arrange for your wedding, Tang Channer suggested. Though Lu Daofeng may often appear unreliable, he possesses a good heart, at least. Indeed, sister, Lu is quite a fine young man, Tang Yuer affirmed. Tang Channer couldn't help but marvel at her sister's affection for Lu Daofeng, but a lingering concern nagged at her. Would her sister be mistreated upon entering the Lu family? After all, the patriarch of the Tang family in Guangyang City was merely at the half-step to celestial realm, while the Lu family head was a genuine first-grade celestial being, a powerful lineage that held dominion over an entire city. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun had arrived at room number 2 of the Celestial Inn, guided by the attendant. Esteemed immortal, we have arrived. The facilities within are complete. Should you require anything, simply activate the summoning array inside. Here is the key to room number 2. Please keep it safe. The attendant said, bowing respectfully as he handed over the key. Thank you. You may attend to your duties, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. After the attendant departed, Li Zhoujun entered the room, which encompassed several chambers, including a meditation room and bathing area, all luxuriously appointed, rivaling the five-star hotels of his previous life. Today, Li Zhoujun had no intention of venturing elsewhere. Instead, he retrieved the records of the immortal realm obtained from the stall owner, Old Chu, and began to familiarize himself with the celestial world. Naturally, he overlooked the secret realms marked by Old Chu. After a brief perusal, he grasped the cultivation levels and geographical layout of the immortal realm. In this realm, there existed mortals whose cultivation levels were akin to those of the lower realms. But most native inhabitants were born with innate abilities, ranging from chi refinement to golden core stages. Beyond the true immortal realm lay the celestial realm. The profound celestial realm, known as Xianjun, and the Tai profound celestial realm, known as Xianhua. Currently, Li Zhoujun resided in the Yuxing domain, a remote minor domain within the southern celestial region, one of the 5 major domains of the immortal realm. In fact, the 5 major domains also bore other names: the Central Continent, Southern Continent, Western Continent, Northern Continent, and Eastern Continent. Aside from these 5 principal continents, numerous scattered minor islands existed throughout the realm. The Yuxing domain, where Li Zhoujun found himself, was a considerable distance from the Central Continent, where the Daotian Celestial Palace was located. Even a true immortal could take decades to traverse this distance without relying on teleportation arrays. Moreover, the strongest being in the Yuxing domain was merely at the celestial realm. It is noteworthy that the closer a minor domain is to the center of the southern continent, the more formidable its inhabitants tend to be. Some minor domains have even birthed celestial kings capable of establishing their own immortal dynasties. As Li Zhoujun perused the records of the immortal realm, he was unaware that the dawn of the following day had arrived. Sitting at the table, he pinched the bridge of his nose and closed the book. Undeniably, the affairs of the immortal realm held a captivating allure. Recalling that the first floor housed a dining area, Li Zhoujun decided to sample the culinary delights of this realm. After tidying himself up, he descended to the first floor and settled into a small corner. Esteemed immortal, what would you like to order? We have dragon liver and phoenix marrow, as well as steamed jade spirit dumplings. The attendant who had guided Li Zhoujun the previous day approached with a cheerful demeanor. Dragon liver and phoenix marrow? Li Zhoujun inquired, surprised. They are sourced from common flood dragons and phoenixes, the attendant chuckled. Ah, I see. I will have that, along with a selection of signature dishes. Li Zhoujun decided. Very well, esteemed immortal, please wait a moment while I inform the kitchen. The attendant replied. Once the attendant left, Tang Chan'er, dressed in a red gown, cheerfully approached and sat opposite Li Zhoujun. Li Zhenxian, how did you rest last night? Quite well, Li Zhoujun replied courteously. That's good to hear. If you have any requests, please feel free to voice them. Tang Chan'er nodded. Certainly, Li Zhoujun smiled. After a brief conversation, the dragon liver and phoenix marrow that Li Zhoujun had ordered arrived, brought forth by the attendant. Would Miss Tang care to join me for a meal? Li Zhoujun inquired with a smile. If esteemed immortal does not mind, I would be delighted to, Tang Chan'er replied with a light laugh. This scene was witnessed by Tang Wei, who had just entered the inn. Is he already trying to court my sister? Tang Wei frowned, displeased. She harbored a growing disdain for Li Zhoujun, perceiving him as little more than a handsome freeloader from the lower realms. At that moment, Lu Daofeng entered the inn, a chicken in one hand and a duck in the other, grinning broadly. Yue, come see what I have brought. You brought something again? Tang Wei remarked, her expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. This chicken is quite special, Lu Daofeng replied, but his demeanor shifted as his gaze landed on Li Zhoujun in the corner. Isn't that the young immortal? What is he doing here? Ah, this newly ascended individual seems to be pursuing my sister, but I doubt he stands a chance. Tang Wei commented, observing Lu Daofeng's attention on Li Zhoujun and Tang Chan'er. Wait, what? Lu Daofeng exclaimed, quickly dropping the chicken and duck, rushing to cover Tang Yue's mouth. He knew his fiancée well and understood her tendency to speak without thinking. What are you doing? Tang Yue protested, bewildered by Lu Daofeng's sudden action. Shoo! Lu Daofeng hissed, eyes wide with concern. The one sitting at your sister's table is no ordinary person. You mustn't provoke him. Otherwise, the entire Yuxing domain could be at risk. Why? He's just a true immortal who ascended from the lower realms, Tang Yue replied, her confusion deepening as she witnessed Lu Daofeng's alarm. By my grandmother, do you think I would put you in danger? Lu Daofeng sighed. I'll explain later. I must go and make my acquaintance with him. Without further ado, Lu Daofeng rushed to Li Zhoujun and Tang Chan'er's table. Bowing and smiling obsequiously as he addressed Li Zhoujun, Li Di, brother, we meet again. Lu Daofeng had originally intended to refer to Li Zhoujun as the Immortal Prince. However, seeing that Li Zhoujun did not reveal his identity, Lu Daofeng quickly changed his tone. After all, Lu Daofeng considered himself quite astute. If Li Zhoujun's identity as a prince were to be exposed now, it could lead to complications. Some might not believe it, while others, if convinced, would hasten to ingratiate themselves with him, which would be unacceptable. Isn't that the young master of the Liu family? Why does he show such respect to that young man? Some wondered. I don't know, but the Liu family is backed by a celestial ancestor. And if even Liu Daofeng holds this young man in such esteem, his status must be extraordinary. Those true immortals who had been in the immortal realm for some time. Witnessing Liu Daofeng's reverence towards Li Zhoujun, resolved not to offend him. Meanwhile, Tang Yuer was taken aback. She knew that her fiancé, Liu Daofeng, though smooth in demeanor, usually retained the pride typical of a scion from a prominent family and would not easily bow to others. Even she, though somewhat naive, recognized that the young man sitting opposite her sister was no ordinary person. Liu Daofeng, Tang Chana remarked with surprise upon seeing the newcomer. Do you know Li Zhoujun? Of course. Li Xiong and I share a close bond. Liu Daofeng replied with a smile. At this moment, Li Zhoujun was also somewhat astonished as to why Liu Daofeng appeared here. However, Liu Daofeng quickly explained, Li Xiong, I have an engagement with the second miss of the Tang family, Tang Yuer, from Guangyang City. I came to visit my fiancée today and unexpectedly ran into you. A delightful coincidence. I see, Li Zhoujun responded with understanding. At that moment, Tang Chana noticed the flattery in Liu Daofeng's words and realized that Li Zhoujun was indeed as exceptional as she had suspected. Have you eaten yet? Li Zhoujun asked Liu Daofeng. Not yet. Liu Daofeng shook his head. There are still plenty of dishes. Let us sit and eat together. If it's not enough, we can order more, Li Zhoujun suggested with a smile. Would it be bothersome if I brought my fiancée along? Liu Daofeng inquired somewhat shyly. Of course not. I did not expect Liu Xiong to be such a caring partner, Li Zhoujun responded with a grin. However, let the bill be on my account. As a token of gratitude for your earlier assistance. Thank you, Li Xiong. Liu Daofeng replied cheerfully. He then brought over Tang Yuer, who shyly took a seat opposite Liu Daofeng, next to her sister. Please, everyone, do not stand on ceremony. I can certainly afford to treat you all to a meal, Li Zhoujun said, noticing that no one had started eating yet. As Li Zhoujun's words lingered in the air, they began to dine. By the way, in the next couple of days, the immortal lord of the Luotian domain and several celestial beings will come to our Yusheng domain to recruit disciples, primarily targeting true immortals who have ascended from the lower realms. However, we can also give it a try, Tang Chana remarked. The Luotian domain is adjacent to the Yusheng domain, and the Luotian sect is undoubtedly the dominant power there, with a 9th grade immortal lord stationed. My family shares the same intention and wishes for me to try my luck, Liu Daofeng added with a smile. I want to go too, Tang Yuer whispered. There will be opportunities for all, as the Luotian sect does not discriminate based on spiritual roots. They assess a practitioner's insight through a secret realm trial. Only those who meet the requirements will be accepted as disciples, Tang Chana explained with a smile. She then turned to Li Zhoujun. May I ask if you have any desire to join the Luotian sect? At this moment, Tang Chana was subtly probing Li Zhoujun. If he truly had a powerful backing, he would naturally not seek to join the Luotian sect. Li Zhoujun chuckled and replied, You may go. I can merely observe from the sidelines. Jin Yunzi had advised Li Zhoujun that with his qualifications, he would undoubtedly receive focused cultivation at the Daodian Palace, possibly even being named a holy son on the spot. Hence, he should not be swayed by immediate trivial benefits to join a lesser sect in the immortal realm. Meanwhile, Tang Chana, noticing Li Zhoujun's refusal, was increasingly convinced that he had formidable backing. It seems Li Zhoujun has grander plans, she remarked with a smile. Just then, a young man clad in splendid yellow attire, accompanied by a taciturn old man in gray, entered the immortal guest inn. He immediately spotted Li Zhoujun and Tang Chana's table. Upon seeing Li Zhoujun conversing amiably with Tang Chana, the expression on the young man's face darkened. You were enjoying such a feast, and you didn't call me over? The young man in yellow approached with a smile. Who is this young man? Someone whispered. He seems to be Lien Pingyun, the eldest son of the Lien family from Guangyang City, a 6th grade true immortal. It is said he is pursuing the eldest miss of the Tang family. Oh, this should be entertaining. The Lien family has a half-step celestial ancestor. I wonder if this young man in the azure robe can hold his ground. Did you not hear? Liu Daofeng, the young master of the Liu family, respectfully addresses that azure-robed youth as Li Xiong. His background must be remarkable as well. We can enjoy the spectacle. But let us not attract trouble to ourselves. The true immortals on the first floor of the inn were now engrossed in the unfolding drama. Liu's sister-in-law. It's been a while, Lien Pingyun greeted Liu Daofeng with a smile. Watch your mouth. Who is your sister-in-law? Liu Daofeng frowned. He held little regard for the Lien family and, at that moment, hoped for Li Zhoujun and Tang Chana to unite, as it would make Li, the prince, his brother-in-law. Indeed, do not make baseless connections. Tang Yuer chimed in, supporting Liu Daofeng. At the same time, Tang Chan'er furrowed her brow upon seeing the newcomer, clearly unimpressed by Li Pingyun. Faced with their dismissive remarks and Tang Chan'er's impatience, Li Pingyun merely smiled slightly. He was confident he could secure a place in the Luotian sect due to his father's connections with a celestial being there. Moreover, he had already garnered the favor of that celestial being by leveraging much of his family's wealth. Of course, his own prodigious talent in cultivation also played a significant role, ensuring that he would be accepted as a true disciple. As for Tang Chan'er and the others, even if they passed the assessment, they would merely be outer disciples. Would the Tang family still approve of this marriage? Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun observed the scene with great interest, sensing the potential for drama, albeit uncertain if it would involve him. Just then, Li Pingyun cast a grin at Li Zhoujun and asked, "May I inquire which faction you hail from?" "Leave, you are not worthy to question Li Xiong's affiliation," Lu Daofeng retorted without hesitation. Li Pingyun frowned slightly at Lu Daofeng's rebuke, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. However, he knew better than to offend Lu Daofeng, who was backed by a celestial family and was the rightful fiancé of Tang Yuer. Simultaneously, he was uncertain about Li Zhoujun's identity. After all, it was clear that Lu Daofeng, a scion of a celestial family, treated him with utmost respect. Realizing this, Li Pingyun chuckled and addressed the group. "Since you all do not welcome my presence, I shall take my leave. We will meet again in the future." With that, Li Pingyun turned on his heel, accompanied by the old man in gray. "Young master, do we just let this indignity slide?" The old man queried, perplexed. Li Pingyun scoffed, "We cannot let this go unchallenged. However, I cannot ascertain that young man's identity just yet. He likely has celestial support as well. I will wait until I join the Luotian sect, and then the Tang family will surely curry favor with us. Your wisdom is unmatched, young master." The old man flattered. Li Pingyun merely smiled in response. Li Zhoujun and his companions finished their meal at the table. Subsequently, Li Zhoujun stood up and approached the inn's counter to settle the bill. "Esteemed guest, the total is 6,666 celestial crystals," the woman at the front desk said cautiously. After all, she had witnessed the immense respect the two daughters of the Tang family and the young master of the Lu family held for this young man. Li Zhoujun, however, paid little heed to the celestial crystals. With a grand gesture, he placed a mountain of celestial crystals on the counter, demonstrating an extravagant display of wealth. Observing this scene, Tang Chan'er became increasingly convinced that Li Zhoujun was undoubtedly a scion of a powerful faction. After all, over 6,000 celestial crystals was no trifling sum for an ordinary true immortal. The fact that Li Zhoujun produced them without a flicker of hesitation suggested he possessed substantial resources. Celestial crystals were incredibly valuable to true immortals, as they not only aided in cultivation but also assisted in alchemy and array formations. One could not help but wonder where a newly ascended true immortal would acquire such an abundance of celestial crystals. Meanwhile, the cultivators dining on the inn's first floor were momentarily stunned at the sight of the glimmering pile of celestial crystals. It was impossible for them not to consider the prospect of taking advantage of Li Zhoujun, yet they were wary of the hidden forces behind him. The reasoning was simple. Those who reached the realm of true immortals were far from foolish. If he dared to display his wealth, it was evident he had the confidence to do so without fear of envy. After settling the bill, Li Zhoujun smiled at Tang Chan'er and the others, saying, "I have some matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you. Brotherly, go on with your business. Do not mind us," Lu Daofeng replied hurriedly. "Indeed." Li Zhoujun chuckled, turning to leave the inn's first floor and returning to his room. Once Li Zhoujun had departed, Tang Yuer pinched Lu Daofeng's waist, asking, "What is this person's background?" "Ouch." Lu Daofeng grimaced in pain, exclaiming, "My dear aunt, that hurts. If this gets damaged, we won't have children in the future." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuer quickly released her grip, but urged, "Hurry up and tell us. Do not keep us in suspense." At the same time, Tang Chan'er looked at Lu Daofeng with curiosity. "Well, I shall reveal it now, but do not be frightened," Lu Daofeng said with a mysterious smile, speaking in hushed tones to the two women. "From my observations, this Mr. Li is highly likely a prince or a saint of a significant power." "How is that possible?" Tang Yuer gasped. Tang Chan'er was equally astonished. "A prince? How could he appear in our humble Yusheng domain? Moreover, he has no guardians with him," she questioned. Lu Daofeng chuckled. "You see, even without guardians, do you think a prince would lack powerful means of self-preservation?" "True," Tang Chan'er acknowledged. At that moment, Tang Yuer felt a twinge of anxiety. Although she found it hard to believe that Li Zhoujun was a prince, she trusted that Lu Daofeng would not deceive her. "Well, let us not dwell on his identity. As long as we do not offend him, that is sufficient. After all, these are merely speculations. What is most important now is how we can successfully join the Luotian sect," Tang Chan'er stated. With her talents, it should not be difficult to join the Luotian sect. The challenge lies in whether any celestial immortals or celestial lords will accept us as true disciples, Lu Daofeng replied. Tang Yuer and Tang Chan'er nodded in agreement. On another note, after returning to his room, Li Zhoujun fell into a deep slumber. Having been in the celestial realm for some time, he had yet to enjoy a proper rest. Time swiftly passed, and dawn broke on the following day. Li Zhoujun stretched and sat up in bed. Ding! The host has just arrived in the celestial realm. The system has issued a task to sign in at the depths of the Guangyang mountain range. The host will receive generous rewards. Guangyang mountain range? Li Zhoujun was taken aback for a moment, then took out the record of the celestial realm to look it up. The Guangyang mountain range was located near Guangyang City. After confirming the location, Li Zhoujun wasted no time and set off towards the Guangyang mountain range. On his journey, Li Zhoujun walked at a leisurely pace. Have you heard? The celestial lord of the Luotian sect is coming to recruit disciples from our Guangyang city and nearby areas. Of course, I hope my son can successfully join the Luotian sect. Numerous passers-by engaged in conversations about the impending arrival of the Luotian sect. However, Li Zhoujun was already on his way out of the city, heading directly towards the Guangyang mountain range. An hour later, within the dense woods of the Guangyang mountain range, a figure in a green robe strolled through the forest as if in a leisurely garden. The woods were fraught with peril. Even true immortals could meet their demise at the periphery if they were careless. Nevertheless, having spent years ascending celestial mountains, Li Zhoujun possessed ample experience. And with the system aiding in concealing his aura, he easily made his way to the depths of the Guangyang mountain range, successfully completing the sign-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task. The system rewards you with Fengyun Seal. Fengyun Seal, a superior celestial technique with immense power. Just as Li Zhoujun pondered the ability within his mind, a thunderous voice erupted through the Guangyang mountain range like a clap of spring thunder. Chapter 170. Encounter with the Luotian sect's people. The sudden shout jolted Li Zhoujun back to reality. He then saw a shadow engulfed in a terrifying demonic mist hurtling towards him at an incredible speed, crushing the surrounding trees into dust. Is this the aura of a celestial lord? Li Zhoujun gasped. There was no time to evade. Without employing his abilities, he would undoubtedly end up pulverized like those trees. Amidst the demonic mist, a figure with blood-red eyes spotted Li Zhoujun and revealed a cruel smile, charging directly towards him with the intent to crush him. At that moment, he envisioned Li Zhoujun reduced to a pile of flesh. Yet, Li Zhoujun also took action. His aura erupted like a sudden tempest, sweeping in all directions. Is this a celestial lord? Sensing the overwhelming energy emanating from Li Zhoujun, the figure in the demonic mist widened his eyes in shock. He was also a third-tier celestial lord. The heavens trembled as the winds and clouds surged, accompanied by thunder and lightning, coalescing into the imposing character's Fengyun between Li Zhoujun's hands. This technique was the very one he had just received upon signing in the Fengyun seal. With a grand sweep of his sleeve, the character's Fengyun surged forth, crashing into the demonic mist. The figure within the mist was taken aback and hurriedly summoned the surrounding demonic mist to resist Li Zhoujun's technique. A thunderous boom resonated as the figure within the mist withstood Li Zhoujun's strike, yet he staggered back several steps, causing the surrounding demonic mist to dissipate and reveal his true form. He was a striking young man clad in black attire. At that moment, several formidable figures descended, surrounding the handsome young man. There were 7 of them in total. 2 possessed the cultivation of third-tier celestial lords, while the remaining 5 were all at the 9th-tier celestial immortal level. One of the middle-aged third-tier celestial lords bowed to Li Zhoujun, saying, "Thank you for your assistance in subduing this fiend. Once we capture him, we will explain everything to you." Li Zhoujun had observed the confrontation and recognized that the young man before him was also a third-tier celestial lord. As the middle-aged celestial lord's words fell, he unleashed his third-tier celestial lord's pressure. With a flick of his hand, a golden rope resembling a swimming dragon flew from his sleeve, rushing towards the handsome young man. Similarly, another third-tier celestial lord, an elder, launched a dazzling golden rope towards the young man from the opposite direction. The handsome young man, upon witnessing the situation, glared at the 3-tiered immortal lords, including the elder and the middle-aged one who had intervened, as well as Li Zhoujun, and declared with gritted teeth, "I, Qin, have noted your actions. In days to come, we shall settle this score." Faced with the 3 third-tier immortal lords, the young man had no intention of prolonging the confrontation. He directly invoked a secret technique at the cost of 30,000 years of his lifespan. Just as the 2 golden ropes were about to ensnare him, his face turned pale, and he vanished from sight. "Blood traversing the universe," exclaimed the middle-aged immortal lord in surprise. "Truly, a formidable presence, befitting a demon lord," remarked the elder third-tier immortal with a sense of admiration. After retracting the golden ropes, they turned their attention to Li Zhoujun. The middle-aged immortal lord clasped his hands and smiled politely. I am Gong Hongzhuang of the Luotian sect. It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow Taoist. The elder, who also held the third-tier immortal rank, added, I am Fong Dei, an elder of the Luotian sect. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Li Zhoujun returned the salutation. I am Li Zhoujun. It is an honor to meet both of you. You must be traveling through these realms, I presume? I am confident that I have heard of several immortal lords in the vicinity, yet your name is unfamiliar to me, Gong Hongzhuang remarked with a smile. I have just arrived from the lower realms, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Oh, Gong Hongzhuang responded, somewhat astonished, but attributed it to Li Zhoujun attending to matters in the lower realms. Pondering why a being of his stature would willingly pay such a price to venture into an inhospitable place. Hence, Gong Hongzhuang refrained from pressing further, as everyone is entitled to a measure of privacy. Elder Fong, Li Xianjun, I must attend to pressing matters, so I shall take my leave. Fong Dei stated at this moment. Gong Hongzhuang smiled. I must thank Elder Fong for coming. Otherwise, I would have been unable to contend with Qin Zhifei alone. No need for such courtesy, Gong. Remember to invite me for a drink next time. It is unfortunate that Qin Zhifei managed to escape. Fong Dei replied with a hint of reluctance. With that, he nodded respectfully to Li Zhoujun and Gong Hongzhuang before stepping into the void. Gong Hongzhuang then turned to Li Zhoujun, smiling, fellow Taoistly, you may not be aware, but I initially brought several celestial beings here to the Yushan domain with the intent of recruiting disciples to rejuvenate our sect. However, we unexpectedly encountered the Wanderer Demon Lord. Qin Zhifei, the very individual you just clashed with. His strength is formidable, and I found myself at a disadvantage in holding him back. Fortunately, Elder Fong arrived just in time, prompting Qin Zhifei to flee. We pursued him, and in the course of the chase, he encountered you, leading to the events you just witnessed. I see, Li Zhoujun replied. Comprehending the situation, he recalled that the Luotian sect, which Tang Chan'er had mentioned earlier, was indeed this very sect. He then observed the 5 celestial beings accompanying Gong Hongzhuang, 3 men and 2 women, comprising an elder, 2 young men, and 2 young women. As Li Zhoujun scrutinized them, the 5 celestial beings promptly bowed in greeting. We pay our respects to Xianjun. No need for formalities. Li Zhoujun waved his hand dismissively. May I inquire whether Xianjun is a solitary cultivator, or? Gong Hongzhuang ventured to ask, sensing that Li Zhoujun lacked the weariness typical of an immortal who had lived for tens of thousands of years, thus deducing that he was relatively young. Naturally, Gong Hongzhuang felt inclined to recruit Li Zhoujun into his sect. I apologize, but I actually belong to a sect, Li Zhoujun responded with a smile. His identity as a member of the Daotian sect could be verified with his token, allowing him to easily join the Daotian Immortal Palace. What a pity, Gong Hongzhuang expressed regretfully. Li Zhoujun smiled, but remained silent. I must attend to the matter of recruiting disciples, so I shall not intrude upon your tranquility any longer. Gong Hongzhuang bid farewell to Li Zhoujun. Very well, Li Zhoujun nodded. Watching Gong Hongzhuang and the celestial beings depart towards Guangyang City, he decided not to rush back. Instead, he captured a wild chicken from the celestial realm, kindled a fire, and prepared to roast it. Chapter 171. Returned to Guangyang City to his delight. The roasted chicken proved to be quite delectable. Sitting by the fire, Li Zhoujun savored a drumstick, grease coating his mouth, as he relished the flavors. The wild chicken, tender and aromatic, was truly a testament to the quality of celestial cuisine. While Li Zhoujun had no particular hobbies, he held a special fondness for roasted chicken. Paired with a fine celestial brew, it would be a feast worthy of a deity. Meanwhile, Gong Hongzhuang, leading the 5 celestial beings, arrived at the city gate of Guangyang City. The city lord, Gong Sun Yang, a half-step celestial being, awaited them with the heads of the Tang family, Tang Wen, and the Lian family, Lian Feng Mao, both 9th-tier true immortals. They stood outside the city gates, their appearances reflecting their middle-aged status. Following closely behind were Tang Chan'er, Tang Yuer, and Lian Pingyun, accompanied by Lu Daofeng. Upon seeing Gong Hongzhuang's arrival, Gong Sun Yang greeted him with a smile. I am Gong Sun Yang, the lord of Guangyang City. It is an honor to meet you, immortal Gong, and esteemed elders. City lord, no need for such formalities, Gong Hongzhuang replied with a smile. We have come to Guangyang City to recruit disciples, and I would appreciate your assistance in arranging a venue. Immortal Gong, you flatter me. It is my Guangyang City's honor to host your sect's recruitment, Gong Sun Yang hastily replied, his demeanor notably deferential in the presence of a 3rd-tier immortal. The heads of the Tang and Lian families mirrored this subservience, lowering their gazes. Is this the might of an immortal lord? Tang Yuer, Tang Chan'er, and Lian Pingyun observed their once dominant fathers now rendered humble, unable to voice their thoughts. The formidable presence and authority of an immortal lord were palpable. Although Gong Hongwang appeared amiable, the thought of facing him alone would leave them speechless. After all, in the celestial realm, immortal lords were akin to sovereigns. Elder Bai Zicheng, I hear you have already secured accommodations here? Gong Hongzhuang inquired, glancing back at the elder among the 5 celestial beings. Elder Bai Zicheng replied with a smile. I previously traveled through this area and found an inn called the Ancient Tower, which has a commendable scale and service. Then let us take residence there. Gong Hongzhuang said with a smile. Yin Fomao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed. It was with millions of celestial crystals that he had won Elder Bai Zicheng's favor. Yin Pingyun, filled with excitement, anticipated that when the Luotian sect began to recruit disciples, Elder Bai would favor him for his perceived potential, an arrangement orchestrated by his father, Lian Fengmao, to showcase their family status in Guangyang City, ensuring that any who dared offend the Lian family would have to reckon with the formidable Luotian sect behind them. However, unlike the Lian family's elation, the Tang family was in disarray. The reason was simple. The Ancient Tower was a property of the Lian family. Both families were prominent in Guangyang City and fierce rivals. You have the Ancient Tower. I have the Xianlai Tower. You possess dragon liver and phoenix marrow. I have dragon whip and phoenix claws. Now that the members of the Luotian sect had chosen to stay at the Ancient Tower, this was not good news for the Tang family. To put it mildly, if the Luotian sect's esteemed immortals endorsed the Lian family's Ancient Tower, many cultivators in Guangyang City would instinctively lean towards the Lian family's offerings. This would not merely affect the Lian's business, but would ripple through every industry in the competitive landscape between the Tang and Lian families. More critically, should the Luotian sect's elders take a liking to the Lian family's progeny and accept them as true disciples, the Tang family would find themselves forever overshadowed by the Lian family. Unless the Tang family also has descendants who catch the eye of the elders from the Luotian sect and are accepted as true disciples. Upon seeing that the members of Luotian sect had already chosen their accommodations, Gongsun Yang promptly inquired with a smile. May I ask when Lord Gongsun plans to officially begin recruiting disciples? I would like to make the necessary arrangements in advance. Day after tomorrow. Gongsun Hongzhuang replied with a grin. I just had an intense battle with the demon Lord Yutian and feel a bit fatigued. I plan to take a day to recuperate and relax. Understood, Gongsun Yang acknowledged with a smile. Gongsun Hongzhuang nodded. Following this, the members of Luotian sect, amidst the enthusiastic company of Gongsun Yang and the Lian family, made their way to the welcome immortal inn in lively spirits. Meanwhile, the faces of the Tang family members were far from pleasant. Father, now that Lord Gongsun and his companions have chosen to stay at the welcome immortal tower, what shall we do? Tang Yuer, feeling somewhat anxious, turned to her father, Tangwen. With a sigh, Tangwen responded with a smile, since we are here, we must make ourselves comfortable. Your sister's talent is not inferior to Lian Pengyun's. Very well, Tang Yuer replied, understanding that the current situation was indeed unfavorable for the Tang family. Let us leave. There is nothing for us here. Let us return home. Tangwen suggested with a smile. At this moment, Tang Qian'er, who had appeared calm all along, felt a bittersweet pang in her heart. Should Lian Pingyun truly be accepted as a true disciple by Luotian sect, and if he were to continue pursuing her, it was likely that her family would feel pressured to consent to this marriage. This was something Tang Qian'er wished to avoid. However, if it were to come to pass, she would have no choice but to comply, especially considering the considerable resources her family had invested in her upbringing. Meanwhile, Tangwen seemed to notice that his eldest daughter, Tang Qian'er, was somewhat out of sorts and remarked, My daughter is not a pawn to be used to curry favor with powerful families. You have every right to pursue your desires. Who dares to impose on you? I, Tangwen, will be the first to object. Father Tang Qian'er looked at her father, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Yet, the more her father spoke like this, the more she wished to shield him and their family from harm. In the Guangyang Mountains, Li Zhoujun finally finished his roast chicken while sipping on a small celestial brew. He rose, brushing off his sleeves, and made his way toward Guangyang City. He had previously promised to observe Tang Qian'er and the others as they participated in Luotian sect's disciple recruitment examination, and he could not go back on his word. When Li Zhoujun returned to Guangyang City, he found the streets bustling with discussions about Luotian sect. You should have seen it. The city Lord Gongsun and the heads of the Tang and Lian families, figures who usually hold high status in Guangyang City, were exceedingly courteous in the presence of the celestial lords from Luotian sect. Isn't it obvious? If it weren't for the frequent ascension of true immortals from our region, do you think Luotian sect would send celestial lords to this barren land? With just a thought, a celestial lord could erase our entire city from existence. Listening to the conversations of passers-by, Li Zhoujun understood that the members of Luotian sect had likely arrived in Guangyang City. Upon returning to the immortal guest inn, he spotted Tang Chan or Tang Yuer and Lu Daofeng seated at a table, all wearing grim expressions. Li Zhoujun, Tang Channer greeted Li Zhoujun with a warm smile upon seeing him. What troubles you? Li Zhoujun inquired, noticing their furrowed brows. Oh, it's nothing, just some minor matters, Tang Channer replied with a smile. Very well, Li Zhoujun nodded in understanding. After engaging in casual conversation with Tang Channer, he took his leave and ascended the stairs. Elder sister, do you think Li Zhoujun has feelings for you? If he truly is the scion of some powerful faction, perhaps you should make an effort. After all, you are no less in beauty. Tang Yuer teased her elder sister with a playful grin. Having previously discussed Li Zhoujun, Tang Yuer was familiar with his full name and was not surprised. At that moment, Tang Channer playfully pinched Tang Yuer's nose and scolded, You mischievous girl, do you think your sister is that kind of person? Tang Yuer chuckled, but soon after, Tang Channer fell into deep thought. Truth be told, Li Zhoujun's appearance was leagues above Lian Pingyun, and the aura he exuded was incomparable to that of Lian Pingyun. Reflecting on her sister's words, Tang Channer began to see some merit in them. However, if Li Zhoujun truly were the scion of a powerful faction, how could he possibly look favorably upon a girl from a small domain like herself? Even if he personally agreed, the forces behind him would likely not. After all, only a match of equal standing could yield a powerful union. Yuer, it seems your sister has taken an interest in the young lordly. Lu Daofeng whispered to Tang Yuer. Tang Yuer chuckled, honestly, I believe that even if Li Zhoujun is not a scion, he is still 100 times better than that irritating Lian Pingyun. Indeed, Brother Li is not someone ordinary folk can compare to. Lu Daofeng nodded in agreement. He had witnessed Li Zhoujun in action. Should he ever face off against him, it would undoubtedly be a dire outcome. Meanwhile, at the Lian family's welcome immortal inn, the members of Luo Tian sect had settled into their respective rooms. Lian Fengmao, the head of the Lian family, accompanied his son Lian Pingyun to the room of Elder Bai Shiqing from Luo Tian sect. Elder Bai, Lian Fengmao and Lian Pingyun respectfully greeted the elder, their demeanor courteous. Elder Bai stroked his beard, assessing Lian Pingyun with a smile. Rest assured, the promises I made to you earlier will not be broken. Hearing this, Lian Fengmao and Lian Pingyun sighed in relief. The matter Elder Bai referred to was, of course, the acceptance of Lian Pingyun as a disciple. Now, you two should refrain from seeking me out before the recruitment begins. It is best to avoid any appearance of favoritism, Elder Bai advised with a smile. Though it was unlikely that anyone would raise objections, even if the leader, Gongsun Hongzhuang, were to learn of the monetary exchange for discipleship, he would not voice any concerns, as the choice of disciples rested solely with Elder Bai. However, if word of this were to spread, it could tarnish the reputation of Luo Tian sect. Then we shall take our leave, Elder Bai, Lian Fengmao said, bowing respectfully. Go on, Elder Bai waved them off. As he watched the father and son depart, Elder Bai's fingers brushed against the dark golden ring on his hand, and a grin spread across his face. The Lian family had delivered 770,000 celestial crystals, a number chosen for its auspicious connotation of 77 bringing great fortune. It must be said that the Lian family had indeed offered an excessive amount, even tempting him, a ninth-grade celestial being, to compromise his principles. However, for the sake of accepting a true disciple, he need not personally instruct them. He could simply pass them on to his senior disciple. The Lian family sought to elevate their status by associating with him, primarily due to the backing of Luo Tian's sect and his celestial status. At the same time, Lian Fengmao and his son returned to their family estate. In the study, Lian Fengmao placed a reassuring hand on Lian Pingyun's shoulder and said earnestly, Son, once you join Luo Tian's sect, you must dedicate yourself to your training. Do not worry. Father, Lian Pingyun replied confidently with a smile. By the way, what about Tang Channer from the Tang family? Lian Pingyun suddenly looked at his father with a questioning expression. Lian Fengmao chuckled with a teasing smile. I know exactly what you are thinking. Rest assured, once you are accepted into Luo Tian's sect, every word we speak will carry weight with the Tang family. With just a little pressure from me, how could they refuse to hand over Tang Channer? By then, even Gongsun, the city lord, would not dare to offend our Lian family. As the two shared this conversation, smiles appeared on their faces in unison. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Although Li Zhoujun was inclined to lounge around in the inn like a lazy fish, he ultimately decided to explore Guanyang City. As he strolled along the streets, he noticed a shop selling magical artifacts. He stepped inside with curiosity. May I ask what grade of magical artifact you are looking to purchase, sir? A sweet-faced young attendant approached him respectfully. I'm merely browsing. You may carry on with your duties, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Dear sir, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to summon me, the young maid said with a sweet smile, revealing her charming dimples. Very well, Li Zhoujun replied, and began to explore the shop. His gaze soon fell upon a white jade hairpin, and an inexplicable image of Murong Shui adorning it surfaced in his mind. I wonder how things are below, Li Zhoujun mused. Nevertheless, he resolved to purchase this third-grade true immortal artifact. What is the price of this hairpin? He inquired of the maid at the magical artifact shop. Sir, this jade hairpin is a third-grade true immortal artifact and is priced at 30,000 celestial crystals, she replied. All right, I shall take it, Li Zhoujun said with a smile, not bothering to haggle. Your taste is impeccable, sir. I am certain your wife must be very fortunate. The maid said with a sweet smile. Li Zhoujun chuckled and handed over 30,000 celestial crystals to the maid. Just then, Lian Pingyun walked into the shop. Upon seeing the hairpin in Li Zhoujun's hand, his expression hardened. Could it be that this fellow intends to give that hairpin to Tang Chana? He pondered, a dark cloud forming in his heart. Who on earth is this person? Yet, Lian Pingyun maintained a smile and greeted Li Zhoujun. Brother, what a coincidence. Li Zhoujun glanced at him and replied with a grin. Indeed, quite a coincidence. I came here specifically for that hairpin in your possession. To be frank, I had my eye on it yesterday, but regrettably, I did not have sufficient funds. Might you consider parting with it? Lian Pingyun spoke truthfully. He had indeed spotted the hairpin the day before while passing by the shop, intending to gift it to Tang Chana. Of course not. Li Zhoujun replied without a moment's hesitation, as he intended to present it to Murong Shui. Could we possibly engage in a bidding war? Lian Pingyun asked. Taking a deep breath. This shop is not a marketplace. Whoever purchases it first owns it. Once you leave the premises, I shall not be responsible. However, should you cause any disturbances within my shop, do not blame me for being ungracious. A sturdy old man, dressed simply, emerged from a side room, his voice resonating with authority. Chapter 173. Are you threatening me? The sudden appearance of the old man caused Lian Pingyun's eyes to narrow. Li Zhoujun was equally taken aback by the unhurried old man who had just stepped out. Since the shopkeeper has made his stance clear, I shall extend him a courtesy. Lian Pingyun said respectfully. He recalled his father's warning. Anyone could be provoked in Guanyang City, but the owner of the Xianbao shop was not to be trifled with. It was said that the owner possessed formidable powers. 2 ninth-grade true immortals had once created a ruckus in his shop, disregarding his warnings. And within a mere incense stick's time, they had been tossed out like dead dogs. After Lian Pingyun spoke, he turned to exit the shop. Watching him leave, Li Zhoujun clasped his hands in gratitude towards the old man. The old man glanced at Li Zhoujun and felt a sudden tension. He could not discern this young man's cultivation level. No need for such formalities. Integrity is paramount in both life and commerce, he stated before returning to the side room without further acknowledgement. After nodding to the young maid, Li Zhoujun exited the establishment. Outside, he found Lian Pingyun awaiting him. Li Zhoujun frowned slightly. Brother, might you consider parting with? Lian Pingyun began, but Li Zhoujun promptly refused, turning toward the Xianlian. Lian Pingyun's expression darkened. Li Zhoujun's handsome appearance stirred a sense of crisis within him. With the hairpin purchased and heading toward the inn, Lian Pingyun believed Li Zhoujun was pursuing Tang Chana. Infuriated, he coldly warned, Brother, I care not for your background, but I advise you to keep your distance from Tang Chana. Li Zhoujun halted, turning to regard Lian Pingyun with a smile, asking, Are you threatening me? Li Xianjun. Suddenly, an elderly voice interrupted the standoff between Li Zhoujun and Lian Pingyun. An old man hurriedly approached. It was Bai Ziqing, an elder of Luotian's sect who had received 770,000 celestial crystals from the Lian family. He had come here seeking a celestial artifact with defensive attributes, but was taken aback by the confrontation unfolding before him. Bai Ziqing was terrified, having witnessed Li Xianjuan's prowess as a genuine celestial lord. If he were to take on a disciple who had offended a celestial lord, he would surely find himself in a precarious position. As Lian Pingyun saw Bai Ziqing approach, he felt a surge of joy. His ally had arrived. However, upon hearing Bai Ziqing address Li Zhoujun as Li Xianjun, his expression froze. Is this young man truly a celestial lord? He wondered, incredulous. Yet Bai Ziqing, as a legitimate 9th-grade celestial being, would not be mistaken about such a fundamental matter. Could it be that he had been confronting a celestial lord? Lian Pingyun's face turned pale. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If he were truly a celestial lord, how could he associate with Tang Chana, Tang Yuer, and Lu Daofeng? While Lian Pingyun's thoughts raced, Bai Ziqing had already reached them, cupping his hands in respect. I am Bai Ziqing, honored to meet you, Li Xianjun. Li Zhoujun nodded, then glanced at Bai Ziqing and Lian Pingyun, inquiring, Do you know each other? How could that be? We do not know one another, Bai Ziqing hastily denied. I only came over to greet Li Xianjun upon seeing him here. This exchange left Lian Pingyun momentarily stunned, his anger simmering beneath the surface. But he dared not express it. After all, Bai Ziqing's 9th-grade celestial status was imposing. The reason Bai Zhiqing claimed not to know Lian Pingyun was simply to avoid offending a celestial lord over a mere 770,000 celestial crystals. Although Luo Tian's sect had its own celestial lord, one could never be too cautious. What if Li Zhoujun held a grudge? Should he encounter Li Zhoujun alone outside the sect? His fate would be sealed. It's for the best that we remain strangers, Li Zhoujun said, casting a knowing glance at Lian Pingyun, who stood pale and speechless. Elder Bai, you may attend to your matters. I have pressing business and shall not linger here, Li Zhoujun declared before departing. Meanwhile, within the side room of the artifact shop, the sturdy old man observed the scene unfold through the wall. A celestial lord? He murmured. This is certainly more complex than it appears. Xiao Qiu. The old man called. Yes, my lord. The young maid peered into the side room, smiling. What is your command? Please investigate the identity of the young man who purchased the jade hairpin, the old man instructed. Understood, my lord, the maid replied, her smile sweet yet tinged with curiosity. What manner of individual could warrant such importance from you? That young man is certainly not ordinary. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun had returned to the Xianlai Inn. Outside the magical artifact shop, Lian Pingyun, devoid of color in his face, looked at Elder Bai. Elder Bai. Stop, Bai Zhiqing interjected. Bai Zhiqing coldly interrupted Lian Pingyun, stating, from this moment forth, you and I share no relation. I shall not accept you as my disciple. To provoke a celestial lord is a clear indication of your utter lack of discernment. If I were to take you under my wing, I fear I would not know how or when my demise might occur. With that, Bai Zhiqing turned and strode into the artifact shop, leaving Lian Pingyun standing there, pale and frozen in place. It was over. Everything was lost. Should his father discover that he had offended a celestial lord and that Bai was unwilling to take him as a disciple, he might very well suffer a severe consequence. However, in his panic, Lian Pingyun could not dwell on that. He quickly made his way back to the Lian family. At this point, he could only hope his father might devise some sort of solution. Before long, Bai Zhiqing emerged from the artifact shop, a satisfied grin on his face as he stroked his beard, humming a little tune. Clearly, he had successfully acquired the defensive celestial artifact he sought. He hurried back to the ancient inn, eager to refine and practice with his newly obtained treasure. With this artifact at his side, his combat prowess within the celestial realm would be significantly enhanced. Chapter 174. Enemies in the past? However, upon returning to his residence at the ancient inn, Bai Zhiqing was met with the sight of Lian Pingyun and his father, both wearing anxious expressions as they stood at the door. Having no idea how long they had been waiting. Did I not instruct you to refrain from seeking me out? Bai Zhiqing replied with displeasure. Elder Bai, my son acted foolishly and nearly offended a celestial powerhouse, which could have implicated you. I have thoroughly reprimanded him. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive and continue to accept him as your disciple, Lian Fengmao pleaded, tears in his eyes. At that moment, Lian Fengmao truly wished he could discipline his son for his grave mistake, especially at such a critical juncture. Elder Bai, I acknowledge my errors, Lian Pingyun chimed in. Yet, he genuinely felt innocent. After all, that individual was clearly a celestial lord. Why would he lower himself to mingle with mere mortals like Tang Chan'er and the others? Was that not an obvious trap? Regardless of the Lian family's apologies, Bai Zhiqing remained unmoved. 770,000 celestial crystals. Do you think such a trivial sum would compel me to offend a celestial lord? He shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. You may leave now. Consider that celestial crystal as payment for saving your son's life. Had I not intervened in time, he would have thoroughly offended Lord Li, and without a doubt, your entire family would have faced annihilation overnight. With that, Bai Zhiqing waved his sleeve and brushed past the Lian father and son, shutting the door with a resounding thud. The consumed food, after all, does not return to the plate. Seeing this, the Lian family fell silent, departing quietly, their spirits considerably diminished compared to their earlier visit. Dad, you wretched fool. For the sake of a woman, you cast aside your future. Just look at the mess you've created. Outside the ancient inn, as Lian Pingyun attempted to speak, he was met with a tirade from his father, Lian Fengmao. 770,000 celestial crystals was no insignificant amount. It was a severe loss for the entire Lian family. To see it all squandered was infuriating. Are we not sworn enemies in a past life? Why must you bring ruin upon me in this one? Truly a calamity. Lian Pingyun stood there, chastised and blushing with shame. Father, what shall we do tomorrow? After a moment, Lian Pingyun noticed his father's temper seemed to stabilize, and he cautiously inquired. What else can we do? You must participate in the assessment. If Bai Zhiqing refuses to accept you as a true disciple, at least become an outer disciple of the Luo Tian sect. This is necessary for me to provide an explanation to the elders of our clan, Lian Fengmao replied, clearly troubled. I understand, father, Lian Pingyun said. Though his face seemed calm, internally, he was seething with resentment, wishing to flay Li Zhoujun alive. He had been so close to becoming a true disciple of the Luotian sect, only to lose that opportunity and cost his family 770,000 spiritual stones. All of this was due to that individual named Li. If given the chance, he would surely exact a gruesome revenge. Alas, he was a celestial lord. With that thought, Lien Pengyun deflated like a punctured balloon, lacking the will to press on. Life felt exceedingly dull and devoid of meaning. Meanwhile, at the artifact shop, a young maid returned from an errand, skipping joyfully. Well, the elderly shopkeeper inquired with a smile. Lord Li Zhoujun, age unknown, suspected to be a celestial lord, currently resides in room 2 at the Xianlian. It seems he has just ascended from the lower realms, the maid reported, nodding vigorously. Indeed. The elder acknowledged with a nod. Master, why are you interested in a celestial lord? The maid asked, puzzled. The elder chuckled, shaking his head. Some individuals are far more complex than they appear on the surface. Understood, the maid replied, a hint of disappointment in her tone. Off you go then. The elder waved her away. Yes, master, she said, pouting slightly as she departed. As the elder watched her leave, a hint of melancholy washed over his features. In this humble Guangyang city, can there truly exist beings above celestial lords? As he pondered, he walked over to a heavy hammer, lifting it, and entering a nearby room illuminated by a crimson glow. Soon, the sound of clanging metal filled the air. The next day arrived swiftly. The previous evening, news of the Luotian sect's recruitment assessment, set to take place in a vast open area at the center of Guangyang City, had swept through the region. Thus, early that morning, numerous celestial beings who had ascended from the lower realms, local residents of Guangyang City, and cultivators from the Yuxing domain and other cities gathered at the central square, anxiously awaiting the event. Tang Chaner, Tang Yuer, Lu Daofeng, and Lien Pengyun were among the crowd. For them, this was likely a moment more exhilarating than Li Zhoujun's entrance exams in a previous life. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun stood on the third-floor balcony of a tea house, sipping tea and surveying the throng of people in the square below. Look, sister, there's Li Zhoujun. He seems utterly unfazed by this grand opportunity to join the Luotian sect, which boasts a 9th-grade celestial lord, Tang Yuer remarked, her gaze fixed on him. Focus. Gather your energy and prepare yourself. I've heard the secret realm used for the assessment is a deceptive illusion. So realistic that even if one knows it to be false, they might still believe it to be real once inside, Tang Chaner cautioned. Is it really that extraordinary? Tang Yuer queried, skepticism in her voice. Do not underestimate the celestial lord's abilities. They are formidable beings capable of making their mark in the celestial realm. Lu Daofeng added. Very well, Tang Yuer conceded with a nod. Suddenly, a shout erupted from the crowd. The celestial lords of the Luotian sect have arrived. In an instant, 5 figures descended from the sky and landed at the center of the square, led by the celestial lord Gong Hongzhuang and accompanied by several elders of the Luotian sect. We greet Lord Gong and the esteemed elders. The cultivators in the square, upon witnessing their arrival, erupted in excitement. Bowing respectfully to Gong Hongzhuang and the other elders of the Luotian sect. As a renowned celestial lord, Gong Hongzhuang was well known across several nearby domains. Hence many recognized him immediately. There is no need for excessive formalities, Gong Hongzhuang replied with a smile. However, shortly thereafter, he caught sight of Li Zhoujun standing on the balcony of the tea house. After a moment of surprise, he respectfully clasped his hands in greeting towards Li Zhoujun. The several celestial elders of the Luotian sect behind him did likewise. Li Zhoujun, holding a teacup, could only smile and nod in return. This scene, however, caused the assembled cultivators to collectively gasp in astonishment. The celestial lord of the Luotian sect and several celestial elders were simultaneously bowing to the young man in the green robe standing on the balcony. Who could he possibly be? Chapter 175. The Luotian sect begins recruiting disciples. Who could this young man be, that even the celestial lord would pay him such respect? I believe I have seen him before at the Immortal Guest Inn, where the young master of the Lu family and the daughter of the Tang family treated him with utmost deference. At this moment, some cultivators began to discuss the situation. Meanwhile, Tang Yuer, in a daze, said, Sister, I can almost completely confirm now that Li Zhoujun is backed by an incredibly powerful force. Even the celestial lord bows to him. This is simply outrageous. Tang Chaner nodded in agreement. As she spoke, she felt a sense of relief in her heart. Fortunately, during their first meeting with Li Zhoujun, their interaction had been quite amicable. After all, upon first seeing Li Zhoujun, she sensed his extraordinary nature, and it seemed her initial impression had been validated. Among them, only Lu Daofeng was ecstatic, as if he had truly secured the favor of a prince respected even by celestial lords. As the saying goes, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. At this moment, Lien Pengyun's face had drained of color. If he had previously harbored doubts about Li Zhoujun's identity, now, with the celestial lord bowing to him. Lin Pingyun had completely overturned all his speculations. Li Zhoujun was undoubtedly a figure of celestial caliber. After all, the strength of a celestial lord was evident. Who would be so foolish as to bow to someone of a lower realm? Upon realizing this, Lin Pingyun felt a wave of despair wash over him. Meanwhile, after Li Zhoujun nodded slightly, Gong Hongzhuang gradually returned the gesture and addressed the assembled cultivators. I trust you have all, to some extent, understood the requirements for joining the Luotian sect. Shortly, I will lead you into a secret realm, within which there will be a series of illusions. To qualify, you must remain within the secret realm for the duration of 3 incense sticks and successfully navigate through 3 illusions. Should you conquer the 4th, you will be eligible to become an inner disciple of the Luotian sect. If you surpass the 5th, even I would be inclined to accept you as a true disciple. Let us return to the matter at hand. This trial will not only test your comprehension but also your character. Do you all understand? The cultivators present quickly responded. We understand. Good. Then let us begin. Gong Hongzhuang smiled broadly. This secret realm is designed not only to assess the cultivator's understanding and character, but it can also discern whether some are practitioners of the sinister path. With a flourish of his sleeve, a transparent crystal ball suddenly emerged from within, floating in midair. In the next moment, the crystal ball erupted with dazzling spiritual light, and a tremendous force of attraction emanated from it. The cultivators felt their bodies being uncontrollably pulled towards the crystal ball, transforming into shadows that were drawn into its depths. This display of power was formidable. Li Zhoujun felt a twinge of astonishment, sipping his tea as he pondered the complexity of establishing a secret realm within a crystal ball, an impressive feat, to say the least. As all the cultivators were absorbed into the crystal ball, the 5 celestial elders of the Luotian sect followed suit. Their primary purpose was to prevent any unforeseen incidents within and to supervise the participants. Meanwhile, the outside was left in the capable hands of the powerful celestial lord, Gong Hongzhuang. In addition to those participating in the Luotian sect's recruitment examination, many others had gathered outside, anxiously awaiting the outcome. The balcony where Li Zhoujun stood was now crowded with onlookers. However, in the presence of Li Zhoujun, clad in green, they dared not approach, for he was a figure to whom even celestial lords paid heed. Such deference could only imply that he was either backed by an extraordinarily powerful force or possessed cultivation at the celestial level himself, regardless of which possibility held true. It indicated that this young man was not someone they could easily provoke. Yet, before long, several figures shot out from the crystal ball, their faces marked by disappointment. It was clear they had been eliminated. Upon entering the secret realm, they had become ensnared in an illusion, nearly encountering disaster, only to be expelled by the Luotian sect elders with a wave of their sleeves. As time progressed, the incense sticks burned down completely, leaving only over 2,000 cultivators remaining in the secret realm from the tens of thousands who had participated. However, among these, 3/4, approximately 1,500, were trapped in the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd illusions. Seeing that the time for the incense had elapsed, Gong Hongzhuang waved his sleeve again, and figures began to emerge from the crystal ball. Some bore expressions of regret, having been stuck in the 1st or 2nd illusions, while others displayed frustration, as they had nearly succeeded in the 3rd illusion. A few, however, wore looks of surprise, having met the standards of the Luotian sect, with some even advancing to the 4th or 5th illusions. Others who had passed the 3rd or 4th illusions chose to withdraw, waiting within the secret realm for the examination to conclude. Notably, no one had managed to conquer 5 illusions within the time of 3 incense sticks. Sister, how far did you get in the illusions? Tang Yuer asked Tang Chana as she emerged. The 5th, but alas, I did not succeed, Tang Chana replied with some regret. That's still commendable, sister. Passing the 4th illusion qualifies you as an inner disciple of the Luotian sect. I managed to get through the 3rd before the assessment concluded, Tang Yuer said with a smile. She then turned to Lu Daofeng and inquired, Daofeng, how far did you get? My fiancé is quite formidable. I'm on the verge of passing the 4th illusion, Lu Daofeng replied with a grin. Well, you all surpass me in skill. By the way, do you think Lin Pingyun managed to pass? Tang Yuer asked curiously. Surely he couldn't have done better than you, sister? Uncertain, Lu Daofeng shook his head. Tang Chana sighed. You shouldn't pry into such matters, girl. All right, Tang Yuer conceded. At that moment, Lin Pingyun was not far from Tang Chana and had indeed overheard their conversation. However, he had no mind for their chatter. He had successfully navigated 4 illusions, which should qualify him as an inner disciple of the Luotian sect. While the status of an inner disciple was far inferior to that of a true disciple, it was still a significant advancement over that of outer disciples. Yet, when Lin Pingyun noticed Bai Zhiqing whispering with several elders of the Luotian sect while occasionally glancing his way, an ominous premonition surged within him. Chapter 176. forging the firmament just as Lin Pingyun had suspected. Bai Shiqing and several elders of the Luotian sect were indeed conspiring, and it was not to his benefit. Bai Shiqing approached Lin Pingyun, smiling. You possess quite the talent, young man. Thank you for your praise, Elder Bai, Lin Pingyun replied humbly. Does this mean I will be able to join the Luotian sect successfully? Not quite, not quite. Your talent is indeed impressive. Bai Shiqing chuckled. I just conferred with several elders. Our Luotian sect has successfully filled the quota for inner disciples in Guangyang City, yet regrettably, there is one excess candidate. I perceive your talents are commendable, and in the future, you are bound to be accepted into another sect. This time, however, I suggest you yield this opportunity to someone in greater need. Elder Bai, since the inner disciple slots are full, I would still be amenable to joining as an outer disciple, Lin Pingyun quickly interjected. Bai Shiqing paused momentarily before responding. I'm afraid the outer disciple slots are also completely filled. Lin Pingyun, at this moment, it became apparent to him that the Luotian sect had no intention of accepting him as a disciple. After all, to accommodate one, they would have to forfeit an inner disciple and offend a celestial lord, which is hardly advantageous. To be frank, if neighboring sects learn that you have offended a celestial lord, they will not accept you as a disciple, Bai Shiqing stated. With that, he departed, leaving Lin Pingyun standing in stunned silence, contemplating whether his life was truly destined for ruin. Despair welled within him. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun realized that the disciple recruitment assessment of the Luotian sect had concluded and decided not to linger in the tea house's outer corridor any longer. Making his way back to the inn, upon returning, he was astonished to find the usually bustling and eerily quiet. Most patrons had likely gone to witness the disciple recruitment assessment. Just as Li Zhoujun settled in, he heard Tang Yuer's voice outside. Sister, we are heading to Luotian sect the day after tomorrow. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. Regardless of the location, we must diligently cultivate, Tang Chon'er added. Shortly thereafter, Tang Chon'er, Tang Yuer, and Lu Daofeng entered the inn. Upon spotting Li Zhoujun, their expressions grew solemn as they greeted him, Li Zhenxian. Initially, they wished to address him as the son of the emperor, but Lu Daofeng had previously advised that in crowded places, it was more prudent to use common titles if a guardian was absent. Indeed, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Congratulations to you all on fulfilling your aspirations to join the Luotian immortal sect. Brotherly, if you were to participate in the Luotian sect's assessment, I believe you could navigate through at least 10 illusions in the span of 3 incense sticks. Lu Daofeng flattered. Not necessarily, Li Zhoujun remarked. At that moment, a young girl energetically skipped into the inn. This girl was Xiao Qiu, a petite maid from the immortal treasure shop. Upon entering, she spotted Li Zhoujun. Sir, my master requests your presence to sample some wine. Ignoring Tang Chon'er and the others, she flashed a sweet smile at Li Zhoujun. The maid from the immortal treasure shop? Tang Chon'er, Tang Yuer, and Lu Daofeng were taken aback. The Tang family had a much deeper understanding of the immortal treasure shop than the Lian family. Each time a maid stepped out, it was to hunt celestial beasts for their precious materials, indicating that this maid was at least a being of celestial caliber. At the same time, Li Zhoujun contemplated declining the maid's invitation, as he had only met the shop owner once. However, the system interjected at that moment. Ding. The system has issued a mission to meet with the owner of the immortal treasure shop. The host will receive substantial rewards. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Li Zhoujun promptly changed his mind and smiled at the maid. Did your master mention when I should visit? Whenever is convenient for you. Sir, the maid replied with a bright smile. Very well, I shall come by shortly, Li Zhoujun responded. The maid nodded, saying, Rest assured, sir, I will convey your message. With that, she exited the inn. Li Zhenxian, since you are going to drink, please take some dishes from us. This is a request for you to speak kindly of our Tang family before the owner of the immortal treasure shop, so there will be no charge, Tang Chon'er suggested. Sensing an opportunity that could garner favor from both Li Zhoujun and the shop owner. That would be much appreciated, Li Zhoujun replied. After a moment, Tang Chon'er returned with a wooden box containing several dishes, smiling. There are 9 signature dishes from the immortal treasure shop. Thank you, Li Zhoujun said as he stored the box in his spatial ring before departing for the immortal treasure shop. Upon entering the shop, the maid welcomed him, saying, Please follow me, sir. Certainly, Li Zhoujun replied. The maid led him to a side room and announced, My master is waiting for you inside. Thank you, Li Zhoujun replied. There's no need for formalities, the maid said before attending to another customer who had just arrived. Upon entering the side room, Li Zhoujun was greeted by the robust figure of the shop owner, who smiled warmly and said, Friend, please have a seat. I wonder why you have summoned me. Li Zhoujun inquired with a smile. The owner chuckled but remained silent, filling Li Zhoujun's cup with wine and saying, Please, my friend. Not wishing to be impolite, Li Zhoujun lifted the cup, covering his face with his sleeve, and downed it in one gulp. "Excellent wine," he exclaimed, placing the cup down with admiration. "You have a fine capacity for liquor," the owner remarked, his eyes glimmering with appreciation. "I am Duan Sanqiao, Li Zhoujun," he introduced himself. At that moment, Li Zhoujun appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he felt a burning sensation. Had it not been for his protective ability, he might have suffered severe consequences. Just then, the maid returned after serving the previous guest. Upon seeing the remnants of wine in Li Zhoujun's cup, she gasped in astonishment. "To drink a cup of my master's brew in such a short time, even a 9th-grade celestial lord would be incapacitated." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to meet with the owner of the immortal treasure shop. The system rewards you with 4th-grade true celestial cultivation. Ding! The system has issued a mission to intoxicate Duan Sanqiao, compelling him to concede. Completing this mission will yield substantial rewards. "Xiao, why are you in a daze? Quickly refill the gentleman's cup," Duan Sanqiao instructed with a chuckle. "Certainly, master," the maid responded, springing into action to refill Li Zhoujun's cup. Duan Sanqiao smiled at Li Zhoujun. "This jug contains enough for the mighty Yangtze River. Feel free to drink to your heart's content." "Well then, I shall not hold back," Li Zhoujun replied with a grin, lifting his cup once more to toast to the elder. As he finished the cup, Duan Sanqiao heartily exclaimed, "Very good," and drained his own cup. The maid refilled their cups yet again. "Wait a moment," Li Zhoujun suddenly said. "Oh, do you have something to discuss?" Duan Sanqiao asked, puzzled. Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. "The Tang family prepared 9 dishes for us to accompany the wine." "That is splendid indeed," Duan Sanqiao nodded with a smile. Thus, they began to enjoy their meal and drinks. Half an hour passed. While Li Zhoujun barely touched his food, he continued to pour drinks for Duan Sanqiao. This spectacle left the maid astounded. Even celestial lords would not indulge in the proprietor's brew to such an extent. Could this young scholar in the azure robe be a celestial emperor like her master? Impossible. The maid gasped in disbelief. Duan Sanqiao, feeling a bit tipsy, remarked, "You have a remarkable tolerance for alcohol. It's been ages since I've enjoyed a drink so thoroughly." At this moment, he was nearly convinced that Li Zhoujun was also a being of celestial emperor caliber. Moreover, his capacity for alcohol is among the finest of the celestial sovereigns. Haha. "Allow me to toast Master Duan with another cup." Li Zhoujun chuckled heartily. "Please," Master Duan replied with a smile. Thus, the two continued their exchange of toasts until the midnight hour. "Come, let us drink another cup." Li Zhoujun raised his glass towards Duan Sanqiao. Duan Sanqiao hesitated, feeling a tumult in his stomach. He quickly shook his dizzy head and said, "No, I can no longer match your drinking prowess, esteemed sir. I am beginning to feel overwhelmed." "I see." Li Zhoujun's enthusiasm waned slightly. "Let us continue next time," Duan Sanqiao chuckled. As his words fell, a prompt from the system arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for compelling Duan Sanqiao to concede. Ding! The system has issued a reward. Elevating your cultivation to the 7th rank of true immortality and enhancing the Aoshi flying sword to a 7th rank true immortal artifact. Li Zhoujun was startled by the system's announcement. This reward is indeed rather extravagant. Ding! The system is in a jovial mood. Hic! Why do you still have the hiccups from drinking? Li Zhoujun was taken aback, exclaiming in his heart. Ding! Who says the system cannot indulge in drink? Li Zhoujun. Truly a departure from the norm of the world. Meanwhile, the young maid, witnessing her master's concession, swallowed hard. Historically, her master had never been bested in drinking or wielding a hammer. Now, he had lost to a celestial sovereign of unknown origin. After all, reaching the level of a celestial sovereign meant one would possess a notable reputation. Yet, the maid could not fathom any celestial sovereign in the realm that matched the appearance of this azure-clad sovereign. Perhaps Master Duan has some matter he requires assistance with? At this moment, Li Zhoujun smiled and said, "Master Duan, please do not hesitate. As long as it does not contravene fundamental principles, I shall certainly lend my aid. Since you have expressed such willingness, I shall not be remiss. Indeed, there is a matter I wish to entrust to you," Duan Sanqiao replied with a smile. Li Zhoujun thought to himself. As expected, the drunken man's intentions lie beyond mere drink. "Please, do continue, master," he urged. Duan Sanqiao nodded. Once, there was a powerful celestial sovereign known as the Godflame Sovereign, who obtained a naturally born divine fire known as the Burning Sky Divine Flame. Li Zhoujun nodded, inwardly critiquing the name. What an audacious title for a naturally cultivated spiritual flame. Could it be that it was named by a rebellious youth? He then heard Duan Sanqiao continue. However, the Burning Sky Divine Flame is exceedingly tyrannical, and even a celestial sovereign may not completely refine it for their own use. After the god flame sovereign acquired the burning sky divine flame, he has not been seen for 10,000 years. Thus, I surmise he may have perished in the process of refining it. Consequently, I dispatched countless avatars across the 4 continents of the celestial realm, numerous small domains, and 3,000 lower worlds to search for the whereabouts of this god flame sovereign. Have you found any trace of this celestial sovereign? Li Zhoujun inquired, his heart drawing in a sharp breath. Just how powerful is Master Duan to mention countless avatars? Indeed, Duan Songtian affirmed, I have searched for years, and ultimately deduced that this god flame sovereign likely perished on a mortal continent known as the Celestial Remnant Continent, located between the southern and eastern continents of the celestial realm. It was once a place where celestial beings exiled those of the demonic path, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth there has been rendered exceedingly sparse through various methods employed by the celestial beings. Furthermore, every individual of the demonic path, before being exiled there, was stripped of their cultivation. Over time, it seems the celestial beings have gradually forgotten about that continent. Thus it has come to be known as the Celestial Remnant Continent. Presently, the inhabitants of the Celestial Remnant Continent are mostly mortals. Perhaps there are cultivators there, but certainly no true immortal existences, rendering it akin to the lower realms of the celestial domain. May I ask, Master Duan, why you sought me out? Li Zhoujun inquired with a smile. Because I cannot see through you, Duan Songtian replied with a smile. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly. Are you not concerned that the god flame might be seized by me, rendering your years of effort fruitless? I am but an avatar at present. Duan Songtian stated with confidence, then added, moreover, I trust my judgment. I do not mistake people. Should this endeavor proceed smoothly, I would gladly offer the burning sky divine flame to forge an artifact of celestial sovereignty for my friend. Such generosity, master, Li Zhoujun remarked with admiration. From Duan Songtian's promise to forge an artifact for him, it became evident that he was likely a celestial sovereign himself. Yet, even after dividing his essence into countless avatars, it must have had some impact on his true self. Otherwise, it is unlikely he would have sought Li Zhoujun's assistance. He could have simply sent his true self directly. Ding. The system has issued a task to assist Duan Songtian in obtaining the burning sky divine flame. The host shall receive a celestial artifact crafted by Duan Songtian, along with generous rewards from the system. At that moment, the system began issuing tasks again. Duan Songtian observed that Li Zhoujun had not yet spoken, and patiently awaited his response. Chapter 178. Arrival at the Celestial Remnant Continent. Very well. Since Master Duan has extended such earnest terms, I have no reason to decline, Li Zhoujun stated, turning to Duan Songtian. Ha ha ha, Mr. Li is a forthright man. Come, let us drink another cup. Duan Songtian joyfully raised his glass to Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Duan Songtian was not yet fully intoxicated. Please, Li Zhoujun raised his cup with a slight bow. After both had drained another cup, Duan Songtian smiled at Li Zhoujun. Mr. Li, 1 month from now, we shall meet on the Celestial Remnant Continent. This jade talisman will guide you to my location upon your arrival. Saying this, Duan Songtian produced a jade talisman and handed it to Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun accepted the talisman, nodded, and took his leave. Then we shall meet in a month. It is now past midnight, and I shall not trouble Master Duan any longer. Very well, Mr. Li, travel safely, Duan Songtian smiled. He watched as Li Zhoujun departed. Before the young maid turned to Duan Songtian and asked, Master, is he truly a celestial sovereign? Most likely. Duan Songtian nodded. If a celestial sovereign with poor drinking capacity had consumed so much of my personally brewed wine, he would be collapsed on the table by now. Yet, this Mr. Li appears unaffected, leaving with an air of vitality, showing no signs of intoxication whatsoever. Indeed, that is so, the young maid agreed with a nod. Prepare yourself. We shall depart immediately for the Celestial Remnant Continent. Even my avatar, possessing the cultivation of a celestial sovereign, requires half a day to travel, Duan Songtian instructed. Yes, master, the young maid replied. Meanwhile, after leaving the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Li Zhoujun returned to the Inn of Celestial Arrivals. He spent the night recuperating from the turmoil in his stomach, as the intense burning sensation had been rather unbearable. At dawn, as the first light broke, Li Zhoujun felt somewhat better and descended the stairs. Li Zhenxian. Upon seeing Li Zhoujun emerge, Tang Chaner, who was at the front desk fiddling with an abacus, greeted him with a smile. Not resting? Li Zhoujun asked with a grin. Tang Chaner smiled wryly. I have now joined the Luotian sect, but after managing the Inn of Celestial Arrivals for decades, it would be disingenuous to say I have no attachment to it. Thus, I wish to verify the accounts one last time before I leave. Very well, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Please also tally my account while you are at it. Typically, inns require payment in advance, yet evidently, Li Zhoujun was an exception. Are you preparing to leave, Mr. Li? Tang Chan'er asked in surprise. Indeed, Li Zhoujun affirmed. Everyone has their own pursuits. One cannot remain stagnant forever. That is a valid point, Li Zhoujun. Please hold on a moment. Tang Chan'er skillfully manipulated the abacus with her delicate fingers. After a while, she lifted her gaze towards Li Zhoujun and said, Li Zhoujun, the expenses for room No. 2 over the past few days amount to 9,000 celestial crystals. Pausing briefly, she added with a smile, if you do not mind, you need not pay. You may leave directly. No, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile, shaking his head. He then handed over the 9,000 celestial crystals to Tang Chan'er and turned to leave. However, halfway to the door, he paused, turned back, and inquired, Miss Tang, do you happen to know about the Shiny continent? The Shiny continent? Tang Chan'er was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, I have heard of it. However, it is quite far from our Yusheng domain, even with the teleportation arrays along the way. It would take about 10 years to reach. 10 years? Li Zhoujun was stunned. He had made an agreement with Duan Sanqiong to meet at the Shiny continent in a month. If he arrived in 10 years, it would be too late. He needed to find Duan Sanqiong quickly, to persuade him not to leave so soon and perhaps take him along. What's wrong, Li Zhoujun? Tang Chan'er asked. Nothing. I must take my leave, Li Zhoujun replied hastily, then departed from the Xian Lion, heading towards the Xianbao shop. He left Tang Chan'er in a state of confusion, watching as he gradually disappeared from view. After a moment, she regained her composure, feeling a tinge of regret for not having a story with Li Zhoujun. Yet, she consoled herself with the thought that she had become an inner disciple of the Luotian sect. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the Xianbao shop, Li Zhoujun noticed a sign hanging that read, The shopkeeper is out, do not disturb, consequences are yours to bear. Realizing the situation, Li Zhoujun smacked his forehead. What a disaster. Beep. The charming me always appears at the right moment. Preparing to transport the host to the Shiny continent. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, Li Zhoujun felt the world around him shift. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a dense forest. Below him lay a desolate, muddy path, the early morning sun yet to rise, casting an eerie ambience. Is this the Shiny continent? The spiritual energy is indeed shockingly thin. He mused, surprised by the surrounding ethereal essence, which was even less potent than the barren lands of the lower realms. At that moment, a young man clad in a raincoat, holding a fishing rod, hurriedly approached, making squelching sounds on the muddy path. Upon seeing Li Zhoujun, he exclaimed, There's something dirty ahead. Don't go. Without hesitation, the young man attempted to bypass Li Zhoujun. Intrigued, Li Zhoujun followed closely and chuckled, Brother, could you enlighten me? As he spoke, he revealed a gold coin in his palm. Initially reluctant to engage, the young man reconsidered as the offered coin was quite generous. All right. I'll tell you about what just happened. Consider it saving a life. The young man relented, accepting the gold. As he recalled, he furrowed his brow. The river is about an hour's journey from here, all along these muddy paths. It was desolate. I went fishing there yesterday afternoon, but caught nothing all day. As night fell, my companions began to leave one by one. At first, I didn't think much of it, but by midnight, the fish suddenly started biting. I caught quite a few big ones, but then I noticed something strange. I hooked a large grass carp, which was eerily unresponsive, and upon removing it from the hook, I was horrified to find it stiff, its eyes rolled back, clearly long dead. Tell me, can a dead fish bite the hook? They say a dead fish means it's time to leave. But I've been night fishing for years, and I'm not superstitious. The bites were too good to abandon. So I tossed the dead fish aside and continued fishing. Not long after, I felt someone breathing near my neck. At this point, the young man's face turned pale. Chapter 179. Concrete evidence. Li Zhoujun had always been fond of eerie tales. Yet, regarding the young man's experience, he could only conclude that one should avoid provocation. It was said that disturbing water spirits could result in a dead fish being hung on the hook as a warning. Well, that's my tale. I'll take my leave now, the young man said cheerfully, weighing the gold in his hand. Goodbye, Li Zhoujun nodded. Watching the young man depart, he had no intention of seeking trouble with the water spirit, as it had let the young man go, indicating no malicious intent. Sometimes, human hearts can be more terrifying than ghosts. Li Zhoujun then resolved to find an inn in the Shiny continent to await Duan Sanqiong's arrival. Scanning the area with his spiritual sense, he discovered a city about 20 miles away, where cultivators indeed resided. However, their cultivation levels were even inferior to newborns from the 5 continents of the celestial realm. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the distance of 20 miles. Meanwhile, Duan Sanqiong, accompanied by a young maid, had crossed the perilous southern sea region and arrived at the edge of the Shiny continent. Ah, I didn't expect that, Mr. Li would already be here. Upon arrival, Duan Sanqiong used a jade talisman to ascertain that Li Zhoujun had indeed reached the Shiny continent. Well, Mr. Li is even faster than you. Sir, the young maid exclaimed, astonished. It seemed evident that Mr. Li was indeed a formidable celestial emperor. Otherwise, he could not have arrived before Duan Sanqiang, a distinguished celestial emperor himself, even as a mere avatar. Let us go find Mr. Li, Duan Sanqiang grinned. Although they had agreed to meet in a month, since both had arrived, it was better to meet sooner rather than later. After all, the Xiani continent, aside from the presence of the divine flame celestial emperor, held little allure, resembling a prison devoid of meaning. Very well, the young maid nodded, knowing Li Zhoujun's location. Duan Sanqiang set off to the inn where Li Zhoujun was staying, and it took only an instant for him to arrive. As Duan Sanqiang appeared outside the inn, Li Zhoujun sensed his arrival through the jade talisman. He rose from his room and stepped outside to find Duan Sanqiang, beaming, with his maid, Xiao Qiu, beside him. Mr. Li, sorry to keep you waiting, Duan Sanqiang said with a smile. Just arrived, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile, then continued. Do you happen to know where the divine flame celestial emperor met his demise? Of course, Duan Sanqiang assured. Rest assured, I have my methods. I naturally trust you. Elder Duan, Li Zhoujun smiled. The two engaged in casual conversation outside the inn for a while before Duan Sanqiang decided to stay in the same inn. In their prior conversation, the two had agreed to set off early the next morning to the site of the fall of the divine flame immortal emperor. As dawn broke the following day, Li Zhoujun stretched lazily and made his way to the first floor, where Duan Sanqiang and a young maid had already laid out an elaborate breakfast along with morning tea. Mr. Li, please. Duan Sanqiang smiled as he observed Li Zhoujun descending the stairs. Then I shall not be polite, replied Li Zhoujun with a grin. The location of the divine flame immortal emperor's fall is a distance of 10,000 miles from here, Duan Sanqiang remarked, sipping his tea while watching Li Zhoujun peel an egg. It should not take long, Li Zhoujun responded, confident that their speeds would match evenly. Indeed, it is not far. But the divine flame immortal emperor is no ordinary figure. Otherwise, he would not have acquired the burning heaven divine flame, Duan Sanqiang cautioned. Nonetheless, we must proceed with caution. At this moment, the young maid chimed in, Master, you worry too much. With both of you immortal emperors at the helm, I believe the divine flame immortal emperor and his burning heaven divine flame will be but a trifle. You little girl, Duan Sanqiang chuckled in playful reprimand. To which Li Zhoujun smiled warmly. Suddenly, Li Zhoujun appeared to recall something and turned to Duan Sanqiang, asking, I wonder if you are familiar with the Yao family in the immortal realm? Li Zhoujun felt it necessary to inquire about his disciple, Jiang Xiaobai. The Yao family? Duan Sanqiang paused slightly. Is that the humble family from the central continent's immortal domain? Their head is named Yu Huangsuan. Li Zhoujun confirmed. Indeed. To be referred to as humble by you indicates they are not merely a common impoverished family, but rather one that once enjoyed grandeur, now fallen into obscurity. Yet, even in decline, they are far from ordinary in the immortal realm. It seems it is indeed that Yao family. They once had a female emperor, Yao Shu, for whom I crafted an imperial artifact. She was exceptionally gifted, even among immortal emperors, but alas, she vanished while seeking the Chaos Heaven, Duan Sanqiang reminisced with a sigh. Chaos Heaven? Li Zhoujun expressed his surprise, this being the first time he had heard of such a place. Is it truly so fearsome that even immortal emperors can disappear in their quest for it? Indeed, it is no wonder Yao Huangzuan carries himself with such arrogance. His lineage once bore an immortal emperor's strength. Even now, as a humble family, they remain formidable, perhaps harboring ancient beings in secluded cultivation, Duan Sanqiang mused. Do you also harbor intentions to seek out Chaos Heaven? Duan Sanqiang, unaware that it was Li Zhoujun's first encounter with the concept, assumed he was interested in exploring it. After all, what immortal emperor was unaware of Chaos Heaven? Though the lifespan of an immortal emperor is virtually limitless compared to those beneath them, it does have an end, measured in epochs, each epoch spanning 360,000 years. Thus, many immortal emperors, nearing the end of their lives, seek out Chaos Heaven in pursuit of realms beyond their own, earning it the title of the Emperor's Tomb. However, Li Zhoujun genuinely had no knowledge of this. No, I am simply curious about what exists within, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Duan Sanqiang nodded. I too am curious, yet I have several epochs left to live. Li Zhoujun chuckled softly. By the way, why did you inquire about the Yao family? Duan Sanqiang asked. I have had dealings with the current head of the Yao family. Li Zhoujun replied with a slight smile. Ah, I see, Duan Sanqiang responded, enlightenment dawning upon him. At that moment, the three had finished their breakfast. Duan Sanqiang instructed the young maid, You shall remain here in the inn until my return. Rest assured, master, she replied with a gentle smile. Very well. Duan Sanqiang affirmed before turning to Li Zhoujun. Shall we set off? Indeed, Li Zhoujun replied, and the two exited the inn. With a mere thought, they traversed the vast distance, arriving in the blink of an eye. Now standing upon a cloud, Duan Songqian glanced at Li Zhoujun beside him. Amused by how Li Zhoujun had managed to reach the immortal relic continent ahead of him, demonstrating a spatial technique equivalent to his own. Chapter 180. The Burning Heaven Divine Flame. Is the Divine Flame Immortal Emperor truly here? Li Zhoujun gazed at the mountain range below, incredulous. Indeed, Duan Songqian nodded. Let us proceed. Very well, Li Zhoujun agreed, and the two descended like streams of light to the base of a towering mountain. Before them lay a seemingly unremarkable cave. Although the Divine Flame Immortal Emperor seized the Burning Heaven Divine Flame here, he was also gravely injured by other immortal emperors and fled to this location. The more ordinary it appears, the more advantageous it is for him, Duan Songqian explained. Li Zhoujun nodded in agreement, and they stepped into the cave. Initially, the passage was calm and carried a chill, but as they ventured deeper, the temperature rose dramatically. After traversing approximately 20 miles, they encountered numerous cultivators and the desiccated corpses of ordinary mortals, remarkably preserved due to the lack of moisture. Yet, they pressed on without pause. After covering about 50 miles, they still had not reached the cave's end, and the heat had become unbearable, reminiscent of a blazing sun. It was likely that any cultivator beneath the immortal emperor level would be drenched in sweat and unable to continue. Truly, the power of an immortal emperor is evident. This world they have crafted connects seamlessly with the greater realm, Li Zhoujun reflected as he advanced. From the moment the temperature began to rise, both Li Zhoujun and Duan Songqian had entered the small world created by the Divine Flame Immortal Emperor. Duan Songqian remarked, the Divine Flame Immortal Emperor rightfully earned his title. Even in death, few would suspect that his imperial tomb would reside within this seemingly ordinary cave. Moreover, while it appears devoid of defenses, it is far more perilous than those laden with traps. Li Zhoujun concurred. Indeed, as we delve deeper into his small world, the rising temperature serves as a warning. Any ordinary cultivator sensing the danger and attempting to flee would likely find themselves too weak to escape, succumbing to the heat, much like a frog in boiling water. Precisely. Duan Songqian chuckled. It is far more pleasant to travel with an intelligent companion. The two conversed lightly, strolling leisurely through the furnace-like cave. Eventually, after walking another 100 miles, they finally beheld a figure clad in white, with a flame flickering upon his brow, seated serenely upon a stone platform at the cave's terminus. In this environment, any being beneath the immortal emperor level would be reduced to ashes in an instant. As if sensing their approach, the white-clad man slowly opened his eyes. And in that moment, the cave transformed around Li Zhoujun and Duan Songqian into a grand hall ablaze with flowing lava. The white-clad man stood regally above them, his gaze imposing as he looked down upon Li Zhoujun and Duan Songqian. In that instant, his imperial presence radiated like the heavens, suggesting that with a mere gesture, he could alter the very fabric of reality. However, Li Zhoujun and Duan Songqian remained unfazed, standing their ground with serene composure. Unexpectedly, two immortal emperors have found their way to me, the white-clad man spoke, his voice calm yet authoritative. Do you truly believe that by occupying the flesh of the Divine Flame Immortal Emperor, you have become him? At this moment, Duan Songqian spoke. You merely seized the opportunity while the Divine Flame Immortal Emperor was gravely wounded, taking advantage of his plight to occupy his immortal body. As these words fell, the gaze of the Divine Flame Immortal Emperor, or rather, the Burning Heaven Divine Flame, grew increasingly cold. So what? He replied with a grin. You wish to refine me, extinguish my consciousness, and force me to give birth to a new awareness that acknowledges you as my father? You are not foolish. Duan Songqian smiled in response. Just the two of you? The Burning Heaven Divine Flame scoffed. That will suffice, Duan Songqian said nonchalantly. The reason the Burning Heaven Divine Flame remained here was that, despite the passage of countless ages, he had been unable to fully merge with the body of the Divine Flame Immortal Emperor. Seeking death, the Burning Heaven Divine Flame snorted, and in an instant, a sea of flames surged, enveloping the entire realm. This technique was known as the Burning Heaven Divine Domain, within which the combat prowess of the Burning Heaven Divine Flame would be amplified. Quite interesting, Duan Songqian remarked with a smile. Oh, the real fun is yet to come. The Burning Heaven Divine Flame chuckled, waving his large sleeve, causing the sea of flames to surge forth, unleashing 9 ferocious fire dragons that charged toward Li Zhoujun and Duan Songqian. Friend, just hold the line. Duan Songqian smiled at Li Zhoujun. Then he too moved. Turning his palm, the might of the immortal emperor surged, causing the surrounding sea of fire to tremble. Subsequently, a seemingly ordinary and simple hammer appeared in Duan Songqian's hand. He grasped the hammer's handle and swung it. In an instant, a force akin to a torrential storm erupted, and under this strike, the 9 fire dragons howled in agony. Their forms dissipating, and the entire sea of flames shook violently. If your true form were here, I would naturally not engage you. But now, in this Burning Heaven Divine Domain, Even if your immortal emperor avatar is strong, how can you contend with me? The burning heaven divine flame grinned. And with a flicker of thought, the 9 fire dragons were formed, charging once more at Duan Sangqiang. A bit troublesome, Duan Sangqiang remarked in surprise. Meanwhile, the burning heaven divine flame looked at Li Zhoujun, smiling as he said, "You are the helper that old man invited, aren't you? But since you are here, do not leave. It happens that I cannot fully adapt to the divine flame immortal emperor's body and wish to change it." Li Zhoujun, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "You might be disappointed. I may be even less suited for you." Li Zhoujun spoke the blunt truth, as a true immortal. If his true body were to fall into the hands of these immortal emperor-level figures, he would likely not even warrant a glance. Arrogant. However, at this moment, the burning heaven divine flame assumed that Li Zhoujun looked down on him, and he immediately flew into a rage. Stamping his foot, the ground trembled violently, and the apocalyptic sea of flames surged toward Li Zhoujun. Chapter 181. I share equal standing with the immortal emperor. The raging sea of flames reflected in Li Zhoujun's pupils, shining brilliantly. At this moment, the burning heaven divine flame still wore a bloodthirsty smile. With no other choice, Li Zhoujun could only prepare for an equal contest. He raised one hand. Between his index and middle fingers, boundless spiritual energy gathered, and as his azure robe billowed, the terrifying might of the immortal emperor spread from him. An impressive imperial technique, Duan Sangqiang thought as he fought against the 9 fire dragons, instinctively glancing toward Li Zhoujun. This was the first time Duan Sangqiang witnessed Li Zhoujun in action. Indeed, he was a formidable immortal emperor. The burning heaven divine flame. Seeing the aura of an immortal emperor emanating from Li Zhoujun that was no less than his own, suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Just then, as the apocalyptic sea of flames was about to engulf Li Zhoujun, a black chess piece, radiating a brilliance that dimmed the surrounding world, materialized between Li Zhoujun's fingertips. "Make your move, and determine the heavens." Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly, pressing the chess piece down. In the next moment, a massive black chess piece appeared in the air, and with a resounding boom, it heavily struck the sea of flames, unleashing a fierce torrent of spiritual energy that radiated outward, causing the sea of flames to retreat. Not only that, but the retreating spiritual energy showed no signs of abating, continuing to surge toward the burning heaven divine flame. What kind of imperial technique is this? How could it be so formidable? The burning heaven divine flame thought, astonished. He had never heard of such a powerful technique. Could it be that this young man had created it himself? An immortal emperor capable of creating such a formidable technique would undoubtedly be among the elite. Meanwhile, Duan Sangqiang regarded Li Zhoujun with admiration, reflecting that this immortal emperor possessed such formidable strength and technique yet remained so low-key, truly a hidden powerhouse. Finally, as the remnants of the apocalyptic force from the chess piece were about to engulf the burning heaven divine flame, he too moved, unleashing countless red beams of celestial light. A formidable aura that even made his own burning heaven divine domain tremble. Subsequently, he forcefully withstood the immense residual force generated by Li Zhoujun's move. Appearing almost instantaneously before Li Zhoujun, his face twisted into a sinister grin. It was evident that the burning heaven divine flame intended to engage Li Zhoujun in a direct confrontation. He could not believe that in a contest of magical prowess, he appeared to be at a disadvantage. Yet in reality, they were evenly matched, both having sustained minimal damage, though he seemed more disheveled. Since he could not overpower this azure-robed immortal emperor with magical techniques, the burning heaven divine flame sought to challenge Li Zhoujun in a battle of physical strength. Although he had not fully merged with the body of the divine flame immortal emperor, he had refined that body for countless years, and its power had reached a terrifying level. "Mr. Li, be cautious. Do not engage him in a direct confrontation," Duan Sangqiang called out, unable to assist Li Zhoujun as he was entangled with the 9 fire dragons. These persistent fire dragons, akin to invincible cockroaches, dissipated under his hammer strike, but were immediately replaced by another, an endless cycle. However, as Li Zhoujun faced the incoming burning heaven divine flame, a smile appeared on his face. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, stomping the ground with force, and in the next moment, Li Zhoujun shot forward like a cannonball, colliding with the rushing burning heaven divine flame. "You are truly arrogant," the burning heaven divine flame thought, feeling disdain for Li Zhoujun's choice. Had he been in Li Zhoujun's position, he would have immediately distanced himself and continued casting spells. Boom. Just as the burning heaven divine flame's words fell, Li Zhoujun had already engaged him. Their fists collided, sending shockwaves through the burning heaven divine domain, darkening the skies. How is this possible? The burning heaven divine flame was incredulous, witnessing Li Zhoujun withstand his blow, and they were evenly matched. His eyes widened in disbelief. This man had actually countered his strike solely with physical strength? This scene left not only the burning heaven divine flame dumbfounded, but also Duan Sangqiong in a moment of surprise. However, seizing the opportunity of the burning heaven divine flame's momentary distraction, Duan Sangqiong unleashed a mighty swing of his hammer, channeling the power of the immortal emperor. And in an instant, the 9 fire dragons were crushed, emitting a mournful wail. Damn it! The burning heaven divine flame roared in anger, transforming his rage into strength, launching a barrage of punches capable of annihilating the heavens toward Li Zhoujun. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun responded with bold and sweeping movements, like wind and thunder. His dominance on full display, effortlessly countering the terrifying and sharp strikes from the burning heaven divine flame. The entire burning heaven fire domain was left in tatters as the two engaged in their fierce battle. Upon witnessing the unfolding battle, Duan Sangqiong realized that merely spectating was unwise. Gripping his heavy hammer, he decided to join the fray. Li Zhoujun was already evenly matched with the burning sky divine flame. But with Duan Sangqiong's intervention, the latter found himself overwhelmed. Was it truly the case that this emperor might fall here today? The burning sky divine flame, sensing the precariousness of his situation, became increasingly flustered and struggled to fend off the relentless assaults from both Li Zhoujun and Duan Sangqiong. In that moment, Duan Sangqiong seized the opportunity to unleash his self-created imperial technique, the vast hammer. With a single, mighty swing imbued with the formidable power of an immortal emperor, he struck the burning sky divine flame squarely in the chest, causing him to spew blood and fly backward like a kite severed from its string. Seizing the moment, Li Zhoujun followed up with a barrage of black and white chess pieces, resembling falling stars, that cascaded from the heavens toward the burning sky divine flame. As the burning sky divine flame looked up at the descending pieces, they magnified in his vision, replaced fear with fury, igniting a fierce resolve within him. Flames, bizarre and powerful, danced between his palms, their heat capable of melting anything. "You have forced my hand," he snarled, revealing his imperial technique, the flame of destruction. As he hurled the flames, they transformed into a colossal fireball, akin to a miniature sun, colliding with the celestial chess pieces. A thunderous explosion ensued, reminiscent of stars plummeting from the sky, as the small world crafted by the divine flame quaked, the very fabric of reality dimming under the weight of their clash. The overwhelming force sent shockwaves that caused Duan Sangqiong to squint against the brilliance. When the tumult subsided, the burning sky divine flame stood in a state of disarray. His white robes tattered, his strength nearly depleted after the fierce battle and the use of his imperial technique. To have held his ground against 2 opponents was no small feat, especially since he had not fully merged with the divine flame's essence. Otherwise, his power would have surpassed all expectations. Yet, regardless of the burning sky divine flame's strength, Li Zhoujun remained unfazed. "Duan, I'll leave the next steps to you," he said with a smile. "Very well," Duan Sangqiong nodded, stepping forward to confront the burning sky divine flame. The burning sky divine flame glanced at Li Zhoujun. "Are you certain you wish to surrender me to him? You have exerted more effort in this battle than this old man." Li Zhoujun replied coolly. "I harbor no interest in you. After all, lacking both the fire spiritual root and the need for alchemy or artifact forging, the burning sky divine flame held no allure compared to an immortal artifact." At that moment, Duan Sangqiong acted swiftly, his hand descending upon the burning sky divine flame's head. Instantly, the flame at the center of the divine flame's forehead appeared in Duan Sangqiong's grasp. The divine flame collapsed, motionless. Duan Sangqiong gazed at the flickering flame in his palm, joy evident in his eyes. He turned to Li Zhoujun, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "It is thanks to your intervention that I could subdue the burning sky divine flame. Had I come alone, it is likely I would not have triumphed. I shall not renege on my promise to forge an immortal artifact for you. That is agreeable. As for the immortal artifact, I am in no rush." Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Duan Sangqiong continued, "Once the artifact is complete, I will contact you through that jade talisman." "Very well," Li Zhoujun nodded. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You are rewarded with an unfathomable strike once, advancing your cultivation to the 9th stage of true immortality, and enhancing the Aoshue flying sword to a 9th stage true immortal artifact." Upon seeing the rewards, Li Zhoujun mused that aside from the constant demand to call the system father, it was rather benevolent in other respects. The system chimed in. "Are you moved? If so, please call the system father." Li Zhoujun retorted, "Get lost." Duan Sangqiong then inquired, "What are your plans next?" "I intend to visit the Yao family," Li Zhoujun replied. "Perfect timing, as my true form is also in central continent in seclusion. It would be prudent for you to accompany me," Duan Sangqiong suggested. "I must deliver the burning sky divine flame to my true form for refinement." Li Zhoujun saw no reason to decline, for if he possessed the power of an immortal emperor, the journey from southern to central continent would take no more than 3 days. However, Traveling alone at the true immortal level could take centuries, fraught with unforeseen circumstances that would further delay him. The vastness of the immortal realm was akin to an entire world below. Then let us journey to central continent together, Li Zhoujun agreed. Excellent, Duan Sanxiong smiled. He then glanced at the body of the divine flame, hesitated momentarily, and remarked, though the immortal realm frowns upon turning a cultivator's body into a puppet. As it is seen as a path of darkness, possessing an emperor's corpse as a puppet would yield immense power. If you desire, I can assist in refining the divine flame's body into a puppet, along with the immortal artifact. Duan Sanxiong's willingness to offer such assistance clearly indicated he regarded Li Zhoujun as a friend. The significance of the burning sky divine flame to an imperial artifact craftsman was profound. Suddenly, the seemingly lifeless body of the divine flame stirred. Raising itself and addressing Li Zhoujun and Duan Sanxiong in a deep voice, "You two have gone too far." "Ah, you're still alive?" Duan Sanxiong remarked, surprised. The divine flame's lips twitched. "Did you think the burning sky divine flame could not fully merge with my body? I merely concealed myself. I am not dead yet." "Indeed. You hid quite well," Duan Sanxiong mused, impressed. It was understandable, after all. The burning sky divine flame had occupied the divine flame's form for so long without realizing that the divine flame's essence had not completely dissipated. This indicated the divine flame possessed some means of survival. "If I couldn't hide, I wouldn't have survived to reclaim control of my body," the divine flame lamented. He then frowned, addressing Duan Sanxiong. "We have met several times, and you have taken the burning sky divine flame. But to transform my body into a puppet, what rationale is that?" Duan Sanxiong grinned. "One must not waste resources." The divine flame fell silent. "Nonetheless, I thank you both for subduing the burning sky divine flame," he said, bitterness lacing his tone. The mere mention of the burning sky divine flame sparked a deep-seated resentment within him. Yet, upon realizing that his physical form had been refined to near perfection by the burning sky divine flame, he felt somewhat appeased. Merely expressing gratitude is of little value. "One must take tangible action," Duan Sanxiong retorted with a grin. The divine flame inwardly cursed the old fox but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Provoking these two immortal emperors could lead to dire consequences, especially since he had yet to regain full control of his body. After a moment's contemplation, the divine flame tossed a storage ring to Duan Sanxiong, saying, "Within lies the materials for crafting an immortal artifact. I trust you will find it to your liking." "Excellent." Duan Sanxiong beamed as he accepted the storage ring. Subsequently, the divine flame immortal emperor cast his gaze upon Li Zhoujun, who was beside him, wearing a smile that suggested he was quite amiable. After reflecting on the precious treasures he had already bestowed upon the forging celestial dome, his heart ached with each passing moment. He was reluctant to part with anything further. Thus, he flatteringly addressed Li Zhoujun, exclaiming that this immortal emperor possessed a countenance as refined as jade and a majestic demeanor, certainly not one to be as calculating as the old man forging celestial dome. Li Zhoujun was taken aback, realizing that even an immortal emperor could proficiently flatter. The divine flame immortal emperor lamented his predicament, acknowledging that if he were not adept at flattering and intimidating others, he would likely never have attained the realm of an immortal emperor. At this moment, forging celestial dome, rendered speechless, questioned the necessity of such behavior. "Have you no shame for a figure of your stature, resorting to such measures for a mere handful of celestial treasures?" The divine flame immortal emperor, perplexed, retorted, "Can face save one as hunger? Should you continue to be difficult, I might just take matters into my own hands. Believe it or not." At this juncture, Li Zhoujun smiled benignly, reasoning that if both he and forging celestial dome refrained from intervening, the divine flame immortal emperor would surely be discovered and obliterated by the heavenly flame of destruction. Seeking a few items was hardly excessive, was it? "Friend, there is no need for such reluctance. I shall provide for you." The divine flame immortal emperor expressed his dismay, feeling as if his heart were bleeding. He had witnessed Li Zhoujun's formidable power firsthand. It was evident that he was far from a match for him in his current state. I had assumed this individual was quite agreeable, but to my astonishment, I was gravely mistaken. Chapter 183. The Celestial Forge Hall. The divine flame immortal emperor rummaged in his chest for a lengthy moment before finally producing a glazed jade vial, handing it over to Li Zhoujun with a pained expression. "I am uncertain what this immortal emperor favors, but within are 10 imperial pills. I humbly ask you to accept them." "Thank you," Li Zhoujun replied with a smile as he accepted the vial. "Gentlemen, may I take my leave now?" The divine flame immortal emperor's face twitched, his heart heavy with loss. "I have no objections, but you must consult Mr. Li," forging celestial dome replied with a chuckle. "Neither do I object. You may depart," Li Zhoujun assured with a grin. After all, he was merely a counterfeit immortal emperor, and driving the divine flame immortal emperor to desperation would be an unwise endeavor. Upon hearing this, the divine flame immortal emperor sighed in relief. Farewell, then. I shall take my leave and not linger. He turned and stepped into the void, vanishing from sight. I never realized this divine flame immortal emperor possessed such a disposition during our previous encounters, Forging Celestial Dome remarked. Li Zhoujun nodded in agreement, chuckling. Indeed, this divine flame immortal emperor is remarkably unique. Ha ha ha, indeed. Forging Celestial Dome laughed before inquiring, Mr. Li, do you have any pressing matters in this continent? If so, I shall await your convenience. None at all, Li Zhoujun shook his head with a smile. Then let us set forth towards the central continent, Forging Celestial Dome declared. Li Zhoujun readily agreed. Thus, after reuniting with the maid Xiaoqiu, who remained at the inn, the two began their journey toward the central region of the immortal realm. The following day, the trio found themselves at the border of the central region in the Celestial Dome domain. This is the domain I established, the Celestial Forge Hall, which is now managed by my two disciples, Forging Celestial Dome explained, smiling. No wonder, Li Zhoujun responded, as he sensed the abundant spiritual energy in this domain, far richer than in other celestial domains. Mr. Li, how about joining me for a cup of tea? Forging Celestial Dome invited. That sounds delightful, Li Zhoujun agreed. Just then, two figures appeared almost instantaneously before Li Zhoujun, Forging Celestial Dome, and Xiaoqiu. One was male, and the other female, both exuding an overwhelming aura. Clearly two formidable immortal-level beings. Disciple Yin Xianqing, greeting my esteemed master, the woman announced. Disciple Yin Xianhong, welcoming my esteemed master, the man added. The pair, a strikingly beautiful woman and an exceptionally handsome man, appeared to be siblings, undoubtedly the disciples of Forging Celestial Dome. Do not delay in greeting Mr. Li. Forging Celestial Dome urged, nodding at them. Upon hearing this, Yin Xianqing and Yin Xianhong exchanged astonished glances at Li Zhoujun. This seemingly ordinary youth clad in azure was held in such high regard by their master, indicating he was undoubtedly a formidable immortal emperor. Realizing this, they bowed deeply. We pay our respects to Mr. Li. There is no need for such formalities, Li Zhoujun smiled. Then produced 2 imperial pills from the 10 he had received from the divine flame immortal emperor, presenting them to the pair. As this is our first meeting, I have nothing else to offer. Please accept these 2 imperial pills. Ah, both Yin Xianqing and Yin Xianhong gasped in awe. Even for them, imperial pills were treasures of immense value. Yet, this azure-clad immortal emperor had casually offered 2, suggesting a relationship with their master that was anything but ordinary. The siblings exchanged glances, seeking guidance from Forging Celestial Dome, hesitant to accept such precious gifts. Forging Celestial Dome sighed. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Li? Just 2 imperial pills, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. He was aware that thanks to his system, the cultivation he gained from these pills would be far less substantial than what he could achieve through system rewards. Thus, it was more prudent to use them to foster connections. Just 2 imperial pills? Yin Xianhong and Yin Xianqing looked at each other, astonishment evident in their eyes. This Mr. Li was truly extravagant. If only they could be so generous. Enough of this. You two ought to accept them, Li Zhoujun urged, waving his sleeve, causing the 2 imperial pills to hover before Yin Xianhong and Yin Xianqing. Is it that you both find my offerings lacking? Li Zhoujun feigned anger, noticing their hesitation. Not at all. The siblings quickly replied, steeling their resolve before accepting the imperial pills, exclaiming in unison, Thank you for your generous kindness, Mr. Li. Very well, Li Zhoujun said, satisfied with their response. Mr. Li, you have put me in your debt. I fear I may never be able to repay you, Forging Celestial Dome remarked, a note of helplessness in his tone. Ha ha ha, you jest, my friend, Li Zhoujun replied with a laugh. After exchanging pleasantries, they made their way to the main hall of the Celestial Forge Hall. You two, please take good care of Mr. Li. I shall go to see my true form in seclusion, Forging Celestial Dome instructed Yin Xianhong and Yin Xianqing. Rest assured, master, they replied in unison. Indeed. Forging Celestial Dome nodded, turning to Li Zhoujun. Feel free to treat the Celestial Forge Hall as your own home, Mr. Li. Do not hesitate to voice any requests to my disciples. Understood, Li Zhoujun smiled. With that, Forging Celestial Dome departed the main hall alongside the maid Xiaoqiu, leaving Yin Xianqing and Yin Xianhong with Li Zhoujun. At this moment, Li Zhoujun remained silent, yet the siblings felt a palpable pressure in the air. Do you know the exact location of the Yao family in the central region? Li Zhoujun inquired. Are you planning to visit the Yao family, Mr. Li? Yin Xianqing asked, surprise evident on her face. Yes, Li Zhoujun confirmed. If you do not mind, my junior sister can accompany you, as she too has business to attend to in the Peach domain where the Yao family resides, Yin Xianhong suggested. Indeed, Yin Xianqing concurred. Very well, Li Zhoujun agreed. With someone to guide me, I see no reason to decline. Lead the way. I would like to explore the architecture here. Feeling a bit bored in the main hall, Li Zhoujun smiled, eager to see more. Mr. Li, please follow me. Yan Xianqing was quite proactive, as forming a connection with a powerful immortal emperor was a rare opportunity. Chapter 184. A Reunion with Yao Huangzuan. Li Zhoujun followed Yan Xianqing, walking in front of the Forging Heaven Palace amidst the bustling streets lined with pavilions. Along the way, Yan Xianqing intermittently introduced Li Zhoujun to the various functions of these pavilions. As they walked, disciples from the Forging Heaven Palace greeted Yan Xianqing. Who is that person by the side of the second palace master? Even the second palace master holds him in such high regard. Could he be an immortal emperor? After all, the second palace master is a 9th grade immortal venerable. At that moment, the disciples of the Forging Heaven Palace began to speculate about Li Zhoujun's identity. Meanwhile, Yan Xianqing led Li Zhoujun into a fragrant garden which had once been planted by her master. Yan Xianqing remarked with a smile. I never expected that Master Duan had such a hobby. Li Zhoujun responded with a smile. Just then, an elder approached Yan Xianqing, reporting, the Yao immortal lord from the Peach Domain has come to pay his respects. Where is the palace master? Yan Xianqing asked in surprise. The elder from the Forging Heaven Palace replied awkwardly, the palace master went out just now. Very well, please have Yao immortal lord wait in the reception hall. I will come over shortly, Yan Xianqing instructed. Yes, palace master, the elder said before departing. Yan Xianqing turned to Li Zhoujun with a smile and asked, Mr. Li, the Yao immortal lord, Yao Huangzuan, has arrived. Would you like to join me to see him? Certainly, Li Zhoujun smiled in response. On their way to the main hall, Yan Xianqing explained to Li Zhoujun why Yao Huangzuan had come to the Forging Heaven Palace. The reason was that a secret realm had appeared in the Peach Domain where the Yao family resided. This secret realm was expanding continuously, and if allowed to continue, it might consume the entire Peach Domain. Moreover, this secret realm only allowed entry but not exit. Even the Yao family's ancestor, an immortal venerable, could not uncover its origins. Upon hearing Yan Xianqing's words, Li Zhoujun realized that indeed, there were formidable beings within the Yao family. An immortal venerable, if not in the presence of an immortal emperor, would be considered a formidable overlord even in the central continent. The reason the Forging Heaven Palace chose to assist the Yao family was twofold. Firstly, the Yao family's female immortal emperor had ties with Duan Sanqiong. Secondly, the Forging Heaven Palace was the strongest among the countless immortal domains in the vicinity. While the two conversed, they arrived at the main hall, where Yao Huangzuan was already waiting. Yao immortal lord, Yan Xianqing greeted as she reached the entrance of the hall. Hearing her voice, Yao Huangzuan turned abruptly. When he saw Li Zhoujun beside Yan Xianqing, he was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this the master of my future son-in-law? How could he appear in the Forging Heaven Palace? 70 years ago, after Jiang Xiaobai ascended, he had spent many years reaching the Yao family. Though it took a long time, he managed to arrive within a century. Naturally, Yao Huangzuan had agreed to the marriage. However, the wedding was postponed until Li Zhoujun's arrival. Jiang Xiaobai had no objections. He was eagerly awaiting his master's attendance at his wedding. This is Mr. Li, Yan Xianqing introduced with a smile. She initially intended to say that this was the immortal Emperor Li, but she was unaware of Li Zhoujun's exact cultivation level, so she opted for a more cautious introduction. Mr. Li, Yao Huangzuan gasped, astonished that a 9th grade immortal venerable would show such respect to Li Zhoujun. Could it be that his future son-in-law's master was an immortal emperor? If that were the case, it was not Jiang Xiaobai who had climbed up to the Yao family, but rather the Yu family climbing up to Jiang Xiaobai. Yao immortal lord, it has been a long time, Li Zhoujun smiled. Indeed, it has been 100 years. Yao Huangzuan sighed. Speaking of which, have you seen my disciple? Li Zhoujun inquired with a smile. Haha, Mr. Li's disciple is currently at the Yao family. His cultivation has reached the 6th grade true immortal, and he is but a step away from becoming a 7th grade superior true immortal, Yao Huangzuan replied. By the way, the wedding between Xiaobai and Yao Tao has yet to be held. They have been waiting for you to arrive. Yan Xianqing looked at Li Zhoujun with surprise, realizing that his disciple indeed had a marriage engagement with the Yao family's daughter, Yao Tao. That is good to know, Li Zhoujun said with a sense of relief. At that moment, Yan Xianqing also asked Yao Huangzuan, you have come here regarding the secret realm that has appeared in the Peach Domain, correct? Indeed. Yao Huangzuan's expression grew grave as he spoke. The secret realm in the Peach Domain seems to be expanding at an alarming rate. Hearing this, Yan Xianqing began to ponder. This matter must be dealt with swiftly and decisively. Doing so would likely leave a favorable impression on Mr. Li, especially since his disciple currently resided in the Peach Domain. With this in mind, Yan Xianqing smiled at Yao Huangzuan, saying, Yao immortal lord, please wait for me to handle the affairs in the palace. I will hurry over as soon as I can. Even if I cannot deal with that secret realm, I believe Mr. Li certainly has a way. Li Zhoujun. All right, Yao Huangsuan replied, finally feeling relieved. With a powerful figure from the Forging Heaven Palace intervening, the Peach Domain should be saved. Moreover, this Mr. Li appeared to be an immortal emperor. He would surely not wish to see the living conditions of his disciple's wife harmed. Mr. Li, shall we go over shortly? Yao Huangsuan asked as he prepared to leave. Yin Xinqing inquired of Li Zhoujun, not having any palace affairs to attend to. Merely wanting to avoid making her words too absolute, one should always leave room for negotiation. Yes, Li Zhoujun nodded. Meanwhile, Yao Huangsuan returned to the Yao family in the Peach Domain. The old steward, Liu Bei, sought him out. Master, Ancestor Wenbin wishes to speak with you, Liu Bei said. The Wenbin ancestor he referred to was the Yao family's only first-grade immortal venerable, Yao Wenbin. Understood, Yao Huangsuan replied, and then proceeded to the location of Yao Wenbin. This was the back mountain of the Yao family, and upon reaching the summit, Yao Huangsuan found Yao Wenbin already waiting there. Ancestor, Yao Huangsuan respectfully bowed to Yao Wenbin. You must be aware of the current situation in the Peach Domain, Yao Wenbin sighed. Even if I were to intervene, it would be of little use. Yao Huangsuan was about to mention the powerful figures from the Forging Heaven Palace willing to assist when Yao Wenbin continued. There is a certain imperial dynasty willing to lend their aid to our Peach Domain. But the price is that Yao Tao must marry the imperial prince and become his consort. What of that Jiang Xiaobai? No matter how talented he is, he lacks a powerful background. Without sufficient support, all is mere talk. Yao Huangsuan's heart sank at this. Ancestor, you and Ti have agreed to that imperial dynasty's terms. Would you? Yao Huangsuan was distraught. After all, Jiang Xiaobai's master was the palace master of the Forging Heaven Palace, a figure deserving of great respect. Very likely an immortal emperor. How could one claim he lacked a background? Chapter 185, The Qingshui Imperial Dynasty. Yao Huangsuan felt a mix of emotions. Almost on the verge of tears. No, Ancestor, you wouldn't have already agreed to that Qingshui Imperial Dynasty, would you? Yes, it is called the Qingshui Imperial Dynasty. Yao Wenbin confirmed. Upon hearing this, Yao Huangsuan smacked his forehead. I heard that the Qingshui Imperial Dynasty's immortal emperor was on the verge of death recently and went to the Chaos Realm. Perhaps he has already. Yao Huangsuan did not finish his thought, implying that the Qingshui immortal emperor might now be deceased. If only it were another imperial dynasty. After all, Jiang Xiaobai's master is likely a living immortal emperor. Yao Wenbin remarked. Do you think a flourishing imperial dynasty would look favorably upon our Yao family? Even though the Qingshui Imperial Dynasty currently lacks an immortal emperor, they still have ninth-grade immortal venerables. Alas, Yao Huangsuan sighed deeply. In the end, it is evident that both the venerable ancestor of our family and I, the current head of the family, are rather inadequate. Otherwise, why would we need to seek assistance from others? Yet, what alternatives do we have? To elaborate, the original head of the Yao family was Yao Huangsuan's father, a formidable immortal emperor. However, ever since he disappeared many years ago, the Yao family has been left with no choice but to elevate Yao Huangsuan, a mere immortal lord, to the position of family head. Recently, I reached an agreement with the imperial dynasty of Qingshui, and considering the time, their representatives should be arriving shortly. At this point, Yao Huangsuan seemed to sense a powerful presence descending upon the Peach Domain. Pausing momentarily before continuing, they have arrived. Come with me to the reception hall to welcome the guests from the Qingshui dynasty. Yao Huangsuan nodded in acknowledgement, but inwardly resolved to refuse the Qingshui dynasty's overtures. Integrity is one matter, but Jiang Xiaobai's master is likely an immortal emperor, which is of paramount importance. After all, the immortal emperor of the Qingshui dynasty has gone to the Chaos Realm, and throughout history, none who ventured there have returned to the immortal realm. This implies that if the Qingshui dynasty does not give birth to a new immortal emperor, their decline is simply a matter of time. The Yao family is already a humble lineage in the immortal realm. If we were to ally with another such family, it would indeed be adding insult to injury. Moreover, Jiang Xiaobai's master could very well be an immortal emperor walking among mortals. The choice between the two is abundantly clear. Although these thoughts occupied his mind, Yao Huangsuan proceeded with Yao Wenbin to greet the representatives from the Qingshui dynasty. Moments later, they met two individuals near the Yao family residence. One was a young and handsome man clad in white finery, emanating an air of superiority, undoubtedly the heir of the Qingshui dynasty, Xia Wenjun. The other was an elder in a white robe, adorned with a blue mark on his forehead, who was Xia Wenjun's protector, Xia Dun. The group, engaged in light-hearted banter, made their way to the Yu family's reception hall. Yao Huangsuan wore a smile, but internally, he was strategizing how to refuse the Qingshui dynasty's proposal. He had previously turned down numerous heirs from various dynasties and holy sites, whose power had already begun to wane, much like the Yao family. However, Despite the Changshui dynasty's immortal emperor being absent, their forces beneath that rank remained formidable enough to crush any faction lacking an immortal emperor. Upon arriving at the reception hall, Xie Dun turned to Yao Wenbin and inquired, "Can the Yao family truly fulfill the promises made to our heir?" Just as Yao Wenbin was about to respond affirmatively, Yao Huangzuan abruptly interrupted, asserting, "I refuse. Head of the Yao family, we have traveled a great distance. Are you jesting with me regarding our heir?" Xie Dun's demeanor grew cold, and the oppressive aura of a ninth-rank immortal lord began to swell within the reception hall, creating a palpable tension akin to an impending storm. Upon sensing Xie Dun's terrifying presence, Yao Wenbin's complexion paled, and he turned to Yao Huangzuan in anger. "What are you doing, Yao Huangzuan? I simply do not wish for my daughter to become a sacrificial pawn of the family," Yao Huangzuan declared, his voice filled with righteous indignation. "I assure you, we are about to align ourselves with a powerful immortal emperor, but you probably do not believe me." Yao Wenbin nearly spat blood from frustration. "You truly do not regard my dignity." Yao Huangzuan looked somewhat wronged. "Ancestor, I have already promised Xiaobai's master that if he can ascend to the immortal realm by the age of 100, he may marry Tao. Is that so?" Xie Wenjun's expression soured. How could an esteemed heir like him be relegated to the role of a third party? "Calm yourself, heir," Yao Wenbin gasped, wishing he could silence Yao Huangzuan with a single blow. "Has he married Tower?" Xie Wenjun asked. To the heir, "Not yet," Yao Wenbin quickly replied. "Not yet? Then that is of no consequence." Xie Wenjun nodded. "Let us proceed with fair competition. I wish to see who currently occupies Tower's side." He had met Yao Tao on several occasions and had no room in his heart for any other woman. "Very well," Yao Wenbin responded, waving his hand to summon Jiang Xiaobai, who had been cultivating. Jiang Xiaobai appeared in the reception hall, slightly bewildered. "Head of the Yao family, venerable ancestor," he greeted respectfully. "Xiaobai, no need for such formality," Yao Huangzuan smiled. "Humph," Yao Wenbin scoffed. "You are Tower's fiancé?" Meanwhile, Xie Wenjun, observing Jiang Xiaobai's sudden arrival, smirked slightly. "A sixth-rank true immortal? Who might you be?" Jiang Xiaobai, sensing a foreboding aura, replied, "I am Jiang Xiaobai, unaware of the heir's intentions." "If you truly love Yao Tao, you should let her go to seek a better life," Xie Wenjun proclaimed, exuding an air of superiority. Jiang Xiaobai, though not naive, understood that Xie Wenjun intended to take his fiancée. Yao Wenbin, remaining calm, added, "Jiang Xiaobai, if you have any sense, you will leave Yao Tao willingly, and our family will compensate you. Fear not, my boy, I shall support you from behind," Yao Huangzuan transmitted to Jiang Xiaobai. Initially flustered, Jiang Xiaobai felt a sense of calm wash over him upon receiving Yao Huangzuan's message. He gazed earnestly at Yao Wenbin and said, "Venerable ancestor, I have been with Tower for several decades. Do you truly believe she would find happiness marrying this so-called heir?" Yao Wenbin chuckled. "I would rather my descendants weep in a dragon carriage than smile upon horseback." "Indeed, the venerable ancestor possesses great wisdom," Xie Wenjun applauded. Jiang Xiaobai clenched his fists. Strength. Ultimately, it all boiled down to strength. Upon entering the immortal realm, Jiang Xiaobai realized his insignificance. Despite his remarkable talent, nearly a century of cultivation had only led him to the sixth-rank true immortal stage, far from the seventh-rank superior true immortal. Had he possessed the power of an immortal emperor, would the Changshui dynasty dare to act so arrogantly? "Xiao boy, I do this for Yao Tao's sake. I hope you understand," Yao Wenbin remarked, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai laughed. "In my life, nothing irks me more than those who claim to act in others' interests while serving their own. Impudent." Yao Wenbin's face flushed with rage at the audacity of a mere true immortal. "Ah, truly a sharp-tongued lad," Xie Wenjun commented, shaking his head. "Do you not find your position pitiable? You can only vent your anger with words. If you have the ability, defeat me, the heir, and prove you can provide Yao Tao with the life she desires." Just as Xie Wenjun finished speaking, a powerful ninth-rank celestial aura erupted from him. Jiang Xiaobai's pupils contracted. Even if this heir were to suppress his cultivation to match Jiang Xiaobai's, he would still be far from a match for him. With unwavering confidence, Xie Wenjun declared, "You are not even close to being my opponent." In the illustrious realm of the Changshui dynasty, the protagonist, Jiang Xiaobai, finds himself amidst an overwhelming realization of his own insignificance. His counterpart, a figure of imperial stature, has undoubtedly triumphed over countless peers to ascend to such heights. Furthermore, armed with the laws of the emperor, how could a mere true immortal stand a chance against him? At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai is engulfed by a sense of helplessness, pondering whether his master would succumb to the same despair under these circumstances. After all, the imperial court of the celestial realm is a behemoth, far beyond the capabilities of those who have merely ascended from the lower realms. Yao Huangzuan, observing the tense atmosphere, feels a pang of anxiety. The current environment is fraught with tension. A misstep could spell disaster for Jiang Xiaobai. How could he possibly explain such a failure to Mr. Li? Resolutely, Yao Huangxuan addresses the situation. Esteemed Emperor, I must ask you to take your leave. My daughter is already betrothed, and I cannot be the one to break a promise. Yao family head, have you truly considered this? Warned Xiedin, the protector of Xie Wenjun, casting a stern gaze upon Yao Huangxuan. Indeed, Yao Huangxuan nods. But have you pondered how to confront the impending storm of the secret realm within your peach domain? With a smile, Xiedin retorts, if I am not mistaken. Your Yao family must remain within the peach domain for some reason. Should you find yourselves unable to withstand the tempest of the secret realm, it may become a dire situation where escape is impossible. The storm referred to by Xiedin is the ever-expanding secret realm within the peach domain. Rest assured, Elder Xie, I have my own means to address this secret realm storm, Yao Huangxuan asserts confidently. Jiang Xiaobai, witnessing Yao Huangxuan's unwavering support, feels a swell of gratitude. This is the mark of a true father-in-law. At that moment, Liu Bei announces the arrival of the second hall master of the Forging Heaven Hall, Yin Xinqing. Along with Mr. Li, Yao Huangxuan breathes a sigh of relief, delighted that they have finally arrived. I shall go greet Hall Master Xinqing and Mr. Li, he says with a smile directed at Jiang Xiaobai. The latter, caught off guard, realizes that his master has arrived. Hall Master Xinqing, what brings her here? Xiedin furrows his brow. Will this have any bearing on our affairs? Perhaps, possibly, it might, Xiedin replies, uncertainty lacing his tone. After all, he has lived long enough to know that the illustrious Forging Heaven Immortal Emperor shares a close bond with a former female emperor of the Yao family. However, the passage of time might have diluted such ties. As these thoughts cross his mind, Yao Huangxuan, beaming with joy, ushers in Li Zhoujun and Yin Xinqing into the reception hall. Hall Master Xinqing. Xiedin greets her with a courteous gesture, a sentiment echoed by Xie Wenjun. Yin Xinqing regards them with a calm demeanor, nodding slightly. Meanwhile, the Yao family's ancestor, Yao Wenbin, is taken aback. He had presumed that the Forging Heaven Hall would not intervene in the peach domain, which is why he had consented to the Qing Shui dynasty's demands. After all, beneath the Yao family lies a relic, a life-bound immortal weapon left by a former female emperor. However, only those recognized by the immortal weapon may wield it. Thus, whenever a celestial being is born into the Yao family, they are encouraged to attempt to lift this weapon, for success could restore the family's former glory. The Yao family had intended to wait until Yao Tao reached celestial levels to try her hand at the weapon. Yet, the unprecedented storm of the secret realm has now disrupted their plans. Should the Yao family abandon this place, the immortal weapon would be lost. I have met Home Master Xinqing, Yao Wenbin suddenly realizes, addressing Yin Xinqing with respect. Jiang Xiaobai, upon seeing Li Zhoujun, stands in stunned silence, unable to grasp the situation. This is my master's dear friend, Mr. Li. Yin Xinqing introduces him to the assembly. The moment those words leave her lips, the hall erupts in astonishment. Who are the masters of the Forging Heaven Hall? They are none other than the Forging Heaven Immortal Emperor. To be a close companion of such an emperor is to be recognized as a formidable immortal in one's own right. After all, those who have not attained such heights are rarely regarded by an immortal emperor, let alone become their confidants. Greetings, Mr. Li. The members of the Qing Shui dynasty, including Xiedin, Xie Wenjun, and Yao Wenbin, bow in deep respect. Li Zhoujun nods in acknowledgement, then turns to the still-dazed Jiang Xiaobai. What is this? Have you forgotten your master? At this revelation, everyone in the hall, save for Yao Huangxuan and Yin Xinqing, gazes incredulously at Jiang Xiaobai. How could this young man's master possibly be an immortal emperor? Master, is it really you? Jiang Xiaobai, filled with disbelief, rubs his eyes. Indeed, Li Zhoujun smiles. At last, you have arrived in the celestial realm. I feared you might have forgotten me. Jiang Xiaobai feels a pang of jealousy for his two junior sisters in the lower realms, who often see their master. How is it that even the immortals of the Forging Heaven Hall hold my master in such esteem? Could it be that his power surpasses even that of the immortals in the hall? The thought sends a chill down Jiang Xiaobai's spine. Meanwhile, the expressions on Xie Wenjun and his protector, Xiedin, grow increasingly grim. They feel a sting of embarrassment, especially Xie Wenjun, who wishes he could disappear into the ground. Why didn't you mention you had an immortal emperor as your master? You've made me look quite foolish. Yao Wenbin shares in their distress. Jiang Xiaobai's master is an immortal emperor? This revelation seems impossible. Perhaps this young man, who has shown no signs of his true power, merely stumbled into the company of the Forging Heaven Immortal Emperor by chance. System alert. Task initiated to establish the identity of an immortal emperor before these individuals. Completing this task will yield substantial rewards for the host. As the system's voice echoes in his mind, Li Zhoujun feels a sense of resignation. It seems the casual display of power he previously exhibited would not be sufficient to maintain his standing. How is it that you find yourselves here? Yan Xianqing inquires of the two from the Chengshui dynasty. Ah, Hall Master Xianqing. We merely came to admire the scenery of the Peach Domain. Do you believe that? Xiedun replies with a smile. Indeed. I heard there's a peach grove in full bloom, and we simply had to see it, Xie Wenjin affirms. Eager to avoid offending Jiang Xiaobai, whose master may very well be an immortal emperor, the two express their willingness to adapt to the circumstances. For the Chengshui dynasty's current emperor is already in the chaotic heavens. Even if the Chengshui dynasty can dominate below the immortal realm, without an immortal emperor to guide them, their foundations would ultimately prove inadequate. Your leisure is commendable, Yan Xianqing acknowledges, then turns to Li Zhoujun. Shall we venture forth to inspect the expanding secret realm? Let us proceed, Li Zhoujun consents. Very well, Yan Xianqing agrees, gesturing for Yao Huangsuan to lead the way. Esteemed guests, please follow me. As Yao Huangsuan guides them, he discreetly glances at the Yu family ancestor, a silent exchange of understanding passing between them. With a contemplative heart, one might think, you old man, treating my daughter as a mere bargaining chip. How unfortunate that you have not considered that Jiang Xiaobai's master could very well be an emperor of the immortals. Meanwhile, in the guest hall, under the leadership of Emperor Yao, everyone utilized their instantaneous movement techniques, arriving at the summit of a high mountain in mere moments. Jiang Xiaobai was brought along by Li Zhoujun. Not far ahead on the mountaintop, a luminous barrier was expanding relentlessly between heaven and earth, swallowing villages, farmlands, and towns in its wake. This secret realm is no ordinary place, Yan Xianqing remarked. However, she remained composed, believing that with the presence of Li Zhoujun, an emperor of the immortals, even the mightiest storm of the secret realm would pose little threat. Mr. Li, let Xianqing attempt to see if she can withstand this expanding secret realm, she said to Li Zhoujun. Observing Yan Xianqing's unwavering respect towards Li Zhoujun, the crowd felt an increasing sense of awe towards him. Go ahead, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. All right, Yan Xianqing nodded, and then, with a graceful leap from the mountaintop, her flowing hair danced like ethereal strands, emanating the formidable aura of a ninth-rank immortal sovereign, overwhelming the surroundings and dimming the very skies. A ninth-rank immortal sovereign is truly formidable. Jiang Xiaobai was profoundly taken aback by the scene before him. He had witnessed the elder of the Yu family in action, and the difference compared to the ninth-rank immortal sovereign was staggering. Yet, even so, this masterful Yan Xianqing held her own master in great reverence. What caliber of powerhouse was he? At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai felt utterly unable to fathom his own master. He had initially thought his master was merely an immortal monarch, but it seemed far more than that now. While Jiang Xiaobai pondered, Yan Xianqing made her move. With her delicate hands, she began to weave intricate gestures, and in an instant, terrifying spiritual energy converged between her palms, resembling a surging ocean capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. Go! Yan Xianqing exclaimed, thrusting her hands forward. In the next moment, a vast ocean of spiritual energy surged forth, crashing into the barrier of the secret realm with colossal waves. Emperor Yao, witnessing this, thought to himself, with a ninth-rank immortal sovereign taking action, this secret realm should be easily subdued. Others present, apart from Li Zhoujun, shared this sentiment. For the force generated by Yan Xianqing was overwhelmingly powerful. As for why Li Zhoujun did not share this belief, it was because if Yan Xianqing resolved the matter, how could he maintain his pretense of superiority? If he could not display his prowess, how could he fulfill the system's tasks? At last, Yan Xianqing's divine technique, the boundless ocean of spiritual energy, collided with the barrier of the secret realm. However, the expressions of those present gradually shifted to disbelief and confusion. The ocean of spiritual energy, upon striking the barrier, vanished as if a cow had sunk into the sea, creating not even the slightest disturbance, and was wholly absorbed by the barrier. What was more alarming was that after devouring Yan Xianqing's attack, the speed of the barrier's expansion increased further. How could this be? Everyone present mumbled in disbelief, unable to comprehend how even a ninth-rank immortal sovereign could do nothing against the secret realm. Simultaneously, Yan Xianqing, having returned to the mountaintop, bore a look of shame as she addressed Li Zhoujun. Mr. Li, my strength is insufficient. It seems I cannot halt the expansion of the secret realm. Meanwhile, the elder Xie Wenjun inquired telepathically to Xiedun, Old man, if it were you, could you subdue this expanding secret realm? The question is quite significant, Xiedun replied. I have only reached the ninth-rank immortal sovereign through my own exploration, receiving guidance from the emperor of the immortals on 2 occasions. As for the lord of Xianqing Palace, she is a true disciple of the emperor of the immortals. Naturally, I cannot compare to her strength. All right then, Xie Wenjun conceded. At that moment, faced with Yan Xianqing's look of shame, Li Zhoujun smiled and said, No worries. No worries? The crowd was momentarily taken aback by Li Zhoujun's response. Could it be that he intended to act? At this time, Yao Wenbin gazed at Li Zhoujun with a complex expression, torn between believing he was an emperor of the immortals while also hoping he was not. After all, if Li Zhoujun were truly an emperor, his earlier remarks about Jiang Xiaobai having talent but lacking a background would result in an embarrassing slap to his face. Thus, he hoped Li Zhoujun was not an emperor of the immortals. Conversely, if Li Zhoujun were not an emperor, judging by the current state of the Secret Realm's expansions, the Yu family would be doomed. Consequently, he wished for Li Zhoujun to be an emperor of the immortals. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun turned his gaze toward the rapidly expanding Secret Realm, recognizing that it was time for him to intervene. System, activate the Emperor's Casual Strike. Li Zhoujun thought to himself. Ding! Emperor's Casual Strike is ready. This skill is a one-time use. Host should exercise caution. If I do not use it, can I complete the task you just issued? Li Zhoujun inquired curiously. Ding! It appears that you cannot. Li Zhoujun remained unfazed by the system's response. With a thought, he donned a flowing blue robe that danced in the wind, and an overwhelming imperial might radiated across the heavens and the earth. Under such pressure, even Yin Xianqing and Xiedin, both ninth-rank immortal sovereigns, felt a prickling sensation on their scalps, while the very heavens dimmed under this imperial aura. The weaker Xie Wenjun, Yao Huaxuan, and Yao Wenbin felt as if they bore the weight of 100,000 mountains, overwhelmingly heavy. Only Jiang Xiaobai retained his composure, owing to the fact that Li Zhoujun shielded him from much of the imperial might. Otherwise, he might have perished in an instant. As for the others, Li Zhoujun tempered his aura slightly. Otherwise, even a ninth-rank immortal sovereign would be unable to withstand such pressure for even a moment. This Mr. Li is undoubtedly an emperor of the immortals. The onlookers were profoundly shaken upon sensing the genuine imperial might emanating from Li Zhoujun. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at his master, bewildered, as the blue robe billowed, revealing a figure of unparalleled elegance. It seemed no one could truly grasp his master's real strength. Meanwhile, Emperor Yao felt a surge of excitement within. If his daughter were to marry a disciple of an emperor, who would dare to challenge the Yao family? In contrast, Yao Wenbin's expression was as grim as though he had bitten into a rotten mouse. If Li Zhoujun were indeed an emperor, and Jiang Xiaobai were to report him, he would be utterly finished. Yin Xianqing, upon realizing Li Zhoujun was an emperor, was not surprised, for he was a close friend of her master. The Emperor of the Forging Heavens, the Crown Prince of the Qingshui Empire, Xie Wenjun, exchanged glances with his protector. Both relieved that they had initially chosen to downplay their intentions, claiming to be there merely for the scenery. Otherwise, they would have truly offended an emperor of the immortals. As the thoughts of those present diverged in various directions, Li Zhoujun made his move. With a flick of his sleeve, the entire Peach domain erupted with tumultuous winds, the ground trembling violently. Following this, his terrifying imperial might surged forward like a tidal wave toward the expanding secret realm. The barrier of the secret realm, sensing an impending great terror, trembled a few times before retreating rapidly, releasing the villages and towns it had consumed. Although the barrier could absorb the strongest strike from a ninth-rank immortal sovereign, it dared not confront the casual strike of an emperor of the immortals. If it attempted to swallow that strike, it would surely be obliterated instantly. Li Zhoujun observed this scene with a hint of surprise. It seemed the secret realm had developed a spirit of its own. The swallowing of the Peach domain must have been the doing of this spirit. However, no matter how quickly the barrier retreated, it could not outpace the speed of an emperor's casual strike. Thus, in but a fleeting moment, the barrier was struck by the overwhelming imperial might unleashed by Li Zhoujun. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, and the shimmering barrier of the secret realm shattered like glass, transforming into countless ethereal fragments that scattered across the heavens and the earth. Yin Xianqing gazed at this scene, feeling a pang of regret. This secret realm was evidently extraordinary. Yet it was obliterated by Mr. Li with a mere sweep of his sleeve. Yin Xianqing, along with Xie Wenjun and Xiedin of the Qingshui Empire, were somewhat unfazed, having witnessed the power of an immortal emperor before. However, the others present were left utterly dumbfounded. Was the immortal emperor truly that formidable? A mere display of imperial might could overwhelm a secret realm capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a ninth-rank immortal sovereign? If the immortal emperor unleashed his full strength, how formidable would that be? Ding! Congratulations to the host for solidifying the reputation of the immortal emperor in the hearts of these individuals. The system has issued a reward, Celestial Immortal Cultivation. The Aoshue Flying Sword has been upgraded to a first-rank celestial artifact. As the system's voice faded, Li Zhoujun felt a noticeable surge in his cultivation level. Thank you, Immortal Emperor Li, for saving my Peach domain from peril. Yao Huangsuen was the first to react, respectfully bowing to Li Zhoujun. Yao Wenbin, witnessing this, quickly followed suit. while also discreetly inquiring through voice transmission. Did you already know that Jiang Xiaobai's master is an immortal emperor? Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing in opposition to me. Yao Huangsuan replied through voice transmission. Sounding quite aggrieved, Ancestor, I indeed suspected long ago that Xiaobai's master was likely an immortal emperor. But think about it carefully. Did you even give me the chance to say so? Yao Wenbin. It does seem that way. There's no need for such formalities. Li Zhoujun waved his hand at the two. I should be the one to thank you for caring for Xiaobai all these years. Immortal emperor, you flatter us. After all, Xiaobai is betrothed to Tower. We are practically family now, so there's no need to speak of care or concern. Yao Huangsuan responded hurriedly. Indeed, Yao Wenbin nodded eagerly. Now that he had witnessed Li Zhoujun's display of power firsthand, he could only think of one thing. What was face worth? Was it more important than having the immortal emperor's support? Immortal emperor, when will the wedding between your disciple and Tower take place? Yao Wenbin inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenjun's face twitched. Damn it, I'm still here. And this old bastard changes his tune so quickly, really? Young master, hold your temper. We cannot afford to offend an immortal emperor. Xiao, noticing Xiao Wenjun's rising anger, quickly sent a voice transmission. I know, I'm angry, but I'm not foolish. Xiao Wenjun retorted through voice transmission, wishing he could confront Yao Wenbin at that moment. Chapter 189. What a loss. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun glanced at the obsequious Yao Wenbin and remarked, if the Yao family's daughter is willing, then let us expedite their union. Very well, Yao Wenbin nodded eagerly. Yao Huangsuan observed this exchange, his lips twitching. He had to admit that his ancestor changed his stance faster than he could turn a page. Previously, he had been the most opposed to Jiang Xiaobai marrying Yao Tao. But now, upon discovering Jiang Xiaobai's master was an immortal emperor, he was all too eager to offer his support. What a stark display of reality. Jiang Xiaobai watched this unfold with equal exasperation. Indeed, this was the advantage of having powerful backing. Had his master not arrived today, he feared he would have already been separated from Yao Tao by the Yao family. However, he chose not to expose Yao Wenbin's sudden change of heart. After all, he had learned some important truths during his time in the immortal realm. One should allow for grace, and some matters should not be pushed to extremes. While his master would surely seek justice for him, the Yao family was where Tower had grown up, and Yao Wenbin had always treated her well. If he were to tear the facade down, it would put Tower in a difficult position between him and Yao Wenbin. As for Xiao Wenjun of the Chengshui Empire and his protector Xiaoduan, Jiang Xiaobai had no intention of holding a grudge against them either. He did not wish for his master to offend everyone on his behalf, especially since the Chengshui Empire had once produced an immortal emperor. It was not a simple matter. Immortal emperor, we have enjoyed the sights, and I shall take my leave now, Xiaodan said, fearing that if he remained any longer, his master would become enraged. Little did he know, Yao Wenbin was internally amused. He had keenly observed Xiao Wenjun's hostile glare, and he believed that one should repay enmity with enmity. He could not let this opportunity pass. With that thought, Yao Wenbin cheerfully said, Immortal Sovereign Xie, since you and the Chengshui Empire have come to the Peach Domain, why not attend the wedding of my Yao Tao and Immortal Emperor Li's disciple? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenjun's eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it, this old bastard is doing this on purpose, isn't he? Absolutely intentional. Who are you trying to mess with? Now that you have the Immortal Emperor's backing, you think you're invincible, huh? What a loss. You must remain calm, young master. I know this old dog Yao Wenbin is shameless, but given the current circumstances, the Immortal Emperor is in a precarious situation, and you are the sole hope of the Chengshui Empire. You must not let anything happen, Xiaoduan quickly urged. Hearing Xiaoduan's words, Xiao Wenjun gradually regained his composure. He thought of the Chengshui Empire, his mother, and his sister. If he were to cause a scene now, there would undoubtedly be dire consequences for the Chengshui Empire. With this in mind, Xiao Wenjun calmed himself, reminding himself that it was just a woman, as an esteemed prince. He could have any woman he desired. Even so, he cast a glance at the smug Yao Wenbin and resolved that once he achieved the status of an immortal emperor, his first order of business would be to shatter this old dog's teeth, making him swallow his pride. Very well, Xiao Wenjun smiled at Yao Wenbin. Is that all you're trying to do, to disgust me? You think you can get under my skin? I assure you, once I become an immortal emperor, I shall make your Yao family suffer until they are bankrupt. At this moment, Xiaodan looked at the seemingly placid Xiao Wenjun and felt a sense of relief. The prince had finally matured, and it brought him comfort. Yao Wenbin, on the other hand, was unprepared for Xiao Wenjun's swift agreement, leaving him momentarily speechless. Regardless, he reasoned that he would gain from this situation. When other forces arrived at the Yao family for the wedding of Yao Tao and Jiang Xiaobai, discovering that both the immortal sovereign and the prince of the Chengshui Empire were present, it would undoubtedly elevate the Yao family's status in the immortal realm. Even if the Chengshui Empire was on the decline, one could not deny that a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Just then, Yin Shenqing smiled at Li Zhoujun, saying, Mr. Li, now that the matter of the secret realm has been resolved, I shall take my leave. I will speak to my master regarding your disciple's wedding, and he will likely attend in person. As Yin Xuanqing's words concluded, both Yu Huangzuan and Yao Wenbin struggled to contain their joy, unlike Mr. Li, who was modest and low profile. The name of the Forged Heaven Immortal Emperor resonated throughout the immortal realm. If the Forged Heaven Immortal Emperor were to attend the Yao family's event, their standing would undoubtedly rise significantly in the realm. Of course, they both understood that even if the Forged Heaven Immortal Emperor did come, it would not be out of respect for them, but rather for the sake of Immortal Emperor Li. Very well, you may return, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Farewell, sir. Yin Shenqing bowed respectfully to Li Zhoujun before stepping into the void. Mr. Li, and the two of you, please accompany me to rest at the Yao family. Yao Huangzuan said cheerfully, inviting Xia Wenjun and Xie Duan along with Li Zhoujun. Thus, the group made their way to the Yao family residence. Does Mr. Li have any specific requests for your accommodation? On the road, Yao Wenbin forcefully pushed aside Yu Huangzuan and approached Li Zhoujun, his aged face resembling a withered chrysanthemum as he spoke. Yao Huangzuan replied, just keep it down. Li Zhoujun remarked, coincidentally, the old man has a secluded courtyard, winding paths leading to tranquility. I am certain that Mr. Li would appreciate it. Yao Wenbin chuckled. Bah! This old dog, Yao, is truly a man who goes with the wind. Being associated with him is a disgrace for me. In his heart, Xia Wenjun felt immense disdain. He then turned to Li Zhoujun, smiling. Li Xiandi, within the Chengshui Empire, there lies a renowned scenic spot, not only beautiful but also quite serene. Should you have the time, it would be a pleasure for you to visit. Upon witnessing this scene, Yao Wenbin immediately understood, realizing that Xia Wenjun had readily agreed, with the intention of cultivating a good relationship with Mr. Li. This little fox, I truly did not perceive it earlier. Meanwhile, Xie Din looked at the seemingly humble Xia Wenjun, his heart brimming with excitement, almost to the point of tears. This trip has certainly been worthwhile. The emperor has matured significantly. If time permits in the future, I will surely visit the place you mentioned, Li Zhoujun said to Xia Wenjun with a smile. The amiable and approachable demeanor of Li Zhoujun left Xia Wenjun momentarily astonished. Is this the bearing of an immortal emperor? Half an incense stick later, in a tranquil courtyard belonging to the Yao family, it had now become the temporary residence of Li Zhoujun. In the study, Li Zhoujun sat in a chair, brewing tea. Jiang Xiaobai, upon noticing, quickly interjected, Master, allow me to take care of it. You should rest. All right, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile, recognizing that it was time to enjoy the filial piety of his disciple. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai seemed to recall something and could not help but curiously ask his master, Master, what level of cultivation do you possess now? Does it truly matter? Li Zhoujun chuckled. Just know that my cultivation is sufficient. Sufficient? Jiang Xiaobai gasped, realizing that the implication of his master's words meant that, in the immortal realm, no one should be feared. Meanwhile, Yao Huangzuan and Yao Wenbin had also arranged for Xie Wenjun and Xie Din of the Chengshui Empire to reside in a separate courtyard. After settling everything, Yao Huangzuan and Yao Wenbin proceeded to the Yao family's conference hall. Huangzuan, when do you think we should arrange the marriage between Jiang Xiaobai and Tao? Yao Wenbin inquired with a smile. I believe it would be best to handle it in 3 days. The sooner it is completed, the better. As delays may lead to unforeseen changes, Yao Huangzuan replied. Indeed, I concur with your reasoning, Yao Wenbin agreed. Tomorrow, you shall visit Li Xiandi to finalize the details. Once concluded, I will take it upon myself to invite the powers around the Peach domain. No problem, Yao Huangzuan affirmed. That evening, Yao Huangzuan summoned Yao Tao to his study for a discussion. Father, you seem particularly cheerful. Is there good news? Yao Tao inquired, noticing her father's beaming expression. Would you like to marry Xiaobai? Yao Huangzuan asked. Of course. Yao Tao replied eagerly. Has Xiaobai's master arrived in the immortal realm? Indeed, Mr. Li has now arrived in the immortal realm, Yao Huangzuan confirmed. Since you wish to wed Jiang Xiaobai, let us hold the wedding in 3 days. How does that sound? Really? Yao Tao hesitated momentarily before excitedly embracing her father's arm, playfully exclaiming, Thank you, father. A daughter is not meant to be kept. Yao Huangzuan chuckled helplessly. Then grew serious. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to meet Xiaobai's master, Mr. Li. He is an immortal emperor, so you must conduct yourself appropriately, understand? Xiaobai's master is an immortal emperor? Yao Tao stood in confusion. Indeed, the previous secret realm storm was quelled by Xiaobai's master, Yao Huangzuan explained. Yao Tao was still trying to process the information, pondering whether she was worthy of Jiang Xiaobai, feeling a twinge of anxiety. The following morning, Yao Huangzuan brought his daughter to the courtyard where Li Zhoujun resided. The courtyard featured a small pond, its waters crystal clear. At that moment, Li Zhoujun sat on a small stool by the pond, fishing. Greetings, Mr. Li. Yao Huangsuan and Yao Tao respectfully bowed to the fishing Li Zhoujun. No need for such formalities. I see you have chosen a date? Li Zhoujun inquired with a smile, while still engaged in his fishing. Mr. Li, we tentatively planned for 2 days from now. May I ask if you have any other suggestions? Yao Huangsuan respectfully asked. Li Zhoujun did not rush to respond. Instead, turning to Yao Tao, young lady, do you truly wish to marry my disciple Zhang Xiaobai? I am not one to take advantage of my position. If you are unwilling, I will not press you. Mr. Li, I am willing to marry Xiaobai, Yao Tao replied, her face flushed. Li Zhoujun nodded with a smile. Then it is settled. This imperial pill shall serve as my disciple's betrothal gift. Li Zhoujun produced a fragrant imperial pill and handed it to Yao Huangsuan. This is far too precious, Mr. Li, Yao Huangsuan said, swallowing hard. This was an imperial pill. How many would risk their lives for such a treasure in the outside world? And Mr. Li simply offers it as a gift? What does that signify if not that the imperial pill holds little value in his eyes? Li Zhoujun chuckled. What? Does Yao family head deem the item I presented unworthy? Regrettably, I possess nothing else of greater worth. I would never dare, Yao Huangsuan quickly replied, respectfully accepting the imperial pill with both hands and carefully storing it away. It is said that a betrothal gift is not a means to sell one's daughter, but to support the birth of a new family. Thus, Yao Huangsuan resolved to include this imperial pill within his daughter's dowry, to be returned to Zhang Xiaobai. If Zhang Xiaobai were to rise, his daughter would naturally have an added layer of security. Furthermore, having gifted an imperial pill to Zhang Xiaobai, there would be no room for him to mistreat his daughter in the future, would there? In truth, for the Yao family, an imperial pill was exceedingly valuable. Being able to align with an immortal emperor was already a source of great satisfaction. After conversing with Li Zhoujun for a while longer, Yao Huangsuan and Yao Tao departed, while Li Zhoujun continued his fishing. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Li Zhoujun had agreed to the marriage between Zhang Xiaobai and Yao Tao in 2 days, Yao Wenbin immediately dispatched individuals via teleportation arrays to distribute invitations to the major factions in nearby regions. In the Golden Wind domain, at the Golden Armored Immortal sect, a woman in a red dress was arduously cultivating beneath a massive waterfall, imbued with wild spiritual energy, emanating a formidable aura of a third-tier true immortal. This individual was none other than Li Ru, the Red Lotus sect master, who had been sent back to the immortal realm by Li Zhoujun from the lower realms. Just then, an old man with white hair approached the waterfall, exclaiming helplessly, Ru, why must you go to such lengths? Master, Li Ru replied, gradually ceasing her cultivation and climbing ashore to dry her clothes with spiritual power. I understand you are upset after being defeated by someone from the lower realms. But one must learn to let go, the old man said with resignation. No one can remain invincible forever. Only through continual growth from failures can you become stronger. Do not worry, Master. I understand these principles, Li Ru responded. Nonetheless, upon recalling how Li Zhoujun had made her flee back to the immortal realm a century ago, her heart burned with fury. She had cultivated beneath the waterfall for a century, vowing to shatter Li Zhoujun into 1,000 pieces. By the way, Master, what brings you here so suddenly? Li Ru inquired. The elderly man with white hair chuckled. A representative from the Yao family in the Peach domain has come to invite our Golden Armor Immortal sect to attend the wedding of their young lady. I took the liberty of accepting this invitation on behalf of the sect leader. I have heard that the prince of the Qingshui Empire will also be attending this wedding. Prepare yourself, and we shall depart for the Yao family tomorrow. Wonderful. Li Yueru's eyes sparkled. If I could seize this opportunity to align myself with the Qingshui Empire, it would surely lead to great success. Chapter 191. Almost exposed Peach, your mother left early due to a mishap in her cultivation. However, she entrusted me to ensure that you are married splendidly. I have kept this promise close to my heart. He handed her a ring. This contains the dowry I have prepared for you over the years, including the imperial elixir given by the immortal Emperor Li. You and Xiaobai should discuss how to manage it. I suggest splitting the elixir in half. While this may reduce its potency, it will make it easier for you to dilute and refine, considering your current cultivation level. In the study of Yao Huangsuan, his eyes were slightly red as he handed a storage ring to Yao Tao, his words filled with care, reflecting on the little girl who once rode on his shoulder. Now on the verge of marriage, he felt a pang of reluctance. You are my daughter, raised with great effort. If Zhang Xiaobai dares to bully you in the future, inform me, and I will seek justice for you, even against the immortal Emperor Li if necessary. Dad. Yao Tao felt tears welling up as she listened to her father's constant reminders. Yo, Uncle, Tower? Are you in there? At that moment, Zhang Xiaobai's voice echoed from outside the door. Come in, you little rascal, Yao Huangsuan replied, his demeanor returning to normal. Zhang Xiaobai entered. scratching the back of his head with a goofy grin. What's the rush? Are you in a hurry? Yao Huazuan retorted. No, no. I've prepared the betrothal gifts over the years. Though modest, I did my best. Jiang Xiaobai presented a storage ring to Yao Huazuan. At least you have some conscience. Yao Huazuan grunted, taking the ring. Upon inspection, he discovered it contained over 1 million immortal crystals and several celestial-grade elixirs. It was evident how difficult it was for Jiang Xiaobai to acquire such gifts, suggesting he had faced numerous challenges. This realization made Yu Huazuan regard Jiang Xiaobai more favorably. The immortal emperor has already provided your dowry, so keep this for yourself. Treat my daughter well, and should you ever wrong her, even the immortal emperor won't save you from my wrath. Jiang Xiaobai received the ring back, momentarily stunned, before attempting to return it forcefully to Yao Huazuan, only to be met with a fierce glare. Why are you still here? Go prepare for your wedding. If anything goes wrong, you will be the first to face my wrath. I will treat Tao well from now on, Jiang Xiaobai vowed, clutching the ring tightly, his resolve unwavering. He understood that Yao Huazuan's tough exterior was merely a protective facade. As the day of Jiang Xiaobai and Yao Tao's wedding approached, the streets of Wantao City, governed by the Yao family, were bustling with representatives from various factions attending the grand occasion. A long line formed outside the Yao residence, filled with joy and celebration, a testament to the Yao family's prestigious lineage. Li Yueru and her master, the white-haired Hu Jingye, were among those in line. As the foremost sect in the Jinfeng domain, they approached the Yao family with caution, mindful of the presence of powerful beings like the celestial-ranked Yao family members. After a while, they finally entered the Yao residence, which boasted a dedicated banquet hall for hosting guests. As they proceeded with a maid from the Yao family, Li Yueru reflected, this family surely maintains the wealth and influence gained from their ancestral legacy. Hu Zhengye responded with a smile, your awareness signifies your growth. However, it is not just the city, the entire Peach domain likely falls under the Yao family's control. As they conversed, a lone figure in a green robe appeared before them. Upon recognizing him, Li Yueru's expression shifted to one of fury. Li Zhoujun. The figure halted, turning to face her with surprise before smiling. Long time no see. You look splendid today. The figure was none other than Li Zhoujun, who had previously attempted to topple the Daotian sect. Despite their past, he was wary of provoking Li Yueru, cognizant of the potential consequences of a confrontation, especially with the elderly celestial expert beside her. Today is not the time for reckoning. After the Yao family's banquet, we shall settle our scores, Li Yueru coldly remarked, knowing well that any conflict today would lead to dire repercussions. Just then, Yao Wenbin, his face twisted in a frown, hurriedly approached from the banquet hall, exclaiming, Mr. Li, you're finally here. I was about to send someone to fetch you. Chapter 192, The Agony of Li Yueru Yao Laoxian. Hu Jingye recognized Yao Wenbin, recalling their previous encounter when Yao Wenbin, as a powerful immortal king, had vanquished a rogue cultivator. At that moment, the illustrious Yao Wenbin, brimming with youthful vigor, stood in stark contrast to his present self as he faced the young man in the azure robe, whose obsequious demeanor suggested an entirely different persona. As the esteemed immortal, Yao Wenbin displayed profound respect towards this young man, leaving one to ponder the true identity of this azure-robed figure. From the words of his disciple, it appeared that this very individual had banished him back to the celestial realm. Meanwhile, Li Yueru was utterly flabbergasted. Could it be that the venerable Yao had lost his faculties? How could he refer to Li Zhoujun as master and exhibit such reverence? After all, even if Li Zhoujun were exceptionally gifted, he had only ascended within a century's time. What warranted such deference from an immortal? Li Yueru felt her mind racing in confusion. Observing the stunned expressions of Li Yueru and Hu Zhengye, Li Zhoujun couldn't help but smile faintly. The arrival of Yao Wenbin was indeed a stroke of serendipity. Let us proceed inside, he said with a light chuckle directed at Yao Wenbin. Certainly, please follow me, Mr. Li, Yao Wenbin hurriedly replied, completely disregarding the presence of Li Yueru and Hu Zhengye from the Golden Armor Immortal sect. As they walked, he instructed the maidservant to graciously attend to the guests of the Yao family. Thus, Li Yueru and Hu Zhengye watched as Yao Wenbin, beaming with delight, escorted Li Zhoujun into the tavern, akin to inviting a figure of remarkable stature. Yueru, your opponent appears to be quite extraordinary. Are you certain you have not mistaken his identity? Hu Zhengye inquired of Li Yueru. Impossible, she replied, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her mind. She had no inkling of Li Zhoujun's current standing, especially given the respect even an immortal bestowed upon him. Nevertheless, the two steeled themselves and followed the maidservant into the tavern. Soon, they beheld the Yao family's patriarch, Yao Huangxiyuan, and the distinguished prince of the Qingshui Empire, along with his protector, rising from their seats to greet Li Zhoujun with cupped fists. This sight sent a jolt through Li Yueru. She had meticulously prepared herself to curry favor with this prince, yet it seemed he held Li Zhoujun in the highest regard. Was she still able to secure his favor? Panic began to engulf her. What was the true nature of Li Zhoujun? The overwhelming reverence shown by so many powerful figures intensified her disquiet. Who is this azure-robed youth? It is understandable for the venerable Yao and the patriarch of the Yao family to show him such deference. But why do even the prince of Qin Shui and his ninth-grade protector regard him with such esteem? Not only was Li Ru perplexed by Li Zhoujun's status, but the representatives from various factions gathered in the tavern were also speculating about his identity. Ha ha ha, Mr. Li, I hope I have not arrived too late, boomed a jovial voice from outside. Following this, a robust elder and an extraordinarily beautiful woman entered through the tavern's grand doors. The immortal emperor of Forging Heaven. It is indeed the immortal emperor of Forging Heaven and the master of the Xianqing Palace. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd as some cultivators recognized the newcomers. We pay our respects to the immortal emperor. The assembled crowd bowed deeply to the immortal emperor of Forging Heaven. No need for such formalities. He replied with a slight nod, before approaching Li Zhoujun with a warm smile. Mr. Li, I am currently engaged in refining the burning heaven divine flame. Alas, I could only send a projection here. I hope you do not take offense. Not at all, esteemed elder. Your presence alone is a great honor. Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Meanwhile, the spectators in the hall gazed in astonishment at the amiable exchange between Li Zhoujun and the immortal emperor. Could it be that this azure-robed youth was also an immortal emperor? Suddenly, a cultivator from the Peach Domain exclaimed in shock. Recently, our Peach Domain was engulfed by a secret realm, and it was only after an overwhelming imperial might manifested that the realm collapsed. Could it be that the immortal emperor who intervened was none other than Mr. Li? At the same time, Li Ru listened to the discussions around her. Swallowing hard, her legs began to tremble. Was Li Zhoujun truly an immortal emperor? Surely, there was no mistake. She recalled their encounter a century ago, when he had barely reached celestial levels of cultivation. What was an immortal emperor doing in this context? Not only was she bewildered, but Hu Zhengyi felt equally distressed. His disciple had just spoken harshly to someone who commanded such respect, and now he wondered if he could still sever their master-disciple ties. Mr. Li, my senior brother is currently presiding over the Hall of Forging Heaven and cannot be present. He asked me to convey his apologies, Yin Xuanqing stated to Li Zhoujun. No worries. After all, the Grand Hall of Forging Heaven cannot be left unattended. Li Zhoujun responded with a smile. Elder Forging, please take a seat. He gestured toward an empty table nearby. This table has been reserved for you, Elder Forging and Yin Xuanqing, he added. Excellent, the immortal emperor replied, smiling. These two supreme ninth-grade true immortal artifacts, along with 2 imperial pills, are gifts from the Hall of Forging Heaven for the newlyweds. As he spoke, the immortal emperor presented 2 pills and 2 exquisite artifacts he had personally crafted to Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun graciously accepted the gifts, smiling as he said, Once I finish attending to my disciple's wedding, I shall come to share a drink with you, Elder Forging. The magnitude of the immortal emperor's generosity left the onlookers in awe, yet no one dared to harbor ill intentions, for they feared that they might not survive to enjoy what they stole. It was evident that this azure-robed youth was indeed the immortal emperor who had rescued the Peach Domain from peril, which explained the profound respect shown by the venerable Yao, the patriarch, the prince of Chengshui, and his protector. Moreover, it seemed Li Zhoujun had also claimed the title of master to the groom, adding to the prestige of the Yao family, which might very well rise again following this event. Unlike the astonished cultivators, Li Ru felt a sense of intense torment in the tavern, her heart filled with fear and confusion. As evening approached, representatives from various factions gathered, and the wedding ceremony of Yao Tao and Jiang Shaobai commenced. At this moment, Li Zhoujun and Yao Huangxiyuan sat at the high dais, which faced the grand entrance adorned with a red carpet, where guests were seated on either side. As Liu Bei, serving as the officiant, approached the dais and performed a bow, he proclaimed, The auspicious hour has arrived. Let us welcome the newlyweds. At his command, maidservants bearing red candles entered the tavern in pairs, followed by Jiang Shaobai, resplendent in celebratory red robes, and Yao Tao, adorned in a phoenix crown and bridal attire, their hands linked by a red ribbon. Watching this scene unfold, Li Zhoujun's face broke into a paternal smile. Yao Huangxiyuan felt tears welling in his eyes. Yet he wore a smile, for this was indeed the moment of his daughter's joy. Next, under Liu Bei's jubilant call, Jiang Shaobai and Yao Tao paid their respects to heaven and earth, to the high dais, and bowed to each other before entering the bridal chamber. Tower, you wait here. I must attend to our esteemed guests, Jiang Shaobai said, trying to contain his excitement. Yao Tao replied shyly, nodding beneath her red veil. In the tavern, Li Zhoujun approached the table of the immortal emperor of Forging Heaven. Congratulations, congratulations, the immortal emperor said with a smile. Li Zhoujun returned the gesture with a slight smile. Meanwhile, Yao Huangxiyuan stood to the side, watching Li Zhoujun sit at the table of the immortal emperor. Feeling a mix of admiration and apprehension, as he knew he should have been seated alongside him, yet he dared not, given the immortal emperor's formidable reputation. Sensing Yao Huangxiyuan's discomfort, Li Zhoujun said with a chuckle, Patriarch Yao, why do you linger there? Come and join us. Elder forging is not as intimidating as you might think. Indeed, I may consider myself to be quite imposing in stature, yet I possess a gentle appearance. Duan Songqiang remarked with a smile. Upon hearing Li Zhoujun's words, Yao Huangxiyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and took a seat at the same table with Li Zhoujun and Duan Songqiang. Ahem, esteemed immortals and the master of Xinqing. Might I, an old man, also join this table? At that moment, Yao Wenbin approached with a lively demeanor, cautiously inquiring of Li Zhoujun and the others. Without a nod from the immortals, he dared not sit down, for that would be a grave disrespect to such powerful beings. Please, sit down. There is no need for such formality with me. Your family's empress has a connection with me, and now that your family is related to Mr. Li, we are all akin, truly one of our own, Duan Songqiang said with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, esteemed immortal, Yao Wenbin replied, visibly relieved. However, he did not dare take Duan Songqiang's courtesy too seriously. After all, the immortal's politeness stemmed from his amiable nature, but misunderstanding that could lead to dire consequences. Such are the intricacies of human relationships. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai approached their table, holding a wine cup with both hands, and bowed, saying, Xiaobai pays respects to all esteemed elders. Indeed, Mr. Li has a discerning eye. This is a piece of uncut jade that even I find tempting. Duan Songqiang remarked upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai, his face beaming with delight. He instantly recognized that Jiang Xiaobai was well suited to apprentice with him. Alas, Jiang Xiaobai had already pledged himself to Li Zhoujun. I am unworthy of such praise, Li Zhoujun said with a smile, his expression one of pride. After all, Jiang Xiaobai was indeed a child of destiny. As evening descended, the wedding of Yao Tao and Jiang Xiaobai drew to a close. After bidding farewell to the guests, Jiang Xiaobai eagerly made his way to the bridal chamber, for a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold. Meanwhile, Liu Ru and her master returned to the Golden Armor Immortal sect in a rather dejected manner. As for seeking retribution from Li Zhoujun, what could one even say? That would be courting death. Outside the tavern, after seeing off Duan Songqiang and Yin Xianqing, Li Zhoujun bid farewell to Yao Huangxiyuan and made his way back to his residence. En route, he pondered the current situation. Although he was in the central region, he was still some distance from Daotian Immortal Palace. However, with his cultivation, he believed it would not take long to arrive, perhaps a year or two at most. Yet, he was uncertain about the current state of Daotian Immortal Palace. As midnight approached, Li Zhoujun reclined in a wooden chair in his courtyard, gazing thoughtfully at the starry night sky, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a woman clad in white appeared by his side. It was none other than Yin Xianqing, who had departed after Jiang Xiaobai's wedding. Master Li, is there something you need? Li Zhoujun inquired with a smile upon noticing her unexpected arrival. Yin Xianqing bit her lip, took a deep breath, and said, Mr. Li, my master encountered some troubles a few days ago, and I hope you might lend a hand. I would be willing to pay any price for your assistance. What troubles? Speak at your leisure, there is no need to rush. I share a good rapport with Master Duan, and if I can be of help, I would not refuse, Li Zhoujun replied, sitting up. Yin Xianqing, her expression somber, continued. Just yesterday, a woman came to my Duantian hall, specifically requesting my master to forge an imperial weapon. When my senior brother heard her call my master by name, he hastily refused. To our surprise, the woman was arrogant and insulted my brother. He has a fiery temper, and he ended up severely injuring her and throwing her out of Duantian Hall. We later learned that she is the daughter of the Wugo Immortal, one of the 10 great immortals. The Wugo Immortal is notoriously protective of his kin, and I fear he will come seeking retribution soon. My master had specifically instructed me not to let you know about this, but I worry that since he is currently refining the burning heaven divine flame, if complications arise. As she spoke, Yin Xuanqing's worry was palpable. Though her master was formidable among the immortals, he still fell short of the level of the 10 great immortals. Upon hearing her words, Li Zhoujun's expression grew serious. So, you wish for me to assist in confronting the Wugo Immortal alongside Master Duan? Yin Xianqing, sensing hesitation in Li Zhoujun, quickly added, I understand this may cause you to offend the Wugo Immortal without cause, and if you choose not to help, I will harbor no ill will. Rest assured, I shall assist in this matter, Li Zhoujun said, observing Yin Xuanqing's flustered demeanor, and he could not help but smile. Ding, the system has issued a task. Engage in a standoff with the Wugo Immortal, and the host shall receive generous rewards. Seeing the task from the system, Li Zhoujun chuckled. Meanwhile, Yin Xuanqing's countenance brightened upon hearing Li Zhoujun's agreement. Thank you, Mr. Li. There is no need for such formality. After all, Master Duan still owes me an imperial weapon. If he were to find himself in trouble, who would assist me in forging it? Chapter 194. The Wugo Immortal. Observing the amiable and unpretentious demeanor of Li Zhoujun, Yin Xuanqing could not help but feel a sense of fondness towards him. However, she wondered how he could remain so unperturbed in the face of the Wugo Immortal. Could it be that his strength rivaled that of the 10 great immortals? Such thoughts raced through her mind, for the 10 great immortals represented the pinnacle of power in the immortal realm. All right, you should return soon. Otherwise, your master will grow worried, Li Zhoujun said with a smile. Yin Xuanqing nodded slightly and then took her leave. The Wugo Immortal. Li Zhoujun mused as he stood, his expression one of anticipation. In the courtyard of Duantian Hall, Duan Sangqiong glared at Yin Xianhong, who was hanging from a tree. You insolent brat, do you not realize your mistakes? Master, what wrong have I committed? Yin Xianhong retorted, turning his face away. If need be, I shall simply let that Wugo Immortal's daughter retaliate against me. Humph, you truly believe I am angry because you offended the Wugo Immortal? Duan Sangqiong chuckled. What vexes me is your abominable temper. When will you learn to amend it? If you continue like this, you will eventually drive me to my grave. Why not learn from your junior sister? I cannot change, Yin Xianhong declared resolutely. Very well, if you cannot change, then remain suspended in that tree until you come to your senses, Duan Sangqiong exclaimed, nearly exasperated. Not long after, Yin Xuanqing, having left Li Zhoujun, arrived at this location. Upon seeing Yin Xianhong hanging from the tree, she sighed. Brother, can you not spare our master some concern? If you admit your mistake, he will let you down. The two were siblings, often referring to each other as senior brother and junior sister in the presence of others. Little sister, please, just let me down. My arms are in agony from being suspended here all night, Yin Xianhong pleaded. Yin Xuanqing, with a shake of her head, replied, You shall remain there to reflect on your actions. With that, she left the courtyard without a backward glance. Inside the grand hall of Duantian Hall, Duan Sangqiong rubbed his temples. Yin Xuanqing cautiously remarked, Master, my brother has been hanging from the tree all night. Should we not let him down? He must remain there. If we let him down, with his temper, he would rush out to confront the Wugo Immortal, Duan Sangqiong said, resigned. Yin Xuanqing understood then that Duan Sangqiong had his reasons. Just then, Li Zhoujun's voice echoed from outside. Master Duan, I hope my unexpected visit does not trouble you after our drinking yesterday. Duan Sangqiong paused, looking at Yin Xuanqing. Did you inform him about this matter? Ah. Yin Xuanqing was taken aback, as she did not anticipate that her master would guess so quickly. You are foolish. Duan Sangqiong thought to scold her. Observing the expression on his disciple's face, he realized that his conjecture was likely correct. He had witnessed Li Zhoujun's prowess, capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Godflame Immortal Emperor. However, while the Godflame Immortal Emperor was formidable among the Immortal Emperors, he was merely a 6th-rank Immortal Emperor. In contrast, the Wugo Immortal Emperor, even at the bottom of the 10 great Immortal Emperors, held an impressive 9th-rank status. How could Li Zhoujun possibly contend with the Wugo Immortal Emperor? It is worth noting that the ranking of the 10 great Immortal Emperors was merely a creation of the Immortal Realm's inhabitants during their leisure, yet even so, those ranked among the top 10 were not to be trifled with by an ordinary Immortal Emperor. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun had already entered the Grand Hall. Observing this, Duan Sangqiong let out a wry smile, saying, It seems that today, I have dragged Mr. Li into this predicament. Li Zhoujun paused slightly at this, recognizing that Duan Sangqiong, a seasoned Immortal Emperor, had likely deduced much. Therefore, he decided to be forthright, smiling as he said, Duan Laoxian, do not blame the Hall Master Xuanqing. Since I am here, I shall not shy away. After all, if something were to befall you, who would I turn to for my Immortal Emperor artifact? Ah! Duan Sangqiong shook his head with a bitter smile, yet felt a stir of gratitude within. Li Zhoujun, fully aware that his adversary was the Wugo Immortal Emperor, still chose to intervene. Such a friend was indeed worth having. Rest assured, Mr. Li, it is not as dire as it seems. If a confrontation is unavoidable, I shall deal with that scoundrel Yin Xianhong in front of the Wugo Immortal Emperor, Duan Sangqiong stated. Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly, while Yin Xuanqing silently mourned for her elder brother for 3 minutes. In the courtyard, Yin Xianhong, who had been suspended from a tree and was now asleep, suddenly shivered. In the Sangqiong domain, a woman with a bruised face sat by the lake, gazing at her once pleasant visage now swollen like a pig's, her anger boiling within. I, Yin Gulan, have never endured such humiliation. Duan Tiangong, just wait for my father to pay you a visit. As she spoke, the pain caused her to grimace. This woman was none other than the daughter of the Wugo Immortal Emperor. Beside her sat an equally battered elderly woman with silver hair like serpents. She was Yin Gulin's protector, Silver Serpent Granny. You were truly useless. With your 9th rank immortal sovereign cultivation, you could not withstand even 3 rounds against that brute. Yin Gulin scoffed at Silver Serpent Granny. Calm down, Imperial daughter, Silver Serpent Granny hurriedly replied, feeling helpless. It was not that she was incapable, but rather that Yin Xianhong was too formidable. Humph. Have you informed my father yet? Yin Gulin continued. Yes, the elder has already conveyed the message to the immortal emperor. He is likely occupied at the moment, but he should arrive today. Silver Serpent Granny nodded eagerly. That's good, Yin Gulin replied. Just as the two were conversing, a young man clad in white, with skin like jade and an exceptionally handsome visage, appeared before Yin Gulin and Silver Serpent Granny like a ghost. Father, Yin Gulin exclaimed, rising excitedly from the lakeside upon seeing this young man. Granny pays her respects to the immortal emperor. Silver Serpent Granny quickly stood up, bowing respectfully. It was evident that the young man in white was none other than the Wugo immortal emperor. Did the people of Duan Tiangong do this? The Wugo immortal emperor gazed calmly at Yin Gulin's face, inquiring softly. Although he appeared unassuming, the power within him was indescribably terrifying, akin to a slumbering savage beast. Yes, father, you must take charge. The people of Duan Tiangong dared to strike me. Does that not imply they have no regard for you? Yin Gulin said, her expression filled with indignation as she fanned the flames. Let us go. A mere Duan Tiangong is nothing. I shall help you reclaim your honor. The Wugo immortal emperor remarked casually, clearly dismissing any threat posed by Duan Tiangong. Chapter 195. The Wugo immortal emperor arrives within Duan Tiangong. The Wugo immortal emperor was recognized by the inhabitants of the immortal realm as ranking 10th among the most powerful, his strength undeniably formidable. Before him, the Godflame immortal emperor appeared as a mere child. Duan Sanchang's expression turned grave as he addressed Li Zhoujun. Mr. Li, should the situation turn unfavorable, do not hesitate to flee. I will remember your kindness today. It will not be forgotten. Li Zhoujun shook his head, chuckling lightly. Duan Laoxian, I reiterate. Since I have arrived, I have never known fear. Ah! Duan Sanxiong let out a bitter laugh at this moment. Suddenly, above Duan Tiangong, a white-clad man accompanied by an elderly woman and a young girl appeared in the sky. Who dares to intrude upon my Duan Tiangong? Are they seeking death? The powerful figures within Duan Tiangong were filled with righteous fury upon seeing these 3 individuals. Duan Tiangong had stood resolute in the immortal realm for countless years, with the former master being the formidable Duan Tiangong, immortal emperor. Now these 3 had the audacity to hover above Duan Tiangong. Was this not a blatant disrespect? A group of ants, the white-clad man said with a gentle smile, and as he spoke, a terrifying imperial aura surged from his body, enveloping the heavens and earth, forming a massive cage that shrouded the entire Duan Tiangong. An immortal emperor. This person appears to be the Wugo immortal emperor, ranked 10th. Someone within Duan Tiangong recognized the newcomer and was immediately filled with alarm. Simultaneously, within Duan Tiangong, as the Wugo immortal emperor arrived, Duan Sanxiong took a deep breath, thinking, he has come. Indeed, Li Zhoujun nodded, feeling a surge of anticipation. Let us go and meet this Wugo immortal emperor. As the words fell, the 2 figures abruptly vanished from their location, leaving only Yin Xianqing alone in the grand hall. Master, Mr. Li, be cautious. Yin Xianqing silently prayed, aware that the conflict among immortal emperors was beyond her reach as a mere 9th rank immortal sovereign. Should she intervene, it would only serve to distract her master and Mr. Li, resulting in a net loss. Meanwhile, the figures of Li Zhoujun and Duan Sanxiong appeared in the sky, facing the white-clad man and the 2 women behind him. The white-clad man was, of course, the Wugo immortal emperor, with his daughter Yin Gulin and her protector, the 9th rank immortal sovereign, Silver Serpent Granny, standing behind him. Upon seeing Li Zhoujun beside Duan Sanxiong, the Wugo immortal emperor was momentarily taken aback but quickly dismissed it, knowing that he was unfamiliar with Li Zhoujun. As he recognized the 9 immortal emperors preceding him, Duan Sanxiong, how do you intend to resolve the matter of your disciple's aggression towards my daughter? The Wugo immortal emperor smiled as he addressed Duan Sanxiong. Behind the Wugo immortal emperor, Yin Gulin, with an air of superiority, declared, have your disciple come out and bow 10 times. Then you shall assist me in forging an immortal emperor artifact, and I shall let this matter go. Upon hearing the demands from the father and daughter, Duan Sanxiong narrowed his eyes, stating, Imperial daughter, do you not find your request rather excessive? After all, this incident was instigated by you. Humph. In this world, who has ever said that anything is excessive? The size of one's fist is the only real principle. Yin Gulin scoffed, quickly let your disciple. My daughter's demands are indeed somewhat unreasonable. At this moment, the Wugo immortal emperor interrupted the still-speaking Yin Gulen with a wave of his hand, smiling at Duan Sangqiong as he said, I have heard that you recently acquired a heavenly flame. Since you are presenting yourself in this manner, I presume your true self is currently refining that heavenly flame. How about this? If you hand over the heavenly flame to me, we can consider this matter settled. What do you think? As he spoke, a glimmer of greed flashed in the eyes of the Wugo immortal emperor. The heavenly flame was not only useful for alchemy and artifact forging, but could also be employed to temper the flesh. If the divine flame of the burning heaven were to assist in tempering his pure body, the pure immortal emperor was confident he could advance his ranking within a millennium. It seemed the pure immortal emperor's ulterior motive was not merely to aid his daughter, as Duan Sangqiong had surmised. He had come to understand that the true intention of the pure immortal emperor was to covet the divine flame of the burning heaven that he had acquired. At that moment, the pure immortal emperor smiled slightly, confirming Duan Sangqiong's suspicions. His primary goal was indeed the divine flame. He was protective of his daughter, but he would never act rashly against an immortal emperor. After all, although Duan Sangqiong was of average cultivation in his eyes, his connections were extensive, and it was unnecessary to create animosity without cause. The allure of the divine flame proved too tempting. Duan Sangqiong, have you considered my proposal? The pure immortal emperor inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. His imperial might surged, causing the very heavens to tremble. Not a chance, Duan Sangqiong replied, his expression darkening but his refusal direct. Facing the 10th-ranked pure immortal emperor, the odds seemed slim. However, if Duan Sangqiong were to emerge from his seclusion, he would not be without means to defend himself. There were whispers in the immortal realm that had Duan Tian, the immortal emperor, not been so enamored with crafting and forging, he would have surpassed many immortal emperors and easily ranked among the top 10. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty, the pure immortal emperor's countenance soured, and as his final word fell, he let out a cold snort. Let me see how strong your mere avatar truly is. Had Duan Sangqiong's true form been present, he might have regarded him with more respect. For his true cultivation was indeed within the realm of high-tier immortal emperors, classified as those from the 7th to the 9th tier. But now, with his true form engrossed in refining the divine flame of the burning heaven, how could a mere avatar contend against him, a 9th-tier immortal emperor? It became clear that the 10th-ranked pure immortal emperor relished exploiting others' vulnerabilities. A light chuckle escaped from Li Zhoujun. What are you? To dare speak to my father in such a manner? Before the pure immortal emperor could respond, his daughter, Yin Gulen, had already shouted angrily at Li Zhoujun. This matter is between me and Duan Sangqiong. I advise you not to interfere, lest you provoke my ire, the pure immortal emperor warned. Fixing his gaze upon Li Zhoujun with a cold smirk, Duan Laosher's divine flame of the burning heaven will be utilized to forge my immortal emperor artifact. So do not harbor any thoughts about it, Li Zhoujun retorted, shaking his head with a smile, remaining unfazed by the oppressive aura radiating from the pure immortal emperor. Duan Sangqiong observed this scene with a furrowed brow. Could it be that this Mr. Li was merely a 6th-tier immortal emperor? Why was he so serene in the presence of the 9th-tier pure immortal emperor's might? Even his own avatar felt slightly strained under such an imperial pressure. Meanwhile, Yin Xianqing, watching from above, grew increasingly respectful as she witnessed Li Zhoujun's calm demeanor before the 9th-tier immortal emperor. Chapter 196, If you remain silent, no one will consider you mute, ha. What are you to speak to my father like that? Do you truly believe that being an immortal emperor grants you the right to act with impunity? Yin Gulen scoffed at Li Zhoujun. Those who could stand beneath her father's imperial might were undoubtedly immortal emperors. Yet, immense disparities existed even among the immortal emperors. If you remain silent, no one will consider you mute, Li Zhoujun coldly replied, casting a glance at Yin Gulen. At this moment, he was evenly matched with the pure immortal emperor, sharing an equal level of strength. That glance sent a shiver down Yin Gulen's spine, compelling her to close her mouth in silence. Before me, you dare bully my daughter? The pure immortal emperor squinted his eyes. Bullying? Li Zhoujun hesitated for a moment before responding helplessly. It seems rather that you and your daughter are the ones bullying Duan Tian Palace. I have heard it was your daughter's sharp tongue that got her into trouble. If I were to speak, I would say she deserved it. If it were me, I doubt your daughter would even be able to stand here and speak. You seek death. Yin Gulen erupted in fury at Li Zhoujun's words. Father, he disregards you. You must teach him a lesson. Arrogance must be matched with the qualifications to be so. If you lack such qualifications, you are merely deluding yourself. The pure immortal emperor coldly laughed, his words echoing as his terrifying imperial might erupted from within. He threw a punch with his flawless arm, devoid of flamboyance. Though it appeared ordinary, the force behind it was overwhelming, akin to a mountain, shaking the heavens and earth, crumbling the very fabric of space beneath its might. What a terrifying punch! It has even shattered space. If the 10th-ranked immortal emperor possessed such strength, one could only imagine the prowess of the 9 preceding immortal emperors. The warriors of Duan Palace were left in shock by the pure immortal emperor's display. Watching from below, Yin Xianqing felt her heart leap to her throat. If something were to happen to Li Zhoujun, she would never forgive herself. Duan Laosher, just watch, Li Zhoujun said with a slight smile at the approaching attack of Duan Sanqiong, who intended to intervene. To Li Zhoujun, the pure immortal emperor's overwhelming punch seemed trivial. Even in the face of death, you still pretend. How laughable. Yin Guilin could not help but scoff at the scene. But the next moment, she found herself unable to laugh. Li Zhoujun raised his own arm, delivering a punch in return. In an instant, his imperial might surged, matching that of the pure immortal emperor. Boom. Their punches collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that shattered the surrounding space, scattering fragments in all directions. The residual energy from their clash was cataclysmic, sweeping outward with the potential to obliterate not just Duan Palace but the entire sky domain in the wake of their imperial might. Mr. Li actually withstood that punch. Yin Xianqing gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Not only her, but nearly all the warriors of Duan Palace rubbed their eyes in disbelief. This Mr. Li, who had established rapport with their esteemed leader, was unexpectedly formidable. Simultaneously, Duan Sanqiong stared in disbelief at Li Zhoujun, who stood toe-to-toe with the pure immortal emperor. Was this Mr. Li truly so powerful? Yet, as he witnessed the rampaging imperial might, he quickly reacted to intervene. How is this possible? The pure immortal emperor's eyes narrowed as he gazed at Li Zhoujun, who had caught his punch. When did such a mighty immortal emperor arise in the realm? Notification: congratulations to the host for completing the task and achieving an even match with the pure immortal emperor. The system grants rewards. Host's cultivation elevated to 2nd tier celestial. Aoshue flying sword upgraded to 2nd tier celestial artifact. 1 casual strike from an immortal emperor. Granted. Li Zhoujun glanced at the 3 rewards, but they bore little significance for him at this moment. Meanwhile, the pure immortal emperor coldly scoffed. Come again. I would be delighted to oblige. Li Zhoujun smiled in reply. As their words fell, the two discarded their immortal techniques and engaged in the most primal form of combat. You throw a punch, I deliver a kick. You kick, I punch. Each strike landed with a thunderous resonance, shattering the space around them and darkening the skies. The longer they fought, the more the pure immortal emperor felt a growing sense of dread. He had mastered both body and technique, and his proudest achievement was the cultivation of the pure emperor body. In contrast, his mastery of the chi refining path was comparatively inferior. However, even among the 9 immortal emperors who ranked above him, some possessed physical prowess that paled in comparison to his. Yet now, a newcomer had emerged who could contend with him solely through physical strength, which was difficult for the pure immortal emperor to accept. Who is this individual? And what is their title? How can they stand shoulder to shoulder with my father? At this moment, Yin Guilin's eyes widened as she observed Li Zhoujun engaged in a fierce battle with her father, the immaculate immortal emperor, the imperial daughter. Some powerful immortals prefer to keep a low profile. Perhaps this immortal is one of them, remarked Granny Silversnake, who stood beside Yin Guilin. Silence, you worthless wretch. Do you presume to instruct me? Yin Guilin reprimanded sharply, clearly dismissing the 9th-rank immortal from her consideration. Although Granny Silversnake felt a surge of indignation at the reprimand, she dared not retort, for Yin Guilin had been fortunate enough to be born to an immortal father. The clash between Li Zhoujun and the immaculate immortal emperor created a tremendous commotion. Were it not for Duan Sanqiong standing nearby to mitigate the residual force, not only would the celestial realm be affected, but nearby domains might also face catastrophic devastation. The saying goes, when gods fight, mortals suffer, and this was certainly the case. Despite Duan Sanqiong's presence, many beings within the celestial realm, who had yet to attain true immortal status, trembled in fear at the sight of the immortal duel, prostrating themselves in terror, too afraid to move. Moreover, the confrontation between Li Zhoujun and the immaculate immortal emperor attracted the attention of many ancient and powerful entities within the celestial domain. It was unexpected that someone could rival the Immaculate One beyond the 10 great immortals. Those 10 great immortals are merely a frivolous ranking concocted by bored celestial beings. A voice echoed in the void, where several ancient and formidable immortal presences converged. The Immaculate Immortal Emperor seemed to sense the gaze of others upon this realm, and his expression darkened. The celestial world was not as idyllic as it appeared to those from the lower realms. Intrigue and treachery ran rampant, with powerful beings possessing countless ulterior motives. At this moment, the Immaculate Immortal Emperor was irate, having anticipated an effortless acquisition of the flame of the burning heavens, only to encounter an unexpected adversary. He feared that if he continued to battle Li Zhoujun, the consumption of his internal energy would leave him vulnerable to opportunistic foes, leaving him with no chance to lament his fate. Chapter 197, The Pursuit of the Ice Spirit Clan as Li Zhoujun clashed with the immaculate immortal emperor. Nearby the celestial realm lay a region known as the Four Spirit Domain. Within this domain resided four great spirit clans, the Fire Spirits, Wood Spirits, Ice Spirits, and Metal Spirits. These clans had ruled over the Four Spirit Domain for millennia, occupying its four corners. At this moment, a scene of pursuit unfolded within the Four Spirit Domain. Three seventh-rank immortal sovereigns soared through the air, relentlessly chasing a young girl and an elderly man clad in white robes fleeing on the ground. Judging by the aura emanating from the elderly man, he too was a seventh-rank immortal sovereign, yet he appeared utterly disheveled, clearly having just emerged from a fierce battle. Ice Woofing, why do you still run? Hand over that dragon horn jade, and we shall grant you a swift death. One of the pursuers, an elderly man in black robes with flaming red hair, laughed wickedly, radiating an intense heat that enveloped the surroundings, akin to a furnace standing amidst the cosmos. This black-robed elder was the ancestor of the Fire Spirits, the Black Flame Immortal Sovereign. Accompanying him in the pursuit were the ancestors of the Wood Spirits and Metal Spirits, the Xuanmu Immortal Sovereign and the Jinfa Immortal Sovereign, respectively. The elderly man, Ice Woofing, was the ancestor of the Ice Spirits, known as the Ice Extreme Immortal Sovereign. The young girl by his side was the Ice Spirit Clan Saintess, Bing Ouching. Boom. The tremendous noise from the battle between Li Zhoujun and the immaculate immortal emperor reverberated through the celestial realm, reaching the ears of the three pursuing immortal sovereigns, momentarily startling them. An immortal emperor is fighting over there, exclaimed the Xuanmu Immortal Sovereign in astonishment. The battle of immortal emperors is beyond our concern. We cannot allow Ice Woofing to lead the Ice Spirit Saintess into the celestial realm. There are immortal emperors within, and finding someone there will be no easy feat, cautioned the Black Flame Immortal Sovereign with gravity. Indeed, agreed the Jinfa Immortal Sovereign. Realizing this, Ice Woofing hastened his pace, guiding Bing Ouching towards the celestial realm. It is said that the most perilous places are often the safest. The celestial realm was the territory of the immortal emperors. Should an immortal sovereign unleash their consciousness in search of someone, they risk incurring the wrath of an immortal emperor, and one might not even know how they met their demise. At this moment, Bing Ouching's delicate face turned pale. As the saintess of the Ice Spirit Clan, she possessed the cultivation of an immortal king, yet she was utterly outmatched before the immortal sovereigns, unable to withstand even a fraction of their pressure. Ouching, I will hold them off. You must swiftly flee to the celestial realm with the dragon horn jade. Once you are inside, it will be far more difficult for these three old wretches to find you, the Ice Extreme Immortal Sovereign, Ice Woofing, said solemnly. Ancestor Bing Ouching bit her lip. Her eyes filled with sorrow, yet she understood that if she could escape with the dragon horn jade, the sacrifices made by the Ice Spirit Clan would not be in vain. The dragon horn jade was a jade pendant carved in the shape of a dragon horn. Appearing incomplete, the other half was unknown. However, it was said that when the dragon horn jade and the dragon body jade were united, they would reveal a map to a dragon emperor's blood pool. To access this blood pool, both pendants were required. The dragon emperor was a being of comparable stature to the immortal emperors of the human race, a figure of immense power and divine creation. Should an immortal sovereign enter the blood pool and endure its transformative essence, they could potentially ascend to the status of an immortal emperor. This was why the Fire Spirits, Wood Spirits, and Metal Spirits would go to such lengths to hunt down the Ice Spirits. They feared the emergence of an immortal emperor from the Ice Spirit Clan. Such an event would disrupt the balance of power in the Four Spirit Domain, allowing the Ice Spirits to dominate them eternally, a scenario they would never permit. They would rather destroy the dragon horn jade than allow the Ice Spirits to possess it. At that moment, Bing Ouching vowed that if she could escape and find someone who could help her cultivate to a level where she could seek revenge, she would willingly serve that person for a lifetime. Meanwhile, the three seventh-rank immortal sovereigns pursuing Bing Ouching and Ice Woofing seemed to have overheard their conversation. The Jinfa Immortal Sovereign sneered, Ice Woofing, do you think you alone can hold us off while that little girl escapes into the celestial realm? You are sorely mistaken. As his words fell, the Jinfa Immortal Sovereign waved his sleeve, unleashing a terrifying surge of golden energy that manifested into thousands of golden blades, enveloping the fleeing Bing Ouching and Ice Woofing. Each blade brimmed with overwhelming lethality, and the collective force of the thousands of golden blades cast a shadow over the heavens. Run! Ice Woofing felt the dreadful force behind him. His temples throbbed, and without a moment's hesitation, he seized Bing Ouching and hurled her toward the border of the celestial realm. Afterward, Ice Woofing swiftly turned around, his immortal sovereign aura erupting, a frigid power radiating from him, seemingly freezing the very cosmos. The multitude of golden blades, under the influence of this chill, became encased in frost, momentarily suspended in the air. Yet in that instant, as Bing Ouching landed, she hesitated not for a moment. Her immortal king power surged forth, transforming her into a streak of light as she sped toward the border of the celestial realm. Seeking death, the Jinfa immortal sovereign roared in fury, intensifying his immortal sovereign aura. As his voice echoed, the multitude of golden blades flashed with brilliance, shattering the frost and coalescing into a colossal dragon formed from the myriad golden swords, surging toward Ice Woofing. I will hold off Ice Woofing. You two pursue that Bing Ouching. If that little girl were to rise again, opening the dragon blood pool and achieving the realm of the immortal emperor, we would all be in dire straits. Upon witnessing this, the Golden Axe Immortal Sovereign turned to the Black Flame Immortal Sovereign and the Xuanmu Immortal Sovereign, exclaiming loudly, "Humph! As long as I am here, you shall not advance an inch." In contrast, Ice Woofing, reflected in the eyes of a colossal dragon formed by the golden sword, appeared remarkably calm. As his words fell, the aura emanating from Ice Woofing began to surge violently. The veins on his hands, face, and forehead bulged, his body swelling as if it were an inflated balloon on the verge of bursting. Not good. That old dog Ice is going to self-destruct. The Black Flame Immortal Sovereign's expression changed dramatically, and he dared not move forward, swiftly retreating. The Xuanmu Immortal Sovereign followed suit. You two insignificant beings, I curse you. Immortal Sovereigns. The Golden Axe Immortal Sovereign bellowed in rage, equally quick to withdraw. The self-destruction of an Immortal Sovereign was no trivial matter. Boom. At last, Ice Woofing's flesh was expanded to its limit by spiritual power, resulting in a resounding explosion akin to a watermelon bursting, sending a mushroom cloud soaring into the sky, and a terrifying shockwave radiated in all directions. The colossal dragon formed from the golden sword shattered under this overwhelming force, utterly defenseless. Block the residual force. The Black Flame Immortal Sovereign commanded furiously. If they failed to contain the after-effects of Ice Woofing's self-detonation, the entire four-spirit domain would be obliterated. Furthermore, it could potentially affect the celestial domain. Should they provoke the celestial domain's celestial emperor, there would be no reason for the four-spirit domain to exist. With this thought, the three immortal sovereigns exerted their utmost to counteract the residual force from Ice Woofing's explosion. Meanwhile, Ice Ouching, fleeing from the scene, glanced back with lifeless eyes at the explosion. She understood that her ancestor had chosen to self-destruct to ensure her survival with the Dragon Horn Jade. With this explosion, the Ice Spirit clan was effectively erased from the annals of the four-spirit domain. However, she had to survive, seizing the opportunity while the Golden, Fire, and Wood Spirit clan's immortal sovereigns were occupied. Ice Ouching resolutely continued her flight towards the celestial domain. After the Black Flame Immortal Sovereign and his companions managed to mitigate the residual force from Ice Woofing's explosion, they swiftly arrived at the border of the celestial domain. Damn it, that little girl has escaped. The Golden Axe Immortal Sovereign lamented, pounding his chest in frustration. She is merely a sovereign. How difficult can it be for her to ascend to the Emperor realm? The Black Flame Immortal Sovereign remarked. Your words are misguided, my friend. It is said that one must eliminate the root to prevent regrowth. This girl must perish, or she will remain a sharp blade hanging over our necks, depriving us of peace, the Xuanmu Immortal Sovereign asserted. Indeed, we must swiftly notify our clansmen of immortal emperor status and enter the celestial domain to search for her. Remember, do not attract attention while in the celestial domain, the Golden Axe Immortal Sovereign instructed. It was evident that the three were deeply apprehensive of Ice Ouching's potential return. After all, having tasted the privileges of higher status, they were reluctant to face death. The extermination of the Ice Spirit clan was also to preserve their own positions. As they conversed, the three immortal sovereigns observed the intense battle between Li Zhoujun and the immaculate immortal emperor. Who is this azure-robed immortal emperor? He can contend evenly with one of the 10 immortal emperors, the immaculate immortal emperor. The Golden Axe Immortal Sovereign gasped in astonishment. To them, the 10 immortal emperors were akin to towering mountains, only to be gazed upon from below. Even the slightest hint of their imperial might was beyond their reach. The immortal realm is vast, filled with many existences beyond our current abilities and status, the Black Flame Immortal Sovereign remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, the Xuanmu Immortal Sovereign concurred. When you are merely an immortal sovereign, your interactions are predominantly with others of the same rank, as the immortal emperors have neither the time nor inclination to engage with those they could easily extinguish. However, once one ascends to the immortal emperor realm, their encounters are naturally with equals. It is akin to an immortal emperor vying for a treasure. Do any sovereigns dare to seize it? Only immortal emperors would have the audacity to compete. Enough, my friends. We must return and make arrangements. The golden axe immortal sovereign decreed. As his words fell, the three immortal sovereigns transformed into streaks of light, vanishing in different directions. Meanwhile, the battle between Li Zhoujun and the immaculate immortal emperor intensified. Each blow exchanged igniting the spectators' fervor. At last, the immaculate immortal emperor unleashed a punch that collided with Li Zhoujun's own, causing them both to create distance between them. The immaculate immortal emperor coldly remarked, "Zhuang Sangqiang, I did not foresee you would attract such a formidable ally." At that moment, Zhuang Sangqiang was still astonished by Li Zhoujun's displayed prowess. However, upon hearing the immaculate immortal emperor's words, he chuckled, stroking his beard. "Perhaps I have exhausted my luck in encountering Mr. Li." Li Zhoujun was taken aback by this statement. "I see. I hope you will always have someone to come to your aid," the immaculate immortal emperor retorted coldly. Zhuang Sangqiang merely smiled in silence. Once he refined the divine flame of heaven, not only would his forging skills improve, but his own strength would also ascend. At that point, it would be uncertain who would be stronger when facing the immaculate immortal emperor. "Let us depart," the immaculate immortal emperor declared. Recognizing that the azure-robed immortal emperor before him was nearly his equal, remaining any longer was of no significance. "Dad, are we just leaving like this?" Yen Guilin inquired, touching her face, which, although had healed, still throbbed with pain. "Have you forgotten your brain at home?" The immaculate immortal emperor frowned. His daughter seemed intent on pushing him into a pit of fire. Ding! The immaculate immortal emperor's daughter is so arrogant. The host must not let her evade responsibility. The system issues a task, compel Yen Guilin to apologize on the spot. Upon completion, the host's cultivation will be enhanced. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Zhoujun's lips twitched. This system was merely seeking entertainment, exacerbating matters without restraint. However, he found it quite amusing. After all, completing tasks led to rewards. Hence, he smiled and said, "Of course, we cannot leave just like this." "What do you mean? I warn you, do not overstep." The immaculate immortal emperor narrowed his eyes at Li Zhoujun. "Humph. My request is simple. Have your daughter apologize to the heavenly forge palace." Li Zhoujun replied with a cold smile. "You are insolent." Yen Guilin retorted sharply. Smack. The back of Yen Guilin's head was struck by the immaculate immortal emperor, leaving her dazed. "Apologize," the immaculate immortal emperor commanded. Yen Guilin. "Dad, I am your biological daughter," she pleaded, looking at the immaculate immortal emperor with a pitiful expression. The immaculate immortal emperor's lips twitched, suppressing the urge to curse. "Will apologizing cost you a piece of flesh?" "I do not care, so why should you?" It seemed that his leniency had led to Yen Guilin becoming so arrogant and foolish. She would undoubtedly cause him trouble in the future. Upon returning, strict discipline was necessary. "I command you to apologize," the immaculate immortal emperor said with a deep breath, his face displaying irritation. He wished to avoid further entanglement with Li Zhoujun. After all, many hidden powerhouses in the immortal realm had begun to take notice of this situation. As Yen Guilin gazed at Zhuang Sangqiang, she whispered, "I am sorry." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewarding the host with the Eye of the God Slayer. Eye of the God Slayer. With a glance, it can vanquish heaven and earth, slay gods and immortals. Hearing the system's introduction, Li Zhoujun was momentarily taken aback. "Ding, quite so," Li Zhoujun replied. "Well, Yen Guilin has already apologized to you all, so we shall part ways here." At that moment, the immaculate immortal emperor, having witnessed Yen Guilin's apology, did not afford Li Zhoujun or Zhuang Sangqiang the opportunity to speak. With a grand sweep of his sleeve, he whisked away Yen Guilin and Silver Serpent Granny, departing from the scene. Zhuang Sangqiang and Li Zhoujun glanced at each other, but did not intervene. After all, the immaculate immortal emperor was immensely powerful, and prolonging the conflict would be detrimental to both parties. "Thank you, Mr. Li," Zhuang Sangqiang said, cupping his hands in gratitude. "Had it not been for your assistance this time, I fear I would not have escaped my plight." At this point, cold sweat still beaded on Zhuang Sangqiang's back. If it weren't for Li Zhoujun's intervention, he would have likely been forced to emerge from the refinement of the celestial flame, which could have led to a backlash. In such a case, he would have been utterly defenseless before the immaculate immortal emperor, and the celestial flame would inevitably have been seized by him. "Ha ha, old Mr. Zhuang. Why speak so formally? There is no need for such courtesy between us," Li Zhoujun replied with a smile, shaking his head. A smile crept onto Zhuang Sangqiang's aged face. "To have met Mr. Li is indeed a stroke of great fortune in my life." This sentiment was heartfelt. Since ascending to the rank of immortal emperor, he had watched his once close companions depart from this world one by one. Having lived so long, he had long given up hope of finding friends among his peers. After all, most cultivators prioritize their own interests, making it a challenge to find a trustworthy companion, especially for someone at his level. "You flatter me, old Mr. Zhuang," Li Zhoujun chuckled, shaking his head. "Mr. Li, may I inquire where you plan to go next?" Duan Sanqiong asked. The immortal realm is vast. I wish to explore it thoroughly, Li Zhoujun replied. Ha ha ha, Mr. Li, you are like a carefree cloud. I envy you, Duan Sanqiong remarked wistfully. However, he seemed to recall something and produced half a jade pendant, offering it to Li Zhoujun. By the way, Mr. Li, since you enjoy traveling the seas, I shall bestow upon you this half of the dragon body jade. What is this? Li Zhoujun inquired. Taking the jade pendant and examining it with a puzzled expression, Duan Sanqiong explained with a smile. This half of the jade pendant is said to have been left by a dragon emperor. It consists of two halves, one engraved with a dragon's horn and the other with a dragon's body. The piece you hold is the dragon body jade. And legend states that when the two halves unite, they can unlock a dragon transformation blood pool. The halves have scattered across the immortal realm, and by chance, I acquired this dragon body jade. I do not know the whereabouts of the other half, but since you enjoy wandering, perhaps you will encounter the dragon horn jade in the future. Notably, if the dragon horn jade and the dragon body jade come within a certain range of each other, they will resonate. This dragon body jade has been with me for millennia. It seems it is not my destiny to keep it, so please accept it without hesitation. Oh, I see, Li Zhoujun said, enlightenment dawning upon him. He then smiled. In that case, I shall graciously accept it. As they conversed, they descended from the sky as if walking downstairs, each step landing on a cloud, until they reached the front of the Duan Tian Hall. I shall not disturb you any longer, old Mr. Duan, Li Zhoujun declared, preparing to take his leave. Mr. Li, as you depart, feel free to explore the Sangxing domain and witness how I manage it, Duan Sangxing suggested with a smile. I certainly would not miss the sights of such a prosperous domain, Li Zhoujun replied with a grin, leaving behind an increasingly distant silhouette clad in green robes. Master, is Mr. Li leaving already? Yan Xianqing inquired, watching Li Zhoujun's retreating figure. What, are you reluctant? Duan Sangxiong chuckled, glancing at Yan Xianqing with amusement. If you are so unwilling, why not chase after Mr. Li? Upon hearing this, Yan Xuanqing's cheeks flushed. Perhaps it is best to leave it be. We shall meet again if fate allows. Duan Sangxiong shook his head with a smile. By the way, master, my elder brother, let him continue to dangle. Duan Sangxiong's expression turned cold at the mention of Yan Xianhong. This wayward disciple will not learn without suffering some consequences. All right, Yan Xianqing offered a silent tribute to her elder brother, thinking that although he was a ninth-rank immortal sovereign, he was also proud, and if word got out, he would want to find a hole to hide in. Meanwhile, after leaving Duan Tian Hall, Li Zhoujun strolled leisurely through the realm, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself several miles away. Now a second-rank celestial, he was a dominant figure in many remote regions of the immortal realm. Before long, he came upon a grand city and entered. The streets were bustling with life, vibrant blossoms everywhere. It seemed that the battle between the immortal emperors at Duan Tian Hall had come to a halt. He pondered on the current state of Duan Tian Hall. The people on the streets were engaged in discussions about the recent battle among the immortal emperors, their expressions filled with concern. Since the establishment of Duan Tian Hall, the Sangxiong domain had enjoyed peace and prosperity, and naturally, they wished for it to remain unscathed. At this, Li Zhoujun smiled faintly. His gaze was soon drawn to a stall emitting the enticing aroma of roasted chicken. Thus, he rewarded himself with a roasted chicken. Just as he settled down at the stall to enjoy his meal, he noticed a sudden reaction from the dragon body jade that Duan Sangxiong had gifted him. Could it be that my luck is truly this fortuitous? Li Zhoujun thought, momentarily dazed, forgetting the fragrant roasted chicken in his hands. At the same time, amidst the crowd, a young woman was weaving through the throngs in the city. Suddenly, she froze, surprised to feel the warmth emanating from the dragon horn jade nestled against her chest. Could it be that the dragon body jade was nearby? She speculated. This young woman was none other than Bing Aoqing, who had recently escaped the clutches of the three immortal sovereigns, Jin Fei, Pei Yin, and Xian Mu. In that moment, Bing Aoqing's gaze fell upon Li Zhoujun, seated at the roasted chicken stall, momentarily stunned. Upon encountering Li Zhoujun, she distinctly felt the dragon horn jade grow warmer. Would you care to join me here? Li Zhoujun called out to the young woman standing among the crowd, smiling. All right, Bing Aoqing nodded and took a seat at Li Zhoujun's table. Without further ado, Li Zhoujun produced the dragon body jade, placing it on the table with a smile. Are you looking for this? Bing Aoqing's eyes lit up at the sight of the jade pendant before her. However, she restrained the urge to snatch it away, fearing the consequences of her actions after having witnessed the annihilation of her kin for treasures. She did not wish to become a perpetrator of such slaughter, and moreover, this young man in green robes was inscrutable to her. More importantly, he did not seem like a fool. Placing such a valuable object so openly on the table indicated his confidence in his own strength. Li Zhoujun noticed the subtle changes in Bing Aoqing's expression and could not help but smile inwardly. This item seemed significant to others, but to him, It was merely a piece of jade. If it brought joy, why not give it away? The system possesses a systematic idle training function, along with various upgrade tasks issued by it. One could almost say that reaching the realm of the immortal emperor is merely a matter of time. Furthermore, what is even more infuriating is that he will not perish prematurely. He can afford to squander time. After all, those weaker than him are no match, and those stronger can only engage in a 50-50 contest. Therefore, why endure the torment of tempering one's body in the dragon blood pool? Of course, since this is a gift from the Celestial Forge, Li Zhoujun cannot simply bestow it upon others without reason. Beep. The system has issued a task. Proceed to the location of the dragon blood pool and immerse yourself in it. Completing the task will yield substantial rewards. System. I suspect you are doing this on purpose. Li Zhoujun's lips twitched. Beep. Don't doubt it. It is indeed intentional. Call me father, and I will cancel this task, sparing you from the dragon blood pool. How about that? Quite a deal. Isn't it? Then I shall proceed to the dragon blood pool, Li Zhoujun replied. Beep. You were quite resolute. At that moment, Bing Aoqing, standing before Li Zhoujun, spoke. I am indeed searching for this piece of dragon body jade. However, the dragon blood pool is said to be vast. It is not limited to just one person for body tempering. Perhaps we can seek out its location together. Li Zhoujun smiled without responding. Bing Aoqing's heart tightened, and her expression turned cold. If you intend to seize that half piece of dragon horn jade, feel free to try. Do not be anxious, Li Zhoujun chuckled lightly. I am not one to covet others' possessions. Upon hearing this, Bing Aoqing breathed a sigh of relief. In her heart, the dragon horn jade represented more than just a gem. It embodied the memory of her kin who sacrificed for it and the thoughts of her ancestors. The three great spirit races had launched a sudden assault on the ice spirit race, leaving them unable to defend themselves and suffering heavy losses. However, while Li Zhoujun and Bing Aoqing conversed, several figures had already entered the city. Leading them was a young man clad in golden robes. He was the holy son of the Golden Spirit clan from the Four-Spirit domain, Jin Lu, a fifth-tier immortal king. Upon entering the city, they scoured the streets, searching for Bing Aoqing's figure. Holy son, Bing Aoqing is over there, exclaimed one of Jin Lu's sycophants, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he pointed at Bing Aoqing, who was conversing with Li Zhoujun. The sycophant felt elated. If he could capture Bing Aoqing, he would undoubtedly be richly rewarded upon returning to the Golden Spirit clan. Yet, as the sycophant reveled in his thoughts, Jin Lu's handsome face darkened. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand and delivered a punch, catching the sycophant off guard, causing his head to burst like a watermelon. The sudden strike from an immortal king sent shockwaves through the crowd, causing pedestrians to scatter like birds in flight. Accompanying Jin Lu were several other prodigies from the Golden Spirit clan, all possessing the strength of fourth-tier immortal kings. One female prodigy from the Golden Spirit clan, witnessing Jin Lu's attack on one of their own, was taken aback and angrily reprimanded. Jin Lu, what are you doing? However, Jin Lu ignored her, unleashing his immortal king aura recklessly, causing buildings along the street to collapse with thunderous crashes. In an instant, Jin Lu became entangled in a fierce battle with the other talented members of the Golden Spirit clan. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of Li Zhoujun and Bing Aoqing, who were near a roasted chicken stall. Upon seeing Jin Lu's aggression towards his own clan, Bing Aoqing's expression became complex. She had surmised the reason behind Jin Lu's actions, most likely to protect her. Before the Ice Spirit clan faced calamity, Jin Lu had been persistently pursuing Bing Aoqing. Unfortunately, her heart was set on the path of the Tao, icy and unyielding, rendering her impervious to Jin Lu's advances. Perhaps it was the allure of the unattainable that drove him to act foolishly, attacking his own kin in a misguided attempt to defend her. Compared to the clarity maintained by the emperor of the Chao dynasty, Xie Wenjun, in the face of temptation, Jin Lu was evidently lacking. Foolish wretch. Just as Jin Lu was engaged with his fellow clan members, a furious voice rang out. Upon hearing it, Jin Lu's expression shifted to one of alarm. Suddenly, a figure clad in a grand golden robe appeared before him, the Golden Axe Immortal Sovereign, who swiftly slapped Jin Lu into the ruins of a building that had already crumbled under the pressure of the Immortal King's might. At that moment, the Golden Axe Immortal Sovereign was exceedingly vexed. Had Jin Lu not been his direct descendant, that slap would have surely twisted his neck into a pretzel. Meanwhile, upon seeing the Golden Axe Immortal Sovereign, Bing Aoqing's face turned ashen. How could he have found her so quickly? Bring this foolish child back to me. Once I finish dealing with the current situation, I shall settle the score with him. However, the Golden Axe Immortal Sovereign paid no heed to Bing Aoqing, casting a disappointed glance at the now limp Jin Lu before instructing several other talented members of the Golden Spirit clan. Yes, ancestor. The Golden Axe Immortal Sovereign then turned his gaze towards Bing Aoqing and Li Zhoujun. Upon seeing Li Zhoujun, his heart jolted. This individual seemed strikingly familiar. Suddenly, the golden axe immortal sovereign's eyes widened. Could it be that this was the immortal emperor who had clashed with the immaculate immortal emperor? How could Bing Aoqing be in the presence of this immortal emperor? Meanwhile, Bing Aoqing felt a sense of despair as the golden axe immortal sovereign's gaze fell upon her. Initially, she had hoped her ancestor might delay the golden axe immortal sovereign long enough for her escape. But now, she found herself utterly alone and vulnerable before an immortal sovereign. With no chance of survival, the golden axe immortal sovereign approached her. With each step, Bing Aoqing felt herself drawing closer to death. However, to her astonishment, the golden axe immortal sovereign did not attack her. Instead, he bowed respectfully to the young man with whom she had just been speaking, saying, "I am Jin Fei, the ancestor of the Golden Spirit clan. I pay my respects to the immortal emperor." Immortal emperor. At those words, the crowd instantly changed in demeanor. Bing Aoqing, who had been conversing with Li Zhoujun, felt her pupils constrict. This young man was an immortal emperor, the golden axe immortal sovereign. A being who had lived for countless years would never mistake someone. Thus, this young man was undoubtedly an immortal emperor. Realizing this, a wave of relief washed over Bing Aoqing. Thank goodness she had refrained from attempting to seize the dragon body jade from this young man. Otherwise, she might have found herself in a grave predicament. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun, taken aback by the golden axe immortal sovereign's sudden gesture of respect, raised an eyebrow. "You recognize me?" The golden axe immortal sovereign promptly replied. The immortal emperor previously fought to a standstill with the immaculate immortal emperor, truly a top-tier power in the immortal realm. Upon hearing this, Li Zhoujun understood. So, the golden axe immortal sovereign had witnessed his battle with the immaculate immortal emperor. It was no wonder he recognized him. Li Zhoujun nodded, casting a glance at Bing Aoqing before addressing the golden axe immortal sovereign. "It appears you are here for the dragon horn jade she possesses. However, since you, golden axe immortal sovereign, recognize me, I shall not waste words." With that, Li Zhoujun pointed at Bing Aoqing, a smile gracing his face, and said, "I have taken an interest in this young lady. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Upon hearing this, the golden axe immortal sovereign nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. I understand. Although he desired to eliminate Bing Aoqing on the spot, it was clear that this immortal emperor intended to protect her. Given that the immortal emperor could converse with him calmly, should he fail to recognize the situation, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. After all, this young immortal emperor could match the immaculate immortal emperor, who ranked 10th in the immortal realm. To eliminate a 7th-tier immortal, it is simpler than flipping one's hand. It is merely a matter of a single thought. Upon hearing Li Zhoujun's words, Bing Aoqing was taken aback, followed by a wave of unease. She was uncertain about the implications of Li Zhoujun's interest in her. The words of a strong individual often leave the weak in a state of constant contemplation, and this perfectly encapsulates her current predicament. "I shall not disturb you any further, Your Excellency," Jin Xianzun addressed Li Zhoujun, eager to extricate himself from the situation. Remaining any longer might provoke the immortal emperor's wrath, leading to his immediate demise. This sense of helplessness was quite distressing. "You may go," Li Zhoujun replied. Hearing this, Jin Xianzun felt as if a great burden had been lifted and, alongside the prodigy of the Jinling clan, swiftly departed the scene. As they exited the Songqiang domain, Jin Xianzun deliberately chose not to inform He Yin Xianzun and Xianmu Xianzun of their departure. When there are benefits to be had, everyone is a friend. But now, he secretly wished for those two to perish at the hands of the immortal emperor. This way, the Jinling clan could dominate entirely. One cannot blame Jin Xianzun for being ruthless. In the realm of cultivation, if one does not scheme against others, they will inevitably find themselves schemed against. On the way, Jin Xianzun cast a disappointed glance at Jin Lu. However, at that moment, Jin Lu's countenance was ashen. He realized that upon returning to his clan, his direct lineage would offer him protection, but even if he survived, he would surely endure severe hardship. Moreover, the woman he cherished had been intercepted by an immortal emperor. Faced with such a powerful being, Jin Lu felt no inclination for revenge in his eyes. Even the weakest immortal emperor towered like a mountain, unattainable. "Jin Lu, you have greatly disappointed me," Jin Xianzun lamented. Outside the Songqiang domain, he no longer felt the humility he had exhibited before Li Zhoujun, as if he had regained the ability to command everything, elevated above all. Indeed, while a 7th-tier immortal may seem insignificant before an immortal emperor, they are by no means inconsequential in the immortal realm. Old ancestor. Jin Lu regretted his earlier foolishness. Why had he not thought things through? If he had, perhaps the outcome would have been different. On another note, Bing Aoqing appeared exceedingly reserved in the presence of Li Zhoujun. "Your Excellency, I am willing to serve you as a slave or maid. To repay you for saving my life," she declared, biting her lip. No need for that, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. He had always been a solitary figure, aware that his circumstances were known only to him. Bing Ao Qing believed herself to be of interest to the immortal emperor, yet in reality, she was merely a second-tier celestial being. If she spent too much time around him, what would happen if he revealed a less than dignified side? That would be quite awkward. Upon hearing Li Zhoujun's response, her expression fell. Indeed, she was merely a minor celestial king. What significance did she hold before an immortal emperor? As for her beauty, she was self-aware enough to recognize that countless women were eager to please such a powerful being. Furthermore, this blue-clad immortal emperor was remarkably handsome. To be his consort would indeed be a tremendous fortune. Reflecting on this, she surmised that Li Zhoujun's rescue of her was driven by an interest in the dragon horn jade and the dragon blood pool, as the latter held substantial benefits even for immortal emperors. Your Excellency, this is the dragon horn jade, she said, presenting the jade pendant with both hands. She understood that if the immortal emperor wished to seize it, she could not protect it even at the cost of her life. Li Zhoujun accepted the dragon horn jade without hesitation, smiling as he said, "You may accompany me until we reach the dragon blood pool." Chapter 202, Western Continent. Sichuan Kingdom. Upon hearing Li Zhoujun's words, Bing Ao Qing's heart soared with joy. To journey alongside an immortal emperor, even for a brief period, would ensure her safety. Just then, Yan Xianqing arrived in the city. Palace Master Xianqing, Bing Ao Qing greeted the newcomer respectfully. "What brings you here?" Li Zhoujun inquired with a smile. After acknowledging Bing Ao Qing with a nod, Yan Xianqing turned to Li Zhoujun, saying, "Mr. Li, I came to investigate reports of a confrontation among celestial kings. But since you are here, it seems there is no cause for concern." Li Zhoujun smiled in response, as he conversed with Yan Xianqing in the void. He Yan Xianzun and Xianmu Xianzun observed everything with keen eyes. It seemed that Jin Fa had indeed been here. That old fool, Xianmu Xianzun said solemnly. He clearly saw this figure capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the immortal Emperor Wugo, protecting Bing Ao Qing while failing to inform us. His heart is deserving of condemnation. Indeed, had they not recognized this blue-clad immortal emperor, and had they attacked Bing Ao Qing, they would have already met their demise. Xianmu Xianzun nodded in agreement, aware that the immortal emperor had spared Jin Fa. However, if they continued to offend the immortal emperor, it would spell disaster for them both. After all, it would be a simple matter for the immortal emperor to erase them from existence. That old man is clever yet foolish, allowing us to see through his schemes. Now, with the three clans of the Four Spirits domain at a delicate balance, if we were to join forces, the Jinling clan would meet the same fate as the Ice Spirit clan, He Yan Xianzun asserted. Indeed, Xianmu Xianzun nodded, though a cold sneer formed within. The calculations of the old dog He Yan were patently transparent. If the Wood Spirit clan allied with the Fire Spirit clan to eliminate the Jinling clan, once the Fire Spirit clan had recuperated, who would suffer the consequences? It would undoubtedly be his own Wood Spirit clan. Jin Fa Xianzun had calculated that Xianmu would not dare to collaborate with the Fire Spirit clan against him, which is why he felt so emboldened. Currently, the three clans maintained a precarious equilibrium. No one dared to act, for any conflict would only benefit a third party. As He Yan Xianzun and Xianmu Xianzun exchanged pleasantries while plotting against one another, Yan Xuanqing's gaze fell upon their location. This is not good. Palace Master Xianqing has spotted us. Both He Yan Xianzun and Xianmu Xianzun's expressions shifted, and they bowed to Yan Xianqing before hastily departing the Songqiong domain. The two 7th-tier immortals were like infants facing a fully grown adult when confronted with a 9th-tier immortal. They stood no chance unless they could somehow amuse him to death. Once He Yan Xianzun and Xianmu Xianzun had left, Yan Xianqing turned to Li Zhoujun and said, "I wonder if Mr. Li has the time. I know of a tavern in this city renowned for its exquisite signature dishes. Perhaps I could treat you to a meal?" Bing Ao Qing observed the exchange. It was evident to any discerning eye that Palace Master Xianqing was thoroughly captivated by the charm of this immortal emperor. Yet, Li Zhoujun simply replied with a smile, "Perhaps next time. Let us invite old Master Duan as well." Very well. Seeing Li Zhoujun decline her invitation, Yan Xianqing felt somewhat disheartened. After conversing with Li Zhoujun for a while, she took her leave. Unquestionably, Yan Xianqing harbored feelings for Li Zhoujun, yet she paid little heed to Bing Ao Qing's presence. She sensed that Li Zhoujun was not a man who acted purely on base desires. Otherwise, her invitation would not have been declined. After all, Yan Xianqing was quite confident in her own beauty. With Yan Xuanqing's departure, Li Zhoujun glanced at Bing Ao Qing and said, "Let us go." With that, he strode purposefully out of the city, and Bing Ao Qing hurried to follow. Once outside, they found a secluded spot where Li Zhoujun took out the dragon horn jade and the dragon body jade, preparing to combine them. In the next moment, a radiant light illuminated the air, transforming into a golden map, upon which a white dot was marked. This white dot was most likely the location of the dragon blood pool. This was the untamed wilderness of the celestial realm, known as the Western Continent. Upon witnessing this, Bing Ouching exclaimed in astonishment. Li Zhoujun glanced at her and replied with a smile. Now, I shall test your knowledge. What is the situation in the Western Continent? Bing Ouching nodded in response, explaining, in the Western Continent of the celestial realm, demon nations stand in formidable opposition, while the human race is scarce. There, humans occupy a status as low as that of the demon race in the southern and central continents. Many powerful demon tribes treat the human nations in the Western Continent as livestock, akin to how humans raise pigs. Furthermore, the demon race boasts 10 demon emperors, each possessing immense strength, rivaling the 10 celestial emperors of the central continent. Moreover, given the location of the dragon blood pool, it appears to be situated within the territory of the heavenly serpent demon clan, which is also protected by a formidable demon emperor. Listening to Bing Ouching's explanation, Li Zhoujun gained a general understanding of the circumstances in the Western Continent. Indeed, you are quite astute, he complimented her with a smile. You flatter me, Celestial Emperor. Bing Ouching hurriedly replied. In the future, refrain from calling me Celestial Emperor. Simply refer to me as you would the master of Xianqing Palace, Li Zhoujun said. Soon after, Li Zhoujun encountered a dilemma. It would take tens or even hundreds of years for a celestial immortal to travel to the Western Continent. System? Li Zhoujun pondered. Ding. Destination set to the Western Continent. Gather your companions and prepare for transportation. Thank you, dear system. Li Zhoujun sighed in relief. Ding, call me daddy. Li Zhoujun. How deep is the system's obsession with this form of address? Nonetheless, Li Zhoujun waved his sleeve, releasing his spiritual power to envelop Bing Ouching. Although his strength was not overwhelming, Bing Ouching, a celestial king, could easily break free. Yet she chose not to. After all, if a celestial emperor wished to eliminate her, it would be a simple task, rendering resistance unnecessary. Besides, if this celestial emperor intended to harm her, he would have acted long ago. As Bing Ouching contemplated this, the environment around her began to shift dramatically. Her eyes widened in disbelief. So fast. Is this the divine ability of a celestial emperor? In the Western Continent, within the Qingchuan Kingdom, the human populace faced an existential crisis. The nearby Wolf Demon Kingdom and Dog Demon Kingdom had joined forces to launch an assault on Qingchuan, determined to breach its defenses and turn its inhabitants into their sustenance. The monarch of Qingchuan, an elderly man with white hair, stood atop the city walls, gazing down at the demon tribes below, their wolf and dog heads baring teeth in a menacing display. His vacant expression contrasted starkly with his ornate royal robe. Heaven is abandoning my human race in Qingchuan. The ruler of Qingchuan was engulfed in despair. The wolf and dog demon kingdoms surged forward, having already claimed the lives of numerous cultivators, including 2 of Qingchuan's mightiest celestial immortals. Even if Qingchuan managed to withstand the onslaught of the 2 demon nations, it would be rendered a hollow shell. Father, is there truly no hope for Qingchuan? The princess approached her father, her eyes reddened, and asked solemnly. Indeed. The dog and wolf demon kingdoms have surrounded us, and we remain trapped with no means of escape. If the city falls, you the monarch struggled to voice the remainder of his thoughts. Do not worry, father. If the city gates are breached, I would rather take my own life than fall into the hands of demons and endure humiliation, the princess declared resolutely. Chapter 203. The Celestial King takes action beneath the walls of Qingchuan. Countless wolf and dog demons snarled, saliva dripping from their crimson moss. Brave warriors, kill them. Once we breach this city, the women inside are yours to do with as you please. The children too, may they be cooked and devoured. A leading wolf demon, exuding confidence, laughed heartily. The demon race's levels of cultivation beyond the celestial realm include true immortal, celestial immortal, demon lord, demon king, demon emperor, and demon sovereign. From demon lord onward, their ranks correspond to the titles of the human race's celestial lords, celestial kings, celestial emperors, and so forth. While demons could technically also be referred to as celestial lords, they preferred to identify themselves as demons. The title of demon sovereign is a universally recognized acknowledgement of strength within the celestial realm. Back on the battlefield, upon hearing the wolf demon lord's words, the demon troops surged forward as if invigorated, heedless of the arrows raining down from the city walls. However, suddenly, the skies darkened ominously. A terrifying aura, akin to a sprawling storm cloud, enveloped the battlefield below. It is the aura of a human celestial king. The leading wolf demon lord widened his eyes in disbelief. When did the dog and wolf territories give rise to a human celestial king? This is impossible. Beside the wolf lord, a dog demon lord shared the same astonished expression. At that moment, The previously exuberant throngs of wolf and dog demons halted, their fur bristling like that of a hedgehog. In stark contrast, the human beings of Chi-Chuan were filled with exhilaration. Heaven has not forsaken us. The aged ruler of Chi-Chuan was overcome with tears of joy. The princess at his side also felt a wave of relief wash over her. The arrival of a human celestial king signified a turning point in the battle. Simultaneously, both the human and demon races turned their gazes skyward. As the dark clouds parted, a striking figure clad in azure stood in the air, gazing down at the tumultuous battlefield with an air of tranquility. Beside him was a stunning woman in white, radiating the aura of a celestial king. These two were none other than Li Zhoujun and Bing Aoqing, who had hastened from the central continent. "Sir, leave the battlefield below to me. They are not worthy of your intervention," Bing Aoqing respectfully addressed Li Zhoujun. "The distance from the central continent to the western continent is beyond measure, yet this celestial emperor, Li Zhoujun, had crossed it in the blink of an eye. Such power places him among the elite of celestial emperors." At this moment, Li Zhoujun nodded in acknowledgement. Though he possessed the capability to obliterate the battlefield with a single strike, such a move could only be executed once. It would require a celestial sovereign to merit the use of such a decisive blow. Meanwhile, Bing Aoqing surveyed the multitude of demon tribes below, her gaze devoid of any emotion. From her center, an intense wave of icy air swept across the entire battlefield of demons. The millions of dog and wolf demons were instantly frozen in place, resembling lifeless ice sculptures. The wolf and dog demon lords, witnessing this, were struck with terror, hastily retreating from the battlefield. The might of a celestial king was overwhelmingly formidable, far beyond the capabilities of the two demon lords. As they fled, a cold smile crept across Bing Aoqing's lips. In the next moment, the escaping dog and wolf demon lords were horrified to find frost creeping up from their feet, rendering them immobile. Desperately, they summoned their immense power in an attempt to break free from the encroaching frost. Yet, as their powers met the chilling grasp of the frost, it was as though they had cast a pebble into the sea. No ripple was felt. No. The dog demon lord and the previously triumphant wolf demon lord cried out in despair. However, before their cries could dissipate, the frost had already climbed to their faces, their expressions of despair forever frozen in time. From Li Zhoujun's vantage point above, he gazed down upon the scene unfolding below. The once tumultuous battlefield, echoing with the sounds of slaughter, has now transformed into a realm of icy desolation, where the chilling temperatures instill fear and a deathly silence prevails. Observing this scene, while Li Zhoujun maintained a calm demeanor, his heart recoiled in trepidation. Has the realm of immortal kings truly reached such ferocity? The magnitude of this upheaval could indeed be described as earth-shattering. "Shatter," Ice Aoqing coldly huffed, unleashing her formidable immortal king pressure. Those transformed into ice sculptures from the canine and wolf demon tribes, including two demon lords, were abruptly reduced to mere shards of ice under her overwhelming might. At that moment, the grief-stricken ruler of Chi-Chuan, with tears streaming down his face, addressed the airborne Ice Aoqing. "I am Chen-Cha-Ching, the ruler of Chi-Chuan. I express my deepest gratitude to the immortal king for your timely intervention." The soldiers of the human race atop the city walls of Chi-Chuan echoed their thanks to Ice Aoqing. However, she paid little heed to their gratitude, for to her, this act was inconsequential, merely a matter of crushing a horde of insignificant ants. Even the two demon lords were nothing but slightly larger vermin. "Mr. Li, what shall we do next?" Ice Aoqing respectfully inquired of Li Zhoujun. "Let us descend and inquire about the whereabouts of the Celestial Serpent clan." Li Zhoujun replied with a gentle smile. After all, being a native of Central Continent, Ice Aoqing's knowledge of the Western Continent could not rival that of a local. "Very well," Ice Aoqing nodded. "Father, that female immortal king shows such deference to that young man, her demeanor so humble. It seems she is merely his servant." The astute princess of Qingchuan appeared to have discerned something significant. "Mind your words," the ruler of Qingchuan admonished his daughter solemnly. "One must never speak lightly of matters without certainty, for it could lead to unforeseen calamities." Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun and Ice Aoqing landed atop the walls of Qingchuan. The people of Qingchuan, witnessing this, instinctively bowed even lower. "There is no need for excessive formality, Lord of Qingchuan. When the gentleman poses his inquiries, simply share what you know," Ice Aoqing instructed the ruler with a nod. The citizens of Qingchuan, seeing the immortal king's respect for this young man, were struck with astonishment. Could it be that this immortal king was indeed a servant to him? To have an immortal king as a servant would imply his extraordinary power. Could he be an immortal emperor? "Rest assured, old sir, I shall answer any inquiries posed by the gentleman without reservation," the ruler of Qingchuan responded to Ice Aoqing. Despite being a first-tier immortal lord, he prided himself on his understanding of the world. "Excellent," Ice Aoqing replied. "Old lord, I must ask, are you familiar with the Celestial Serpent clan?" Upon hearing this, The ruler's eyes widened in alarm. Sir, are you intending to venture there? That place is fraught with peril. Why is that? Li Zhoujun inquired with a smile. The ruler's expression turned pale. While the Celestial Serpent clan may lack the physical prowess of the Dragon clan, their supernatural abilities are on par, especially that of the devouring Celestial Emperor. It is said that with a single mouthful, he can consume the life from an entire domain. The canine and wolf realms, along with countless others, are but livestock for the Celestial Serpents. As he spoke, a look of sorrow crossed the ruler's face. Such a fate, predetermined from birth, was indeed tragic. With your and the immortal king's strength, you might consider escaping to Central Continent, a realm many human cultivators dream of. Li Zhoujun chuckled inwardly at the suggestion, having only just arrived from Central Continent. Nonetheless, he replied, there is no need for concern regarding our safety, old lord. Simply share what you know about the Celestial Serpent clan. Reluctantly, the ruler acquiesced. Very well. I presume your inquiries pertain to the dragon transformation blood pool that the Celestial Serpent clan occupies? However, even the devouring Celestial Emperor cannot enter that pool. It is rumored that a celestial dragon from Central Continent sought the pool to refine his dragon form, only to be skinned and flayed by the Celestial Serpents. Even when a dragon emperor came seeking vengeance, he could do nothing against the devouring Celestial Emperor. Is the devouring Celestial Emperor truly that formidable? Li Zhoujun mused. However, he began to contemplate that perhaps the Dragon Emperor who had ventured there was strong, but not at the pinnacle of the 9th tier. While the Dragon Emperor who left the blood pool was undoubtedly a combatant among the strongest, the ruler of Qingchuan took a deep breath. Xiaoqing, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of realization. Though she had read records left by a human powerhouse regarding the 10 demon emperors, she had been unaware that the emperor of the Celestial Serpent clan was ranked 3rd among them. The records she consulted had been vague, and given the distance of the Fourth Spirit realm from the Western continent, the lack of information was understandable. Moreover, as an immortal king, she spent most of her time in cultivation, indifferent to such matters, for figures like the immortal emperor and demon emperors were beyond her reach. Now, as she reflected, Xiaoqing felt increasingly grateful to have met Li Zhoujun. Had she been alone, even with 2 jade tokens, accessing the dragon transformation blood pool would have been impossible. Yet, doubts began to creep into her mind. While Mr. Li had fought to a standstill with the 10th-ranked immortal emperor, could he truly contend with the devouring Celestial Emperor? Ranked 3rd. Li Zhoujun murmured before turning to the ruler with a smile. Thank you. With that, he turned to Xiaoqing and said, let us proceed to the Celestial Serpent domain. Agreed. Xiaoqing nodded. It was as if an arrow had been drawn back, and now it must be released. Having arrived at this juncture, there was no need for further contemplation. Given that Mr. Li had fought evenly with the 10th-ranked immortal emperor, it seemed unlikely that the devouring Celestial Emperor could easily vanquish him. Moreover, Li Zhoujun's ability to traverse vast distances in an instant indicated that should conflict arise, retreat would certainly be an option. As for whether Mr. Li would take her along during his escape, Xiaoqing could not be certain. However, the thought of being denied access to the dragon transformation blood pool was more unbearable than death itself. After all, accompanying Li Zhoujun was her only opportunity to enter the pool, and missing it could mean a lifetime without such an opportunity. While she contemplated this, Li Zhoujun had already set off toward the Celestial Serpent domain, prompting Xiaoqing to hastily follow. The ruler of Qingchuan watched the departing figures with a sigh, lamenting. What a pity. The princess of Qingchuan interjected. Father, this gentleman commands the loyalty of an immortal king, a feat not easily achieved. His confidence in venturing to the Celestial Serpent domain suggests he may very well be an immortal emperor. The ruler, taken aback, regarded his daughter with newfound appreciation, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. My child, you have matured, but alas, I find myself growing increasingly bewildered. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun and Xiaoqing were traveling at a pace characteristic of the immortal king realm. At this rate, it would take at least 3 months to reach the Celestial Serpent domain. Li Zhoujun found himself in a predicament, with the Celestial King being ouching by his side. He could only feign a nonchalant demeanor while hastening their journey. In truth, his willingness to accompany her to the dragon blood pool stemmed from the advantage of her swift pace as a powerful Celestial King, for with his mere 2nd-rank celestial cultivation, he would have lagged considerably behind. However, Bing Ouching held a different perspective. She felt a surge of gratitude towards Mr. Li, who, in deference to her, traveled at her maximum speed, when he could have easily reached the Tianxi domain in an instant. Yet, curiosity gnawed at her. Why did Mr. Li not simply transport them directly to their destination? Perhaps he was unfamiliar with the Western continent and wished to behold its scenic wonders. After 3 days and nights traversing a mountain range, they finally approached a city gate, only to find it bustling with demonic practitioners. Fortunately, Li Zhoujun possessed a system that masked his presence, so that, if he chose, even the most astute demon emperor would remain oblivious to the human aura surrounding him. Bing Ouching, being a celestial king herself, could easily conceal her presence, as long as she was not confronted by a sixth-rank demon king. Thus, they entered the city unimpeded. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares, freshly ascended human female cultivators, perfect for serving as maids. Don't miss out. Newly born human children, ideal for medicinal use. As they stepped into the city, they were met with a grim sight. Humans confined in cages, treated like livestock by the demons, who jeered and laughed, sending shivers through the captives, who cowered in corners like frightened rabbits. Bing Ouching clenched her fists at the sight. The Ice Spirit clan, once part of the human race, had undergone a transformation over millennia spent in the icy wilderness, resulting in their descendants being innately attuned to the ice element from birth. Chapter 205, The Ascension of the Ghost Lord. At that very moment, thousands of miles away from the demon city, a figure cloaked in black appeared amidst a dense forest, radiating a golden light. Ha ha ha. I, the Ghost Lord, have finally ascended to the celestial realm, he proclaimed, his laughter echoing through the trees. Indeed, it seems after all these years, I have companions to feast with once more. As the Ghost Lord reveled in his triumph, two figures emerged from the woods, grinning at him. One was a towering creature with a bull's head, muscular and imposing, while the other appeared middle-aged, slender, with a pair of triangular eyes and fox ears. Both emanated the aura of second-rank true immortals. In the Western region, demons that reached true immortal status typically adopted human forms, yet some retained distinguishing features to assert their identity. By the heavens, the Ghost Lord exclaimed, startled. What luck! I ascend only to encounter two demons intent on devouring me? And they're second-rank true immortals. How can a newly ascended first-rank true immortal like me contend with such foes? Indeed, my fox brother, it seems we have waited long for this moment. The bull demon said, grinning. This fool in black is bound to be a tender meal. The fox demon's eyes gleamed with hunger as he echoed the bull demon's sentiments. The Ghost Lord, feeling a swell of indignation, thought, how dare they belittle me? Yet I cannot voice my thoughts without courting death. Cough, cough. Esteemed demon lords, I am but a simple fool. Perhaps it would be wise not to feast upon me, for doing so may bring unforeseen consequences, he stammered, attempting to placate them. What are you scheming? The bull demon scoffed. It has been ages since I dined on a human true immortal. Indeed, the fox demon added, his gaze fixed hungrily on the Ghost Lord. Frustration welled within the Ghost Lord. You plan to consume me and yet call me foolish? Do you believe I am so easily intimidated? Your words are but empty threats, the fox demon sneered. Do not think to escape our grasp. It is futile. Certainly. I am but a first-rank true immortal. What power do I possess to evade two esteemed demon lords? The Ghost Lord replied hastily. Very well, speak your mind. The bull demon said with a hint of approval. The fox demon interjected. Why waste time conversing with this human? We could simply kill him and feast. Patience. My fox brother, a newly ascended first-rank true immortal poses no threat. Let us hear what he has to say. The bull demon chuckled. The Ghost Lord sighed, realizing his precarious situation. In truth, I possess a medicinal pill that could enable one of you to ascend to third-rank true immortal status. It remains within me, unrefined. Fool, do you think to sow discord between me and my brother? The fox demon roared, incensed. How dare you attempt to drive a wedge between the bonds of our friendship? The bull demon added, equally furious. The Ghost Lord felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had underestimated the cleverness of these demons. Had he known the outcome, he would have delayed his ascension, waiting until he became a third-rank true immortal in the lower realm. Brother, you've been itching for a fight. This human is all yours, the fox demon said, concealing a glint of malice in his eyes. The bull demon, laughing heartily, approached the Ghost Lord, each step causing the ground to tremble. Unbeknownst to him, his back was entirely exposed to the fox demon, who prepared to strike. Just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The bull demon, who had been advancing towards the Ghost Lord, suddenly pivoted and unleashed a tremendous punch towards the fox demon, who had been radiating a cold gleam. What are you doing? The fox demon exclaimed, wide-eyed, hastily crossing his arms in defense. With a thunderous crash, the bull demon's fist collided with the fox demon's arms, sending him staggering back. Did you truly believe I was a fool? You intended to let me engage the human first, only to stab me in the back and claim him for yourself, didn't you? The bull demon taunted, exhaling a cloud of mist through his nostrils. The fox demon regained his balance, a cold smile forming on his lips. And what of you? You are not without your own designs. This scene caught the attention of the ghost monarch, filling him with unexpected joy. The two demons were indeed not foolish. But their cunning nature proved to be their downfall, for as the saying goes, cleverness often leads to one's own folly. This presented him with an opportunity to escape. The ghost monarch's heart raced with excitement. Brother Nyo, slay this fox spirit, and I shall belong solely to you. The elixir within me will also be yours. He hastily fanned the flames of conflict. Stay put and await my return, old Nyo, the bull demon chuckled, casting a glance at the ghost monarch. Damn you, foolish bull. If we engage in battle, this lad will surely seize the chance to flee, and you will gain nothing. The fox spirit retorted angrily. The bull demon, however, merely sneered. Fear not, you are no match for me. In 3 moves, I will vanquish you, and this lad will not escape. He was confident in his prowess, having 1 foot already in the 3rd rank of true immortality, while the fox spirit had only recently broken through to the 2nd rank after centuries of effort. If he could swiftly subdue the fox spirit, how could the ghost monarch possibly escape? With that, the bull demon stomped the ground powerfully, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to crack, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that surged towards the fox spirit. Do you think I lack hidden cards? Do you dare to associate with this crazed bull? The fox spirit seethed, witnessing the oncoming assault. Chapter 206, The Spider Clan, the left family with a furious roar. The fox spirit produced a radiant folding fan, sweeping it with force, sending forth a vast wave of energy that clashed with the bull demon's formidable force. The battlefield momentarily froze in tension. Seeing this, the ghost monarch felt a surge of hope. If he did not flee now, when would he? With that thought, he turned and vanished into the void. The brat is escaping, the fox spirit exclaimed urgently. The bull demon chuckled. What can a mere 1st-rank true immortal achieve in terms of distance? Once I subdue you, I will go break that lad's legs. As their battle commenced, the bull demon grew increasingly alarmed. With the fox spirit wielding her fan, he found himself utterly incapable of countering her. Shall we continue fighting? That human lad has already fled far. The fox spirit fumed. Is your brain made of tofu? You're truly a fool. The bull demon shot back. If I had known it would take so long to subdue you, would I have even engaged? Curse you and your foolishness. The fox spirit retorted, her anger palpable. Our debts will be settled after we capture that lad. The bull demon snorted, casting a cold glance towards the direction in which the ghost monarch had fled. Indeed, humans were as cunning as the rumor suggested. His own cleverness had allowed that lad to escape. If the fox spirit knew of the bull demon's thoughts, one could only wonder how she would react. Nevertheless, both demons understood that with the ghost monarch having vanished for so long, finding him again would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Meanwhile, in the demon city where Li Zhoujun and Bing Ouching resided, many human female cultivators were imprisoned in cages, sold as commodities. Some became maidservants in taverns, while others were collared and paraded like dogs in the streets. Compared to those in taverns, the human female cultivators who found themselves as maidservants were somewhat fortunate. The male human cultivators, however, faced a graver fate, either forced into labor until they collapsed from exhaustion or devoured on the spot. Some were imprisoned in arenas resembling those of their own kind, forced to fight against their compatriots for the amusement of the demon elite. Upon witnessing these scenes, Bing Ouching could no longer contain her anger. Beside her, Li Zhoujun's expression grew cold. After all, he too was human, and without the support of his system, he might have met the same fate within the clutches of the demon realm. You dare steal from me? I was kind enough to take you in, a beauty with promise, yet you had the audacity to pilfer from me? Watch as I put you in your place, you ungrateful wretch. Just then, not far away, a young boy adorned in splendid garments, with 8 crimson eyes, was mercilessly beating a small girl curled on the ground before a lavish vermilion gate. He even leapt upon her, trampling her with reckless abandon. Behind the 8-eyed boy stood several demon brutes, arms crossed, watching the scene impassively. They were the boy's guards. The 8-eyed boy's true form was that of a spider. The estate behind him belonged to the left family, the rulers of this city, known as Eightwong City. At that moment, the small girl, blood trickling from her lips, steadfastly clutched a water ladle made from a human skull, her mother-ass. Still holding on, the 8-eyed boy seethed, witnessing her unwavering grip. Enraged, he sneered, "If you cherish that so much, I shall turn you into one as well." With that, he reached for the girl-ass skull. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, sending the 8-eyed boy hurtling away, crashing violently into the wall beside the left family's gate, leaving a spiderweb-like crack in its wake. Seeking death, the demon brutes behind the boy instantly erupted in fury. Turning to see the source of the attack, a woman dressed in white. Beside her stood a young man in a green robe, his presence exuding an air of indifference. Yet his cold gaze was chilling, reminiscent of an emperor surveying mere ants. The brutes quaked in response. Is it truly necessary to offend the left family for the sake of a mere human? One of the demon brutes mustered the courage to challenge. Recognizing Li Zhoujun's formidable aura, they were bound to protect the left family's son, Zhuohuan, and if they failed to respond to his injury, the family patriarch, a first-rank demon king, would surely not spare them. Who dares harm my son? Just then, a middle-aged figure draped in a gray robe with 8 eyes emerged from the gate. His aura surged with demonic energy, overwhelming the surroundings, revealing him to be a powerful demon king, Zhuoxian, the patriarch of the left family and ruler of 8 Wang City. Dad, the 8-eyed boy Zhuohuan spat blood as he rose, furiously pointing at Bing Ouching. Dad, don't kill her. I want her to suffer. Seeking death, Bing Ouching retorted coldly, conjuring a glistening ice spear that materialized behind Zhuohuan. With a swift motion, the icy pillar pierced through Zhuohuan's body, splattering green blood across the wall behind him. My son. Zhuoxian's fury ignited at the sight, his rage palpable. To reach the Demon King realm and produce offspring was a formidable challenge. Zhuohuan's death could very well mean the end of his lineage. I will kill you. Zhuoxian's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he glared at Bing Ouching. In that moment, his body began to transform. Demonic energy erupted from within him, causing grotesque bulges to form on his back. Suddenly, 8 massive, glistening black spider legs burst forth, tearing through his garments and anchoring him in midair. His expression twisted with rage, hair flying wildly. He appeared utterly terrifying. The surrounding demons, sensing the wrath of their king, scattered in fear. Li Zhoujun stepped forward to shield the human girl. Die! Zhuoxian roared, launching a spider leg that struck like a steel spear towards Bing Ouching. Seeing this, a cold smile graced her face. A first-rank demon king facing a 5th-rank immortal king was akin to courting disaster. With a mere thought, she prepared to retaliate. A blade of ice materialized out of thin air, firmly anchored in place, as the massive spider leg from the left struck it. With a loud crack, the leg shattered upon impact, and a jet of viridescent blood erupted from the smooth wound. A 5th-tier human immortal, left spin. Feeling the aura emanating from Ice Ao Ching, momentarily forgot his pain, his previously fearsome visage now etched with terror. On the streets, the imprisoned human cultivators watched this scene unfold, their eyes glimmering with hope. Among them was a newly ascended female cultivator, Lan Huier, who had been captured by the demon race and was being offered for sale as a maid. Tears welled in her eyes as she witnessed the unfolding conflict. After arduous training in the lower realm, she had finally ascended to the immortal realm, only to be swiftly ensnared by demons upon her arrival. She had contemplated self-detonation, but faced with foes vastly superior to her, the opportunity had never presented itself. As her cultivation was sealed, any chance of escape dwindled further. At that moment, as Ice Ao Ching clashed with the Spider Demon King, left spin, Li Zhoujun crouched beside a trembling little girl, gently patting her head and whispering, "It's all right now." The girl, curled up on the ground, coughed up blood and weakly urged, "Sir, you must flee. The Zhua family of the Spider Clan is backed by the Tian Shi demon race, which possesses demon emperors. Fear not, even if the demon emperor arrives. They cannot harm you," Li Zhoujun replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, the girl's pale face momentarily froze in disbelief. This man was. Meanwhile, the Spider Demon King, left spin, gazed at Ice Ao Ching in horror, exclaiming, "Human immortal, my Zhua family is backed by the Tian Shi demon race, and my son is coveted by 2 venerable demon elders from their clan. If you kill my son, they will not let you go. If you know what is good for you, leave at once." "Ah, even if the demon emperor comes, it will not save you," Ice Ao Ching retorted coldly. With a swift motion of her delicate hand, 9 ice blue phoenixes coalesced in the air, emitting a resounding cry that shook the heavens with the might of a 5th-tier immortal king, surging towards left spin like a tempest. Despair flickered in left spin's eyes as he beheld the incoming ice phoenixes. Yet, suddenly, an anomaly occurred. 2 potent auras, reminiscent of immovable mountains, descended from above. The 9 ice phoenixes, under the pressure of these 2 auras, disintegrated into shards of ice. With a gasp, Ice Ao Ching was struck by a backlash, blood spurting from her mouth as she stumbled back. "Demon lords," she gasped, shock evident in her eyes. Above, 2 figures loomed. Their lower bodies serpentine while their upper bodies were human, a striking man and a stunning woman. The man, adorned with a green serpent lower half, and the woman, breathtakingly beautiful with a white serpent lower half, cackled, "The serpent green and serpent white demon lords have arrived. Human immortal, your time has come." As left spin beheld the 2 demon lords, madness danced in his eyes. The serpent green demon lord glanced at the wall, where a small boy with 8 eyes lay pierced by an ice shard, a hint of regret flashing in his gaze. "This Zhuohuan is dead, serpent white. How about you let me take his corpse? Is that even possible? Although his physique is remarkable, his remains will still serve as good material for the Wan Yao Dan." Serpent White replied, her eyes betraying displeasure at the thought of someone daring to kill her prized material. Not only do you want to refine the Wan Yao Dan, but I need it too. It seems we must compete, sighed Serpent Green. Left Spin was left speechless. The two demon lords were vying for his son merely as alchemical materials? Despair consumed him, yet he dared not defy the two formidable Tian Shi demon lords. For in this realm, they were akin to gods, unquestionable and absolute. The human captives lining the streets paled at the sight of the two demon lords' arrival. Who could stand against them? The demons were ruthless, openly discussing the fate of Left Spin's son as if he were nothing more than fodder for their potions. Ultimately, their lack of strength had led to such a dire predicament. In the immortal realm, power was the only currency that mattered. If they had strength, they would not have been captured and sold like livestock. As despair filled the eyes of those imprisoned, the little girl who had once urged Li Zhoujun to flee remained unchanged, her gaze as lifeless as stagnant water, clutching the cold skull in her arms. She had long since given up on the hope of survival. At that moment, Serpent White turned her gaze towards Ice Ao Ching, her smile sweet yet her tone chilling. Little girl, were you the one who nearly ruined my material? Indeed, and so what? Ice Ao Ching replied, wiping the blood from her lips with a cold huff. The two Tian Shi demon lords were brazen, but when Li Zhoujun intervened, they would find themselves bereft of even tears. You are quite audacious, Serpent Green remarked, eyeing Ice Ao Ching with a greedy glint. Daring to act in my Tian Shi demon race's territory as merely a mere immortal king. You clearly do not hold us in high regard. Serpent Green, this girl is yours, while the materials belong to me. How does that sound? Serpent White purred, glancing at Serpent Green with a smile. I want both, Serpent Green chuckled. But at that moment, Li Zhoujun stood up next to the little girl. There is another human. Serpent Green looked at Li Zhoujun in surprise, then laughed. This human lad is rather handsome. I want to compete with you for him. Fine. Serpent White agreed, her demeanor suggesting that Li Zhoujun was already in her grasp. Yet, in the next heartbeat, fear flashed in Serpent White's eyes as Li Zhoujun made his move. With a sweep of his sleeve, he unleashed a one-time strike of an immortal emperor. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Serpent Green, who could not withstand even a second before exploding into a mist of blood. An immortal emperor? Left Spin stood frozen in shock. On either side of the street, the imprisoned human cultivators gasped in astonishment, then erupted in joy. An immortal emperor had descended to their rescue. The quiet young man beside the female immortal was, in fact, a powerful immortal emperor. The little girl, who had once appeared as lifeless as ash, finally showed signs of life upon witnessing the immortal emperor's might. Please spare me, immortal. With a thunderous crash, Serpent White plummeted to the ground, prostrating herself in the wake of the emperor's residual power, her body trembling uncontrollably. She could scarcely believe that a human immortal emperor dared to enter the Tianxi territory. Truly, it was akin to stepping into a den of tigers. But Serpent White had no time to contemplate this. Her life now lay in the hands of Li Zhoujun. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun's indifferent gaze swept over Serpent White, sending a tremor through her body. The sheer terror of an immortal emperor was palpable. The mere aura of his presence had obliterated Serpent Green, who had been her equal in strength. As Li Zhoujun struck down Serpent Green, in a dark hall deep within the Tian Shi demon domain, a figure seated upon a throne slowly opened its eyes. This imposing figure, resembling a human, was tall and robust, covered in scales of deep black. An aura of unfathomable depth surrounded him, as terrifying demonic energy enveloped his being, even corrupting the very fabric of the void around him. A human race, celestial emperor? Quite intriguing. The towering figure grinned widely, and as he opened his mouth, a formidable suction spread outward, as if he could consume the very heavens and earth. In the next moment, a figure exuding the aura of a celestial emperor flew forth from the void, wearing an expression of confusion and terror, only to be drawn into his mouth, where he was devoured, blood spurting forth and staining the figure's teeth of vivid crimson. Not far outside of Wang City, a shadow cloaked in black huddled behind a stone, clutching its head and trembling. The overwhelming aura that had just emanated from the city was utterly terrifying. The celestial realm was dangerously perilous. This figure was none other than the Ghost Lord, who had narrowly escaped from the clutches of the bull and fox demons. At this moment, the Ghost Lord was questioning his very existence. Why was he so unfortunate? No matter where he went, he encountered formidable foes, even in the lower realms. He could endure, but did he have to keep fleeing in the celestial realm as well? With this thought, he felt tears welling up, and without a second thought, he turned and ventured into the forest, resolved to find a secluded place to cultivate. He vowed not to emerge until he reached the realm of a celestial emperor, for the celestial realm was truly too perilous. Within Wang City, Li Zhoujun observed the quivering snake, white demon lord, cowering on the ground, and let out a cold snort. This seemingly ordinary sound struck the heart of the snake, white demon lord like a heavy hammer, rendering her enchanting face pale with fear. "Take me to the heavenly serpent demon domain," Li Zhoujun commanded. The snake white demon lord looked up in astonishment, incredulous at Li Zhoujun's willingness to walk into danger. After all, she had heard of the formidable celestial emperors of the human race, and she did not consider this obscure celestial emperor a match for the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. What? Not willing? As Li Zhoujun's eyes narrowed, a chilling glint emanated from them. In truth, Li Zhoujun was merely relying on the earlier strike of the celestial emperor as a facade of strength. Should the snake white demon lord dare to engage him in combat, he would undoubtedly reveal his true vulnerability. However, the snake white demon lord was already paralyzed with fear, her eyes darting as a forced smile crept onto her face. "I am willing to escort the esteemed celestial emperor to the heavenly serpent demon domain." Declining to lead this human celestial emperor to the heavenly serpent demon domain would surely spell her doom. Once she brought him there, she would need to concoct an excuse to evade being skinned by the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. What could be the reason? She would simply claim that she had lured the human celestial emperor into the heavenly serpent demon domain for the enjoyment of the heaven-swallowing demon emperor. Yes, that would suffice. In her panic, the snake-white demon lord found a flimsy excuse. As for whether the heaven-swallowing demon emperor would believe her, she could only leave it to fate. If, by some chance, this human celestial emperor truly triumphed over the heaven-swallowing demon emperor, perhaps he would spare her life out of gratitude for guiding him. Seeing the snake-white demon lord acquiesce, Li Zhoujun casually remarked to Bing Aoqing, "Eliminate these bothersome beings." "Yes, Mr. Li," Bing Aoqing nodded in understanding. She comprehended Li Zhoujun's intent to eradicate the demon race within the city. For someone of her caliber, a fifth-tier celestial king, this was not a daunting task. With a tremor of her delicate form, her celestial king aura surged forth, and in an instant, a bitterly cold wind swept through the realm, heralding a wintry tempest. Except for the snake-white demon lord, all the demons within 8 Wang City, including the already pale Zhuxian, were transformed into ice statues as the frigid wind coursed through them. With a crack, the frozen demons shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. The snake-white demon lord witnessed this scene in silence, knowing that her own survival took precedence. While Bing Aoqing annihilated the demons of 8 Wang City, she also liberated the imprisoned humans. As chains fell to the ground, one by one, they emerged, prostrating themselves around Li Zhoujun and Bing Aoqing, tears of gratitude in their eyes. "We thank the Celestial Emperor and Celestial King for your rescue." Li Zhoujun cast a calm glance at them before approaching a young girl cradling her mother's skull, sighing, "The departed have gone, but those who remain must live on. Perhaps your mother would not wish for you to be in such a state." However, the girl did not respond. In her mind, images flashed by of an extraordinary woman, wielding a sword that severed the earth. After a long moment, the girl seemed to regain her senses. She pressed the skull against her arm and took Li Zhoujun's hand, writing 2 characters upon it. Li Zhoujun did not stop her, but rather attentively felt the strokes she penned. Regrettably, he could only recall the brushwork without discerning the words. After inscribing the 2 characters, the girl seemed unable to bear her injuries and fainted. Li Zhoujun cradled her in his arms, his gaze falling upon the crowd, particularly on Lan Huer. "Take good care of her," he instructed. "Yes, my lord," Lan Huer quickly replied, taking the girl from Li Zhoujun's embrace. Once all was settled, Li Zhoujun turned his attention to the snake-white demon lord, his voice cold. "Lead the way." "Yes, esteemed celestial emperor," the snake-white demon lord replied hastily. Thus, Li Zhoujun, accompanied by Bing Aoqing and the guiding snake-white demon lord, departed from 8 Wang City. Above the border of the heavenly serpent demon domain, 3 figures hovered in the air: Li Zhoujun, Bing Aoqing, and the guiding snake-white demon lord. At that moment, the 2 jade pendants in Li Zhoujun's possession reacted. If he were to merge the 2 pendants, he could enter the Dragon Blood Pool's secret realm. "Human Celestial Emperor, you possess great audacity." Just then, the skies darkened, and a towering figure emerged from the center of the heavenly serpent demon domain, surrounded by a tempest of demonic energy that shook the very heavens. With each breath, it seemed as though the entire domain experienced the cycle of the 4 seasons. Lord Heaven Swallowing, the snake-white demon lord gazed at the giant figure with fervent admiration, eager to explain, but the towering figure had already made its move. With a thunderous roar akin to a great clap of thunder, the colossal hand, covered in black scales, obliterated space itself, its destructive force approaching Li Zhoujun with an earth-shattering might, even from hundreds of thousands of miles away. Under this overwhelming pressure, the snake-white demon lord's once fervent gaze shifted to one of sheer terror. The heaven-swallowing demon emperor offered her no opportunity to explain. With a resounding crash, the elegant form of the snake-white demon lord disintegrated into a mist of blood, scattering across the cosmos. Faced with this terrifying attack, Li Zhoujun stood firm. Feet planted in the void, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor utterly calm, radiating an aura of celestial emperor might that matched the colossal hand's power. At the same time, he shielded the already paralyzed Bing Ouching. The realm of celestial emperors was indeed fearsome. As the terrifying, scale-covered hand descended upon him, Li Zhoujun moved. As Li Zhoujun extended his hand forward, a magnificent celestial phenomenon materialized behind him, towering into the heavens. This resplendent spectacle, pure as jade, radiated dazzling divine light that illuminated the universe, shaking both ancient and modern realms, transforming the previously darkened world into a realm of daylight. The enormous hand, resembling jade, moved in tandem with Li Zhoujun's actions, meeting the colossal black hand of the Devourer Emperor, who sought to obliterate all in his path. With a thunderous crash, the two immense hands collided in the void. In an instant, darkness engulfed the sky, and an inconceivably terrifying shockwave shattered the fabric of space, radiating outward in all directions. The mountains and rivers caught in this cataclysmic wave were reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye. The shockwave, having devastated the landscape within 1,000 miles, showed no signs of abating, continuing its relentless advance into the distance. In that moment, the entire celestial serpent demon domain seemed to face annihilation, with nearby territories echoing with cries of despair and suffering. In an unknown location, an untransformed fox demon emerged from the earth, standing frozen in place. The once beautiful mountains and rivers had vanished, replaced by a darkened sky, a scarred land, and the moans of the dying scattered across the ground. Among the fallen were powerful demon kings and lords, yet beneath the imperial level, all beings were equal in their demise. The Devourer Emperor seemed to notice this scene, but was indifferent. They were merely ants, and their deaths would give rise to new life. His focus lay far away, on the human celestial emperor capable of matching him blow for blow. Li Zhoujun, while facing such a formidable demon emperor, could only spare a fraction of his attention for Bing Ouching, having already exerted himself to the utmost. Even with the 50-50 system at his disposal, he remained astounded by the Devourer Emperor's might and his own burgeoning strength. Was this the true power of a celestial emperor? At that moment, Bing Ouching gazed blankly at the astonishing scene before her, realizing that as a mere celestial king, she was nothing but a speck in the vast expanse of the Emperor's battlefield. The feeling was overwhelmingly humbling. Beyond the Western continent, in various realms of the celestial world, many ancient beings opened their eyes, voicing their bewilderment. Who could have reached such heights among the celestial emperors? It was no wonder someone dared to venture alone into the Western continent. They had attained that realm yet, among the 10 great demon emperors. A few were certainly not to be trifled with. The so-called 10 great demon emperors are simply a whimsical ranking devised by the demon race out of boredom. If you are unconvinced, why not challenge one? I shall retreat into seclusion. Once the conflict in the Western continent concludes, inform me. Simultaneously, within the Western continent, several formidable entities cast their gazes upon the unfolding events. Two of the most powerful presences communicated silently. Hey, that fellow devourer seems to be in trouble. Should we assist? Or not? Assist? This powerful human celestial emperor likely came for the dragon blood pool left by the dragon emperor. Perhaps he possesses the means to enter it. Let us observe for now. Devourer enjoys hoarding the dragon blood pool. Let him guard it. It is a pity that the other two are absent. Otherwise, this human celestial emperor would surely meet a bitter end. That makes sense. The two presences communicating were none other than the 4th and 5th demon emperors of the Western continent. Human celestial emperor. It seems you have touched upon that realm. Do reveal your name. You are worthy of my acknowledgement. Meanwhile, seated upon an enormous throne at the center of the celestial serpent demon domain, the Devourer Emperor revealed a sinister grin to Li Zhoujun. With narrowed eyes, Li Zhoujun did not wish to prolong the battle with the Devourer Emperor. Although he could hold his ground against the Emperor, the aftermath of their clash would be catastrophic, claiming not only the lives of demons but also the few humans remaining in the Western continent. Moreover, his purpose for being here was not to engage in combat with the Devourer Emperor. Contemplating this, Li Zhoujun enveloped Bing Ouching in his thoughts, and with a mental command, the dragon body jade and dragon horn jade merged in the void, creating a powerful pull. In an instant, Li Zhoujun, Bing Ouching, and the 2 jade pieces vanished without a trace. All this transpired in a flash, leaving the Devourer Emperor momentarily stunned. Damn it, he actually gathered 2 jade tokens. The expression of the Devourer Emperor darkened like stormy waters. As his voice echoed, he cast a glance into the void and thundered, "Is this performance to your liking?" At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the void. One was a strikingly handsome young man dressed in black, with hawk-like eyes, exuding an aura not much weaker than that of the Devourer Emperor. He was the fourth demon emperor of the Western continent, the Wind Sovereign, with his true form being a golden-winged roc. The other was an elderly man with white hair, seemingly an ordinary person whose presence, though not imposing, commanded respect. He was the fifth demon emperor, the Sword Slaughterer, whose true form was a demon sword. The two had been the ones conversing earlier. If the human celestial emperor manages to escape intact from our grasp, it would be a disgrace to the entire Western continent, the Devourer Emperor scoffed. The Wind Sovereign smirked slightly. No, it would be your disgrace. We did not intervene. The Sword Slaughterer nodded in agreement. Indeed, you have no face to speak of. So tell us, what conditions must we meet for your assistance? The Devourer Emperor's expression turned cold. Having faced Li Zhoujun, he understood that he alone could not contain him. To have you two assist me, I require 1/3 of the dragon blood pool, the Wind Sovereign proposed. The 9-rank Celestial Emperor is further categorized into 3 smaller realms. The first realm is the Comprehension Realm, the standard 9-rank Celestial Emperor. The second is the Pinning Realm, and the third is the Inscription Realm. The pin here does not refer to a literal pin, but signifies the Celestial Emperor's own path of cultivation. Only by inscribing their name within the myriad paths can one transcend the realm of Celestial Emperors. The Devourer Emperor, Wind Sovereign, and Sword Slaughterer all belong to the second realm of the 9-rank Celestial Emperor. Very well, the Sword Slaughterer agreed, but only up to 2/10, otherwise. I will assist this human Celestial Emperor in fleeing, and none of us shall have a drop of dragon blood. The Devourer Emperor smiled, yet his tone was frigid. Both the Wind Sovereign and the Sword Slaughterer felt a shiver at his words. The Devourer Emperor could indeed follow through on such threats. Fine, 2/10 it is. The Wind Sovereign conceded. Upon witnessing the agreement between the Wind Sovereign and the Sword Slaughterer to aid him against Li Zhoujun, a chilling smile graced the Devourer Emperor's lips. Even if this human Celestial Emperor entered the dragon blood pool, he would not be able to break through to the third realm of the 9-rank Celestial Emperor in a short period, when surrounded by 3 second-realm 9-rank Celestial Emperors. No matter how strong this human Celestial Emperor was, he would ultimately be reduced to a mere laborer on the other side. After Li Zhoujun and Bing Aoqing entered the dragon blood secret realm, the 2 jade tokens once again fell into Li Zhoujun's hands. Hiss. At that moment, Bing Aoqing gasped in astonishment. Before her lay a blood pool spanning over 1,000 square meters. Its depths infused with an abundance of spiritual energy and a potent scent of blood. The edges of the dragon blood pool were relatively calm, but in the center, it bubbled vigorously. The spiritual energy within the dragon blood pool surged violently. As a celestial king, I could only immerse myself at the very edge, Bing Aoqing contemplated. Yet, Li Zhoujun wasted no time. With a graceful stride, he approached the dragon blood pool, casting aside his attire, revealing a robust and sculpted physique, reminiscent of a jade sculpture. This sight left Bing Aoqing breathless, her cheeks flushed, and her heart raced uncontrollably. As Bing Aoqing found herself momentarily stunned, Li Zhoujun had already reached the center of the dragon blood pool, closing his eyes and sitting in a meditative posture. In an instant, the tumultuous dragon blood surged forth, as if propelled by immense force from all directions, rushing towards Li Zhoujun's corporeal form. The terrifying power was sufficient to obliterate any being beneath the rank of an immortal emperor. Fortunately, with the assistance of the 50-50 system, Li Zhoujun could withstand the onslaught of this ferocious dragon blood. However, even so, the intense pain of the dragon blood entering his body caused the veins on his forehead to throb violently. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of submerging in the dragon blood pool. System rewards. 1. One-time teleportation across thousands of miles. 2. Ascension to the rank of a first-class immortal lord. And the Ao Shui flying sword is upgraded to a first-class immortal artifact. 3. One strike from an immortal emperor. 4. Undying true dragon body, not yet cultivated. Teleportation across thousands of miles. Not limited to just thousands of miles. As long as the host is within normal space, they can instantly traverse an entire continent, though the specific landing point remains unknown. Undying true dragon body. The host can transition from human form to one of 2 other forms, a half-dragon form or a fully realized true dragon form, possessing a formidable dragon physique. Ding! Undying true dragon body cultivation initiated. 1. 3. This reward is truly bountiful, Li Zhoujun thought, momentarily taken aback. Simultaneously, as the system assisted Li Zhoujun in cultivating the true dragon body, the water level of the dragon blood in the pool began to gradually decrease at an imperceptible pace. Bing Aoqing, who had been eyeing Li Zhoujun's physique with longing, suddenly snapped back to reality. After touching her flushed and heated cheeks, She donned her clothing and leapt into the outermost edge of the dragon blood pool to begin tempering her body with the dragon blood. Being a girl, she felt a bit shy about emulating Li Zhoujun's nonchalance. Nevertheless, even at the very edge of the dragon blood pool, the experience made her grit her silver teeth in discomfort. 2 hours passed. Li Zhoujun sat immovably at the center of the dragon blood pool, resembling a serene monk in deep meditation. On the other hand, Bing Aoqing could no longer endure the searing sensation that coursed through her limbs, akin to being scorched by fierce flames. She opened her beautiful eyes and glanced at Li Zhoujun, noticing his tranquil expression, and with a determined grit of her teeth, she pressed on. 2 days slipped by in this manner. Over the course of 2 days, Bing Aoqing stole glances at Li Zhoujun countless times. Each time she saw him sitting steadfastly in the center of the dragon blood pool, she found the strength to continue enduring. However, by this point, she could no longer endure. She rose from the pool and sat cross-legged on the shore. Strangely, the dragon blood within the pool did not dampen her clothing. For the moment she flew out, the dragon blood contained within her garments returned to the pool. Through this tempering with dragon blood, my path to attaining the immortal emperor realm has become significantly smoother. Bing Aoqing excitedly surveyed her body, and not only that, but her cultivation also surged forward, breaking through from the 5th-class immortal king realm to the 1st-class immortal emperor realm. Contemplating this, she began to sit cross-legged on the shore, solidifying her cultivation. By the 5th day, the dragon blood in the pool had begun to run low. Hiss! Bing Aoqing gasped in astonishment as she sat on the shore. Finally, after an hour had passed, the dragon blood pool ran dry. At this moment, Li Zhoujun slowly opened his eyes, stood up, stretched lazily, and a series of cracking sounds erupted from his body, reminiscent of popping beans. This spectacle made Bing Aoqing's cheeks flush crimson, and she swallowed hard. After completing his stretch, Li Zhoujun beckoned, and his azure robe flew back into his hands. In the blink of an eye, he donned the azure robe once more, resembling a slender scholar. Indeed, the saying goes, clothes make the man, but in truth, it is all superficial. System, given the rich spiritual energy within this dragon blood pool, you only granted me the 1st-class immortal lord cultivation? Are you being a bit stingy? Li Zhoujun gestured towards the system. Ding! Most of the dragon blood was utilized to assist you in cultivating the undying true dragon body. However, if you are willing to call me father, I could easily summon the heavenly Tao of this immortal realm to acknowledge you as such. Li Zhoujun. Meanwhile, in the celestial expanse of the immortal realm, a being surrounded by swirling stars, whose visage was unknown, akin to a ruler of all existence, sat upon a magnificent throne. At that moment, their body trembled in fear. Who is it? The figure on the throne gazed into the void with palpable terror. What kind of existence could instill such profound fear in the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm? How much time has elapsed? Within the secret realm of the dragon blood pool, Li Zhoujun, ignoring the system, inquired of Bing Aoqing. To be honest, I fell asleep while the system assisted in cultivating the undying true dragon body. It has been 5 days, Bing Aoqing replied softly. Her eyes averted from Li Zhoujun, for each time she looked at him, her mind would conjure up those tantalizing scenes. Had she not known that Li Zhoujun was a formidable immortal emperor, she truly could not say whether she would have taken the initiative. 5 days indeed. Li Zhoujun narrowed his eyes slightly and then chuckled. Those powerful demon emperors from the demon clan are likely waiting outside the secret realm as we speak. What shall we do, Mr. Li? Bing Aoqing's face paled at this moment. After all, one's fists are no match for 4 hands, no matter how strong Mr. Li may be. Against multiple demon emperors, it would still be a daunting challenge. Contemplating this, Bing Aoqing took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. It is far too perilous for you to face multiple demon emperors. You need not concern yourself with me. Chapter 211. Confronting the 3 demon emperors need not concern yourself with me? Li Zhoujun smiled at Bing Aoqing. Bing Aoqing nodded. Since I have brought you here, it would be illogical not to take you out. Li Zhoujun shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his face. Upon hearing his words, Bing Aoqing froze momentarily, feeling a surge of warmth in her heart. It was truly too much to ask. Mr. Li was so kind to her, yet she could not help but feel merely desirous of his form, as if she ought to offer herself in return. However, Mr. Li was destined to look down upon her. With this thought, Bing Aoqing felt a twinge of disappointment. Simultaneously, Li Zhoujun pondered how to confront the impending threat. The one-time skill rewarded by the system, the ability to teleport across thousands of miles, might prove useful. However, Li Zhoujun was reluctant to leave so soon. After all, he had yet to test the newly acquired extermination of Immortal's divine eye and the undying true dragon body. Perhaps this opportunity could allow him to spar with the demon emperors. Let us go, Li Zhoujun said with a smile. Are we leaving just like that? Bing Ao Qing was taken aback. Do you wish to remain here? There is nothing of value left, Li Zhoujun chuckled. And no. Bing Ao Qing's face flushed as she shook her head. Li Zhoujun smiled slightly, then with a flourish of his sleeve. The dragon body jade and dragon horn jade flew forth, merging in the void. Meanwhile, outside the dragon blood pool, the three demon emperors, Tun Tian Yao Di, Yu Feng Yao Di, and Shi Jian Yao Di, stood in a triangular formation, suspended in the air. At that moment, the three demon emperors remained silent, resembling three immovable mountains, exuding an air of murderous intent. Suddenly, the space before them rippled. Yu Feng Yao Di grinned. They've emerged. With our combined strike, we shall surely eliminate him. Shi Jian Yao Di narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flickering within them. Attack. Just as Li Zhoujun and Bing Ao Qing stepped out of the secret realm of the dragon blood pool, the three demon emperors launched their assault simultaneously. Shi Jian Yao Di used his finger as a sword, unleashing a blade of energy that spanned thousands of miles, capable of dividing heaven and earth. Tun Tian Yao Di smashed forth with a fist, causing the heavens to tremble and the stars to quaver. Yu Feng Yao Di waved his robe, summoning fierce winds that howled through the heavens, filling the air with a cacophony of cries. The commotion was indeed tremendous. Who would have thought that he could provoke all three of these ninth-rank, second-stage demon emperors to act in concert? Alas, it is a pity that a formidable immortal emperor of the human race is about to fall. Beyond the western continent, those ancient beings reopened their eyes once again. Evidently, they did not believe that Li Zhoujun could emerge alive from the clutches of the three formidable demon emperors of the 9-grade second realm. At that moment, as Li Zhoujun accompanied Bing Ao Qing, he was confronted by three attacks that could only be described as cataclysmic. Yet, a smile blossomed at the corners of his mouth. Divine Eye awakened. Li Zhoujun shielded Bing Ao Qing behind him, his eyes narrowing slightly as a divine eye on his forehead began to open slowly. As this eye unfurled, a palpable aura that made the heavens and earth tremble emanated from Li Zhoujun, and simultaneously, the forces of the world's laws seemed to respond, transforming into golden rays of light that encircled him. Annihilate! Li Zhoujun shouted coldly, immediately channeling a portion of the law's power into golden lightning that surged toward the incoming assaults from the three demon emperors. This technique, known as annihilation, was one of the divine powers of the divine eye of extermination, accessible only to those in the penmanship realm among the 9-grade celestial emperors. Other techniques of the divine eye of extermination also required formidable cultivation to wield. In essence, the divine eye of extermination was reserved exclusively for high-level confrontations. Boom. At that moment, the golden lightning under Li Zhoujun's command collided with the divine powers of the three demon emperors. In an instant, the world seemed to freeze. But this was merely the calm before the storm. The next moment, a cataclysmic force erupted at the epicenter of the clash, sweeping across the vast expanse and fracturing space itself, revealing a void of black nothingness. The shattered space formed a tempest capable of obliterating all that existed. Even as they battled in the skies, the residual force ravaged the earth, causing cracks to spread across the ground like chasms. And the dust rising into the air bore witness to the apocalypse, once more subjecting the already ravaged beings to a cataclysmic baptism. In an unknown location, a fox demon, which had previously survived the confrontation between Li Zhoujun and the devouring demon emperor, huddled beside mounds of earth. Within these mounds lay its slumbering kin. At this moment, it raised its head to behold the overwhelming dust storm approaching, yet it did not flee, for escape was impossible. Thus, it remained curled up in silence, awaiting the arrival of death. The storm showed no mercy, surging forward and leaving devastation in its wake. As the tempest generated by the clash of celestial emperors subsided, a mountain was found half destroyed, revealing a cave within. In the remaining half of the cave sat a figure clad in black robes, poised as if about to sit upon the ground. This figure was none other than Ghost Monarch. Gulp. Ghost Monarch's legs turned to jelly, and he plopped down onto the ground, gesturing to the earth beside him, which was merely 2 palms' breadth away from the destruction. He had narrowly escaped being engulfed by the sudden storm. Damn it! Ghost Monarch refrained from further complaints, uncertain whether he had been cursed by misfortune. Should he laugh or weep? After all the effort to find a hiding place, he had barely settled when it was snatched away. However, as he sat in the half-destroyed cave, his eyes brightened at the sight of the blood-soaked earth and the corpses strewn about. Surviving a great calamity surely brings great fortune. Surviving a great calamity brings great fortune. Ghost Monarch erupted into laughter, for he practiced dark sorcery, and the scene before him was precisely what he had hoped for. His hardships had finally borne fruit. Returning to Li Zhoujun, several figures stood suspended in the void, their battle-induced storm having ceased. How is this possible? The wind-manipulating demon emperor gazed at the figure standing enscathed in the void, the young man in azure robes fluttering gracefully, his eyes reflecting disbelief. The devouring demon emperor and the sword-slaying demon emperor shared similar sentiments. This individual could actually stand toe-to-toe with the 3 demon emperors of the clan? How could this be? These 3 demon emperors had reached the pinnacle of the 9-grade second realm. Alas, the distance was too great at this moment. He was enveloped in Law's aura, leaving the old man only to catch a fleeting glimpse of his azure robe, unable to discern his features. If only they had known, they should have directed their gaze toward him at the first strike, to witness the true visage of this celestial emperor. What a pity. One could only wonder if he could escape from the hands of these 3 demon emperors, beyond the western continent. Ancient beings ceased merely sensing the aura and instead employed their divine powers. Their gazes piercing through vast distances to behold the azure-robed figure confronting the 3 formidable demon emperors without showing any signs of yielding, each reflecting on the situation. How could this fellow remain unscathed under the combined might of the 3 of us? The wind-manipulating demon emperor remarked with astonishment. No wonder he dared to venture into our western continent alone. It seems he possesses quite a bit of skill. The devouring demon emperor narrowed his eyes at Li Zhoujun. The sword-slaying demon emperor remained silent, though his expression was grave, as if facing a formidable foe. The dragon blood of this realm was proving to be quite a challenge to obtain. I concede. Li Zhoujun maintained an air of calm. His smile light and untroubled, as if repelling the combined assault of the 3 demon emperors was an inconsequential affair. Behind him, Bing Ouching absorbed this scene. Her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. She had not anticipated Mr. Li's extraordinary strength, capable of withstanding a united strike from the top 3 demon emperors of the demon clan. Yet, no matter how formidable you are, today shall be your day of reckoning. At that moment, the devouring demon emperor's lips curled into a sinister smile. As he spoke, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing an unparalleled suction force. At that moment, his mouth seemed to transform into a black hole. The space storms created by the previous clashes were directly swallowed by the devouring demon emperor. Furthermore, the countless mountains and rivers beneath the earth were uprooted by this terrifying force, rumbling as they were drawn into his maw. This was the devouring demon emperor's absolute divine ability, devour. Simultaneously, at a distance from the clash between Li Zhoujun and the 3 demon emperors, Ghost Monarch reveled amidst the sea of corpses, delightedly collecting the bodies of several demon kings. However, at that moment, a tremendous suction force emanated from behind him, causing Ghost Monarch to stiffen. The next instant, "Mother!" he exclaimed, dashing away without looking back until he reached the previous cave, where he hesitantly glanced over his shoulder. Fortunately, the immense suction had weakened 2 palms' breadth away from him, allowing Ghost Monarch to withstand its lingering grasp. Had he taken 2 more steps forward, he had no doubt he would have been drawn in. What caliber of expert is engaged in this battle? Must they intimidate like this? Ghost Monarch wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Yet, when he surveyed the surroundings, he was left dumbfounded. The once abundant corpses had vanished, all consumed by the immense suction, their whereabouts unknown. Even the nearby mountains had been uprooted, leaving him bewildered. Why must I always be the one to suffer? Ghost Monarch lamented, squatting down in despair against the wall, his posture one of utter desolation. Fortunately, he had already collected several demon kings' bodies, so it wasn't a total loss. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his azure robe billowing, and dark hair flowing. Even amidst the countless mountains soaring into the devouring demon emperor's mouth, he remained calm at the center of this overwhelming suction force, shielding Bing Ouching behind him. Indeed, at this moment, Li Zhoujun was evenly matched against the immense suction. The devouring demon emperor, with his gaping maw, regarded Li Zhoujun with a hint of disbelief. Could this person truly be so powerful as to remain unfazed by his ability to consume mountains and rivers? No, he must be feigning indifference. Surely, to resist his power, he must have expended considerable energy. Not only the devouring demon emperor thought this way. The wind demon emperor and the sword-slaying demon emperor are equally formidable. You managed to withstand a joint strike from the 3 of us. Now, I wonder if you can endure a second combined assault. A chilling smile appeared on the sword-slaying demon emperor's face. In the next moment, he transformed into an immense black sword, emanating a staggering demonic aura. The blade was adorned with bizarre totems, depicting a throng of headless figures dancing in worship of a black longsword. Merely gazing upon these totems could ensnare one's mind, drawing them into that world. As the black sword manifested, the atmosphere quaked with a fierce demonic wind, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Die! The sword-slaying demon emperor's voice erupted from the sword, and in an instant, it appeared to morph into a vast black river, hurtling toward Li Zhoujun. Simultaneously, the wind demon emperor made his move. Behind him, a phantom of a golden-winged roc appeared, casting a shadow over the land. As this apparition emerged, nearly all the demon clans in the western continent prostrated themselves, drenched in cold sweat. It was a primal fear emanating from their bloodlines. Go. The Wind Demon Emperor bellowed. As his voice fell, the golden-winged rock let out a long cry, and with a flap of its wings, a tempest surged forth. The phantom transformed into a streak of black and gold light, racing towards Li Zhoujun. Amidst the overwhelming forces of the sword-slaying and wind demon emperors, Li Zhoujun remained composed, even as he felt the immense gravitational pull. Should he withstand this assault, he might rival that ancient empress who single-handedly conquered the Western continent, forcing the three great ancient demon emperors to submit, though she had not been seen for millennia. Alas, the gap to her greatness remained vast. In the contemporary world, only the second of the 10 great immortals, the Xian Emperor from the Taichu Sacred Land, could barely measure up, yet even that was debatable. Indeed, this individual's achievements could easily secure a place as the third among the 10 great immortals. Truly, the vast immortal realm is home to countless powerful beings. The so-called 10 great immortals are merely a whimsical list conjured by those with too much time on their hands. What? Dog Emperor? Did you not just enter seclusion a few days ago? How are you out so soon? Presumptuous. What Dog Emperor? I am the frenzied Howl Immortal Emperor, a pure-blood human. Speak my name if you dare, and I shall come for you immediately. Ah, come then. I shall await you in the Haotian Immortal Court. Is it true? Are you the current 4th-ranked 10 Great Immortal, the one from Haotian Immortal Court? Ahem, I suddenly have an epiphany. I must return to my seclusion, alas. I fear I shall soon fall to 5th place, as this unnamed Immortal Emperor should rightfully ascend to 3rd outside the Western continent. The strong from the Immortal Realm exchanged messages, momentarily pausing their discourse as the last sigh of the Haotian Immortal Emperor echoed, turning their attention back to the apex battle unfolding in the Western continent. Chapter 213, The Extermination Emperor Ray at last. The formidable strikes from the two demon emperors converged upon Li Zhoujun, who found himself at the epicenter of the tremendous gravitational pull created by the devouring sky demon emperor. The divine eye on his forehead glimmered with golden radiance, and a palpable true dragon aura enveloped him, causing the very heavens to tremble. His right sleeve ignited with white flames, and lustrous dragon scales sprouted along his arm, transforming it into a jade-like dragon limb. As the brilliance of the jade dragon arm radiated, the already subjugated demons of the Western continent quaked in terror. For this was indeed a clash of celestial beings, a calamity for mortals. True dragon aura. Surely, this is the boon he received from the dragon blood pool. The devouring sky demon emperor, with his gaping maw and insatiable hunger, felt a surge of envy as he gazed at Li Zhoujun's aura. In that moment, Li Zhoujun unleashed a punch from his jade dragon arm toward the black sword of the sword-slaying demon emperor, causing the heavens to roar and the winds to howl as the very essence of space trembled. When the jade dragon arm collided with the black sword, the blade's tip struck Li Zhoujun's scales, producing a resounding clang and a burst of fiery sparks, followed by a terrifying shockwave that rippled through the cosmos. Li Zhoujun found himself evenly matched with the sword-slaying demon emperor, absorbing the brunt of the attack. The system's concept of balance allowed for various interpretations. For instance, one could be evenly matched against a high-tier practitioner, while the residual force might obliterate weaker cultivators. Li Zhoujun's current scenario was akin to this. Despite their ranked order, the three demon emperors were all 9th tier, second realm powers, and their strengths were not significantly disparate. Had Li Zhoujun faced any one of them alone, he would surely have been overwhelmed by their combined strength. Yet, the system's peculiar balance enabled him to treat them as a single entity, allowing him to hold his ground against them all. Incredibly, he not only resisted the devouring sky demon emperor's onslaught but also withstood the strike of the sword-slaying demon emperor's true form. Who is this person? The onlookers were left in awe of his overwhelming power. As the wind demon emperor's might approached, an observer remarked, "Now the wind demon emperor's abilities are manifesting." The black gold streak, born of the golden-winged rock's phantom, surged toward Li Zhoujun's midsection just as he countered the sword-slaying demon emperor's assault. At that moment, Li Zhoujun swiftly turned to face the incoming phantom. "Eradicate," he uttered, his lips barely moving, as his divine eye erupted with a golden beam, striking the black gold streak head-on. The force of the golden beam was immense, capable of rending the void itself. Even the onlookers from afar were grim-faced. This level of celestial conflict was beyond their comprehension. Should they encounter that golden beam, they would undoubtedly be annihilated in an instant. This divine ability rightfully deserved the title of eradication. However, the golden-winged rock faced the incoming beam without flinching, charging straight into it. Boom! As the golden beam collided with the streak of light from the golden-winged rock, the resulting shockwave shattered the already ravaged void. The heavens splintered, the earth cracked, and the cataclysmic clash between these top-tier immortal emperors wreaked havoc upon the countless innocents of the Western continent. many of whom perished before they even grasped the calamity befalling them. At that moment, Li Zhoujun's golden light clashed with the golden-winged rock. Both forces locked in a stalemate within the void. He had indeed once again withstood the combined assault of the three demon emperors such strength. It appears the immortal realm has gained yet another formidable immortal emperor. The unsullied immortal emperor may soon find his rank displaced among the 10 great immortals. The many powerful observers outside the western continent expressed their astonishment at the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, the devouring sky, wind, and sword-slaying demon emperors, realizing they could not best Li Zhoujun, ceased holding back. Their imperial might surged forth, and their respective divine abilities grew increasingly potent. Yet, for Li Zhoujun, none of this bore significance, for the balance of the system rendered him invincible. As they grew stronger, so too did he. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding impact, the golden-winged rock's phantom shattered against the golden light emanating from Li Zhoujun's divine eye, leaving both combatants momentarily pale. At this moment, the tip of the sword belonging to the sword-slaying demon emperor and the jade-colored dragon scales on Li Zhoujun's arm emitted faint cracking sounds, both showing subtle fissures. The sword-slaying demon emperor, unable to maintain the stalemate, transformed into a frail old man and retreated to the side of the Wind Sovereign and the sky-devouring demon emperor. Noticing that both of his formidable companions had ceased their attacks, the sky-devouring demon emperor realized that further exertion of his divine powers would not inflict any harm on Li Zhoujun, prompting him to withdraw his abilities as well. Although Li Zhoujun's complexion appeared somewhat pale, he calmly shook his arm adorned with jade dragon scales. Subsequently, the scales melded into his skin, restoring his arm to its normal appearance. Astonishingly, the sleeves that had been reduced to ashes returned to Li Zhoujun's arms, as if they had been restored by some unseen force. It seemed that even when united, the three great demon emperors were unable to subdue him. It appears that even the combined efforts of the three demon emperors cannot claim victory over me, Li Zhoujun remarked with a smile. Did you truly think that the three of us would wait idly for your emergence without preparing some means? The sky-devouring demon emperor sneered, then commanded, initiate the imperial execution formation. As his words fell, he and the Wind Sovereign, along with the sword-slaying demon emperor, quickly formed hand seals. In an instant, the void trembled, and blood-red runes, born from the blood of demon emperors, surged forth, transforming into crimson chains aimed at ensnaring Li Zhoujun and the ice-proud Qing behind him. It was indeed the imperial execution formation of the demon race, a grand undertaking indeed. Clearly, the demon race feared this individual returning to the central continent to wreak havoc, seeking to eliminate him on the spot, even resorting to deploying the imperial execution formation, with 3 9th-tier second realm celestial emperors invoking this array. If Li Zhoujun did not possess the cultivation of a 9th-tier third realm celestial emperor, he would undoubtedly face certain death, unless he could escape the formation's range before it fully formed, which seemed impossible now. As long as the 3 demon emperors detained him for a moment, he would be unable to flee once the array was completed. It was truly a pity. Observers from the West Continent, watching the battle from afar, revealed expressions of regret, having developed a degree of admiration for the figure clad in azure who dared to venture into the West Continent alone. However, when faced with the imminent formation of the imperial execution formation by the 3 demon emperors, Li Zhoujun, with a slight smile, turned to ice-proud Qing and said, System, prepare for a long-distance teleportation. We must make our exit. There is no need to continue this futile struggle. Ding. The system is currently engrossed in a show. If you wish to use long-distance teleportation, you may do so yourself, and do not disturb the system unless you call it Father. The system guarantees to respond promptly. Li Zhoujun. P.S. Rest early, dear ones, lest you become a bald little darling. Good night. Chapter 214. Azure Emperor. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun gazed at the impending formation of the imperial execution array crafted from demon emperor blood, chuckling softly. I hope that the next time we meet, you will succeed in subduing me. Want to run? Can you escape? The sky-devouring demon emperor scoffed, his massive hand swelling as it lunged toward Li Zhoujun. However, Li Zhoujun chose not to engage in further conflict, knowing that prolonging the battle with the 3 demon emperors would yield no advantage for him. It would be unwise to flaunt his prowess only to flee. Therefore, Li Zhoujun activated the long-distance teleportation rewarded by the system. And just as the sky-devouring demon emperor's hand was about to grasp him, both he and ice-proud Qing vanished from sight. In that very moment, the sky-devouring demon emperor's hand clenched with a thunderous sound, shattering the void. But regrettably, Li Zhoujun had already escaped. Damn it, how could he be so fast? The sky-devouring demon emperor's face darkened as he bellowed in rage, witnessing the prize slip from his grasp. The Wind Sovereign and the sword-slaying demon emperor shared equally grim expressions. despite their combined strength and the invocation of the Imperial Execution Formation, that human Celestial Emperor had effortlessly retreated, leaving their faces thoroughly humiliated. How is this possible? That individual truly evaded the grasp of the 3 demon emperors. His cultivation among the 9th-tier second realm celestial emperors was undoubtedly at the pinnacle. The 3rd position among the 10 celestial emperors rightfully belonged to him. At this moment, the onlookers from the West continent were filled with genuine astonishment. The achievements of this azure-clad celestial emperor were sufficient to command respect within the celestial realm. Half a month after this battle, in a small tavern in the central continent, a figure in azure sat in a corner, sipping from a small cup, exuding an air of sophistication and contentment. Opposite him sat a gentle maiden. The two were none other than Li Zhoujun and ice-proud Qing, who had unexpectedly arrived in the central continent from the West continent. Li Zhoujun had not dismissed ice-proud Qing, as he realized that her swiftness would be invaluable for his journey to the Dao Tian Immortal Palace. After all, the gap in speed between a first-tier celestial lord and a first-tier celestial empress was monumental. Moreover, since leaving the West continent, Li Zhoujun had been astonished to find that many young cultivators in the celestial realm were now donning azure garments. However, as he sat in the tavern, a sudden understanding dawned upon him. A storyteller on stage was narrating a tale. There was an unnamed celestial emperor who favored wearing azure robes, hence referred to as the Azure Emperor. It is said that this Azure Emperor, alongside his maid, ventured into the West continent, daring to confront the 3 demon emperors ranked among the top 10, the sky-devouring demon emperor, the wind sovereign, and the sword-slaying demon emperor. The Azure Emperor employed an array of divine techniques, engaging in a battle that could be described as cataclysmic. When the 3 demon emperors united and still failed to capture the Azure Emperor, they resorted to the Imperial Execution Formation, only to witness the Azure Emperor and his maid depart with composure. Now, this Azure Emperor has secured the 3rd position among the 10 celestial emperors of the central continent. Ice-proud Qing, listening intently to the storyteller's account, expressed her surprise to Li Zhoujun. Mr. Li, the tale narrated by the storyteller bears striking resemblance to our own experiences. After all, he makes his living through this, Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. Though he was slightly taken aback, the Azure Emperor, is it? That title has a nice ring to it. However, he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of acquiring the moniker of the Azure Emperor. Meanwhile, in the central continent, atop a mist-shrouded mountain peak, a graceful woman clad in palace attire stood amidst the clouds. Although her features were obscured, she seemed to merge with the very essence of the world. Any celestial emperor present would surely be astonished by her formidable presence. The Holy Master has not uncovered any news regarding this Azure Emperor. Since his battle with the 3 demon emperors in the West continent, he has seemingly vanished without a trace. Moreover, the maid accompanying him was enveloped in the powers of the laws he wielded, rendering her visage equally elusive. At this moment, a woman clad in white appeared by the side of the palace-attired figure, smiling as she remarked, "The celestial realm has placed the Holy Master behind that Azure Emperor in the rankings, which seems somewhat belittling." Upon hearing this, the palace-clad woman chuckled. "The rankings of the 10 celestial emperors may hold some merit, but they are merely for reference. Since we cannot glean any information about the Azure Emperor, it would be best to cease our inquiries. Otherwise, it may lead to undue offense." "Indeed, Holy Master," the white-clad woman replied respectfully. This palace-clad woman was none other than the Holy Master of the ethereal sanctuary in the celestial realm, the former 3rd-ranked figure among the 10 celestial emperors. Now positioned 4th, the ethereal empress, Chu Ruxia. On the other side, after resting momentarily in the tavern, Li Zhoujun and ice-proud Qing resumed their journey toward the Dao Tian Immortal Palace, traveling through the skies. Throughout the journey, ice-proud Qing was curious about Li Zhoujun's purpose in visiting the Dao Tian Immortal Palace but refrained from inquiring further. After all, matters concerning celestial emperors were beyond the realm of a mere celestial empress. Perhaps Li Zhoujun had some connection with the palace master of the Dao Tian Immortal Palace. As Li Zhoujun and Bing Yaoqing journeyed towards the celestial palace, they unexpectedly traversed a realm inhabited predominantly by mortals. The so-called mortal realm is characterized by its overwhelming population of ordinary beings. These areas may have suffered from the ravages of fierce battles between powerful entities, leading to a depletion of spiritual energy, or they may have always been thus. One thing is certain, the spiritual energy within such realms is exceedingly sparse, rendering even true immortals reluctant to linger there. Despite the bustling prosperity of the central continent, it is not surprising that numerous mortal realms exist among the countless spiritual domains. For it is conceivable that after millennia, these mortal realms could once again flourish with spiritual vitality, while some originally vibrant spiritual domains may fade into desolation. Beep. A detection of the existence of longevity fruits within this realm has been made, specifically located at Riverside Town. The system issues a quest: obtain a ripe longevity fruit, and the host shall receive a reward. Longevity fruit, a fruit born of heaven and earth. One such fruit can bestow eternal life. If consumed by a celestial sovereign, it can extend their lifespan by 3,000 years and heal various hidden ailments. If consumed by a celestial emperor, it can prolong life by 30,000 years and negate any restrictions on severed limbs, allowing for rebirth with a strength that far surpasses that of limbs grown by the cultivator themselves. The system's final statement implies that while a celestial emperor could achieve limb regeneration independently, the efficacy would be inferior to that provided by the longevity fruit. Furthermore, if a celestial emperor were to have their arms severed by a more powerful cultivator and subsequently subjected to restrictions, they would likely be unable to regenerate the limb on their own, thus rendering the longevity fruit invaluable in such circumstances. Longevity fruit? Li Zhoujun paused momentarily, then smiled and remarked, "This is rather intriguing. Let us explore this realm." Are we going to the mortal realm? Bing Ouching's expression faltered, for indeed, even the most unremarkable of celestial beings would not choose to dwell in such a place. She could not fathom why Mr. Li, as a figure of celestial authority, would wish to venture there. Was it a form of worldly experience? Despite her confusion, Bing Ouching obediently nodded and replied, "Very well, Mr. Li.